Tang has gone mad in the divine realm. Amidst the torrential reign of the star Luo Empire, the young girl in blue, Huo Yuhao, stood before a gravestone, her crimson eyes fixated on the duke's mansion. Mother, I shall take my revenge. The rain mingled with her tears, and her murderous intent was more terrifying than the thunderstorm. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Tang pondered. A new star has emerged from Douluo continent. I shall revive the Tang sect and betroth Shaoqi to him. His thoughts crackled like a well-tuned abacus. Suddenly, his expression darkened. The new star's presence had vanished, as if concealed by some force. Who dares to thwart my plans? Once I find you, I shall torment your soul daily, ensuring you never attain rebirth. Tang's demeanor became menacing, uncharacteristic of a divine king. As his words echoed, a beam of golden light shot from the cosmos, piercing through the divine realm, obliterating the palatial grounds of the sea, God's domain. Who did this? Tang bellowed in fury. I in the starry expanse. The centaur-like figure, Lan, flicked his bow, and arrows missed the mark. Where did the bounteous creature flee? He paid no heed to the breach in the divine realm, his gaze solely on the quarry. But in the next moment, Lan furrowed his brow. That arrow had seemingly grazed something else, neither the bounteous creature nor the divine realm's defenses. Just as Huo Yuhao departed the graveyard, she felt a sudden brilliance in the sky. A golden light illuminated the jade pendant in her grasp, causing it to radiate warmth, revealing the emblem of the Tang sect. What is this? She froze, confusion flickering in her red eyes. Tang surveyed the shattered palace, then turned his gaze towards Douluo continent, realizing that the aura of the new star had inexplicably attached itself to the vengeful. Girl, how intriguing, he sneered. Let the two of you face the trial together. Only those who survive shall have a right to revive the Tang sect. Lan suddenly chuckled. So the aura of abundance resides within that girl. Tang? Excellent. We shall hunt together. He readied his bow once more, this time aiming towards the direction of Douluo continent. Unbeknownst to Huo Yuhao, she had already become the target of two formidable figures. Why did her jade pendant glow? Were Tang and Lan after the new star, or her? In this chase spanning the divine realm and Douluo, could she survive? The accounts with the duke's mansion remained unsettled, and now this. Huo Yuhao gripped the jade pendant tightly, a fiercer flame igniting in her crimson eyes. Whoever stands in the way of my revenge shall perish. Anomalous. Tang, a new beginning has dawned. Deep within Douluo star, a pair of blood-red eyes gazed towards the direction of the falling meteor, glancing momentarily at the duke's mansion. Those who harm shall cultivate at a pace as slow as an ordinary martial soul on the Stardow Road. Huo Yuhao was grilling fish, the golden skin sizzling and oozing oil, the aroma wafting far and wide. How fragrant! A girl in a blue dress with a ponytail dashed over, her eyes fixed hungrily on the roasted fish. It was Tanya. Following closely was a boy with short dark blue hair, Bei. Little sister, are you selling this fish? Tanya swallowed hard. Yuhao blushed slightly. They'll treat you to it. Tanya snatched the food with great enthusiasm. Her earlier gracefulness completely vanished. Bei sighed in exasperation. Teacher Xiaoya, I haven't even eaten yet. Mind your own business. Tanya shot him a glare, stuffing another piece of fish in her mouth. Huo Yuhao watched in astonishment, as this was the first time someone had been so close to her. Just as she was about to speak, she felt a tremor in the lake, and an ice-blue insect leapt from the water, heading straight for the roasted fish. Is that a dream ice silkworm? Bei exclaimed. Huo Yuhao reacted even quicker, grabbing the roasted fish and dodging aside, while the ice silkworm missed its target, wriggling its body in dismay, its large eyes fixated on the fish in her hand. Tang Ya's eyes lit up. This little creature is adorable. Little sister, it seems to have a bond with you. Huo Yuhao remained silent, sensing that the power within this ice silkworm surpassed that of the soul masters from the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Suddenly, the ice silkworm nudged her hand, a chill coursing through her arm and into her body, causing Huo Yuhao to shudder. Her soul power surged from level 12 to level 15. Bei's pupils constricted in disbelief. Such speed surpasses even that of innate full soul power. Yet, Tanya clapped her hands. You should take it as a soul ring. Huo Yuhao frowned. She had heard that soul rings were obtained through hunting soul beasts, and this insect. The ice silkworm seemed to understand, burrowing eagerly into her martial soul, a shimmering ice-blue soul ring materializing beneath her feet. This 100,000-year soul ring. Bei gasped. In the distance, a pair of blood-red eyes gleamed with amusement. Little Zanuan's opportunity has arrived. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, Tang San suddenly sensed something amiss. Rising abruptly, how can the dream Ice Silkworm recognize a master? That was meant for the new star. Huo Yuhao gazed at the 100,000-year soul ring beneath her, then glanced at Tanya, who was still devouring the fish, suddenly comprehending. These two were the test Tang San had spoken of. Why had the dream Ice Silkworm chosen her? Were Tanya and Bebe foes or allies? The Ice Silkworm suddenly pointed towards the depths of the Star-Do forest, emitting a series of sharp sounds, as if sounding an alarm. Huo Yuhao clenched her fists, her red eyes flashing with vigilance. What else is approaching? I can roast another you eat, big brother, she smiled, offering the roasted fish to Bebe, who found her gaze irresistibly charming, unable to refuse. My name is Huo Yuhao, she said, then lowered her head to continue roasting the fish, the flames casting a soft glow on her profile, pure as a painting. Tanya, gnawing on the fish, mumbled, let's recruit her into Tang sect as a chef. Bebe rolled his eyes. She only has soul power at levels 13 or 14. Do you have the funds to hire her? Little did they know, Huo Yuhao had already turned and ventured into the Star-Do forest, where a sign read, Soul Beasts Ahead, yet she didn't even glance. There's a killing intent. Huo Yuhao halted abruptly, as a winged baboon burst from the bushes, baring its teeth, its claws glinting coldly to it was merely a 10-year-old beast. Huo Yuhao smirked. Raising her right hand, a vividly colored tree floats in the palm, its branches and leaves resembling countless miniature worlds, while the trunk is inscribed with incomprehensible runes. The world tree? Bebe, who was secretly observing from a distance, gasped in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw. This martial soul can suppress my blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. Underneath Huo Yuhao feet, a colorful soul ring emerged, a manifestation that grew from her own essence rather than being obtained through the hunting of soul beasts. World imprisonment. A leaf fluttered forth, suddenly expanding and weaving into a cage that ensnared the wind baboon, instantly diminishing its strength by 70%. 10,000 leaf strike. Another leaf soared into the air, appearing light and airy, yet struck the baboon with a resounding crack, breaking a bone. That leaf bore the weight of an entire world. The wind baboon collapsed onto the ground, and Huo Yuhao withdrew the world tree, her crimson eyes returning to normal as she turned to venture deeper into the forest. Unbeknownst to her, a blue-haired youth was hiding behind the tree, the very new star that Tanya and Bebe had mentioned. Clutching a Tang sect token, the youth gazed intently at her world tree. This martial soul is even more formidable than Tang San's blue silvergrass. Bebe, clutching Tanya as they hid behind the tree, was drenched in cold sweat. Isn't she only at level 14? Her combat power could easily defeat a soul ancestor. Tanya, however, gleamed with excitement. She must be brought into the Tang sect. With such strength, the revival of the Tang sect is within reach. As Huo Yuhao continued her journey, she suddenly felt the world tree heating up, its branches and leaves pointing toward the heart of the forest, where an aura far more powerful than the wind baboons resided. What could that be? She clenched her fists, and the colorful soul rings glowed once more, this time more than one, as if another was about to grow. The youth concealed behind the tree suddenly chuckled. Does Tang San wish for me to revive the Tang sect? But this girl is much more powerful than I am. Perhaps I should ally with her. Why can Huo Yuhao's world tree generate soul rings on its own? Is the formidable aura at the center of the forest directed toward her? Will Tanya and Bebe, who are now catching up, be suppressed by her world tree? At last, I have encountered a human with a spiritual attribute. If I could weep, my tears would surely flow abundantly now. A voice suddenly resonated in Huo Yuhao's mind, causing her to spring to her feet, yet she found herself utterly alone. The ground beneath her feet cracked with a resounding crack. Icy air gushed forth, and a fissure rapidly widened to 5 meters, freezing the surrounding earth. A 7-meter-high ice silkworm emerged, adorned with 10 golden patterns that spiraled around its body, its small eyes gleaming with golden light as it looked down upon her. Do not fear. I am the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, a million-year soul beast, the embodiment of heroism and chivalry. Huo Yuhao was taken aback. A million years? Does such a level exist in the Douluo continent? The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm suddenly leaned closer. I shall be your soul ring, the first intelligent soul ring in history. Before she could react, a wave of cold enveloped her, and Huo Yuhao's vision darkened as she succumbed to unconsciousness. The Ice Silkworm gently touched her brow, transforming its 10 golden patterns into 10 golden rings that encircled her before it itself morphed into golden light and entered her body. This girl's sea of consciousness, I at a paradise. In her consciousness, The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm gasped, and all beneath her lay a golden ocean, and at its center stood a magnificent tree of vibrant colors. The World Tree. Beside the tree rested a golden core, emanating an enticing glow. Just as she contemplated drawing closer, the World Tree abruptly shook its branches, creating a barrier of colorful light that obstructed her path. Quite protective of its master, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm chuckled, beginning to burrow into her soul ring. In the distance, Tang and Bei rushed over, and upon seeing the white membrane on the ground, the Ice Silkworm's physical form, Bei's expression changed dramatically. This is the aura of the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Tang pointed at the golden rings surrounding Huo Yuhao feet. She possesses 10 soul rings, all of them golden. Huo Yuhao's eyelashes fluttered as her consciousness began to awaken, sensing a chatterbox in her mind. Hey girl, are you awake? From now on, I shall be your first soul ring, taking you on a journey of greatness. She abruptly opened her eyes, her crimson gaze flashing with icy blue light. The leaves of the World Tree suddenly pointed deep into the Stardow forest, where a deafening roar echoed. It's Dition. What's he doing here? The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm's voice trembled with fear. Yuhao sat up, the 10 golden soul rings swirling beneath her, with the World Tree floating behind her. Gazing into the forest's depths, a cold smile graced her lips. Just in time, let's test the power of my new soul rings. Why does the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm insist on becoming her soul ring? Is Dition targeting the Ice Silkworm, or is he fixated on Huo Yuhao's World Tree? What hidden abilities lie within those 10 golden soul rings? Brother's luck is astonishing, just randomly encountering a little girl, and she turns out to be a twin martial soul. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm laughed heartily within Huo Yuhao's consciousness. In the future, it'll help you harness a triple martial soul, a unique treasure in Douluo continent. Meanwhile, Huo Yuhao found herself dreaming. Reflected on the lake's surface was a gray-haired girl approaching her, strikingly similar in appearance. I am you, and you are me. The girl chuckled softly, a lotus leaf pressing against her forehead. Memories surged forth. She had once been the pioneer star of the astral railway, swept into a time-space rift during the cosmic explosion, reincarnating as Huo Yuhao for the third time. I will avenge my mother, the Yuhao declared, watching as the girl dissolved into peach blossom petals, her gaze resolute. Upon awakening, she had donned her former attire, clutching a baseball bat, while the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm snored within her consciousness. Have I been asleep for 2 days? She arched an eyebrow, the 10 golden soul rings rotating at her feet, the leaves of the World Tree shimmering with light. In the heavenly soul empire, Tiando City, in a blacksmith shop nestled within an alley. An 8 or 9-year-old boy gazed intently at passers-by, his eyes bearing a weariness that belied his youth. Once the sovereign of the divine realm, he had been dragged into the tumult of time and space by the self-detonation of a good son-in-law, perishing alongside him, awakening to find himself in this form. Tang-san. The boy clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Just wait. I will return. As Huo Yuhao entered Tiando City, the World Tree suddenly quivered, its leaves directing their attention toward the blacksmith shop. There's a familiar scent in the air. She tightened her grip on the baseball bat, her crimson eyes narrowing. Are they foes or allies? Suddenly awakened, Tianming Ice Silkworm exclaimed, Girl, there's a trace of divine realm essence in that direction, and it's of a formidable caliber. The boy seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze towards the alley's entrance. Locking eyes with Huo Yuhao, in that fleeting moment of mutual recognition, the boy's pupils constricted sharply. World Tree. Huo Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. The aura emanating from the boy bore a resemblance to Tang-san from the divine realm, yet it was far more frigid. The golden soul ring at her feet began to radiate light, as a shadowy golden hammer materialized behind the It seems that Tiando City is about to become lively. Yuhao smiled, twirling the baseball bat in her hand. Is the boy the reincarnation of the sovereign from the divine realm? What connection does he have with Tang-san? Why does the World Tree respond to him? Tianming Ice Silkworm suddenly shrieked. Not good. He carries the aura of a godslayer, more terrifying than Emperor Tian. Yuhao, why do you betray this divine king? The boy in the blacksmith shop slammed his palm onto the table. Memories of his past life flooding back. He was Tang-san, the sovereign of the divine realm, yet he had been dragged into a temporal chaos by the self-detonation of good son-in-law Yuhao, reincarnating as an 8 or 9-year-old child during the era of the unparalleled Tang sect. All your opportunities shall belong to me. He sneered, the blue-silver emperor martial soul flickering in his palm. Tianming Ice Silkworm, prepare to become my soul ring. Meanwhile, Huo was blissfully asleep beneath the tree when she was awakened by the sound of footsteps. What is a child doing in such a desolate wilderness? The silver-haired girl crouched before her eyes sparkling. It was Meng Hongxiang from the Sun Moon Empire. Behind her stood the long-haired lady Mu Qingxue, whose flying soul tool had malfunctioned, and they were now walking towards the Sun Moon Empire. Huo sprang up instantly, the baseball bat positioned defensively. Who are you? My name is Meng Hongxiang, the girl replied cheerfully. Are you alone? Aren't you afraid of soul beasts? At that moment, Tangan was making his way towards the Stardow forest when suddenly, the blue-silver domain sensed two powerful auras. One belonged to Tianming Ice Silkworm, while the other was even more unfamiliar, carrying the essence of the cosmos. Is that Huo Yuhao? His eyes sharpened. If I find her before Huo Yuhao, the Tianming Ice Silkworm will be mine. Huo Yuhao remained in a standoff with Meng Hongxiang when the world tree suddenly glimmered, its leaves pointing towards Tangan's approaching direction. Someone is coming. She frowned, 10 golden soul rings quietly emerging. Meng Hongxiang gasped, 10 soul rings? Who exactly are you? As Tangan drew nearer, a smirk crossed his lips. Tianming Ice Silkworm, this divine king is coming. Suddenly, he halted, the blue-silver grass frantically warning him. Within Huo Yuhao aura, there was an unmistakable scent of the star god. Huo Yuhao gazed at the approaching boy Tangan. The leaves of the world tree began to tremble, as if encountering a natural enemy. He carries the aura of a god-slayer. Tianming Ice Silkworm shrieked within her consciousness. Meng Hongxiang pulled Mu Qingxue back, exclaiming, Teacher Mu, something is amiss with these two. Tangan halted 10 meters away, fixated on the golden soul ring beneath Huo Yuhao feet, his pupils contracting sharply. You have absorbed the celestial dream, Ice Silkworm. Huo Yuhao remained silent, brandishing her baseball bat towards him. Do you intend to seize my soul ring? Tangan suddenly erupted in laughter, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Not merely the soul ring, I shall also claim the star god's power residing within your body. Meng Hongxiang interjected forcefully, she is mine. If anyone is to take her, it shall be I. Mu Qingxue covered her face, lamenting the chaos this girl had stirred once more. 3 factions faced off, the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Could Tangan truly defeat Huo Yuhao, who possessed 10 soul rings? Did Meng Hongxiang genuinely assist Huo Yuhao, or did she covet her secret? If Huo Yuhao were to appear at this moment and witness 2 Tangans, to whom would he lend his support? She is tall and has an alluring figure. She is wearing a purple silk shirt with a slightly open collar that reveals her delicate collarbone. On the lower half, she has paired it with a pair of black high-waisted pants, simple yet fashionable. On her feet are a pair of purple high heels that match her hair color, adding a touch of elegance to her demeanor. Hello, little sister. My name is Mu Qingxue, and I am this child's teacher. My student just interrupted you, and I apologize for her. May I ask how to address you? Huo Yuhao was taken aback, and then said, No need to apologize, sisters. My name is Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao, that's a beautiful name. I wonder, why are you sleeping here, little sister Huo Yuhao? This is not a safe place. By the way, where is your home? I could take you back. Home. A wave of loneliness surged in Huo Yuhua's heart. For her, she currently has no home and does not wish to return to that sinful place. I have no home, just me. Huo Yuhua's voice was very soft but extremely cold, and she fell into silence. In this life, her mother has passed away, and strictly speaking, she has no home. I'm sorry, little Xiener, for bringing up your sad memories. Mu Qingxue accidentally mentioned her sorrow and quickly apologized. For her, she was unsure where this little sister came from, so it was better not to bring it up to avoid decreasing the other person's goodwill. After a bit of comforting, the previously tense atmosphere eased. I wonder, little Xiener, where are you from? Meng Hongxiang suddenly asked. Huo Yuhao clearly showed a reluctance to disclose this. For her, that place was not worth remembering, and after taking revenge, it should have been forgotten. Huo Yuhao still spoke about this matter. Let me tell you a story, sister. Once upon a time, in a very harmonious place, there was a woman who lived a very happy and joyful life every day. However, one day, on a rainy night, a man met the woman, and she fell in love with him. Fearing her family would oppose, she eloped with him. The man promised her a beautiful and happy life, but the reality was otherwise. In the man's home, he showed no regard for the woman's feelings and brought another woman, a venomous-hearted woman, to manage the household because the first woman had a significant status locally. The first woman sought revenge on the man, who, on an important day, had to stay away for days, almost only returning once a year. The man cast her into the servants' quarter, a place worse than that of the servants. The man, under the influence of the venomous woman, forgot about the first woman, but he had forgotten that she was already pregnant after so many years. The venomous woman gave birth to 2 sons, who became the man's legitimate heirs, receiving better resources to nurture them into successful individuals. However, as time passed, they forgot about the first woman in the servants' quarter. When the daughter born to that woman came into the world, no one in the family knew her. Later, the woman was killed by the venomous woman, and her child survived by luck and escaped that home. The daughter vowed in her heart to take revenge. After the story was told, they were all filled with anger but did not know what to say. In fact, this story was a reflection of real events that had occurred, and it was her own past. Although they knew it was just a story, it felt so real, without any illusion. Once everything calmed down, Mu Qingxue asked, "Little Yuxuan, what are your plans for the future?" "I don't know. I plan to find an academy in a few days to become stronger. By the way, little Yuxuan, what is your martial soul? What is your soul power level?" After chatting a bit with Huo Yuhao and gaining a general understanding of her, she began to treat her like her own child, calling her little Yuxuan. As for herself, she had no issues. After all, she was only 11 years old, and most who entered the academy were around 12 or 13. My martial soul is called Void I, a combination of void and spiritual attributes, and my soul power is level 18, a spiritual attribute soul master. Mu Qingxue looked at the harmless little girl in front of her in shock. She did not expect that Huo Yuhao was actually a spiritual attribute soul master. Spiritual attribute soul masters are quite rare throughout the Douluo continent, and they are very compatible with soul guiding devices, making them more adept at using soul guiding devices than ordinary soul masters. This is also why Mu Qingxue was shocked when she heard about the mental attribute soul masters. Not to mention the Sun Moon Empire. Even if you combine the entire Douluo continent, mental attribute soul masters are still that rare. But she didn't know what the void attribute was. She had never heard of it before and was hearing about it for the first time. That little Yuxian. I know she has a mental attribute, but what is the void attribute? I'm a bit confused. Yes, sister is also hearing about it for the first time. Meng Hongqun and Mu Qingxue both didn't understand what the void attribute was, and Huo Yuhao began to explain to the two of them. The void attribute is actually no attribute. I can restrain any attribute. Anything within the material realm, I can revert to its original state. Huo Yuhao picked up a stone in her hand and infused it with a trace of soul power. The moment the stone received Huo Yuxuan's soul power, it turned into nothingness. This situation left Meng Hongqun and Mu Qingxue astonished. The explanation for this null attribute was unexpected. The null attribute seems to have no property, but in reality, it has properties. Any attribute that counters, it only serves to transform into nothingness with it. Little Yuxuan was unaware of this. She hadn't heard of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy. Huo Yuhao shook her head and said, "Sister Meng, I don't know what the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is." However, Meng Hongqun wasn't disappointed. After all, it was understandable that Huo Yuhao hadn't heard of it. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is located in the capital of the Sun and Moon Empire and is known as the second best academy in the world, a place every soul master aspires to attend. Moreover, unlike Shrek Academy, they do not require a recommendation letter from a city lord to gain admission. Additionally, commoner soul masters also have the opportunity to join. The requirements for new students are to be no older than 13 years and have a soul power of level 15 or above. Furthermore, there is a possibility of being expelled after joining. After all, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy is the top academy in the Sun and Moon Empire and the best academy, so they wouldn't allow just any useless person to enter. Competition is fierce every day, and once admitted, your background doesn't matter. There are plenty of people with connections. However, one crucial point is that merit is based on performance. A test is conducted every month. Of course, there are exceptions under certain special circumstances. For example, if a student's soul power qualification is inadequate, but they have already demonstrated exceptional talent in soul tools at other schools, they can apply for a transfer. At that time, the school will invest heavily in their training, but the prerequisite is that their talent in soul tools must be extraordinarily outstanding. Only then will the school be willing to invest in them. Mu Qingxue carefully explained to Huo Yuhao about their situation in the Douluo continent and roughly understood the admission standards of Shrek Academy. Additionally, Mu Qingxue not only assisted Meng Hongqun in hunting for soul rings, but also investigated some local information. Coincidentally, Shrek Academy was one of her investigation points as well. Their admission standards are the same as those of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, requiring students to be no older than 13 and have soul power of level 15 or above. The only difference is that they have an additional requirement. obtaining a recommendation letter from City Lord in one of the cities on the Douluo continent. This is not so good. No matter how talented one is, it's easy to be expelled. The elimination rate is the highest every year, even higher than our Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. At least we won't easily expel students unless they truly have no value. At least this girl wouldn't be expelled if she went to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. But her identity still needs to be checked. After hearing this, Huo Yuhao was deeply shocked, but with her talent, she should be fine. Alright, don't be so shocked. Although the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy is good, it still has its drawbacks. That is, the quality of martial souls is far inferior to that of the Douluo continent. There has never been a pure soul master in the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Xiaoxian can actually choose other academies. Teacher Mu Shui. Meng Hongqian looked at Mu Qingxue with a pitiful expression. She really wanted Huo Yuhao to join her Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, as it would provide better opportunities for them to be alone together. After all, who could refuse a fragrant and soft girl? But while she is indeed fragrant, Huo Yuhao is certainly not soft. If it comes down to strength, with all her cards on the table, Meng Hongqian is truly no match for her. With her white hair and red eyes, while she has awakened her martial soul, it wouldn't matter whether Huo Yuhao awakens her martial soul or not. Mu Qingxue pulled Meng Hongqian aside and said to Huo Yuhao, I need to talk to my student alone for a few minutes. We will chat again in a bit. Without giving Huo Yuhao a chance to respond, Mu Qingxue took Meng Hongqian to a secluded place. Seeing that Huo Yuhao did not follow, she said to Meng Hongqian, Xiao Meng, are you trying to pull that little Xiaoxian into the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy? Meng Hongqian nodded and said, Isn't that good? Teacher Mu Shui. After all, Xiaoxian's talent is right there. Moreover, our Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy hasn't produced a spiritual attribute soul master in many years, and here is such a bright opportunity right in front of us. Anyway, Xiaoxian doesn't like it here, so I'll take her to our place to have a look. Mu Qingxue said, I understand what you mean, but I don't know her identity or background. Who knows if it's coincidental or if she was sent by the Douluo continent. Although Mu Qingxue knew about her spiritual attribute, she still wanted to test the waters or ask the Hall Master for advice. Chapter 5. The misfortunes of reborn Tang, San Meng Hongqian asked with a puzzled expression. Teacher Mu Shui, really? A spiritual attribute soul master is not easily obtained anywhere. They also know that spiritual attribute soul masters are harder to deal with. Only someone with a screw loose would send a spiritual attribute soul master as an undercover agent to us in the Sun Moon Royal Academy. With the nature of the Douluo continent, they would never let a spiritual attribute martial soul be an undercover agent. That's absurd. Mu Qingxue pondered for a moment. It was true that the Douluo continent would not send a spiritual attribute soul master as an undercover agent. The reason is simple. It's not worth it. Why use a main piece when you can use a pawn? That's the way of the three kingdoms. In this desolate mountain wilderness, abducting an 11-year-old girl would definitely get one accused of being a human trafficker. After a strong internal struggle, she decided to uphold some morals. All right, you can take her to sea, but on the condition that she agrees. If she doesn't, you can't force it on her, Mu Qingxue said seriously. Teacher Mu, don't worry. Do I look like an impulsive person? Not at all. Last year, making a level 3 soul guide almost blew up the lab. For the first 3 months, in competitions, I almost took someone else's life. Mu Qingxue began to recount Meng Hongqian's dark history over the years. Teacher Qingxue. Meng Hongqian's face turned slightly red. She hated it when others brought up her dark history, as it felt like social death. All right, I won't say anymore. Mu Qingxue chuckled lightly. Meng Hongqian then went to find Huo Yuhao. Xiao Yuhao, can I ask you a question? What question? Huo Yuhao looked at Meng Hongqian approaching her, still wearing a puzzled expression. Which academy are you planning to join? If there's south really no place for you to choose, why not come with me? Teacher Mu also mentioned the situation at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. If you're willing, I can take you there and help you join. Oh, I forgot to mention earlier, both Teacher Mu Shui and I come from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. So would you be willing to go? Huo Yuhao contemplated for a moment. From the information she had, Shrek Academy had a close relationship with the White Tiger Duke's mansion. After all, the ancestor of Shrek Academy, the god of war Daimabai, was also an ancestor of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. She had also heard about the Sun Moon Empire from her mother. They were enemies of the star, Luo Empire and the Douluo continent. Although Huo Yuhao had regained part of her memories about the stars, she was essentially still Huo Yuhao. It was just that she had traveled through those memories for a while. Now, with nowhere to go, she decided to join there. After all, the warmth brought by this sister should pose no significant danger. Okay, Huo Yuhao nodded slightly. Great. Huo Yuhao, congratulations. Welcome to join our Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Originally, Meng Hongchun was worried that Huo Yuhao wouldn't join, but now her heart finally settled. She instantly became excited and hugged Huo Yuhao, realizing that she had never hugged a child before. This was her first time hugging Huo Yuhao, who was so soft and cute, much more pleasing than her useless older brother at home. Dream sister, can you put me down? No. Sister Yuhao is so cute. I want to hold you a little longer. At the same time, the reborn Tang also obtained his first soul ring after his rebirth, which was a Mandala snake soul ring. Damn it, heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, you have chosen the path to death. He had searched for 5 or 6 days in the Douluo forest, but had not found the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. Damn beast, not obtaining me, Tang-san, is your biggest loss. He was forced to find a soul beast from his previous life, the Mandala snake. As expected, it was still the soul skill from his past life, Mother S embrace. Oh no, that S wrong, it's called constrict. Forget it, without the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm. I can still be invincible with my talent. But before he could finish his words, a liquid, falling from nowhere above, dripped onto the wood in front of him. It immediately began to corrode it. Tang-san quickly dodged, feeling a sense of deja vu looking up towards the direction where the poison dripped from. He saw a purple spider web above, emitting a corrosive odor that was extremely unpleasant. On the spider web crawled a terrifying spider, whose body exceeded 7 meters, with 8 long purple legs that were very slender, about 8 meters long. On the spider's abdomen, there were white patterns contrasting sharply with its black body. These white patterns formed a vicious human face, and 8 dark purple eyes stared at Tang-san, as if admiring a wonderful prey. Tang-san's heart tightened as he looked coldly at the spider. You again, faceless demon spider. As Tang-san's murderous intent met the faceless demon spider, he was all too familiar with this creature. This is a lifelong enemy of mine. I thought I wouldn't encounter him again after my rebirth, but I didn't expect to run into him. From his appearance, he is at least 8,000 years old. However, although I'm very confident that I can kill him, it is obvious that he is a face spider king, and there are quite a few smaller face demon spiders nearby. This is still the Douluo forest, and the power of the divine artifacts cannot be used yet, which will attract that guy, the Silver Dragon King. Currently, with Tang-san's low strength, the mortality rate is very high, let alone the Silver Dragon King. Even the Silver Dragon King's subordinates might be difficult to deal with. The human-faced demon spider found it a bit boring and prepared to attack Tang-san. It directly spat out a massive net right in front of Tang-san, covering the ground and rushing toward him. Tang-san's expression tightened, and he took a few steps back. The small grass on the ground, covered by the net, withered in an instant. Tang-san decided not to get entangled with this human-faced demon spider for too long. His current thought was to escape first and make decisions later, planning to seek revenge in the future. It must be said that after his rebirth, Tang-san's strength hadn't increased much, but his ability to escape had indeed improved. After 8,000 years, a human-faced demon spider with 8 legs couldn't catch up with a 2-legged one. However, Tang-san's journey was fraught with difficulties, encountering soul beasts that were his mortal enemies from his previous life. The Earth King, the 1,000-gene ant, and the burrowing demon spider. If another dark demon, evil god tiger showed up, it would be a complete set. On the other side, Hoyuan had also successfully set off on her journey to Mingdu, and Tang-san, who was looking for Huo Yuhao, would definitely be disappointed. The Huo Yuhao he cherished was now in the form of a girl and had already been abducted, leaving him wondering what kind of expression he would have. Their destination was the Sun Moon Empire, which is currently the largest empire on the Douluo continent and also the most powerful in terms of civilization and technology. Thousands of years ago, the Sun Moon Empire almost unified the Douluo continent, but due to some exceptional factors, it failed. As time passed, the Sun Moon Empire developed stronger and stronger, while the Douluo continent continued to lag behind, basically still relying on soul guide devices. But when it came to actual confrontation, they ran faster than anyone else. Soon, Meng Hongchun and the others entered Mingdu, with the identities of Meng Hongchun and Mu Qingxue. The border guards did not act too recklessly and allowed them to pass through directly. They arrived in Mingdu, the capital of the Sun Moon Empire, which was much better designed than the outdated designs of the Douluo 3 kingdoms. The buildings were numerous, and the passers-by all showed joyful expressions. Mingdu, also known as Sun Moon City, is the largest city in the entire Sun Moon Empire. The reason there are no city walls here is simple. There is no need. In Mingdu, high-end battles are concentrated here, and no one dares to provoke the Sun Moon Empire. Moreover, the royal palace of the Sun Moon Empire is also here. stationed with a large number of 9th-level soul masters. In case of danger, many 9th-level soul masters will be drawn to it. Additionally, there are many soul guide devices set up, making it difficult for even a dozen titled Douluos to completely destroy Mingdu. During the bumpy journey, Hoyuan exhausted her soul power and fell asleep, being carried by Mu Qingxue. When they arrived at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Mu Qingxue let Meng Hongshan return first, allowing little Xiener to rest a bit. After all, they consumed their soul power faster on the way and needed to rest first. Moreover, there weren't enough rooms for their teachers, as they were generally full. Reluctantly, Huo Yuan was given to Meng Hongshan. After all, Meng Hongshan Wu Ti returned for 3 days. He had gone out for an inspection, and there were enough rooms. Huo Yuan, soft and fragrant, might as well sleep together. That would be nice. Meng Hongshan immediately made a better decision. She decided to sleep with Huo Yuan. This was a beautiful thing. It was nice for girls to be close to each other. Tomorrow, she would arrange a handover for Huo Yuan. Mu Qingxue also told Meng Hongshan about this matter, as she was one of the members of the Mingdu Hall and could usually come and go from Meng Hongshan's office. Mu Qingxue knocked on the door. Guomin. An old voice came from inside, warm and kind. Mu Qingxue walked in to see an old man drinking coffee while looking at the documents on the table. The old man was tall and thin, dressed in a purple robe, and had a stern appearance. Hall Master. Teacher Xue, you're back. Please sit. The old man was Meng Hongshan, the president of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, the Hall Master of Mingdu Hall, one of the 3 great soul guide masters of the Sun Moon Empire, and a titled law of rank 93 in the assault system, known as Title Gold Toad. He could even match the strength of a super Douluo, and his martial soul was the 3-legged golden toad, belonging to the Hongshan family of the Sun Moon Empire. Meng Hongshan glanced at Mu Qingxue and said, Qingxue, how was this trip? It went well, right? Did you encounter any dangers? Mu Qingxue shook her head and replied, No dangers, Hall Master. However, there is a discrepancy between Shrek and our enrollment, and it looks good in the eyes of outsiders, but in reality, it's not a good academy. Oh, why do you say that? Meng Hongshan showed some interest, wanting to see what the true situation of the academy, known as the world's #1, was like. Mu Qingxue took out a report and handed it to Meng Hongshan, asking, Hall Master, it seems Shrek is not as good as we imagined. It would be more appropriate to call it a noble academy. Apart from the geniuses recruited 10,000 years ago, how could such an academy not be the best in the world? Meng Hongshan stared blankly at Mu Qingxue, finding it hard to imagine that the prestigious Shrek Academy was like this. You might as well not call it Shrek Academy. Just rename it Shrek Empire, making it sound like a sect, which would be better. By the way, Qingxue, how did you and Meng bring a girl back? Tell me about it. The news of their return could not be hidden from Meng Hongshan, given his current status and strength. He was aware of any movement in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. The fact that they brought back Huo Yuan would also catch Meng Hongshan's attention. Mu Qingxue knew it couldn't be concealed and directly explained everything about the girl. So you mean you and Meng just happened to encounter a little girl? Or is she an enemy of the Star Luo Empire? Or is she a highly talented little girl that you brought back? Meng Hongshan looked at Mu Qingxue in confusion, unable to discern any signs of lying from her sincere expression. Do you know her identity? Have you done a background check? Hall Master, to investigate, time is needed. Your granddaughter likes her very much. What can I do about it? After all, she's your granddaughter. Moreover, the Douluo 3 kingdoms are unlikely to easily give us a spirit master with a mental attribute. Hall Master, if you still have doubts, you can investigate. Meng Hongshan sighed and said, all right. He picked up a soul guide phone and said, Jia Yi, sent a few people to the Star Luo Empire to investigate a person. I want to know all her information in half an hour. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, Hall Master. What is her name? By the way, what is her name? Meng Hongshan asked Mu Qingxue. After all this time, Hall Master, you still don't know her name. Sigh. Although she complained in her heart, she still said it, as she wanted to know about the little girl too. Huo Yuan, did you hear that? Jia Yi, send me the results in half an hour. That's it. Yes, Hall Master. The phone was immediately hung up, and they just needed to do their own jobs well. All right, let's wait a moment. I'm also very curious about everything regarding that little guy. To be honest, the efficiency on the other end of the phone is indeed fast. Jing Hongshan said that he would know all her information within half an hour, and the Lin Jiai on the phone got it done in 10 minutes. Soon after, Lin Jiai walked in, and he was indeed the Lin Jiai from the other end of the phone. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Jing Hongshan, saying seriously, Hall Master, everything you asked me to investigate about that girl named Huo Yuhao is in here. I must say, The Douluo Three Kingdoms seems to have sent us a gift this time. Chapter 6. The official day of entering the sun and moon. Oh, tell me more. Jing Hongchun was also very interested, taking out the information about Huo Yuhao from the storage ring. One by one, the documents were laid out on the table, and Jing Hongchun first picked up one to look at. People from the White Tiger Duke's mansion? Lin Jai nodded and said, "Yes, Hall Master. That little girl is indeed from the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Speaking of which, we really have to thank the White Tiger Duke for sending us such a big gift. Huo Yuhao is the daughter of the White Tiger Duke. Interestingly, the entire Duke's mansion, including the outside world, is unaware of her existence. It seems that people only know that the White Tiger Duke has 3 sons, and his daughter comes before the 3rd son. It was quite difficult for us to obtain this information. We had to infiltrate the White Tiger Duke's mansion to get it. And, as far as I know, that little girl has strong talent and is a twin martial soul, with innate full soul power, just like Kong Lao." Jing Hongchun looked at the information in disbelief. And the answers were indeed true. After a long sigh, he said, "Jai, this is truly good news. That guy Dai has given me a big gift. That being said, in the Douluo Three Kingdoms, if there comes a day in Xinglua City, we should thank our dear White Tiger Duke." Lin Jai nodded and said, "Then, Hall Master, how should we arrange for that little girl?" "How to arrange? As usual, by the way, all the treatment should be the same as for Xiaohe and Meng." "Huh? What huh? Our Sun Moon Empire has quite a few soul masters, but excellent soul masters are quite rare. Our Sun Moon Empire also hopes to have someone like Huo Yuhao. All right, I will take care of it right now, Hall Master." Lin Jai walked out, leaving only Jing Hongchun and Mu Qingxue in the room. After exchanging some pleasantries, Mu Qingxue left. "Let me see, little guy, how much value you can bring me. Whether it's worth my gamble," Jing Hongchun said, playing with the soul guide in his hand, looking at the photo of Huo Yuhao. The next day, Huo Yuhao woke up very early. Perhaps due to the star core or martial soul, her recovery state was better than that of ordinary people. In a short while, she quickly came to her senses, but when she first woke up, Huo Yuhao was momentarily dazed. After glancing at herself, lying in Meng Hongchun's arms, it felt as if she had been completely taken advantage of during her brief fainting period. When she realized, she screamed directly, and her loud voice startled some people. Meng Hongchun suddenly woke up and looked at the nervous Huo Yuhao, saying, "What's wrong, little Shiener? Sister Meng, why am I in your room?" Meng Hongchun looked at the curled-up Huo Yuhao and understood what was going on. It was just that she slept with her. What's so strange about girls being close? "Oh dear, little Yuhao, did you forget? Yesterday, before we returned to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, you exhausted your soul power and fell asleep. At that time, because it was too late, there weren't many rooms available, so you slept in my room for the night," Meng Hongchun said teasingly to Huo Yuhao. "Yeah, is that really the case? All right, don't think too much. Today marks the beginning of your new day at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy." "Oh, right." Huo Yuhao put on her outerwear, tidied herself up, and then went with Meng Hongchun to complete the formalities. In the conference hall, Meng Hongchun shouted towards the door, "Grandpa, we are here." Meng Hongchun took out a crystal card and swiped it on a sensing device beside the door. The door opened automatically, and the two walked in. Inside sat 4 people, one of whom was someone she recognized, the recently acquainted Mu Qingxue. The other 3 were strangers to her. Meng Hongchun quietly introduced to Huo Yuhao, "Little Yuhao, let me introduce you. The one in the middle is my grandpa, and the one next to grandpa is Su Sheng, a 5th-grade teacher who has trained many 9th-level soul masters. The person to grandpa's left is Lin Jai, the director of our Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, and the person grandpa trusts the most." There were only 3 people in the room, and she basically didn't know them. The person named Su Sheng had been scanning her with his gaze since she entered, and she didn't know what he was looking for. Seeing Huo Yuhao walk over, Jing Hongchun looked at her with a kind expression. "Yuhao, you've come. Come sit." After Huo Yuhao and Meng Hongchun found a place to sit, Jing Hongchun then looked at Huo Yuhao and said, "My name is Jing Hongchun. I am the president of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, and also Meng's grandpa. I believe Meng has already told you, so there's no need to be so nervous. Just treat this place like home. If you don't mind, you can call me the same way Meng does." Jing Hongchun asked, "So, Yuhao, can you tell me about your martial soul, age, soul skills, and some basic information?" Of course. Regarding Jing Hongchun, age was secondary, and martial soul was primary. Of course. After all, she was joining here, and there was no need to hide her second martial soul. The Tianming Ice Silkworm had also informed her in the Sea of Spirits that the elder before her was of title Douluo level. Although he was an ordinary title Douluo, The aura within him was not weaker than that of a super Douluo. Huo Yuhao stood up from her seat, activated her martial soul, and a circle of golden soul rings appeared beneath her feet. To ordinary people, they would appear as 100-year soul rings, but in reality, they were million-year soul rings. After the Tianming Ice Silkworm was sacrificed to become Huo Yuhao's soul ring, the source power within her body was also replenished. And it had originally been platinum, but turned golden due to the replenishment of the source. I'm 11 years old this year, and I also count as a twin martial soul. My first martial soul is the Void Eye, which I have already mentioned to Sister Ming and Sister Mu Shui. My second martial soul is called the World Tree. In the next moment, Huo Yuhao's void, I'm martial soul dissipated, and a tree radiating colorful light appeared in her hand. A circle of colorful soul rings appeared beneath Huo Yuhao's feet, and other than Huo Yuhao, the other three felt a sense of martial soul oppression. Colorful soul rings? Su Sheng asked in shock. Hall Master, what kind of martial soul is this? Do you recognize it? I feel as if my martial soul is being strongly suppressed and unable to resist. I have never seen such colorful soul rings. Don't mention Jing Hongshan. Even Huo Yuhao herself doesn't know. She only knows that this world tree, any material within the concept of the world, will be absolutely suppressed by her martial soul. The world tree, and it also controls the power of the laws of the world. It belongs to a very powerful martial soul, with each branch and leaf representing a world. If it were a teammate, it would be a very powerful blessing. When the martial soul is retracted, the suppression disappears. But this martial soul suppression has little effect on high-level beings, such as powerful individuals like Jing Hongshan, who can contend with super Douluos. In this scene, even Jing Hongshan was taken aback. Once the situation stabilized, he looked at Huo Yuhao and asked, Yuhao, can you explain to us what's going on? Why is your soul ring colorful? Huo Yuhao replied, that's because of this soul ring. I don't know either. It just appeared automatically when I awakened my martial soul. A self-generated soul ring? This was the first time Jing Hongshan had heard of such a thing, and he was certain that this martial soul was likely the legendary ultimate martial soul, the World Tree. Tree? Could it be the ultimate wood? He decided not to overthink it. After all, he had stumbled upon a treasure. The gift that Dai Hao had given him was truly not misleading. Meanwhile, Meng Hongshan was also surprised. She didn't expect that this Yuhao, besides being beautiful, was also incredibly powerful. If the waste older brother, who was always boasting about being the Academy's top genius while being far away, knew that his title had been snatched away, what kind of expression would he have? Thinking of this, Meng Hongshan could already imagine the devastated expression on Xiao Hongshan's face, and she felt a rush of satisfaction. After a small interlude, Jing Hongshan finally began to get to the main topic. All right, Yuhao, now I will introduce you. This is your class teacher, Su Sheng, who will be your teacher in the future. That one is Lin Jiai. If I'm not around, you can turn to him for any issues. Huo Yuhao nodded. Jing Hongshan took out a form and said, Yuhao, this is your course schedule. Take a look, and if there are no issues, we will conduct a test on your body shortly, and then you can officially start as a student at our Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Huo Yuhao glanced at it. There were only 3 teachers. One was Su Sheng, another was the elder sister Mu Qingxue, who had accompanied Meng Hongshan before, and the last one was someone named Xian Ziwen, whom she didn't recognize at all. She turned to Jing Hongshan and asked Grandpa Jing, may I ask who this teacher Xian Ziwen is? This sentence, if not mentioned, would have been fine, but as soon as it was said, it directly caught Su Sheng's attention. Master, didn't you say it was all good? How come that dog Zuanzhuan and Mu Qingxue were allowed to join? Didn't I say that? Well, Master, you only told me yesterday. It seems you didn't say it. Lin Jiai said weakly. The atmosphere seemed a bit awkward after all this time. They forgot to notify her. Jing Hongshan coughed a few times to ease the awkwardness. All right, we forgot to notify you, but now that we've told you, it's fine. Is there anything else? Huo Yuhao shook her head, indicating there were no further questions. I have questions. Su Sheng had not finished speaking when he was dragged away by Lin Jiai. Next, they just needed to pass the test to enroll. Soon, the group arrived at a laboratory with a huge soul guide instrument. Jing Hongshan said, this is the soul guide physical examination instrument. It can test your body and see if there are any issues. If you're ready, stand on it, and we can start. Huo Yuhao nodded and stood on the instrument, feeling quite nervous, hoping that her star core wouldn't be detected. A golden light swept down over Huo Yuhao, and the results came out, displaying her information. Name, Huo Yuhao. Gender, female. Age, 11 years. Martial spirit, Void Eye. World Tree soul power level, level 18. Body strength, none body resilience, none soul bone addition, none soul power strength, top level height. 1. 34 meters weight, 34 kilograms overall assessment. Malnutrition, strength to be measured, body strength and resilience currently undetectable. Huo Yuhao could also see the information, and she breathed a sigh of relief that her star core was not exposed. However, Jing Hongxun was a bit unsettled. He wanted to flatten the White Tiger Duke's residence in advance, knowing that Huo Yuhao usually had a tough life, but it really wasn't this bad. At 11 years old, weighing only 68 pounds, what the hell is wrong with the White Tiger Duke's residence? But why can't the strength and resilience be measured? Could the machine be broken? However, no matter how it was tested, the results were the same. Even the strength test had directly shattered the machine. As a cosmic star core elite, shattering an instrument from an unknown world was an easy task. Jing Hongxun attributed all of this to the world. After all, he didn't know the origin of this martial spirit. So what if it was a bit stronger? Moreover, at 11 years old and only weighing 34 kilograms, there would be time to help this little one catch up. For soul masters, physical quality is particularly important, especially for those with powerful talents. Huo Yuhao happens to be one of those people. Someone who is inherently malnourished will gradually recover with supplementation. When Jing Hongxun saw Huo Yuhao pass all the tests, he smiled and said, "All right, from now on, Yuhao, you're a formal member of our Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. There are no classes today. Later, I'll have Ming show you around our academy. By the way, I've been a bit busy today, so your uniform hasn't been designed yet. We'll send it to you later. As for the rooms, there aren't any extra rooms available right now. Grandpa, the room across from me seems to be empty. Why don't we clean it up and let Yuhao stay there for now?" Jing Hongxun thought for a moment, looked at Huo Yuhao, and said solemnly, "All right, clear that room out for Xian'er to stay in." Soon, Su Shang led a group of 9th-level soul masters to clean up the dormitory. But honestly, was it really necessary to mobilize so many people just to tidy up a room? Those who knew thought they were just cleaning, while those who didn't might have thought it was a gang meeting. A few 9th-level soul masters looked curiously at Huo Yuhao, wondering if this little girl was a distant relative of the master. After 2.5 minutes, Huo Yuhao's room was tidied up, and Su Shang patted the dust off his clothes, saying, "All right, Yuhao, the items on this list can be provided to you free of charge by the academy. If you need anything else, just let me know." Su Shang handed Huo Yuhao a storage soul guide device, which contained some essential items for soul masters. It included basic core formation instructions, detailed materials for beginner soul masters, and books on the principles of first-level soul guides. Chapter 7. You despicable person. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Huo Yuhao nodded deeply. Shrek City. In this bustling city, the night was very lively, with various vendors opening at night. The streets were crowded with people. Even at night, there were still many, which was the prosperity of Shrek City. Reborn Tang, after experiencing several twists and turns, finally arrived at Shrek Academy. However, by that time, the registration for Shrek Academy had already closed for the day, so he could only wait until tomorrow to register. Before entering Shrek City, he had also undergone a lot of scrutiny, but fortunately, he was well prepared. Walking through the city gate, watching the passers-by, his thoughts drifted back to 10,000 years ago. At that time, he and Xiao Wu had also come to what was then a relatively luxurious Soto city, preparing to join Shrek Academy. Back then, the shabby Shrek Academy, with the help of himself and his companions, had developed into Shrek Academy, the academy that all geniuses aspired to. Even so, Tang believed he would become the strongest among all the geniuses. And he, Tang, was much stronger than he had been 10,000 years ago, with many trump cards up his sleeve. Back then, he was able to lead Shrek to defeat the evil Spirit Hall. Would he still worry about dealing with a few juniors? As he walked, Tang suddenly stopped, turning his head to look at the Rose Hotel beside him. It was here that he met his good brother, the debauched Dai Mubai. Although at that time, Dai Mubai was called a lecherous tiger by Xiao Wu for being surrounded by a pair of twins, for some reason, he felt that they would get along very well. Thinking back, this must be what they say about birds of feather flocking together, right? Although the other party was domineering and lecherous, his good brother Dai Mubai was not an ordinary person. With the likes of Ma Hongjun, who frequented brothels, and Oscar, who always had sausages hanging from his mouth. Which of them was not a dragon among men? It was precisely because of the existence of these good brothers that Tang would not be an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could it develop into an academy that taught the powers of 7 gods? As the sky darkened, memories of the past surfaced step by step in his mind, but he decided not to dwell on them. First, he needed to find a place to stay. It seemed that because too many people had arrived early, he had been turned away from several ordinary hotels, and after wandering around for a while, he returned to the Rose Hotel. Are there any rooms available here? Tang San walked in, looking at the staff with an indecisive expression. There are 2 rooms left, sir. Tang San let out a slight sigh of relief. Otherwise, he might have to sleep on the street. Having encountered several corpses in the Stardo forest and obtained some gold soul coins, money was no longer a concern for him. Are you staying alone, sir? Yes, all the other hotels are full. Tang San slowly nodded. He certainly knew that couple hotels were more expensive, but at the moment, he had no other choice but to select this one. Then give me a room. Just then, a deep voice sounded, "Wait, I want this room." A blonde-haired boy with dual-colored eyes walked in with 2 middle-aged men. Tang San recognized him as someone with the evil white tiger martial soul, a lineage that belonged to the Star Luo royal family a millennium ago, and now associated with the White Tiger Duke's residence. Looking at the boy before him, he felt a fiery sensation. If Huo Yuhao were here, she would recognize him as her enemy, Dai Huabin. Moreover, he was a transmigrator, surpassing the original Dai Huabin in many ways. The original body, named Fanjian on Blue Star, truly lived up to its name, embodying that character. When he transmigrated into this body, Huo Yuhao had already left, and Dai Loli had gone to Shrek even earlier and had already enrolled. Like other transmigrators, he had a golden finger. His system was called the cash grab system, which required soul coins to obtain rewards. It was even more exploitative than a swindler. Even ordinary rewards were much more expensive than outside. For example, a century-old soul bone cost 10,000 gold soul coins. A millennium soul bone cost 50,000 gold soul coins. A 10,000-year soul bone cost 100,000 gold soul coins. And soul bones over 10,000 years range from 200,000 to 800,000 gold soul coins. Not to mention some lethal firearms, and some items required 100,000 gold soul coins, with each time being more expensive. Although the White Tiger Duke's residence was a top power in the Star Luo Empire, it only held military power and was ignorant of commercial matters, relying instead on embezzling military salaries and government stipends to get by. They also secretly engaged in human trafficking, but he had recently collected quite a few corpses in the Stardo Great Forest, yet they paled in comparison to the items in stores. However, there was a humane aspect. Money spent in the outside world would convert into points, with points valued the same as gold soul coins in the system shop. But aside from gold soul coins, other currencies were often impossible to convert. Today, he encountered someone who didn't know their place, and he decided to teach this person a lesson. Who dare to take my things? You have chosen the path to death. Dai Huabin didn't even bother to look at Tang San and walked straight to the counter, repeating to the server, "I want this room." This. The server instinctively glanced at Tang San, appearing hesitant. Although running such a large hotel in Shrek City suggested the owner had some background, that didn't mean the owner wasn't afraid of trouble. These 2 young men are obviously geniuses here to register at Shrek Academy, and they must have a significant background. He is just an ordinary person. If he really angers one of them, no matter how powerful his boss is, it would be too late to protect him, and his boss would help him take revenge afterward, earning just a few silver coins a month. Only a fool would risk his life. Sorry. Just then, Tang San, who had been ignored, suddenly turned cold and reminded them, "I was here first." Dai Huabin glanced him up and down, his eyes filled with disdain. He didn't seem to have any background, so he could be easily dealt with. So what? If you want to let you go first, you don't have that qualification. While I'm still in a good mood, you should hurry up and leave. Hearing Dai Huabin's words, the 2 people behind him frowned and whispered to him, "Young master, this is Shrek City. We can't be too ostentatious. If a conflict breaks out and attracts the enforcement team, it won't be good to explain a madam." Upon hearing this, a look of impatience appeared on Dai Huabin's face. Before he could speak, Tang San's cold voice rang out, "So what?" It had been many years since anyone dared to speak to him like this. He didn't even know which generation of Dai Mabai's descendants this was. Ever since his rebirth, he had encountered many misfortunes. Just when he finally found a place to settle down, he was provoked by a descendant of Dai Mabai. Where in the world could there be such a good opportunity? Am I the one without qualification, or is it? Tang San curled his lips into a cold smile and sarcastically said, "Don't you have parents to teach you what rules are? Or should I teach you what rules are?" Looking for death. This sentence completely enraged Dai Huabin, his eyes turning blood red. 3 soul rings emerged beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The temperature around him rapidly rose to a scorching heat, as if a tiger from hell had emerged, instilling fear. Dai Huabin's body also underwent significant changes, radiating a blazing light. His golden hair ignited to a fiery red. A towering phantom of a tiger, enveloped in flames, appeared behind Dai Huabin, like a ferocious beast escaping from a cage. Dai Huabin's martial soul was the Purgatory Flame Tiger King, possessing an extreme fire attribute, but he still would not be a match for Tang San. Extreme fire? Tang San looked at Dai Huabin in disbelief, astonished that there could be a martial soul with the extreme fire attribute. However, in the end, you only have the advantage of one martial soul, while I have the advantage of two. Moreover, is your martial soul stronger than the six-winged angel? The six-winged angel was defeated by me back then, so why would I fear your little extreme fire? It's as if you don't have an extreme martial soul at all. Furthermore, my blue-silver emperor is not the same as the previous blue-silver grass. Additionally, with the blue-silver emperor's extreme life force combined with the power of devouring, your fate is already sealed. Dai Huabin did not waste words with him and activated his first soul skill, Blazing Heat Shield and Flame Heaven Transformation. A deep red shield quickly appeared around Dai Huabin. This soul skill was also a result of the mutation of the martial soul, and all three soul skills underwent changes. The original White Tiger Protection Shield transformed into the Blazing Heat Shield, similar to the Red Lotus Cloak of the previous Life S-King. It inflicts burning damage within a 3-meter radius, with the damage increasing the closer one gets. The Flame Heaven Transformation and White Tiger Diamond Transformation also changed, enhancing attack, defense, strength, and damage by 20% for 1 minute. As Dai Huabin's body rapidly swelled due to the enhancement of these two major soul skills, his sharp, deep red tiger claws swiftly lunged at Tang San. What kind of madman is this young man, lacking martial ethics? I haven't even unleashed my martial soul. What grudges do we have? Is it necessary? Just a taunt, and you unleash your third soul skill to come at me? Did I owe you a grudge in my past life? That said, Tang San, relying on the memories of his past life, did not panic in the face of this sudden situation. He had rich combat experience and quickly reacted. As he began to circulate the Xiantian skill, his hands emitted a lustrous, milky white glow. With Dai Huabin's sudden offensive, he didn't even have time to release his martial soul. He could only rely on the Xian Jade hands to block Dai Huabin's tiger claws. Bang! A powerful force struck Tang San's arm, causing him to stagger back a few steps, his eyes filled with killing intent as he glared at Dai Huabin. If looks could kill, Dai Huabin would have died dozens of times already. Some areas on Tang San's body were also burned by Dai Huabin's first soul skill. However, relying solely on the Xian Jade hands was not enough to pose a threat to Dai Huabin. Choosing to prioritize cultivating the blue-silver emperor, he was already at a disadvantage in strength compared to Dai Huabin, who possessed an ultimate martial soul. Now that the opponent had suddenly attacked, not giving him a chance to release his martial soul, he was immediately put on the defensive. If this continued, he would surely be finished. He had to find a way to create distance to better deal with him. Tang San seized the opportunity to swiftly release his martial soul. Seeing the 3 soul rings rising from beneath Tang San's feet, which were not much different from his own, Dai Huabin and the 2 middle-aged men couldn't help but be taken aback. A boy dressed so plainly is actually a 3-ring soul master? Immediately, dozens of blue-silver emperor vines surged towards Dai Huabin. However, Dai Huabin casually threw out a fireball. With a loud bang, thick smoke erupted, obscuring the vision of everyone around. The powerful shockwave created a strong gust of wind that swept through the entire hotel, turning what was once a neat establishment into chaos, with flames igniting all around. This is similar to the first meeting between Tang San and Dai Mubai 10,000 years ago. Such encounters happened 10,000 years ago. However, it is not over yet. In the midst of the smoke, Dai Huabin lost his vision and an explosion occurred. Young master, just as they all reacted in time, Dai Huabin suddenly fell to the ground with a darkened face, 2 silver needles emitting poisonous gas stuck in his shoulder. Young master, what happened to you? Not good. The young man has been poisoned. One of the middle-aged men changed his expression, looking angrily at Tang San. You despicable brat. Tang San couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This was despicable? The weapon was just a part of my strategy. This time, it was merely a small lesson for him. If there's a next time, it won't be so simple. With experience from 2 lives using hidden weapons, his skills had already reached perfection, and various vicious techniques were completely at his fingertips. Right now, he was just taking advantage of the explosion for a sneak attack, and he hadn't even tapped into 1/10 of the essence of his hidden weapons. If he weren't afraid of attracting the enforcement team and affecting himself, he would have probably already been a corpse. I advise you to hurry and take him for treatment. Otherwise, if you wait too long, something will happen that you won't want to see. My time doesn't matter, but your young master won't have much time to wait for you. From the aura emanating from these two, it was clear that they were just soul kings. Although he could easily kill them, doing so would bring him greater trouble, which was not worth it. If it were in a sparsely populated area, he would have already struck with lethal force. When Dai Huabin's disdainful gaze met his, with the other party's attitude towards him, that person had already sealed his fate in Tang San's heart. The two middle-aged men exchanged glances and quickly made a decision. Even if they were to attack Tang San now, they wouldn't dare to kill anyone in Shrek Academy because of the enforcement team. If the young man died here, it wouldn't be enough to pay with 10 heads. One of them picked up Dai Huabin and walked out, leaving behind a harsh remark, "Brat, I remember you. You've offended the Duke's residents. I hope you won't regret it." Tang San didn't take the threat seriously at all. This was Shrek City. Just as he wouldn't dare to kill Dai Huabin, even if the Duke's residents wanted to act against him, they would have to weigh the consequences first. At that moment, the waiter who had been hiding under the counter since they started fighting crawled out again and looked at the only remaining Tang San in the hall. "Please settle the damages to the hotel." Chapter 8. The Yuxuan watches the peerless Tang sect in contrast. The Yuxuan slept soundly that night, and her dreams were wonderful. Unlike some people who nearly had nowhere to stay, she had spent the whole day wandering with Meng Hongchen and learned some information. There were only 6 people in the entire class. Just herself, along with Meng Hongchen, Xiao Hongchen, Juzi, Cuckoo, and Kong Xie. Only 6 people in total, but they were all older than her. When she woke up the next day, it was already 5 in the morning, officially starting her day. She also entered her spiritual sea to check what significance lay atop the world tree. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm was still sleeping, not knowing when it would wake up. Huo Yuhao climbed up the world tree rooted in her spiritual sea, wanted to learn some information. Each branch was like a world, and as she climbed up, everything was as usual, colorful leaves. Perhaps sensing Huo Yuhao's arrival, they opened a path for her. With each step, she felt the laws within her body surging continuously. She didn't know why this world tree had taken root inside her. Was it by chance, or was there something she wanted to know? Within the world tree, she sensed various powers of laws, space, time, 5 elements, strength, and other laws. She feared that even if she reached the top of the tree, she would still gain nothing. For her, the world tree was a part of her body, and it was difficult to understand its mysteries. Yuxuan sat dazed at the top of the world tree, looking at the star core in the sky, wondering if Mommy and Uncle Yang had come here. But suddenly, a branch of the world tree shook, and a childlike figure flew out. The child was very cute, with long white hair and blue eyes, as beautiful as snow in winter. The skin was snow white. Although it was a child, it looked even more beautiful than a girl. Dressed in a blue top with ice and snow decorations, and carrying a bow on its back. The overall height was still shorter than Huo Yuhao. This caught Huo Yuxuan's attention, and upon seeing her, the child immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Dongfeng, pays respects to the master." This child, named Dongfeng, was one of the beings born from the world tree, with its cultivation suppressed to a demigod in this world. Although it appeared to be 9 years old, it was actually 1,000,000 years old, possessing some mastery over the laws of the great Tao, comparable to a Hoyuan Douluo Jinxian in strength, yet still weaker than other beings here. "You call me master?" "Yes, I am one of the beings born from this world tree, and therefore, the Duke of the White Tiger must refer to you as master." "I don't know much about this world tree. How much do you know about it?" Dongfeng stood up, shook its head bitterly, and said, "Master, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I can't. This tree is also known as the supreme taboo. Apart from you, we dare not approach it. We cannot withstand the overwhelming power of causality. But I can still tell you some of its functions. I forgot to mention, since you're on this world tree, I am also one of the beings here, and I am the lowest among them. In fact, as you know, there are countless branches and leaves here, each representing a world. Every world has its own heavenly realms. There are countless beings here, and I don't even know how many. I am merely the weakest among them, with the beings above growing stronger." Huo Yuhao sensed Dongfeng's strength from that moment. It was much stronger than her and was filled with divinity. "Moreover, master, if there must be, try not to reveal the world tree. Although your strength is not very strong now, it is not enough." "Not strong enough?" Huo Yuhao bit her lips tightly at those 4 words. Since arriving in this world, she had never felt so angry, yet she was not affected by hatred. "By the way, master, I forgot to mention that it seems someone has set their sights on you, and they are from this world. According to my information, in this life, Your identity is that of the son of the plane on this planet called Douluo continent. The previous son of the plane has set his sights on you. However, he has long been abandoned, but is determined to control this world, and even more so, to control you, Master. Control me? Dongfeng nodded. Yes, however, some changes have occurred in Douluo continent, leading to unforeseen circumstances that disrupted his plans to some extent. But, Master, let me show you a few books. They might be of great significance to you. 5 books appeared in Dongfeng's hands. In fact, they had awakened the moment Huo Yuhao awakened her martial soul. No matter how the Duchess harbored murderous intentions towards Huo Yuhao. So what? Would she dare to act? If she dared, the Duke's residence would no longer be necessary. Perhaps, there would be an even more tragic death. These 5 books are Douluo, Douluo 2, The Unrivaled Tang Sect, Douluo 3, The Legend of the Dragon King, and Douluo 4, Ultimate Douluo. They were seen in a patch of grass when leaving the Stardo forest, as I found it too boring in the Sea of Spirit, so I transmitted those books into the World Tree. For someone of his strength, it was very easy to send those books here without anyone noticing. Master, view rationally, you should first read this book. The person here, named Huo Yuhao, should be assumed as yourself. Huo Yuhao flipped to the first page. The initial state was quite normal, but as she progressed, it became increasingly abnormal. She asked coldly, Dongfeng, are these all things that will happen in the future? In the entire Sea of Spirit, there was no world of cold air. Under Huo Yuhua's emotions, a chilling aura emerged. Dongfeng moved slightly, and the cold air here instantly vanished, trembling as he said, Master, this is indeed how the original world was. Emotions became gods, and there is no longer Huo Yuhao. The path of heaven is filled with trials, and constraints have turned into a puppet's body. In the original history, it did indeed happen this way, but due to some causal exceptions, these events will not occur. Ha ha ha. After receiving a confirming answer, Huo Yuhao felt a laugh in her heart, wondering how that other self was so useless. Why you treat him this way? He treated you like that, and yet you still change your nature. And the group of partners from Shrek, when I returned from the ice and fire yin yang eye, none of the 6 trusted me. After going through so much together, in the end, not a single one trusted me. Hee, emotions can sometimes be so ridiculous. I haven't been this angry in a long time. If it weren't for the fact that my power hasn't fully recovered, I would have made Tang San perish in the wind and soil. In this life, I will not be as soft-hearted as you once were. Since they have broken the rules, they must understand the consequences. From now on, they will repay their sins bit by bit in this lifetime. The winter wind trembled in fear at this situation. After all, for her, it was also the reincarnation of her previous master. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, she hadn't felt such anger for a long time in her 3rd life. After learning about this matter, it can be said that Huo Yuhua's hatred for Dai Hao and some people from Shrek reached its peak, leaving no trace of goodwill, only thoughts of skinning them alive. Moreover, she currently has no strong feelings for Dai Hao, only endless hatred. However, what matters now is a matter for the future. After calming her emotions, she looked at other books, but was startled by what she saw. Is the Douluo continent really the Douluo continent, or is it just Tang San's backyard? In the end, the entire Douluo system seems to belong to Tang San. From the moment she was chosen, her fate has already been targeted by someone. The children of fortune in these 4 eras all come from tumultuous times. And my acquaintance with the dream world has become a lingering regret because I fell in love with Wang Donger, who dresses as a man. The proud daughter of Mingdu was also devastated when she learned that Wang Donger was a girl after falling for her. Her life was filled with regrets, and after the great explosion in Mingdu, she became disabled and never married, leaving with unfulfilled wishes and resentment. However, as long as I am here, Sister Meng, this life will not be the same. As for Wang Donger, a pitiful person must have their faults. After reading the 4 books, Huo Yuhao felt that the evil deeds committed by Tang San could not be recounted in 10 days and nights because there were simply too many to count. In the previous world, even if you were a wanted criminal with mediocre strength, all you had was your mouth. You shouldn't be called the God King Tang San, but rather the mouth-strong God King. Since there have been changes in this Douluo continent, it means that Mommy and the others will also come here. After experiencing a wave of shocking news, Huo Yuhao slowly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Dongfeng, by the way, when did you wake up? Master, I awakened right after you awakened your martial soul, but just after awakening, I may not have adapted to this world yet. I forgot to mention it. Master, our strength is not compatible with this world's realm. When I first awakened, my strength was directly restricted. The changes in this world are not that simple. By the way, Master, I have protected your mother's soul and am nurturing it in the world tree. I didn't expect that your mother's soul has a god-king mark. It seems that the person has been plotting since your birth. Huo Yuhao glanced at the soul on the leaves of the world tree, and Dongfeng said, actually, she is still in a deep sleep and is not in a bad state. She just needs a physical body to be revived. As long as I am here, there will be no problems. With Dongfeng's strength, no one dared to take anyone away in front of him, and it was impossible to invade Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, let alone take Huo Yuhao's mother. Huo Yuhao also knew that her current strength was very weak and insufficient to protect her mother, so she would continue nurturing her in the world tree for now. Moreover, is the child of fortune really that important? Tang-san, oh Tang-san, you are truly something. Why do you have to target your own mother? That ancient golden tree of Shrek Academy. Since you have targeted my mother, don't blame me then. As the saying goes, return what was taken in kind. When I have the time, you should also experience the taste of losing a mother. Huo Yuhao was determined. This person had already offended her deeply, so he and all his connections and power must perish. From Do 1 to Do 4, there are only 4 children of fortune: Tang-san, Huo Yuhao, Tang Wulin, and Lan Xuanyu. In terms of strength, Lan Xuanyu is the strongest among the 3. But in terms of being a hypocrite, Tang-san is definitely the first. By the way, Master, you can actually cultivate within the world tree. After all, the spiritual energy in this world is still too thin. According to my observations, cultivating in the world tree for a day only takes a minute in the outside world. Dongfeng suddenly thought of something and said. Huo Yuhao was shocked for a moment. She knew how difficult it was to cultivate her void, I'm martial soul, which was even slower than the ultimate martial souls, but it was still stronger than the ultimate martial souls in this world. Moreover, she had roughly understood the abilities that could be used with the world tree from Dongfeng. It could be said to be an almost perfect martial soul, with strong attack, control, support, healing, summoning, mental abilities, and defense. The classifications of soul master professions could basically all be fulfilled by the world tree, and it could even go to the universe to open up a world of myriad heavens without needing to stay in Douluo continent. It could also assist the world in ascending, but the world tree had not established a connection with Douluo star, so Douluo star had not ascended. To dare to kill. This overwhelming cause and effect cannot be withstood. No one can withstand the cause and effect of the destruction of countless worlds. Huo Yuhao stroked Dongfeng's head and said, all right, Dongfeng, I have to go now. We'll talk next time. Dongfeng nodded deeply and said, I wish you a safe journey, Master. As Huo Yuhao's consciousness left the sea of consciousness, Dongfeng murmured to himself, Master, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but you don't want to know yourself. In the last life, because of your true body, you were seized by various powerful forces and ultimately had to fall into the sea of reincarnation for reincarnation. After experiencing 2 lives, your true name has been referred to as the supreme taboo, and no one mentions it anymore. Everything still requires you to find the answers yourself. Huo Yuhao's consciousness returned to reality, and only a minute had passed. She thought she had enough time, but unexpectedly, the time in the sea of consciousness was in a completely opposite state to the time in the outside world. Huo Yuhao glanced around, still hazy, and decided to sleep for a while longer. When she woke up again, it was 6:50. She carefully tidied herself up and went to class. Today's lesson was very simple, just some basic knowledge. Being able to make a level 1 soul guidance device was enough. Yesterday, Meng Hongchun had also talked to her about it. The principles and basics of making a level 1 soul guidance device were clear to her, but she planned to purify all attributes a bit more to enhance the power of the level 1 soul guidance device. Meanwhile, Meng Hongchun had not yet woken up, so she gently washed up and put on the school uniform that had been delivered yesterday. She would be spending the next few years here. Chapter 9. Level 1 Soul Guidance Device. When Meng Hongchun woke up, it was already 7 o'clock. Mainly, Meng Hongchun had been too tired yesterday. But how could she compare with a star core spirit that was not human? When she arrived in the classroom, she was glad that she was not late and successfully made it before 7:30. Otherwise, she would have added another entry to her thick black history. Fortunately, there were only 2 people in today's class, Juzi and Kuko. Kong Xie was also laughing at Hongchun's participation in the graduate examination team. So today it was just a 2-person world for Meng Hongchun and Huo Yuhao. Before long, Su Xing also walked in, and upon seeing Meng Hongchun and Huo Yuhao sitting here, it seemed they had arrived early. He had thought they would be like the previous students, always late, sometimes even playing tricks to arrive just in time for class. The students this time are so good. In previous years, the students I taught were like teaching the dogs. Stepping onto the podium, I cast a gentle gaze towards Huo Yuhao and Meng Hongchen. Yuhao, today we start our first lesson. Although it's your first time listening, feel free to raise any questions or points of confusion. Huo Yuhao slightly nodded. In fact, she had learned some knowledge about soul guides in just 15 minutes earlier this morning, and now she was merely reviewing it. First, before learning about soul guides, let's understand the history of our Sun-Moon Empire. So, Yuhao, do you know about the Great War between our Sun-Moon Empire and the Douluo, three kingdoms? Huo Yuhao nodded. She had heard her mother mention it, but not in detail. If it weren't for reading the book Peerless Tangan, she wouldn't have known about the history between the Sun-Moon Empire and the Douluo, three kingdoms. She also heard from Dongfeng that the Douluo continent has undergone tremendous changes. It is no longer the original Douluo continent, and one cannot view the events between the Sun-Moon Empire and the Douluo, three kingdoms from the original perspective. Thus, the Sun-Moon Empire and the Douluo, three kingdoms have also changed significantly. For example, in the original story, my mother was a maid in a duke's household, but in this life, she is a woman from the Heavenly Soul Empire. Let me also explain that thousands of years ago, when the continental plates shifted, our Sun-Moon Empire collided with the Douluo, three kingdoms, resulting in the current four great empires: the Star Luo Empire, the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Doling Empire, and our Sun-Moon Empire. 1,000 years ago, when our Sun-Moon Empire first collided with the Douluo continent, it took us 3 days to digest this information. Then, we were eager to know how much stronger the Douluo, three kingdoms were compared to our Sun-Moon Empire, and a war ensued. Initially, our Sun-Moon Empire had advanced soul guides, while the Douluo, three kingdoms were still using their primitive fighting methods without much change. The answer was obvious. Our Sun-Moon Empire completely suppressed the Douluo, three kingdoms. However, just as we were about to defeat the Douluo, three kingdoms, an unexpected event occurred. A more powerful academy, the Shrek Academy, joined the war, which put us under significant pressure along with some soul masters with extreme martial souls. Ultimately, we suffered a crushing defeat. Nevertheless, our Sun-Moon Empire has been developing soul guides over the years, while the Douluo, three kingdoms have remained stagnant. I know they mistakenly believe that soul guides pose a significant threat to those below level 70, while above level 70, they won't have any effect. They are greatly mistaken. We are no longer in an era relying on talent, but rather in the era of soul guides. In the future, soul guides will become increasingly powerful. Huo Yuhao looked at Su Sheng, who was passionately discussing the battlefield, and thought that if not for the intervention of God Tang San, she would never have believed it. She also learned from Meng Hongchen that 1,000 years ago, the group from Shrek Academy wasn't enough to truly weaken the Sun-Moon Empire. At least it was the God King Tang San who acted in secret that made a real difference. However, Tang San repeatedly claims he won't interfere in worldly matters. Yet secretly, he acts so swiftly, like with Tang Wudong's ninth soul skill. It feels like playing word games with the rules of heaven and earth, which is quite disgusting. Alright, now let's get to the main topic. What is a soul guide, Yuhao? Do you know? I feel it's a type of artificial device powered by soul energy, which can be used as a tool in life or combat. Su Sheng nodded and said, yes, it's a type of tool. Initially, our soul guides weren't developed for combat, but that changed later. At first, they were merely tools for storage, and it was only after the transformation by a soul master from our Sun-Moon Empire that they gradually evolved into combat soul guides. So, do you know how many types of combat soul guides we have? They are divided into close combat soul guides, long-range soul guides, and fixed soul guides. Correct. Soul guides are indeed divided into close combat, long-range, and fixed soul guides. And among these three, the fixed soul guide is the most difficult to make. The rest of the time will be basic knowledge, and the remaining time will be left for Huo Yuhao to ponder, with the homework being to create a level 1 soul guide. Huo Yuhao went to the laboratory to begin her day of making her soul guide, and Meng Hongchen also gave herself a benefit, allowing her to take any metal for free within a year. Yuhao, I don't know what metal you need to make a level 1 soul guide. I don't need any. It's mainly for you. Huo Yuhao thought for a moment and asked, Sister Meng, what metal has high hardness and resistance? Meng Hongchen pondered for a while and replied, titanium gold. The hardness and resistance of titanium gold are unique among all metals. However, because it is a rare metal, each soul master in the Mingdu Hall has a limited usage amount each month, and there are also requirements for the effective utilization rate of titanium gold. In the Mingdu Hall, there are no special requirements for common metals, but rare metals do have requirements. The effective utilization rate of rare metals must reach at least 70% or higher before mastering it thoroughly One should practice engraving core arrays with ordinary metals to improve proficiency. Otherwise, they won't be provided. If the core array of a certain soul guide is engraved using titanium, gold, and other rare metals, then success in production should be ensured as much as possible. Come on, Huo Yuhao, I'll take you to get it. For Meng Hongshun, who is already a level 4 soul master, once she reaches level 50, she can officially become a level 5 soul master. For her, titanium gold was still somewhat challenging at that time. It took her 3 days and nights to complete, and she wondered how long it would take for Yuhao. Meng Hongshun went to the warehouse and picked out a very hard piece of titanium gold. For Huo Yuhao's requirements, the harder, the better. Naturally, its resistance would be higher, and the purer the metal, the better. After Meng Hongshun briefly introduced the functions of her studio in a laboratory, she said, Yuhao, good luck. I won't disturb you. My laboratory is right across from yours, so feel free to ask me if you have any questions. After smiling and sending off Meng Hongshun, Huo Yuhao began to examine the titanium gold in front of her, and her main goal was to forge a suitable soul guide. First, using her void eye as an example, it would be best to create a soul guide that ignores defenses. She wondered if she could incorporate the void attribute into it, even though it would weaken it somewhat in principle. That didn't matter, as long as it could ignore defenses. She had seen the power of soul guide from Douluo before, but each had its flaws. By adding the ability to ignore defenses, she significantly enhanced the damage of the soul guide. In this case, ignoring defense would be incredibly exhilarating. Just imagine when a defensive soul master activates their defense, but the damage remains the same as if they hadn't activated it. What would that be like? Just thinking about it gets my blood boiling. After having this idea, Huo Yuhao kept pondering and fell in a deep thought, concluding that it shouldn't be single target damage. It should be area damage instead. In this way, this weapon will truly achieve an artistic explosion in the literal sense, and its value can be continuously appreciated for its explosive aesthetics. After having this idea, I thought about the world of collapse iron, where everyone's weapons, with some slight modifications, could absolutely crush some first-level soul-guiding devices. And even second-level soul-guiding devices would be no problem. However, if I didn't want to weaken the power of the void to the greatest extent, I would need to refine the metal. In just a few moments, Huo Yuhao had already thought of many settings, and to create this, it was necessary to engrave the core magic array, which would serve as the foundation for a magic array capable of withstanding the power of the void. Following this line of thought, refining the metal would better accommodate the power of the void. The power of the void, after all, is not something an ordinary person can control, and the metal needs to be refined to a level that can withstand such a weapon. However, it seemed I forgot one thing. I am just an 18th level little soul master, and this high-level complexity is something I cannot create at my current state. Suddenly, I thought of something. Although my strength is weak, I can find someone to help. Without hesitation, I want to find Dongfeng. Master, do you mean for me to possess you to complete this thing? Dongfeng sat dazedly on the trunk of the world tree, looking at Huo Yuhao, not expecting that her purpose for finding him was to have Dongfeng possess her to help. After all, my strength is very weak. I need your help. Please assist me. Xiaofeng, Dongfeng, but I am just a million-year-old child, and you want me to make a soul-guiding device? Forget it. Who told her to be my master? All right, master. In the end, Dongfeng still agreed to Huo Yuhao's request. Originally, Dongfeng's strength was at the 9th level of the mixed Yuan Douluo Golden Immortal. Just one step away from reaching the mixed Yuan Heavenly Extreme Douluo Golden Immortal, which is the Heavenly Dao realm, and now his strength is at the half-step Heavenly Dao realm. However, in the Douluo continent, his strength is reduced to a demigod, but he still has an immortal body, and with his strength, it is not difficult at all. Huo Yuhao released her consciousness, allowing Dongfeng to temporarily control her body. Dongfeng looked at the titanium gold and directly picked up a golden hammer. This hammer is not simple. It is made from ancient diamond, extremely hard and heavy. Using magical tools to forge metal, Dongfeng is the first to do so. He solidified the titanium gold with his magical power, preventing it from being smashed too quickly. Bang! What Huo Yuhao needed to do was to polish the metal, undergoing 100 stages of refinement. In the continuous process of hammering, the goal was to reduce the excess impurities in this piece of titanium gold, thus achieving a qualitative change. Dongfeng's cultivation was still quite strong. His soul power was sufficient for a day and night, and during the repeated hammering, he occasionally heated the titanium gold. If it were Huo Yuhao, she definitely wouldn't be so relaxed, but since it was Dongfeng doing it, it became much easier. Moreover, Dongfeng treated this titanium gold with both fire and ice. initiating a cycle of ice and fire. Once the metal had shrunk completely, the hundredfold forged metal was complete, and next, he would begin engraving the core magic array. However, Dongfeng planned to engrave a rule rune on this piece of metal to facilitate the integration of the void power within the metal. Additionally, besides the core magic array, he would overlay a mental magic array, which would allow for a soul guiding device that could be used without needing soul power. Then, he cut off the excess parts of the refined titanium gold, and the engraving knife in his hand began to carve the core magic array. With the help of the spirit detection shared by the dream Ice Silkworm, he could clearly engrave the core magic array on the metal. Some clear patterns could be more easily observed, and with the assistance of mental detection, Dongfeng quickly created and engraved a core magic array. Dongfeng didn't rest for a moment. After all, it was the first time doing such a thing, and the master was communicating with him in the sea of consciousness, making it easier to create this soul-guiding device. Next, he needed to draw the rule runes, which required drawing several runes and injecting the power of the rules into them. After drawing 3 rule runes, Dongfeng gathered the power of the rules in his hand, causing the 3 rule runes to glow, integrating the void power from the Eye of the Void into the rule runes. Dongfeng then engraved mental force fields in the 4 directions of the core magic array, designing a device to sense mental force to conveniently concentrate mental power, enabling its use. Soon, all the complex components were assembled, and what remained was to put together this metal. The weapon made from this metal, combined with some exceptional magic arrays, would likely greatly increase its damage. This weapon, based on the forging metal of the battle armor from the Dosin period, will be a first-level device but would cause significant trouble for most soul masters. Because this is not just a long-range soul-guiding device, but a combination of long-range and fixed soul-guiding devices. Working late into the night, this soul-guiding device would truly be born at this moment. Chapter 10. The soul-guiding device that ignores defense the next day. Dongfeng had completed the basic structure of this first-level soul-guiding device, which had already taken shape, a gun with a platinum appearance, and Dongfeng went back to continue sleeping. This weapon was born in such a way that it can truly achieve nuclear-level destruction. Overall, the shape of this gun is still quite heavy. Was the weapon used by Huo Yuhao still heavy? The weight of this weapon can be considered as a warm-up exercise. This soul guide, which Huo Yuhao named the self-destruction explosive gun, is a first-level soul guide, but its power has already surpassed that of a third-level soul guide. Although it is currently only a first-level soul guide, the lethality of the void explosive shells it fires can threaten spirit masters, easily comparable to third-level soul guide artillery shells. After all, it also ignores defenses, making it even more difficult for some spirit masters. After a while, Huo Yuhao took a break and put the self-destruction explosive gun she had made into her storage soul guide, preparing to go out and find Su Sheng to complete the first-level soul guide assessment and truly become a first-level soul guide. However, the soul guide she made has considerable power, more than enough to become a third-level soul guide. After some time, she arrived at Su Sheng's office. Yuhao, what brings you here? Su Sheng asked gently, looking at Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao shook her head and said, "It's not that. Teacher Su, can we start the assessment now?" Su Sheng was taken aback and asked, "So soon? Did Ming help you make it?" "No, it was my own insights, along with a little help from my void, I'm martial soul. So I can get started quickly. The real reason, Winter Wind's profound and unfathomable strength acted as a guide." Su Sheng looked at Huo Yuhao with deep meaning. From Huo Yuhao's direct entry speed, he could tell that this girl had exceptional talent in soul guides, and Su Sheng laughed heartily. The two walked out of the laboratory, and Su Sheng first took Huo Yuhao to find the assessment venue, also sharing this good news with the hallmaster. At the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, the assessment venue was quite empty, as it was the first day of enrollment, and no one would quickly produce a first-level soul guide. So there were basically no people around. After learning this news, Jing Hongchun was greatly shocked, not expecting that the little girl who returned with Ming would have such strong talent, truly a blessing for our Sun Moon. Jing Hongchun hurried over, not to mention, he even activated his martial soul. A title level powerhouse activating their martial soul just to watch the assessment of a first-level soul guide would certainly astonish many. Soon, Jing Hongchun and Ming Hongchun also flew over. "Yuhao, I heard you spent all night making soul guides," Ming Hongchun said as she quickly approached Huo Yuhao and took out a few pills from her pocket. "These pills can clear the mind and nourish spiritual power." "Thank you, Sister Ming." When Su Sheng saw someone approaching, he said, somewhat displeased, "Xianziwen, why are you here? Didn't you say you would come back in 3 days?" Xianziwen replied, 3 days was just an estimated time. It doesn't have to be exactly 3 days, right, Su Sheng? Oomph. Su Sheng snorted coldly and chose not to argue with Xianzuan. Xianzuan glanced at Jing Hongshun and then asked, "By the way, Su, what's the occasion today? Why is the Hall Master personally attending the assessment of a first-level soul guide?" Xianzuan looked in Huo Yuhau's direction and felt that the girl didn't seem any different, not understanding why the Hall Master would come to observe the assessment of a first-level soul guide. Wait, that girl seems a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen her before. Su Sheng couldn't help but want to laugh at Xianzuan's expression. It was finally amusing to see this guy like this. After all, everyone at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy knew Xianzuan well. He was very proud and was a disciple of the most powerful soul guide master, Kong Deming, and he had never taken any true disciples. Huo Yuhao and Meng Hongchun chatted for a bit before starting today's assessment. Entering the assessment area, she took out a rather long self-destruction explosive gun. Xianzuan glanced at the self-destruction explosive gun in Huo Yuhau's hand and said, "This student is quite a good idea, but the gun body seems to be a ray gun, while the barrel is in the shape of a soul guide cannon. However, such a combination clearly does not conform to logic. Xianzuan, who has no true talent, could only be a disciple of Kong Deming. The students he took would not be just anyone without real skills." His insight was excellent, easily spotting the problems with Huo Yuhau's soul guide. He also knew that this soul guide would have some defects. The design of the gun body and barrel violated logic, and with the strength of titanium alloy metal, it would be difficult to support the firing of shells. "Let's give some hope. Old Xian, seems like you have a new student in your class." "Yeah, what's wrong? Plus, I only found out yesterday that her name is Huo Yuhao. I don't know who she is, but I'm in the same class as you." Su Sheng patted Xianzuan on the shoulder and said, "Ziwen, is there a possibility that the one you are about to meet, named Huo Yuhao, is far away, yet right in front of you?" "Huh?" Xianzuan widened his eyes, looking at Huo Yuhao and pointing at her. "She is my student, and the Hall Master assured me that I would definitely like her." At this moment, Jing Hongqin walked over and said, "Ziwen, you're back. How'd it go with the graduate school exams? Did you laugh at them for having nothing to do?" Xianzuan slightly nodded and replied, "Of course, nothing happened. However, it seems something big has happened, Master." "Ziwen, how did you know I accepted a genius with a twin martial soul, and one with a mental attribute at that?" Jing Hongqin looked at Xianzuan with a very proud expression. "What?" Xianzuan stared in disbelief at the seemingly harmless and delicate girl, Huo Yuhao. He didn't expect that his new student would actually be a twin martial soul. If he hadn't taken Jing Hongqin as his master, he would have sent her to Old Kong anyway. If he had known a few days ago, he wouldn't have missed this outstanding genius. Wait, Xianzuan seemed to think of something. After the examination was over, he would ask if she had taken a master. If not, he would take her to meet Old Kong, and if she had, he would still send her to Old Kong. With her talent, Old Kong would definitely be interested, and Jing Hongqin wouldn't have the chance to stop it. His status at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy was high, but it couldn't compare to his teacher Kong Deming. But still, he was quite formidable. Jing Hongqin knew Kong Deming much earlier than Xianzuan. And how could he hide such small thoughts from Jing Hongqin? It could be seen through a glance. Jing Hongqin then regretfully said, "Ziwen, you just got back. You must be tired. This master will give you a break. Take a good rest. I'll give you a month off to relax." "Master, I'm fine. My body is great. I don't need a break," Xianzuan proudly said. "Are you kidding?" Xianzuan certainly understood that the excuse of taking a break was false. The real intention was to tie that girl Huo Yuhao to the Hongqin family. If he really got a break, he would regret it to death. "This master thinks you are tired. Come, Lao Sheng, take Ziwen home to rest. You know where he lives. Ziwen, you are our best researcher in Mingdu Hall. If you're tired, what should I do?" That's it. Finally, Jing Hongqin also ordered that within a month, Xianzuan should rest well and not think about returning to the academy. Although Xianzuan didn't want to, he couldn't stop it. Su Sheng and Lin Jiai. Those two fools each supported him and took him home. After a series of small episodes between Jing Hongqin and Xianzuan, when Su Sheng and Lin Jiai returned, they also began today's assessment. In the assessment venue, the supervising teacher for the assessment of Huo Yuhao didn't think as much as Jing Hongqin and the others. Since the master was so attentive to this student, she must have some extraordinary qualities. The supervising teacher did not question Huo Yuhao's creativity. Instead, he was amazed at the soul guide in Huo Yuhau's hand. "Huo, did you consider the metal endurance issue while making the soul guide?" Huo Yuhao nodded and said, "Yes, I did think about this issue. I used a method to purify this titanium alloy, enhancing its quality to some extent. Once Huo Yuhao finished the sentence, it seemed that some knowledge awakened within her, leaving the supervising teacher with a look of realization. I see. So it's about reinforcing the metal itself to increase its strength. Is this a good idea of yours? After saying this, the supervising teacher was slightly taken aback, as it seemed that no one had ever mentioned this before. It was as if only when someone demonstrated forging techniques would the long-dormant knowledge be unlocked. Jing Hongshun also wore a contemplative expression, pondering why no one in the Sun and Moon Empire had ever mentioned it. Forget it, I won't think too much for now. I'll ask Xiaoxian in a bit. The supervising teacher then solemnly asked, Huo Yuhao, are you ready? Just now, Jing Hongshun had explained to her the assessment method for a primary soul engineer, which is divided into two types, practical combat and testing. The practical combat method is very simple. The practical tests for primary and secondary soul engineers involve defeating a few hundred-year soul beasts as examples. The testing method is to check whether the soul guide you made meets that level or has any flaws, ensuring the quality of the soul guide. The practical test and testing can be done in any order, but the higher the level, the more complex the assessment. However, it is undeniable that those who can become 9th-level soul engineers are the elite among soul engineers. Huo Yuhao chose to prioritize the practical test, followed by the testing, as she wanted to see the true power of the soul guide she made. The supervising teacher and Jing Hongshun retreated outside the venue and then called out to remind. The assessment has begun. Please be ready. The soul beast will be released soon. Huo Yuhao prepared her self-detonating gun, activated her mental detection with the void eye, and nodded to the supervising teacher, indicating she was ready. As the soul beast was released, some of the soul beasts also appeared in her mind. There was a total of 100-year soul beast. The practical test for a primary soul engineer involved just 100-year soul beast, while a secondary soul engineer would face 300-year soul beasts mixed with several 10-year soul beasts. As the soul beast cage opened, a 100-year wind bouncing slowly walked out. Can I change the soul beast? Wind bouncing, wind bouncing. Do I have a grudge with it? I encountered a 10-year wind bouncing in the Stardow Forest, and now a 100-year wind bouncing at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Is wind bouncing my lifelong enemy? The wind bouncing locked eyes with Huo Yuhao, and at that moment, the 100-year wind bouncing seemed to be stirred by some force. Its eyes bursting with a blood-red glow, staring intently at Huo Yuhao, wanting to tear the person in front of it to pieces. But this wind bouncing was not a match for Huo Yuhao. Roar! Huo Yuhao also wanted to see this godslayer become the first test subject under her gun. The wind bouncing gathered a ball of white light in its mouth, preparing to show Huo Yuhao its power. Huo Yuhao showed no courtesy to the wind bouncing, quickly firing a shell from her self-detonating gun. Assisted by mental detection, the wind bouncing had almost no chance to dodge. Moreover, this gun was not just heavy. Even an ordinary first-ring soul master would struggle to hold it for more than half a minute. Huo Yuhao slightly activated the void power, unleashing her mental strength. The ball of white light collided with the shell, but the shell shot through the white light, crashing into the wind bouncing. The moment it struck, a violent and large-scale explosion occurred. The wind bouncing was blown apart, leaving only blurred flesh and blood, with the yellow 100-year soul ring appearing and rotating above the blurred remains. The ground was also left with several small pits from the explosion, akin to a low-spec nuclear weapon. The supervising teacher was completely stunned. Master, this new student is so fierce, did you know? Although this is a primary soul guide, I can be sure that this primary soul guide will probably be close to a 4th-level soul guide. Even though it's a primary core formation, the power is just too outrageous. The proctor's lips moved slightly, and he looked at the ground and the body with shock and disbelief, unable to bear to look directly. Jing Hongshun's face was filled with excitement and exhilaration. Although he had anticipated the outcome, he was still taken aback when it actually happened. However, he never expected that the cannonball fired by the young girl, Huo Yuhao, using a soul-guiding device, would contain such terrifying power. In this assessment, Huo Yuhao only used the soul guide to fire a shot throughout the entire process, creating such a stunning and extraordinary scene. Although the strength of her martial spirit played a significant role, the technical value of the soul guide itself should not be overlooked. Chapter 11. Forging technology supplied to Mingdu Hall. After thinking for a long time, Jing Hongshun said solemnly, I did not expect that little Yuhao would be so strong, far exceeding my expectations. What is even more critical is that the technology she used to create that soul guide completely compensated for the low strength defect of the metal itself. Perhaps this could give birth to a brand new path. Huo Yuhao glanced at the ground, looking quite worn out, as if she had overexerted herself. Next time, she should use a bit less power to avoid excessive force. Teacher, can we announce the results of the practical assessment now? The teacher, seeing Huo Yuhao waving the self-detonating explosive gun around, felt a bit nervous and quickly announced the results. The assessment showed that there were no issues with the soul guide. It was very close to the critical line of a level 4 soul guide, belonging to a very close range. Huo Yuhao successfully became a quasi-level 4 soul master, breaking through earlier than Jing Hongqin's grandson, Xiao Hongqin. Although her soul power level was only 18, few could achieve this level in the Sun Moon Empire. Jing Hongqin also thought of ways to give Huo Yuhao a sense of belonging to the empire, knowing that this little girl had lacked love since childhood. However, he also needed to find a time to accept her as a disciple. It was likely that Xian Zhuang had already informed Old Kong about this. Huo Yuhua's news could be concealed for a moment, but not forever, so it seemed he needed to find an opportunity to take her to meet Old Kong. In the end, Jing Hongqin personally awarded Huo Yuhao, and Xiao Hongqin's title of the first genius was snatched away. After everything was handled, everyone returned to the conference hall. Yuhao, can you tell me how you managed to make titanium withstand such strength? Huo Yuhao nodded and said, actually, the method I used to strengthen the metal should generally be called forging. Forging? Everyone looked puzzled at the new term Huo Yuhao had just introduced. The titanium I used to make the explosive gun reached a level of 100-fold forging and purification during the forging process, which is why its strength was greatly enhanced. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqin's eyes narrowed as he focused on the key point of 100-fold forging and purification. He knew about purification, but adding 100-fold was a term he had never heard before. This was the first time he encountered this phrase. Xiao Yuhao, can you explain in detail what 100-fold forging and purification is? Huo Yuhao nodded and said, actually, the process is not very complicated. It's quite simple. It involves continuously striking the metal with a forging hammer to remove excess impurities inside, allowing the metal to undergo sublimation. During the forging process, the internal structure will reorganize and undergo qualitative changes, improving the metal's density, strength, and toughness, enhancing its characteristics until it reaches a certain level, at which point it can be called 100-fold forging and purification. Jing Hongqin took a slight breath, not because this technology was so complex, but because he had never thought about this issue before. It sounded straightforward, yet no one had ever considered this aspect. It was evident that higher strength metals would produce stronger soul guides, if that were the case. The soul guides of the Sun Moon Empire might reach a deeper level of significance. Strange, this is the first time I've heard of this. I never thought in this direction. Jing Hongqin was also baffled, feeling that the more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. The amount of information was overwhelming. Jing Hongqin squinted slightly. Having been in contact with metals my whole life, and cultivating from ancient times to the present, I never thought about 100-fold forging and purification. It's truly absurd. Dean, don't be discouraged. Perhaps it was destined that you didn't think along this line. Reflecting on Tang San from Douluo, 100-fold forging shouldn't be difficult for him. He just spent a few years working with a blacksmith. Is there really any technical content? No substantial value at all. If it were spirit forging, soul forging, or heavenly forging, it would be something Jing Hongqin and the others couldn't do. Perhaps in the future, they might, but it's still too early now. First, learn 100-fold forging before learning others. If one doesn't even understand 100-fold forging, there's no need to mention the later 1,000-fold. Spirit forging, soul forging, or heavenly forging. However, even the most foolish person can grasp the threshold of entry as long as they persistently forge for a few years. It can only be said that during this period, the opportunities to raise this point were extremely rare, naturally becoming a limitation in the world. Only developing during the era of the Dragon King's legend. Jing Hongqin clasped his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. As one of the 9-level soul guide masters in today's world, I certainly am not a low-witted person. I cannot believe I was stumped by this problem. Jing Hongqin pondered slowly, thinking to himself, Jing Hongqin, why have you fallen so low? I'm a soul guide master. How can I be troubled by such a trivial issue? How can I let my great image be shattered by an idea from an 11-year-old girl? He, Jing Hongqin, the master of Mingdu Hall, a level 9 soul master, a rank 93 titled Douluo, and the martial spirit 3-legged golden toad, could undoubtedly be considered one of the top combat powers of the time. It seems some things need to be changed. He looked towards Su Sheng and Lin Jiai. Su Sheng, Xian Zhuang, do you have any different insights? Metal purification might not be a new path. Perhaps in the future, it can develop into a greater space for growth. My thoughts are roughly similar to those of the Hallmaster. Whatever, once this method is implemented, I must deal with that person who disturbed my thoughts. If I don't bring out a few 9-level fixed soul guide artillery shells, I want to call myself Jing Hongchun. Dean, what if that person is very strong? What will you do? Jing Hongchun waved his hand. It doesn't matter. So what if they're stronger than me? I'm just making my attitude clear here. Huo Yuhao didn't know what to say, but if Tang could come, she would also want to beat him up for the sake of her other self in another world, blowing up the spirit tower she had worked so hard to create. That was her heart's blood. After Jing Hongchun calmed his emotions, he turned his excited gaze toward Huo Yuhao. Xiao Yuhao, fortunately you pointed this out, otherwise. This small technique of hundredfold forging and purification might not have been understood for a long time. Huo Yuhao thought to himself. Hundredfold forging and purification is just the most basic. There are more advanced techniques to learn afterward. Moreover, she did not intend to mention the concepts of battle armor and mechas right now. However, to be fair, the mechas of Douluo continent are still far inferior to those of Liangbao Bay. Furthermore, as for battle armor, it is nearly impossible to make without Winter Wind possessing her. It is still too distant. In Dosan, the complete program of battle armor includes forging, design, production, and maintenance. These procedures correspond to the 4 different sub-professions of soul masters in 10,000 years. Battle armor is divided into 4 fields of sub-professions, the previously mentioned blacksmith, as well as maintenance masters, designers, and manufacturers. These are the 4 most important professions for making battle armor. Jing Hongchun clapped his hands and said excitedly, Su Sheng, tomorrow inform all soul mentors in the Mingdu Hall that before making soul tools, we should prioritize the hundredfold refinement and strengthening of metals. Su Sheng asked Hall Master, why not implement this across the entire school? Jing Hongchun looked at Su Sheng as if he were foolish and said, Su Sheng, is your brain malfunctioning again? You teachers haven't fully mastered the hundredfold refinement. How can you teach the students? If they ask you questions and you have no answers, won't that be embarrassing? If you don't feel embarrassed, I do. Later, let Yuxian teach you a bit. Once you have a basic understanding, we can integrate it into the system and add forging to the main curriculum of the academy. Yuxian, you have truly given us a tremendous surprise. Jing Hongchun was very excited now. Today has been full of good news. The Star Luo Empire has sent us a peerless genius. Wonderful. If we could live stream, I would have to send Dai Hao several sets of rockets to thank him for bringing us this genius. Suddenly, Jing Hongchun seemed to think of something and said, Yuxian, during the assessment just now, although your attacked residual wave killed a 100-year soul beast, I sensed the spiritual fluctuation. Was that precise attack on Feng Feifei your soul skill? Huo Yuxian thought for a moment and decided to give him an answer. A wave of spiritual energy entered the minds of the few people, seemingly a request. Jing Hongchun did not stop her. He also wanted to see what kind of soul skill Huo Yuxian was using. Everyone chose to agree, and in the next moment, all the details of the surrounding scene were vividly captured, with a 3D projection appearing in each person's mind. The surrounding objects were clearly visible, and nothing could escape the vision of this soul skill. The group looked around in shock, as if they were in control of the entire world. Jing Hongchun was also stunned by this soul skill, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. This soul skill is simply divine. On the battlefield, it would absolutely make one a ruler. Jing Hongchun, Lin Jiai, and Su Sheng were like addicts, entranced by this soul skill. After retracting this soul skill, the two seemed to lose their souls, as if life had lost its interest. Only then did the 3 come to their senses and awkwardly glance at Huo Yuhao to alleviate their embarrassment. Master, this soul skill is simply tailor-made for soul engineers. It is definitely a powerful weapon on the battlefield. Su Sheng could imagine that before the enemy scouts even arrived, they would already be discovered, greatly enhancing the accuracy of the soul engineers. And Huo Yuhao's soul skill can completely compensate for this deficiency. No wonder Yuhao managed to create this soul guide. Let alone Yuhao, even a first-level soul engineer could probably make a second-level soul guide with the assistance of this soul skill. Lin Jiai also firmly believed that with this soul skill's help, they would definitely unify the Douluo continent. This skill easily captivated the soul engineers. The group's endless praises for this skill indicated that it would surely usher in a brand new era. Afterwards, Jing Hongchun and Huo Yuhao exchanged a few words before leaving. It seemed that Jing Hongchun had forgotten something or someone. Never mind, it didn't matter. What major events could happen in these few days? Everything was as usual. By the way, I forgot to ask, Su Sheng, how was that girl Yuhao yesterday? Overall, everything was fine, but Master, there were too few people yesterday. Just the 2 of us. Here, we don't blame Zai Honkin. It's just that they returned today, and yesterday there were too few new students. Perhaps today will be better. Just 2 people, the oppressive atmosphere is quite unpleasant. All right, today should be better. Something happened yesterday, and very few people came. Perhaps today will be better. After returning, Huo began her training, but she wasn't practicing in the dormitory. Instead, she was training her consciousness in the world tree. Her soul power was still at level 18, and she hadn't managed to increase it. She planned to go to the extreme north after reaching level 20. Moreover, her teacher in this human world had disappeared, and she had no idea where he had gone. What's more, she needed to become stronger. She estimated that before tomorrow, she would reach level 20. The day after tomorrow, she would head to the extreme north. As for the second spirit ring, she would take it step by step. Xia Honkin looked at Meng Hongshan with a very resentful gaze and said, "Meng, I just got back, and not only did you not come, but Grandpa didn't come either. Speaking of which, quite a few of the pills in my dormitory have gone missing. Did you give them to someone again?" Actually, she only gave them to one person, which was Huo Yuhao. They were all pills that Xia Honkin had hidden in her room. It wasn't a big deal. There were healing pills, detoxifying pills, soul, power-boosting pills, strength pills, and so on. As for why there were so many detoxifying pills in Xia Honkin's room, the reason was simple: to protect against fire, theft, and the little sister. With a sister like that, who could cause trouble? Who knew if one day she would be in deep trouble because of her? Meng Hongshan remained indifferent. She had done this more than once or twice. Xia Honkin said, "Anyway, forget it. By the way, Meng, do you know where that person named Huo Yuhao is? Damn it. I can't believe my first day was stolen while she was gone for a few days." Upon hearing this, Meng Hongshan burst into laughter. "Bro, are you okay? After just a few days, your ranking was stolen." Of course, Meng Hongshan knew who the culprit was. She was in the opposite dormitory. She didn't expect that Xia Honkin would find out so quickly that her first day had been stolen. But so what? She chose not to say anything and let Xia Honkin figure it out herself. She enjoyed seeing her brother's helpless and desperate expression. "Forget it. It doesn't matter if you don't know. I'll go find her myself." Xia Honkin lazily bickered with Meng Hongshan, snorted coldly, and then left Meng Hongshan's room to find the person who had stolen her first day. "Oh dear, a genius Yaoong. I hope her heart won't break," Meng Hongshan whispered as she glanced at Xia Honkin's departing figure. Then, she cautiously looked in the direction of the opposite room and went inside. Seeing that Huo Yuhau's door wasn't locked and that she was still practicing on her bed, she left without disturbing her training after taking another look at Huo Yuhao. Chapter 12. Journey to the extreme north. The next day, Huo Yuhao had already broken through to level 20. When she arrived in the classroom, many people were already there. Quite a few new students had come yesterday. After all, there were still 3 days left for registration. A few unfamiliar faces had also appeared, mostly new students. Xia Honkin, Juzi, and Kiki were practicing, and only Kong Xie, who was at the same stage as Meng Hongshan, came. "Xie, you're back," Meng Hongshan said as she approached the purple-haired girl sitting there. The purple-haired girl was Kong Xie, who was from the same class as Xia Honkin and Meng Hongshan. Her martial soul was Extreme Thunder Moon, possessing the ultimate thunder attribute, and she was also a level 5 soul mentor. She was the granddaughter of Kong Deming, and currently, she was the only descendant of the Kong family. In the Sun and Moon Empire, you could mess with anyone, but not with Kong Xie. It could even be said that at least one level 9 soul mentor would protect Kong Xie, so there was a strong sense of security. "Yeah, I just got back yesterday, Meng." She then glanced at Huo Yuhao and said, "Are you the famous Huo Yuhao?" Meng Hongshan's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Kong Xie and said, "Sister Xie, I don't think I told you. Your grandfather told me. But recently, he said he was going to visit my grandfather to see when he would have time to find him." Meng Hongshan obviously knew who her grandfather was looking for. Kong Deming, considered the most powerful soul mentor in the Sun and Moon Empire today, and the first level 10 soul mentor. Kong Xie, like Meng Hongshan, enjoyed pinching Huo Yuhau's cheeks. Not only that, she also switched places with the boy sitting next to Huo Yuhao in a gentle and reasonable manner. Soon after, Teacher Su Shang arrived and started today's lesson. In this class, there were only 5 level 5 soul mentors: Juzi, Kiki, Xia Honkin, Meng Hongshan, and Kong Xie. Among them, Kong Xie was the first to reach level 5 soul mentor, and basically, some nobles and clans recognized her. In class, Kong Xie was well-versed in these basic knowledge and treated it as a review. During class, she teased Huo Yuhao quite a bit, finding her too cute. On the second day, Huo Yuhao also left the academy, setting off for the extreme north. Extreme north. This is the forbidden area of humans and also the paradise of ice and snow soul beasts. located in the northern border of the Tianhan Kingdom. It is a world covered in ice and snow, known as the extreme north. The ice and snow here never melt, and it has been called a forbidden zone for humanity, comparable to the Stardo forest. When Hoyuan stepped into this place, the cold, biting wind stirred up some white snow and whipped against her. Moreover, with her life-preserving path, she naturally did not fear the cold of the extreme north. Although she had joined the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, she knew there were many following her in the shadows, likely sent by Jing Hongqin, but they had been shaken off. However, the sea of her spirit was not as calm as the outside. The winter wind had already clashed with the Tianming Ice Silkworm, but the winter wind could not tolerate the incessant chatter of the Tianming Ice Silkworm and froze its mouth, resulting in much quieter surroundings. When Huo Yuhuan's consciousness entered her sea of knowledge and saw this scene, the Tianming Ice Silkworm was frozen by the cold. What is going on, Winter Wind? Winter Wind glanced at the Tianming Ice Silkworm, snapped his fingers, and unsealed it. Master, this big bug talks too much, so I made it quiet for a while. Seeing Huo Yuhuan arrive, the Tianming Ice Silkworm immediately hid behind her and said coquettishly, Yuhuan, who is this? So powerful. Winter Wind said, Little bug, can you be quiet for a moment? Otherwise, I'll freeze you again. The Tianming Ice Silkworm immediately fell silent, as it could feel Winter Wind's power. Just the pressure released was enough to immobilize it, leaving no thought of resistance, that feeling of being above the heavens and dominating all beings. All right. You two just met, and it's like this. Brother Tianming, let me introduce you to some recent major events and my latest secrets. In other words, this powerful being is the spirit born from your second martial soul, and it's the weakest one. So what if it's the weakest? In my eyes, all of you on the Douluo continent combined are still mere ants. Winter Wind casually stated a simple fact, which shocked the Tianming Ice Silkworm immensely. Moreover, Winter Wind was not joking with the Tianming Ice Silkworm. It felt that just a glance from him could annihilate it. And the key point was that he was 1,000,000 years old. Furthermore, his true body was one of the small worlds within the world tree, a type of flying phoenix born in extreme cold chaos. It was born with the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal and was a type of ancient exotic beast. Also, in his world, he was not the strongest. Only after a long time did the Tianming Ice Silkworm digest this information. This trip to the extreme north was to first obtain Huo Yuhuan's second soul ring and a second martial soul. Winter Wind also exited Huo Yuhuan's sea of knowledge, as it was easier to protect her outside. When Winter Wind appeared in the outside world, all the ice elements in the extreme north were drawn toward him. Many ice attribute soul beasts were also attracted in Huo Yuhuan's direction. However, they were all suppressed by the aura emitted by Winter Wind. When they reached an ice cave, Winter Wind stopped. What is wrong, Winter Wind? What happened? Master, there's a problem below. There's a person with a lingering breath. Please step back. I will break through below first. Huo Yuhuan retreated to a relatively safe place. Although she did not know what was inside, Winter Wind had no reason to deceive her. Winter Wind emitted endless ice and snow power, quickly condensing a long sword in the high sky. He struck the ground fiercely, causing the ice blocks to crack into a large area, revealing a bottomless abyss beneath. Huo Yuhuan leaned over to look below, seeing a chilling blue color, and she also felt that there seemed to be someone down there whom she had seen before. Therefore, she decided to go down and take a look. Winter Wind grabbed the hem of Huo Yuhuan's clothes and quickly flew down. Below was a series of icy tunnels. If it were anyone else, they would have likely turned into ice blocks by now, but she was not afraid of the cold due to her life-preserving path. The temperature around was even colder than that outside, and it was very quiet as they walked, with droplets of water falling. They came to an icy lake, which attracted Huo Yuhuan's attention. Below it, there seemed to be a more familiar place, with a faint life force calling for help. Who could it be? It seemed she had seen this person before, right in this icy lake. Huo Yuhuan glanced at it, seemingly lost in thought, and asked Winter Wind, can you feel what's down there? Winter Wind calculated and said, Master, there seems to be a palace inside, but I don't know who it belongs to, and there is a frozen girl. She should be the one attracting you. Huo Yuhuan was a bit puzzled, but she did not think too much about it. Since she was being drawn there, she would naturally go take a look. Descending. Huo Yuhuan jumped into the icy lake and sank quickly. The water here was extremely cold, at least below 0 degrees. As she entered the icy lake, Huo Yuhuan felt it was like a cold spring, and she could clearly sense a wave of chilling elemental energy rippling in the water. This was likely nurturing the third martial soul for the Tianming Ice Silkworm. However, the deeper she went, the dimmer the light became, and the so-called darkness and coldness clashed in the water. In the center of the water, there was a swirling vortex, which was a spring eye with a small space that could only accommodate one person at a time. Huo decided to go down first, and then winter wind would follow. Moreover, the spring eye vortex was ice blue, triggering a strong cold current. She felt that if an ordinary person entered, they would likely be torn into pieces by this vortex. Moreover, soul beasts in the extreme north had never discovered this place. Even if they did, it would be very difficult to enter, and they could easily lose their lives. Huo also felt its power. Unless it was a soul master with an ice attribute martial soul or a titled level expert, otherwise, they would be shredded into bones by the cold winds in the vortex. Once she entered the spring eye, Huo no longer needed to move forward. The swift water flow automatically carried her through the not-so-narrow cave. After about a quarter of an hour, Huo slowly surfaced. To her surprise, she found herself in an underground ice river, and in front of her was a dark and lightless cave. The surface of the ice river was beneath this cave, so it did not flood the cave. Huo sat on the ice surface to rest for a moment, and her face was slightly flushed, clearly due to the cold wind. After winter wind came up, they began to observe the massive cave. Huo slowly stood up. Perhaps due to soaking in the water for a long time, it was a bit hard to stand up, and it was winter wind who helped her up. The cave shimmered with ice blue light from the ore, and the temperature was extremely low, colder than the ice spring. Winter wind held a blue flame in his hand, illuminating the so-called dark cave. Only then could they see the true appearance of this place. It was filled with cold crystals, all showing deep blue colors, crystal clear, and full of a dreamlike beauty. Ice extreme divine crystal, Yuxuan. We fell into a place where this exists. However, I also fell into an ice cave from a snow pit back then, and then came out from the icy lake. It seems there should also be a few ice extreme divine crystals. Huo eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. Ice extreme divine crystal. This was indeed a treasure. This crystal is one of the hardest ice attribute metals and also the most flexible ice attribute metal. Although it appears to be a crystal, it already possesses the ductility of metals. The ice extreme divine crystal itself is also the best ice attribute soul power conductor and amplifier, especially for soul masters with extreme ice attributes, making it a rare treasure. In that book, in my past life with a person named Xianziwen, we jointly developed the Ice Extreme Battle Armor, which is the earliest humanoid soul guide that assists soul masters in battle, and also the prototype of battle armor thousands of years later. The Ice Extreme Divine Crystal is also very rare, a highly precious material. Although there are clear records of it among humans, whether in the Sun Moon Empire or the Douluo, 3 kingdoms, it is almost non-existent. This shows how rare the Ice Extreme Divine Crystal is, and such things only appear in the 10,000-year profound ice cave. However, to mine the Ice Extreme Divine Crystal, one must be an extreme ice soul master to achieve this. But for now, it is best not to damage the structure of this 10,000-year profound ice cave. Otherwise, it could lead to a collapse. The most important thing at the moment is to find the person whose aura attracts me. I feel so familiar with her. Who could be in this dark ice cave? As I walk deeper into the cave, after some time, I reach a fork with 3 paths, one to the left, one to the right, and one in the middle. The direction where Huo senses the aura seems to be the middle path, so she heads towards the middle fork. After about a quarter of an hour, Huo arrives at an ice bridge but feels a terrifying chill. Surrounding the ice bridge are numerous strange ice pillars crisscrossing, both large and small. The extreme cold of the extreme divine crystal is different. The ice crystal divine crystal only makes you feel cold when you get close to it. The ice pillars here have existed for over 10,000 years, and the ice elements within them have reached a terrifying level. It is likely that even those with extreme ice attributes would not dare to take risks here, as the cold of these ice pillars far exceeds that of extreme ice. Huo looks at the bridge, feeling that it may not be very safe, hoping it is not an ice bridge made of fragile ice. Below the ice bridge lies an endless expanse of sharp ice spikes. It seems that anyone without a means of survival would perish here. Yuxuan, be careful. Although this ice bridge looks beautiful, the ice is very fragile. As it stands, only one person can cross at a time. Moreover, those ice spikes like these ice pillars have probably also existed for over 10,000 years and are very sharp. Huo lightly shook her head and said, "Since we can't walk across, then let's fly over. Right, Dongfeng?" Then, she continues deeper, but as she reaches a certain point, danger quietly approaches. A swarm of bugs appears before Huo and upon seeing these bugs, her pupils contract as she says, "Young bugs, the offspring of the breeding insects?" These bugs, Huo knew all too well, were bred by the Star God Tower. Tai's Yuos. He also did not expect that these bugs, which caused the cosmic locust plague, had actually come to the Douluo continent. Of course, he was well aware that these bugs were very difficult to kill, and their numbers would not be less than 10,000. Dongfeng, swift and decisive. These bugs are not easy to deal with. At the same time, we must freeze them. They cannot be allowed to die, or else this place will collapse. Huo naturally knew that these bugs would self-destruct upon death, and with their numbers, the self-destruction would be countless. Before they could be found, this place would be destroyed first. Chapter 13. Ice God soared upon hearing this. Dongfeng's gaze became intense as he looked at the bugs, which were filled with hostility towards him. For these bugs, any existing life would be their enemy in the eyes of the Bug King. They had destroyed one star after another and were thus very difficult to deal with. The thousands of bugs quickly enveloped Huo and Dongfeng, seemingly turning all surviving life into their kind for reproduction. However, they seemed to be having a bit of bad luck today, hitting a hard wall. Although they had the numerical advantage, in Dongfeng's eyes, they were still mere ants. The group of juvenile bugs rushed towards Huo wanting to devour the two of them. But Dongfeng smiled calmly. These bugs were uncontrollably drawn to one spot, since the master said not to kill them, as it would lead to the collapse of this place. Then I will create a space to isolate these bugs and kill them together, which won't affect this place. Thinking of this, he looked at the bugs and displayed a friendly expression. Storm compression. The endless laws of wind compressed these bugs into one mass. Since Dongfeng controlled the force well, he did not kill them. Space lock. A space formed beneath the bugs, isolating them from this icy cave. Dongfeng's cold gaze fixed on them, and any bug that made eye contact with him was frozen in an instant. Dongfeng then used spatial transfer to send them to this area. But he thought of a fun idea. He decided to airdrop them into the divine realm, giving Tang San a big surprise. After all, didn't the master dislike him? It was reasonable to teach him a lesson. Divine realm. The former God King Tang San, due to the changes in the Douluo continent, could no longer spy on it and was constantly troubled. Since a few years ago, when an unknown force interfered, the divine realm had lost contact with the Douluo continent. The consciousness left in Shao Qi could not be contacted either, but fortunately, he could still reach other places. He did not know who had sealed the divine realm. If he found out, they would have a path to death. While Tang San was pondering how to torture the person who disrupted his plans, a spatial tremor occurred in his palace, and thousands of juvenile bugs were teleported in. Suddenly, thousands of them self-destructed violently with tremendous power, turning the entire Sea God Palace into ruins. Fortunately, Dongfeng controlled the power, preventing it from completely annihilating the divine realm. However, it left Tang San with 5 lesser bugs. Hoping you would like them. What the hell is going on? What kind of soul beast is this to self-destruct right away? Tang San was also stunned. Who would self-destruct upon arrival? The sea god Tang San looked at the ruined palace and thought, forget it, let us rebuild. But suddenly, 5 juvenile bugs flew out from the sea god palace, all looking confused and speaking in bug language. Where's this? I don't know. Tang San's expression turned angry as he said, what a bold move to dare to destroy my palace. You have a path to death. In an instant, Tang San grasped the sea god's trident, his aura shining brightly as endless divine power surged. These 5 audacious little ants dared to come to my territory. Today, I must subdue these 5 bugs to establish my authority. But would things really go as planned? The answer was no. Tang San's roar also attracted the attention of the 5 juvenile bugs. In an instant, their eyes filled with hostility, and for them, a new life had begun. One juvenile bug quickly charged at Tang San, who gathered the sea god's divine power and unleashed his divine skill, Unfixed Wind Wave. Tang San concentrated divine power in his hands, creating 5 golden rings that quickly encircled the juvenile bug. Seeing the scene, the juvenile bug swiftly dodged, and after 3 seconds, the 5 juvenile bugs underwent a transformation, splitting into identical juvenile bugs. Tang San realized that the unfixed wind wave could only trap 5. But there were not just 5 bugs in the area now, there were already 10. If he could not kill these 5 bugs simultaneously, their numbers would only increase, making it overwhelming. The power of reproduction is not easy to deal with. As long as it involves reproduction and production in this broad sense, bugs could emerge. What's going on? Are these clones? But before Tang San could be surprised, the split bugs bit through the unfixed wind wave unleashed by the sea god. Before Tang San could recover from his surprise, the 10 juvenile bugs split into 20. Tang San's heart sank. How did they split again? He gathered the sea god's divine power, consolidating the sea to cover these 20 juvenile bugs. Tang San also realized that these 5 juvenile bugs would not be as simple as he imagined. It seemed that he had to defeat them simultaneously. At this moment, a god king appeared, the god of destruction, who sensed Tang San's divine power surging and came to check it out. Tang San, what are you doing? Upon seeing the god of destruction, Tang San immediately relaxed and said, Destruction, I don't have time to explain. First, let's deal with these 5 bugs, and then I will explain to you. The god of destruction then saw the 5 bugs confronting Tang San and glanced at the ruins of the sea god palace. A bit stunned, these 5 bugs had such destructive power that they could actually tear down the sea god's palace. But before he could be surprised, he and Tang San had the same expression. The 20 juvenile bugs had turned into 40. At this rate, they would only keep increasing, and the eyes of the god of destruction were filled with hostility. Because the time for splitting did not exceed 5 seconds, after 5 seconds, they split from 40 into 60. The speed was truly terrifying. The god of destruction didn't think much and directly took action, unleashing the power of destruction in his palm, swiftly striking at the young dormant insect. As soon as the power of destruction landed on one young dormant insect, it began to spread, seemingly infecting others. Soon, 60 young dormant insects were infused with the god of destruction's power. With a squeeze of his hand, endless destructive energy surged forth, and one young dormant insect let out a scream. It was then obliterated by the power of destruction, but in the instant after its death, its body rapidly inflated, like a hot air balloon being popped, and it quickly began to explode. The 60 young burrowing insects exploded simultaneously, and Tang San and the god of destruction gasped. Not good. Both of them activated their maximum defenses to resist this level of damage. Fortunately, there were only 60 young burrowing insects. If it had been 100,000, it could have flattened the entire divine realm. Seeing that the few monsters were completely eradicated, the god of destruction finally turned his gaze to Tang San and coldly said, Tang San, can you explain? Tang San did not respond to the god of destruction. Instead, he focused on the ruins of the sea god palace. All right, I'll tell you at the law enforcement conference later. It will need to be rebuilt. As the main culprit, Dongfeng naturally knew about this and thought to himself, oh no, I didn't expect the little bugs to be dealt with so quickly. If I had known, I should have left them all behind to fight those thousands of insects. However, along the way, the Yuxuan also encountered many dangers, such as rolling stones and icy mists. But Dongfeng dealt with all of them, and upon reaching the depths, he shouted a low warning towards Huo Yuhao and the others. Intruders, leave this place. 2 ice giants yelled at Huo Yuhao and Dongfeng. The 2 ice giants are extremely huge, larger than a small mountain, covered in diamonds, with numerous blue spikes on the diamonds, sharp and menacing. Their amber-like eyes gaze at Huo Yuhao with a murderous intent. They are ice giants, and as far as I know, this type of soul beast used to be the guardians of the ice god. Yuxuan, it seems we are very lucky. This is the residence of the ice god. However, these 2 ice giants are at least 200,000 years old. Since the ice god left the extreme north, they have not appeared again, although the soul beasts of the extreme north are still searching for him. Yet, there are still no clues. Who would have thought that we would find the ice god's palace in this underground cavern? The dreaming Ice Silkworm said in surprise. It should be noted that the soul beasts of the extreme north turned the entire region upside down back then. But who would have thought that the ice god's territory would be here? Humans, leave now, and you can live in peace. Otherwise, you will be buried here. One of the ice giants said, with a strong tone of threat. However, neither of them took the ice giant's words seriously. Although the ice giants are the guardians of the ice god, they're not as powerful as the Ice Empress, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, or the Titan Snow Demon King. Their bloodline is weaker, and their strength does not match theirs, but they are still extremely difficult soul beasts to kill. The ice giants have high defense and strength, especially the 200,000-year-old ice giants, whose defense is astonishing. Otherwise, how could they qualify to be the guardians of the ice god? Dongfeng sighed softly and stepped forward, suppressing the ice element aura on the ice giants. Can we go in and take a look? Dongfeng asked calmly, his cold gaze sweeping over them, making them tremble deep down. It was not an ordinary tremble, but a pressure felt from the soul. In Dongfeng's eyes, the 2 ice giants seemed like ants. The ice giants whispered to each other under the immense pressure. Brother, should we let them in? Let them in. I feel that this kid is very powerful. After 200,000 years, he is still so formidable. Fine, let them in. The ice god said before leaving that we could let them go. But you and I both know that when the ice god's artifact returns here, we will be dead. We don't know the reason, but we have never opened it. If they can pull out that artifact, perhaps we will be free. The two ice giants said to Hoyuan, Intruders, we agree to let you in, but don't blame us if something happens. The ice giants opened the door to the chilling cold, and an endless chill rushed in. Once inside, they were greeted by a vast expanse of mist rising, with a celestial aura, as if entering a fairyland. At its center, there was a very large altar covered in ice, and on the altar lay a sword. The sword appeared to be made of 10,000-year-old ice, transparent and deep, with blue light swirling like a galaxy within. The hilt was complex, resembling an ancient divine beast, with golden patterns complementing the icy blue brilliance, as if frozen stars had reappeared in the world. This sword is the Ice God Sword, an ultra artifact belonging to the Ice God, who is not a deity among humans, but a soul beast that has ascended to godhood. However, that is already a thing of the past. It used to be quite easy for soul beasts to become gods, but now, it's no longer possible. On the walls here, the origins of the Ice God are recorded. Initially, it was a spirit from the extreme northern ice fields, before the existence of the Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, and the Ice Snow Maiden, the three soul beasts. In the early days of the extreme north, there were no soul beasts of ultimate ice, and the Ice God was the first to possess ultimate ice at that time, cultivating for tens of thousands of years before finally achieving ascension to godhood. After becoming a god, he also left behind 3 brand new races, which later perished due to an accident, scattering their divine souls. However, the divine personality, divine artifact, divine armor, and divine position are all here. After reading the story of the Ice God, Huo Yuhao finally turned her gaze to the Ice God's sword on this altar. The entire palace here is made of extremely cold diamonds. Like the pillars encountered before, there are also pillars here. After counting carefully, there are a total of 64 ice pillars. However, unlike the previous pillars, these ice pillars are adorned with a blue ice glow. At the top, there's a throne made of ice crystals. There are also ice crystal orchids placed here, making it a magnificent and beautiful palace. Hoyuan asked the ice giant, Have you been staying here all along? Yes, we have always been here and have never left. As long as this sword is not pulled out, we cannot leave. We are the guardians of the Ice God. Although the Ice God has already departed, we must remain here because this is the last quiet land of this place. You are the first guest to arrive. If you can, you may try. Hoyuan looked at the Ice God's sword, and the familiar aura here grew stronger. It seems you should give it a try. Master, if you want to help. Dongfeng wanted to offer assistance, but was interrupted by Hoyuan's hand gesture. No need, I can do it myself. Hoyuan slowly walked up to the altar, but with each step, it felt as if 10,000 pounds of cold ice were pressing down on her, and the bone-chilling cold pierced deeply into her soul. However, with the blessing of the World Tree, she was immune to this coldness. If an ordinary person were here, they would have been torn to shreds by the icy aura of the Ice God sword long ago. There were a total of 100 steps from bottom to top. Each step felt like the weight of an iceberg. As Hoyuan ascended, she was enveloped in ice mist, indicating that no one else was allowed to interfere here. However, for Dongfeng, this level of influence had no effect on him at all. Chapter 14. The Snow Emperor. Upon reaching the top, a few lines appeared in her mind. The frozen throne stands tall in the sky, commanding the winds and clouds. I am the ruler. With an icy heart and iron blood, I control the world. I am the king. A heartfelt declaration echoed, as if returning to the battlefield where the first Ice God once stood. She had also seen the silhouette of the Dragon God, but it was only for a moment. During the Dragon God War, the Ice God chose to remain neutral and did not assist anyone, fully aware that the Dragon God was a living joke. The lover had died, the son had died, and knowing the outcome, she chose not to intervene and let things take their course. In the depths of the universe, while exploring some secrets, she was severely injured by an unknown divine king with a single strike. After losing the possibility to escape, she returned her artifact to the Ice God Temple and left behind a message. Fated One, when you see this, you will have seen my memories. I should have died many years ago, and I do not know what era it is now, nor if it is humans or soul beasts that have come. But those who can arrive here are fated. My current state is merely a message left before death. I just want to tell you that since you have come here, you have arrived at the Ice God Sword. You are also qualified to become my new generation ice god. However, unfortunately, my divine position has shattered and needs you to reforge it. Rest assured, my artifacts are all of super artifact level. When you pull out this sword, my remaining artifacts will be in the ice lake below the ice god sword. Now, Fated One, begin to demonstrate your perseverance. I hope you will go further on your future path. As soon as the voice fell, everything returned to normal. Huo thought for a moment and secretly said, Ice God Senior, don't worry, I will carry your will. For now, let's first pull out the ice god sword. Huo exerted her strength with both hands, trying to pull out the ice god sword encased in ice. However, this ice god sword sealed in the ice would not be so easy to pull out. This profound ice had endured for tens of thousands of years and had long been indestructible. Coupled with the power of the ice god sword, it required at least a force exceeding 800 pounds. But an ordinary person would have likely given up on this idea, while Huo found it quite easy to pull it out. After all, Huo was not someone an ordinary person could compare with. With her 3 lives martial soul, void eye, and the world tree, along with an unformed ice martial soul, she could bear the power of several star gods, making it quite easy for her to handle the ice god sword. With a sudden surge of strength, the ice god sword was slowly pulled out. At the moment it was pulled out, the power of the ice god sword began to merge with Huo soul power. The ice god sword automatically recognized its master. Suddenly, after the ice god sword was pulled out, the altar sealing the ice god sword vanished into thin air. In its place was an ice lake, and the ice mist covering the ice god sword also dissipated after the sword was pulled out. Dongfeng quickly saw Huo falling into the ice lake and jumped in after her. Under the ice lake, there was no discomfort at all. Instead, it provided Huo with great comfort. The cold, fierce wind brushed against her warm face, and after falling into this ice lake, she felt restored. Surprisingly, she could breathe freely here, just like on land. As she fell onto the blue patterned ground, she was astonished to see an ice block in front of her, which encased a silver-haired girl. Huo gazed at her appearance, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Luiying? Huo exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the girl in the ice block, she recognized her and felt a connection to her past life. Luiying had actually come to Douluo continent. But why was she frozen here? She was reincarnated, starting anew, but not completely. Everything that represented her remained within her. It seemed Luiying had come in physical form, and although it felt like a dream, she first needed to rescue Luiying. Dongfeng, Master, what are your orders? Please help bring Luiying up. I'll take a look around here first. Dongfeng glanced at Luiying and said softly, As you wish, Master. After Dongfeng finished speaking, he lifted Luiying with his spiritual power and flew out of the lake. Huo continued to delve deeper. At the bottom of the lake, there was nothing unusual. The water was also an illusion, as it seemed the ice god had made it convenient for the heir to obtain the inheritance. Walking onto a shell, surrounded by coral, it felt quite different from other places, and the more different it was, the more peculiar it became. While other shells emitted water elements, this particular shell emanated a hint of coldness. Just as Huo had guessed, it contained the remaining divine artifacts of the ice god. Aside from the ice god's sword, the ice god had provided some resources for Huo. The ice god was indeed a veteran, possessing 3 super artifacts, one of which was bestowed upon her by the dragon god. 2 were primarily for offense, and 1 for control. With all these artifacts combined, her combat power increased significantly, along with some other items, such as immortal herbs. She collected everything, and when she reached the shore, she saw Luiying and Dongfeng chatting. Dongfeng was being playfully squeezed by Luiying, looking quite adorable. I've lived for over 1,000,000 years. Can you give me a little respect? Luiying, axing. In an instant, Luiying released Dongfeng and dashed towards Huo, tears streaming down her face, as if recounting her experiences. Long time no see, Luiying, Huo said. Yes, long time no see. 2 people walked to the side and began to share their experiences, but the winter wind had told Luiying about it. Though Luiying didn't care, she wanted to hear stories from Xing's mouth more than anyone else. However, upon hearing that the Duchess had bullied a Xing like that, she was immediately furious. A Xing, let me go kill them. Luiying decided right away that she would dismember those who harmed a Xing. Huo patted Luiying's hair and said, Yes, that will happen. I also want to take revenge myself. By the way, mommy, uncle, and aunt? Luiying shook her head and replied, I don't know either. I only knew that I entered the time-space rift, and after that, I lost track. I'm not sure where Kafka and the others are. Let me ask. Luiying opened her phone and clicked on the Starcore family, which consisted of only 6 people. Ren, Silver Wolf, Kafka, Luing, Xing, and Elio. Luing, Kafka, where are you? Kafka, baby, where are you? Elio can't figure out where you are either. Xing, and you have been out of contact for several days now. And we've searched the entire universe, but can't find you. Silver Wolf, I'm dying of laughter. I don't even know how many planets I've hacked into without finding any clues about you. Luing, I have a good news, a bad news, and an even worse news. Which one do you want to hear? Kafka. Silver Wolf. Xing. Kafka, wait, baby. Kafka was stunned, and Luing also looked at Huo, who was holding her phone, making the situation a bit awkward. Luing explained some of the things that had happened during this time. Kafka, baby, so you're on a planet called Douluo continent, and there have been some changes in this world, so you can't get out, is that right? Xing, you have been reincarnated directly. Should I call you Xing or Huo? The person on the other end of the message had a pure smile, but although she seemed calm on the surface, she was actually locking in on the coordinates of Douluo continent. However, Silver Wolf still found it, but it was too far away, needing to enter another universe. But so what? It was just the beginning of a new hunt. After sending the message, Lu Ying and Huo chatted for a bit. Lu Ying decided to let the ice giant leave this place, as it had guarded this place for tens of thousands of years and didn't need to guard it anymore. After taking what was here, she left the extreme north, hoping that in the future she could bring back the ice god. Xing, where are we going next? Lu Ying asked. For her, wherever Xing went, she would go too. Kafka and the others also didn't know if they could come here, and she learned from Xing that the world S system was low. But Xing was reincarnated here and was also the child of fate in this world, considered a person protected by the luck of heaven and earth. She couldn't understand how she could be bullied by a venomous woman. When she found her one day, she would make her experience the methods of the Star Core Hunters. After walking for a while, Huo sat down. Her soul power had already reached level 21, and the World Tree Martial Soul naturally added a second soul ring. Now, she needed the soulless Ice Martial Soul to become a physical entity, and for the rest, there was no need to go further. She had also sent the Dream Ice Silkworm to find the Ice Emperor, hoping everything would be safe. Huo sat quietly, seemingly waiting for something. Yuxuan, something's wrong. We came to the wrong place. This isn't the Ice Emperor's territory, she said. But before the Dream Ice Silkworm could finish speaking, a cold, piercing female voice reached the ears of Huo and Lu Ying. Humans. This sentence reveals a coldness, carrying a tone that does not allow for provocation. If one could imagine, the person who said this must be a decisive female emperor. Tianming Ice Silkworm was immediately terrified with its current strength. It could handle the Ice Emperor, but dealing with the owner of this voice was another matter altogether. The owner of this voice, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, also knows who it is, the Ice Empress, the leader of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, ranked 3rd among the 10 fierce beasts, with a cultivation close to 700,000 years. Facing her, especially in the extreme north, is even more advantageous for the Ice Empress, no matter how one compares. I'm simply not her opponent. However, Yuxuan possesses the inheritance of the Ice God, so the Ice Empress shouldn't go all out. Those who intrude into the core area of the extreme north face imminent death. The cold voice of the Ice Empress echoed. In the sky, endless ice and snow power gathered into a massive blue giant sword, directly cleaving towards Huo amidst the swirling snowflakes. Be careful, master. An imposing voice rang out. The giant sword was suddenly engulfed by flames and melted. A man appeared beside Huo, emanating a commanding aura, as if confronting him would lead to judgment. The man had red hair, resembling flames ignited in battle, dressed in black leather and a red cloak, with eyes shining like sunlight. His features were exquisite, handsome, and striking, with a flame pattern on his forehead. He was tall, appearing to be in his 30s, holding 2 long swords, one red and one purple. The man coldly gazed at the one attacking Huo. The winter wind, about to strike, was also stunned and said, Uncle Kapapu, why are you awake? In his heart, if anyone in the World Tree was unreasonable, it could only be the Fire Dragon King Kapapu, born on the battlefield, sensing noble life and aesthetics. Fire has duality. One side brings rebirth, the other destruction. Among the many beings of the World Tree, he was incredibly powerful and an indestructible spirit among dragons, a formidable opponent. What a hassle! Who dares disturb my sleep? The mighty flames burned the ice and snow beneath his feet to scorched earth. His power was forcibly suppressed, but so what? Kapapu looked at the woman releasing the attack in the distance. The Ice Empress felt a hint of fear under Kapapu's gaze, while Kapapu remained contemptuous towards her. A snow spirit, interesting, but since you've harmed my master, you shall pay with your life. Kapapu pronounced the death sentence towards the Ice Empress with a murderous intent. He swung his sword with his left hand towards the Ice Empress. The speed was so fast that it was hard to see. Yet Huo Yuhao managed to say before Kapapu acted, "Kapapu, stop." Just as Kapapu's attack was about to land on the Ice Empress, unexpectedly, it was blocked. The Ice Empress was enveloped by a spatial shield, which blocked his attack. Seeing this, Kapapu slowly sheathed his sword and said, "Furious, Ancillor, why do you stop me?" "Oh dear, Kapapu, it's not that I want to stop you, but I have to stop you because my master said to let you stop and not take life lightly." A silver-haired woman flew out from Huo Yuhao, transforming into a white light. She was Ancillor, as called by Kapapu, with long white hair, unlike Kapapu, whose humanoid form carried some characteristics of his true form. However, Ancillor looked completely human, without any of the bizarre traits of her true form. In fact, those who did not know her would find it hard to tell she was not human. Her skin was slightly pale, her figure graceful, dressed in a purple dress adorned with flowers. Her purple eyes looked exceptionally beautiful, resembling endless chaos. Her elegant curves showcased her figure perfectly. Chapter 15. Turning the extreme north into a forbidden zone, Kapapu snorted coldly. "This time I'm going back." Ancillor then cast a spatial barrier to protect the Ice Empress, who was astonished. She never expected this little girl would possess such immense power. Luiying was also intimidated by the power of the Fire Dragon King Kapapu. Her full strength probably wouldn't be enough to match his. Huo Yuhao then said, "Sorry, Ice Empress sister, did I scare you?" "Sister?" The Ice Empress's pupils widened in shock. "That little girl called me sister." Huo Yuhao continued, "Sister, the Kapapu I just encountered is the spirit born from my martial soul." This explanation may be hard to believe, but it is true. Huo Yuhao used a lot of persuasion to barely make the Ice Empress believe her. "This means that in another world, I eventually became your soul ring." At this moment, the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, Huo Yuhao, and the Ice Empress exchanged glances. Rather than explain, Huo Yuhao decided to let her see for herself, weaving the story from the time of the peerless Tang sect into a light sphere for the Ice Empress to view. "In this world, your name was originally Huo Yuhao." The Ice Empress continued watching. "What nonsense! I, the Ice Empress, a formidable fierce beast of 700,000 years, was taken away from my territory by a level 9 soul master?" The Ice Empress was furious to see this. A dignified 700,000 year soul beast being captured by an ant-like human and turned into an embryo. In a light sphere, as that version of Huo Yuhao, their strength and physique were not on the same level at all compared to this life as Huo Yuhao. At night, the surroundings quieted down, the snowflakes gently falling. The sky seemed washed clean, stars twinkling. The Ice Empress faced the light sphere while Huo Yuhao and Luiying had a barbecue. After a while, the Ice Empress finished watching the scene of Huo Yuhao obtaining his second martial soul in the extreme north. After watching, the Ice Empress was lost in thought, not knowing what to ponder. "In that parallel universe, perhaps I have a different life. Yuhao, your existence transcends humanity. You are a miracle of that world and an eternal mystery in my heart, right?" "Yes. With such powerful strength, do you still need the heavenly dreams God-making plan?" Huo Yuhao shook her head and said, "I don't know. The historical rules of Douluo continent have been broken, and there are many exceptional factors." "Sister Ice Empress, are there any abnormal phenomena in this extreme north?" Huo Yuhao wanted to know what changes occurred in the extreme north due to Douluo's anomalies. "No, but the soul beasts in the extreme north are decreasing every day. At this rate, the extreme north will soon perish." The Ice Empress revealed that the current situation in the extreme north was critically endangered. The Stardow Forest has the presence of auspicious beasts and a treaty with humans, which makes them wary, but the extreme north has never had a treaty with humans. If this continues, it won't be long before the extreme north turns into a wasteland. Only ice and snow will remain, and no soul beasts will exist. When the soul beasts of the extreme north perish, the ice and snow will melt, and the entire extreme north will become a relic of history. After finishing her words, the Ice Empress unconsciously clenched her palm. She was currently injured, but the desire to stop this was almost negligible. If it truly came to the point of survival in the extreme north, she was also prepared to teach the other side a profound lesson, just like Emperor Tian. "Ice Empress, is the situation in the extreme north this serious now?" "I've only been away for a few years." Shuedi nodded and said, If it weren't for the injury I sustained when condensing the soul core that time, I would have already launched a beast tide to settle accounts with them. I do have a way to get out. At this moment, Silkworm suddenly spoke up. Silkworm, you have a way. Silkworm nodded gently and said, yes, master, there is indeed a way, but I still need your help. I also forgot to introduce myself. My name is Silkworm. As Kappa mentioned earlier, I am the Space Dragon King, and I can also be referred to as the Space Dragon Ancestor. I'm also the master of that little guy, Dongfeng. Upon hearing Space Dragon Ancestor, the Snow Empress was a bit shocked and startled at first. After all, both Douluo Continent and the World Tree have a Space Dragon King, but the Space Dragon King of Douluo Continent had long since fallen. Are you the Space Dragon? Silkworm was a bit confused. I'm not the Space Dragon King. Then what am I? Well, Yuhao also explained, there is indeed a Space Dragon King here, but he has long since died. Some powerful ancient soul beasts are aware of this. Silkworm was somewhat speechless. It turned out that there was a Space Dragon King in this world, but he had fallen. However, the strength was too weak. The several Dragon Kings of their world tree would refine their own laws to the utmost degree before practicing other laws. I am the same. After perfecting the space law, the survival rate would be much higher. I didn't expect the Space Dragon King here to be so weak, having fallen in this place. Silkworm also convinced the Snow Empress, saying, little girl, actually, it's very easy to prevent humans from entering. Just turn the entire extreme north into a forbidden zone. However, in a while, I will summon all the beings from the extreme north and prepare for a big change here. Silkworm took out 4 ice pillars that emitted a chilling aura, and just looking at them made her feel extremely cold. Silkworm merely glanced at them and injected a breath into the bodies of the Snow Empress, Lu Ying, and Hoyuan, allowing them to adapt to the environment of these 3 ice pillars. Master, Snow Girl, and that little girl, what I injected into you is a breath that can adapt to this environment, so you won't feel any discomfort. Only then did they realize that the 4 ice pillars had no effect on them. The Snow Empress looked at Hoyuan and said, thank you, Senior, I will. Snow Empress, before this, how did you solve the matters regarding Xianer and Inger? Summon the creatures of the extreme north and ensure that nothing goes wrong. With me here, it won't be chaotic, but with you here, Binger will probably take action against you. You should explain it to him. Before you speak, Snow Empress, I have a secret to tell you regarding the Ice God. The dreaming Ice Silkworm recounted how Hoyuan encountered the Ice God and all the impressions of the Ice God. The Snow Empress said, are you saying that the Ice God has fallen, and now that Hoyuan is our new generation Ice God? Yes. But even though she has inherited the Ice God's legacy, she cannot become a true Ice God. After all, the divine position of the Ice God has long been shattered, and a new beginning is needed. However, there is no rush. We will talk about it when she truly reaches the title Douluo stage. Only then did the Snow Empress withdraw her surprised gaze. She hadn't expected that the Ice God had already fallen, killed by an unknown divine king. Moreover, the divine power was very strong, and the ancient Ice God philosophy would make this era of Douluo continents so powerful. Talents are now abundant. It is no longer an era that relies solely on talent. Every sect feels embarrassed to say they're a sect without at least one title Douluo. Subsequently, the Snow Empress and the dreaming Ice Silkworm went to directly explain to the Ice Emperor, and during the conversation, the dreaming Ice Silkworm occasionally said sweet nothings. But the response to the dreaming Ice Silkworm was a fist the size of a sandbag. Later, in the core area of the extreme north, there was a central ice lake, and at the center of the ice lake was an altar. At the edge here, statues stand in a row, all depicting the ice and snow guardians. Behind the altar, the Ice Empress and the Ice Emperor Scorpion, Titan Snow Demon King, stand side by side. The Ice Empress is in the middle, with the Ice Emperor Scorpion and the Titan Snow Demon King on her left and right. Behind the Ice Empress is the statue of the Ice God that Hoyuan had seen before. The ice snow stands on an ice lotus, and, in the sky, a snowflake drifts down, landing in the hand of the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor gently blows, and the snowflake in his hand transforms into blue light, slowly drifting towards every corner of the extreme north. Soon, groups of spirit beasts rushed over, with the Ice Emperor arriving first, as they are good sisters. Just as the Snow Emperor finished speaking, the Ice Emperor brought her group over. In just a few moments, a large number of spirit beasts arrived. A rough glance revealed that the spirit beasts in the entire extreme north were pitifully few, with only a few thousand remaining. Although they were crazily hunted by invaders, there were still tens of thousands left. When spirit beasts cultivate for 10,000 years, most will awaken their intelligence, with a significant boost in IQ. Compared to their tenure, 100-year or 1,000-year kin, they are smarter and more obedient to commands. Naturally, they can respond to the summons of the Snow Emperor, the strongest in the extreme north today. However, in front of the Snow Emperor, they all behaved obediently and quietly, with no rebellious ones daring to act out. After all, the current extreme north is not as it used to be and is now at a critical endangered stage. At this point, the Snow Emperor must have important matters to discuss with them. The tall figures in front were particularly conspicuous. They belonged to the Titan Snow Demon clan, one of the overlords of the extreme north, with the Titan Snow Demon King at the forefront, towering over 100 meters, but now shrinking like a quail. Still haunted by events from thousands of years ago, the Ice Emperor arrived early, standing closest to the Snow Emperor, watching her. Is everyone here? Those who could speak confirmed their presence, while those who couldn't could only nod in acknowledgement. The Snow Emperor then slightly nodded and said, "My people of the extreme north, our land is now in such peril. Since they have done this, we need not spare them. They dare to hunt. Let's see if they can walk out of this." After saying this, the Snow Emperor took out 3 treasures resembling pillars, and the spirit beasts were puzzled. On the high mountain, Huo Yuhao and others were observing these spirit beasts. Besides Huo Yuhao, Liu Ying, and Ansi Luer, there was another woman standing. This woman had silver blue hair, long like the first snow of winter, pure and cold, with soft and shiny strands gently cascading down her waist, as if carrying the fresh breath of ice and snow. Under the sunlight, her hair shimmered with a faint silver light, like countless tiny ice crystals embedded in it. Her blue eyes were as cold and high-spirited as the snow-covered ground. Her features were exquisite and three-dimensional, with a high nose and rosy lips, complemented by a cool face that exuded a sense of mystery. She wore an ancient dress made of ice and snow, predominantly white with silver blue patterns, resembling frost flowers in winter, pure and elegant. The skirt was wide, light, and flowing, like snowflakes dancing in the air. The dress was embroidered with delicate ice patterns, each flower lifelike, as if they could melt into water at any moment. A silver blue belt cinched her waist, highlighting her slender figure and echoing her hair color and dress, adding a touch of nobility. She wore silver-white bracelets on her wrists, complementing her ice and snow ancient dress, enhancing her cool and ethereal appearance. She was the Ice Dragon Queen, Hitrina, alongside the Space Dragon King Ansi Luer and the Fire Dragon King Capep. Space, you really are something. Using my things to play the nice guy. A Bing, don't say that. What's mine is yours. We have all lived for tens of thousands of years. Why mind such things? Cut it out, master. Where are we planning to go after these matters are settled? Let's return to the Sun and Moon Empire first. After the grand competition, there will be different surprises. Although Huo Yuhao knew, from the book, what would happen to her in the future, it was still just from the book, not experienced personally. She was also curious about whether the talents of this generation would be as powerful. However, she wondered what it would be like to see this place turned into a forbidden zone. She could freely come and go in the soon-to-be forbidden extreme north, thanks to Ansi Luer's aura. But for now, she would wait to see the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor also aimed to turn the extreme north into a human forbidden zone. These 3 pillars, as Ansi Luer had mentioned, would set up 3 ceiling points to completely transform the extreme north into a place of extreme cold. Although the spirit beasts agreed, they were uncertain whether they could stop those damned humans from advancing this time. However, the Snow Emperor never undertook actions without confidence. The extreme northern forbidden zone has no impact on the people living in the far north. However, it imposes great restrictions on invaders. After all, Ansi Luer has already given the northern inhabitants the breath to adapt to that force when they all arrived. It makes no difference. The Snow Empress took a deep breath, gazed solemnly into the distance, and released her grip on the 4 ice pillars. These 4 ice pillars consist of 3 sons and 1 mother. The 3 ice pillars are the offspring, and 1 ice pillar is the mother. To break them, one must first destroy the 3 offspring before finally breaking the mother pillar, which is also quite difficult to shatter. As time passes, the 4 ice pillars vanish, and the area of the extreme north begins to expand rapidly, with the cold air rising swiftly. The extreme north, which was initially clear, starts to undergo drastic changes as the 4 ice pillars disappear. The once clear sky is suddenly covered by clouds, turning gloomy. Snowflakes begin to fall, gradually increasing in size, obscuring the sky and sun, leading to decreasing visibility as a severe blizzard descends upon the extreme north. Chapter 16 transforms the extreme north into a forbidden zone. But this is not the end. The ground of the extreme north starts to tremble, not just in one spot, but the entire region begins to shake. A fierce wind arises, whipping up intense gales. In a mountain on the outskirts, a single ice pillar begins to expand above it. This ice pillar plunges into the mountain, and at the peak of the mountain, a blue-patterned magic circle appears. A veil of snow and mist envelopes the mountain, rendering it incredibly illusory from a distance. One cannot see what it is. Moreover, at the base of the mountain, 6 swords are embedded into the ground, vanishing in a haze after 3 seconds. Inside the mountain, a vast space has emerged, yet it is fraught with danger, filled with large patches of ice and thorny brambles. Many creatures have also emerged, but they do not belong to the category of soul beasts. Each creature exudes an elemental aura. These are elemental creatures, each representing a different element. The ice pillar transforms into one that emits a strange glow, and around it, numerous dense chains of laws appear. Not only that, but the extreme northern region also begins to change, quickly expanding at its core, under the astonished gaze of all the soul beasts. Above the 9 heavens, a gigantic ice pillar stands in the sky, and many tall towers appear. Some areas of the extreme wind region are also shrouded in icy mist, making the snow seem to be enhanced by something, becoming even more solid and indestructible. The spiritual energy around is increased by more than 100 times, and some soul masters searching for soul beasts suffer greatly, being directly engulfed by the heavy snow. The temperature rapidly drops to extreme lows. Now, not only ordinary soul masters, but even gods cannot step foot here, completely covered by ice and snow. The 3 ice pillars are positioned outwardly, one at the mountain base, one at the mountain peak, and one in the middle of the mountain. The inner area and the outer area close to the inner area are all affected by the ice and snow, and the sky, once completed, returns to normal. After the 3 ice pillars, the extreme northern region has become a forbidden zone of extreme cold, just as the extreme northern region becomes a forbidden area for humans. Other forces are not so calm. Shrek Academy. Sitting in a recliner, Mu-In opens his dim eyes and looks to the north. It's truly a troublesome autumn. It seems something has changed in the extreme northern region. Is there another soul beast riot? It seems the environment there has become even more violent. This is not good news for us humans. It seems the extreme northern region is undergoing another change. Stardo Forest. Many fierce beasts feel the changes in the extreme northern region, but dare not approach. Detion also goes to check it out. But as soon as he uses the spatial blade to teleport to the outer area, he is blown away by the strong winds of the extreme northern region, eventually returning to the Stardo Forest. Detion, what happened in the extreme northern region? Among the fierce beasts, by G, who is trusted by Detion, speaks up. Sigh. Detion shakes his head bitterly, and then says with a very unpleasant expression, I don't know. I just used spatial power to enter, and I was blown away by the wind. I can imagine that the current extreme northern region is extremely dangerous. Perhaps the Snow Emperor has some means left by the Ice God. Hearing that the extreme northern region has become very dangerous, the fierce beasts are shocked. And the king of all beasts says, Detion, is the Snow Emperor trying to turn the extreme northern region into a forbidden zone? Upon hearing the term forbidden zone, the fierce beasts are somewhat stunned because mentioning a forbidden zone means it is a very dangerous place. Typically, it is a forbidden area for humans. But from Detion's words, it can be understood that this place is even more dangerous than a typical forbidden zone. Only the original creatures living there are safe, and anyone who dares to step foot there will perish. I have personally witnessed that vast desolation, with heavy snow falling, as if looking down upon the world from above. The current extreme northern region is truly a supreme forbidden zone, not to mention humans. Even I do not dare to linger there for long. They all fall into silence upon hearing Detion's words. However, while this may not be a good thing, it greatly reduces the combat power on the human side. I really don't know how strong the Snow Emperor is now. Detion feels a bit of anticipation. After all, the extreme northern region becoming a forbidden zone cuts off the path for ice attribute soul masters. Before level 30, they can absorb energy, but after level 30, there is no way. After all, the outermost area is populated by soul beasts that are hundreds or thousands of years old. But 1,000-year soul beasts are already within the range of adverse effects, making it nearly impossible to hunt successfully. If even 1,000-year soul beasts cannot be hunted, let alone 10,000 or 100,000-year soul beasts. The Evil Forest. A peerless fierce beast awakens from its slumber. The second-ranked evil emperor among the top 10 fierce beasts looks toward the direction of the extreme northern region. The extreme northern region is quite interesting. DT on. I really don't know what expression you have. Snow Emperor, let us see what kind of strength you have now. The ocean. A giant whale, long hidden in the deep sea, opens its deep red eyes and slowly surfaces. As it rises, it creates large waves. Its gaze also turns toward the extreme northern region, curious about what is happening there. The changes in the extreme northern region, however, have nothing to do with itself. After speaking, the giant whale dives back into the depths of the sea. At this time, the Douluo continent was undergoing significant changes, attracting countless human powerhouses. No one expected the extreme northern soul beast to go on a rampage, indicating that the extreme north would become a bitterly cold land. The soul beasts in the extreme north also felt the joy of their increase during this upheaval, reveling in a joyful exuberance. Soon, the extreme north had been completely transformed, a place covered in endless ice and snow and storms, where the ice and snow never melted, and the elemental energy of heaven and earth became more concentrated, with the power of laws enveloping it, but limited to the core area inside. Once some dust settled, many fierce beasts fell out of place here and returned to their homes, leaving only the Ice King Xiaobai, the Ice Emperor, and the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor briefly explained things to Xiaobai, initially feeling a bit of an impulse to fight because Xiaobai asked whether to call him grandfather or grandmother. In the end, it took a lot of effort to clarify. However, the two fell into another dilemma. Who would serve as Huo Yuhao third martial soul? There was only one martial soul position left, while the other was meant for a soul ring. Of course, the Ice Heavenly Woman and the Ice Emperor Scorpion were both representatives of ultimate Ice martial souls, and in terms of bloodline, both belong to the bloodline of the Ice God. If we talk about bloodlines among the Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Heavenly Woman, and the Ice Emperor Scorpion, the Titan and Snow Demon King would certainly not compare to the Ice Heavenly Woman and the Ice Emperor Scorpion, but if we consider strength, the Ice Emperor would definitely not be a match for the Snow Emperor. The answer was very clear. The nearly 700,000-year-old Snow Emperor was stronger than the nearly 400,000-year-old Ice Emperor. Swear, I think I am more suitable. Since the Yuxuan from another world is me, and this world is also me, there is no problem. Yuxuan, I am unique to the Ice Emperor Scorpion clan, and will surely bring you many benefits. Choose me. There is no need to fight over the martial soul position for me. In the end, we will all become Yuxuan's soul rings. Actually, do you want to become soul spirits? Huo Yuxuan's sudden remark left the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor momentarily stunned. Soul spirits were originally a product developed by Ilex in another world, intended to replace soul rings after 10,000 years. However, even soul spirits only accelerated the extinction of soul beasts in the short term, as the method for soul spirits was not yet perfected. This was also due to the Snow Emperor's inner core, which was planned by Tang, who died to save Huo Yuhao. Although in this life, without Ilex's help, it might not be as easy for his teacher as before, perhaps it would be a good thing. Maybe it wouldn't be like that world, where one would burn their last remnants of consciousness to save themselves. This method is indeed remarkable, but if it falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it could lead to unfortunate events, as exemplified by the incident with the Sea Princess. However, Huo Yuhao does not intend to use the soul method. Instead, she plans to create her own version based on the souls in the book, making it much more convenient than the previous method. Yuxuan, I remember that the soul is based on the ideas of your teacher, Ilex, from another world in this book. It seems that you haven't encountered him in this world, said someone. Huo Yuhao nodded and replied, yes, in this life, there's indeed no Ilex, who is my teacher in the development of my original fate. In this life, I will walk my own path. Outside the edge of the extreme north, a man in a black robe stood quietly, gazing at the extreme north shrouded in icy mist. The man had long silver hair that flowed with the wind, wearing a golden crown that exuded an air of authority. Dressed in a black fitted outfit adorned with golden lines and a wide long robe of black and red, he emanated mystery and grace. In his left hand, he held a black king's longsword, while his right hand grasped a long black mysterious scepter, taller than himself, and he wore golden battle armor that gave him a robust and imposing appearance. His facial features were sharp, with bright, piercing eyes, a straight nose, and thick black eyebrows, making him very handsome. He stood there, seemingly waiting for something. The man sighed and uttered two words. At that moment, two figures suddenly appear behind him, Long Haochen and Sheng Ke, who had also come to this world for various reasons. The silver-haired man in front of them was none other than Ilex, the god of necromancy and catastrophe, who had taught 3 disciples, including the one Huo Yuhao mentioned. He was also a reincarnator, experiencing memories of 2 lifetimes and wanted to make up for some regrets. Due to certain changes, his soul had come to this world alongside Long Haochen, who had already received help from others and did not need him anymore. His primary goal was to find his disciple from his previous life, ensuring he would not walk the path of becoming a puppet. "Teacher, Haochen Kaier, why are you here?" Long Haochen asked. "Teacher, you've been teaching me previous knowledge for the past few days, but you've only mentioned these 2 names. I don't know who they are." "Who?" "Ha ha ha." Ilex smiled bitterly and said, "They are a fool toyed with by fate. I've taught you enough. This place is somewhat different from the Holy Demon Continent. I've experienced it once, and have already told you everything. I also want to find him. My aura is in the Eternal Tower, which I've also given you. There are people protecting you, and if there's danger, you can contact me through the Eternal Tower." Long Haochen nodded and said, "I understand. Teacher, please stay safe." Long Haochen and Sheng Kaier left. With the sun and moon in hand, there is no one like me in the world, in the heavens and the earth. In the universe, no one can compete with my status. Who can block me in the sky and earth? Recklessly, one can slay heaven and mourn. Blood roads wither and flowers perish, but the remnants still reign as kings. Returning to Huo Yuhau's side, she ultimately decided that the Snow Empress would come first, but the Ice Goddess' martial soul needed slight enhancement. She would inject the essence of the Ice God and incorporate the laws of ice to create a new martial soul. The Snow Empress looked at Huo Yuhao and said, "Well then, Yuhao, I'm going to begin." Huo Yuhao sat cross-legged on the ice lotus, nodded, and said, "Yes, I'm ready." Snow Empress. The Snow Empress released a layer of her essence, quickly merging it with the essence of the Ice God in Huo Yuhau's hands while also infusing a trace of the laws of ice. To a large extent, it was no longer the original ice element, but rather the laws of ice, one of the great principles. The Snow Empress began to merge with Huo Yuhao, injecting her essence into the soulless ice. The soulless ice instantly transformed into something substantial, and the Snow Empress wanted to see the results of this new experiment. At that moment, Huo Yuhau's originally red eyes turned blue, and her white hair became pure white, drifting like snowflakes. The cold wind tousled her hair, making her look extraordinarily beautiful, surrounded by 2 blue dragon souls on either side. She wore a crown of ice that sparkled with blue light, radiating brilliance. The surrounding ice and snow were drawn towards her, quietly floating in the sky, and her attire changed to an ice blue long dress, imbued with an ancient ink-like aura, with a sword sheath at her waist. Up close, she resembled an ice mountain swordswoman. Adorned with white and blue decorations, her skin was snow white, and she still appeared to be 11 years old. Moreover, she mastered the laws of ice, exhibiting a quality far surpassing all ice martial souls in the Douluo continent. It seemed she had succeeded. Master, this new martial soul, which seems to be called Hitrina, possesses its own laws of ice and its own power. Those 2 dragon souls represent its strength. Not only that, Ancelia has also contributed her power, along with the combined bloodlines of the Snow Empress and the Ice God. Its speed, defense, attack, and strength are all well balanced. Huo Yuhao said, "Since this martial soul is so comprehensive, let's call her the Ice Snow Goddess." She took 1 character from the Ice Dragon King Ancelia and 1 from the Snow Empress to name this martial soul the Ice Snow Goddess. In Chapter 17, Fusion, neither the Snow Empress nor Hitrina had any objections, and thus Huo Yuhau's 3rd martial soul was tentatively named the Ice Snow Goddess. Subsequently, Huo Yuhao sat down, and the Snow Empress stepped forward, half-squatting before Huo Yuhao. After all, the Snow Empress was now much taller than Huo Yuhao. However, the Snow Empress was not concerned about that. Her only goal was to maximize her power for Yuhao and help her grow stronger. Furthermore, the Snow Empress's transformation into a soul spirit naturally brought many benefits and would greatly aid her own strength. The Snow Empress gently extended her jade hand, touching Huo Yuhau's cheek, and some essence power slowly flowed from the Snow Empress's body into Huo Yuhau's body. Huo Yuhao felt the ice elements in her body flowing continuously with the Snow Empress's essence power, the power of ice and snow circulating within her, while the star core was also rotating, and the laws of ice from the world tree were spreading within her. For Huo Yuhao, this was a significant enhancement. With the bloodline of the world tree and the addition of the star core, her physical constitution was unlike that of ordinary people. The power of the Snow Emperor, a ferocious beast from 700,000 years ago, along with the power of the Ice Emperor, a ferocious beast from 400,000 years ago, would likely overwhelm an ordinary person, causing them to explode from the pressure. If the Snow Emperor became her soul spirit, it would originally provide 4 soul rings. However, the remaining soul rings were already predetermined, with the 3rd and 4th soul rings assigned to Xiaobai and Atai. In the original work, having a soul beast become a soul spirit required a mental-type soul master to assist. Fortunately, the soul spirit that Hoyuan improved upon included a life-and-death contract, granting the soul beast true immortality during this period. Unlike previous soul spirits, this type would not lose its original combat power, and as the soul master grew stronger, the soul spirit would also grow stronger. However, there was a cost. Neither party could betray the other. If one side betrayed, that side would perish, while the soul spirit would remain unharmed. Beneath Hoyuan and the Snow Emperor, a faint magic array began to emerge, establishing a wondrous connection between them. A strange halo enveloped both of them, as if forming a layer of translucent light film, with indescribable energy brewing within. It seemed to bind the two together. The Snow Emperor's form appeared to become ethereal, almost unreal. The originally pale body was infused with the power of the Snow Emperor, causing significant changes in her shape and appearance. As time passed, an orange-gold soul ring appeared around Hoyuan. It could be sensed that this soul ring contained 2 skills from one of the Snow Emperor's 3 ultimate abilities. After absorbing the immense power of the Snow Emperor, Hoyuan remained silent, treating the excruciating pain as nothing. This was the resilience of Yuxuan's body. Even the soul ring of the Emperor Tian could not cause her to burst. It was better not to mention that giant black dragon. It was best left unspoken. Don't bring up those 2 words. It's disgusting. If you dare mention the dream Ice Silkworm again, I will make you pay. As the fusion neared its end, Hoyuan had fully absorbed all of the Snow Emperor's original power, and the Snow Emperor transformed into a soul spirit within Hoyuan's sea of consciousness. The World Tree and Star Core were also seen by the Snow Emperor. This was Xuanyuan's 2nd martial spirit, and it was incredibly vast. Although the Snow Emperor was aware of this situation, encountering it for real still startled him. After some time, Hoyuan successfully absorbed the immense power of the Snow Emperor's soul ring. After 2 or 3 days, she restored her state to its peak before absorbing the Ice Emperor's soul ring. This time, the gains are quite substantial, having obtained a 3rd martial soul and 2 soul rings from fierce beasts. My strength has significantly increased. During this period, Hoyuan has only experienced half a month since the beginning, and her soul power has already broken through to level 24. The Eye of Void accepts the sacrifice of a 30,000-year-old soul beast, still relying on soul spirits. Now Hoyuan has 4 soul spirits. The 2nd soul ring of the Eye of Void comes from a soul beast with both mental and ice attributes, called Ice Empress, which is a soul beast of ice and wind attributes. It is not about whether it has mental attributes, but it has a kind of spreading bear flame, similar to the ability of the martial god Da Xianliner's martial soul, the blue flame dragon, but after becoming her soul ring. It has mutated into what is called void spread, allowing for area damage spread. Within the area, all matter, except for humans, will be worn away in the spread, adding weathering damage and mental damage to enemies. Weathering adds wind elements to the enemy, causing them to continuously take wind damage for 1 minute. Moreover, the more people there are, the longer the weathering damage and duration will be, but the maximum duration of weathering will not exceed 3 minutes. This is considered a quite impressive soul skill, reducing defense and causing continuous damage, significantly affecting the opponent's damage. However, the only drawback is that it can be easily broken by control-breaking soul skills. After Hoyuan carefully senses her soul skills, she stretches lazily and looks at Lu Ying, saying, "Lu Ying, we should go now." "Okay, Xing, hold on to me tightly." A platinum-colored mech appears in front of her, looking very majestic and powerful. Hoyuan flies directly over the extreme north with Sam. A minute later, Hoyuan lands and leaves the extreme north, arriving at the edge. However, when Hoyuan sees Ilex, she feels that this person looks somewhat familiar, as if she has seen him somewhere. Ilex is also startled by Lu Ying's sudden appearance. But fortunately, he returns to normal. He looks at Hoyuan and Lu Ying, thinking to himself, "Strange, why do I feel a familiar aura from this little girl?" "Hello, old man, who are you waiting for here?" Ilex looks at Hoyuan. Although he has many doubts, he still wants to see. "I am waiting for someone here. I don't know why you 2 young girls are here. Not long ago, there was an anomaly here, It's not very peaceful. Ilex does not know that the root cause of all this is the two seemingly fragile girls in front of him. Old man, I'm very strong. There's no danger. Wielding confidently says. I don't know where you two young friends are planning to go. Ilex asks with a smile. We're not going anywhere. We don't know who you're waiting for, and we don't even know your name, sir. I'm Huo Yuhao, and she asks Luing. Ilex suddenly looks shocked at Huo Yuhao and Luing, staying on Huo Yuhao for a few more seconds. Is this how the guidance of fate comes about? Perhaps I was thinking that in this life, I might never meet again. I wonder how my fated disciple is doing now. I don't know if he has returned to his original self. Ilex stares at Huo Yuhao with a shocked expression, making himself uncomfortable, always feeling like he has seen her somewhere before, and tentatively asks, Sir, have we met before? Ilex smiles meaningfully and says, Of course, we have indeed met before, but in a previous life I was called Ilex, and you may also refer to me as the death spirit Holy Magus, the undead catastrophe, Ilex. Huo Yuhao's expression changes in shock as she stares blankly at Ilex and says, You are Ilex. It seems you have been reborn. Huo Yuhao shakes her head and says seriously, No, he is him, and I am me from another world. He lived a really tiring life in that life, and in the end, he gained nothing. Huo Yuhao takes out a book and explains, It's not that I know, but he knows himself. After Ilex finishes reading, he understands that the Huo Yuhao in front of him is not the original one, but like him, they share an identity, just with different genders and martial souls. Yet he is still the original him. His mother is also the same. He realizes that this Douluo continent is different from the one he was in before. There are many anomalies. It has already deviated from the original trajectory, becoming chaotic. Just like himself, he was originally supposed to meet Huo Yuhao, but that changed, and he is now by Long Haochen's side. So, Yuhao, is the hatred in your heart still there? Hatred? Huo Yuhao knows that Ilex is referring to her grudge against the White Tiger Duke's mansion, which has never disappeared. Yes, it has always existed. They have committed crimes. So this cause and effect have already been established. No matter how much they grow, I will pursue it to the end. Huo Yuhao says solemnly. The so-called cause and effect between the White Tiger Duke's mansion and Huo Yuhao have already formed, and even at the beginning, unless both parties resolve the cause and effect, the subsequent cause and effect cannot be broken. Huo Yuhao can be free from cause and effect, but the White Tiger Duke's mansion cannot. Well then, where are you going now? I naturally want to go to the Sun Moon Empire. After all, Shrek Academy and the three Douluo countries are all related to Tang San. I don't want to. All right, then in this life, do you still want to become my disciple? Regarding this question, Huo Yuhao falls silent for a moment. Whether to become a disciple, sigh. She has always wanted to recognize him as her teacher. Because of the changes in this world, she does not want to involve Ilex. She will have more to do in the future. Ilex understands Huo Yuhao's concerns and says, Girl, there's no need to worry about me. I know what you're thinking. You don't want to end up like in the previous life, where my soul scattered for you. Huo Yuhao's little worries cannot escape Ilex, a powerful being who has lived for hundreds of years. Ilex knows his own fate, but he does not blame that young man from back then. He only blames himself for not being strong enough to protect him. Huo Yuhao says, All right, in this life, I will become your disciple again, teacher. Now, Ilex has 2 girls and 1 boy, with just 1 male disciple, which seems quite good. Anyway, his legacy has been passed down. Huo Yuhao inherits his title as the Death Spirit Holy Magus, and Long Haochen inherits his title as the Son of Light, which is enough. On the way to the Sun Moon Empire, Ilex begins to recount his experiences over the years. His memories after being reborn in the Douluo universe becoming Tang San's backyard. Ilex knows he is not him, but still wants to make up for his regrets. In the capital of the Sun Moon Empire, in a meeting room of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Jing Hongshun is pacing back and forth, waiting for something. Jing Hongshun is naturally waiting for that girl Huo Yuhao. Not long ago, that shameless fellow Xian Ziwen acted just like his teacher. How old is he? Still telling on her to her parents and asking Kong Lao to pay attention to that girl, hoping she comes back slowly, the slower the better. No, I should go out and wait slowly, so that old guy Kong Deming doesn't snatch her away. After saying this, he directly goes to stand at the entrance of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Oh, Hall Master, what are you waiting for? Xian Ziwen walks over with a cheeky expression and asks, Ziwen, what are you doing here? This Hall Master is busy every day. Do I need to report to you what I'm waiting for? Of course not, Hall Master. I'm just on vacation now, so you can't manage me. Moreover, the teacher has also told you that when Huo Yuhao returns, you should take her to see. Of course, Master, if you find it troublesome, I could take care of it. After all, the teacher also said that who leads doesn't matter, as long as the person shows up. Jing Hongchen's expression froze for a moment, and he said in a gloomy tone, "You don't need to worry about this. Also, Ziwang, it's so sunny outside. It's not suitable for you to come out. With such a frail body, you can't afford to get sunburned." Xian Ziwang felt something was off with Jing Hongchen's sarcastic tone and thought to himself that things were not looking good. As expected, despite Jing Hongchen's weak strength, he was actually a cunning old fox, hiding knives in his smile. "Bring a few people here. Our important researcher Xian Ziwang is unwell. Send our most outstanding researcher back to Mingdu Hall of the Sun and Moon Royal Academy." Soon, a few burly men arrived and directly lifted Xian Ziwang up. "I'm not sick. Let me go, or I won't let this go." But Jing Hongchen pretended to be excited and said, "Look, our greatest researcher is so excited. Getting too excited might hurt his lungs. Hurry and send him back." The three big men said directly, "Don't worry, Master. With us Huan Sam brothers here, we will definitely safely take Teacher Xian back." The three brothers quickly carried Xian Ziwang away, so fast that Jing Hongchen didn't even have time to react. Leaving behind, Jing Hongchen said with satisfaction, "As expected of someone from our Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Indeed quick." He took a deep look at the already disappearing figure of Xian Ziwang and coldly snorted. "Even if you Kong Deming have a higher status than me, so what? It's not you, and you still want to compete with me? It's still 100 years too early." Although Kong Deming told him to bring Huo Yuhao back to see him, he didn't specify a time, so as long as it was at this point, he still had a chance. Who knows what that old thing Kong Deming wants to do? Although he is the strongest soul master in the Sun and Moon Empire. With his vision, once he sees Huo Yuhao's astonishing talent, he will definitely take her as a disciple. But suddenly, a familiar voice reached Jing Hongchen's ears, a voice he had been waiting for a long time. "Master, Chapter 18, Gong Dema." He saw Huo Yuhao, Lu Ying, and Ilex behind her. "Yuhao, you're finally back. Who are these two?" Jing Hongchen's gaze shifted to Ilex and Lu Ying. The pressure he felt from Ilex was like facing a towering mountain, making him feel small like a speck of dust. Ilex's presence seemed to be an invisible force in the world, making Jing Hongchen feel insignificant. In front of Ilex, Jing Hongchen's confidence and pride seemed to be compressed to the extreme. He realized the gap between himself and Ilex was like the distance between stars and dust, unreachable. The elder's voice trembled slightly as he tried to adjust his breathing, attempting to appear less flustered. The immense pressure from Ilex left him unable to resist. Ilex's voice carried a hint of the weight of years as he slowly spoke. "Sorry, my name is Ilex. Many people have forgotten my name. This girl, it's okay if I take her as my disciple, right? Also, arrange a place for me to stay. If there are any troubles, the heavens can help you solve them." Ilex was also planning to give him a slight lesson. After all, this Jing Hongchen had shown murderous intent towards Huo Yuhao more than once. So he decided to teach him a lesson first. Jing Hongchen was stunned. Huo Yuhao went out for a bit and brought back a powerful ally. And not just any ally. However, he quickly regained his composure and warmly welcomed Ilex, waiting for Ilex to give Huo Yuhao a few instructions before leaving. Huo Yuhao also introduced Lu Ying, mentioning that her strength might be even greater than Jing Hongchen's before she came. At first, they didn't believe that a 14-year-old could be that strong, but after being thoroughly beaten by Lu Ying's mech, they realized they were wrong. It seemed that Huo Yuhao brought back no ordinary person, but that didn't matter. It significantly strengthened the Sun and Moon Empire's combat power. Once everything was settled, he took Huo Yuhao to a place. "Master, where are we going? Someone wants to see you. Just follow me." Who wants to see me? You will know when we get there." Huo Yuhao and Jing Hongchen flew side by side in the air using a flying soul guide, casually chatting as they wove through the clouds. Soon, they arrived at their destination, slowly landing in front of a solemn and majestic building named the Hall of Offering. On the grand building, large red characters Red Hall of Offering, located not far from the Sun and Moon Imperial Palace. This building was established within the Sun and Moon Imperial City, very close to the palace, so if there was an attack on the palace, the Hall of Offering would be alerted immediately. Inside the Hall of Offering, there were soul masters stronger than the average 9th level soul masters, and more importantly, there were a total of 10 soul masters inside. Among them, 9 were 9th level soul masters, but 1 was a 10th level soul master, making this place the most important in the Sun and Moon Empire. The hall was resplendent, constructed from soul guides, with defensive capabilities greater than those of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Huo Yuhao and Jing Hongchen walked in, and before that, Jing Hongchen had warned Huo Yuhao. Otherwise, with her active personality, she could cause a ruckus here. When they reached the door of Kong Deming's office, Jing Hongshun opened the door. Come in. A hoarse and aged voice came from inside the room. They stepped in to see an elderly man sitting behind a large desk. The old man wore a bright red robe, embroidered with intricate golden patterns, exuding both solemnity and mystery. His hair and beard were already gray, but his gaze remained sharp. Old Kong, I brought her. Kong Deming nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I already know. You can leave now. Leave. Jing Hongshun was stunned. Was his only role to bring Huo Yuhao here? Hurry up and leave. Jing Hongshun walked out directly, but after leaving, he actually crouched behind the door to eavesdrop. But the scene was left with only Huo Yuhao and Kong Deming, and Huo Yuhao stared blankly at Kong Deming. Kong Deming's attitude in front of people was completely different from when he was alone. His expression quickly shifted from seriousness to warmth and kindness. Kong Deming gently said to Huo Yuhao, Sorry, I scared you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kong Deming, but you can also call me Grandpa Kong or Old Kong. I have a great-granddaughter named Kong Xia. You should know her. Are you talking about Sister Xia? Huo Yuhao asked tentatively. Kong Deming nodded and said, Since you know her, that's good. I am the grand offering in this hall of offering in the Sun and Moon Empire, also known as the father of soul masters in the Sun and Moon Empire. Little girl, it's nice to meet you for the first time. Seeing your extraordinary talent, would you like to be my disciple? I haven't taken a disciple in a long time. Huo Yuhao was stunned, and even Jing Hongshun outside the door was taken aback. No, she had just become a disciple of Ilex not long ago. How could there be an old man who wants to take her as a disciple again? And Jing Hongshun was also outside. Damn it, although he had mentally prepared himself, he still felt that this old fellow was shameless. Huo Yuhao stared blankly at Kong Deming. Ilex had also told her before that she was not of this world. If someone wanted her to be their disciple, she could agree. But her temperament needed to be tested. She shouldn't be like a certain teacher who had neither theory nor strength, relying solely on his disciples. However, Kong Deming had a good temperament. If it weren't for their different positions, he might be the most likely to become a god. But Kong Deming was also among the strongest ranks. After all, in the original work, he was someone who could suppress limit Douluo with his super Douluo strength. While she was pondering, the door was suddenly kicked open by Jing Hongshun. Old Kong, this doesn't seem to follow the rules, Jing Hongshun said bravely. Rules? What rules? I am the rule, Hongshun Hall Master. Why haven't you left yet? Damn it, trying to poach my disciple. This is the first time I've encountered this. Everything should ultimately follow the order of arrival, right? Old Kong, after all, I encountered her first. Jing Hongshun did not back down at all. All right, Old Kong. If you want to take her, then take her. I have no objections, Jing Hongshun said, looking quite disheveled after being beaten. Initially, it was fine, Kong Deming directly said. Shinner, have you never seen a battle between soul mentors? Let me show you today. Before Jing Hongshun could react, Kong Deming pulled him to an open area to fight. After the fight, Kong Deming gave Jing Hongshun a reason. If you can defeat me, or if your soul guide skills surpass mine, then I won't interfere. Jing Hongshun cursed inwardly. Who in the Sun and Moon Empire could defeat you? Moreover, in terms of soul guides, you are the first level 10 soul mentor on the entire continent. Who is stronger than you? To surpass you, apart from Huo Yuhao. She might have a chance in the future, but now, it's still early. Before setting off, she also asked Ilex about this question, and he agreed. In our life's journey, we will encounter many who guide us, and we need not be limited to one teacher. As long as we keep them in our hearts, that is enough. There's no need to cling to one forever. Kong Deming turned his head, his gaze landing on Huo Yuhao, and asked, So, do you want to become my disciple now? Huo Yuhao respectfully bowed and replied, Of course I am willing. Disciple Huo Yuhao pays respects to the teacher. Kong Deming was overjoyed, having taken Huo Yuhao, a gifted disciple. His mood greatly improved. Jing Hongshun had a mournful expression on his face. You, Kong Deming, really have no shame for taking my granddaughter. You already have a talented great-granddaughter. What is giving me another one count for? Moreover, he also wanted to find a successor. Reaching his level was not about powerful strength, but needed someone to inherit his legacy. Xianzhuang Sai had good talent, but could not reach level 10 soul mentor. Only slightly stronger than an average level 9 soul mentor. It would be too forced for him to elevate to his level. Kong Xia had the talent, but was not suitable to be a soul mentor, better suited for a pure soul master and soul mentor combination. But Huo Yuhao was different. She was very suitable to be a soul mentor. Kong Deming had learned from Jing Hongshun that her Void Eye and World Tree were simply born to be soul mentors. Yet the world thought that level 10 soul mentors were already the limit of soul guides. But Kong Deming knew clearly that even if he achieved level 10 soul mentor, he still was not the most top-tier existence on the Douluo continent. Even Limit Douluo has different ranks. With his strength, he could handle some titled Douluos from Shrek Academy. But it was impossible to face half-god level beings. In that holy war back then, there were several half-god powerhouses. The current continent had truly strong half-god powerhouses. He wanted to walk the path beyond level 10 Soul Mentor. For this, he could spend his whole life, but still might not reach it. Perhaps, through Huo Yuhao, he could achieve the level he longed for. On Huo Yuhao, he might be able to see the shadow of reaching that level. Moreover, she was also very beautiful. But there was one thing, the surname Huo, which Kong Deming grasped the key point of. If the Huo surname was quite famous on the Douluo continent, very few knew that every time they acted, it was terrifying, and that was the Huo family from the Heavenly Soul Empire. Their family basically all had martial souls. But because of an incident a few years ago, many people died in the Huo family. Now, there were only 5 people left in the Huo family, and one person, named Hoyuan, had gone missing decades ago. According to the information gathered by Jing Hongshun, it seemed that Huo Yuhao mother was indeed named Hoyuan. He didn't know what the connection was. He would talk to Hongshun about this later. Kong Deming gently helped Huo Yuhao up, and then took out a delicate box. Smiling as he said, "My good disciple, since you have already become my disciple, then this gift will serve as your welcoming gift." Huo Yuhao and Jing Hongshun couldn't help but look at the treasure box. Soon, they saw Kong Deming open it directly. Immediately, their gazes were drawn to a slender and exquisite carving knife. This carving knife was purple-blue, and the blade was engraved with small and complex runes, resembling ancient codes densely covering it. Surrounding the carving knife seemed to be a mysterious destructive energy gently fluctuating, making one feel an extraordinary atmosphere that transcended reality. Huo Yuhao had never seen this carving knife. After all, with her current knowledge, she was completely unfamiliar with it, only having touched the carving knives mentioned in class. Her exposure was not much, but Jing Hongshun was different. He had extensive knowledge and was very familiar with carving knives, especially this one in front of him, and he recognized it at a glance. The destruction carving knife. Jing Hongshun looked at the carving knife in Kong Deming's hand with a shocked expression. This was the third-ranked carving knife. A good carving knife was something countless soul mentors desired, let alone a ranked carving knife. The one Kong Deming took out was called the Ice Sealing carving knife, possessing the attribute of destruction. When engraving inscription arrays, it could choose whether to attach the attribute of destruction to the soul guide, according to the soul mentor's will. This is truly a top-notch ranking destruction knife, ranking 3rd on the list. I never expected old Kong would actually give this destruction knife to you, girl. I didn't team manage to get it from him back then. Hey. Kong Deming directly stuffed the destruction knife into Huo Yuhao's hands and said, "To the right person, the right gift should be given. Disciple, I know you have a twin martial soul. With this knife, I hope you can grow stronger in your future soul master career. Of course, for some people, it would be a waste." Kong Deming glanced meaningfully at Jing Hongshun, as if to say, "Don't hide. It's you." Jing Hongshun twitched at the corner of his mouth, hugging himself, feeling quite sarcastic about it. It's just too much bullying. "Thank you, teacher." Huo Yuhao naturally wouldn't forget her manners and expressed her gratitude. Kong Deming was also melted by Huo Yuhao's few calls of teacher. He took out a token and handed it to Huo Yuhao, saying, "Yuhao, you must keep this token well. In the future, when you come to see me, you must bring this token to enter. Also, you need this token to go to my personal Soul Guide Research Institute. As for that Soul Guide Research Institute, I'll take you there next time I teach you. Then, if you want to go there in the future, you can go. By the way, many people will recognize this token when you show it." Huo Yuhao gazed at the golden token, which had prominent red letters engraved on it, that red Great Offering token. Jing Hongshun listened to these words beside her, almost doubting his life. The Soul Guide Research Institute of a level 10 soul master rarely allows anyone in, except for himself and a few high-level level 9 soul masters. Even Jing Hongshun had only been allowed to observe a few times, and now Kong Deming was saying that Huo Yuhao could go in freely. How could this not make Jing Hongshun envious? Plus, gifting a ranking destruction knife, this treatment would surely make countless soul masters envious. Huo Yuhao, who was lively and youthful, directly accepted what Kong Deming had given her. Chapter 19. The Sublimation of the World. Seeing this, Kong Deming smiled and said, "All right, disciple, there's nothing else. You can leave now. Hongshun, you take Yuhao away. Hongshun, come back later. I have something important to tell you." Jing Hongshun saw that Kong Deming had a serious expression and felt that things were not so simple. After quickly sending Huo Yuhao back to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, he returned to Old Kong. "Old Kong, Is there something important that requires sending Yuxuan away? Kong Deming did not explain to Jing Hongchun, but instead asked a question. Hachun, do you know the Huo family? Jing Hongchun's eyes sharpened, as if he recalled something, and said, Old Kong, are you talking about that Huo family? There are many people with the surname Huo in the world. The Huo family of the Tianhan Empire is basically a family of axe and martial souls. It's that one, which has reportedly disappeared in recent years. Kong de ma disappeared? It's not that simple. Their family has martial souls and will have connections with a sect. The body sect. Kong Deming continued. Although talent has diminished in recent years due to past events, this generation has also produced many strong individuals. Kong Deming handed over a file, which read, Tianhan Empire Huo Family. Jing Hongchun opened it to take a look. Name, Huo Yinzu, identity. Head of the Huo family, martial soul. Fiery heaven axe age. Unknown soul power level. Level 99 limit Douluo title. Fiery flame soul, ring configuration. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red remarks. Should be more powerful than a limit Douluo from an earlier era. Surname, Lu Ling identity. Lady of the Huo family, martial soul. Age. Unknown soul power level. Level 98 super Douluo title. Heavenly eye soul, ring configuration. Yellow, yellow, purple. Purple, black, 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 black. Surname, Hui Yinshu identity. Young master of the Huo family, martial soul. Thunder soul, divine axe. Light age. At least over 200 years old soul power level. Level 97 super Douluo title. Blood axe soul, ring configuration. Thunder soul, divine axe. 1 yellow, 2 purple. For black, 2 red. Light 8 black, 1 red. Remarks. Caused damage to several hundred people in Shrek a few years back. Every time he appears, he brings a killing aura. His sister, Hoyuan, went missing on a rainy night decades ago, and he has been searching madly ever since, with no results to date. Name, Hoyuan identity, young master of the Huo family, martial soul, unknown age, unknown soul power level, unknown remarks, unable to investigate any information about Hui Yinzu's youngest daughter. Upon hearing this information, Jing Hongchun's heart skipped a beat because he had sent someone to investigate Hui Yuxuan's mother, Hoyuan, only knowing that she was a woman from the Tianhan Empire who had also gone missing decades ago. But the coincidence was striking. However, there are many people with the same surname. It could just be a coincidence, but the timing aligns perfectly. If she weren't from the Tianhan Empire, it would be fine, but Hoyuan is. If that is the case, why didn't Hoyuan back then? Alright, back then, Yuxuan did tell me that someone was watching over her, and she couldn't leave. But Yuxuan also mentioned that her mother had told her there was indeed an uncle named Hui Yinshu, but not much else. Jing Hongchun asked Kong Deming, Old Kong, what are your plans? Plans? Everything is as usual. Anyway, that girl has already become my disciple. But Hachun, I'm just informing you of her true information. Don't narrow the scope of the investigation. Broaden your perspective a bit. I understand, Old Kong. By the way, Old Kong, there's something else I need to tell you. Jing Hongchun then informed Kong Deming about the matters regarding eye leaks and Lu Ying. In the presence of that strong being, I had no thought of resistance whatsoever. In fact, their aura was even stronger than the full-powered aura you gave me, Old Kong. Moreover, that girl named Lu Ying looked very delicate, yet she actually operated a mech, which is more advanced than the humanoid soul guides we are about to develop. Kong Deming was also shocked by Jing Hongchun's words. Someone had actually accepted Yuxuan as a disciple before him. But I accepted Yuxuan as a disciple, and that strong being did not stop it. They should be easy to get along with no malice. It's better to let things develop naturally. Since they are even stronger than me, it might be a demigod, or perhaps even stronger. However, this matter will have no negative impact on the Sun Moon Empire, only benefits. Hui Yuxuan was in her dormitory, looking at the world tree in her hands and the blue sky outside the window. She had heard from Ansi Luer that the world tree has many uses and is multifunctional. It can also help this world ascend. Ansi Luer, can this world tree really help this world ascend? Yes, master. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try. But this world has many changes, and I don't know what will happen after the ascent. Everything is an unknown. An unknown? It will add some color to this Douluo continent. Perhaps it will be even more beautiful. In an instant, the world tree in Hui Yuxuan's hand burst forth with colorful light, enveloping the entire room. Hui Yuxuan gently opened the window, and a beam of colorful light from the world tree soared into the sky. If anyone could recognize it, it would be a source of the world's origin, capable of elevating its realm. At that moment, unbeknownst to everyone, this world had already begun to ascend under that colorful light. Meanwhile, on Douluo Star, the once scarce spiritual energy, with the addition of that source of the world's origin, had transformed into an abundant force, significantly increasing the cultivation speed of soul masters. Not only soul masters, but even the cultivation speed of soul beasts had greatly improved, which was good news for both humans and soul beasts. However, regarding the positions of both sides, it wasn't necessarily good news. At the same time, the difficulty of becoming a deity had decreased, adding a new challenge for soul masters, like soul beasts. They would now have to endure the tribulation of lightning to break through to level 100. This is also a new beginning. Changes are happening in Douluo continent. Some powerful beings are unable to detect it, but she can. At the bottom of the life lake in the Stardow forest, interestingly, Douluo continent has been elevated. It's uncertain whether this is good or bad, but it has greatly helped me recover from my injuries. A silver giant dragon at the bottom of the lake opened its eyes, seemingly aware of the changes occurring in Douluo continent. Meanwhile, in one place on Douluo continent, a stone tablet was quickly revived by spiritual energy, revealing a faint sentence. After the moon god, the golden list appears, and then it disappeared. However, this thunder tribulation, with Shrek's moon, should not be able to withstand this thunder tribulation. He is likely to perish under it. Yet, some people have broken through their realms during this thunder tribulation, such as Shrek Xuanzi, Yin Xiaozhe, and Song Yunji, all of whom have made breakthroughs. Originally, in the original work, they relied on the Chinquan creation pill brought back by Huo Yuhao to break through, but now it is no longer needed, as they have broken through from level 98 to the limit Douluo at level 99. At this moment, Shrek Academy already has 2 limit Douluo and 2 level 98 super Douluo. However, the undying poison of the body sect has also broken through to limit Douluo. But in terms of strength, Shrek Academy's current power should not be a match for the body sect. This is because the Huo family is also part of the body sect, but Huoyinju is not. He is just a predecessor from the same era as his brother. In the Sun Moon Empire, Kong Deming, Jing Hongchun, and Yi Yulan have also broken through, all reaching the Super Douluo stage. Hoyuan Yuan is still unaware of these developments and is still on her path of cultivation. In the past few days, I have also got to know a few people, including Xiao Hongchun, who has finally found himself. He was quite arrogant at first. Ming Hongchun suddenly said to Xiao Hongchun, "Bro, if you happen to get poisoned while sleeping or eating, don't blame me for not reminding you." Indeed, he is too filial. Huo Yuhao didn't mind either. After showcasing her first soul skill, Xiao Hongchun threw all his previous unhappiness out of his mind. Once, I was just a young man until I met someone who showed me what the world really is. Who can refuse a target-locking, self-aiming skill? It can even be said that Ming Hongchun has taken away the time Huo Yuhao spent with him, which is quite enjoyable. Senior Xiao Hongchun, how much longer? I still have to practice, Huo Yuhao said, looking at the ecstatic Xiao Hongchun while using her mental detection, sighing helplessly. This would happen every day. Suddenly, Ming Hongchun walked over, looking at Xiao Hongchun with a resentful expression, as if to say, "Xiao Hongchun, you're quite something, taking away my Yuxuan." "Bro, Yuxuan will get tired. You just play by yourself," Ming Hongchun said, pulling Huo Yuxuan's hand and leaving before Xiao Hongchun could respond. At Shrek Academy, the new student assessment has finally concluded, and the new students can take a break after a few months of classes. However, in the original competition, Wang Dong and Xiao won the championship of this new student assessment competition. In this competition, many talented disciples emerged, with 2 groups demonstrating martial soul fusion skills. In the original story, it was only with the addition of Huo Yuhao that martial soul fusion skills could be used. Without Huo Yuhao, there would naturally be none. Moreover, with Huo Yuhao's involvement, the absurd situation of the spirit eye and the goddess of light butterfly martial souls achieving 100 fusion would not occur. This also means that the power of Haodong and the withering golden path and the brilliance would be absent. In the original story, Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao in the finals of the first-year new student assessment, with the withering golden path and the brilliance versus the nether white tiger, which attracted everyone's attention and shocked the audience. However, in this new student assessment final, without the cooperation of Huo Yu and Wang Dong, lacking the trump card to counter the nether white tiger, it was still a person named Baiming who turned the tide and won the match. Without the power of the Haodong provided by Huo, this time Wang Dong is 2 levels lower than in the original work, which may make her reach the soul master level a bit slower. Wang Dong, this person, has been born into privilege and has had the best arrangement since childhood. With the best physique, as the beloved little princess of the Hoyuan sect, she enjoys the best resources and treatment. But within the sect, she is a little princess. Outside, she is not. Among this cohort of first-year students, there are also top potential students with top martial souls, but Wang Dong's soul power level is not particularly outstanding. Along the way, Wang Donger has encountered many powerful soul masters, even from the soul sect. Ming is one of those powerful soul masters, possessing dual martial souls like herself. The Tianyuan sword and the deep-sea demon whale king, both of which are very powerful top martial souls. There are also exceptionally outstanding individuals, such as the martial soul fusion technique of Elan sisters. This time, there are two groups of martial soul fusion techniques. One is the Lan sisters martial soul fusion technique, the heavenly net, and the other is the martial soul fusion technique of Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu, the underworld fire white tiger. Although Dai Huabin's martial soul has mutated, the martial soul fusion technique has also become stronger. Additionally, there are people from the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School here, along with a few very outstanding individuals. In the dormitory, Wang Dong tightly clutched the quilt with her small hands, curling up into a ball, feeling very frustrated inside. Why is there such a thing as martial soul fusion techniques? I'm so mad. From any aspect of background, martial soul quality, or talent bloodline, I should naturally possess a martial soul fusion technique. But why does it feel like something is missing in the dark, as if it is very important to me? Ming said beside her. All right, Donger, don't think too much. In the end, didn't we win? After hearing Ming's words, Wang Dong felt a little better, sighed slightly, and said, Ming, am I really useless? I feel like I can't help you much in the new student assessment, like I'm just tagging along. Ming walked up to comfort her. Okay, Donger, don't belittle yourself. Believe in yourself. Maybe you haven't shown your advantages yet. When the opportunity arises, your martial soul advantages will definitely be displayed. Anyway, since the new student assessment is over today, let us go out for barbecue tonight, my treat, to help you forget the unhappy things. Really? You promised a treat. Ming smiled helplessly and said, little glutton. After saying that, Ming left. He is also a transmigrator named Ming, with the awakened killing sword Tianyuan sword and deep-sea demon whale king, two of the top offensive martial souls. His current strength is at level 42, having reached the soul sect realm at the age of 13. In addition, he has encountered more than one transmigrator here, as well as a few familiar classmates. Of course, he has also met an exceptional transmigrator, Dai Huabin, who is naturally the one he dislikes. Because besides transmigrating, he also has a system called the sign-in system, which requires him to sign in at different locations every day, once every 10 days. And he managed to get his old phone back from his previous life. This also makes this dull and tedious end-of-law era not so boring. After all, the mobile phones in this world only came out in The Legend of the Dragon King. At the same time, I learned about his past. He turned out to be an online bullying man and, in reality, a person worse than a beast, and he has been in prison before. However, there are also benefits. He is very good to his parents. Moreover, there are actually two beings from the heavens, but one of them is temporarily restricted from leaving the divine realm. However, here, Tang-san can settle accounts properly. For this, he has been to the infirmary the most, although it consumes a lot of gold soul coins, but it feels great. Chapter 20. The reborn auspicious beast seeks a partner. Oh no, my hand is itching again. I should go and beat up Tang-san first. But in the Stardow Forest, there is a soul beast that is making a fuss wanting to go out. I want to go out. I want to go to the human world. If you don't let me out, I'll die here. As the Emperor Auspicious Beast, the three-eyed golden lion, also known as Wang Qiuer, exists independently in this world along with Tang Wudong and Wang Donger. However, Wang Qiuer's soul has not been torn apart by Tang-san. It is a complete soul, but possesses memories from her previous life, as well as a clear understanding of everything Tang-san did to Huo Yuhao. She wants to make up for her regrets, but she's restricted by various fierce beasts and must go out today at all costs. Moreover, she has gained an additional ability to sense the location of another child of destiny, but she cannot see her true form. It's like having a built-in character navigation. And the child of destiny is Huo Yuhao. Emperor Tian, Xiong-jun, and the king of all demons are already feeling annoyed, not knowing what to say to make this ancestor give up on this idea. This is not about the fate of the Starry Forest. It clearly adds an ancestor. Emperor Tian has finally compromised, but before that, he sought the opinion of one person. Emperor Tian slowly descended to the bottom of the lake of life, where a huge palace stood majestically before him, its grandeur and beauty captivating. He knelt down halfway and respectfully said, "My lord, I apologize for the impromptu visit. Please forgive me. I have a question to ask you." A deep voice emanated from the palace. Emperor Tian, I already know your intention. Step outside for a moment. I need to speak with the auspicious beast. Let go. After all, this is also a choice of destiny. There are others who are blessed by fate. Emperor Tian's pupils suddenly shook, and he said, Master, does that mean there will be others like the auspicious beast? Exactly. When the auspicious beast returns next time, we will have the answer we seek. Only then did Emperor Tian leave. After he came out, Baiji inquired, Emperor Tian, what did the master say? Emperor Tian shook his head and replied, Let the auspicious beast go. Great. Don't celebrate too early. The master has a few words to convey to you before leaving. And I have prepared something for you as well. Oh, got it. The three-headed red king sighed softly and said, Little ancestor, have you thought about what kind of martial soul you want to prepare for yourself before leaving? Upon hearing the red king's question, the three-eyed golden lion thought for a moment. In her previous life, she had chosen the martial soul of a golden dragon, possessing the attribute of ultimate power. Moreover, she also had the bloodline of the golden dragon, but unfortunately fell victim to a scheme by the god king, sacrificed for her beloved. However, her strength would ultimately be limited. Yet, she possessed attributes of ultimate fire and ultimate light. If she could merge these two ultimate attributes with a golden dragon to form her martial soul, the three-eyed golden lion couldn't imagine how powerful she would be in a human world. But why couldn't she have it all? She also envied the dual martial soul possessors on Douluo continent. Why couldn't she have a dual martial soul? It would definitely enhance her combat power. Since she wanted to change her destiny after transformation and prove herself anew without stumbling in love, she had to start from the most basic martial soul. Moreover, the golden dragon was not weak. After all, it was the ancestor of power. She also wanted to have her own destiny attributes along with ultimate fire, ultimate power, and ultimate light. Wouldn't that make her stronger? Red King Uncle, regarding the golden dragon martial soul, you mentioned it before, and I also possess the attributes of ultimate light and ultimate fire. Can I have it all? The Red King paused for a moment, considering that the little ancestor's plan for her martial soul was quite good. He looked towards Emperor Tian to see how he would handle it. Emperor Tian approached the three-eyed golden lion and gently said, It is indeed feasible to transform your bloodline and ultimate attributes into a martial soul. You can also convert the golden dragon bloodline into a form of your own vitality and use ultimate light and ultimate fire as your martial soul. Alternatively, you can merge several attributes into the martial soul you choose. Whether it's the three-eyed golden lion or the golden dragon, I cannot predict how it will ultimately evolve. The three-eyed golden lion's eyes lit up in unison, her voice cheerful and lively. If I can't have it all as a martial soul, then I'll go with what Emperor Tian said. Did you remember everything I just said? Of course. If I encounter any unsolvable problems, I will find Emperor Tian at the first opportunity and think clearly, not let anyone deceive me. Then how do you plan to prepare your human form? Of course, I will do it according to my own wishes. The imperial auspicious beast naturally did not want to be called Wang Qiu'er. That would make her Tang San's daughter, and she didn't want to use her family's appearance. She wanted a completely new image for herself. Emperor Tian sighed deeply, feeling reluctant as he thought about the cabbage he had raised for 10,000 years about to go out. However, he asked Baiji to help. The imperial auspicious beast and some fierce beasts present showed expressions of anticipation. Of course, Baiji did not understand transformation, but she had seen many soul beasts transform and could tell the imperial auspicious beast some details to pay attention to based on her understanding. After explaining the precautions for transformation to Baiji, the three-eyed golden lion began her transformation happily. Beside the lake of life, the three-eyed golden lion completed her transformation successfully within just a few breaths. After the transformation, her human form was different from before. With lustrous golden hair shining like wheat under the sun, her eyes resembled red agate, showcasing their beauty. Her skin was fair and delicate as porcelain, her features exquisite, with a straight nose and rosy lips, and her face wore a gentle smile. She had a tall figure like a goddess, dressed in a gender-neutral short skirt primarily in gold. This is the three-eyed golden Qilin in human form, and the martial soul is not the golden dragon, but the fate-burning golden dragon. It possesses 4 attributes: ultimate light, ultimate fire, ultimate power, and fate, which far surpass other ultimate attribute martial souls. Little ancestor, you possess the power of fate, and right now, whether it's your bloodline, your human characteristics, or your demeanor, they are all exactly the same. The excitement in the girl's red eyes had not faded, and upon hearing the praise from the Crimson King, she became even more delighted. Moreover, with this martial soul, She is definitely stronger than that Wang Donger, which makes her less of a threat to my man. Thank you, Uncle Crimson King. I feel very powerful, capable of taking on dozens without a problem. Immediately, she glanced into the backpack prepared for her by Bai Ji. She put on the necklace woven from the reverse scales of Emperor Tian, which emitted a purple glow. Satisfied, she donned it and took a few contented steps. She approached Bai Ji and asked with a smile, "Aunt Bai Ji, do you think I should wear a veil?" Bai Ji gently stroked the girl's golden hair and replied warmly, "No need. My little Qilin is so beautiful after transforming. There is no need to care about human aesthetics. Just go out confidently and bravely, and take good care of yourself. You understand, unbeaty. Since you have successfully transformed into a human, have you considered what your initial cultivation level will be in the human world? Level 40, I suppose." She had only reached level 60 herself, and now Yuhao should be close to level 20. However, it seems there has been a change. He is not at Shrek Academy, but in the Sun Moon Empire. How could this be? After all, the Imperial Qilin is different from other soul beasts, possessing a noble bloodline, and thus does not need to follow the usual practices of ordinary soul beasts. Soon, under Emperor Tian's guidance, she set her level temporarily to 47. The Imperial Qilin also chose a name for herself, Di Rue Qiu. Anyway, she would not call herself Wang Qiuer. That's just too disgusting. And she certainly doesn't want to be Tang San's daughter. Emperor Tian, with a doting and gentle tone, asked, "So, have you brought everything I gave you before?" "Yes, they're all in the bag." Hearing this, Emperor Tian sighed and said, "Humans are not like our Star-Do forest. Be careful with everything when you go. By the way, where are you planning to go first?" Di Rue Qiu then used her power of fate to sense the location of Huo Yuhao, to see where he was. Sun Moon Empire? This time, Yuhao seems to have changed a bit. Could it be that he has been reborn? But it doesn't matter. No matter how far you are, I can bring you back. Uncle Chi Wang, do you have a world map? Yes, just wait a moment, little ancestor. Uncle Chi Wang chuckled and, using his ability to pull, brought over a map that wasn't particularly old. When it reached Di Rue Qiu, the map was still relatively intact, documenting every inch of the Douluo continent. "I plan to go here. It should be more interesting than other places." The Emperor Rue Beast pointed towards the Sun and Moon Empire, and Ditian also glanced at the Sun and Moon Empire. Ditian frowned slightly. He didn't have any aversion to any country, as long as it didn't provoke his dislike. However, there was indeed one place in the Sun and Moon Empire that he disliked, which was the Evil Forest, a gathering place for soul beasts. The Evil Eye Tyrant, who once ruled the Evil Forest, had come to the Star-Do Great Forest to confront Ditian just to seize a heavenly dream Ice Silkworm that provided them energy. But he ultimately lost to Ditian's Dragon God Claw. However, he was also injured by Ditian's time and spacelight. So there was still quite a bit of animosity between them. Seeing Ditian lost in thought, Uncle Chi Wang carefully said, "Ditian, that evil I was injured by your Dragon God Claw. Without some means of recovery, it won't heal in less than 1,000 years. So it shouldn't have any designs on the Rue Beast." Ditian nodded slowly. He naturally wouldn't fear any tricks from the Evil Emperor. However, given the Evil Emperor's past attempts to seize the heavenly dream Ice Silkworm, Ditian felt somewhat uneasy. The Emperor Rue Beast was accompanied by the power of fate, and with 10,000 years of cultivation, it could transform. Moreover, this transformation was very special. Unlike human soul masters who needed to obtain spirit rings, she could be regarded as a human entirely. If the Evil Emperor truly acted recklessly against the Emperor Rue Beast, Ditian would mind, making him completely disappear from this world. However, the Sun and Moon Empire had also come to the Star-Do Great Forest to hunt soul beasts, but they mostly hunted those of 10,000 years. They had never hunted those of 100,000 years. If we talk about the most frequent hunters of 100,000-year soul beasts, the two that Ditian hated the most would be the Body Sect and Shrek Academy. More importantly, Shrek Academy, as the strongest force on the continent, was considered a geographical enemy of the Star-Do Great Forest. The relationship between the two sides was limited due to contracts. Otherwise, given what Shrek had done to the Star-Do Great Forest, they could have disappeared long ago. That place was still the academy where the 7 gods ascended. If the Rue Beast went to Shrek Academy, even if it was the Emperor Rue Beast, it could still be discovered. At that time, it might be used as a bargaining chip, which would be troublesome. He immediately made the Emperor Rue Beast promise not to enter the Shrek area without his approval. Understood. For anyone I encounter from Shrek, keep your distance. If they block me, it's dangerous. Use the dragon scales to call for help. Ditian then communicated with the Rue Beast for a while and agreed that her first stop would be the travel route to the Sun and Moon Empire. Tian gently asked, in the human world, you absolutely cannot be without money. Do you have enough? Don't worry, I have enough. Basically, in the Do Great Forest, there were many human corpses that had exploded a lot of gold soul coins. A few years ago, when the body sect hunted 300,000-year soul beasts, Tian also triggered a beast tide, resulting in a lot of gold soul coins. After a while, they would wait for Huo to finish explaining to Huo before leaving. Big Silver Dragon, why are you so slow? Did you die down there? Hui Beastji. Try saying that again. A commanding, noble female voice echoed from the lake. Upon hearing this voice, all the ferocious beasts immediately submitted. In the next moment, the water above the life lake twisted and spun violently, soon forming a massive whirlpool, from which emerged a phantasmal projection of a gigantic silver dragon covered in silver hexagonal scales. This was Huo, the overlord of many soul beasts. But wasn't he the real Huo? It was merely a projection created with her powers. Miss Huo blinked. Big Silver Dragon, you finally came out. I've waited so long that my flowers have wilted. Hurry up and finish. I still need to leave. Rue Beast, am I really that annoying? Huo spoke, her tone carrying a hint of gentleness. Not at all. It's quite pleasant that you can give me a ride. Immediately, a silver hexagonal dragon scale containing spatial fluctuations appeared in front of her. There was also a long spear in her hand, about 3 meters long, shining in brilliant gold, with dragon-shaped, dark patterns within. Huo said, take this dragon scale and this golden dragon spear. For minor matters, call Tian. For major matters, call me. Okay, thank you. Huo put the dragon scale around her neck and picked up the golden dragon spear, asking, is this the golden dragon spear? Yes, don't lose it. It's forged from 49 ribs of the golden dragon, not something ordinary weapons can compare to. Of course, I won't lose it. Is there anything else to instruct? No. What else do you want me to say? All right then, goodbye, Big Silver Dragon. With that, Huo stepped away. Tian, you can arrange the next matters. I believe you can protect the Rue Beast. The place that attracts the Rue Beast must be extraordinary. It might be an opportunity for our soul beasts. Tian arranged for Uncle Chi Wang to escort the Rue Beast away and clasped his hands, saying, my lord need not worry. With me and your reverse scale here, the Rue Beast will definitely grow up safely. Perhaps. If the one attracting the Rue Beast has something profound, I will personally intervene. With that, the Silver Dragon King's phantom gradually dissipated. Chapter 21. The first meeting with Chiu, northeast of the Ming capital. It was also the road where the evil emperor once challenged the beast god Tian. After all, Uncle Chi Wang was escorting Huo, so they naturally couldn't take an extraordinary path. Under Uncle Chi Wang's careful protection and amidst many concerned instructions, they bid farewell and embarked on her journey to find her husband. However, along the way, she forgot one crucial issue. She did not have a citizen ID of the Sun and Moon Empire, although it wasn't her first time coming to the Ming capital. The first time she was here was during the Continental Soul Master competition. It was also here that she sacrificed for Yuhao. After many years, she returned once more, not knowing where Yuhao was. But where could she go to obtain a Sun and Moon citizen ID? She had no idea where to apply for such a thing. Meanwhile, Hoyuan and Liu Ying had established a home outside, which was also Hoyuan's secret base. At this moment, they were exploring the upcoming path with Ilix. Shinner, so you mean to say, leaning on a book, that world, my spirit, you've perfected it? More or less. But there are still some aspects of the spirit that need guidance from the teacher. Anyway, the current Hoyuan aimed to thoroughly perfect the method of the spirit and then solidify the artificial spirit rings and spirit bones. However, the main focus was still on strengthening her power. But these past few days, she felt like someone was watching her, though she didn't know why. Sigh. The regrets of my past life. It's ultimately a regret. Ilix shook his head bitterly. In his previous life, he had been schemed against by the God King, resulting in the loss of a fragment of his divine consciousness. The soul spirit I created was therefore not thoroughly perfected. At that time, I didn't have much time, and the method of soul spirits was naturally not refined, which led to it being a significant factor in the accelerated extinction of soul beasts 1,000 years later. Teacher, you don't need to blame yourself. This is not your responsibility. The main reason is still my own shortcomings back then. Sigh. Huo is also aware that Tang San's actions at that time were indeed extremely hypocritical. However, according to Dongfeng and the others' calculations, the numbers in this world have changed. And of course, there is also a future Tang San who has been reborn here, which I am aware of. This can be considered good news for Huo Yuhao. as the Douluo continent is sealed, and the one in the sky cannot take action, but his consciousness left in the lower realm can still do so. However, his consciousness is only present in places like Wang Dong and Wang Qiuer's bodies, Shrek Academy, Hoyuan sect, and the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Moreover, in the statues of him on the Douluo continent, there is also his divine power, which can act without regard for the rules. But the current Luo continent is not the same as before. If you dare to take action, you must bear the consequences. I am not afraid of Tang and taking action against me. Within me, apart from the Sky Dream Ice Worm and the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, anyone can easily defeat Tang-san. Alright, there is no need to think about these things. For you, it will eventually be settled with him. For now, focus on getting stronger. Yes, teacher. Several months have passed, and Huo Yuhao is now 12 years old, becoming more and more beautiful. However, in these few months, Huo Yuhao's strength has also improved, and her soul power is nearing level 30. Soon, she will need to hunt for a soul ring, but this time, there is no need to hunt soul beasts. Okay, teacher. At this moment, our little darling Douluo is encountering a bit of trouble with some evil soul masters. An evil soul master, exuding a sinister aura, leers at Douluo. He. Little girl, you've caught the attention of the evil spirit messenger. You're in for a lot of trouble. Come into my banner for a chat. After spending so many days with you, I finally managed to get rid of that person and catch you. Douluo responds to this evil soul master with a cold snort. Looking for death, Douluo picks up her golden dragon spear and thrusts it at the evil soul master. The evil soul master hurriedly steps back a few paces, unhurriedly summoning his martial spirit. A banner filled with evil energy materializes in the evil soul master's hand, and he has 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. At this time, Douluo is still only a soul zone, close to the strength of a soul king, while the opponent, although having a slightly inferior soul ring configuration, is still a soul king. However, when Douluo condensed her soul rings, unlike in her previous life, she has 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black soul rings. The evil spirit messenger's evil spirit banner is also not a high-level evil martial spirit. It transforms a person's soul into evil spirit power, so it is naturally not comparable to the fate-burning golden dragon, but the gap in martial spirits cannot be compared. This evil spirit messenger is certainly no match for Douluo. That evil spirit messenger is still howling there. You should be hearing about me for the first time, and don't think about calling for help. The villagers within 100 meters of this village have all become nourishment for my blanket, and you will be the same. I advise you to give up resisting. Perhaps it won't be so painful. Douluo looked at the evil spirit messenger with a face full of disdain, saying, No, what strength do you have? Although you have 1 more ring than me, your soul ring configuration is not as advanced as mine, and your martial soul is not as strong as mine. The only highlight is your soul power level, but my strength is not at level 40. Also, I am against evil soul masters, right? In my past life, I died as a sacrifice because of an evil soul master. In this lifetime, encountering an evil soul master. What a joke. However, I will use your life to settle the grudges I have with the evil soul master from my previous life. Douluo manifested a golden giant dragon behind her, her golden hair tied in a single ponytail, radiating a golden glow. Below her, there were 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black, which shocked her opponent's expression. The extreme light emanating from her made it difficult for the opponent to open their eyes, plunging them into a state of pain. This annoying light again, go away, get out of my sight. For evil soul masters, the most feared things are light and the sacred, and Douluo possessed the attribute of extreme light, undoubtedly delivering a heavy blow to her opponent. You just made me wait and wanted me to become a spirit in your banner. Today, let me show you my strength. Burning Heaven Golden Flame. Douluo unleashed the burning golden dragon, directly spewing a ball of golden flame, which possessed the attributes of extreme fire and extreme light. The most feared flames for evil soul masters. However, the gap in cultivation still had its benefits, as the evil spirit was desperate for survival, using all of its soul power to create an opportunity to escape. That ball of golden flame quickly approached the death spirit messenger, and his death spirit banner erupted with a strange purple light, transforming into a ball of purple mist. Douluo's burning heaven golden flame did not burn him, but ignited golden flames on the ground, shining with golden light. When the mist dissipated, the evil soul master had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a harsh remark. Little girl, you are formidable. Today you are lucky. One day, I will settle this score with you. Since you are a light martial soul, you already have a path to death. Huo initially didn't want to capture him, but his words, reminiscent of her third brother's famous saying, directly provoked her anger. You want to escape today? You must die, I mean it. Transformation of the divine dragon. At this moment, Huo's momentum suddenly surged, the dragon wings behind her radiating terrifying golden light, emitting a dragon's might. This soul skill was Huo's third soul skill. Transformation of the divine dragon. At this time, her speed, flight speed, attack, defense, strength, and damage were all greatly enhanced, and during this period, the damage dealt by her soul skills would also be increased. Huo's 4 soul skills were Burning Heaven Golden Flame, Gaze of Fate, Transformation of the Divine Dragon, and Heaven-Splitting Azure Dragon Strike. These 4 soul skills are basically invincible at the same rank. It didn't take long for Huo to catch up with the Necromancer. Run. Keep running. Let us see how far you can go, Huo shouted at the evil spirit master while flying. Damn it, how is he so fast? If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this place. The Necromancer had heard recently that in the Mingdu mountain range, there was someone who imitated his title, called the Messenger of Death, who had started intercepting merchant caravans passing between the Sun Moon Empire and the Star Luo Empire. He had already ambushed quite a few merchant caravans at the Soul King and Soul Emperor levels and had grown considerably in scale. Meanwhile, he was sneaking and developing in a small village at the foot of the mountain, feeling like a complete failure in comparison. He had thought that his evil spirit banner could absorb and devour a high-quality soul today, significantly boosting his cultivation and the power of his martial soul. He didn't expect to encounter a tough opponent, so he hurried to run away. The speed of the evil spirit master was simply insufficient in front of Huo. The reason he didn't chase was that Huo wanted to play a bit longer and didn't want to end things so quickly. Suddenly, the evil spirit master collided with another person using a flying martial soul, and both fell to the ground. At this moment, Huo also flew down and saw the person who had collided with the evil spirit master. It was a blonde girl with long, shiny golden hair, usually cascading over her shoulders, gently swaying in the wind. Her features were quite similar to those of Qian Rinxue from 1,000 years ago, with a green gemstone embedded in her forehead, making her look enchanting. She was tall and slender, wearing an off-shoulder mini dress that showcased her graceful shoulder and neck lines along with her long legs, complemented by a pair of high boots. Yigui, Huo murmured to himself, wondering how she ended up here. However, it wasn't surprising since this was the Sun Moon Empire. Still, he thought it was best to play it cool. Hello, are you alright? Yigui opened her golden eyes, shook her head, and said, Oh, who bumped into me? Huo directly pointed at the evil spirit master and said, It was him. The evil spirit master exclaimed, Damn it, if it weren't for you chasing me, I wouldn't have crashed. Now there's a wolf in front and a tiger behind. I have basically cut off all escape routes. After all, one Huo was enough for her to handle, let alone a holy angel like Yigui. Evil soul master? Yes. Yigui glanced and asked, Is he dead? He shouldn't be dead, right? Huo pierced the evil soul master's heart with his golden dragon spear and, after finishing, said, Now he is dead. Yigui. No need to thank me. It's what we soul masters should do to uphold justice. Not to mention someone as wicked as this evil soul master. What the heck? You killed him. How am I supposed to ask for clues? I also wanted to inquire if there were any accomplices to deal with them together. It felt like he had done a good deed, but also a bad deed. And Yuhao also commented on Yigui. She was great in every way, but just one thing. Her brain wasn't very sharp. Yigui glared at Huo, having just dealt with one evil soul master, only to encounter another. She had wanted to eliminate several more to restore her ancestors' glory. Oh, is that so? I was just afraid he would run away. Huo used an excuse to deflect. Huo flashed a sweet smile, feeling that her earlier performance was okay, and that she hadn't done it on purpose. Yigui looked at Huo with beautiful eyes that exuded a clear aesthetic, sighed lightly, and said, All right, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet. I'm Yigui, what's your name? I'm Huo. A beautiful name, Ruo. Yigui looked at Huo. You too. Yigui gazed at Huo's golden dragon spear and said, Your spear was really fast just now. Even I couldn't react in time. As she spoke, Yigui used the purifying power of her martial soul to cleanse the lingering resentment emanating from the evil spirit master's corpse, clearly feeling her holy aura becoming more abundant. It's just average. By the way, are you a resident of this village? Yigui shook her head and said, No, I don't live here. I usually make money by killing evil soul masters and don't have a fixed place. I'm mostly staying ins. Gui. I want to ask, if you don't have a citizen ID of the Sun Moon Empire, can you enter the Mingdu? After all, even though she had memories of her past life, she didn't fully understand the situation in the Sun Moon Empire. It was also the Red King who had secretly smuggled her in. Without thinking, Yigui nodded. Of course, just like merchant from other countries. You need to report in advance, confirm your identity, and obtain permission through approval to enter the Mingdu with a permit. Then Gui, how did you come here? I know an uncle from a merchant caravan, and I came with him. However, he asked if I wanted to join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. I don't have anywhere to go right now, so I'm gathering some funds before going. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy seemed to be the place she had sensed before. Ruichio said, perfect, Gui, I'm also going there. Let us go together. All right. Yigu didn't mind. Going there could help her grow stronger, as long as it didn't interfere with her extermination of evil soul masters. Ruichio was also looking for Huo Yuhao. But what Ruichio didn't know was that she wouldn't meet the Yu how she longed for on this journey, but would instead encounter the daughter, Huo Yuhao. Each had their own purpose on this trip, and thus they set off together. P.S. Please vote for recommendations. Please vote for monthly votes. P.S. Please comment more. Add to favorites. Chapter 22. Miss Huo Yuhao, you smell so good. At this moment, Huo Yuhao and Alex had also perfected the soul spirit technique. Just like in the previous life, giving the holy death technique to Huo Yuhao, becoming her fourth martial soul. Every day, she learned necromancy with Alex and returned to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Today was no different, but she felt something was a bit off. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was somewhat different from Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy freshmen typically studied for 12 months and had 1 month off. However, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy also studied for 12 months but had 2 months off. She was nearing the holiday time, just a few days away, and she planned to take a trip to the Ice Fire Inyang to retrieve some immortal herbs stored there. In the past few days, both Zai Honkin and Meng Hongshan have been taking elixirs for a long time, resulting in their soul power becoming unstable. But now they have been cured. Their combat abilities are now the same as those of Soul Kings who do not take elixirs. However, it is unknown who overheard the news and spread the information about the cure for unstable soul power. The next day, a large crowd gathered, including both new and old students, and even teachers came to join in the excitement. However, with Jing Hongchun stepping in, the situation was stabilized. I found it troublesome, as this elixir was concocted by eye leaks, and anyone could do it. I taught a few people, and at the same time, I gained a share of the elixir, achieving 2 goals at once. Just as I was thinking about this, when I arrived at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, everyone was running out of the school like crazy. What is going on? Yu Xian. Huo Yuhao saw acquaintances, and Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan walked over. Brother Xiao, Sister Meng, what is going on? Meng Hongshan looked at the puzzled Huo Yuhao and said with a smile, Xiao Xian, don't you know that today is a holiday? Huh? Today is a holiday? Xiao Hongshan said, it's my fault. I've been busy all day and forgot to tell you. All right, Xiao Xian, you have 2 months this time. Where are you planning to go play? I'm planning to go back to the Douluo continent for a while. Meng Hongshan said, Xian why are you going back to the Douluo continent? Xiao Hongshan said, Meng, don't you remember? Yu Xian is almost level 30. She should go hunt for soul rings. Meng Hongshan then remembered that Huo Yuhao was already almost level 30. This good younger sister, since meeting her, said, Yu Xian, where are you going? Why don't I go with you? Sure, no problem. I'll let you know tomorrow. Keep in touch by phone. During this period, Huo Yuhao successfully brought the phone from the collapse of iron to the Douluo continent, but it is only available in the Sun and Moon Empire, not in other places. After chatting briefly with Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan, Huo Yuhao decided to go to the Douluo continent to take a look early the next morning. Meanwhile, at the inspection point in the capital of the Sun and Moon Empire, law enforcement officers were checking the passers-by one by one. Please show your Sun and Moon citizen card. Any identification document can be reviewed, one of the officers said sternly to Yigui. Yigui took her ID card out of her clothes and handed it over. Having lived in the surrounding villages since childhood, her commoner background meant there would be no issues with her identity information. The officer placed the ID card in a device, compared it with the internal information, and after confirming her identity without a doubt, let her pass. However, behind her, Ruichio was not as calm as Yigui. She did not have a citizen ID card from the Sun and Moon Empire. After Yigui walked away, it was Miss Ruichio's turn. The officer asked her the same question he had asked Yigui. I'm sorry, I'm from out of town. I came to the capital with her to find a friend. Ruichio pointed to Yigu Yi, who had just entered. The officer glanced at Yigu Yi, who nodded, confirming it was true. The officer's expression changed slightly as he said, "I'm sorry, miss, the situation is sudden. According to our procedures in the Sun and Moon Empire, if you do not have a temporary ID, you're not allowed to pass. You need to verify your identity first." Just as he was saying this, the officer was gently tapped on the shoulder. When he saw who it was, his expression changed slightly, and he was startled upon recognizing Huo Yuhao. The officer said, "Miss Huo, what brings you here?" Huo Yuhao was well known in the Sun and Moon Empire for her breakthroughs in the most advanced fields. Overall, no one dared to offend her. The previous Wang Xiaojia was an example, as he was punished for teasing Huo Yuhao and attempting to forcefully capture her with a group of people. As a result, Wang Xiaojia and his group were all thrown into the ancestral hall by Old Kong without exception. Huo Yuhao was increasingly guided by fate, which drew her to this power. In her past life, fate was ultimately inescapable. "Miss Huo, this young lady is from out of town, and according to our Sun and Moon Empire rules, if she does not have a temporary ID, she cannot be allowed to pass, and we need to verify her identity. Is that so?" Huo Yuhao looked at Ruichio. Ruichio nodded. Huo Yuhao spoke privately with the officer, conveying a simple message. "Let her pass, and rest assured, it won't make it difficult for you. She would help her get an ID later." Due to Huo Yuhua's identity, the officer agreed to let them pass. Meanwhile, Ruichio, who had sensed that this girl also possessed the power of fate, was momentarily stunned. "Yuhao, why has Yuhao turned into a girl?" At the same time, Shrek Academy began its holiday. At a small lakeside near the girls' dormitory, Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao strolled along the lake. Xiao Xiao lifted her eyelids, her light green eyes secretly watching Wang Dong. She gently tugged at Wang Dong's sleeve, gathered her courage, and said, Wang Dong, our school is going on holiday tomorrow. Do you have anything you want to do during the break? After all, this time we have an extra month. Usually it's just 1 month, but this time it's 2 months." Xiao Xiao wanted to invite Wang Dong to hang out together, but unfortunately, Bai Ming left a day early. Otherwise, the three of them could go out together. "I don't know. I'm planning to cultivate and then check out the Douluo 3 kingdoms or other places." Can I go with you?" "Of course." Wang Dong readily agreed, as going out alone would be too boring. "So Wang Dong, do you have any places you want to visit?" "Of course. How about we go to the Sun and Moon Empire? I've never been there, and it feels like I have some connections there." Xiao Xiao couldn't hide her excitement and eagerly asked, "So, Wang Dong, when are you planning to set off?" "I'll pack up in a few days and then leave." Meanwhile, at Huo Yuhua's place, she also helped Ruichio get the identification from the Sun and Moon Empire. She clearly informed them that they seemed to have arrived late. Today was the day the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon Empire was on holiday, and there weren't many people in the academy. If you want to register, you can only wait until 2 months later for the next examination. However, if there is nowhere else to go, you can stay at my house. It's quite spacious. Yigu Yi didn't mind staying at someone else's house, as she, being from a commoner background, would return the favor later. Huo Yuhua's home only had 3 people, including herself, not counting the beings in her martial soul. However, Ruichio felt uneasy knowing that Huo Yuhao was actually Huo Yuhao. She was not happy about it all. Now there was both good news and bad news. The good news was that she found her past life's Yuhao, but the bad news was that they could not be lovers anymore and could only be sisters. Ruichio felt the same way as Orange, who would have imagined that this world's Hoyuan was not a boy, but a girl. The girl version of Huo Yuhao left them who were previously related to Huo Yuhao greatly disappointed. They could not be lovers, only sisters. However, Huo Yuhua's figure made the reborn Orange and Ruichio quite envious. Girl Huo Yuhao seemed even better. After all, what is wrong with girls being close together? "Ah Xing, you're back." Lu Wing opened the door when she saw Huo Yuhao return. After all, she didn't have to go, her strength was apparent. And she didn't know when Kafuka and the others would return. "Hey, who are these two?" Alex stepped out and said, "Yuhuan, it's that little Rue beast. Fate ultimately did not let you change it." Ilex glanced at Ruichio and immediately recognized her identity as the Imperial Rue beast, although her appearance had changed. This power of fate could not be altered. Ruichio also recognized Ilex. In her previous life, she had a fateful encounter with Huo Yuhao, and Ilex had appeared in Huo Yuhao's memories. He was Huo Yuhao's first teacher, and his strength was comparable to that of Emperor Tian and the others. Huo Yuhuan said, "Sorry, I forgot to introduce Lu Wing to you. This is Yigu Yi and Ruichio. This is my teacher, Ilex, and this is Lu Wing." Huo Yuhuan briefly introduced the two of them. Lu Wing also had a rough idea. Ruo, in terms of fate in this world, is the standard configuration for the child of destiny. Xing had told her that there are two representatives of destiny in this world. One is herself, and the other is the Emperor's sacred beast. Feeling that her rival had increased. After all, Xing would only belong to her. However, after chatting for a while, they arranged the rooms. In Huo room, she looked at Ruo and said, "Choer, nice to meet you." For Huo, the other self-cherished by Ruo is Huo Yuhao. He is him, and I am me. He has his own fate, and I have my own fate. However, he is a pitiful person whose fate has been altered, but she will not walk the same path as her. Yuhao, Ruo want to say, Yuhao, you have also been reborn, but was interrupted by Huo raising her hand. Huo slowly spoke, "I know your curiosity, but please wait a moment. I did not call you the so-called Huo Yuhao." Huo took a book titled The Unrivaled Tang Sect from the bookshelf and handed it to Wang Choer, saying, "Please read this book first, and then I will tell you more." After finishing the book, she looked at Huo in astonishment. "I'm still Huo, the daughter of Hoyuan. The person you know is from another world, not me." This was the second reborn person to know this. The second? Is there someone else like me? Huo slightly nodded and said, "I don't know about other places. I only know that besides you, there is also the orange." The orange? Ruo did not expect this. She thought she was the only one reborn and did not realize that the orange was also reborn. But it didn't matter who was reborn. Why did it have to be that guy, the orange, who brought a rival? Then Yuxuan, what does the orange feel about you? Huo thought for a moment, glanced at Ruo's eager eyes, and said, "She doesn't feel anything, just like you." "I see." Ruo was very shocked to see Huo in her daughter form. After a long while, she finally accepted the news about Huo's daughter form. What else could she do? They could only be good sisters. But after Ruo accepted it, she began to scrutinize Huo, her eyes filled with envy. Why is it that Yuhao's daughter form is better than mine? Now Huo, aside from being a bit younger and shorter, is perfect in other aspects. Ruo suddenly said softly, "Yuxuan, they didn't do anything to you, right?" Huo asked, "Why do you ask that?" Huo suddenly had a bad premonition. "What for?" He. "Of course, it's something we girls like to do." Huo suddenly felt uneasy. How did this remind her of the same look in Lu Ying, Meng Hongshun, and the oranges? What's wrong with girls getting close to each other? Especially someone as stunning as Huo? Just thinking about it is exciting. Ruo looked at Huo with a smile, wanting to ravage her even more. Ruo was like a hunter savoring her prey. Before Huo could react, Ruo pressed her onto the bed, gazing at her with infatuation. Moreover, Ruo even stripped Huo of her clothes and tossed them aside. Huo's stunning figure was revealed, snow white and graceful, with a very sexy appearance. Huo's slender waist paired with her long, fair legs was incredibly tempting. Coupled with her red eyes, her entire figure was captivating in the air. Ruo was also quite captivated by Huo's beautiful figure. Ruo gently lifted Huo's chin and said, "Miss Huo, you smell amazing." "Miss Huo, here I come." No, but Ruo seemed to have forgotten something very important. In terms of bloodline, no one compared to Huo's bloodline strength. A reversal would happen soon. Really? Yeah. Author's note. Dear readers, this book has officially been launched today at 1727. This book also features chaotic time travel, and I would like to highlight the future plot. First, regarding the setting of Long Haochen and his team, all members are Soul Kings, categorized as level 6 according to the Divine Seal Throne. Additionally, there are high-ranking individuals from the Lu family protecting Long Haochen, and the 3 great demon gods of the sun, moon, and stars, along with some important demon gods, will also be present. If we were to talk about who is the most unfortunate among those who have traveled to the Douluo Divine Seal Throne, it would be Long Tianyu, who is beaten up by Feng Xiu every day. Not just a one-sided beating, but the entire group of demon gods is after him. As long as he doesn't die, they will beat him to death. Secondly, let us discuss the 3 lives of Huo. In her first life, she was a world tree born during the primordial era, with the essence of the primordial world, creating her own great world called Hongling, with a cultivation level at half-step void realm. Due to her existence, many powerful beings coveted her, leading to a great calamity. She then transformed part of her original spirit into world tree seeds to seal her memories and eradicated many powerful beings, converting their powers into the strength of the world tree seeds, severing this time period, making the past unnoticeable and becoming an existence of supreme taboo, undergoing a cycle of reincarnation. In her second life, she is the protagonist in the well-known world of Honkai, Star Rail, which requires no further explanation. In her third life, she is Huo. Thirdly, the later plot will move into the Eye of Ice and Fire, where the celestial herb will definitely be obtained, and Tang San's divine consciousness will also be erased. I would like to thank everyone for their support during this month of the new book. If possible, please join the reader group for early plot updates, which will be distributed there. Now, regarding updates, they will be posted before 6 o'clock every day. And if everyone votes actively for monthly tickets, there can be additional updates. Alright, I want to say more. I wish all readers of my book good health, prosperity, and that all your wishes come true. Lastly, I ask for everyone's initial subscription support. I also wish everyone a happy 2025. Chapter 24. Meeting senior brother, Huo Yuhao smiled slyly. Choer, you're still too young. Huo Yuhao gently moved and directly flashed, pinning Ruo back on the bed, flipping the situation around, making Ruo the passive one, while she took the initiative. Wait a minute, hey, this isn't what I imagined. Huo Yuhao held Ruo's jade hand with one hand, her snow-white, long legs pressing down on Ruo's legs. This series of actions rendered Ruo unable to move. Huo Yuhao secretly smiled. Choer, you are still too young. Huo Yuhao gently moved, quickly flashing and pinning Ruo back onto the bed, directly reversing the situation, turning Ruo from passive to active for Huo Yuhao. Wait, hey, why is it different from what I imagined? Huo Yuhao grasped Ruo's delicate hand with one hand, her snow-white, long legs pressing down on Ruo's legs. This series of actions left Rikyu unable to move. Shenhan Luo suddenly accelerated the car. Although it was now 2 a.m., there were still many vehicles on the busy streets of Yijiang, not much different from the crowded daytime. With his thoughts firm, he began to speak, but Wang Jian's following words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing all the enthusiasm of the driver. However, it seems that it is still quite useful now. Other magic, even if there are some discrepancies, at least has some effect. Guozhen Shirtai was unclear about what Luo Qingsheng had said in front of these three girls, but when Ji Wushuang and the others mentioned the dagger, their gazes all turned to look under Luo Qingsheng's skirt, causing her cheeks to involuntarily flush with 2 shades of shyness. Consolidating all the forces worth consolidating is one of the essential tasks, and Li Lin is a very valuable target for this consolidation. However, after this day, the name Qinzhong has already risen in Xianzhou Prefecture, becoming as renowned as the most famous trio of the ascending immortal cliff. 200 years ago, there was a sword god who could strike 1,000 miles with a single sword, meaning that one could slice out 1,000 miles away in an instant. Seeing Zhongqing bring someone out, Du Go breathed a sigh of relief. With him, today's matters would be much easier to handle. Why bother? He shook his head and snapped his fingers again, causing the black tiger charging at him to once again freeze into an ice sculpture. Then, Luo Qingsheng waved her hand, and a wind blade shot towards the black tiger. After being hit with such a sharp retort from Chun Feng, he began to ponder while stroking his chin. After a moment, he suddenly remembered an inconspicuous detail, and Balak raised his head to speak. After listening to Tinjian's story, everyone exchanged glances, especially when they heard her say that their ancestor had actually killed both the clan leader and the elder. They were directly stunned. Xing Hongming reminded her, I know not many people know your new account. They definitely are not unrelated people, but are a nuisance. In his view, Jiang Wan's mother must have died. If she hadn't, his father definitely wouldn't have acted that way. Duan Qinyu surfaced, also holding 2 task cards, lifted his hand to comb his wet hair, and the sparkling water droplets ran down his high nose and fell onto his chest, his narrow eyes carrying a moist allure that drove the viewers in the live stream into a frenzy of screams. Jiang Wanrong was full of ambition, but also had concerns. Her beautiful willow leaf eyebrows unconsciously knitted together. Even Zhe Fa looked at Yak with a bitter smile. Even though he was the one who wouldn't kill the general, he still requested Yak to lock up Weibel and send him to the advancing city for detention. Jiangchen saw his whole body stiffen, his muscles spasming, his pupils dilating, and blood froth seeping from his clenched teeth. Caesar made an appearance. After all, he was pulling sponsorships for his company. Even if he didn't show his face now, later, when the sponsors checked the flow of funds, it would be easy to identify Caesar as a suspect. Anticipating the awkwardness of being discovered later, it would be better to be honest now to increase the chances of successful negotiations. The couple Xiang Ingzhong originally didn't want it, but since Qin Yin wanted that bed, she could take it without needing to exchange anything. It was still Qin Yin who brought up the theory of causality. emphasizing that wearing this pair of jade pendants regularly could regulate the body and prolong life, which was why it was accepted. However, after entering through the waterway on the lower left side of the reef, there was unexpectedly a huge natural cave inside. This place had previously been a hiding spot for pirates evading capture, very secretive, if no one had guided him. Huo Yuhao probably wouldn't have known that this broken reef actually had another world inside. Chapter 25. The Reunion of the Travelers. Indeed, there was a harpoon god who managed to touch the Emperor's sword, but it was nothing to him. After a few days of rest, he would be fine. Long Haochen stood up from the throne, deciding to deal with it in close combat since it was just a sparring match. At this moment, the throne of the eternal and creation divine seal suddenly dissolved into specks of golden light, and wings unfolded behind it, clad in full armor, wielding a sword that radiated eternity and creation. This is the sword of eternal creation and eternal creation. Gu Xiaobei couldn't believe that Li Haonan would let her go so easily. After hesitating for a while, seeing that Li Haonan really went downstairs, she was already drenched in sweat and sticky all over, so she dragged her exhausted body to the bathroom for a combat shower. The bright spiritual power within the divine nature of the Light Lord was carefully comprehending these principles of light. Through these insights, his original bottleneck was suddenly opened up, and his realm was rapidly improving. Lin Shifan could only smile helplessly. He knew very well that Feng Gong held a bias against him within the entire Dragon Sword. This bias had formed long before when Old Man Lin was in the Dragon Sword, and after inheriting Old Man Lin's identity in the Dragon Sword, he also inherited Feng Gong's resentment. Yes, Lin Feng answered frankly. This was no secret. The people who needed to be provoked had already been provoked, and Zhou Badong was also aware of this matter, so there was no need to hide it from her. Nami finally felt she had come to the wrong place, stood up with a dark face, and was about to find an excuse to leave when she heard a conversation coming from next door. The middle-aged man took a step back, reached out, and at his fingertips was a faint white sword energy, which he directed towards the flames. The moment the sword energy and flames met, the flames extinguished, but the sword energy also disappeared, as if it had never existed. It is not a fake, but it is not an antique. Dantai Mingwei smiled. She never said that this bronze ding was not a bronze ding. It is definitely made of bronze. The only difference is the issue of its age. Good timing. Old Man Lin let out a deafening sound, his fist striking out repeatedly, like a fully stretched spring, instantly releasing a force. In the air, two clear popping sounds could still be heard. At this moment, although the chair was destroyed, Liang Dong did not fall to the ground. He was floating 1 meter above the ground, his body naturally unfolding. This resulted in the gates just created being somewhat different from the gates of the original time and space, but their performance was equally powerful, especially as technology improved, becoming stronger with each generation. Chu Ming nodded again, suddenly feeling that what Xing Ming was about to say next was the key. Red symbolizes the dragon of war. Black symbolizes the dragon of the future. But what does this dark green represent? The black dragon was still focused on the dark green scales, which made him feel uneasy. I am surprised that I hit. It would have been normal if I hadn't, Tian Ku replied coldly. Zhu Xiao couldn't help but slightly furrow his brows. Having already reached the intermediate level of Xin tier martial arts, if he could successfully bid for it, it would be very suitable for the cultivation of his family members. Having already practiced the dragon fist, Zhu Xiao looked down on this lily finger, but for the sake of his family, he felt somewhat tempted. Of course, there was a reason why Tian Ku could become a sorcerer, but that reason was definitely not due to his aptitude, talent, or gift. Rather, it was a side effect caused by the myriad phenomena, which triggered this point and made Tian Ku become a sorcerer. These ripples. How could Zhu Xiao not know what they are? They are precisely the ripples caused by spatial fluctuations, which means that the giant slug will appear in this location next. Chapter 26. The Remains of Hoyuan. First, we will perform the ritual at the altar for Mother, then head to the Sunset Forest, and finally to the Eye of Ice and Fire, to erase Tang San's consciousness. The next day, when I woke up, it was already 8 in the morning. After breakfast, I bid farewell to Long Haochen and the others, and set off for the Duke of White Tiger's mansion. This place is where the endless painful memories of Huo Yuhao are buried. However, the destination is not the Duke of White Tiger's mansion itself, but a small grove that is relatively close to it, where I can see the silhouette of the Duke's mansion in the distance. To everyone still holding the front line, I am Amber, the current leader of 72S. Amber's youthful voice echoed through half of the quarantine zone, coming from the loudspeaker positioned at the top of the headquarters. When did this happen? Li Jingyun, who had just awakened from her own world. Felt ashamed as she realized that someone she cherished like a sister had appeared in her room, yet she had not noticed at all. Jiangmu was even more pleased, glancing at the awkward neighbor, and said a few polite words before leaving with her head held high. Once the fusion reaches a certain level, Fang Tianfeng's various Qi soldiers will carry the power of the fusion, easily defeating the strong with the weak. At this moment, Cole and Boma finally woke up from their dreams, realizing that the French army had quietly captured the once defensible Basira's fortress. And thousands of coalition soldiers, along with tens of thousands of city residents, were about to face the French army's concentrated artillery fire. Kuroko was so furious that her face turned pale, almost drawing her sword to charge, while Carlin quietly wrapped his arms around her waist, grinning and nodding at Lei. However, their fighting was destined to attract little attention from others, only causing some damage to unrelated players without benefiting either side. Looking at the somewhat eerie mansion before him, Li Lin couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Although he had promised the short-lived Uncle Jiantong Yanyi, breaking into a private residence still felt a bit inappropriate. Just as they had just gotten started, the agent was incapacitated by a knee strike from Tang. After finishing the noodles, Li's mother pulled Xinchi aside for a chat, and seeing that it was getting late, she finally put her in the guest room and closed the door as she left. "Are you okay, Rushi? It's all my negligence that put you in danger," said Jun with some self-blame. Mo Langyue was sure he had never seen the man in white, but he felt a sense of familiarity. Could it be that he had seen his portrait? Clearly, the homeowner had already given instructions, if it weren't too late. They would probably report to the master. As for now, the master had already rested, and the guest had arrived after a journey. So it was appropriate for the servant to take them to rest first. Then, the entire space fell silent. Following that, a soft and beautiful melody played, and the first note instantly caught Tianming's ear. This sound was no less than that of Gao Jianli's. Here, there was no qin, but ever since the judge discovered the beauties singing, there had been a qin here. The next day, Cheng Lingji unusually lingered in bed, not waking up even when her biological clock had passed. Situ Haoyu had long been awake, propping his head up to watch her peaceful sleeping face. The young man glanced at her, his brow furrowed, and a sudden look of sorrow appeared in his eyes. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, when suddenly, the sound of hooves thundered from a distance. Inshur fell to the ground with a thud, tears streaming down his face. "Father, for so many years, I have been imagining what you look like, and today I finally see you." After saying that, the father and son tightly embraced, crying like children. Everyone present was deeply moved, with tears welling in their eyes. However, Miyamoto Mumu couldn't understand how her plan to escape had still not eluded Nangong Aoshue. It is precisely because of this that the supreme beings who control the realm beads are considered half-authorizers, as they have contacted the source. Once one has an understanding of the source, and can control it, they have mastered the authority, becoming an authorizer. Thus, the supreme beings have the greatest opportunity to become authorizers. Chapter 27, Filial Piety and Parental Love. When asked this question, "I only have 3 sons and no daughters. Just Dai Yaoheng Dai Hua Bin and Dai Luoli, not a single daughter, so the answer is simple. Senior, I only have 3 sons, Dai Yaoheng, Dai Hua Bin, and Dai Luoli." Now Lisa looked at Dai Hao. From his eyes, she did not see any deceit, and it seemed he truly did not know. Most of the generals present were uneducated warriors who could execute orders from superiors without fail and could discuss battles. But when it came to political and strategic analysis, they found it challenging. "Do you remember what Master Wu Tian's signature skill is?" Sun Wukong asked with a smile. "Amulet? What I need such a thing for?" Lu Xing thought, always carrying a chain inscribed with absolute defense, which was more useful than any amulet. If you managed to buy a limited edition, then congratulations. You're qualified to post on social media. Nanxing stayed behind to take care of Yilin, while Dongling and Mu Chonghao followed Chu Hongshi to visit the family that grew Hisho Wu. Buying a promising student would also allow her to reach the finals and become the idol surrounded by stars. Yu Qianlongma would never have thought that the person he was playing tennis with a second ago would be lying in the hospital the next moment. Now, seeing her brother again, she was momentarily startled, especially when she saw him questioning their mother like that. Yu Qiannansiro was still here, savoring the moment. While Longma's amber cat eyes gradually brightened. When did this old man become so reliable? As they went downstairs, that indescribable spot sent waves of familiar and embarrassing soreness, making Xiao Xiao instantly feel the urge to kill. Moreover, This giant wave just happened to cut off all communication between Colonel Dempsey's main fleet and the two fleets fighting on the flanks of the Beastman's warship. Angela felt Lin Lei's grip on her neck. A dark force surged through her body, causing her to feel numb, and it was extremely difficult to lift her gun-bearing arm. The Leaving Hate Heaven realm cannot block teleportation, but as a spatial artifact of the 16th Order, it can slightly delay the operation of teleportation for a moment. Additionally, this artifact belonging to the Leaving Hate Dao Lord would also create a certain impact on the mind of the Lord of Zhu Rong, causing his movements to involuntarily slow down. Here we go again. The slug is going to say something strange. William exaggeratedly pretended to have a headache. The Orc Vanguard unit of 2,000 soldiers steadily advanced towards the Labada Bridge via land and water routes. General Kamba had given them a clear task: to investigate the deployment and movements of the human army, and if conditions allowed, to conduct a probing attack. Indeed, the style of work of the ability group was not what he liked, but as a member of the ability group, what could he change? Lin Luo did not dwell on it too much. Since the seven-colored flower could grow a third petal, it was naturally the best for him. The Lord of Thunder Punishment seemed to have a vague premonition that a situation would become difficult. While trying to maintain his spirit, he sought ways to communicate with the Chaos Temple. Everyone was guessing about the king, but the king did not give people much confidence. Gao looked at the somber Duke of Nottingham, as if the feat of conquering Archer City had drained all the energy from this young and brave duke. His face was leaden and dark, silent and brooding. Upon hearing Yen'er's words, Yang Fan had already guessed what was going on, and the tension in his heart dissipated, replaced by a warm feeling rising from deep within. At this moment, he was no longer worried about Yen'er, as even a trace of the plague's aura could not harm her special body. Chapter 28. The Void Envoy for Liu Ying and Hoyuan. What could be considered ordinary events were not normal for everyone. "Hello, may I ask where this is?" A low voice echoed. A woman holding a red oiled paper umbrella appeared before Hoyuan, exuding an aura of void similar to that of Hoyuan. Her purple eyes, when gazed upon, seemed to be as void as the air, wearing an outfit in shades of purple, white, and black. Even Shui Feng's astonishing talent was perceived as mad by the black-maned lions, who did not believe he could fare well against the rainbow deer. For a slight difference in cultivation reflected in strength was worlds apart for beings with such terrifying talents. In Mengshan Village, Big Brother, the Sunlight Militia has already blocked the eastern and southern passages to Mengshan, and I think they are about to launch an offensive. "What should we do?" the second-in-command asked. Lu Lingshan sat in the back seat, looking down at her WeChat shake that she hadn't managed to turn off, with several strangers greeting her. A wave of pride washing over her. "We just had a good time eating and drinking in a nice tavern." By the time everyone was ready and they set off back to the Wuming Palace, it was already the next morning. But how to explain this storage bag? Could it be that someone stole Qin Yixiang's identity, Jade, token and placed that token in this storage bag? Yu Lanqian retorted. Hearing this, Shi Yin was taken aback, thinking to himself, "The sect leader? What does the sect leader want with me?" Then he suddenly remembered the old man he had encountered at the foot of the mountain. "We should have 25,000 aircraft available, with 20,000 fighter pilots," General Hamo said in a deep voice. A sense of panic was spreading. The three of them were geniuses among geniuses, and although their temperaments were far from ordinary, even so, they felt a bit intimidated. Dong Zhanyun, regardless of the other's gaze, had already begun to organize the knowledge within, sorting out the threads of understanding. The first thing Dong Zhanyun thought of was to divide the entire process into several steps. One of those steps involved refining according to the planetary refining method, which meant first refining the main medicinal ingredients, and then simultaneously refining the secondary concentrated medicines. Speaking of Ren Changsheng, Lin Xiao was furious. It turned out that over the years, Ren Changsheng had not taught him many real skills and had advised him to follow the natural order and not to expect too much change in things he couldn't alter. "You just say that old man sent you here." Leisho shot him a glance, not knowing why he suddenly said that. "I don't think there's anything to consider. We should leave quickly." Manta poured cold water on the idea, as he was feeling extremely unstable. "Well," Yin Xin said, deliberately pausing for a moment, wanted to whet Lin Yi's appetite. Unfortunately, although Lin Yi wanted to know, he wasn't at the point of needing to know, so Yin Xin's actions had no effect on him. Chunyin didn't he expect that during the short time he had disappeared, Xiaoyu's progress had been so great. Perhaps because Xiaoyu had not revealed it to outsiders. "Yes, it's him. Tell me what you know about him," Xiaoyu said excitedly. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoming had to take a seat, as the other party had already stated their case. What difference would drinking a cup of tea make? "Damn it, I want to fight." The bald fat man was not intimidated by Zhao Su at all, cursing and then aiming his gun at Zhao Su. Unless it was the intervention of the laws of heaven and earth, it would be hard for anyone in the world to kill him. At most, they could only defeat him. We have a nautical chart in hand, and following this nautical chart, we found our way here. Changshan did not speak falsely, but chose to speak the truth. Cheng Yaojin, well-intentioned but having made a mistake, arranged the wrong marriage for his son and felt very distressed. However, the mistake had already been made, and the spilled water could not be retrieved. Helpless, he could only harden his resolve and advise his son to make do. Chapter 29. Ice and Fire Double Boiler. Unlike the outside world, the spiritual energy here was very suitable for soul masters to cultivate. A large flower also caught their attention. It was a large pale pink flower, leafless, with a stem nearly a yard long, and the flower was enormous, each petal looking as crystalline as water. The pale pink flower swayed gently with the mist, growing at the junction of red and white springs. The sunlight filtered through the thin mist, casting a soft glow on the petals, as if draping them in a gentle layer. Dad, you really need to have a good talk with him. After all, you saved him from the sea back then. Such a powerful wizard, who also has affection for our family. If we don't take this opportunity to win him over, will we wait until he is poached by someone else and then regret it? Eileen Luo reminded Duke once again. They only heard the doctor's voice issuing medical orders. But there was no sound of machine alarms, which was quite strange. If it weren't for Emiya Kiritsugu asking him questions, Kujo Maki absolutely did not want to recall that mysterious heroic spirit, due to the family's disadvantaged position in this event. His father arranged for him to start from the grassroots level when he returned from abroad, so he spent his days mingling with frontline workers of the unit. Li Kuang remained as arrogant as ever, not even pausing his steps, directly striding towards Paul Kochakin as if nothing lay ahead, his imposing aura soaring. Qin Yu moved forward with blood-red eyes, wanting to see, but had to circumvent Lin Ying, rushing towards Wan Ling, only to be blocked by Lin Ying's outstretched hand. Increased vigilance. Keep a close eye on them. Do not move. After speaking, Fang Jiren put on his headphones, and his right hand skillfully tapped the electric key to send a message. However, Li Kuang was unafraid of this, taking a step forward instead of retreating, both hands gripping the knife handle tightly, slashing down with a boundless blood-red knife energy. Combining with his wild and unrestrained sword will to strike at Lu Ling's pillar of flames. Me? Start a fire? Laura could hardly believe her ears. This boy, leisurely leaning there, actually instructed her to work. No one had dared to speak to her so presumptuously except for her father. The entire elephant decoration on the head was painted golden yellow, and the elephant's eyes were bright and vivid, very lifelike. The doors of the dormitory were all ajar, with no one inside, but the beds were in disarray, with shoes, socks, and blankets piled up everywhere. Lun Yinsho had never seen such a macho. He was momentarily stunned, even unsure why he had come back or what he wanted to say. Zhao Delay had a fierce expression, waving his hand, then charging forward, striking down with a knife. The other party looked to be only in their 20s, dressed in a gray robe, with neatly managed long black hair. By the way, where did you hide that staff? Zhang Yu was curious. Every time during battle, she would always take out that staff. But at this moment, it was not in her hand. Then everyone saw Wan Shi calmly walking out of the elevator, with deep and three-dimensional features, and eyes that were almost unrealistically large. Upon hearing this, the commander stood up suddenly, swayed a few times before steadying himself, and stared intently at Dongzi. During the following time, Yi Zhao Zhao just buried her head in eating, and Lu Fei had barely taken a few bites when his phone vibrated a few times. Amidst the commotion, a large, dirty face appeared in front of Su Ning and, looking fierce and shouting angrily at him. His son was currently moving bricks in a neighboring village, and the money he earned was already enough for both of them to spend. Thinking of this, Klein temporarily suppressed the sense of incongruity that seemed to suggest he had forgotten something, bid farewell to Alice, and turned to walk towards the street corner where he usually took the public carriage. He slowly approached the red-haired child, and the domain of the silent walking technique extended from him, covering the red-haired child. Chapter 30. Revival of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Among these two corpses were indeed the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings from the era of the Dragon God, and beneath the whirlpool, no one would expect that the Eye of Ice and Fire held the two great Dragon Kings. This might also be the core of the source of the Eye of Ice and Fire, created by these two ancient Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Kapip sighed as he looked at the remains of the Fire Dragon King, and said, "Alas, what a tragedy. Although you and I both belong to the Flame Dragon, I'm not from your world." Elba was unwilling to accept such defeat. He called the soldiers to block the gap. His halberd ruthlessly took one life after another. The originally clean armor was also stained with bright red blood. However, Wang Peter did not relent, lowered his stance again, and delivered a sweeping kick that knocked the bear down. As soon as the bear fell to the ground, Wang Peter stepped forward and punched the bear's neck. He took out the jade tube, only to find that the seven-colored glow on it had long since disappeared, coldly held in his hand with no reaction. In dealing with Japanese martial arts, Gong Sun Yu had absolute confidence. Japanese martial arts are divided into ancient and modern styles. Ancient martial arts mainly include ninjutsu, ancient swordsmanship, illusions, etc., while modern martial arts mainly include karate, judo, kendo, etc. Modern martial arts are completely superficial and even far less threatening than an ordinary person holding a pistol. Chun-Shi looked at a few drawings and then laughed. Dad, are you planning to turn Nanhu Town into your base? These blueprints were not designed by some great designer, but just a planning sketch by Dongfang Ming for Nanhu Town. Qianin was knocked back by me, her body leaning backward and in self-defense. The knife in her hand was instinctively waved around. I couldn't dodge, but in an instant, I had an idea, raised my hands, and let Qianin's knife glide across the front of my wrists. A few people sat down in a newly built pavilion, with Ding Huayan, Chu Dao, and others keeping company nearby, talking about their respective experiences, all filled with emotion. However, the two masters of Mang Mountain were not concerned about this. The two fellows, with their vast powers, sniffed the air and surprisingly uncovered Luo Yu's hidden wine, opening it without hesitation to drink. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. At the moment his left foot was about to land, the scene behind him had already appeared in his mind. He drew in his energy and shouted lowly, like a flurry of flying fluff drifting out, 3 Zhang. Overall, it was a comedic story, making it relatively easy and free-flowing to read. Brothers are welcome to support. Fu Yunqi began to feel uneasy. This flower looked like countless bloody hands, making her feel nauseous. After hearing this, the Liu family settled down. Unexpectedly, this seemingly gentle and sturdy old maid was actually someone close to the late empress. It seemed the Liu family had indeed invited her from the palace to be by Mu Xin's side. She just stood there, biting her lip, her eyes turning red with anxiety, like a rabbit, yet she didn't dare knock on the door. Now his eye of perception had reached the 5th level of the earth eye, though not fully formed, it was becoming stable, just waiting for improvement in cultivation to naturally reach the peak of the eye of perception. At that time, perhaps he could further touch the threshold of the heart sense realm. The ancestor was taken aback, ignoring the need to adjust the energy within, and began to dodge. The ancestor knew in his heart that if he forcibly used his power now, the consequences would become even more severe. He never expected that humans could be so despicable, attacking him while he was absorbing energy. Even though Bing Wu knew that the marriage with Gu Chao she would not materialize, she still couldn't help but want to become one with Shi Yin first. After all, she couldn't let Shi Yin suffer, could she? Let her go, I'll go with you. Mo Yin rushed down from the car and stood behind Zhu Ke, staring directly at the man from the Vatican in front of her, without any fear. The life and death struggle ahead did not seem to shake her determination at all. The cakes were ready, and then using a rolling pin, they were quickly placed on the already heated griddle, and then she continued to roll out the next one. Chapter 31. The Second Awakening of the Void Eye. How come you're fine? Tang San's expression changed. Although he was just a consciousness and not as powerful as his physical body, at least for now, as long as no god-level strongman intervened, he wouldn't be anyone's opponent. Is that all you can do? The compressed version of the Sea God Trident, formed by Tang San's divine power, was like a toy in Nsi Lu Air's hands. The gaze directed at Tang San was filled with mockery. Water? Compared to Nate Hestus. After Bai Ruo Shui finished cultivating, Meng Yuchun immediately had Tang Sun go forward to take Ouyang Chi's pulse, confirming that he was temporarily out of danger before letting Tang Sun go get medicine, asking everyone to step back. Zhang Sanfeng sighed slightly. Wu Xinxin's words about the bandits had forced these bandits' robbery plan to advance. Wang Keluan told Wu Hua everything that happened during the months he was gone, one by one. The ghost clan they faced was such a ruthless opponent that not just anyone could deal with. The emperor was willing to devote all his energy to dealing with the demon clan. It should be known that at that time, he had already fallen out with his father. Even when he had no money for food, he did not lower his face to beg. Oh, could it be that the successor of the celestial master has not yet been decided? Zhang Sanfeng wondered. However, this lady knows the difficulties of the father-in-law. How about the father-in-law tells me why the emperor summoned my family as lord? My family's lord would never hide anything from me. Perhaps I could help you a bit. Madame Gu wanted to confirm whether the emperor summoned Gu Zong to the palace was for matters concerning the Ministry of Revenue. If Wei Du really feared, as Wei Yang said in the letter, then wanting to confront her with force was simply futile. Meng Xingchun looked at the childlike Lung Yu, laughing and shaking his head. This wife always appeared cold and indifferent in front of others. But once in front of her own people, she often did very childish things, which always left people laughing and crying. At this moment, Zhang Sanfeng was slightly swaying due to the instant consumption of spiritual energy, but fortunately, with the support of righteous qi. Otherwise, he might really have become the first foundational cultivator to fall to his death from the air. Many seemingly working colleagues bubbled up, encouraging He Kai to take pictures secretly to let everyone identify. What is going on? How long have you been dragging that money? Planning to just let it waste away? The swallow's gaze was sharp, watching the blazing fire mixed with black smoke rising into the sky. The surrounding orcs collectively observed a moment of silence. As the next quarter began, the bucks finally wound up again. Although their movement did not reach the same level of excitement as the offensive climax in the first quarter, it was enough. With improvements on the defensive end, opportunities for counterattacks began to appear, and the bucks were able to score on almost every counterattack. A trend clearly evident in the past 3 games. Although she knew that this hope was very slim, even grasping at a glimmer of hope at the moment of death was still good. Every drop of blood has the potential to become a part of his strength, so it cannot be wasted. Durant helped the Warriors regain the lead with his stable performance, and the Bucks did not call a timeout because Wang Jin was already signaling for the ball ahead. Haster glanced at his embarrassed look and continued. Building the bird's nest greenhouse also requires manpower, so you should take Kay Rao back to the tribe and let her work with the clansmen. This way, let's see how she can slack off. As for Hape, you should also tell him to go back to the Eagle tribe and help the clansmen work. 6 lines suddenly appeared. The East Sea Dragon King's expression changed. After practicing the Dragon Transformation Sutra, he became more sensitive to the Dragon Clan's aura. Even he would have to put in some effort. Zhou it can be considered as knowing that these people are all of the same ilk, no matter what she does. They will think it has a purpose and will not believe her at all. Chapter 32. Old Friends Revived. Then you can start. Mu Yao held Hoyuan's soul in her hands, nourished by the power of life. However, she would create a brand new self. The memories and bloodline were preserved and would not affect the progress of the resurrection at all. Everything from the past would return, welcoming a brand new self. Life should not be easily taken away. Destiny should not be controlled by others. Mu Yao stood quietly in the void like a goddess coming from ancient mythology. Zhang Heng. He didn't spend much effort before winning the 99th match. As long as he won the final match, he could obtain the title of Dual King. The 6-pointed star formation changed when it touched Lu Yu's right hand, slowly forming a sphere that gradually separated from Lu Yu's right hand. However, there was always an electric arc the thickness of a finger connecting Lu Yu's palm, constantly pulsing. The further the star formation moved away, the more Lu Yu's pain increased. Upon hearing Yin Liufeng's words, Yin Xian knew that Yin Lufeng was speaking up for her, but she bore no resentment towards Ling Yi. Watching Bai Chen Hong's actions, Mo Yang thought to himself, it seems I need to test the relationship between me and the Flame Emperor. Since that old antique is indeed the Flame Emperor, would I still fear the test? With a lazy smile, Mo Yang followed behind Bai Chen Hong. During these 3 months, Ling Yi not only practiced the Ling Yun sword technique, but also cultivated the Ling Tian sword decision under Ling Tian's guidance. His Ling Tian sword decision broke through from the early stage of the 5th level to the peak of the 5th level, reaching a bottleneck because breaking through to the 6th level required nurturing a Ling Tian sword energy in the Dantian. Don't the Japanese like to play this kind of game? Today I'll also be a screenwriter and director and shoot an AV. Competing with their local films, selling it to Japan could earn a lot of money. The title will be The Lustful People and Dogs. Moyang Laogid Heartili. Although the moon in the central capital was not as bright as in desert regions, the slight mist around the Tying star added a lot of artistic beauty. The surroundings were silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Lu Chanqian held her breath, listening to Su Li's words, feeling that what Su Li said was strangely extraordinary, yet seemed like things that truly existed. Su Li nodded with a smile. What if I said I'm also from the Yu family villa, with the Yu family's internal power flowing through me? He spun lies effortlessly, as if he were speaking off the cuff. 3 sounds of breaking air came, and the folding fan below shot out 3 sharp swords. This time, the sword bodies were as black as ink, wrapped in black mist, resembling the painful faces of people falling into the abyss. Like a swallow gliding through the air for a certain distance, the hands wearing tactical gloves firmly grasped the hook hanging in midair. When Yilang's identity was revealed, there was an uproar, and everyone present looked shocked, discussing among themselves. "Hey, dead dog, why aren't you getting up? Are you trying to blame me?" Li Tianla kicked Li Junxiong hard. The young man in white surrounded by them was also a golden genius, just like them. "You previously designed a lot of clothing for them. Now you can simulate the attire." After being reminded by the auxiliary spirit, Locke immediately understood. The nearby evil demon and war demon looked at their friend, momentarily puzzled. Why treat a newcomer so politely? Perhaps this is one of the selling points of that streamer, frequently giving the camera to that husky, showing off various antics. Today, none of you heretics will leave alive. The paladins each wielded their machetes, their eyes shining, looking like a pack of beasts that had found their prey. A mysterious aura of yin and yang seemed to envelop him, and he stood with his hands behind his back, stepping lightly in the void. He turned slightly and walked directly downwards. Chapter 33. Huo Yuhao in a maid outfit. On the other side, in a designated place, Wang Dong met with Xiao Xiao. Previously, his family had discussed and would not have agreed, as Xiao Xiao was the only genius in their family with twin martial souls, and the future of the sect depended on her, so they could not afford any incidents. However, after Xiao Xiao's persistent pleas, they agreed, but she had to be accompanied for reassurance. Subsequently, Xiao Xiao went with his uncle to Wang Dong's carriage. Of course, understanding is one thing. Reaching such a level is still extremely difficult, let alone the 10th level of immortality. Even the 9th level of non-immortality has never been successfully cultivated. The realms of the heavenly Tao and ancient steppe immortal are only the 8th level of immortality. Thinking of his mother and sister, Yang Yi suppressed his anger, nodded at Xiao Yuer, and then turned to leave. What? Yuchen suddenly became anxious upon hearing this. It was all his fault for being too hasty, focusing only on how not to be controlled by that strange, ink-clad figure, and not considering that the promises made by the other party might be false. The soft figure of the top scholar made the fireworker head monk unable to find any reason to act out his ghostly anger. No more irrelevant nonsense. What are you doing in my territory? Dr. Ruan Xin waved his hand, and everything before him vanished, leaving only the crystalline spaceship quietly suspended in Dr. Ruan Xin's palm. After Su Yi killed the enemy general, how could he miss this opportunity and immediately ordered the entire army to launch a fierce attack? The Zhao army's cavalry waved their sabers and fired their crossbows, and wherever they passed, blood and flesh flew. In fact, the shadow that had been following Su Zhuo probably did not understand Su Zhuo's true strength before him. After all, Chang Qingsheng had only met him a few times. So how could he know? Fortunately, the abilities of medium-level transformers are far superior to those of ordinary people. While ordinary people need to study for several years, medium-level transformers can master it in 3 days. The blood fiend Pearl entered his brow, and Yang Ye's body suddenly froze in place. A surge of malevolent energy erupted from his body, spreading outward violently. The malevolent energy extremely sharp and carrying a nauseating smell of blood. This plan is good, Commander. Do you think we can use this as a basis for formulating a battle plan? Wu Luzhen was very satisfied with this plan and intended to start planning the opening battle in Liaoning. As soon as the precious blood appeared, it displayed astonishing medicinal properties. With a fragrant aroma, shimmering like red clouds, sparkling like blood diamonds, resembling a natural artwork, unadorned and irresistibly charming. Bai Yunfei quickly retreated, dodging repeatedly in midair, doing everything he could to avoid being locked on, and then he summoned the jade platform, which hovered above his head like a divine halo, red and crystal clear, with a celestial phoenix spreading its wings and chirping. In Lin Yoji's courtyard, a middle-aged man, slightly plump, gestured to stop Yao Yao and her companion from bowing. Stealthily approached Lin Yoji, who was deep in thought, and craned his neck to peek at what she was writing. Hearing the sound, the man slightly moved, and Prince Jean smiled as he sat down slowly. After a while, the man finally climbed up from the table. The high priest's expression became serious as he solemnly said, "You are not originally from our world, and your methods do not belong to our system. You must have some vague awareness of this." Long Tian's gaze fell on the cloth bag in Tang You's hand, from its shape and the bloodstains seeping out. He had already guessed what was inside, but he was curious about whose head it was. Yuan Hong remembered in his past life that Taoists practiced internal self-defense. preventing their true energy and strength from leaking out, and they were all powerful martial artists, living longer than ordinary people. Hey, I still have dozens of Thunderfire pearls. If you have the ability, come after me. Luo Tian shouted loudly as he turned around, then disappeared from everyone's sight. The several condensed Yuan realm cultivators did not plan to risk their lives, so they dared not pursue with all their might. Chapter 34. Enemies on a narrow road in the bustling streets of Mingdu, Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao were strolling leisurely. Along the way, they admired the uniquely styled and exquisitely crafted buildings, some ancient and elegant, as if telling stories of the past, others modern and fashionable, showcasing the vitality of the city. The morning sunlight spilled onto the streets, creating dappled shadows, adding a touch of poetry to this pleasant time. Wang Dong, we've seen so many beautiful sights along the way. I'm a bit hungry. The military officials of Yingzhou were dissatisfied, and the officials of the three courtyards privately discussed how Li Siyu would face the paradise he had created after returning to the city and how he would deal with countless citizens. Should he be stricter or tightly hold on to power? The leveling up maniac thought carefully and decided that after finishing the life-and-death duel with Yi Hentian, he should fully search for the spirit herbs of the Yuan Shendan, first ensuring his cultivation reached its peak. Sun Wukong shook his head. He really didn't understand these matters and had no impression in his mind. Emperor Fengdu knew that his previous plans and ideas still had some problems, and now only the last Tai remained among the three emperors. However, one must not be too stubborn with time, especially when considering who they are facing. Sun Wukong hated being threatened the most, and in such circumstances, he trusted the iron rod in his hand even more. Although Neza was somewhat displeased, seeing his respected elder brother Yang Jian choose to do this, he said nothing more and chose to remain silent. However, Zhou Xian, carrying the terrifying power of slaying 8 ancient emperors, made all the races of the universe firmly believe in his ability to sweep away all life prohibitions. Super immortal summoning system? What the hell is that? And where's this voice coming from? The Sword Saint, due to his skill mechanics, could not compete with anyone in the wild if he fell behind in the early game. Nala parked the carriage in the inn's backyard, unloaded it, led the horse into the stable, fed it hay, and then walked into the inn's lobby. Yifeng didn't want to elaborate too much on the 3 items, initially wanting to skip over it, but thinking of Dai Mingming's complete ignorance about kitchen matters, he couldn't help but confirm. The other 2 sighed as well, finding a friend of Pao whose was no different from seeking death. Xiangyu, what's your father's temper like? Although Yifeng had officially expressed his feelings to Tong Xiangyu, he still felt a bit anxious, as it was his first time meeting his future father-in-law in 2 lifetimes. Why'd he call you? I'm a bit flustered. That bastard can't pretend to be a good person with me and want to tell my mom something. I feel the air is a bit cold, especially when Zhang Ren behind me greeted Lu Sudong warmly. The surrounding temperature dropped at least 10 degrees. Done. Yifeng felt a wave of joy in his heart. Indeed, his charming smile had attracted the favor of Itobi. If he had spoken to Yifeng with that proud attitude at that time, it would have probably been a different outcome. Starting tomorrow, after school, you have to stay at home and can't go anywhere, did you hear? Liu Mei scolded Liu Xing. Before this, he had already contacted Li Hongtu to gather a large amount of funds for emergencies, waiting to hear the sound of Lu Shuang coming down the stairs. Huo Yuan's body swayed slightly, one hand tightly covering his chest, as if a breath was stuck at that spot, unable to go up or down. Yicheng chatted with Chun Duo for a bit, then explained some matters to Bai Ruofeng before returning. Sumu was still awake. Tonight was particularly important, as silver salt revealed words after being baked, and candles could only be lit at night. Pu Du Zihong was surprised that the 3-flower ancestor could actually fight to a standstill with it, and immediately put away its hypocritical facade, directly raising its golden palm to clash with the bloodthirsty fist of the 3-flower ancestor. Chapter 35. Expelling the sun and moon stop. Titan suddenly struck directly but was blocked by someone, and it was Lu Ying who stepped in to block the attack. Who is it? A platinum mech stood in front of Titan, speaking coldly. Leave now, and no one will get hurt. Otherwise, you will all die. Who are you to speak so arrogantly? Titan replied coldly to Sam. But at the same time, he was filled with apprehension, even using divine power. Bai Fenghua only smiled and remained silent, looking faintly at Bai Lingxi, who felt somewhat unnatural under her gaze, slowly turning her face away, no longer looking at Bai Fenghua's face. No wonder Zhang Qingyi said he was childish. At times, he really did seem like a child who hadn't grown up. Speak, what do you want from me? Dongfang Ji noticed Xuan's serious demeanor and immediately straightened up. The autumn grassland, once yellow, was dyed red with the blood of countless soldiers, appearing so tragic and shocking. Lin Chen's eyes slightly narrowed, then suddenly widened in shock. Li Jinting merely nodded, knowing she was talking nonsense, and did not expose it, patting the back of her hand. Then I'll spend more time with you tonight, Dong Fengji whispered in Xuan's ear, causing her face to flush. In fact, asking for wine was just an excuse. He mainly wanted to speak privately with Tianyan. She shrugged, a playful smile on his lips. With that loud shout, it seemed even the waterfall felt a powerful momentum. It couldn't help but pause slightly, and the falling force suddenly didn't seem so terrifying in Lin Chen's eyes. Wu Ming, you handle Sean, I'll deal with Francis. Qi Shaoguang nodded secretly at Wu Ming, then waved his hand to the black-clothed men behind him, and everyone quickly followed Qi Shaoguang out, with Wu Ming bringing up the rear. Chun Tanyan gritted her teeth. She was already very angry about the drunk driving. She didn't consider the safety of others' lives or her own at all. Hao Jiangwo glanced at his wife and quickly nodded. For Zhongling and me, this restaurant owner had already regarded us as immortals. He fully trusted what we said. After finding nothing with his spiritual sense, Lu Yu directly used alchemical fire to start heating it. As the temperature of the alchemical fire rose, the black metal rod remained cold as ever, showing no signs of change. Hao Gaoxing's face immediately burned with embarrassment, especially when he saw the mocking looks from those around him. He exploded. The day passed in training and monitoring, and as evening approached, the temperature in the maze dropped again, and the cold wind began to rise. Before Tooba, Jie became Khan. He united the tribes around Donghu once, and Jiazhua entered the Donghu tribal army during that union. With the help of the Donghu chief, Bu Luhan Sutua, Wudier was defeated, and the Murong tribe had to sign an alliance with the Donghu tribe, henceforth no longer invading the area around Xinbei Mountain. Shi and Dujuan were slightly startled, but when they saw who had entered, they patted their chests and continued to whisper. Lin, he looked at him, his eyes showing no sympathy. A dark light shone from him, shooting towards his head, creating an immediate suction. Just as you said, if a stalker exists, it should be that client from the marriage agency. Sakura has already set up a membership contract for your sister. She lowered her head, and with that, everything she had eaten tonight was completely emptied from her stomach, causing her to vomit uncontrollably. She naturally had no strength left to see what expression Su Mama had. This has been the most tangled moment in recent days. The purple treasure has appeared twice in the past 2 days, but neither was as impressive as the spirit artifact Domain Thunder Cauldron the first time, so he simply overlooked them. He gazed thoughtfully at Xie Qingyao and mentioned another member of the Wei family, the foreign surname King Dongping. Princess Yong'an had initially woken up, thinking that her mother could severely dampen Xie Qingyao's spirit and show her a thing or two. In the distance, she vaguely saw a 3-clawed dragon slowly raising its head amidst the blood-red surroundings. Its body was enormous, stretching for dozens of miles, hidden among mountains and rivers. General, we've captured 2 Shun bandits at the front. Sent a message to the scouts, reported the scout soldier. On the contrary, upon hearing that Chu Wanga had truly entered a deep level of enlightenment, they each sat cross-legged, seemingly unwilling to admit defeat. Although they were at the very back of the carriage, it was unscathed. Aside from some scratches on the body, even the rearview mirror was undamaged. The bodyguard was taken aback and quickly reached out to grab the half-buried insect body that was desperately crawling into its nostrils, pulling it out with all his strength. The ghostly figure pushed her lightly. As soon as she stepped inside, the scenery changed dramatically, revealing a huge, ancient city standing in the darkness. Within the 40 floors, flames danced like a swirling spirit snake in the air, its movements graceful and flowing. Sporadically, fire serpents spat out circles of fiery petals, which gently fell and dissipated in midair, leaving behind a trace of warmth. Hugo quietly watched the black figure ahead. As the figure gradually grew larger, Hugo's mood began to relax, while simultaneously, the muscles in his body tensed up, ready to launch an attack at any moment. We can't afford to waste any time. We're here to get serious work done, she said in a low voice to Ron. The big EV and its sister stretched out their front paws and directly struck the armored bird's body. Wade wiped his tears, holding his son in one arm and his wife's hand in the other, their backs disappearing into the player tunnel. Although Jiaming often nagged in front of Xia before, at this moment, his words resonated deeply in her ears, making them particularly memorable. Mr. Ji's methods were very intense. The opponents did not expect Ivan and the others to adopt such tactics right at the beginning of the battle, completely caught off guard. The battle ended in an instant, with over 70% of the players from Link's Light perishing, resulting in similar casualties for the opposing side. For players, battles were routine. But when the enemy's army truly appeared in sight, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 36. The first day of school and being dragged into a PK. Titan, hearing his brother's question, showed a look of confusion and said seriously, "Brother, actually at first Donger and Xiao just wanted to go over there to have fun. But when they saw that girl in the CAF, it seemed that Donger developed a liking for her and wanted her to join our Hoyuan sect." A girl? Donger likes another girl? What is this? He knows that Blackstone City is close to the monster forest, where wealthy merchants and fighters come and go. 50,000 gold coins may seem like a lot, but for wealthy merchants and high-level fighters, it's nothing. The Mu family was tense, eagerly anticipating the next moment of victory, while the Hong family changed their expressions, appearing slightly panicked. In summary, when Arthur saw this ghoul, he felt a deep emptiness in his heart. Lin Feng immediately regretted what he said, as he had already seen Yi Xian's very displeased expression. A burst of cosmic star power, shimmering with brilliant starlight, suddenly emerged from his fingertips, just like before, with no abnormalities. A palm strike hit Qin Jinyue's forehead, and he felt blood trickling down from above. Fortunately, Qin Jinyue had learned that the skull is one of the hardest bones and is not so easily shattered, so he endured it, just to learn the skills and then go out to kill the faceless ones. The Tribulation Stage and the Mahayana Stage cultivators had already been heavily injured by a rocket, and the blade intent containing destruction swept through, causing each Tribulation Stage and Mahayana Stage cultivator hit by the blade intent to have their bodies shattered and souls vanish. "Ha! Smart. I was just worried about the constraints. You gave me the best advice." Lan Tan laughed heartily, unable to suppress his excitement, and pulled Wang Ling in for a fierce kiss on her alluring red lips. Unfortunately, the Arbitration Council on Earth did not have such good luck. Even though they forcibly figured out some characteristics of the Twisted Demons, their lack of deep understanding and combat experience led them to panic when faced with the situation. The accumulated wealth at home was lost in an instant, and the father and son escaped from the Great Chu Kingdom to the Great Qi territory. However, today Lin Zhe was busy making money, and she hadn't dressed up properly to present her best self to Lin Zhe. So Ji Shuqing decided to hold back and fight another day. Seeing her group so confident, the county magistrate broke out in a cold sweat, subtly signaling to the attendant beside him. He had thought about trying other magazines, even submitting to ancient and modern legends, but to no avail. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. In this situation, the thought of giving up writing became even more resolute. Long she didn't know what was wrong with her lately. When alone, she couldn't help but think of Yu Qiao. It was clear that this so-called plain merchant was still willing to show goodwill after being struck by her nuclear attack, and everything he fabricated was primarily to find his true self. The old farmer had long been taught the rules by the village chief concerning matters of the field. Even if he had a foolish brain, he had repeated the rules enough to remember them. "I know you don't have a plan, but I can't guarantee my plan will succeed." The ghost hesitated. Even it had never done anything so crazy, and if pushed to that point, it didn't know if it could succeed. A teacher may not necessarily wish for all their students to succeed, but they definitely hope the children walk the right path. She had been there once and was already familiar with the way. She changed her shoes and found Qin Mu Yun's toolbox, then searched for wires and diodes inside. "Yang, this stone mountain doesn't look like a place with treasures. I think we should change to another location," He suggested, seeing the Bear Mountain. Chapter 37. Sword. To others, it seemed that the two on stage had not truly clashed, merely relying on the momentary burst of overwhelming momentum or sword intent. The victory or defeat was already clear in an instant. This left him quite confused, unable to grasp the subtlety of determining the outcome based solely on momentum. His sword, besides its ice element, also possessed destructive power, the void, and his own path of destruction, yet his power had not been fully unleashed. "What are you all laughing at?" At that moment, a deep male voice sounded. The head of the Guo family took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over, stating what was required of Chui Li and the Big Dipper sect. The owl court had evidently not thought of a good solution yet. Unexpectedly, this matter erupted again in the blink of an eye, and it seemed different from before, now fully erupting without hiding. Chui Li trembled. With both the heavenly and earthly respect present, the Big Dipper sect had to cooperate with his actions to avoid losing the support of the Guo family. Facial skin? What good is that? Just as Jean finished speaking, a sudden thought occurred to her, and looking at Tang Song, it seemed he had thought of something too. Because Emperor Li Ge had already released the news to return, Qin Yin had sent people to guard the city gate early on. "I must say, Dr. Raymond, your experiences are quite remarkable. You became an expert in psychology at such a young age and were even recruited by S.H. He said, recounting his experiences. Do I have to go over there holding the bowl myself? What do you want to do? Although Feng Yunqi had doubts. He picked up his large sea bowl and walked over. Sigh, if I had known, I would have taken it somewhere to get appraised first. Under sighed and sat down on the wheel. However, Yu Hanxin did not expect that she had not had the chance to tell Li Momo about everything. And Li Momo was already harmed. The battlefish had been staring at Qin Xiaolu since stepping out of the door, watching with abandon and moving closer to Qin Xiaowan. Smoking. This place lacked fuel. Using coal for smoking would not taste right, and Qian Rujuan believed it could be toxic, so he prohibited them from doing so. Sure enough, after walking a circle, they found nothing, and the colorful lines on the screen showed no changes. Qian Rujuan had previously despised those who did bad things the most, as helping to catch people could spare them from death, or even gain forgiveness. When Chun Xiao burst out, when Xinyun's heart immediately settled, her tear-filled eyes suddenly became resolute. It seems that Chun Xiao's presence has given Wen Qianyun a sense of power. As long as this man is in front of her, she can feel safe. Sita Mingkong was immediately shocked, and anger flared up in his heart. Gripping his sword, Sita Mingkong shouted angrily, "Damn demons! Watch me take you by surprise today and destroy you." After he spoke, he saw that the battlefield, once like a slaughterhouse, gradually added a few sparkling lights. Appearing pure and untainted, Feng Bai became a cannonball, transforming into a beam of light in the air, instantly crossing a distance of 1,000 meters to stand shoulder to shoulder with He Fengjiu. Compared to the person behind you, I seem a bit lacking. Shun, he had no intention of backing down. It didn't matter who he was up against, he would still show no mercy. Upon hearing Shun Yi's words, the man could only awkwardly lower his head, speechless. There was nothing he could say, as Shun Yi's reasoning was indeed valid. However, Yang Yi did not share this sense of fear. It was not because of Yang Yi's strength, for even with great strength, the gap in realms was not easily bridged. This was a rule under the heavenly path that no one could violate. In the shattered domain of Yang Yi, a giant, bright mirror quickly emerged. This was the mirror of all things, a talent divine power of the mirror demon, which had now completely merged into Yang Yi's domain. At this moment, Huo Yuhao naturally did not know what was happening. After Shrek arranged the teams, it was not impossible for the Sun and Moon team either. The main selection team had undergone some changes, with two main team members forced to withdraw for a very simple reason. Ji Juechen shocked the entire school faculty and students with his actions. With the power of a single sword, Ji Juechen defeated the participating members of the Sun and Moon Soul Guidance Royal Academy, successfully entering the ranks of participants in this Soul Master competition, with Jing Zian also selected. Did Yu Ruo feel embarrassed after being seen by her? And after saying it again, did he feel even more awkward? Clearly, there was no expression of embarrassment on his face. In fact, he was already quite familiar with the benefits of this cash register system. Even if Ji Chongqing did not lower the price, he would still buy it in the end. Although in the end, the master still demoted Qing Ran to the mortal realm, falling into the cycle of reincarnation. She knew that Qing Ran held an exceptionally important position in the master's heart. After speaking, Mu Qingshan slowly brought his two fingers together, allowing the two beams of light at his fingertips to merge. In an instant, the two beams intertwined, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. If it weren't for the serious mistake Zhu Yunwen made during the Jingnan campaign, not to mention Zhu Di, even Zhu Yuanzhang would not have one in that position. Of course, his biggest mistake was not using Li Jinglong. Shiva, you wretched person, you killed my sister and still dare to be arrogant here. Today, I will take your life. Say Li Honglian shouted angrily, as the Honglian sword drew forth a raging flame. At Defu Square, even in later generations, it was known as one of the largest shopping malls in Jiulong Bay, and in this era, it was still the only mall in East Jiulong. Now, I invite the king to give us a speech. Supervisor Minister Yuan Yuan said this, and quickly stepped aside, leaving the center position for Zhu Yi. Haha, what's so impressive? When I was your age, I was far behind. Like Jianwei, Xiao, he was very fond of this honest nephew, patting his sturdy shoulder and laughing, saying that his body had been modified by the jade pendant, and at 14, he could not be compared to Shun Hu. In the past, he often saw people online complaining that they doubted they were playing the same hero as others. When he usually saw such remarks, Qiu Mu would only scoff. But at this moment, he felt for the first time the helplessness of being crushed by strength. It was an unprecedented sense of defeat. Noticing Qiu Mu casting his gaze this way, Li Jie instinctively straightened his back, but before he could adopt a condescending expression, he saw the other party casually turn back, seemingly having no intention of acknowledging him. Brother Zhang, you are jumping to conclusions. Let's let everyone make a judgment today. I'll ask you, how will this matter conclude? Having thought everything through, Xiao Yi confidently countered. Chuyan, it seems something is happening inside, Xin Yu said with a serious expression. She detected extremely complex magical energy fluctuations and sensed that the elements were also extremely unstable, which typically only occurred during battles. Various instruments released magical energy fluctuations that were very stable during normal use. It could be said that at this moment, Shangwan Ling had some understanding of Lin Yifeng's drinking capacity. General Zhang of the White Tiger Riders is here. Just as Taisher Ci was analyzing the situation for the generals, the messenger's voice rang out. Shui Zhilian truly deserved to be the premier entertainment venue of the Jiang River. It was said that the owner of Shui Zhilian had a profound background and was involved in many industries. Of course, the spear of revenge relied on this characteristic, allowing her enough flexibility in both offense and defense, greatly enhancing her survivability. Initially, these city lords did not rush to Huo City, but upon learning that the 8th prince had come to celebrate Hua Xingchuan's birthday, many hurried over to curry favor with the 8th prince. Chapter 39. The Song of Emptiness begins. You will witness what true power is. Ready? Then let's begin. With a command from Jing Hongchun, Xiao Hongchun, Meng Hongchun, and Huo Yuhao, along with 7 others, walked to one side. Meanwhile, Ma Rulong, Chun Fei, Li Yin, and their 7 members walked to the other side. At the beginning, Huo Yuhao immediately activated her first soul skill, using mental detection sharing. Once this soul skill is activated, the enemy's entire field of vision is under one's control. Of course, there are quite a few patrolling ninjas gathered outside the Fujiwara family, but they did not recklessly attack the barrier. This is because someone had attempted to attack the barrier before, but was severely injured by the purple flames that rebounded from the barrier, and after that, they dared not attack it again. What? Looking for me? I have never heard of your master Long Xingyi, and he has never seen me. How would he know I am in the Yinchi cave? The Platinum Crow asked. Navi. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and turned to see a round-faced boy struggling to squeeze over. If I am lucky, I really want to see those 3 fairylands. I wonder what they are like, the sorcerer side, which drew a burst of laughter. In fact, Lin Chu also found it difficult to understand his cousin. If it were him, he would never be willing to rely on someone else's home, especially when he has the economic capability. Yes, how could we possibly get married? Do you have to make me marry a messy old man to be satisfied? Miss Lonnie said. Do you think I can be threatened by you? Jean Mena scoffed internally, not even opening her eyes, turning over to change her position and continue sleeping. After several declarations of love, when they spoke of serious matters again, the ministers increasingly became less restrained and let loose. Do Wei did not want to speak, but as he passed by Zhang Qi, this seemingly honest fellow actually bowed deeply to him. Everything was thus arranged. After school, Lin Chu specifically called Yusija to probe his reaction. Is it almost enough? Su Qianyang felt that he might be playing a bit too much. The master once taught him that a man who does not understand how to cherish a woman will never be worthy of being a qualified rogue. As soon as Yi Yuzhao finished speaking, a gunshot answered him on the phone, followed by a noticeable silence on the other end. And then a gloomy voice came through the phone. The moment Ling Feng entered the elegant courtyard, he noticed this person. The space ring on his finger was exactly Ling Feng's. When Zhang Fuqiuan heard this, his face clearly showed a moment of astonishment. How could the emperor suddenly want to visit the Yuzhong Palace? He was supposed to head north early tomorrow morning. Shouldn't tonight's dinner be with concubine Xiao? What do you mean? Seeing Yi Huan talking to himself as if possessed, gritting his teeth, Sun Yiping suddenly felt a bad premonition surge in his heart. He closed his eyes and looked at the brother on the ground whose eyes had not closed, putting down the knife in his hand. This is a high-quality magical artifact, crafted by a master of qi refining after incorporating rare refining materials. Amitba, the monk Wujia has no restrictions in his heart, and today he wants to eat roasted field frogs. After saying this, he rushed towards the toad with great momentum. Crossing the hall doors and entering the main hall felt like stepping into another world, as the entire hall was filled with a strong Taoist sound, echoing throughout the space. Just hearing it made one unable to resist the urge to sit on the ground and comprehend the Tao. Even Xiaomu nearly sat cross-legged, but ultimately forced himself to break free from it with his powerful mental state. Perhaps it is said that everyone in this palace is his informant, so Balihan has no need to worry about anything. However, it seemed that when manager Shin shot a murderous glance, Everyone immediately lowered their heads to pretend to be busy with their own affairs, while secretly straining to listen to the developments of the situation. The arrangements for the soul fighting competition. This chapter won't focus on the plot for now. Instead, I'll answer the questions from readers and discuss the soul fighting competition. First, will Jing Liu make an appearance? The answer is yes. He will be with Yin Jun, and he was mentioned in chapter 37. Second, regarding the teacher leading the team, it has been mentioned before that it is the sky demon Da Su Yi Chun, now known as Bai Chun, who works as a dormitory manager at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. His apparent strength is at the demigod level, but his true power is that of the second generation of the destruction god, at the god lord level. Third, what changes will there be in the soul master competition? The answer is there will be changes. It will no longer be randomly assigned by humans, but will instead be randomized by soul tools. Fourth, Hoyuan's family will also appear, laying an important foundation for the subsequent inclusion of the main body sect into the Sun Moon Empire. Fifth, regarding Huo Yuhao arrangement, there will be highlights in the soul fighting competition where she may recover her first life's memories. Sixth, let's focus on Bai Chun, the team leader from the Sun Moon Empire, along with Ma Rufan. Bai Chun was originally Su Yi Chun. His identity: he is now the uncle of the Emperor of the Sun Moon Empire. Wife: Yi Yushue Martial Soul, Black Hole Sky Demon and Destruction King Sword Soul Power. Level 99, actually at the God Lord level. Soul Skills: Black Hole Sky Demon, First Soul Ring, 100. 000 years. Soul Skill: Endless Devouring, Second Soul Ring, 100. 000 years. Soul Skill: Shattering Heaven Explosion, Third Soul Ring, 100. 000 years. Soul Skill: Black and White Connection, Fourth Soul Ring, 100. 000 years. Soul Skill: Shadow Celestial Cannon, Fifth Soul Ring, 200. 000 years. Soul Skill 1, Sword of Supremacy, Soul Skill 2, Divine and Demon Dual Swords, Sixth Soul Ring, 300. 000 years. Soul Skill 1, Extinction Starfall, Soul Skill 2, Destruction of Infinite Light, Seventh Soul Ring, 500. 000 years. Soul Skill: True Body of the Sky Demon, Eighth Soul Ring, 900. 000 years. Soul Skill 1, Annihilating Sky Demon Slash, Soul Skill 2, Space Chaos Magic Ball, Ninth Soul Ring, 1000. 000 years. Soul Skill 1, Demon God S Destruction Domain, Soul Skill 2, Destruction Storm, Soul Skill 3, Eternal Guardian, Soul Skill 4, Eternal Devouring Destruction King Sword, First Soul Ring, 100. 000 years. Soul Skill 1, Destruction Slash, Second Soul Ring, 200. 000 years. Soul Skill 1, Destruction, Endless Slash, Soul Skill: Blood Moon Shield, Third Soul Ring, 300. 000 years. Soul Skill 1, Demon Soul Shackles, Soul Skill 2, Slaughter's End, Fourth Soul Ring, 400. 000 years. Soul Skill 1, Purgatory Earth Fire, Soul Skill 2, Earth Core Magic Ball, Fifth Soul Ring, 480. 000 years. Soul Skill 1, Blade Storm, Soul Skill 2, Extinction Demon Soul Slash, Sixth Soul Ring, 520. 000 years. Soul Skill 1, Gate of Destruction, Soul Skill 2, Destruction Divine Thunder, Seventh Soul Ring, 600. 000 years. Destruction King Sword Body, Eighth Soul Ring, 800. 000 years. Soul Skill 1, Destruction Battle Intent, Soul Skill 2, Extinction Celestial Break, Ninth Soul Ring, 1000. 000 years. Soul Skill 1, Destruction Godslayer Domain, Soul Skill 2, Destruction Demon God Sword, Soul Skill 3, Abyssal Destruction, Silent God Inheritance Divine Position, Destruction God Age, over 1,000 years. Soul Engineer level, God Lord level Soul Engineer. That's all for now. I hope all readers will comment, bookmark, and continue reading. I also asked for some monthly votes and recommendations. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 40, Demonine Valley. Alright, don't look so shocked. I was able to break through to the extreme DAW level relying on other powers. I will tell you some details later. Originally, only one person was looking for Huo Yuhao on stage, but now everyone who knows about this soul skill is looking for her. However, they were all stopped by Kong Xie and the others, jokingly saying, "Little Yuhao is one of us. You stinky men can't have her all to yourselves. Why should we? We haven't done anything inappropriate." When Adam made his suggestion, Zheng Ming also glanced at the other two groups that seemed to have lost their fighting power. Then his gaze flickered and his expression darkened. His seriousness frightened me. I really thought something had happened, and I was afraid I had gotten myself into trouble. One after another, destructive sounds attached to the protective formation of the sect, causing countless ripples, making the ordinary warriors of the beast sect dizzy, forcing them to close their eyes. The night wind in the mountains was very cool, making me shiver. I groped around and sat on a stone by the river. The couple, Jiuxiang, quickly clarified that they were completely unaware of the situation and that they should not be implicated and sent to the police station for education. What's going on? Did something happen on your end too? I was surprised by Lin Roe's question and followed up with an inquiry. Bao Yin looked at Fenggan, knowing that this boy had feelings for her, but his way of expressing it was always unappealing. At this critical moment, he was able to think of her, which also generated some goodwill in her heart. If this continues, once all 6 legs are buried in the sand pile, he might only be able to watch as others surpass him little by little, and it's not impossible for him to end up in last place. His clothes had unknowingly come off, and he was holding his wife, Wang Nan, in his arms with a constant happy smile on his face, and she looked the same. Han Qingyu also steadied herself the moment Ma Pingchuan stood up. Their eyes met, and 2 wills of killing suddenly appeared in the space, both rapidly rising. Even if it was just a little will left by Qing Sheng, it was something Lin Ming could not compare to at this moment. Luo, you had a keen eye for people, and everyone gathered here had a factor called adventure in their bodies. All were willing to take a gamble on He Jin Xia's future. Even the best antibiotics and antipyretics cannot take effect immediately in such conditions. Even if they do, it only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. The key is still to remove the bullet from Qin Ji's abdomen. Are we supposed to let her do it herself? Men can be incredibly cold when they speak. He knew that He Jin Xia didn't mean it that way and understood why Shi Wunti let him visit her. Yet he stubbornly refused to follow the script of a caring brother. Jin Xia couldn't believe she had drawn the farming card, and she immediately asked the host to flip over the other cards. The other options were all on the cards. Zhang Yingming and Huang Matzi, who had been drowsy in the blanket, gradually regained consciousness, but when Zhang Yingming saw the environment before him, his eyes gradually filled with terror. After shifting his gaze from the team leader, Ding Zhu focused on the last 2 men. However, what shocked Ding Zhu even more was the battle level that appeared next to the other person's name. Yes, what she should know, the agent would tell her. What she shouldn't know, the agent wouldn't tell her. Li Riji saw that they didn't believe him and said, "Don't worry, I'm still bringing him along." Saying this, she pulled Fu Guibao over. Su Mingfei was so angry that she stomped her feet, but she couldn't show her displeasure in front of outsiders, so she could only find an excuse to slip away. After searching for a long time, Li Riji still couldn't find any suspicious places. He focused on the garden's wall, hoping to find clues like footprints, as such traces are usually quite useful. However, the wall was quite clean, without any signs like footprints. The insect, which originally had a lifeless appearance, immediately became fierce upon hearing his flute, buzzing its wings and attacking the adventurers. Li Riji asked them if Dong Xiaoping had offended anyone or had any unresolved conflicts with someone. The demon clan remained silent, and suddenly all the saints appeared, causing the demon clan's plans to fall apart. If they could previously ignore the likes of the Taishang, now, with so many saints appearing, could the demon clan's heavenly court still have authority? The Thick Earth Hall is the primary target chosen by Jiang Shao, especially since this target is the best. Their influence on the 5 Elements continent is the most powerful, and it is said that there are 3 great Dao realm experts within the sect, including the sect master, which is much stronger compared to the other 4 forces that each have only 1 or 2 great Dao realm experts. During dinner, Lu Chuanbai realized that his worries were indeed not unfounded. Although he had tried his best to make the stir-fried pork belly fragrant, Jiang Qingli still couldn't eat it, saying there was a smell of fatty meat. It was like when humans first set foot on the moon. Every step Armstrong took on the moon was one that no one had taken before. Zheng Chanhang was reflecting on himself. Although he had been quite intense last night and had not listened to Shichen's pleas for mercy, he was still demanding tirelessly. However, this was not the first time such a situation occurred. Shichen did not truly want to reject him, but why was she really angry today? The Vietnamese man revealed a cruel and bloodthirsty smile, tilted his neck, and cracked his fingers. A beam of Buddhist light descended, tightly wrapping around Huo Yuhao, forming a light circle around him. There was an inexplicable great force pushing everyone away, and even Mu Miao was not surprised. She saw that the monk gently waved his sleeves, summoning a spiritual energy to separate Huo Yuhao from the others. If he had not been injured, teaming up with Guopalu to take down these 2 would not have been a problem, even with Nangang Lianhua, who was also a quasi-saint level expert. they would not have to back down from each other. Nailin Yuanshu occasionally told Lu Yu that during Wang Xuance's tomb raiding years, he actually made a lot of money. More than $1 billion. Seeing Lu Yu joking, she also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that this guy was not really angry. It seemed that the world became clearer at this moment. Every piece of flesh and blood in his body felt familiar, and his control over power had significantly improved. Ziyue wore a veil and turned her back to Lu Tian, making it impossible to see her expression. She fell silent for a moment, seemingly trying to conceal her emotions. Of course, with the strength of the several elders at the Spirit Sea realm, whether they could kill Jiangfeng was still a question. The prey was neither a black bear, nor a tiger, nor a wild boar, just a mountain jump, which was essentially a wild rabbit. For the money-loving Enlai, the phone call from the subcard was a must answer, as it was related to making money. Chapter 41. Virtual Heavenly Goddess. They did not know how far they had escaped, but they entered an area with a lake. The lake presented a deep emerald green, shimmering under the sunlight, like countless lively gems embedded within it. And the surface was as calm as a giant mirror. This formed a stark contrast to the previous terror displayed by the demon Yin Valley. It was truly unexpected that this place actually harbored an evil soul master. Meng Hongqin's tone was filled with surprise, and a hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. How is this possible? He was extremely shocked. Even if he faced the demon wolf, it would be difficult to win, let alone knock it away with such overwhelming force. Could it be that Ling Feng had already limited the effect of the blueprint with the explanation, so it didn't matter if directional keywords were not used? But since she had already withdrawn, that young girl shouldn't come to find him again. Why was she still trying to push her luck? In the early morning, the chirping of birds outside the window, Gu Pan picked up a slice of toast, spread some ketchup on it, took a bite, then drank some milk. It was a quiet and beautiful morning. When Duan Mu Yin finished coaxing the bun and entered the room, he saw Gu Pan seriously putting on her coat, even though she had just changed into her pajamas to prepare for bed. Chen Xiu Yuan's pupils constricted. Ji Mingxi had been busy preparing for the wedding with Gunwan Lin during this time, and such an incident was unexpected. He also understood Ji Mingxi and guessed it was in line with his character. Move forward, keep moving forward, that is your home. The voice came again, seemingly more urgent than the last time. Xia Waning was somewhat angry. Facing a person full of lies, she felt that saying more was unnecessary. Su Nin was determined to prove his innocence, and Xia Waning guessed that his desire was stronger than ever. However, as expected, Lu Yucheng suddenly changed his expression, leaning closer to Xia Waning, almost pressing against her ear. His even breathing could be heard by Xia Waning, and the air he exhaled slowly touched her skin. Immediately, Yifeng swept his right hand, and the blue-eye sword returned to his hand, swirling 9 frost sword flowers around him. Then he pointed a sword towards the moon. Looking up, this was the conclusion of the forgetting worries sword technique. Lo Air, are you overthinking it? Xianming sent someone to pick you up. That is an order from the Jingwang and the Ministry of War, Dongsu said. Yifeng saw the doubt in his expression and, after hesitating slightly, decided to confront Karachi. Without help, it would be difficult for him to find a way back in this unfamiliar environment. The language of the other party was from the Jianxiong continent, which should have a significant connection to the outside world. Alex fell silent. He didn't expect Regner to ask such a question. Wang Sheng prepared to have the shop owner lead the way up the mountain as a guide. The locals are familiar with the area. Otherwise, it wouldn't be very appropriate for an outsider to go up like this. He took out a wad of 100 yuan bills to entice the shop owner. Ling Luo led Yin Xiang to the already collapsed ruins of the Moonpine Cave. She stepped forward a few paces, walked to the end of the western side, waved her long sleeves, and brushed aside the leaves obscured by the huge broken wood, revealing a mural of 9 fiery phoenixes. Shitagluona was about to go crazy. The master he had devoted his life to was being insulted right before his eyes. He wished he could smash that group of foolish things to death with a single blow. Shaking his head, Li Hai took a bite of the lamb meat in his hand, a wonderful feeling that even shocked him. Yifeng was left a bit at a loss. Tonight, they kept springing surprises on him, making his nerve a bit overloaded. Ningxia nodded, suddenly understanding why Mo Shishir wanted him to swear. This matter concerned the foundation of the Tsanghua Tower, and once it leaked out, it would inevitably cause the disintegration of the Tsanghua Tower. Chapter 42. Space World. Moreover, the woman did not disappear. Instead, she cleverly concealed herself within the space. Suddenly, behind Meng Hongxun and the others, a space crack appeared. Like a tear suddenly opened in the night sky. A huge hand, like a ghostly hand suddenly stretching out from the darkness, silently circled around Meng Hongxun and the others. And in the blink of an eye, it tightly grabbed Huo Yuhao. Before Huo Yuhao could react, she felt a strong force. She thought Su Weimiao would eventually soften her heart towards her, so she made herself seem so tragic and desolate. Due to the reduction in life levels and power, Mo Bai found it difficult to perceive those who were stronger than him, causing his sensory power to decline. Now he could only feel that the people around him were very strange, but he couldn't articulate why. The Lord of the Moon instantly collapsed. What the hell was this? It sounded as if these two guys were going to do something. However, after a while, the figure of Yu Yaorui appeared before several people, and Yu Zichen sat down with a plop, appearing very calm. Suddenly, a loud metallic collision sound rang out in the air. The skeletal warrior didn't know when it had raised its left arm. The sound of metal clashing came from there. Luo Jing affectionately said she wanted to be a full-time wife for Ma Changjun. I said that was not accurate and not comprehensive. Heartbroken by separation, the silent sacrifices of feelings and the unspoken fury only intensified. Wang Hong rummaged around in the coffin, but found nothing good. So angry that he wanted to set the coffin on fire. I, of course, couldn't let him do that, and instead urged him to quickly jump into the grave pit and kill the snakes inside. Wu Yin and the others had to return for the time being. Mei Li Fong came over to our side and said, Changjun, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you would listen? The nearby Luo Yu slightly turned her head to look over. She had once promised that if the 6 sects were in real trouble, they could seek help from them. Wang Tianya. Dong Yuanzhong was puzzled. Seeing everyone's strange expressions and not understanding, he simply tossed it aside and sat down beside Gu Shuexiu, then leisurely began to eat. The next evening, after class, Yang Chi-Chi went to the studio. She had no time to rest, as there was too much to do. They were all leaders of various factions, naturally having status, and now, being threatened like this, they were quite displeased. After checking the situation at home, the two went to the valley, starting first at the breeding farm, where almost all the chickens had died. A few ducks and geese had also perished, but some survived. The pigs and donkeys were relocated to higher ground beforehand, so they were spared. He was just that kind of person. As long as it was a treasure he liked, it was all his, and he wouldn't leave anything for others. Wei Qingyun and Zhui Qinghan were both helpless. This Yuan was really relentless with his shocking words, insisting on being so strange. What are you talking about? Song Ro smiled gently. I'm already a mother of 3 kids. How can I not be aging? Thinking of Xuan Wan and the others, her smile deepened. However, recently, the Alliance began to control the number of people entering and exiting the Woma Temple, clearly indicating some actions, which made other descendants somewhat dissatisfied. However, at this point, the Alliance had already become one of the 4 major guilds. Apart from the other 3 major guilds, other descendants had no voice before the Alliance. The siblings were bickering back and forth in the room, making quite a racket, while Zhao Shi in the courtyard listened to the quarrel in the hall, smiling helplessly, thinking that this pair of siblings was truly born to be antagonistic. Why did they have to argue before they could speak properly? It was really incomprehensible. In the distance, the flickering lights gradually extinguished, and the merciless night enveloped the entire city, making it impossible for people to fall asleep. Gu Chun ignored her doubts and calmly walked back to his booth, sitting in a chair with his legs crossed. Chapter 43. Evil Soul Master Extermination Mission. Changing the subject, we return to the conversation between Huo Yuhao and the Void. You look quite cute like this, the Void chuckled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of teasing and indulgence, as if toying with a mischievous child. Huo Yuhao was slightly taken aback, and her cheeks flushed lightly. She lowered her head a bit shyly and said softly, but, sister, your attribute. Before Huo Yuhao could finish her sentence, the Void suddenly raised a hand to stop her. Old 4, I've discovered a quite serious issue, Gu Qiu said heavily, looking through the towering ancient trees. Whether it's human commoners, beast commoners, or hybrid barbarians, they have all practiced the mental techniques passed down from the Yanhong Ling Long sect, sweeping across the entire Lingyun continent in just 20 years. Shinjun. Boda Yiji walked up to Shun Fan, took off her duckbill hat, revealing a beautiful face, and sweetly said, with an angry glare, Tian Mang's eyes flashed with brilliance, and 2 invisible forces flew out, knocking the crescent moon away and causing him to spit blood from a severe injury. The Bodhi Divine Tree, this blood-like non-blood immortal object, besides being able to infinitely bond with plants, has a terrifying effect. It can suppress realms, capable of repressing an enemy's realm by at least 1 level. With a swift kick, he also boarded the plane, falling far to the ground, struggling a few times before lying still. The fake girl is effeminate, but not a fool. Seeing the situation, he turns and runs. In fact, if it weren't for Yu Meishuang providing him with immunity, he wouldn't have been able to win so easily. The Dark Arcane is a powerful damage spell that leaves ordinary people almost helpless. Hearing Chun Xing say this, everyone was astonished, and all looked towards Luo Yin in unison. The five of them merged their thoughts surrounding their intentions, and immediately constructed a 5-layered colorful light to resist the invasion of the Dragon Soul. The 9 Yin San instantly formed the True Dragon 9 Emperors formation, trapping over 10,000 defeated divine troops. Once the formation opened, the 9 True Dragon Kings appeared, like killing machines, reaping one divine army after another. Within the True Dragon 9 Emperors formation, the once invincible divine army was harvested like wheat, one batch after another. Wei Xian and Wei Jin, he had seen each other many times. Yet Wei Jin, he always looked straight ahead when responding, never meeting Wei Xian's gaze. Therefore, Wei Xian could only look straight ahead as well. At this moment, as he answered Wei Jin Yi's inquiry, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that Wei Jin Yi's expression had not changed at all. The light engulfed the golden bell, which was as solid as a fortress, shattering with a sound. A figure stood in the light, like a deity, with wings sprouting from its back, bathing in golden light. The latter cannot be touched. This has been a rule of the Spirit Path Alliance since ancient times. Hua Shizi naturally knew this, but he had never been an obedient person, nor was he now. To say it was strange is only because he was wrapped in bandages, with his entire head and limbs bound. Looking at the straps faintly visible on his chest, perhaps he was bound all over, and his loose clothing concealed most of the probing gazes. However, judging by his thin fingers, this person should have been of average build. To save others. You can save others, but can you save yourself? Feng Yuan thought of Ding Jingxi's pair of dark, abyss-like eyes. However, those with lower status must sign a life and death contract to confront those of higher status, or they will be punished by the Dragon Martial Emperor's law enforcement gate. In the hidden corners of the Shumi space, others dared not speak out to avoid the punishment of the Dragon Martial Emperor Society. Tai Long accepted the tape recorder, thus also accepting Lu Chuang's entrustment. Regardless of the past grievances between them, Tai Long had to fulfill this entrustment. It seems that people are always dissatisfied with what they already have, the fifth cultivator said while picking up a cup from the table, still just staring at the not-so-exquisite cup, neither drinking nor putting it down. As the old man placed his hand on the pot, the water inside began to boil in just 30 seconds. Perhaps because her seat was slightly back, or perhaps for some reason that left a strong impression on her. Niesha's gaze paused for a moment when it passed over her. Lin Rongshin's change in movement inexplicably startled me. Zhan Dong accidentally stepped on his taboo point, but he seemed not to have noticed yet. The helplessness in his tone was due to her lack of understanding or her escape. The afternoon sun was abundant. They had taken out the quilts to dry. The previous couple of days had been overcast, and the weather was humid, causing the quilts to become damp. To say secret crush so naturally, Yongsheng almost laughed out loud, forcing himself to lower his head and stifle his laughter. Tyro hurriedly blocked the angry Han Fei, who couldn't beat her and stared angrily at Yilu Yang. The moment he jumped off the carriage, the bandit's shifty eyes all simultaneously turned to Xia Qing Xiao. Qi Tianyuan cried out, but could say nothing more. It was likely that he had not expected Long Qianyu to betray him and hand him over to Xia Luo. However, at this moment, those vague past events suddenly peeled away and slowly converged, cooling her heart. Of course, if I win, you will pull the network of Shun Cha Mountain Villa to my Daoxiang village and install it in every household. Zhou Yang said with a smile, and Lin Xiaotong beside him brightened, feeling a warmth in her heart. I have heard of the Blood Mother Stone. It is said that after the blood spirit dies, it turns into the Blood Mother Stone, capable of dispelling a person's soul. Han Guang said through the interface. Chapter 44 Duke White Tiger. Xuanzi took a sip of liquor, squinting slightly as if the light of justice were shining above his head. I have received news that there are evil soul masters causing trouble in the Xinglua border area, harming the common people. This time, we're going to the Mingdu mountain range near the Xinglua Empire to clean out those evil soul masters and restore peace to the local area. Their highest cultivation is only Soul King, so it's very safe. Just a Soul King, then I can rest assured. Looking at the students, they should be safe and sound. The handsome man instinctively reached out to grab, and immediately felt joy in his heart. Wow, this really works. It really is that half piece of spirit stone. The handsome man hurriedly looked around, while the scary ones were all grabbing at the reflections of the spirit stone's light. All missing, and no one noticed that what he grabbed was the real spirit stone. However, Xia Hoyin Shui and Yibu Luo could not continue to stalemate with the opposing Feng Chun and Liang Dao. But Long Feiyun did not know that ahead. Emperor Tang Ming had already set a trap, waiting for Long Feiyun. He saw that sword. The long sword pierced under his ribs, which should have caused significant injury. But didn't seem too serious. I won't look in the mirror. Ouyang Tianming jumped out of bed without even putting on clothes and ran outside. This place is a wilderness. Although it is not hilly, it has ditches and bumps, and is covered with wild grass and flowers. How could the sword god say there is no hiding place? The room on the second floor had no significant changes, still clean and bright. When he went to the inner room, nothing seemed amiss either. Lu Qingyi pouted casually and waved a palm, causing Ding Weihuan to fall to the ground. Lu Qingyi raised an eyebrow, but ignored him, instead turning to smile at Mo Yuni, extending a delicate hand in front of him. When Xiang Xiao woke up, she saw the old man happily eating the bird meat roasted by Tianming. She panicked immediately. Where was Tianming? Fortunately, Tianming was right beside her. The man in black said, "That's right." After speaking, the man in black drew out the zisher. However, this time, the zisher was different, not to mention the sword's essence. Its appearance was no longer entirely purple, or rather, it should no longer be called zisher. What has it turned into? Duke Rongtai's expression was also unsightly. He did not expect Count Shuifeng to have such an attitude in the Great Hall. At this moment, the disciple of the sword sect had already lost all color from his face, and his eyes were tightly closed, looking as if he had long since lost his breath of life. I am not dead yet. I can still fulfill my last wish. I want to know why the 14th prince did not want to see me that night. He could have saved me, so why didn't he see me? She did not want to resist. She sought out the 13th prince, not me. Sometimes I think that this is heaven's favor. If she had really sought me, could I have refused? Afterward, the old man's figure flashed, already taking Ouyang Xiaoxiao away from the spot. After the words of the lesser god of destiny were spoken, Ouyang Xiaoxiao saw the great god of destiny's eyes widen in surprise. After a while, she saw the great god of destiny slowly descend from the air, coming before her and Emperor Beihan. If it were before, even if the young master were at a disadvantage, it should not be difficult to escape. However, these days that person took advantage of my young master's hidden injuries and suddenly struck, and today he seems to have drawn in some strong figures. So this fight is likely not as simple as usual, Siener said, the worry in her eyes becoming increasingly intense. At that moment, Huolinger let out a cry to the sky and flew towards the gap in the sky with Beihan. Unexpectedly, her own aura was easily dispersed by the demon. And at that time, the demon was already roaring and charging up. What level of alchemist are you now? Wu Ji curiously asked, because he was quite familiar with Yin Pezhao's alchemy techniques, which gave him a sense of DJVU, but they were different from their own methods, leaving him somewhat undecided for a moment. Chapter 45, Space. Chun Zifeng Duke White Tiger was polite. We have already discussed what we came here for. Of course. He was clear, please come in first, and then we will discuss the issue of exterminating the evil soul master. Wang Yin and the group of disciples followed into the White Tiger military camp. Dai Yuheng stepped out from the crowd, quickly approaching Dai Huabin, and the two knelt on one knee before Duke White Tiger, their tone carrying a hint of respect and admiration. Father. Not bad. Did you brothers leave anyone behind? All are your favorites. After finishing, He Xianfei gently glanced at her, smiling happily. I'm sorry. Aki mustered up her courage. She couldn't let Aki get into trouble. Nor could she let those around her face unnecessary issues because of her. Susan's voice was always loud, and her shout nearly startled Xiao Baizhu into jumping. After all, this guy was already feeling guilty. Sure enough, when Yuling brought Wei Ro to the coast, they saw the injured Guhan lie. No wonder. He wasn't a match for the monster. Naturally, many men had coveted her beauty before, but most had been completely ruined by her. Susan crawled out of the cabin door, stretched her muscles, and prepared to pretend to inspect what her subordinates were busy with. Su Xiangxi was still practicing his flame-piercing technique. Su Dong and Shi Mulu had gone out together to look for supplies, while Xiao Baizhu was not within the base's perimeter. Since the issue with the psychic power was resolved, he should arrange for today's competition. It wasn't that he was seeking help at the last moment, but rather that this was the capital, not his small territory in Jiangxing. What happened? Long Xiaocheng was puzzled. Although he didn't particularly like the people from Hoyuan City, they were cooperating this time, so asking a question shouldn't be a problem. Looking at those heroes on TV, they were all poor people, and money was just a fleeting cloud. The discussions among the crowd were bustling, but it seemed to have no effect on Wang Haoming. He continued to watch Sun Wei in the distance. In his eyes, everyone at the scene felt a deep hatred. Just then, a masked figure in black appeared beside Huang Fuqingming, respectfully presenting a note before vanishing into thin air. At any time, opportunities can only be born from risks. If it weren't for the threat of the deep blue flesh and blood body, Lin Wei would be willing to slowly build his strength on the Star Moon continent. But with this unsettling factor, he had to choose some slightly risky methods. However, Robian missed, and in the next moment, the black mist before him had completely vanished, leaving only the separated corpse of Barian. Su Yuqing and Mu Mani exchanged a mysterious laugh and began to eat, no longer teasing Jiang Chengsa. However, no matter how Jiang Chengsa shouted, it was of no use, as Han Yingying had no other way but to scream for help. Time passed minute by minute, and Lin Wei stayed in the reception room, waiting for the Smart Ball Corps to send him the memories of Tatalupas, and also waiting for news from Kilian. Chu Qianchong had a considerable identity within the demon army. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to safeguard the wave-breaking sword manual of Lang Fanyan. The Ji Yuan Hall is the divine realm, and those 7 Dai Jiang are my enemies. The result is, as you said, both sides suffer. Long Fan smiled self-deprecatingly. Nista quietly asked Lin Wei, a hint of confusion appearing in her eyes, but more was tenderness. After it was over, looking at the vice commander before him, John frowned and quietly pondered, not answering immediately. With a nod of the Demon King, they left with their families, naturally unimpeded. Its speed can be said to crush the Ding and Anda, reflected not only in its top speed but also in its acceleration. Chapter 46, Bai Chun. This generation of gluttonous divine cows has too much water content. The gluttonous Doa Xuanzi seemed to have gone mad, completely unable to adapt, directly using himself as a tool to forcefully clear a path ahead. The Grim Reaper couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. I had long anticipated that my fortune was coming, but I didn't expect it to be this great. I am simply the one with the greatest fortune among evil soul masters, the guiding light of the evil soul master world. Before long, the Grim Reaper emerged from the passage. I instinctively wanted to refute, but then I thought that Jingming's words were not without reason. That corpse did not fear the two of us, which meant that Ji-Sun had already lost its deterrent power over the Yin corpse. If something were to happen to Lien Daojian here, how could the Yin corpse easily let us go? In the eyes of the king of the earth, worlds continuously reborn or perished, and that misty area transformed into a complete world in the blink of an eye. Such a fierce attacking posture made it impossible for Lien Daojian to approach the Yin corpse. However, sending out a beam of bloodlight was easy for him. While the boss and I exchanged words, Fan Yi had already cleaned the grease off his face. Fan Yi had a face of disgust. After wiping his face with the poor-quality paper towel from the barbecue shop, he used his sleeve to wipe his face again. An earthquake is not something surprising. But when Du Hong said that all the prisoners and most of the police officers in the precinct had perished, it left people with a lot to think about. I couldn't help but look at Lien Daojian because he had previously said that some people would definitely die. The syringe that flew over had great force, and the needle directly pierced into my arm. I felt something was wrong. Sweeping my hand, the needle the size of a chopstick fell to the ground. Liang Jing was still so cold-blooded, not understanding to cherish the delicate. I was in such a miserable state, yet he wasn't gentle with me. I gritted my teeth and said nothing, looking at him with teary eyes as he cleaned my wound, applied medicine, and then stuck on a bandage. After everything was done, he casually tossed my hand aside. Not yet. Mom, don't you like the dishes from Balanji? Let's go, we'll go right now. I linked my arm with hers, smiling happily. So you want a fish dead and nets broken? Bob Meyer's eyes flashed with cold light as she said coldly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 50 pieces. I sat in the snow, speechless. It seems that the only one in the world with 10 wings is Chu Tian. So my fantasy of having a superhero seems to be shattered. Speaking of which, there are quite a few extraordinary people around Yangqi. Ever since he mixed with Steel Testicle City, especially after seeing Cake Dog and Dog Dan, he no longer believes anyone can break the record for the lowest limit again. I have a list here. You can take a good look. If you need anything, I will do my best to fulfill it. A piece of yellowed paper suddenly appeared in Xiaolan's hand. She casually flicked it, and the light paper immediately drew a bright line and pierced directly into the ship's board tied behind Magnuson. Without further ado, she directly put all of Shiotani Shiori's carefully planned schemes into the water. By the way, Chen Fu, with your persistent persuasion, does anyone listen to you? Wang Xueqian curiously asked. Even if he ran to another place with a face full of disdain, it would be of no use. This shameless dead person would still shamelessly follow. Beside him, Gao Lingjin sat silently on the ground. having not spoken to him since last night when Li Su killed the mood. She had not said a word all day. When Yiming began to wander around the Heavenly King Hall behind the Idle Cloud practitioners, he would nod after each explanation from the Idle Cloud practitioner. But only the Idle Cloud practitioner and Xian, you could see that his expression had begun to grow dull, clearly indicating that his true mind was not present. As the voice fell, the Knights of the Griffin Knight Brigade in the sky showed expressions of astonishment, seemingly doubting whether they were seeing an illusion. Chapter 47. Xuanzi is your benefit. Our sun and moon are not. Jing Hongshun slightly raised an eyebrow. Thinking to himself that Xuanzi's words were fragmented and did not grasp the key point, revealing no useful information at all. Moreover, if it were just an ordinary band of robbers, why would Xuanzi be so agitated? It seems this band of robbers is definitely not good, and there must be a shocking background behind them, making it difficult for even Xuanzi to uproot them. Jing Hongshun chuckled lightly. With a hint of teasing in his tone, Xuanzi, your eager appearance in chasing someone, am I supposed to see it as? If Jeff is clueless and thinks he has already settled the internal issues of the People's Army, he can launch a large-scale attack on the territories of Wuda and the Intelligence Bureau of the Wa country. Linglong had an invisible black line on her face, thinking about why the two girls beside her didn't remind her. Although reluctant, Gu Yinyang still expressionlessly released his hand, watching Shun Xiachu's hand rest on Shun Yin's shoulder. What do you see? Jian Wujia stared coldly at the few medical masters beside him, who all shook their heads. Time unknowingly flowed slowly, and under anxious circumstances, Zhuo Wei and Rong Huai finally arrived in City C. Tang Dashan is the village chief. He should know the village chiefs of other villages and probably knows more. Even if trapped in a predicament, one must live with dignity. Yi Yuxuan comforted herself in her heart, feeling much better. It was truly a divine reversal. Everyone was still cursing Shun's unscrupulousness, but now they were all cursing Yuelon Entertainment, with calls for judicial investigation rising continuously. Today's outfit is quite suitable for you. Liu Bai wore a moon-white outfit, with a cream-colored satin skirt mixed with light blue underneath, her hair lightly tied with a silver moon hairpin, looking breathtaking, as if she had floated down from the heavens. He has a lot of experience, so he knows a bit about how to deal with things. Mama Zhu was a bit at a loss, and when she saw Yin Jun looking over, she just smiled and nodded. Wang Hao stared intently at the opponent's movements. This move was extremely powerful, and ordinary people wouldn't even have time to react. If this technique really is as powerful as the information given by Resta, then his chances of survival in the next world will increase by another 10%. He cannot give up. It has been 2 months since the launch, and to be honest, Sanqing has always been cautious in writing, and has communicated less with everyone. Huang Guocan pretended not to hear, riding away on his electric bicycle parked by the roadside. Tanghua was at a loss for words, pulling up his pants and refusing to recognize anyone. Only this old scammer could do such a thing in the 10-mile radius. Zhang Cheng put away the gold bricks, took out his phone, and dialed Ho Jingshan's number. But it rang for over 10 times with no one answering. Martial artists are naturally vigorous and full of life, translated into the way of the gate of causality plunder. They are born with physical gifts. Once the tiger leopard thunder sound is activated, the functions of their organs multiply, keeping their physical strength in an incredible state. In the past, when Tangan was in the construction team, he was the one pouring cement. Now that Tang has disappeared for several months. Everyone has been taking turns doing this work, and some are unhappy about it. Wang Hao knew this was because his parents are getting older and worried about him, feeling exhausted, which is why he entered old age so early. If it's not broadcasting, then so be it. For those who are broadcasting, he gave each a super rocket, of course, limited to those big streamers. As for those with insufficient popularity or who haven't signed contracts, he wouldn't go so far as to deliver gifts. Before the opponent made a move, he had already taken preventive measures, showcasing his strength while also splattering dirt on his competitor's head. At a window-side position sat a man dressed in a dark thin shirt, embroidered with golden dragon patterns. In his 40s with a few strands of white hair, yet still appearing spirited and dignified. This person was none other than Li Kangyu, the emperor of the Great Zhou. Chapter 48. I'm a 5-ring. How can you use a divine weapon against me? And, as the messenger of death thought of this, the fear in his heart had already dissipated by more than half. He. Even the title Douluo from Shrek can't catch up to me. How could the students of Sun and Moon possibly catch up easily? The messenger of death laughed ominously, a glint of cunning light flashing in his eyes. He controlled dozens of corpse slaves to launch an attack on Xiao Hongchun and others. just as Xiao Hongshan was about to activate the soul-guided cannon for a devastating bombardment on the corpse slaves. The next second, Long Tongue was still mourning the death of Feng Jianyang when he suddenly heard Ling Yinzhong say this, which inadvertently drew his attention. Lu Tang turned to look at Zhu Ming and said coldly, "I know you're looking for the real murderer, not just to take revenge for the Heavenly King. But I don't care what your motives are. As long as you fulfill today as promise, my worthless life as Qi Gui Lu Tang is yours." After speaking, he bowed 3 times at the grave before disappearing. Those extremely evil demons had no resistance at all, howling in the thunderlight before disappearing. Even those at the back, the extremely evil demons, were like facing the end of the world, frantically fleeing. "We are good brothers who have been lying on the street together. Why be so polite with me? I complained. By the way, this compass may be a one-time use for me, but I want to take it for free. This is the top treasure of the Lao Jun school and should belong to the town's secret treasure. You should take it back to Jusu." Song Yu waved his hand, and then a large bell appeared beside him. The dagger in Long Yuan's hand also broke, and he was kicked away by Zhang Kuang, crashing into a pillar in the hall, which immediately showed spider web-like cracks, and debris flew everywhere. He cannot miss this rare opportunity. After all, it has been a long time since he tasted the delicacy of humans. The minion stammered for a long time, unable to say a word. The big monster's anger surged, and with one palm, he smashed the minion's head, causing brain matter to burst. Li Mei will not appear again. It is said that after she testified against Jia Gang, she immediately applied to the school to return to her hometown for an internship, saying she was afraid of retaliation from Jia Gang and the others. Just after one night, when Qi Hong woke up in the morning, he hummed a modified famous song from the future, already filled with regret in his heart. Moreover, from this title, it seems to be Lin Mashi, right? The only person who would call us both this way besides Lin Mashi is no one else, right? Chao Peng immediately laughed. If he guessed correctly, this girl must want to backtrack, but this gives him room to maneuver. He must teach this girl a severe lesson. In a magic suppression city, where the law does not exist, strength determines everything. The more domineering, the better. The law fell heavily to the ground, tightly gripping the big stick in his hand, blood flowing from his mouth. With a poof, he spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the blood was mixed with several snow-white teeth. He licked his tongue up and down. It was both fishy and bitter. And the 2 rows of teeth in front had long been completely knocked out by Zhou Lanxiang. "Yes, teacher, I understand." Kong Yiyan lowered his head, feeling unwilling but helpless. He was not a genius, and perhaps had no chance of reaching the 5th rank. If he lacked the ability to continue climbing up, advancing to the 2nd grade would only show him more despair. As he spoke, the Rakshasa Ghost King strode forward, arriving in front of everyone, his ugly face revealing a sinister smile as he swung his iron fist, creating a whistling wind, aimed at the nearby Mingdu and Xining. "Hello, everyone. I am Tang Jihan, and I am currently sitting in the casino of the Inri cruise ship, surrounded by countless people, while the well-dressed person sitting across from me seems to be a famous gambler here in Europe. Under the presiding of the cardinal in red, a public mass was first held, followed by the baptism of the congregation. Behind the king of heaven followed Lan Yuezha, his expression somewhat indifferent, scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. Chapter 49. Lesson Wang Yin felt a faint pain in his heart, his voice carrying a hint of helplessness. The disciples of the main team have all suffered varying degrees of injuries. And during the early to mid-stage of this soul master competition, only 2 could take the stage. He paused and added, "The reserve team originally had no significant injuries, but Bei and Dai Huabin had sustained quite a few injuries. Fortunately, they had a strong recovery ability, and after a few days of rest, they should be able to compete again. Dai Yaoheng and Ma Xiaodao had suffered extremely severe injuries. Additionally, the C-level registered disciples of the 5-element sect should be on par with the registered members of the Assassin Guild. However, they cannot be seen for the time being." At this moment, Ziyuhan felt very wronged. She had already tried her best, and such a seal was something she, having only cultivated for 200 years in the transformation period, could not break. In the early summer of that year, Tao Shang, relying on his supreme authority, began to comprehensively implement the Shangyang reforms in the provinces ruled by the Great Wei Kingdom under the hosting of Shangyang. Yuan Hong hurriedly walked over to separate the two, and at this moment, Pan Di had already gotten into the car and started it. For some reason, every time Wu Xiumei thought of Zhang Yun being treated so roughly, a wave of happiness surged uncontrollably in her heart. Suddenly, it opened its large mouth, spewing out a foul gas, while another large mouth was about to wrap around an eye Leaguai with its snake-like tongue. Tianxiang took out the money, roughly estimated the amount, and casually walked into an ordinary hotel. I couldn't help but chuckle. It was said that it could reassure Wang Fun. He felt relieved, but that was nonsense. However, this diversion was well done. After all, Wang Fun had a backup plan. He thought he could deceive the emperor teacher and heir Xiong, but in the end, it would be Wang Fun who would suffer. Shen looked at these two places, thinking to himself that there might still be living people in the residential building, but there would obviously not be many living people in the square. Chang Lu struck at the opponent's ribs with his knife, controlling the opponent's weapon, and the counterattack had to be quick, coordinated, and fluid. When counterattacking with a knife, one should fully utilize the power of twisting the waist. Seeing that Shan Huixin's strength was gathering again, the sword that had just frightened it reappeared, leaving it no time to think. In response to Ren's continuous inquiries, Jinshi did not answer, but that did not mean that the Taoist in midair would allow it. He directly changed into a set of white silk robes, with cloud-patterned sleeves, tied a jade belt around his waist, fixed his hair with a crown, straightened his collar, and immediately that imposing aura reappeared. I gently caressed Riko's shoulders, smiling face to face with her, revealing an uncontrollable joy. Skill 3. Healing Power LV1. Use demon power to heal all teammates for 60 of their own attack's life, and grant all teammates a layer of rebirth, lasting for 2 rounds, healing 25 of the attack's life each round. The situation did not keep him waiting long. After the time synchronized, the buffer zone of the thin film between the two worlds overlapped. Brother Long was right. Once the game started, we probably wouldn't have time to enjoy it like this anymore. Come on, guys, we won't return until we're drunk tonight. Sure Tu also said, that's right. In just these 3 short months, Mei Yirong had already become the new leader of the Mist-Hidden Village. I understand. It's a sound from downstairs. So there's another layer below this basement? We need to ask the village chief for clarification. Owa had a look of realization and was about to make a call. Although he had a premonition, when Abraham reached such a conclusion, they still found it hard to accept. Why was I in such a hurry to drive away Teacher Yang? The purpose was certainly not just to find Teacher Yang some peach blossoms. This righteous paladin also began to think and come up with ideas. Zhou Tian immediately felt a great threat. Without any hesitation, he immediately used his strongest method, the martial arts aura bursting forth, forming a fist that met the sword's energy. Chapter 50. Starfall City. Old Mu glared at Yin Xiaozhe and said in a deep voice, do you really have to let a few more inner courtyard disciples die before you are willing to change your mind? Last time, during the 10,000-year-soul beast incident, one survived and all the rest died. This time, although there were no casualties, many were seriously injured. Even without this incident, I would still gather everyone to hold a Sea God Pavilion meeting to discuss some important matters. The times are progressing, and soul guidance devices are themselves products of this progress. Just as the soldiers of the Wokaku appeared 50 meters away, the sharp sound of their 7-member squad rang out, followed by a dense gunfire. At that moment, a whistling sound came from behind, and by the time he reacted, a golden light had pierced through his body. The two exited the tea house, following those 2 Taoists who surprisingly were not weak, both being peak practitioners at the entry level, just half a step away from solidifying their focus. Such a big commotion caught the attention of the other seniors in the villas, who all leaned out to watch. Tian Xiandao renewed in his heart that this guy seemed simple-minded, but in reality, he was more cunning than anyone else. Otherwise, how could he sit in the position of the leader of the 100 Saints Valley? There are quite a few talented people in the 100 Saints Valley, and it would be impossible to convince everyone without some skill. She was so bold as to take the initiative to hug a man. Could he be her husband? Aobai looked at the person that Gugu was hugging, and he was shocked to see him. Although he couldn't gather the current state of everyone on the ground from this clue, he was already very satisfied with it. After all, there were people he knew here. Actions could be more convenient and free now. Good luck, everyone, one of them said while raising his hand in a military salute to the departing team. But to be honest, looking at the bustling crowd, it seemed that they were not affected at all by the catastrophe that struck the fantasy world a year ago. Indeed, this place had always been protected. However, Chan Sen vaguely guessed that these people must have their own schemes related to this treasured item. In fact, as various news spread, the current heat was no longer what it used to be. Although there was still attention, the increase in fame had become extremely slow. It seemed she came over to resolve the terrible situation she encountered today, yet she was happily drinking milk tea here. After putting the fried scallion oil aside, she placed the noodles into the boiling pot, scooped them out, and then drizzled them with scallion oil, adding scallions, ginger, and garlic before serving. This was the yangcha noodles she prepared for Qin. Slightly nodding, although this thought might just be her sudden inspiration, it was much more worth taking a gamble compared to her previous ideas. Su Fan had already made up his mind. He would not let him succeed. He would not let him succeed. And this time he had to take back what belonged to him. Such formidable strength astonished everyone. She had internal injuries, but was not dead yet. The terrifying nature of the Nine Tails is hard to comprehend unless one is in the center of Konoha village on this night. In the blink of an eye, a fierce wind wrapped in fine sand engulfed the merchant convoy, causing everyone to be blown about chaotically, unable to find their direction. If one were to be blown away from the camp, there would be no place to bury them. As she spoke, she moved closer to Yin Xiaoqi to ignite the ignition and exerted all her strength to push in Xiaoqi to step on the gas. A reckless action that startled Yin Xiaoqi and changed his expression. Occasionally, someone was called out, energetically rushing out, with some returning excitedly shouting, while others were carried out with no breath left. The people in the room completely ignored the bleeding corpse, even though that person had just been alive sitting next to them and had spoken. For the third consecutive year, they were defeated by the Cleveland Cavaliers in the playoffs. After all, no matter how one looks at it, Wu Dawei was once a consecutive winner of the league's Best Defensive Player award. How could he be so easily destroyed on the defensive end? Chapter 5. The Remaining Seeds of Stars when Su Jiawei finished reading. He said in disbelief, "Is this all true? 3 seriously injured, 2 disabled." Although the Shrek inspection team indeed eliminates harm for the people and upholds justice. From a realistic perspective, Su Jiawei felt heartache for the casualties of the Star Luo elite soldiers. After all, these soldiers represent the military power of the Star Luo Empire, and their loss directly affects the stability and security of the empire. However, Su Jiawei appeared relatively indifferent towards the casualties of the inspection team. These people are familiar to Chun Feng and were originally powerful figures in the wilderness. Now, they have started to climb the merit list, which Chun Feng understands very well. Sigh. Those few scoundrels must be fighting for the assets of the Tianxiong group. The old man is none other than Chao Tianxiong, one of the renowned figures in the economic world of China. He silently said in his heart, tears welling up in his eyes. Within the 10,000 Buddha realm, all the powerful beings from the mortal realm who have ascended to the Buddhist sect have gathered, from the main Buddha to the Zen masters, totaling over 1,000. The place where these Buddhas gather is at the center of the 10,000 Buddha realm, on the highest peak, the 1,000 Buddha Hall. Hey, you surnamed Yang. How did Grandpa Ming die? Which bastard caused Grandpa Ming to suffer so much? Someone finally couldn't hold back and asked, accompanying Wang Jinyu to receive the Japanese. Yang Yongtai and Yang Du, these 2 strategists naturally knew that Wang Jinyu was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and they could still cooperate in the act, while others couldn't help but laugh, especially Yang Wangu and the others, who almost laughed themselves to the ground. This began and has continued for over 100 years to this day, with cooking skills still occupying a major position among the 64 trades for making a living. Bailiun is famous for its spoonful guests both inside and outside the province. Glancing at the 3 major families, the Jin Prince did not retract his knife. Or rather, what do you want to do? This sentence is pressuring the heads of the 3 major families to express their stance. Ping Xia is dead. Do you want to take revenge for him? This is a power that only a god can possess. But if Hattori Hanzo's words are true, what kind of terrifying changes will the world undergo in the future? Upon careful consideration, even Zhang Hua couldn't help but be moved and shocked. The old woman heard clearly this time, and without answering, she turned to the old man and shouted, "Head of the family, how much is this jade pendant?" Say it again. It seems that not only is her hearing poor, but her memory is also lacking. Can it be done? In Balast's view, what Chen Feng said was just an empty promise, because the people from the multi-hair country cannot understand the importance that Chinese people place on the descendants of Sunday. Moreover, he happened to want to test the power of spatial abilities, and a 4th-tier sea monster was a good choice. Additionally, if he killed this sea monster, he might obtain new mysterious metals or super strong ability seeds, which would be very cost-effective. She vaguely remembered that when the flames rushed towards her, someone held her tightly, protecting her beneath their body. Everyone was in an uproar. Almost everyone believed that when Jian's current brilliance could almost be compared to the legendary figure Li Xiaoyao from 1,000 years ago. Moreover, possessing similar ability seeds, they had considerable resistance. After all, the more one understands, the more skilled one becomes at cracking methods. Gui trembled for a while before giving Gui Ying's phone number to him, and before hanging up, he repeatedly urged Wu Tian to wait for him to arrive. Now, when Li Zicheng saw Zhang Biwu mention Guangong, he couldn't help but nod, thinking that Zhang Biwu's talk of loyalty and righteousness was indeed rare. As long as his army did not move in the battle against Sun Chuanting, it would greatly help him. However, he must clarify everything. It seems that the so-called fourth-tier competition and the transcription vaccine were indeed designed by you all. The leader of the Truth sect said again. In fact, this was not just their two people's thoughts. Others felt the same way, harboring disbelief in their hearts but not daring to voice their doubts. Chapter 52. Tao Tai Douluo versus Star Douluo. Indeed, Xuanzi, do you remember me? Do you remember what I just said? Since you don't want to live well, then let us not live at all. Yu Miaoyin raised the falling ice star spear, and the 99th level soul power erupted. In terms of soul ring configuration, Yu Miaoyin's soul rings were stronger than Xuanzi's. She had 200,000 year soul rings, and her 9th soul ring was as high as 200,000 years. Whether in strength or soul ring configuration, she was not Xuanzi's opponent. She saw her first soul ring light up and the spear tip shone. Brotherly, why are you here? Wang Xiao was taken aback, asking in surprise. At this moment, Li Zhao should not be at the Lock Dragon Well, right? Could it be? It's over? Your child has been shattered. Can you handle this? The person showed disdain. Keep talking, and I'll burn your flower boat. Just see if he has been here. The person casually grabbed a turtle slave and warned the old madam before asking. Call him. I want to talk to him. Chun Xingyang said calmly, but it carried an undeniable authority. Lord Duke, please wait a moment. My subordinate will send someone to inform His Majesty the Emperor. The palace commander replied with cupped fists. Looking at Mo Fan, who had fallen to the ground and was pale, Zhang Dashan felt proud, snorting coldly as he walked toward Mo Fan. Is your cultivation really irreparable? After walking for a while, Me too felt a bit tired. When she sat on the bench in the corridor, Chang Yu quietly asked her. But Kai Jixiong firmly believed that the king of 10,000 demons must be nearby. He just couldn't find its hiding place. Those arrivals were very strong. Even if it was the Dao realm, it would be enough for him to drink a pot. Not to mention that there were even more powerful existences beyond the Dao realm. As long as the grievances of these soon-to-be-born demon lords reverted back to ordinary grievances, Mo Fan had no fear at all and simply put away the Tiangang sword and sat cross-legged. Hearing Dongfang Xiu's warm voice, Su Dan felt warm inside. She blinked, wanting to say that she had no discomfort. Joseph's words were actually motivational. Everyone here, after all, that guy spoke a truth. However, this was also precisely the goal she wanted to achieve. Isn't Nangong special to Ling Yue? Then she would let him know what kind of person Ling Yue truly is. Anyone who hears this should not have a good impression, right? Moreover, on the cold side, Lung Wuchen's father, Lung Wei, learned about the incident at the Ice Lantern Festival and severely reprimanded him. Not far away, Feng Shun frowned, throwing a punch back at Zhao Zhen. Tai Ying handled the situation, quickly capturing Lin Tianyao and retreating. The official was startled upon seeing this. Realizing that Ma Qingfeng was not an ordinary person, he hurriedly sent someone to the general's mansion to deliver a message while organizing the city guards to increase their vigilance. With countless arrows pointing at Ma Qingfeng, including over 100 city crossbows. Although it was unknown why she was taken from the pavilion in Qinghe Fong to this place, she feared she had been set up if she guessed correctly. Feng Qian brought the carriage, and Hua Shuo had already dismounted. But Qing let him walk toward the carriage as if she didn't see him. Hua Shuo also stopped there, and the gates of the Fong mansion creaked open. Qing sat in the carriage and could still hear their pleasantries. Her 10 fingers tightly gripped the food box, and her heart ached. Father, mother. The poison that second mother gave way her back then was exactly this heart charm powder, and the ginseng soup was also tainted with this poison. Ling Yue believed that everything was clear now. No matter how Shun Bairu defended herself, it was useless. A powerful force suddenly surged toward the sky and erupted not far away, sweeping across the entire bloody world. Fortunately, all the household servants had died at his hands, and with no obstacles, he disregarded the condition of his arm and quickly rushed into the inner courtyard. This young man is indeed a disciple of Ding Tianren, once the envy of many as a prodigy with exceptional talents, especially in the field of pharmaceuticals. He has been able to rely on the prescriptions passed down from his family and, under Ding Tianren's guidance, has made improvements that have already resulted in several patents. The first battle of the 53rd Shrek Academy has concluded. Wang Dong took out a piece of paper from his storage soul guide and waved it in front of Ma Xiaodao, smiling as he said, during the holiday, Xiao Xiao and I went to travel in the Sun Moon Empire and happened to enter a CAF. That's when we met them. He pointed at Ming Hongshun, his tone light, but with a hint of teasing. Xiao Xiao, feeling a bit regretful, chimed in, "It's a pity we were expelled before even staying a full day, and we can't enter Mingdu again for 5 years." She kicked at the fire pit, sending several burning pieces of charcoal flying towards the two men, while Jilu's Inn had already made a run for it. To ensure that the workers arriving later could start immediately, Tang Ao planned to have Yang Zichi cut the fabric first. "You all step outside for a moment. I need to perform my unique treatment technique, and this can't be witnessed by others," Li Ji said to the others in the consultation room. Listening to Tang Ao's words, Tang Tong suddenly felt his brother had changed, though he couldn't pinpoint how. But regardless of the reason, she sought him out at this moment, and he agreed readily. After all, expelling that main Yangzi would not be good for their divine palace plan. It would be better to keep her around, even if it meant enduring pain. To deceive herself and avoid being targeted. This was because when Wu Yuan confronted her, he used the same word she had just said, which made her feel uncomfortable. Bai Qingyin opened the brocade box gently, revealing a pair of exquisitely carved, lifelike white magnolia earrings and a gold-inlaid Hetian jade magnolia hairpin. They waited until the sky was left with only the last ray of light before a group of 3 returned, one holding a chicken in the left hand and a duck in the right. The dean spoke while instructing the hired security to keep an eye on the situation. This was a tactic Wu Yuan had taught her. If the other party still dared to cause trouble after this, then they would call the police. The plot had already deviated significantly. According to the original storyline, the 4 should have been unharmed on the surface, but equally without results. And then they would notice Jiang when had not returned for a long time. Based on Chun Ming's speculation, the next scene should be the 4 young people searching everywhere for their missing companions. Rather than that, it would be better to remain silent, approach from other angles, and find another topic to divert attention. As for the matter of being schemed against by Zhou Tao, they would plan for it once the storm had passed. In the dim light of the fire, some were crying, some were wailing, some were calling for help, and some were crying out for their parents. After Chun Tianlong returned to the imperial capital, he had several confrontations with Shangguan Leitang, but it was their first official meeting. "I remember now, my apologies. I've been busy with many things lately and didn't think of it at the time." Although Chun, he had no good feelings towards this Sun Bei. He refrained from showing a sour face in such a public setting. If it were just an ordinary society, Huang Fengyu wouldn't be afraid, as she was still a branch manager and had some social connections. Clearly, she had the means to leave, yet this young leader chose not to, insisting on staying in the Forsaken Land, attracting various forces and creating conflicts. Abraham planned to hang this painting deep in the underground dock while continuously recording the development of their old meetings through oil paintings. Teacher Qin's recent treatments had entered a critical period, so he wasn't feeling well, throwing up whatever he ate, and his body was much weaker. Fortunately, all indicators were good and fully met the doctor's expectations, which eased Shiyan's mind considerably. "This is my company. You can take some time to understand it." After he left that night, he left a business card for Tinglan. The card had no position listed, only the company name, his name, and a phone number. Peng Chang's physical body was strong, although he could withstand the impact of a large planet. Facing an attack from 49 stars still left him engulfed in flames. Sparks flying before his eyes. Chapter 54. 7 people needed to deal with them. 2 is enough. Chun Zifeng looked at them and said, "You've kept me waiting long enough. It's time to end this." Chun Zifeng was holding the space pursuit sword. Anyway, when he crossed over to Douluo continent, he had awakened early, and his martial soul transformed into the space pursuit sword, with space attributes, and his soul skills changed accordingly. The soul skills included space pursuit, void illusion, space chains, and space barrier, along with 6 paths of space demon breaking Chun Zifeng's third soul ring lit up. It was precisely because Chun Zifeng had the convenience of materials and inheritance that new clans popped up like bamboo shoots after a rain. The next day, Tokugawa Ieyasu changed his previous style of urging the army to march in order that the daily march should not exceed 10 miles to guard against pirate attacks. The vast southern Jambu continent had never experienced such silence. All temptations of treasures were cast aside, and the demon race on the southern Jambu continent lived in constant fear for several years, dreading when the sword on Yuling Mountain might fall. A layer of sticky, wet meat paste was spread over the dark cement road surface. Although Su Xinhui thought this, she still felt a bit uneasy. There was still an hour until the usual training time, and she couldn't wait to come out from the darkness. However, they searched the house, but couldn't find that cloth doll, and the family believed her sister had hidden it. The volcano's location was remote, and there was nothing left to search. After stopping at one station, the two headed straight for City E. The first wave of the toxic circle appeared, but they were still within the safe zone. Xinglai pushed open the door of the squat position, stepped out, washed the blood off his hands at the sink, tidied his raincoat in front of the mirror, adjusted his glasses on his nose, looked at himself in the mirror, sighed, and said very seriously, "I swear to heaven, I am Sun Ro, not Lian Qingqing." Sun Ro didn't know how to respond. Although she had briefly recounted the past, such events, unless personally experienced, seemed as if they were playing out in a TV drama. Singing was indeed Lin Chen's strong suit. As soon as this was said, the three of them were bombarded with comments in the live stream, urging them to continue performing. Zarda paused, surprised, and looked at her, but she appeared calm, with a faint smile on her lips, walking forward with steady steps. Duamudiu held Yun Yao in his arms, tears streaming down both their faces, nearly breaking down. A good family had fallen apart overnight, with the mother resolutely leaving and the father's reputation ruined. The vehicle was equipped with searchlights, tear gas cannons, retractable lighting, sound wave dispersers, electric winches, and other devices, as well as an all-encompassing infrared recording system. As a company owner, he naturally understood this. Everything must be planned for the long term. Haosen Xiaojie was from the Haosen family, 29 years old, preparing to form an inner alchemy, and was originally a lackey of the Zhuo family. Outside Luoyan City, the army was lined up in formation. However, due to the formation personally set up by Yun Yuan in the middle, neither side made a move. When it comes to thinking, one must admire the mad artists. Those even crazier had taken out their alchemy hats. Do you understand appreciation? Everyone confirm if my pitiful eyes reflect 120% of hope. However, this wasn't too much of a problem for Lin Feng. When the weather turned colder, he would just turn on the central air conditioning. This villa not only has solar power, but also a diesel generator. Lin Feng had the foresight to prepare for this, and he has stocked enough supplies to get through the winter. Gu Chang never expected Gu Qingyan to be called such a nickname. Although she knew that Gu Qingyan might encounter some special looks and treatment at school because of her appearance, she didn't expect it to be this severe. Maybe you should have a good heart-to-heart talk, Naruto said seriously. Chapter 55. The first appearance of Hoyuan's eyes, seen through the blue illusory eye mask, emitted a hint of void color, yet they still appeared red, but in reality, it was just a hint of red. Circles of soul rings slowly rose beneath Hoyuan's feet. Gold, black, red. The four soul rings immediately manifested. Your Majesty, 100,000-year soul ring. The civil and military officials around the star Luo Emperor stared wide-eyed, suddenly standing up in unison, their faces filled with shock. When Liu finally stopped feeling so hungry, he seized the time to begin internal cultivation again. The people of Xingzhou mostly migrated from various states in the south. Especially recently, many wealthy families have moved from the four southern states. These families, having lived in the underdeveloped southern lands, were greatly influenced by the customs of the local indigenous people, making them quite different from the customs of Guangling in many ways. Lin Yi observed her body under the heat and sweat. The outline of her mini-military uniform was faintly visible. Seeing that Lung Yin was fine, a large portion of the surrounding team members showed smiles and relaxed expressions. Suddenly, Cardini Nicola let out a loud ha, and at that moment, the supposedly dead Luo Tianliang actually crawled up from the ground, lunging at Wang Chun and sending him flying several meters away. Xiao Xian stood up in front of the painting and quietly said, "I wonder which desert hero is valued so highly by the Khan that he is hung on the main wall of the reception room? Da Bushu Yun Rima incident." Just watching carefully. As soon as the words fell, Muron Lan closed her eyes tightly, and with a forceful motion of her arm, she attempted to take her own life in front of Tuoba Jia. The drunken left Xian Wang was suddenly stunned by this scene. He sobered up instantly. Watching Princess Jilan stab the short knife into her chest, left Xian Wang felt pain in his heart. He rushed over, wanted to hold Princess Jilan, but the situation was beyond his expectations. As a traitor of the Tianjin sect, Lin was pursued here by Bai Tiexin, leading a group of disciples from the Discipline Mountain to capture Lin Yi, which, in principle, was not unreasonable. The boss with a handlebar mustache and his white owl both looked at Annie, first frowning and then showing a kind smile. The next day, Su Yuyao arrived at the company and happened to run into Li Muhan, so she casually asked him who he would be picking up on Saturday morning. An hour later, the sleeping crowd was awakened, and one by one, they groggily followed the three elders as they rushed forward. However, she did not expect to accidentally be chased into this sinkhole, which was simply a treasure land for body refinement. In just a month, her cultivation had reached the third level of the golden period. Oh, Kane's voice brought her back. She simply turned over, no longer thinking about how many times she had made mistakes over the years. whether it was unintentional or deliberate. Then, he casually threw Huo Yuhao on the ground, turned around to pull out a stool, and grab a bundle of rope. Erlanger provocatively tilted his head to look at the beast sitting on the throne, raising his eyebrows and speaking. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Blue Angel clone, there was only a bad beast gifted by Qiuxian and a Mansa Showa left. The more a cultivator knows, the more fear grows in their hearts. If the strength of the Beast King Mountain has not weakened as it appears, then it seems that humans obtaining that mysterious treasure may just be an empty talk. In this world, even those who have achieved success in cultivation cannot live beyond 200 years at most. The body of the Tsangtianba body was melting, and red mist was spreading, roaring and transforming into various animal shapes within the mist. Only Confucianism, whether in the court or on the battlefield, could be seen, truly embodying the role of both generals and ministers. Ning Meng sneered disdainfully, raising her right hand and pointing at the tip of the long sword. A crisp sound rang out as the sword broke. Xiao Ting, hiding behind Qin Qing, couldn't help but chuckle, even though she did not participate in this battle. With the activation of the card, the surrounding environment changed. It turned into a dark church surrounded by black iron bars, with various mechanical puppets and monsters staring at them with eerie gazes. At this moment, they were in the courtyard. Ning Meng's father nodded repeatedly after hearing this. He had already heard of Lin Fan's power and did not expect him to be able to cure his illness. Han Ruobing also didn't know how to explain to her sister. She couldn't possibly tell her that someone might come to kill her, right? Indeed, viewing the reality of the Alliance heroes from the perspective of an Alliance player in the previous world did not seem to be a wise move. After breakfast, Long Ci arrived at the physics laboratory. As soon as the door opened, he heard Jim's wild laughter. Oof. I'm most annoyed by the binary fallacy of who is the devil and who is the deity. Since you call me an evil mage, then I will show you what evil looks like. Even Sheng, filled with anger, had no hesitation in his heart and was determined to teach these arrogant Koreans a lesson. The third elder suddenly looked curiously behind Qiu'er, and at that moment, Qiu'er suddenly felt a blur in front of her, and the well-cooked chicken leg in her hand disappeared without a trace. The four brothers had already engaged in battle with Bai Lichuan's subordinates in Luoying Gorge. Surprisingly, Bai Lichuan's speed in recruiting subordinates had increased threefold since their last visit to gather information just a few months ago. The girl was not wrong. Indeed, there was no road ahead. At the end of the asphalt road was an unusually dense jungle. However, to Bu Zhantian's disappointment, Lin Yu did not want to have any association with him, so he had to leave with his subordinates. Besides the 8 in the Leo Hall, even the gloomy Yumming Palace had taken on a hint of New Year's atmosphere under Bai Yuxian's planning. Today, Du Ming had a rare bath and change of clothes, wearing an elegant blue Dao robe that highlighted his jade-like skin. Around his waist, he wore a piece of spiritually resonant jade ornament, engraved with the character Du in seal script, faintly glowing with a grass-green light. Chapter 56, Shrek Academy vs. Yinluo Academy. While some people had their own agendas, after all, it was somewhat unrealistic to uncover Huo Yuhao identity. Huo Yuhao was currently on the path of body refinement and had begun to practice her techniques, but Tang men don't even think about it. The lowest level can perfectly beat him. I say, Yuhao, Qiu'er, isn't it tiring to wear a mask every day? Meng Hanshin looked at Huo Yuhao and Di Ruichio, each wearing a mask, the only difference being the color. Yin Junfeng stepped onto what he believed to be an insurmountable fire rock pool, easily flying to the other side like walking on waves. At this moment, Zhang Bu was speechless. Mu Xiaoxian seemed to care too much about her own face. Or rather, she was too afraid of embarrassing herself in public. I sneered inwardly. If they never verify things, Lin Tian's dirt would never be washed clean. As long as Jack was alive, no one said anything, but if he died, he would surely be slandered and he wouldn't get a share of the inheritance. Seeing what Zhang Bu was holding, Shang Bofiai was taken aback. He originally thought Zhang Bu would come empty-handed, as not many had truly heard of the Craftsmanship Sect's Third Bureau, but looking at what Zhang Bu was carrying, could it be that he also had a ghost box? If one only observed the monkey's movements, they might even think that the puppets standing on the steps were just scarecrows, weak and vulnerable. Ling Yu's body trembled immediately, revealing a look of joy. Ling Yu was already about 80 to 90 certain that this realm was the upper realm, as the completeness of this world gave him the impression that the laws of heaven and earth were intact. Ling Yu first checked his own condition. He was injured, and severely at that, with significant damage even to his mental energy. Fortunately, Ling Yu's perception was still intact, allowing him to sense the situation of the realm he was in. Upon seeing the sudden burst of momentum from Zhang Bu, Yuan Susu's gaze became somewhat dazed. She admired power and had an inexplicable obsession with those who possessed it. Yin Zongxian was a leisurely hunting dog, well-fed and with more choices, while Gong Yang was like a rabbit exhausted from running for its life. Having not noticed earlier, now that he rested, it felt as if his body no longer belonged to him. Every bone felt exceptionally soft, and even the simple action of raising his hand became so difficult at that moment. Li Dai dragged the tightly wrapped, nameless sword out from among the many pieces of luggage and then hoisted it onto his shoulder. In fact, the Yu Lion was a shop run by bandits. Otherwise, how could it survive right under the noses of the bandits? At this moment, the fat man lying on the ground had just caught his breath and was about to sit up. However, when he noticed Chun Jie glancing at him, he quickly lay back down obediently, instinctively covering his crucial area with both hands. It was hard to finally see Fairy Xiao, but now, he was being blocked at the door. After placing things properly, he scattered some cabbage and radish seeds in a corner where there was nothing, just a few seeds. As even few mosquitoes are still meat, and taking too many would easily be discovered by his mother-in-law. If it weren't for his need to seize the project in Moon Crescent Bay, requiring the Liu family's assistance, these people wouldn't even have the right to talk to him on a normal day. Left with no choice, he thought that it was already time to face Chen Tian. So what was the point of saying so much? Because of this, Qian Wanqian's reputation became even louder, known as a notorious miser who values money over life. Duan Qinxing looked around, his figure flickering as he picked up 5 flagpoles from the ground, waving them with both hands. 4 flagpoles shot out and landed in 4 different directions, faintly covering the entire town entrance. The other side didn't give him an accurate answer. Dragging out only complicated his feelings for the day. Since last night, his emotions had been in turmoil, feeling as miserable as possible. Su Jingsui said, her brown eyes dimming significantly. Again, why are you here acting as a bodyguard? Moreover, it's for a senior. Do you know that this makes me jealous? After class, Chun Shui had already secretly come to the playground to watch Lu Yan. Chapter 57, Shura Martial God Su Qian. At this moment, the captain of the Yunluo Advanced Soul Master Academy had stepped onto the competition stage and walked towards Su Sanshi. To everyone's surprise, this captain, who should have been furious over Su Sanshi's previous actions, was not angry at all. Instead, he slightly bowed to Su Sanshi and introduced himself. Yunluo Advanced Soul Master Academy. Situyu. The crowd was bustling, filled with the sounds of transactions, haggling, and a laughter following successful deals, all mixed together and incessant. Dr. Tang had already taken the initiative to ask to go to the bathroom, which indicated that her semi-vegetative state had completely healed. As for the other injuries Dr. Tang had sustained, they were not a significant issue for the emergency center's doctors. A full recovery was just a matter of time. However, this girl surprisingly said she didn't need help, so I'll wait and see. If she really is someone who can handle both sides, then she would be a good partner, saving Qin Bei from worrying about many things. But who would come to their yard to drop things? This package must have been delivered by someone. I took a deep breath after hearing this. This power can be said to be above the total teachings of the 8 major war zones. When the dishes were served, the man was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Yuan to present him with such an extremely simple dish. Then, under the branch, several roots grew and directly pierced into the purplish-red soil. After looking around, it was just as he had observed. The room was empty. Even clothing and other daily necessities had been cleared out. In the slightly dim forest, Jin Lulyalu looked even more enchanting, and the disciples of the Jin family stared at him, swallowing their saliva, their eyes shining with a peculiar light, a light of desire. Although the muscle soreness had not yet eased, Tang Yi was even more eager to return to the basketball court as soon as possible to achieve his dream. Before he could make a move, Li Wuyo's hand was already on his neck. Feeling the immense power from that palm, Wu understood that if this young man exerted even a slight force, he would be in dire straits. Nowadays, a simple appearance made him even more dazzling than before, easily evoking jealousy and making it hard to look away. This kind of transaction does not conflict with your ideals. You can consider it more, as it won't harm you. But the premise is that a decision must be made tonight, Lu Zhengfu said solemnly. However, she felt that the likelihood of getting help was high. Tao Zue had treated her so well back then. If Tao Zue agreed to help, she could conveniently ask him out for a meal under the pretext of gratitude. Count Dracula was not afraid of death, but he felt there were still things he had not finished, and dying just like this left him very unwilling. The table was also adorned with a few intricately carved radish flowers, with petals as thin as a cicada's wings, vividly alive adding a touch of elegance to the meal. They had taken a large number of hostages, and under the fear of retaliation, even large-scale lethal weapons could not be used. Yi Jinjin had been frequenting entertainment venues for years. Although she hadn't crossed any lines or done anything outrageous, her spending was generous, tipping male models easily. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Lily was being secretly photographed. Under Su Fengxian's gentlemanly treatment, she entered the corridor to go home first. By the time Yi Tian came out of the bathroom, he found that there were suddenly many more people in the dormitory, all looking at Yi Tian's double-color ball grand prize with envious eyes, the odds of 48 times, directly translating to more than 200 million in prize money. A group of people entered the summer resort, heading towards the martial arena, while Yi Fan activated his invisibility technique and silently followed. Witnessing this scene not only left the five shadows stunned, but even the first Hokage was slightly taken aback. Chapter 58, Shura Battle of Nothingness. At this time, both sides had sent people, and the nebulous sent Tang Xian, the Shura martial god, a person with a killing attribute. The Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Huo Yuhao was the first to go up against him. He was mysterious, and so was she. After both sides entered the arena, Tang Xian was also curious about this girl from the other side. According to the information, there were only 4 girls from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. However, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy had deliberately hidden some of their team members. Zhang Xianzhong and Li Dinghua suddenly fell into the hands of the Ming army, which was akin to disaster falling from the sky for the Dashi kingdom. So many days had passed. Bai Zhu and Luo Nen should have developed it by now. Song Yinxin thought. Wu Hen slightly shook his head and didn't refute anything. This failure in the backyard struggle for favor could only be said to be Sun Jingru's lack of skill, and it really couldn't be blamed on the fifth prince. As he spoke and was about to close the door, Zhang Hua was already prepared this time, using one foot to prop the door open, preventing it from closing. However, this ethereal voice was slightly trembling, clearly having just suffered grievances and suppressing the urge to cry. Gao Ging, Lian, Li Gua, and Gao Yigong welcomed them at the camp gate. After the pleasantries were exchanged, Gao Ging let Li Dinghua into the main tent. Gu Ho and Gu Li were quite cunning, and they did not reveal their identities, only stating that they were nobles from the southern wilderness. Seeing this, Go Shun quickly dodged back to avoid the punch, but he did not expect that this punch was merely a feint. Before he could regain his balance, Hu Qianlong's real attack was already coming with his right fist. Lin Yi listened while observing the expressions of others. This person indeed had a way with words. His tongue as deft as a skilled musician, possessing a mouth that could turn straw into gold bars, speaking so passionately that spittle flew, making it impossible to find any fault. Anyone would have taken this step. She simply did not address Su Xian as Mrs. Sun, but Su Xian didn't mind, blinking her eyes and waiting for her to continue. Tao Kiki felt quite frustrated as well. Originally, she had gone to the boys' dormitory to keep an eye on things. But after waiting for Chun Yuliang and not seeing him, she discovered that Chu Nin had come out. She also remembered that today was the weekend, and guessed that Chun Yuliang had probably gone home last night. So she decided to leave the school with Chu Nan. Caught in the act, no one knew what to do. The emperor's uncle stood trembling at the door, unsure of how to act. He had initially thought to close the door to avoid disaster. But now that the masked man had removed the door, what else could he do? After this matter was agreed upon, Bai Jiakao has been preoccupied with worries, not knowing what Yinzi talked about afterwards, but it certainly had nothing to do with him. It was all just trivial matters from various states and counties. The restaurant was quite crowded, with a height of about 70 to 80 meters. Yi Chu and a few others had sensed that, although there were many strong individuals here, there should be no holy-level strong ones. At this moment, Yin Ruo's mind was constantly thinking about how incompetent he was. Shun Meijing nodded, took off her outer robe, and lay down on the bed. Jin Yi walked to the window, intending to lock it, but saw something that startled her into a scream. 2 ambitious yet brainless guys had no idea about the traps promised by Orgrim. First, they had to conquer before it counted. Second, if all the humans on the continent were killed by the tribes, then what use was this so-called king? Shortly after, Shun Xuyan arrived with a gentle expression, and even Uncle Chi could tell he was in a good mood. Mu Chan thought that as long as he didn't see Yin Ruo in a difficult situation, it didn't matter to him. Li, today you join my Longxi gang's Feng Hua Hall, and this time you're the main player, so make sure to perform well, said the hall master Hua Feng to Wang Li. Is Chang Shengong ready? The leading elder asked Wang Sheng. As he spoke, the crowd in the valley had already begun to slowly retreat under the direction of several other elders, clearing a large space. Chapter 59 Auction. Huo Yuhuan's Void Sword and Tang Qian's Shura-breaking magic slash collided fiercely in the void, instantly erupting with a deafening roar. Two powerful forces clashed against each other, ripping the surrounding air apart and forming twisted cracks, as if even space was shaken by this force. The collision of the two light blades caused a violent explosion, and a powerful shockwave swept through like a storm. The surrounding void began to tremble violently, as if it would be overwhelmed by this power at any moment. Qing Shuang had indeed heard such talk before, and at the time, she thought it was just casual chatter. Who would have guessed that this matter would fall upon her today? The harsh metallic sound echoed as sparks flew, and the dragon claw and giant python had already clashed several times. However, this idea was still in its infancy. It wasn't something that could just be done. He needed to first obtain the visa for his trip to Europe. He took some time to go for an interview and answer questions from the visa officer. After spending a few days in Los Angeles, he successfully obtained the Schengen visa and the UK visa, then returned to pack his bags. David was a standard handsome guy. The kind who was tall, had deep blue eyes, a light beard, and a smile that was extremely lethal. And Feng shook hands with him, but he embraced Joanna with a cheek-to-cheek greeting. And Feng cursed the guy in his heart 100 times. Fishing on the yacht was mainly for entertainment. Occasionally, there would be a fish biting the hook, but none were particularly large, mostly palm-sized groupers. There were also some unnamed fish, which, after comparing weights, were all thrown back into the sea. Now it was a competition to see who could catch the biggest fish. It was a McLaren F1. Of course, even in other types of auctions, legends could not be overlooked. The three of them looked at each other. This was a great opportunity to show off in front of Daer, and they rushed forward eagerly. The enemy is at Yuanming Temple. The samurai Shigeru behind Doi Satoru quickly responded. Then they rushed towards Yuanming Temple under the leadership of their respective generals. Only I was bored out of my mind at the back. I should have known to bring a phone to check the news about the soccer game and argue with some trolls. It was so unfair. The same level and the same crime should naturally receive the same punishment, thought the scribe of Chengcheng County, feeling quite puzzled. The meaning of this passage is, although you, Zhongfeng, are powerful, you're not our opponent at all. If you don't leave now, you will undoubtedly die later. The voice resonated directly in the mind, igniting the blood of everyone present, and the fighting spirit became even more intense. The blood-red battle clouds grew darker, and the crimson brilliance continued to rise, transforming into a sea of red flames, a banner of blood and fire sweeping eastward across the skies of the eastern continent. Qi Shi suddenly understood. That Taoist Fu Zhong must have failed in his challenge. Although there are few martial gods among humans who have reached the 5th level of, they are not unique. However, in both CAR and AAR, only the martial god Bai Yin is renowned throughout humanity. The title of martial god seems to have become his exclusive title. The immense pressure he had never felt before made Shirlu also shudder. Judging by the skewed starry sky after the dragon appeared, one could vaguely see the shadow of what might be a massive castle. Chatting with this seasoned wanderer, one could easily tell if something was off. Pretending was useless. Another storm was brewing, and on the path ahead, new souls were added. Su Huanjun pondered, has this journey been wrong? With every step there are corpses. Must this path be walked alone? How would the vengeful princess respond? Do I still have hope? Meng Baiyun felt anxious. He had intended to check on Lu Qingyi's recovery, but ended up eavesdropping instead. The wine flowed slowly through the air as if held by an invisible tube, crystal clear and beautiful. Thanking His Majesty for not blaming him for his reckless words, Wang Yi breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed his words had moved Li Shimin, and he likely wouldn't need to present facts and reason to persuade this emperor any further. Chapter 60, Soul-Eating Carving Knife. Within the Day and Moon Empire, after hearing the price, Xiao Hongshan said, this thing is worth at most 1,000 soul coins in the Day and Moon Empire. Others felt the same. These soul-guiding devices that came up were mostly of the 4th or 5th level, lacking significance. Xiao Hongshun and the others were not interested. Only the group from the Douluo 3 kingdoms valued this treasure. If we really talk about it, in the Day and Moon Empire, it would be nothing. Naturally, they were not interested, as they didn't know who it was, feeling a somewhat dark aura that was well hidden. Even when their intimidating power pierced through Gudelian's soul, they couldn't perceive it. Amidst the discussions, Shun Yang shot the second arrow, adjusting the force slightly to the side, and once he found the right point, he decisively released it. He began to fully follow Sun Zhuo's lead, continuously looking for shooting opportunities as arranged, using his height and wingspan advantage to strike the opponent with precise shots. At the beginning of the Avatar's construction, it was merely immortal, like an infant. With the awakening of Xiao's memories, true energy began to emerge within the Avatar, and the soul gradually grew stronger. Feeling the scorching gaze behind him, Yi Zifan turned his head in confusion to look, and Zhao Siki's dazed expression fell into Yi Zifan's eyes, causing his heart to sink. He then self-deprecatingly thought, why did he think that just because he was gay, all men in the world would share his feelings? As soon as these 3 words were spoken, the originally calm and solemn elite cavalry suddenly became a bit unsettled. How much did she know? He looked at her, hearing her crisp voice like a golden aureole, and then smiled, exuding unmatched elegance. Soon, he saw a hand waving behind in the depths of Chongyun, which indicated that she had already grasped in Ruo's words. Within a few steps, Chongyun quickly entered the villa. This bold approach is indeed thrilling. Perhaps it is also an opportunity. If a mortal can pull down a deity, then the 2 divine techniques bestowed here must surely lead to godhood, or at least offer a glimmer of a chance for it. At least the path is laid out. After Mo, Xian administered the abortion needle. The warmth in her abdomen disappeared, but what remained was her body temperature, and the 2 children were not aborted. One can imagine how much physical and mental torment the survivors endured during this time. Qin Song did not make a move. Behind him, several flag bearers waved the Qingming flag, forming a barrier in front of them. The flying arrows were stopped by the barrier, clattering as they fell to the ground. In the courtyard, a smoke bomb was still emitting a pillar of smoke, while the wooden door made popping sounds as bullets occasionally passed through, tracing a golden line in the air. According to the standards of the medical sage's inheritance, the so-called divine products praised by the cultivation world are, in fact, merely the result of pill formation, and Chu Xiaoyan's level clearly hasn't graduated. It is not worth evaluating. After speaking, he waved his sleeve, sending Qin Xian and Yu Pianxian to a nearby room to understand each other. However, given Qin Xian's dazed personality, whether he could truly grasp it is another matter. Your disciple, Hua Fei Wu, is also willing to help us. It is not due to your uncle's coercion. The situation is roughly as such. They wish to utilize your yang attribute power to win the battle for Qi. Fortunately, Hua Ling knows the truth. Otherwise, in this emotional state, even if she were covered in scales, she wouldn't be able to articulate anything. Stones become exceptionally fragile between sudden cold and heat. This is the best time to shatter them. Tianyu smiled and said. Ji Tian glanced around, astonished, in this vast underground space. Various rare, spiritual herbs and heavenly materials were densely arranged, along with rows of essence blood stored in crystal vials. Unable to resist, he cast his gaze toward a mountain 100 miles away, where an old banyan tree stood. A leaf fell from its branch, identical to the one before. Chapter 61. Refining the 4 swords to exterminate immortals. Sooner or later, I will return. A wisp of black smoke rose, and the evil soul masteress soul, which had been dormant in the soul devouring carving knife for thousands of years, dissipated. Truly, the evil soul master is merciless. To die is to die, self-destructing directly. Huo Yuhao remarked upon seeing the self-destructing evil soul masteress soul. Soon, after the self-detonation of the evil soul masteress soul, the black exterior of the soul-devouring carving knife gradually disappeared, revealing the golden essence of living beings. Seeing the scene, Su Wen understood that the competition among the 6 nascent soul loose cultivators had come to an end. Neither side gained any advantage, each taking half. He no longer cared about the orders from above. All he thought about now was how to use his fist to smash the boy before him into a pile of flesh and mud, one punch at a time. Until the brilliance retracted to within 3 feet of the demon clan, he could clearly see the appearance of the demon. Wu Xi and Yang Fu were once again startled. Even the invocation of this past memory was momentarily halted. At noon, Brett and George met Chun Zhengwei in Chinatown, had a meal, and discussed some matters about the newspaper. It was unclear how many years had passed when Yuli woke up. Everything around was a white expanse, devoid of any living being. He only remembered that he needed to collect the fragments of the wandering spirit disk, running like a soulless corpse in every corner of the ethereal realm. Afterwards, Jiyu also tried, using 12 times the patience, and finally waited for an item to roll out oddly from the light point, which was a high-quality spirit stone. The old man's gifts did not capture his interest. He directly tossed them into the space, planning to deal with them later when he had time. After 10 years of twists and turns, he had been on the path of practicing swordsmanship and seeking a master, but unfortunately, due to limited aptitude. Though he possessed the sword bone, his comprehension was limited. The entrance was a massive glass facade, Within the glass walls, Shun Chang's product, the flower inlay, won the IR design competition. After running at the racetrack for half a day and having a simple lunch, Jiang Shaohua met with several managers at the racetrack to inquire about the horsemen's daily lives. Then, he personally went to meet them again. In such a situation, being open with Xian No Chio about his feelings would clearly be irresponsible. He believed he wasn't that much of a scoundrel yet. Wu Enki pondered while strolling along the floating bridge. Looking like a beggar here didn't seem out of place. After catching a glimpse of Li Yuyun's movements, Zhang Hao directly pulled out 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring. Regarding the concept of strength, Lu Qi was still unclear. He only knew that the meager merging power provided by Mu Yi allowed him to easily surpass the limits of the human body. To cut the grass, one must remove the roots. Since the enmity had been established, one cannot let the other party go. Severing the enemy's foundational advantage is the most prudent approach. The Sui people are rampant. After Yang Hao and Chang Sunsheng arrived in Hedong, the first thing they did was to expand the Hedong army. Surely, you at the 6 departments have already heard the rumors. Leader of the 6 departments, who do you think their actions are targeting? Duo Ji gazed intently at Balu Guxia. Tong Nai's expression first froze, then showed a look of doubt, followed by realization, and finally transformed into shock. This guest, if you do not have enough spirit stones, please do not make random bids that disrupt the order. If you do, please take them out to silence the other guests. Chuya said, her last few words spoken with heavy emphasis. Now, the news of the king's gathering at the Door of Desire has already spread throughout the entire Xinglan ancient land. The demon city, the Door of Desire, is in an uproar, with countless devout pilgrims flocking to this grand city to witness the glory of the Holy Emperor and the Holy Kings. It is not hard to understand, as Li Yuyun is the heir of the Fire Element Sword Sovereign, and the relationship between the Fire Element Sword Sovereign and Muronghua is closer than that of real brothers. The devouring old demon activated the demonic essence within his body, swung his right hand forcefully towards the front, directly forming a massive demonic claw that blotted out the sun, descending from the sky with immense might to strike at Li Qingfeng, as if intending to crush him into fragments and mush. Chapter 62, Cheating Discovered. Hoyuan lightly flicked his white hair and said, I hope you won't disappoint me, and in the game too soon would make it feel pointless. At this moment, Hoyuan's eyes emitted a purple glow, seemingly the aura of spatial power, with circles of soul rings appearing around him. Purple, purple, black, 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 red. 7 soul rings rose, far exceeding the soul ring configuration of his peers. Not only that, he possessed 4 10,000-year soul rings, with the 7th being a 100,000-year one. But master, the little sister is tired. Can you give her a massage too? The little sister pouted and fell into Li Longfei's arms after speaking. Nian Zhuoling reached out to separate the two, but after hesitating, he retreated and sat quietly, observing the changes. Damn it, you're the gorilla. Your whole family is. Lu Binggu cursed in annoyance. All right, you can go on and misbehave with Ouyang. Just wait and see if I want to deal with you. After saying a few more words, Wei Wuyi hung up the phone. Having deduced from Mu Yuhan's words that the National Security and Special Operations Bureau were on Ouyang Pengsheng's side. At this moment, Su Bowen surprisingly remained motionless, completely unchanged from before treatment. Finally, at the end of this road, Lei Tian arrived at a huge iron door which was covered in moss, indicating that this iron door had stood there for quite some time. Looking at the current dilemma, Villiers was unsure how to start, but unexpectedly, Zhang Aijia spoke up again, and it was an explosive beginning. Can you tell me why it's called Li Shang? The doll spoke softly. If my father were really still alive, I would hate him for not coming to see us sooner, for allowing me and my brother to fall into this strange world. 500,000. The company is mine. The brainless man looked at Ouyang Pengsheng with a condescending, pitying gaze, and his tone was not one of negotiation, but of command. How are you? Ongya? Are you okay? Li Longfei asked with concern, leaning closer to Ronger. The man was immobilized, and the phantom of the giant dragon began to merge into his body little by little. However, in fact, this young master of the Yun family had never regarded the original owner as anything but a pet. I asked him why, and he told me about Annabelle. But by then he hadn't seen her in over a decade. I asked him to take me to see her, and even though Annabelle was now incredibly old, the warmth in that man's eyes was something I had never seen before. Seeing this situation, Guizi immediately organized the army into formation, arranging a triangular formation with 20,000 soldiers in front and 10,000 on each side. preparing to cut off Siming's long snake from the middle and defeat them one by one. Today, apart from the Empress Dowager, all the masters were in Kuan-Ning Palace, but he must have gone there to report. It was not that the Shu army was less capable than the enemy. Strengthening vigilance was indeed necessary. But as the saying goes, there are 1,000 days of thievery, but not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. What they encountered now was indeed that thief. Xia Wujin reported the current situation he had taken over Dezhou now. After all, Yi City was the capital of the Liang Kingdom, and the stakes were very high. Moreover, because it had surrendered peacefully without experiencing war. The army and population here were also substantial. If they wanted to fully take control, it would require considerable effort. No one in the family had expected that after his brother finished using the 500,000 in betrothal gifts, Lin Feng would unleash a series of powerful attacks on his own family, which was also the final blow. Upon hearing this, Shun Zhongnan slammed the table angrily, causing the teacups on the table to rattle. As for Zhao Qingqing's arrival, Lin's father and mother were not surprised, as Lin Zio had already informed them. However, after exchanging dozens of blows with Sister Mei, the opponent surprisingly did not fall behind at all. Just based on this point, Chu Ying concluded that she was stronger than herself. Chapter 63. The Fall. Hui Yunchu's attack was not as effortless as Yu Miaoyin's. Facing Hui Yunchu's thunderous strike, Xuanzi quickly assumed a defensive posture, but his expression turned extremely grave. He knew very well that Hui Yunchu's strength exceeded his expectations, and the power of this strike was beyond his capacity to handle. The soul rings on his body shone brightly as he attempted to construct a solid earthen defense barrier with his powerful soul power. However, when the situation shifted from 3 against 2 to 2 against 1, the red serpent tail swung and tried to escape towards the 3 beasts, but after moving a bit, its body was unable to budge. Looking down, it saw that the ice blocks in the valley had refrozen, trapping half of its serpent tail inside. The decree from King Zhou Mu stated, "Those who trespass the medical clinic shall face death." Hua Shui Xian squinted her eyes into a narrow slit, gritting her teeth as she spoke each word. "Bei, shall I take you to the trial ground to play?" Aunt Di Xiao said, "There are many fierce beasts in the trial ground, and I have never seen fierce beasts before. I don't know if they're cute or delicious," the baby said, her expression becoming even more joyful. "Second uncle, I wonder what you want to say to me?" Yi Zhen asked curiously, looking very obedient and gentle. The banquet was arranged on both sides of the great hall, with the disciples of the 12 halls sitting in the front row opposite, and the further back you went, the weaker their strength. After all, their previous demand for the Yun family to compensate for everything was indeed too harsh. Old Master Yin refused to admit it. If they spoke of it, no one would believe them. After countless years, it no longer had the fiery aura that could rival the 3-legged Golden Crow clan. But the mark of that flame still left a profound impact. However, after going to the palace in vain, her family began to find someone else for her, and she felt somewhat anxious. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the court fell into chaos, with unclear powers, and the old Lady Jean stopped her actions, preparing to wait for the situation to stabilize before selecting a solid backing. Then, the capital was thrown into chaos, and they fled into the infamily valley. The end of the letter said that he was afraid he wouldn't survive. He had to do something for his noble master. If successful, he might not survive, and if he failed, he would still escape. He told his brother that if he had many children, he should adopt one in his name to help pass on the family line. "Is the most reliable person in your mouth him?" Yi Xian ignored Wu Fan, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. She suppressed her anger and looked at the person sitting next to her, Yu Yadong. His appearance hadn't changed. He still looked exceptionally handsome, but there was a lingering layer of fatigue in his eyes. After the fight started, the earth and wind shadows quickly dodged to the side of the battlefield, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. This mountain star burning, seemingly in a powerful state of body technique, must be the 8 gates of Duanjia. Unexpectedly, just relying on Tsunade's Baika, no jutsu could suppress the heavenly path to such an extent. Tang Song suddenly pressed his palm against the back of his head, applying pressure to bring him closer, their lips brushing against each other in a long and passionate kiss. A nurse just finished her work and came out. Seeing Jian Zhaoyu and his group, she softly said, "Mr. Jian, he just fell asleep," indicating for them to be quieter and not wake the patient. Yin Xia finally snatched back the token of apprenticeship that her future master had given her from the vicious dog, wiped the saliva from her face, and before she could feel happy, she saw 4 men in black surrounding her. Yes, guessing odd or even is when the dealer secretly puts a set of dice in a concealed environment, regardless of the dice's numbers. They only look at how many there are. If the number of dice rolled is odd, the person who bet on odd wins. If even, they lose. The angry roar had lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the ninjas at the root tried their best to remain silent to avoid drawing attention. Lin Wanmian was calmer than she had imagined when Lin Piaoyu was taken away by the inspection officers. Not only was she not flustered, but she even comforted Lin Piaoyu, assuring her that she would wait at home for her return. In the quiet night, Bai Jiyin's aura was so gentle and docile that it was unbelievable. And Shurqing clearly heard the sound of her own heartbeat. In response, Yiling was not anxious. Instead, she was very pleased, because the more this was the case, the more it indicated the value of the third volume of the Wuxiang Kaitian Fist. Moreover, the Wuxiang Kaitian Fist was currently Yiling's only proficient attack method. And given the complex situation in Yinzhou, Yiling needed such an attack method. This season, Xiaoyu's 3A had already entered with a big one, while Plushenko's 3A was still using the traditional entry method. For example, Huoling, although she used to always compete with me, she also had a great love for acting. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become popular. Finally, Li Xian managed to get a staff card that allowed access to the tech park from Yiji's hands. What I mean is that the Yangfeng you see is not actually Yangfeng. Wang Chong quickly rephrased, but he felt something was off every time he spoke. Joking. If he continued, wouldn't it make Xin Fanqing expose the matter? Although everyone was quite ambiguous about their situation now, if they found out that Xin Fanqing, looking at his sexy side, still wasn't tempted, wouldn't that be too embarrassing for him? Although my mother gave me a good place to be born, I still feel a sense of unease for reasons I can't quite understand. The air is filled with the smell of ozone generated from ionized oxygen, and blue smoke increasingly envelopes the city. Others point and comment, but I don't care at all. I just want to see what tricks Tang Jiayong can pull with these few words. A Frenchman slid to the side of the rink, picked up a mascot, and left the ice, while his coach comforted him. Chu Feng and Xiao Mingyuan exchanged a glance, a sinister expression flashing in their eyes, including Yuan Chen's current state. The two of them seemed to be chatting like ordinary people rather than cultivators. Chapter 64. The Duke's mansion moves the Duchess thought and said, "Humph. As long as I'm alive, I can let you die again. I am the daughter of Emperor Xingluo and the Duchess of the White Tiger. What reason could there be to kill a civilian? Madam, be cautious with your words." The butler couldn't help but remind her, the master will be back soon. If he hears you say such things. The Duchess was unconcerned. She thought for a moment and realized that Dai Hao would indeed be back. A few days ago, she received news from her brother that a fifth-tier situation required the use of divine souls to perceive. Yet Qin Fan managed to do so with simple judgment. He was about to lie down after a few seconds of reaction when Qi Shuyuan quickly came to his side and forcefully pushed him away. Lin Xiao swung his sword to block. The long spear was easily brushed aside, and Xiao Xiao was shocked because he hadn't borrowed any strength, which instead numbed his hands and nearly made him drop the spear. On Earth, Qin Fan had developed a very good foundational cultivation technique with some cultivators who had ideas. Every cultivator on Earth could learn it. Is this Rui Siyuan? I've heard your father mention you many times. Now that I see you, you really are adorable. Jing Muliang said, and reached out to pinch Yuan Rui Siyuan's face. His face was very handsome, with some of Yuan Jincheng's masculinity and some of Lin Xian's beauty. This place was located between the core world and the surface, similar to the demon-slaying platform above the Jiuyo continent back then. When a sharper gaze landed on him, Cheng Gongming instinctively felt a chill down his back, his body trembling slightly as he raised his head to meet the gaze. However, the next moment, He Jing Imo seemed to think of something and slightly opened his thin lips to ask. Shu Wan was still sobbing on Feng Shu's body, and only after Xiao Yizhou left did she chuckle softly. Su Jian is doomed this time. Even Xiao Yuchan can't save her. At the beginning, with a burst of sharp energy, they could still fight evenly, but gradually, Feng Jiuyu began to gain the upper hand. Some things from a few days ago had only recently allowed them to relax. Hong Li stared at the chessboard, holding a piece in his hand, hesitating to make a move. Mama Chiu hurriedly complained to Chu Liang Rao about how Lin Mama was unreasonable and lacked manners. Talaston had long noticed the two people on the ground and opened his mouth to unleash a flame toward the ground. He indeed planned to stay because that shadow girl was here. He wanted to protect her and find out her purpose for coming. Qin Tian recalled the time he had a lucky draw wheel rewarded by the system, where he obtained a rare item, a fragment of the Zhuxian sword. But after using it for a while, he set it aside. The blood-red whip missed and tore a deep, menacing crack in the unyielding ancient earth. Although he couldn't attack because Xiao Muyu was blocking him, he still had other ways to make Yin Zhongfeng uncomfortable. Haidang in my heart. I've never regarded you as a substitute for her. Yin Gongzi's voice paused, and he spoke with difficulty. You can't get out. Kate Air repeated this line, lowering her brows and not looking at anyone. Do you want to settle down in the Yin family? To be honest, I have some connections with the Anong Duhu mansion. Arranging for you is just a matter of a word, Zhang Bao asked gently. Moreover, soldiers from the Beast clan were already using ladders to climb the city wall. Once a large number of enemy soldiers climbed the wall, the archer station there would lose most of their effectiveness, and they would lose some initiative. At this moment, the elder tightly clenched his fists, his muscles tensed, and his face was stiff without a hint of expression. His heart was struggling and confused, not knowing what to do. As the ghostly shadow unfolded, the storm instantly enveloped old Ghost Chuck and all the other aberrations, the fierce wind tearing apart rocks and swirling dust. The thunderstorm raged, bolts of lightning continuously striking the aberrations, yet these had no effect on them. Chapter 65. Shrek Academy versus Thousand Spirit Masters Academy. Is there something wrong? Huo asked in confusion. Huo softly said, Can we talk privately for a moment? Huo thought for a moment. After all, someone would be protecting them in secret, so meeting wouldn't hurt. In the CAF, Huo looked at Huo with a love-struck expression, and seeing her like this, Huo helplessly said, Excuse me, what is it that you, from the Imperial AO Royal Academy, want to see me about? Hearing Huo say, I will kill you like a dog. Xiao Yu's cold voice immediately resonated throughout the venue, a sharp killing intent surging from Xiao Yu's body in all directions. Malak and Rockman were both in the mid to upper ranks of 6th-level warriors and considered quite capable in the Holy Dragon Academy. Yet these two did not know how to restrain their aura. Who is Jiro, the future heir of the Holy Knight Order, a talented figure in recent years? The champion of the last Academy competition. When has he ever been treated this way? Even Alice beside him would not treat him with such indifference. Moreover, if Wu Jie did not make a decision within these 3 steps, then after those 3 steps, the reputation of the Flying Eagle Army would be thoroughly destroyed. Fan Tian made a thinking gesture and finally shook his head in disappointment. No, not a single one of the people we caught had the surname Chun. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Murong Shui, only to see her disappointed expression. With you, do you even deserve it? I scoffed. Isn't it just relying on a bit of money? What's so great about that? Besides this, what other aspects are you better than ordinary people? The people of Hongxi Township were indeed aggressive and barbaric, but that didn't mean they were fools who didn't know better. In no time at all, many people understood the crux of the matter. Once someone figured out what was going on, their subsequent actions were naturally straightforward. Yi Qing returned to the classroom, noticing that the other students were all in their seats, and found his place to sit down. Since Ji Ro didn't take Fu Jingxi seriously, he, as a brother, might as well wake him up early to avoid him getting overly sentimental. Apologize to me. Fu Jingxi pulled her onto his lap, forcing her to sit with her legs apart. He could indeed do it. If they angered Carol's pretty face, it wouldn't be pleasant. However, your strength hasn't recovered to the level of a new student. He probably wouldn't even believe he was injured earlier. The old man smiled and nodded repeatedly, thanking him and leading the caravan into Wangsua City. They did not stop in Wangsua City, but directly passed through the city center, entering the mountain tunnel. Bai Chongyao, and there's a sister? Yuan was confused, unable to grasp the situation. Could it be that the Bai family has a sibling outside that he doesn't know about? The crowd was already prepared and immediately surrounded Brother Su Ying and the Crown Princess, determined not to let Princess Jingshun approach them. However, Princess Jingshun had astonishing combat power and a noble status. The crowd only dared to block her and did not dare to use heavy force, resulting in everyone suffering significant losses but barely managing to hold on. Yet, she still felt uncomfortable and anxious in her heart. She felt that the outcome of this situation was displeasing to her. At this moment, the Dark Judge grew a bit impatient. He gestured, and the other dark elemental beings immediately sprang into action. The pitch-black magical power connected and compressed together, forming a magical cage that suppressed Stedrag in within it. After a long time without seeing Gong Yuan or hearing any sound, she leaned over to take a look. The person had already fallen asleep. She gently touched his face, clean as jade, warm and smooth, looking both pleasing to the eye and comforting to the heart. She smiled slightly and tucked in the corners of his blanket. Leaning over, she blew out the lamp. In the center of the Starry Kingdom stood a majestic temple. Inside the temple, a figure draped in a robe of stars floated in the air, holding a sphere of stars in his hands. An endless stream of faith flowed through the void. Directly entering the sphere, This was the master of this divine kingdom, the morning star god, who had once fought with Nilik. Chapter 66. The Huo family behind the four spirit shield soul masters stood their captain, Shun Su. Shun Su's way of releasing his martial soul was unique and visually striking. He slowly raised his arms high to the sides of his body, as if gathering all his strength. In an instant, a dazzling silvery light erupted from his body, like silver flames burning on the surface of his skin. Shun Su looked up at the sky, his body slightly leaning back, making a gesture as if to embrace the entire firmament, exuding a magnificent aura. If Yu Liangchang had been paying attention to Qiao Meijin, based on Yu Liangchang's abilities, it was possible for him to know in advance Qiao Meijin's travel route. After a few seconds, Hermione's gaze involuntarily shifted downwards, landing on the bulging letter next to Elena. But when he unfolded the letter, he was taken aback, cursing, "Damn it." After reading the content of the letter, Wu Ge became extremely irritable. "Follow me, and this name will no longer be ordinary." Gu Qing's deep eyes carried a slight smile. Once the spirit mist completely dissipated, the spiritual energy in the space decreased by more than 2/3, now only slightly stronger than the previous place. "My father never treated me as his eldest son. The reason he married my mother was that she was pregnant." After Yang Qingwei tidied up the house, she suddenly realized that the originally compact home had now become empty. "Your inventor is Feng Yun, right?" Lu Yaoshi swallowed hard, feeling beads of sweat forming on her forehead. When everyone saw that Yang Qingwei had washed starfruit, avocados, mangosteen, and other tropical fruits for them, they curiously began to eat. Qiao Meijin was pregnant, and instead of caring for her, Sheng Ranran wanted to use Yu Dingchang's hands to confine Qiao Meijin, which made Yu Dingchang very displeased. "If I can't play, please call me at 5:30. I see you want to take a week off, but my wallet doesn't allow it. It's really frustrating." Thunder Roar Cannon, level Earth rank, released the 63rd breakthrough with thunder and lightning explosions. Remarkable power. Chanting can double the power and significantly increase the paralysis effect. Death Gate, the Dark Image Gate Master, Chaos. The big man calmly met Chu Zifeng's gaze and said, feeling somewhat surprised inside. Looking at the ghost lying at Chu Zifeng's feet, a pang of pain struck his heart, and his breathing became rapid, causing his muscles to tighten even more. The liquid that was expelled splashed all over the trembling body of Wenmiao, and the other children, seeing their leader do this, rushed over to imitate him. As soon as this was said, the remaining young man nodded again and, without hesitation, channeled his power to Wang Xiao. They also knew that Wang Xiao's Taishu cloak was formidable, having reached the level of a high-grade emperor weapon, and was even close to being a semi-divine artifact. With such a treasure available, of course, it had to be used. With a loud bang, he was struck by the beam of white light, the barrier of air shattered, and he was blasted away 1,000 meters, crashing into the peak of the Demon Mountain, which immediately collapsed with a rumble. The matter of the city was put on the agenda. After careful consideration and observation, Yang decided to appoint Gongsun Shu as the city lord, with the other three responsible for assisting him, and no one had any objections. If Jiang Han continued downward, breaking through the middle realm into the Sea of Moment, Zhang Sha would definitely not dare to approach. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Liang Zhong not only casually threw all the responsibility on He Yingtian, but also directly or indirectly flattered him a lot, making Shui Wuji feel lightheaded and dizzy, which was very pleasing to him, and much of his anger dissipated. The mountain boy retreated to his original place. He suddenly realized that someone had awakened him, but no longer paid attention to him, just to let him distance himself from the source point. This time sounds incredibly short, but Gree is not satisfied, because in his plan, there should be 6 days allocated for the magic scrolls to deal with the challenges of the second layer of the 6 trials. In Chapter 67, the auctioneer, Qingya said with a proper and warm smile, "Yes, at this auction, a dazzling array of precious items is gathered, including various rare herbs, exquisite soul-guiding devices, and coveted soul bones. If you're interested, you can use this invitation to personally experience this grand auction feast at the Xinghua auction house tonight." After agreeing with a nod, He Yuxuan saw Qingya slightly bow before leaving. After Qingya's departure, upon hearing this, the man carrying the double hammers was about to lose his temper stopped and then revealed a smile. After speaking, Tsunade picked up her coat and intended to walk out. But seeing this, Sakura furrowed her brows and was just about to say something when Naruto's voice suddenly rang out. Over the years, the wooden sword has been suppressing the void energy, and it continues to do so now, so it cannot be drawn. Zhaoyan saw the man in a dark robe walking towards her, and a faint blush appeared on her face as she looked at Zhai Yelan with some shyness. Su Fei'er was worried about Xia Nan and insisted on following him. Besides her, Liang Meibao also wanted to join in the excitement. However, the scene behind them, resembling a pigsty at feeding time, was something Wang Meng did not want to look back at even once. This is the nether fire within him, which has transcended the realm controlled by spiritual power. Even without spiritual power, it can still be manipulated, but without the protection of spiritual energy around the body, it will cause some damage to the body. It is estimated that when AI Yi displayed that astonishing medical technique, the Hokage must have already thought of this, or rather, it should be said that the think tank under the Hokage had thought of it. Everyone obediently closed their mouths, as the words of the elder had a tremendous impact on them. Do you know all of this? Rolly repeated in her mind over and over again. After she left, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of Rolly's mouth, but it was quickly wiped away. Seeing her depart, Rolly also returned somewhat reluctantly. On this day, Su Lie's smile never faded. The two stayed together for quite a while, and when Qing Ning arrived at the government office to find Su Lie, stating that everything was ready for departure, Su Lie's enthusiasm waned a bit. He had encountered countless complex situations in his political career, but none made him feel so dull as this moment. The emperor, seeing that the Empress Dowager was ignoring him, shrugged at Di Ling Tian, expressing that he had no solution. He then stepped outside. Nian Ruo watched as Di Ling Tian carried Su Lie back, smiling to himself, wondering if these two had reconciled. It was really quite nice. With the dramatic increase in attack power, the energy fluctuations grew stronger, causing Nana, not far away, to sense something. Shen Jiqing panicked and withdrew her hand, stepping back. Sure, Jiaqing angrily grabbed Shen Jiqing's wrist and pulled her forcefully towards him. Your family? Tulls didn't want to know why Zhuang Feng spoke the desert dialect so fluently. He was only concerned about what Zhuang Feng meant by family, as he could not find any connection between this eastern Huagua face and the primitive desert tribe. He had some understanding of Li Zi's strength, but it was only a little. Last time, Li Zi was just playing with him. Yes, just playing. Haige thought to himself. Helpless. This passerby gamer kept quiet and quietly released attacks as cover. However, the Li Feng Monkey King was indeed the Li Feng Monkey King, being a third-tier demon beast. It wasn't something a grandmaster could easily handle. Some internet influencers commented on the matter, even sharing a video from an unknown source, but it was almost instantly taken down. 30 grandmasters, even a martial saint, could never capture them all at once. Moreover, she usually loved wearing a plain outfit. But today, she wore the only red dress in her wardrobe, and she seemed particularly off today. They had just met yesterday morning, so why did it feel like such a long time had passed? Chapter 68. Dark Gold Fearclaw Bear Left Arm Bone. These 12 fixed soul cannonballs were hard to collect, each with different effects. Their sizes are standard. If used correctly, these 12 fixed soul-guided cannonballs could threaten the lives of soul masters at the soul Douluo level. Judged by the level of soul-guiding devices, each had a precise core magic array, and their complexity was no less than that of a 6th-level soul-guiding device. Their attributes were water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness. Mu Qing's mouth twitched, thinking to herself, is this competition really stuck like a plaster? At the moment she closed her eyes, the trembling fat lady fell over without a word, leaving the rest of the crowd's minds in chaos, blank and confused, all eagerly shouting for 1,000 years, begging for mercy. How could this be? If she had a child, she would spend her entire life as his hidden lover. Following the habit of the medical officers at the Imperial Medical Office, the three of them filtered through the report and learned that the medical officer said Jiao's health was not a major issue and that she could become pregnant again, which relieved them all. Hoying felt increasingly ashamed upon seeing the copy of the medicinal text, disregarding the palace attendant's obstruction, and bowed repeatedly to Changshan, each bow becoming heavier. Of course, he wouldn't search room by room. Instead, he first went to Fu Yunyi's courtyard. The two, who previously disliked each other, had become closer in the tribe, as if a special bond had formed. He spoke without avoiding the white-robed army behind him, leaving the soldiers in confusion. One moment, it was Your Highness. The next, it was Luo Yang, leaving them puzzled. They could tell that these dragon tooth guards were all at the 1st and 2nd levels of the Spirit Cave realm. Compared to their own 4th and 5th levels, they were truly not worth mentioning. After leaving the palace and returning home, Fu Hui summoned his son Fu Qi, not mentioning the emperor's plan to suppress the Buddhist sect, only stating that the emperor had ordered him to do something very dangerous that could affect their family. Soon after, Chen Baiqi emerged, and when Si Jiang saw a lively man enter the woods and a delicate Chen Jianyang come out, her expression was quite distorted and strange. Han Qing remained calm at this moment, not as surprised as others by Yi Zichen's methods. Old Yi, do you have a conflict with Zhong Yuan? Shi Feihu asked quietly when he saw no one around. Of course, come. Open your mouth, Chen Anhao said, scooping a large spoonful of ice cream for Zhang Qinsheng, who was not polite and directly ate it. Since you are my wife, Qiao Man, shouldn't you fulfill some obligations? Gu Ziming teased, not specifying what obligations. But Qiao Man automatically interpreted it as marital duties. Lu Qinshi glanced at Lu Weishi and glared at several black-clothed bodyguards. With a single look, someone immediately came over and surrounded the black-clothed bodyguards. Feeling a bit disgruntled, Mo Zenon lowered his head to adjust to the suddenly much brighter vision and snorted through his nose. Not getting his way, Xiao Lang was not angry nor discouraged, placing his bank card on her desk with a grand gesture. It was an oil painting depicting mountains and rivers, uneven yet distinct in color, but for some reason, the beautiful landscape was portrayed with an otherworldly feeling. Ultimately, Sima Mao had to personally speak out to appoint troops to execute his envisioned ambush plan, assigning a lieutenant from General Bian Shui of the Left Army to give Sima Jian a stern lesson as a slight punishment. The two had been busy selecting a location in the concession these past few days. Huang Jinrong directly suggested they live in the British concession, reasoning that it would facilitate frequent contact. However, Du Yuesheng preferred to find a place in the public concession. Chapter 69, White Knight, long time no see everyone. Upon hearing this, the others gave up. When the viewing time arrived, Xuanzi stepped forward first, announcing an auction price of 15 million gold soul coins. The next moment, a line of text appeared on the screen. Room 1 bids 15 million gold soul coins. At this moment, words reappeared on the screen. Room 2 bids 16 million gold soul coins. Xuanzi furrowed his brows slightly. The person in room 2, Li Zitong, isn't very hungry, but as soon as he catches a whiff of the food's aroma, he can't help but swallow, then starts to gobble it down without regard for his image. Jing Xiran didn't think so, although his strength had improved after the purification of his genetic sequence. The total amount of Yuan Qi hadn't actually changed, and he still had a certain distance to go before matching a level 7. Sure Howren, however, already knew that the Master S martial soul was a mutated martial soul, and it was a dragon that could fart. Such an odd martial soul was unique throughout the Douluo continent. The feng shui of the Zheng family grave is truly mediocre. If it had to be ranked, it could only be considered inferior among the feng shui of yin houses, not even reaching the middle grade. Now, because Su Zhan was becoming more and more popular, the media and business endorsements knocking on the door were increasing, and correspondingly, Zhang Liman's workload had also increased significantly. Damn it, Jing Xiran had no choice but to turn around and rush towards the house, promising Dog Mom to protect Ruobosi. Jing Xiran had to keep his word. The homeroom teacher was a very young and handsome male teacher named Li Sheng. He was also the leader of the student union and was privately referred to by students as one of the 3 handsome men of Yangqing High School. I know that if the national team coach could notice me, that would be the best. I just told my parents 1T stop me. At least let me try a bit more. Chen Yu sighed. In the bathroom, Tong Xian was quietly sobbing. Oh, she had never been humiliated like this in her life. Everyone had always affirmed her performance, and that detestable Feng Xiaohai, she would definitely show him her results to make him look at her differently. Yesterday, I saw in the materials that the thing Kiba feared the most was this kind of gunpowder scent. To him, it was as unpleasant as poison. So in the morning, I specifically bought a big plate of firecrackers in town. Anyone who dares to cause trouble on my turf, just grab them all. Senjing Yixiong glared at his subordinates and said. Tang Jun was a bit impressive. He found a piece of land in Shenzhen and built a factory. Although he owed a lot of debt, once the factory was built, the money would basically come back. The little money I gave him was enough to get him started. But ultimately, it still couldn't support him to the end. The terrifying thing about Prince No Fire, these soldiers were not unaware. Now, upon learning where Su Mengmeng's fatal injury came from, they immediately thought of their comrade who had just been killed by Prince No Fire. The murderous intent in their eyes was palpable, as if they could tear Prince No Fire to pieces. Another Special Forces soldier didn't need Su Cha to remind him. Seeing danger, he immediately dropped to the ground, lying behind a row of steel pipes, clutching his head tightly to avoid the ensuing rain of bullets. What are you two talking about? Why didn't you call me when you woke up? Chen Boyi was sweating all over, his strong chest muscles moving with his breath. After the meal, the pole was tidied up. Change your clothes. The crow said to Yi Fan, handing him a set. Damn that English, you pig. If you can't do it, I'll give you time to learn, damn it. Lei immediately turned around and shouted angrily at Chinjili's face. Before he could finish speaking, Gao Ziyu interrupted him, leaving him with a tall back. I originally wanted to sneak back to the classroom, but teacher Lu Yin insisted on pulling me along, so our group walked out of the auditorium. Across from the auditorium was an open playground, and to the right of the playground was one of the largest evergreen trees in Changqi Middle School. Chapter 70, The Heavenly Demon Duo vs. Shrek Experts. Upon hearing by Chan's words, the entire venue instantly fell into dead silence, followed by a wave of shock and uproar. Heavenly Demon Duo by Chan. This title is of great significance. Throughout history, there has only been one, and that is the sky demon Douluo Su Yechen. He was able to suppress several eras with just one person, and even now, he remains terrifying. Although they altered history, only they truly understand the pressure faced by those who confronted him. Li Chenxian looked up at the sky and the space, smiled, and thought that the 6-month deadline had passed, marking the day of the reunion. Although he only obtained a spirit mushroom, he was satisfied, as some treasures depend on luck. He then walked forward with big strides. The sound was thunderous. Just as the collision occurred, the vast dark clouds in the sky were almost shaken apart. Roar! As soon as the sound fell, a dog that resembled a fierce lion was pulled out, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glow. It had black fur and looked as fierce as a wild leopard. One had never seen such a ferocious breed of dog, and upon seeing it, he couldn't help but recall the Shaman wolf he encountered in the Soul Confusion Path. Then, he saw the white holy light and black demonic light swirling simultaneously around the demon god armor on Mo Feng, which was very strange. Momins Late. A sword force of holy and demonic energy erupted from within the demon god armor, instantly shattering the armor into pieces due to the violent sword force. Songjiang County is just this big. The Songjiang farm used to be one of the more reputable enterprises in the county. So Jiang Shiying and Wang Zhiguo were familiar with each other. Old ancestor, what did you say? The few servants standing beside the Black Shadow treasure were stunned. Police officer, you must be mistaken. I didn't commit a crime. Han Tao could never have imagined that one day he would be handcuffed and taken away by the police. After I collapsed in his arms, he reached out and picked me up from the ground, heading straight to the bedroom. He pushed the door open with one hand, carried me inside, and brought me to a familiar bed, lifting the neatly laid blanket and placing me down carefully. Not only did they need to surround the area, but it also had to extend into the woods. Although ducks and geese like water, they shouldn't be kept in the water this way. It would be convenient to collect eggs when it's time to lay them. Uncle G is quite thoughtful and considers things in detail. As a result, the Celestial Palace instantly drew the ire of the masses, and people from the immortal realm began to watch, curious about how the Celestial Palace would resolve this crisis. I didn't want to see her in this state, so I quickly turned around and comfortably leaned against Qi Tianyang's embrace as we walked together. On the opposite side, Si Zhanbei and Sheng Fenghua exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. They were pleased to see Zhong Zhiyun treat Si Muyuan well. Do you mean that Brother Chun has the scent of poison on him? Old Kai was startled and looked at Sheng Fenghua. Fu Lingyan knew that her father had lost his military power, so the general's manor had lost its value, which is why the Wan Guifei wouldn't spend much effort on her. He had already slumped into a pile of limp mud, unable to move, only his 2 rows of teeth trembling and clattering uncontrollably. Some people were momentarily at a loss, scared to the point of crying out loud. They felt their lives were hanging by a thread, and life or death depended on the will of these scorpions. Some cars specifically scattered colorful paper scraps, showering vibrant flower bits along the path where the bride and groom walked. Lingyu had been living in fear these days because there was still no news from Situ Chi. And today, Situ Chi asked her to come over and then told her that she had already known the truth, which made her want to hit someone. Like her, it was uncomfortable all over. Behind her cold face concealed disgust and hatred. What was there to avoid? She had touched and seen everything. Li Yongla still did not avoid their gaze and directly said to the two. Chapter 71. The white dust that almost crushed heaven and earth. Behind Bai Chun, the immense black hole of the sky, demon martial soul slowly began to move. Its enormous wings gently flapped, as if accumulating immense power. A sword blade, like a crescent moon, sliced through the air, instantly tearing it apart with a sharp sound. This blade emitted a glow of purple gold and blood red, intertwining to form an extremely eerie yet powerful attack. The shape of the blade resembled a new moon, incredibly sharp. As the two battled fiercely, The light cavalry soldiers beside them were almost slaughtered by the experts brought by Song Xin and Zheng Qinyan. Yi Xinkong watched closely at this moment. He was deeply entangled in the battle, feeling helpless and overwhelmed, and in his urgency, he even committed a significant martial arts taboo, nearly getting injured by Song Xin several times. Her words sounded grand, making me feel that she seemed to care about me and hoped I could get better. However, she clearly knew my issues, understood my mental block, my collapse, and my despair. But I didn't want to be in the spotlight, regarded as a thorn in everyone's side. They could have the position they envied. I didn't want to compete with them. I said to Teacher Jiang with a tone full of reproach. Gun Yinshi stepped outside. He waited at the elevator for a while, but saw no one else coming. He lowered his eyes. A mocking smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Chun Gui did not rush to respond, touching her long hair draped over her shoulders. This is true, although I understand what she wants to hear. And from objective perspective, Teacher Song's features do indeed have flaws. However, my past praises and current comments all come from the heart. Boom! The rolling thunder light expanded, directly piercing through the smoke, and the sky above gathered into clusters of thunderclouds. In the monitoring room, the agents who witnessed this scene couldn't help but zoom in on the surveillance footage, and then saw the distortion on the screen, as if Johnny was releasing high temperatures, warping the air. I couldn't help but curl my lip, not even thinking of sending some healing medicine. I wonder if Miss Su is seriously injured? At this moment, the city gate leader had already reported this news to the current person in charge of Cloud City, Peng Yui. How insidious. Just now you were blushing so fiercely. It seems you really didn't remember my ability and made a mistake. Even if you rushed over handsomely, you still seem a bit senile. Chen Junxiang said seriously, resulting in the embarrassment that had faded from Shi Yu's face reappearing. However, the opposite Lu Rian said that not even a fraction of her strength was used, and for some reason, she suddenly felt that Jia Yu was even more inscrutable. The name Qin Yaxian was like magic to Qin Junyi. After all, she was one of his few relatives whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Indeed, speaking of you wanted to take me to find Ling, that part about finding Yajing the second time, Qin Junyi said, the expressions of the three old men from the illusory realm changed drastically. Even someone comparable to Chang Yi from the illusory realm was about to self-destruct. This power was enough to shock the three of them, and they couldn't even stop it. Chen Juanxiang thought of countless possibilities, countless ways to explain, but he didn't think of what Qin Junyi was about to say. He still understood the principle of not killing a snake would result in harm, but looking at Dong Lianzhu gently pinching her own flesh, starting to exert force, Zhao Zilong, who had originally been silent, gently nodded. He saw Yi Yanqing not only successfully break through her own sword energy, but also charging straight towards him. The man was taken aback and hurriedly picked up his sword to defend. Hearing the sound, the person turned their head. With a whoosh, half of the face was gone, replaced by a smooth iron mask. It wasn't simply something put on, it was directly embedded in the flesh, already fused with the other side of the face. The entire image was fearsome and terrifying. Chapter 72, The Embryo of the Starry Sky Behemoth. After saying so much, perhaps esteemed guests will think that I already knew this content and didn't need a reminder. But I want to emphasize that this is definitely not nonsense. The background I am describing is closely related to our final auction item today, because the airflow you see in front of you is actually a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years, facing a bottleneck, choosing to reform into a human. During the transformation process, it was captured by a powerful being and sealed by a 9th-level soul guiding device, the Divine Platform. A trace of mockery flashed in her eyes, and in mid-air, Hua Qinyang retracted her outstretched palm, curling her fingers to flick a few times in the air. Several sharp sounds of breaking air came, followed by a few crisp sounds like jade beads falling onto a plate, pleasant to the ears. As Hua Qinyang flicked out several streams of energy hitting the sword flowers created by Qin Shui, shadows darted, and over a dozen middle-aged men stopped Gu Qing and the others, staring at them with ill intentions. The number for this competition was not snatched from the wooden box, but rather written on paper by Wang Junping in front of many disciples of Roaming Valley, and then distributed to Chun Xian and others. Yes, his divine sense witnessed that Sun Wukong summoned a powerful supreme external aid, who effortlessly destroyed the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect. Upon hearing this news, Li Xuan closed her eyes, a tear welling up in her eyes. If it's not, then it's not. How can there be any denial? Shi Jingtian said, without even looking at the painting, his expression unchanged. Supervisor Zhang Yin held the power of supervision, while the director of the logistics department, Lu Shun, controlled the financial power of the academy. The Kai faction had always been at a disadvantage, and the Zhang faction had become increasingly outrageous over the years, using power for personal gain and filling their own pockets, creating a toxic atmosphere in the academy. Although the Kai faction was angry, they were helpless. ABO, what is wrong? After leaving the 10,000 Realms Chamber of Commerce, ABO seemed a bit reserved, and Yiling Han thought he suddenly felt unwell. Mom, I fell and split my buttocks. Wah? That idiot cried, tears and snot rolling down his face. The opponents they prepared were not Shan Feng, but those with immense divine power and endless resources. The second generation of gods. I am currently in a critical recovery period, so some abnormalities are inevitable. I had to make you run an extra trip, brother. You're so good to me. If one didn't know what Qin Yuang had done before, it seemed she was still as innocent as before. Suddenly, in the universe, over 1 million warships ignited together, flames shooting out as they moved forward in a spherical formation. He struggled against this pulling force, but to no effect, unable to reclaim even a trace of vitality, and could only let it continuously dissipate. Unlike Zhao Lingbo, she was very clear about the immortal demon war in the Jiuzhou era, and even clearer about the tacit understanding between a Zhu and Zhao Chenlu, which was cultivated through countless life and death battles. There is also this, he not bad, Xing Kong said, laughing as he returned to Tianqiu and Wen Reningwei. Suhan thought this and temporarily relaxed, saying, when have I ever been afraid to see people? Didn't Ti just see you, teacherin? After the two sisters, Zhu Ling and Zhu Ying, left, Tianqiu immediately fell into contemplation. Whether it was being suddenly brought to the spaceship by one Rin Yulin in the Great Snow Mountain or arriving at this so-called Yuling sacred domain, everything that happened was too sudden for him. Luo Lai nodded, took the excavation tools from Tan Zizong, and a few of them started digging down together. Song Changjin also joined the excavation work, though it was not his original intention, all under the premise of being manipulated by Luo Lai's consciousness. Hoyuan captured a lion-shaped chess piece, eating old Zhu's tiger chess piece, and just as he was about to boast, he suddenly felt a familiar power. She didn't go back to find Yuchibai, but took a taxi back to her apartment, October Maple. Chapter 73. The Good Show begins tomorrow. Emperor Xingluo waved his hand and said firmly, no matter the reason, it cannot change the reality before us. We can only strive to face reality. How is the situation in the Sun and Moon Empire now? What is the response of those sects with the strength to compete? Princess Juzhou frowned slightly and said solemnly, all major forces have reacted, but the Sun and Moon Empire has been relatively quiet, seemingly holding back, with no obvious movements for now. Su Jiwei felt a bit anxious. This estimated 100 kilometers, Li Ziqing had taken more than 10 days to advance, meaning he was only moving about 10 kilometers a day. I want you to improve the assault spirit crossbow, aiming to achieve rapid successive firing. Can you manage that? Qin Hengtian asked with great concern. During the Three Kingdoms period, the four famous strategists gathered together to plan in this place, cooperating with the Ming Navy to deal with the upcoming red-scale fish dragon clan. Han Feng Fruvnit. If it were money, he really didn't lack it now, but if he needed to be the gunman, that was hard to accept, especially after being set up by that nasty woman, Lan Ling, once before. He was somewhat on guard. Shen Mingjie mainly discussed recent publicity matters. Since it was targeting high-end clients, at first everyone just mobilized their personal connections for publicity, but since the GXIN catering store hadn't started operations yet, the results were minimal. The results were very gratifying. Qin Hengtian found Guan Yu and Qin Shubao, who were wandering around with their weapons in several mountains, and learned from them that both were actively searching for fierce beasts in the mountains. Just as Fanny was driving away, a convoy was coming from the other side of the road, and a general jumped down from the car, seeing Fanny angrily leaving and his soldiers cleaning up the bodies of the British immigrants. So he approached to inquire. Lin Chuan walked close to the court, and the first thing that caught his eye was the huge national flag and party flag hanging behind the judge's seat, with a massive national emblem hanging above, symbolizing the judge's responsibility to the party and the country to uphold justice and fairness for the nation and its people. It was also because of the sudden lightness in his body that Li Ziqing discovered that this place was filled with pure spiritual energy. How can you casually leave such a precious thing outside the city? What if someone discovers it and steals it? Diarsu scolded. On the table, half-eaten lamb skewers. Outside, a mug of draft beer. Inside, golden yellow beer splashed onto the table, dripping down the table edge, sounding like the ticking of a second hand, continuously ticking away. What opportunity? I shouldn't need an opportunity now. Li Kai decided to stay away from Xinjing, Whether he left alive or dead didn't matter. After such a bout of fighting, the strong crossbow soldiers couldn't hold on much longer and began to retreat. They let Dian Wei and Chu Yi out alone. But the attacks from the strong crossbow soldiers were ranged. Some noticed this advantage, hiding behind to shoot arrows. If the big shield advanced, they would hide back. Just as Lu Guanxuan had run down not far, he suddenly heard Feng Sanbao as agonizing screams, which startled Lu Guanxuan, making him run even harder. Perhaps Lei Wei initially considered that his own transmission strength was not strong. So although this was the depth of the boundless wilderness, there were no demon beasts with cultivation exceeding the innate level around, which wouldn't disturb his cultivation. From the two vaguely discernible immature figures of their future youth, through perception and visual observation, Naruto could confirm several things. While speaking, Lu Yulin stared intently at Zhu Laosan, waiting for his answer. Dan Ro didn't dare to say much this time, and truthfully recounted what she knew. Chapter 74. The Soul Fighting Royal Academy versus Shrek Academy. Kong CS stared at them, seeing no movement, not knowing what they were doing, but decided to deal with them first. The Extreme Thunder Month activated its second soul skill, Thunder Ring, behind her. The moon in her hand transformed into a halo, filled with thunder light, and the originally clear blue sky was also enveloped by purple thunder light. Chi Hongyu's diamond shield, Martial Soul, displayed a shocking momentum the moment it was released. This shield had a unique shape, with the upper part being standardized. Lu Dahong suddenly remembered what Lu Damao had said to her last year, and she was instantly scared, her hair standing on end as she knelt down and knocked her head against Bai Wuchang. Yes, Dolin, with his head down, replied faintly. He slightly raised his head, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A terrifying light shot out from his abdomen, piercing through the ancient cave, causing the earth to tremble as if the heavens and the earth were about to split apart. What's so strange about this? The essence and blood within me can drive away evil, so the energy within me must be extraordinary as well, I boldly proclaimed, but seemed to make sense. The two of them chatted casually as they walked, not feeling particularly tired, as if they had arrived in town in no time. If Hua Ruxu were to continue in power, her pure vegetarianism would disdain the carnivores of the W Nexi Ing Kingdom. However, the current situation was too special. If she continued to feign weakness for a few more days, who knows how much more she would have to endure. If she lost her life, she certainly didn't think she had the good fortune to traverse again and live once more. Step aside, everyone move aside. Shouts came from behind Zheng Chun, accompanied by the sound of spirit beasts soaring. Have we arrived? Zhu Tian looked to the right through the window of the flying shuttle, his eyes full of surprise as he saw a deep, moss-covered stone staircase leading upward, hidden among the lush trees. On both sides of the staircase were stone lampstands flickering with dim yellow light. Your servant participates in the presence of the emperor. Long live our emperor. Zhou stepped forward, bowing without needing to kneel. After hearing Liang Shan's words, Lu Zizai first let out a desolate laugh, then gritted his teeth and said, "Now I can somewhat understand why my father would give up his family status for my mother. In the past, I only thought my father was crazy and my mother foolish, which led to my sister's tragedy and my own troubled early life." Yu Zichen's fingers twirled around Qingrong's hair, suddenly sighing. Gong Qianqian cut a piece and handed it to Gong Xiaoxia, then cut another piece for herself, putting down the knife and sitting down to prepare to eat cake. A loud roar suddenly erupted in the trumpet's deep cave, and the black shadow, wrapped in the consciousness of a bird-like entity, moved and twisted within the black hole, occasionally emitting shrill screams, amidst which there were faint mooing sounds, soon suppressed by the shrill cries. "I'll take my time until you win, old man." Shi Mintuan had no intention of taking it, as he didn't believe Hong Xing could win at all. Generally speaking, those who crave power also fear death the most. Wang Yongguei was scared to the point of cold sweat pouring down his forehead when Liang Shan pointed a gun at his temple. Seeing Liang Shan appear stunned after taking the form, Lisa shot him an annoyed glare and urged him in a harsh tone. Hua Shu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, slightly nodding, as if honey were about to drip out. Looking like the eldest prince, Exinen was very gentle and caring towards her. That battle would eventually come to an end, even though all the challengers knew that the heavens would be the ultimate victor. Outside the wall, arrows flew in a scattered manner towards the target, which in the blink of an eye had jumped into the courtyard behind the wall. I don't know if it was due to the coffee or because writing was truly enjoyable, but after I finished writing, the worries about the work I was about to face had already been cast aside. Thus, I began to revise and arrange what I had just written. making it resemble more of a prologue. Chapter 75, King Against King. Several swords merged straight into one, forming a gigantic sword whose length far exceeded that of the fifth soul skill of the solitary bamboo sword. In an instant, the enormous bamboo was pierced through and shattered into pieces. The giant sword unleashed a terrifying threat towards them, but it was still blocked by the heavenly kill Douluo. Otherwise, with such an attack, they would either be dead or severely injured. The Royal Spirit Master Academy continued to implement the previous policy in the battle against the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Guidance, stating, "I give you the authority to recruit soldiers, but you must guarantee quality," Chen Ning replied. Hong Mo stood up, his gaze turned to the window, and when he saw that bright yellow figure getting closer, he smiled. Since meeting Yang Linxiao, sure, he had never seen him quarrel with anyone else. This was the only time. However, it was unfortunate that the level of the symbol array here was too high, not to mention understanding it. Even remembering it was impossible. The previously tense atmosphere changed, and the two began to talk very congenially, discussing each other's moves in detail. "You are too polite, Yang Zhuer. Besides, we are also responsible. If we hadn't come to the store today to cause you trouble, Wan wouldn't have gotten lost." Sure, he was never someone to shirk responsibility. She always looked for the reasons within herself when faced with problems, but everyone knew there was nothing to blame Sure-E for here. "What is there to talk about with you? You don't understand my matters, and I don't understand yours. We can't find common ground, and I'm still in a hurry to sell vegetables, so let's not add to your troubles." Xiao Hong was a person with a strong sense of pride. She didn't want her second sister to use her as a topic of gossip in the alley. "What? Luo Yuhang, are you out of your mind? I'm being kept. Are you joking?" Sure-E looked at Luo Yuhang, who seemed to be lost in thought, and gave his wooden head a hard knock. No wonder the boss was so happy. The money from Yin was enough for him to open 2 such inns. As for those who had fallen to the ground and passed away, the authorities would handle it, and he could continue running his business at ease. "You are even worse than that Iron Ming." After pushing them down, the brothers' nightmare began. Meanwhile, behind the Liu family's old village, the doorkeeper who was originally guarding here could not care less about Li Huifeng inside the house and hurriedly ran to the front, allowing Cheng Dai to boldly knock on the wooden house door. Disappointment arose when Sun Rifeng was actually being demonstrated against by a newcomer, and anger flared because they were not only dawdling but also causing internal strife at such a critical moment. However, the piranha said nothing, but his gaze made Sun Rifeng feel aggrieved for a long time. Ouyang Zhenxian also had a sleepless night, and, in the morning, she came out from the dormitory covered with curtains, her face full of worry. The governor of Taiwan, Vanderberg, originally came from a strict military background. However, upon hearing Zheng Zhilong's threats, he had no choice but to put on a smiling face, acting like a businessman and nodding stiffly. Moreover, the past of Shudong village was originally very simple. It was said that the village was destroyed because it was uninhabitable for humans due to excessive heavy metals. He had both respect and gratitude for Shirley, while also deeply envying him. If a man could possess Shirley's abilities and demeanor, he would undoubtedly thrive. Not only was there a physical connection between us, but our souls were also completely intertwined, without any barriers. However, this was just the beginning. The real shock was yet to come. Confirming that there was no danger, Huang Digong ordered to continue the advance, and the infantry holding flintlock guns marched forward with heavy hearts. After a delay, the sound of hooves suddenly echoed in the exceptionally quiet night sky. Chapter 76. The climax. Wang Yuan saw Long Out Yin's condition, which was quite interesting and made her blood boil. Blood domain. The power and defense capabilities were significantly enhanced, and she engaged in a fierce battle with Long Out Yin. Meanwhile, Sheng Kaier was with Jiang Peng, who was being firmly suppressed. Holding the death scythe, Sheng Kaier collided with Jiang Peng. 6 soul rings flickered beneath Sheng Kaier's feet. Yellow, purple, black, and red. Her cultivation was nearing soul sage. After all, the human lifespan is too short. Once one surpasses 60, bodily functions begin to decline. Therefore, even taking the holy water only delays aging to a certain extent, without significantly improving genetics. In this iron-willed act of suicide, even if Xia Chao wanted to stop it, he did not have the ability and could only watch the 2 of them perish, gritting his teeth in silence. "You are disrespecting the Imperial Army," Ferdinand shouted loudly. In his view, as a major power, he could not tolerate such blatant disdain for his army. As his thoughts surged, his gaze continued to lower, only to find that the source he was probing remained unchanged, still looking the same, but his eyes couldn't help but twitch. After flying about 5 or 6 kilometers, The flying sword formation was activated, exploding with a loud bang, directly stirring up a tremendous storm, with various divine lights swirling, rainbows dancing chaotically, illuminating a void. And the white waves resembling ripples rolled on, even pushing toward Xiaochao's side, causing many powerful individuals to change color. Moreover, Erin was born into the magical family of Badly, and her talent was quite remarkable. However, due to time constraints, she was naturally a bit weaker than her 4 or 5 years older brother. But once she obtained the Witchwood ring from Qin Lan, everything would be entirely different. From a high altitude, Xuanwu Lake resembled the divine beast Xuanwu. At this moment, Bai Yi was in front of the snake on Xuanwu's back. The more, the better. Hitting 4 shots is passing. Hitting 6 shots will get you a salary increase. Hitting 8 shots, and you can secure your major general rank. The prince said generously. Alicia was certainly very nervous, almost ready to shout for the city lord's guards to help find someone. So, Katerina quickly comforted her, saying the young master would return soon. It turned out that the grapefruit doll had long wanted to eat the bread in Zhengzheng's hand, but the adults were holding him back. When he saw the gift that should have belonged to them being happily taken a bite of, he looked ready to eat the whole piece of bread. So he cried out loudly. The 5-headed bird spent a long time trying, but the peach pit remained unmoved. Just when it was feeling frustrated, it heard movement outside the cave. Ha! What is there to be afraid of? Mary Sue, you handed victory to me, so what is there for me to refuse? Ruby laughed mockingly. Trying to appear gentler, she stood up and took Rong Qi-Yue, who was lying in Su Changle's arms, into her own embrace. Lin Yuan believed Mu Changfeng was almost certain and repressed his anger and anxiety, continuing to watch quietly. Zhang Lingsu flashed her bracelet, her life-bound magical tool, saying, "What is up? Do you want to fight? It's not like we've never fought. Who is afraid of whom? You know where my teacher and companions are, right?" Guji said, "Await here while I find them." Zhang asked the great man. Chigu, can I ask you for a favor? Pei Wei rubbed his hands together, a pleading expression on his face. To put it bluntly, Su Changle had not yet married Rong Bailon, and she had the right to choose whether to respect the other party. A cruel smile crept at the corner of the boss's mouth, as if he could already see the scene of Shan Han collapsing in a pool of blood. Chapter 77. Ridiculous opponents in the combat zone of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Their expressions were not good. The 2-2-3 combat method was quite simple. 3 matches in total, and as long as they won 2 out of 3, they would be victorious. 2 matches were 2v2, and 1 was 3v3. However, from the perspective of both sides' strength, they were dispatching their members. Huo Yuhao thought was simple. Let Lao Ji and Sister Sia arrange for the first match, and there would be high-end combat power in all 3 matches. The Sun and Moon arranged for Ji Juechen and Jing Zian to participate in the first match. As for the order of address between me and Yi Yuan, I had no opinion. After all, whoever was stronger would be placed first. However, I was curious about who the immortals would place in front when they saw him and Luo Hua appear together. Chun Zhan slowly turned around and walked towards the carriage. Before getting in, he looked back at the plaque hanging on the gate. The once dead red lotus in the pool had now been replaced by a water lily, and the blue stone slabs at the entrance had been replaced with jade steps. The shell palace and the red pillars were simply a complete reconstruction of my place. Some customer service told me to wait patiently, but most responses fell on deaf ears. I nodded, thinking he had a point. For instance, when I descended to the mortal realm, I could only see the courtesans on the beams, while Yi Yuan could enjoy tea and music in the house. Indeed, money brings pleasure, and money is the hard truth. Especially when I heard the sound of the iPad's tempered glass screen cracking, I felt an unprecedented fear. Guo Yuhao clenched her fists tightly. Her newly done extended nails were broken because she had exerted too much force. Set the reward yourself? I want you to empty your shopping cart or share half of the crown prince position with me. Can you do that? I asked him if he had any grudges with Luo Hua. My question hit a nerve. He had been happily playing along with me before, but now he couldn't be bothered to pretend and fell silent. Noticing my puzzled expression, he slightly turned his head. From my angle, I could only see his stunning profile and resolute jawline. Get a money pouch. At the right time, also invest in some vegetable planting in the stock market. Chives are always fresh, cut one batch after another. That should be fine, right? Everyone thinks he is exceptionally brave, but Yi Liu knows that compared to his courage, this general strategy is even more outstanding. Ing observed the patterns in the scene carefully until her gaze fell from the crowd to the judging panel. She had thought Zhang Qingyuan would use his supernatural powers to intimidate these mortals, but unexpectedly, he chose such a simple method this time. Zhang Qingyuan was lost in thought, while the many cultivators in the Qingxiao sect sensed the coming of calamity clouds. Thus, she acted, passing down the Tai Dao, leaving traces of the ancestral dragon Dao, and then using the ambitions of the beings in that realm to directly lock the future fate of that piece of heaven and earth. Xiao Qingpei felt a bit confused. Wasn't there supposed to be a fierce desire to fight him? Why did it start? And he ended up underestimating his opponent. Instead, humans were far more terrifying and difficult to deal with than monsters and demons. Demons kill, but so do humans. 2 years later, this student made a comeback, gaining the emperor's favor and suddenly became the top scholar. The mist in the air was blown away, revealing the current state of sand gold and the pioneers once more to everyone. The bones that made up the white bone spirit had all been shattered. Yet within her bones remained a strange life called the Misty Bone. Does this mean that the white bone spirit didn't actually die, but transformed into the Misty Bone in a way that Tang Sung couldn't comprehend? You go set up camp and let Captain Jiang and Captain Feng come into the city. Tonight's banquet, the whole city will celebrate. Jiang Xingyang said to with a smile. Qinbei said goodbye to Su Linlang due to her injury, and since Feng Cheng had already approved her leave, she obediently stayed at home to recover and did not mention going to work again. Chapter 78. Strong. Next up is Wang Yuan versus Han Yu battling Ma Rulong and Lin Yan. Wang Yuan and Han Yu, as mentioned before, are very difficult opponents. And Ma Rulong puts a lot of pressure on Wang Yuan. Boss Ma, I estimate you're going to lose this one, Huo Yuhao said. Hey, are you that untrusting of me? After all, I am a soul emperor, and there are only 2 soul emperors on the other side. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, yes. Indeed. After speaking, she hurriedly squatted down to check his leg, regardless of being still wet. On that day, after Zhou Lao examined Shirluo, Li Zhaochen found an opportunity to speak with Zhou Lao privately. In this world, martial arts and combat techniques are categorized from low to high levels: Huang level, Xian level, D level, Tian level, Ling level, and Shun level, with each level further divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. Countless internet users, believing themselves to be just, jumped on the bandwagon, commenting, liking, saving, and sharing this issue. Li Qichen spoke very seriously, mimicking the demeanor and tone of ancient people from television, which made Xiang Yibai burst into laughter. Due to the earlier events, Ruan and Zheng Xiaoxiao were no longer as warm toward her as when they first entered, merely exchanging simple greetings. Pei Qing was always like that, not much of a talker. Elder Li, hearing this, showed a look of surprise on his face and hurried to investigate Luo Fan's aura. Before them, a handsome young man in an expensive suit casually brushed his bangs and walked over, his wavy hair cascading down his back, exuding an air of elegance. However, to invoke a sense of bloodline pressure among the young members of the demon race meant he was indeed powerful. It had been nearly half a month since Luo Fan last tested his combat strength, and Elder Wang was curious about Luo Fan's current cultivation and combat power. Bro, you can rest assured, my story is definitely the original version, Chong Tong said, sipping wine and smoking, vividly recounting the story. Faced with Murong Shui, whose cultivation level was higher than his, Xianyuan Huiguang was not afraid. Instead, it ignited a surge of battle intent within him, and his sword intent suddenly rose to its peak level. You guys quickly take care of a few of them. I and Blood Brother will hold off Xiao Ming Feng and Bai Yi for you. Mo Yu noticed that a few people were ignoring him and was not angry at all. Instead, he quietly whispered to Xiao Wuxia and then charged directly towards Xiao Ming Feng and Bai Yi. Didn't you say this thing went extinct with the dinosaurs? How come it still exists on Earth? Yang Jian was very curious as to why this species from the Cretaceous period still existed. Could it be that dinosaurs were not completely extinct? The group looked solemn, gazing for a moment before lifting their heads to scan the sky, which was shrouded in boundless darkness. What did you say? Xiang Mang was furious, and the sword in his hand slowly started to unsheath. Yizhua immediately gathered his true essence and soared into the air, just crossing over the ridge where his cave was located, where he saw several streaks of escape light and the place where they converged. No need to guess or ask, it was definitely there. Upon seeing the paper crane, Lin Mu's expression changed slightly. He quickly collected his thoughts and reached out to catch the paper crane, as a wisp of true energy flowed through it. The paper crane did not dissipate into smoke, but circled around Lin Mu's ear before flying away into the sky. Wait, Yang Jian Sudenli Stopet. Was it the sound of footsteps? There really were people. Faint footsteps reached Yang Jian's ears. Madame Zhong spilled so much at once that Zhong Mushin was momentarily at a loss for words. Looking at the terrifying reflection in the mirror, the bald head with a cross scar on the forehead, Liang Ran really did not want to admit that this ugly creature was himself. when he saw Sandy again. He had undergone a tremendous change from a year ago. If he was once a determined revolutionary youth, then a year of living in luxury had dulled his will, turning him into a pompous official with a big belly. Chapter 79. A grudge to resolve before the competition. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a good show is about to start, and it's quite interesting. What good show? Huo asked. Huo Yuhao remained silent for a moment, and coldly replied, a resolution of a grudge. Huo looked at Huo Yuhao, her eyes filled with killing intent, a stark contrast to her usual self, as if she had transformed into a female warrior stepping onto the battlefield, exuding a formidable presence, decisive in her actions, as if surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Seeing that her father favored Cheng Xueping so much, Gu Ming was extremely disappointed. Did he not care for her, just as he did not care for Gu Beichen? After all, as a wood-type ability user, not planting anything in this place felt somewhat wasteful. Nowadays, one could hear on the radio that everywhere was suffering from either drought or flood, with food shortages. In their area, nothing was happening, and food was probably hard to apply for. The walls of the imperial courtyard were towering, the 4 gates heavily guarded, and the torches burned brightly, outlining the contours of the courtyard. Song Siyuan looked out the window. The wild wolf had already stuck out its tongue, continuously licking the bamboo tube, cleaning off the remaining human oil. If it weren't for the copper being chained to the eaves, it would have stolen the thing long ago. Madame Fu looked expressionlessly at Shun Qing in Fu Jinshu's arms. Shun Qing, nearly in tears from the pain, thought Madame Fu was showing her concern with this remark. The conversation with Huoshinian was too relaxed, so easy that they hardly exchanged a few words, and Huoshinian didn't even voice any objections, and just like that, it was over. Hidden in the depths of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass in the courtyard, Tang-san had specifically chosen a spot that could receive sunlight from all angles during the day. The blue-silver emperor, Ain, gently extended a blade of grass to stroke Tang-san's feverish cheek. It was rumored that as soon as these corpses entered the Shenangjia, not long after, a completely albino animal would appear guarding the body. A few days later, after the albino animal left, the corpse would quickly decay, merging with the surrounding soil and vegetation. As soon as 2 minutes were up, the door opened. This time, there was no need for Sun Ruopu to be blindfolded. But instead, he was directly taken inside to a new room. Xiaoingzi was inside. The great master Lingbao's hand flashed with white light, and a sword appeared in his hand. This sword was a postnatal top-grade spiritual treasure, although he did not possess a congenital spiritual treasure. He had killed many powerful cultivators with this sword, relying on his profound celestial skills. Just as Ao Bing was about to rest, the Jade Pipa spirit suddenly appeared, informing Su Daji about a plan to harm Huang Feihu's wife at the grand banquet for Emperor Xian's birthday tomorrow. Due to its favorable geographical location and long history, merchants who frequently passed through often stayed here, having long been accustomed to lodging there. Additionally, the inn gathered local residents and outside merchants every day to trade goods or exchange information privately, leading to a crowded tea table and fully booked rooms. As the distance between the two increased, the concentration of BL particles that the blood network communicator could receive gradually decreased, and the voice of Maiden and Baron Freyland's blood network communicator became increasingly blurred. How can it rain on a sunny day? Wu Zhihui felt a few drops of water fall on his head. He continued to lean against the tree, realizing that the rain had intensified, as if he were in a light drizzle. However, when they turned to look at Xuing, they found that there was not the slightest hint of depression on her face. Instead, she appeared remarkably calm, and there was even a hint of drowsiness in her eyes. Suddenly, Lu Feng's gaze stopped on one of the cameras, where a hooded man passed by again. Every time she looked up at Di Lin's treatment room, Hua Tianer would think of Ning Qin, and feelings of guilt and shame would wash over her. Di Lin, if nothing unexpected happens, she let us return early and stayed there by herself. She should have been captured by now. If I Russo doesn't open the mirror passage, human voices from the real world can't reach the mirror space. After Shin Chong agreed, he was about to go out. But looking at the weapon in Yin Shifan's hand, I couldn't help but mutter a word. It turned out that yesterday, after Bai Jinya arrived, he immediately went to the hotel to visit his precious eldest son. Back home, Yu Miao was packing up the things that Lin Yan had left at home, sending away all the memories associated with him. The people from the Silver Moon Sword sect are all sword enthusiasts. From the moment they enter the sect, the sword becomes their other half. Even he himself still cannot fully know how he will die. Even the various lords suppressed their curiosity, afraid to follow the immortal master to see the rarity, fearing to offend the cold-faced Lord Wu. What if they were slapped to death? That would be unjust, wouldn't it? Luo Chi came out again, dressed in a dark-colored scholar's robe, looking very much like a wealthy young master, not at all like a eunuch. With surprise, they walked up to Yin Shifan. And after thinking for a moment, Vice Dean Zhang took the lead in greeting him. Although Diablo thought he was in control of the situation, Shakili was still, as Rolling Stone had predicted, dead under the gun. The Taiji diagram illuminated the 9 provinces, and everyone in the 9 provinces felt the endless warmth pouring down, suddenly awakening something within them. This was the root of the people of the 9 provinces, as well as the soul of the land. To put it metaphorically, if Zeus's previous state was like a shriveled apple, now Zeus was like a freshly ripened big red apple. Originally, entering the league in the same season meant everyone was at the same starting line, but unexpectedly, after just 4 or 5 seasons, the differences had become so great that he found it hard to accept. Wasn't that just an executive? Was it necessary to be so surprised? After hearing this, Zhu Yan became even more confused and asked, apart from the Iron Army, the average playing time of the 4 main players of the Trailblazers is about 7 or 8 minutes longer than that of the Lakers' main players, which is the advantage of roster depth. I can rest, but you can't, Zhang Heli laughed. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door closing at night, all sounds become extremely clear. And that junior brother, Qian, hesitated for a moment before he couldn't help but step in to help his senior sister and junior sister. Chapter 80, Turmoil. Daihao, I want you dead. When Jin Peng finally let go of Hui Yinshu, he seemed to be instantly ignited with anger and didn't hesitate to make a move. Who could tolerate the behavior of such a hypocritical scum? The key target was his own sister. Before anyone could react, they saw Hui Yunshu's figure flash, moving as swiftly as the wind, directly charging towards the stage. The Duchess had originally been standing on the stage, arrogantly yelling insults at Hui Yun'er and her mother. At this moment, Long Han also found Lin Yuru, who had shyly hidden by her family's lotus pond. This girl was now blankly staring at the fish swimming in the pond, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhou Hu roared, gripping the giant sword tightly in both hands, raising it above his head, and then fiercely slashing down at Shimin Chue Shui. Yan Mo deeply restrained Jiang Wan's chin, forcing her to face him, and with thin lips parted, he gently explained. The final evil spirit in the explosion evil spirit dungeon roared out, once again transforming into a countdown clock, starting the countdown of 10 minutes anew. If it weren't for Old Master G's clever maneuvering, and if Nancy really had feelings for Old Master G, she might not have been willing to act with him against the old man, leading to their later fate. LD was right. I think the rules for the great competition need to be changed in the future, so that each disciple can only participate in the spiritual martial art competition once. Gong Chun said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng moved. For the first time in over 40 battles, his footsteps stirred. The flowing light instantaneously reached above the island, stopped, and transformed into a young man with a head full of white hair. The information that Shan Kuei had currently collected about the newly emerged evil spirit dungeon was not much. Wherever you are, we are brothers. No matter if you are a prince or anyone else, we are brothers and will always support you, Rin Xiong, as the elder brother, actively comforted by you. Although they often tease each other, they spent the most time together, and their bond was the deepest. However, if he wanted to rely on the sacrificial rites to transform these plant spirits, Suemo still felt it was a bit precarious. I am painting with second brother's blood. If I am interrupted for the first time, I'll have to start over again for the second time. I asked, how much blood does second brother have for me to paint? The temple of the vast land thought that this would please the outside temple, but unexpectedly, things went awry and they would be scolded instead, which was quite unjust. Yin firmly believed that among these 9 contestants, although there are currently contestants from Class A, Class B, and Class C, they are indeed a mix of talents. Of course, the income of each master varies greatly, which is directly related to the quality and frequency of the submissions. Just thinking about this made me instantly furious. I immediately got out of the car, not caring that there was another vehicle behind me, and chased after that figure. The initial goal should be to invest in 10 schools in one go, including purchasing learning materials, teaching equipment, etc., as well as recruiting teaching staff, with an estimated cost of around 10 to 20 million. Seeing Uncle A's disinterest in the conversation, Su Linger paused and shook her head, closing her mouth. The hope that the vowels were looking for might be those elves who wanted to leave this world, but had not returned for thousands of years. Su Mo looked at Zhang Ku, who was also isolated outside the battle formation, and provocatively smiled at him. The two enjoyed afternoon tea, chatted for a while, and then did not leave the hotel but went straight to book a room. Chekhov held military power, and the command center had to listen to him. While that idiot Major Mai was Chekhov's confidant, it was certain that we would face retaliation. Now that they had left Bear City and arrived in the 3rd District, No. 2's courage had also increased. Moreover, Tang's Aheo had fallen into the trap, and the Tang family would not ignore this and would exert pressure on both sides. This pressure would be substantial. Chapter 81, Songlong. When it came to this, I began to doubt whether you really knew about this matter. Dai Hao then focused his gaze on Dai Yaoheng and Dai Huabin, glaring at Dai Yueheng, questioning, "Do you also know about Yushuan's matter?" Dai Yueheng was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "I know, father. It's just that he has changed too much. If he hadn't admitted it himself, I wouldn't have recognized him at all." Dai Hao instantly became furious, kicking Dai Yueheng to the ground. What second madam didn't know was that Zhongli actually had such a background, from what she'd heard from others. She thought Zhongli was just a bandit who had made a fortune and acquired these in the capital, but there were things she didn't know. But it was just a road. Those people didn't find him, charging in fiercely, and left just as fiercely. It was morning, and the sun was shining just enough to make people feel lazy. In the darkness, Chu Jima vaguely heard countless terrified wails. He wondered if they were also enduring the same fate as Feng Weiyang. Looking back, she saw Feng Weiyang despairingly close his eyes. He couldn't stand this. With Manager Liu only halfway out the door, he lent him a hand and directly carried him downstairs, then turned around and went back upstairs without saying a word. Song Ming quietly watched the performance of the two big men in front of him without saying anything, while Hang Wanqing tugged at his clothes from behind, probably worried that Song Ming would lose his temper and make a move first. After doing all this, Lin Zimo still felt uneasy. He thought for a moment and decided to follow along. After resting for a night at Yaoyuan, Feng Yiling felt it was necessary to rescue Madame Jinwei first to clarify things. "I hope you can still say this after you finish drinking," Lu Cancan thought in her heart, but on the surface, she still wore a smiling face, looking innocent and lovely. Let me do it. The skinny man saw that Song Shangyi and the others were willing to be searched, so he eagerly brought his greedy face to search them. And Feng got out of the car and pulled Xiao Anna to the swimming pool. The ancient Greek style suited the scene of the sea and blue sky. Standing beside the stone pillars of the temple, they looked out. The vast Pacific Ocean churned beneath their feet, and they could soak in the freshwater pool while enjoying the endless expanse of the Pacific. Yes, Su Zhao was right. Su Kalin replied meekly and then fell silent. At this time, it had been 5 years since the death of Empress Xu Fei, and Su Marin was no longer in the world. The queen had gone mad and was confined to the cold palace, while concubine Li held the power of the 6 palaces. If one wanted to verify this, it would not be an easy task, Haimami said worriedly. Afterward, he found some grass nearby, and then Chunhu slowly approached the zebra with a handful of grass, intending to get close and familiarize himself to enhance their relationship, stopping immediately whenever the zebra became restless. A wave of fish balls erupted, with a total of 45 cannon sounds, telling Chunhu that there were still 5 opponents in the arena. If nothing unexpected happened, it should only be the Divine Monkey and Qinlei left. Hard work pays off. The Leipzig players gave it their all and finally earned a free kick from 29 meters on the left side of the penalty area. Seeing Zhang just standing at the penalty spot, Dieter had already slumped on the coach's bench, closing his eyes, unable to bear witnessing his team being slaughtered. Just at that critical moment, Sakaguchi Nobukata finally arrived and pulled the reins to barely save Takeda Harunobu from crashing into the rain of arrows. "What do you want from me?" He had already heard the noise outside while resting, which had completely dispelled his sleepiness. Standing at the entrance of the Xianxian Hall with an angry face, his expression only slightly eased when he saw that the visitor was Lan Xinger's personal maid. The closer the wild man approached, the more terrified Chunhu felt, as his footsteps were deafening like thunder. Chapter 82, Amber Crystal Wall. St. Cater held the Grim Reaper's scythe and confronted Huo Yuhao from distance. Huo Yuhao still had the void-like eyes, but now not many could match her mental power. Huo Yuhao launched a soul shock first, which was one of her million-year soul skills. As long as the opponent's mental power did not exceed hers, they would find it hard to resist. Long Haochen was also controlled by this move, seemingly forgetting to react in time, even though she and Enki shared an extraordinary bond. If a gay person really appeared in front of her, she would still struggle to cope. Watching the two engage in a verbal battle, Kagaya couldn't help but sigh. They really were exceptionally incompatible. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Takichi Arena couldn't help but get angry. "If it weren't for the misunderstanding, would I have come? Wouldn't you have chased after me? So powerful? Is it even more powerful than the uncle?" Tianming took a deep breath and stared at Yagami Iori. who was still drinking as if he had an endless supply. If it were anyone else, it might be a headache, but unfortunately, he encountered Kaguya. Roar! Seeing the happy egg wanting to approach it, the violent dragon suddenly struggled up from the ground and bit fiercely at the happy egg. Because before the magic leaf slash hit, the violent dragon activated its reverse scale, and now it was indiscriminately attacking any Pokemon and humans, which can be called chaos. And now, not only had Jean appeared, but even Lily had shown up. The series of unexpected heroic spirits made Saber completely bewildered about what was happening in the Holy Grail War. After capturing a king of spikes and a Gyarados, and then, cough cough, taking along a Butterfree attracted by Shineido's scent, Long Tian directly left the area. On the edge of the city, black fog had covered the entire suburb and was beginning to advance toward the city center. Although Lei Jinzi was rescued back to Zhou camp, he was in a daze. Unresponsive to questions, and Jiang Zia, who was beside him, could not figure out what was going on. When the people sent by Mingdu arrived in Nanjing City, the city gate was already closed, and they could only wait until dawn to enter the city. The grass for weaving mats was long enough to be tied to a cart, while the grass eaten by sheep was low and could not be tied with rope. It had to be packed in a frame. Fang Kai found this very puzzling. After all, shouldn't the main character attract attention wherever they go? However, Robin did not do so because she had just seen a glimpse of Doflamingo passing by with her flower eyes in the outside world. At a glance, Zhuzi seemed to have donned a golden, feathered robe. Meanwhile, the bell inside Pang Inan rang continuously, echoing for countless miles. Although Houston was also the largest city in Texas, it still fell short compared to New York, and there was no need to suffer in the South. One offense and one defense. Without the unique cutting effects of swordsmen, it was just a hard grind. The Black Dragon Society and the Serpent Scale were staring so hard their eyes were sore. Yet this duel was very important and could not be missed. They were also very troubled and wished the two would separate life from death immediately. She had already made up her mind to kill these two reckless human cultivators with thunderous means, and even if the remaining 4 fence-sitters did not submit, they would most likely not act anymore. Putting it in her pocket, Chunyu wanted to leave again, but upon thinking, it would be a bit rude to leave like this, and besides, she had played with Liang Xiaoxian and the others for an entire night. I submitted several resumes, interviewed several advertising companies that seemed quite large, and finally received second interview invitations from few of them. You, someone who knows nothing about painting, dare to say such things to that father and son? Isn't that brainless? The two vehicles continuously changed positions to attack each other, and the obstacles around them began to explode under their influence, filling the air with smoke. Chapitre 83, Martial sous fusion technique. Long Haochen leapt into the air and collided hard with Huo Yuhao. The Eternal Sword and the Dragon Slayer blade clashed, creating electric sparks and a thunderous sound. Both were super artifacts, and neither would yield to the other. The resplendent judgment of the dragon's might and the Eternal Sword could not distinguish between them for a moment. The attacks of Long Haochen surged like a tide, and his fifth soul skill, Eternal Immortality, granted him a brief, invincible state, making him. Is he a team member? There are quite a few of this battle armor. Can it be mass-produced? The commander asked. Just say whatever you need to say openly. Yilei lazily lay in the water, truly not wanting to get up. Moreover, he wanted people to spread this news to various departments in the school, encouraging more students to eat in the cafeteria. Many people did not expect that the strongest alchemical master, Jean Danzi, would preside over this year's alchemist competition. From the first time they met Yuan, he exuded an air of mystery. No one knew how he appeared in this era, nor did anyone know what his purpose was. Although resurrecting Yao Ming was one of his plans, it was definitely not his only goal. Perhaps the people from Xianjiaqi Sha did not know that Kim Yao Miao was here. They only sensed the presence of a cultivator and came to investigate at the Lobster Festival. All right, this is your own choice, even as the sect leader. I have no right to interfere. The sect leader nodded and did not force Wu Tian. Suddenly, Yi lay beside him impatiently shouted, then flew into the Dala Paradise in front of everyone. However, that middle-aged man merely waved his sleeve lightly, and a faint clear light appeared again in front of him. The bone spurs attacked, but the giant axe dropped onto that clear light, only causing ripples, and it seemed impossible to break through that clear light. Because of this, even he himself was swept up in the lightning storm. Although he had no true chi to protect himself, he could barely maintain the continuous display of a lightning storm after being tempered by the lightning. Master Xianji realized he had lost composure and quickly regained his senses, shaking his hand and saying, "Hee hee, it's nothing. I just feel she resembles a friend." After speaking, He carefully examined Jiao, stepping forward to take her arm and feel her pulse. Lin Wanbai did not know where he had gone or why he left. She also did not know what had happened in the past half-month. A new record was born, and the people in the arena couldn't help but cheer for Zhang Yuquan, who was indeed a formidable figure capable of entering the championship competition. Managing to hold on for so long under Li Yun's hands. The young master is so clever. He must have guessed it already. Do I even need to say it? The matchmaker said to Yi Weiyang, dismissively, after sending the blood demon away. Yi Xiangyu led them through the central region like thieves for 3 full days before stopping at their current location. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful. I didn't expect Master Shaoxi to ascend after only 2,000 years of cultivation. Alas, I can only blame the abundance of clutter in my sect for not having enough time to truly cultivate. After speaking, he sighed softly and turned to look at Hao Sijiao. Originally, Chu Yotsai's attack power was not enough to seriously injure Chu Yue, but after continuously attacking him, especially targeting his chest, he finally hollowed out Chu Yue's chest. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to knock his head repeatedly, causing his forehead to swell red, which made his brothers feel a pang of heartache. I see. It seems you have done enough homework in this mountain forest. Mu Qindong nodded in admiration. He had not yet reached 60 years old, but was already showing signs of severe aging. Thinking of how Luo Daosheng was already over 100 this year, he felt unbalanced. When Wang Fan heard this, he could not help but feel a hint of sarcasm. If they really wanted to kill him, they wouldn't have said so much. Chapter 84. The 4 strongest emerge. Battlestar Luo. The giant dragon formed from the fusion technique of Huo Yuhao and Di Ruichio's martial souls contained 5 attributes, soaring high in the sky, gazing at Long Haochen and Shang Kaier. At that moment, the sky was rendered into a golden ocean by the power of this giant dragon, and the surrounding temperature became extremely scorching. At this moment, the giant dragon emitted a dazzling golden beam of light, shooting towards Long Haochen and the others. Long Haochen waved the eternal light, attempting to erase it, but if it was Shun Jincheng, although puzzled about how his mother had not fainted after taking the medicine prescribed by the house doctor, but instead had recovered from her madness, was still happy for her. He thought his mother must have just been delirious from the fever last night. Bai Lin, holding a package, raised an eyebrow. Tang Yiheng, every time he comes, it's never anything good, right? He really is someone who holds grudges. Jun Shiluo said lightly, but in her heart she thought, so he, Dan, and Anu Ya have this kind of relationship. If they have an affair, it would make sense. After speaking, the spirit phoenix wings on Zaiyozi's back shook violently, and his body soared upward, flying wildly in another direction. The meaning was simple. I don't want a man like you, Qin Yuan said while reaching out to hail a taxi, getting in and closing the door, giving an address, and the taxi immediately sped away. Not long after, Jingshang Huxiang encountered a group of Japanese soldiers. They were all her fellow countrymen, yet she lost her voice, unsure whether to approach or to turn and run. Just happened to run into you. Thank you for helping me just now. If you have time, I'll treat you to dinner, I said with a long face, repeating what Yuhua taught me to say. Thank you, Bai. Shimin Jin Lian politely thanked, pondering again that this landlord was indeed generous. Theoretically, it was so. Could it be that a Luo also wanted to control the jade seal of my Western Yu? Feng Qianzhong's eyes flashed. Then he stared directly at Jun Shiluo, as if trying to read something from her face. He turned Li Jiabao upside down, but found nothing of value. No pills, no spiritual tools, no spirit stones, nothing. He squinted, puzzled. Is the quality of immortals so poor? Destroying a whole clan and robbing their wealth. Is this something that can be measured by price? Regarding Zheng Kai's outsider questions, the former showed an unhappy expression. Xia Xinge let out a cold laugh, feeling an unprecedented irritability and aggression rising in her heart, wishing she could tear apart the fake masks. A stench suddenly rose to the sky, and the surrounding soldiers, without protective gear, nearly choked. Now that the matter was completely resolved, with no worries behind him, he naturally voiced his inner doubts. He put down his chopsticks, not holding them properly, and they fell to the ground. He reached down to pick them up, but took a long time to do so. After Tan Yaji and Su Zhongxiang were seated, Sun Yin sat between them, and the scene of continuously serving dishes reappeared. For example, the stickiness issue, and some friends mentioned that the protagonist didn't have any highlight moments, and a series of other issues. He felt this was obvious, right? Was there a need for investigation? After thinking about it, he realized what they said made sense. They had to clarify the situation before handling it, right? But he still felt that President Guo's words were somewhat biased. always seeming to favor master bow of the construction material aluminum industry. Sigh, maybe he was overthinking it. Lu Quan suddenly started singing, although he was naturally tone-deaf. His joy was evident. The contact list on his phone was also clean, only containing Director Zhu, but when he called, it showed the other party connected. Taking advantage of the few. Is the monarch planning to take advantage of this old man again? Wang Tsangtian laughed heartily, but at this moment he was also burning with anger, wishing to eliminate the arrogant person opposite him immediately. Chapter 85, Battle at the Extreme North. What about among them? The ultimate ice martial soul is undoubtedly indispensable. All 4 soul emperors are above level 65, and the 3 soul kings are above level 55. In other words, they can all be considered soul emperors. However, it is fortunate that they are all ice attribute, although some may have slight surprises. Huo Yuhao and Hoyuan also had a few words to discuss, explaining about the Extreme North Soul Master Academy. Their power comes from the Extreme North sect, which specializes in recruiting ice attribute soul masters. According to Luo Hao, other Dao cultivation 4th level spiritual bodies can temporarily leave their physical bodies and act independently. However, once the spiritual body leaves, the physical body becomes an ignorant shell, incapable of even the most basic living abilities, let alone battling enemies. The Lotus sports car still has a connection with China. Finally, this year, Lotus was completely acquired by Geely Automobile. This is good news, as Geely finally has its own sports car brand. Over the long years, arcane mages have long learned to obtain power from external objects, and energy crystals are one of the most common and versatile types. The above-mentioned items are selling like crazy, and there are times when they are out of stock, indicating their popularity. Everyone's attention is focused on Mu-san, wanting to know what he means by open. However, after watching Mu-san for a long time, no one discovered anything. What exactly is it? Luo Xian is also very curious about this, which is why he took the initiative to take on the matter of catching the thief. After hearing Shun Feng's words, Chu Gong's face turned red, his teeth clenched tightly, and he made a cracking sound, showing his anger at that moment. Therefore, as long as Wang Wei doesn't tightly cling to Zhou Yingping, given that the charges haven't been solidified yet, Zhou Yingping might really be able to avoid guilt. Believe it or not, Lu Bin turned his head, not wanting to bother with her anymore. Loved deeply and hate fiercely. Although there was no heart-wrenching love, they had been together before and shared beautiful memories. The happier they were then, the more painful it is now. Seeing the dark muzzle of the gun, Hua Yuke and Xie Jin's faces immediately turned pale, instinctively raising both hands. Your Highness, this is a lightning attribute, intelligent growth-type magical beast. By its appearance, it should have already signed a contract with a human, so capturing it is meaningless, Wu Yu said. On the high platform, the white jade coffin slowly closed. Xian Feng quickly moved both hands, layers of sealing techniques enveloping the white jade coffin, and finally took out a crystal-clear silver-colored bead and threw it towards the white jade coffin. The moment it approached the coffin, it merged into it. Seems a bit expensive. Yu Feng hesitated slightly. The price offered by the merchant is indeed a bit high. But fortunately, Fu Qing had mentioned the market situation to them earlier. I also thought of this. If they decide to abandon the people in the city and leave, it means they want to engage us in a protracted battle, retreating city by city. If that's the case after we attack the city, we would have to do something against natural principles. Otherwise, they wouldn't fight us head-on, Xian Kuang slowly said. Everyone saw Lin Mohan speaking again and felt there was really nothing to ask, so Lin Mohan dismissed the meeting. Lei Shiba was a bit confused, but he didn't ask Lin Mohan. Since Lin Mohan said so, there must be his reason. He could ask him in his office later. Have you asked them why they are doing this? Lin Mohan rubbed his temples, feeling that this situation was not a good omen. His company had a large project ready to start here, and if these suppliers were unwilling to cooperate, they would face a supply shortage. The 8 people around saw that someone was blocking the car before they even left the town, which startled them. One by one, they stepped forward to stop Yufeng. That voice was mournful and gloomy, spreading in the silent night sky, quickly shrouding the entire forest in a thick, eerie atmosphere. Chapter 86, 6-in-1 Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Ma Rulong quickly began to act, and the blue-purple lightning shot from the cannon in his hand did not directly blast towards the opponent, but struck the ground in the center of the competition platform. A blue-purple light wall stood there, which was a level 6 soul guide. The most formidable aspect of this level 6 soul guide is that once touched, it would be like a fly caught in a spider's web, directly getting stuck. All the lightning energy would instantly reverse and wrap her body within. However, it was still not the time for the Riva Hotel to auction. So Tang Lin did not go to the hotel, but followed Hoover to the place filled with memories of Hoover and Alice. The directionally challenged person climbed back onto that high throne, but at this moment, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Brother Peng Di, what are you muttering about? Fu Sheng pulled himself out of his thoughts, and upon seeing Peng Di raising his thick eyebrows, couldn't help but smile. The lights in the stone chamber flickered, as if they would go out at any moment, and the people inside would be swallowed by the rolling black terror. The black hand purposefully snatched the golden spotted fish away, doing so directly with its hand, which can be considered extremely cruel. At present, the position of the directionally challenged person is not stable, and although she has significant power within the teaching, there are still 5 factions outside. Along with Chao Ji and Ning, the adults have overstated. With the vacuum cleaners and washing machines invented by them, work has actually become quite easy. Even walking has vehicles for transportation, and now everyone says they have much more leisure time than before. Lily slightly bowed and smiled. In their confrontation with the Soul Transformation Clan, those city walls are their weapons against the Soul Transformation Clan. The 2 individuals, who had initially burst out with killing intent, stopped as if they had made a prior agreement. Griffin then walked towards the surveillance room of the base, with O'Shaughnessy and others closely following. Along the way, they encountered a vampire who had gone to check the surveillance room at the base, and he followed Griffin to the monitoring room once again. This is because he has too many friends in the industry who sing Cantonese songs, and he has to consider their feelings, which is why he used the term one-of. At that moment, Chu Yang looked like someone he had never seen before. His eyes were red and swollen, and his whole face appeared so haggard, as if he hadn't slept all night and had suffered a significant blow. Moreover, Aubrey had already thought about it. By that time, the Sophia family would definitely not be allowed to exist, and she, as a countess, would naturally not be able to continue either. For them, the best outcome would be to become ordinary people in the end. Yes, the man in the passenger seat replied coldly, then opened the door, got out, and walked towards the bus behind. Xin Wei's thoughts were exceptionally complicated. She didn't dare to think about Qin Chuan's words and could only smile awkwardly under his gentle, probing gaze. Su Jingxian's body suddenly stiffened, and the cold, sinister look in his deep-set eyes faded instantly, gradually igniting a blazing flame. Anna was radiant and charming, while Ning Tian beside her had an even more outstanding temperament. If she was a beautiful but thorny rose, then Ning Tian was a sharp, cold blade. Yin Tingjun immediately went to take Rong Sui's pulse. His originally furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, their eyes showing a hint of joy, as it seemed the toxicity had been temporarily suppressed. Lu Ziheo's statement was something Zhou Jian had considered, but he felt that Tang Feng had a deeper understanding of this matter. 3 days later, Jiang Yu woke up, slowly opening her eyes to see the concerned gazes of Zhang's father and mother. The best outcome would be for Pei Shan to proactively explain to them. Otherwise, if they had to interrogate her, it would definitely lead to difficult situations. The princess was absolutely right. Wealthy families have always relied on the protection of power. Shun Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement while folding his fan. Chapter 87. Breaking the Deadlock. Bai Chan pondered for a moment and said, I naturally understand this. It can't be hidden for long. We can hide it as long as we can. He didn't want this beautiful retirement life to be disrupted, but it had already been broken. Bai Chun was right. Many people could see that this was not a 6-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Although it was far from the real 6-in-1 martial soul fusion technique, it was sufficient for Huo Yuhao and the others. Lin Yin furrowed his brows and spoke urgently. Old Ma, since Yuan Wu swallowed that illusion godflower in that mysterious underground cave, not only has his strength greatly increased, but he can also hide his power and realm very well. With his current strength, he is comparable to a peak transformation god realm powerhouse. It looked very much like a fish, but it was purple and shimmering with light. Holding it in his hand, Luo Tian clearly heard a high-pitched cry. The sound was very crisp, and to Luo Tian, it sounded like the most real heavenly music. At this moment, seeing that the opponent had the upper hand and he was severely injured, the masked man coldly snorted and fled into the woods. Perhaps hearing that the police had arrived, the owner of the sports car lost patience. The car window rolled down, and a Desert Eagle pistol was extended out, firing 2 shots. The bullets all hit the giant python's head. The giant python struggled for a while before collapsing to the ground, motionless. The fish that slipped through the net flew in and made a turn in midair, flying in front of me and old Jean. He possessed the highest cultivation level among them, and seeing that he could not match this old man, coupled with the unknown cord-like substance entangled around him, He was trying his best to mobilize his internal spiritual energy to resist. Gradually, the crimson flame fireball approached the cool vine. It cautiously observed its surroundings. And then the crimson flame fireball began to gnaw on the cool vine. The melody then turned again. The sad tune transformed into an extremely silent one, seemingly hiding a murderous intent. If a faction's cultivator wants to occupy more resources and resources suitable for their own advancement, conflicts with other cultivators and even other factions are naturally unavoidable. In terms of momentum, neither side could do anything to the other, so they had to look for each other's flaws. The two moved slowly in circles, constantly changing their grip on the knives. Although they had not yet physically contacted each other, they were already engaged in a thrilling duel, no longer resembling a black-haired youth. He had instead transformed into a middle-aged man with golden hair. This was a transformation spell learned from the serpent monster, with effects similar to the compound decoction. Lu Jing, that shouldn't be possible. The current Han dynasty is still just an ordinary mortal dynasty. By the time the people of the Han can all cultivate, the fortune at that time would be enough to crush the Soul Palace, and it wouldn't even be impossible for the Soul Clan. The flames on Li Lai's body scorched his scales, and his snow-white scales, under the refinement of the Samadhi true fire, turned into red scales like rubies. Coincidentally, Yuan Ji was also not very reassured about this newly appointed heavenly emperor. Despite his beard, he was still quite inexperienced. At this moment, a black lotus seed appeared on the floor, and a familiar voice came from inside. Feng Dehai didn't want to wait a minute anymore. He just wanted to quickly finalize the program and report it, as after finalizing it, they still needed to practice, and after that, they had to go to the rehearsal. Time was tight. Seeing Dai Yu like this, Jia Yu's smile could not be concealed, and it was strange that he really enjoyed teasing the Xiangxiang beauty while interacting with Dai Yu. Thus, every time everyone saw the Empress, they would lower their heads, not daring to look directly at her beauty. Suddenly, a beam of celestial light appeared from beyond the world, showering down on Lu Jing and the fire deity. Sanzo felt an inexplicable trust and admiration for the Buddha, and the starlight flickered in his eyes as he said to Li Lai, "Emperor, I believe that as long as the Buddha returns to the Spirit Mountain, everything will be fine." Chapter 88. Memories from the beginning of chaos in the night, in her dreams. Huo Yuhao seemed to feel the same sensation as when she first fused with the dream Ice Silkworm. In her dream, she saw a scene of boundless chaos, in the center of which stood a towering tree, enormous and even bigger than the world tree in her hands. In the place surrounded by purple chi, the primordial purple chi born at the beginning of chaos, which was coveted yet unattainable during the primordial era, was not the same in chaos. "You two guard the car. I'll go chase." After the fox person said this, he dashed out. The person who had spoken with Carlo at the beginning saw the current situation and slashed a soldier's head off with a knife. "Junior sister, don't shout. Sister Sue and Elder Dugu have gone to Chaos Sound Lake," Qin Zimo said as he walked. Huang Tianhua shook the weapon in his hand, which was a pair of 8-edged bright silver hammers weighing 40 kilograms. The Chun residence was large, covering about 7 or 8 acres. Because Chun Dafu often did many unethical things after the scholars behind him were killed, he worried about being retaliated against and recruited a lot of thugs. Here, it could be said that there was a guard every 5 meters and a post every 10 meters, clearly showing that Chun Dafu was very scared. Kong Mungung did not plan to engage with the Hoyuan turntable before stepping into the Divine Master Realm. The explosive power unleashed by the explosive God King's hammer under the control of the energy core was extremely strong, which made Kong Mungung quite pleased. After all, the energy core was also his avatar. Giving face to the energy core was no different from giving face to him. Years ago, Luo Xian and Yang Jian were equally matched in martial arts. But after these years of training, especially under the guidance of the Jade Emperor, Yang Jian's martial arts had advanced by leaps and bounds, surpassing Luo Xian by several levels. When the creation destroyed the second universe, the Zhu clan led the entire Holy Land to rise up in resistance, fighting fiercely against the creation. This formation seems magical, but it's only relevant to people from 1,000 years ago. For Jiang Zia, it is simply not enough, at most. It could catch him off guard and lead him to suffer significant loss. Relying on this formation for long-term victory is unlikely. Chun Sheng and his men were halfway to their destination when they discovered that the assassin returned empty-handed. The assassin explained the situation and elaborated on Jiang Zhang's kidnapping. Hulk did not respond. He cautiously stared at the other party, having witnessed Qin Dong's encounter and noting their extraordinary speed and strength. The next day, Everyone planned to drink the transformation potion just before entering the city, then set up stalls to sell goods and gather intelligence. The upcoming updates will be late. Everyone should go to sleep first. When they wake up in the morning, there will be something to see. Although they were far from the center of the battlefield. At this moment, facing the incoming energy waves, they were still shocked. It is hard to imagine how the one person and one beast at the center of the battlefield would react. The overlords clashed with the sword light. The sword light and the silk, like a butcher dissecting an ox, instantly unraveled the overlord's slash, breaking apart the fully armed biological weapon. Just as the sword light was about to touch Dr. Shark, he looked up and shouted to the sky. In the city, the sewer might be a dark place, rarely visited by people. It was dark, emitting a foul odor, and sometimes even devoid of ghostly shadows. Nevertheless, the sewer was a paradise for certain creatures. He opened a cloth bag containing 7 jade bottles, each marked with a talisman, appearing to seal something inside. The master of the Changshan Palace knew that this guy's words were laden with tricks, but for the moment, he couldn't refute it, feeling only indignation. Countless invisible sword chi whipped through the air like wild lashes, swept by a fierce wind. King Pan Wuxin's stone bones rapidly extended their arms to form infinitely long rock slabs to help the second king block. Chen Zhen walked over slowly, unhurried, each step perfectly consistent with the previous one, not missing by a hair. Lele held an umbrella and followed closely behind, matching his pace. Xia Chunmei thought there might be something wrong with her body, so the doctor didn't speak in front of others in the early morning, never expecting that she was actually pregnant. In fact, she mainly worried about leaving suddenly, thinking that her 3 younger sisters would be pitiful then. Nowadays, after class, she would habitually rush down the familiar corridor, only to suddenly wake up halfway, realizing she had left her behind. And this so-called familiar path was no longer familiar, and could not lead her back to her side. Yin Ziheng untied his belt and lifted his light, soft inner garment. And when he saw numerous purple bruises on his fair waist, he frowned. The disdainful and surprised voices suddenly rushed into Feng Yuanqi and the second lady's ears, their faces alternating between red and white, akin to public execution. Sensing that Gu Cheng was about to become sickening again, Li Chunks didn't wait for him to speak and ended the call in advance, tried to avoid any unpleasant incidents at home that night. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's account and looking at the ancient kiln site by the river, netizens envisioned scenes of kiln fires soaring into the sky. Foxes are relatively free animals. They like humans, but do not rely on them as much, unlike dogs. Although he came to help discuss, Ming Wuyo basically knew how to proceed. He merely pointed out some details and didn't dare to take credit. But at this moment, everyone in the conference room looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, including people from Huaxia. They couldn't believe Lin Feng's abilities were so formidable that he even knew the locations of military missiles and nuclear missile distributions from the United States. By the way, many foreign consumers have called our company, essentially from developed countries, asking when our products will be available for sale in their countries. Xiaoruashi continued reporting. Chapter 89 Finals on the top floor of the Star Emperor Hotel, Guangdong, almost just a wall away from Hoyuan. Gazed at the starry night sky and couldn't sleep. Speaking of which, what was that dream? But what troubled her more was that beautiful white-haired girl who looked about the same age as her, yet their treatments were world apart. That girl always participated in the 7v17 battles, while her own participation frequency was less than 1/3, and her chances were always taken by Dai Huabin and Zhu Liyongla. The conflict between Li Yongla and Dai Huabin caused many people to look over in the Liangyue building. When nearby people heard Li Yongla's words, their only reaction was one of disbelief. This young man was too arrogant, and they worried he might get himself killed, speaking as if he had killed many people before. It could be said that in front of anyone, he maintained the same expression, and no one knew what Su Fu had become after these 1800 years, or what he had been persevering for. Nangong Wentian frowned. His fiery temper was known nationwide. If he were not currently in the palace, this old man would have likely exploded. Zhou Xiaoshan glanced at Li Yongla, noticing he was dressed casually and looked like a refugee who had just returned from Africa, and spoke without filter. Zhu Xiaoling thought that if she could meet the legendary astrologer in her lifetime, she would have no regrets. Bored, young Tianbo glanced at them, said nothing, but sat back down and resumed drinking. Her sister didn't come. At this moment, Murong Lanshan could only choose to help her sister, although there was no path. Fortunately, there were countless dragon scales. These dragon corpses were incredibly powerful, so each dragon scale was like a natural step and harder than any stone. Answer. He gave me 2,000 yuan, told me to eat and play well, and also asked me to drink more in advance to appear tipsy. Sister Li Daojin. You stay here for Du Bian to save you. I'm going back, Ji Mingji said, then walked outside. Whoosh, Qin Monyan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Damn, why does this old man have such a strange smile? That night, the city experienced heavy snowfall, with snowflakes dancing in the air like goose feathers. The snowflakes gently stuck to the window, like the soft whispers of a lover. The long street was as if washed clean. Although the snow had been swept to the side, this morning the snowflakes covered the road again. Voices could be heard from afar, and the earth was gradually awakening. Duo woke up, startled once again, getting up to see heavy snow falling outside. I hope nothing happens. Duo lifted the blanket, preparing to go to the living room. Just as she stood up, a wave of dizziness hit her, nearly causing her to fall. Duo leaned against the wall, slowly making her way to the living room. After waiting for a while, Yi Tingyu showed no response. Peng Yu rolled his eyes, rudely took back his phone from Yi Tingyu's hand, grumbling a few insults. In just one move, it prevented the Sea King's row from summoning various sea beasts and aquatic races. However, just as they turned around, they found themselves surrounded by many grim reapers floating behind them, completely blocking their path. They were encircled. This is the advantage of the grim reapers. When they move, apart from the decaying aura, one feels nothing else, silent and unnoticed. During dinner, her father remarked that her complexion looked poor. Upon reflection, she realized that her recent condition seemed really bad. Especially at this moment, her face was pale, devoid of any color, as if her blood had been drained, leaving only an empty shell of a body, unable to support itself. Gao Qing was increasingly alarmed as he dug deeper, while Lan became more confused, wondering why the top was black, the middle gray, and the bottom white. I can only wait for Gao Qing's explanation. Gao Qing looked up at the driver, who nodded at him. In a typical event, once there is a beginning, there must be a process. Otherwise, it is difficult to reach an ending. The disciples' actions immediately attracted many people to follow suit. Chapter 90, The Self-Righteous Guy. At this moment, in the Soul Master competition, Su Sanshur could not perform the Xianming replacement due to being surrounded, making it nearly impossible to switch places. However, Ma Xiaodao was initially very confident, but when it came to actual combat, it became troublesome. Dealing with Ruhao, whose martial soul was close to the ultimate fire but did not reach the peak of ultimate fire, was challenging. The ultimate fire and the fire close to the ultimate are two different concepts. Even being close to the ultimate fire cannot be compared. Mom spent a lot of time teaching me how to dress, tie my shoes, use chopsticks, eat, and how to comb my hair and tidy myself. Meng Batian stuck out his tongue, chuckled awkwardly, and was secretly glad to have such an experienced teacher. Faced with Yi Zhirong's accusation, the thief in front fell silent, seemingly tacitly agreeing with Yi Zhirong's words. However, she couldn't understand where Chu Feng's confidence came from, believing he could manage without help from Xiaohuang. With a helpless sigh, she said nothing and began to cultivate under Meng Tiandi. As black light erupted from the body of the annihilation demon god, and a phantom gradually condensed, shimmering with starlight, guarding Meng Tiandi and the annihilation demon god. After explaining why there were two Su Yi, everyone stated that they had been misled by Dai Huadong, thinking Su Yi had a split personality disorder and did not consider the concept of dual souls. Lu Zhengwei shook his head sadly. He was out of money, having brought only 1 billion euros, which was clearly insufficient, so he decided not to join in the fun. Yi Tianyun's face showed a fierce look as he shouted, and the golden dragon let out a low roar, crashing directly into Yi Tianyun's dantian. At the matchmaking event of the sea god, Dai Huadong expressed that he felt a bit ashamed to hear someone he knew say something so touching, as he could never say such words himself. Zhang Hao did not stop him. It wasn't that Zhang Hao didn't want to know about old Gao's sect, but rather that old Gao was unwilling to speak, not even responding, not even with a lie, and just left openly. From the previous conversation, Su Huai had already guessed part of it and was not surprised, asking if there was a hidden passage out of this place. In fact, she was not far. She was still in her heart, but my heart was filled with darkness. First with the infusion from Inquin, and later with his affirmation. Lin Xian was not aware of the impact his departure had caused, nor did he ever consider that someone else could last longer than he did in the dragon liquid pool. He also did not notice that as he left, a gaze was already tightly fixed on him. The sound of bones cracking indeed came, but the one rolling on the ground was not Mu Zifei, but rather the so-called bandit leader. There sat a shadowy figure, holding a flint lighter and striking sparks one by one, slowly revealing a cold face beneath the sparks. Uncle Su Huai saluted the arriving Shun Tianqing. saying that he had seen the people from the Poison Dragon Valley arrive and had intended to visit later, but did not expect Uncle to come personally. Having finally neutralized that spiritual force, Dao Zun looked grimly at the suddenly appearing Wu Mo, while the damaged space around Lin Liang began to slowly repair itself. Lin Yong cleverly placed Yin Chun between the president and himself, thus providing protection from both sides, ensuring the safety of his life, but also exposing his own body completely to the sniper's sight. Just as Qinyo thought the gunpoint was about to make contact with the axe blade, he suddenly saw Lin Feng's spear bend like a spirit snake, the spearhead bypassing the axe and thrusting directly into Chun Yo's armpit. They agreed that if they did not kill me, they would return your primordial spirit, said Nanfeng. Chapter 91. What you think is what you think. What I do is not what you think. Wang Yin gasped at these words. In terms of the usage of soul tools, the Sun Moon Empire was still not as powerful. The strongest Ma Xiaotao was suddenly trapped, which could be described as a disaster for the Shrek team. However, Huo Yuhao had also set a layer of absolute defensive soul tool around Ma Xiaotao, resembling a prison. Inside were two purple light orbs rotating and emitting a void-like power, radiating colorless light. A few days ago, she had been sold to the metropolis, having escaped once before, only to be punished by Mama Jean and locked up for 2 days. However, 10 minutes later, on the empty arena, Yi Kaiyang's Tibetan Mastiff was already prepared. When my father has something to do in the future, please inform me. I'm not clear about what happened in the company today and do not want to pursue it. She sighed with relief, perhaps as a younger sister. Mo Qingning was also very aware of the regret and pain in Mo Chushi's heart. When the other party left, Mi Yaoning saw the badge on the white coat he was wearing. Zhang Ling approached Su Xian, and they had a chance encounter, stumbling upon each other. The general manager's expression slowly darkened, and the atmosphere in the entire office became extremely oppressive. After briefly digesting the music, everyone had lunch in the company cafeteria, and in the afternoon, they began recording in batches. Even if Huang could match the hidden king-level experts, he would still be in crisis with the presence of these black armor guards. Li Nanshan had slept with her for so many days, yet he could not make her fall deeply in love with him like Mei Jia, which was the best proof. Seeing the continuous flow of people at the door, she was afraid of encountering Xian Wang again and, feeling no desire to linger, immediately urged Xiong to return to the palace. After speaking, in less than 5 seconds, a cable underground near the nursing home was suddenly cut, plunging the area around the nursing home into darkness. Senior brother, seeing Hui staring at the person in her arms without blinking, Hong, he spoke urgently again. He had enough cement. Previously, Philip had helped him find a lot of cement, and through building rooms, he had also obtained various materials. It's fine, my blood can cure corpse poison. Even if they bite me, it shouldn't matter. Li Dong smiled. After this interruption, his fear was no longer as strong as before. If he drove to scout, it would not only be easy for the other party to discover, but if the other side sent more powerful zombies to pursue, it would be difficult for the scouts to escape. Using the searchlight's light to take a closer look, everyone found that the arrangement of this stone door was exactly the same as the previous one. Jiangbai turned around, holding a cup of yogurt while drinking. He tilted his head back to drink the yogurt, extending his tongue to lick the milk froth off his lips. All right, let's look back again. Seeing the situation before him, Captain Song clearly felt a bit unwilling. Jija's eyes shone with 9-colored brilliance. Suddenly, a burst of colorful spiritual light shot from his eyes, directly aimed at the wooden box. The local dojo, while receiving tax funding from the local government, also had to handle the special incidents caused by wild spirits. Another voice emerged, but this time it did not reach Saiwu's mind, being blocked by gray haze. Tang Hao, the favored child of fate, was blessed by heaven and earth, and having him clear the resentment made the task much easier. Fortunately, the fracture was in a good position, requiring no surgery. Just a cast for fixation and rest would suffice. His voice was soft, and although he was humming gently, each word rang clearly in everyone's ears. Apart from a few core members of the Qi State Duke's residence, no one knew that the Grand Commander stationed in Liaodong had come to visit his former master. "You're a good person." A single phrase echoed in Zhou Ran's mind through telepathy. Chapter 92. Void Form. These soul-guided cannons began to bombard Shrek Academy madly. This is the first appearance of Xiao Hongshun in this competition, and it is also the stage he meticulously selected to make a name for himself. With all his might, Xiao Hongshun made the 3 members in the back row of Shrek feel a tingling sensation on their scalps. The intensity of this match undoubtedly surpassed any previous one. Especially the breathtaking contest between both sides in the short time after the start. For the audience who understood, this was more thrilling than the chaotic soul-guided rays flying around. He swung his sword fiercely towards Sikong Chanyue, and that beam of blue light instantly transformed into a giant blue sword, howling as it charged toward her. Tang Long shook his head, lowered it, and began his work, stitching the soft tissue of the deceased's head. Then it was time for the internal organ dissection. The results revealed that the deceased had indeed been suffocated. After Tang Long finished sewing up the body, Qin Dandan immediately began cleaning the scene. Ahitai was taken aback, no longer caring about the flames that had fallen, hastily employing the black fire technique he had obtained from the beast demons, barely countering the golden light of the reincarnation pearl. Williams even began to spread his arms outside, mimicking the sound of an engine thruster with his mouth. As if he were piloting a plane on flat ground. Voicing for an animated show, he was filled with childlike joy. Such work was indeed very relaxed. But unfortunately, you cannot suppress me. Celsus stared intently at the old man, and at the same time, a presence no less powerful than a prison erupted from him. The muscular man at the back, filled with a mix of anger and shock, swung his stick and struck Zhang Yinzu's head with a blow. Jia Yuanyuan opened the safe, only to find another layer inside. She took out the painting, and, after analysis, they decided to use this painting to lure the snake out of its hole. Even Annie herself was unaware that her attention had been inadvertently diverted by Lannister. Clearly, no one was paying attention to whether Lannister was playing pranks anymore. This was not a good omen. Lannister wore an expression of deep sorrow, shaking his head repeatedly. "You have to trust my feelings," Yen Feitian said proudly, not taking anyone seriously. "But how are we supposed to investigate this?" I looked puzzled, feeling that there was no way to start. A few minutes later, a vague mist gathered at my fingertips, gradually beginning to change slowly. The next scene to be filmed described the hardships of a husband collecting herbs in the mountains for his wife and meeting a miraculous doctor who ultimately cured the protagonist's illness. Su Wan was dressed in a light purple Su embroidery qipao, with light evening makeup, her hair styled up, her features quite distinct, under the dim yellow light. She appeared charming and dignified, shrewd and capable. What Lisa wanted was exactly his words. In Huaxia, the number of people she could command was limited. To accomplish the task given to her by Taiping Yihong, she had to rely on the Tang family's influence. Think long-term, there will be bread, there will be cheese, and there will be no shortage of delicacies. Gu Hai was quite smug, knowing that before the other party became an administrator, he could at least overpower them. Wondering how they would play then. It should be noted that after reaching the Five Organs realm, every step of advancement is extremely difficult. In addition to innate talent, resources and pills are also needed, making every established figure in the Five Organs realm not simple. 6 months? 6 months of lifespan? Long San murmured, feeling despair and helplessness. Continuing towards the pepper area, many of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals from the past were clearly gone, and the East Sea seemed a bit desolate. Some seaweed floated before me, with a hint of rot and foul smell, and several of the giant stone pillars on both sides were also damaged. I glanced at my watch, not daring to linger, took out my camera to photograph these monsters, and quickly left the terrifying room. Like a high sky covered with dark clouds, it instantly transformed into clusters of blazing fire clouds, unleashing a fierce and drenching storm, sweeping endlessly. Chapter 93. Douluo's Heavenly Way. Where did this madman come from? Bumping into me. At this moment, Ma Shouthouse suddenly broke through the shield of the absolute defense soul-guided device. But what use was that? Under this void influence, it had no effect at all. This scene is the domain of Huo Yuhao, called the Void Domain. Here, all magical and soul powers cannot recover, except for teammates. During this time, ranged attacks will be ineffective, with only melee attacks being effective. Huo Yuhao stepped on the lake water, walking towards them step by step. Dripping rain fell from the sky. Yao Zhanan's courtesy was only halfway through when Changle stepped over and pulled her back, then raised his eyes to say something to Chai Zhuwei. Under duress, he had no choice but to slow down his pace, continuously looking around, trying to recognize everyone nearby as much as possible. Qinglan had been serving beside Changsun as a close maid since she was 12 years old. At that time, Changsun's 5 concubines were only 4 years old, and Qinglan had witnessed Changsun grow up all the way. Swish! 2 beams of light flashed, and 2 figures simultaneously fell to the ground head over heels. When they merged back into one, the man's face turned pale, and he covered his chest with his hands, spitting blood. It was the commotion that awakened the demon, causing Feng Zhu and Yi Yunla to be chased by a level 4 devourer, almost losing their lives. Accompanied by the sound of still water, The world before Jishui rapidly underwent earth-shattering changes, eventually returning to the real world. However, just as Arthur Ling was feeling joyful, he suddenly noticed that many colorful lights had appeared around him. Upon closer inspection, those colorful lights turned out to be different types of magic. 2 level 8 swordsmen who were dodging magic heard this and immediately chased after the direction where Arthur Ling had stolen away, without a moment's pause. Although in front of outsiders, Mo Rome would refer to Di Qianxia as a superior, he actually knew that the leader treated him as a subordinate. It had surpassed that of brothers. It was as if in an instant I saw the shadow of Pei Xiaobei on him, so calm and composed. The smile at the corner of his mouth had not yet faded, and even the tenderness in his eyes remained. With just this glance, I felt as if we had returned, just like when it first began. This continent does not belong to the poison vein, and after Xiao Zi became the poison sovereign, it was specifically targeted and purged by the Emperor Spirit sect. Therefore, you should leave the mountain, master. Do not stay in this temple any longer. Mo Qi never intended to keep Luo Xingge forever. Ren Wuxi nodded, agreeing with this. Although she had jumped off the cliff, there was no guarantee that Long Moran had not continued searching for her. Since this place was safe, she would stay here for now. In response to Xiao Wanqing's accusations, Yu first smiled slightly and then nodded gently. But when Xiao Wanqing intended to take action, she suddenly shook her head. Ying Quan had been by his side for many years and naturally sensed that he was in a bad mood, feeling a bit anxious. He stepped back and invited Nangong Ling in. My heart was filled with fear. My legs could not stop trembling, and I desperately wished that Pei Xiaobei could return at this moment, even though I knew it was impossible. No one came here to investigate. These people are either the second generation of officials or the second generation of the rich. Hangzhou itself is the center of economic development, and this type of person is not lacking. Han Shantong and Lu Fudong, upon hearing Lu Ping's words, immediately changed direction and retreated in an orderly fashion. They had not walked far when Luoya received a call from Roy, mainly asking what had happened. She also informed her that she had gone to pick up Luoba and Luoma with Yin Chung, assuring her not to worry. After that, the person thought they had found a treasure chest and called out to the neighbors to carry it home, then tried every means to open it and see what was inside. As for what services it provided, no one knew from beginning to end, as if it were a mysterious riddle. Chapter 94. Chaos and Dispute. Hundao gazed at the Duchess, a terrifying sense of oppression weighing heavily on her, as if a 1,000-pound boulder were pressing down on her. Was that big eye in the sky? It felt terrifying, and no one knew. At the moment the big eye appeared, Huo Yuhao also released her void form and looked at the pair of eyes hanging in the void. Do you know your crime? In the sky, the pair of eyes elicited a chorus of admiration from the crowd. Although the third uncle was old, he was more open-minded and reasonable. His words were profound yet simple, earning people's respect. After Luo Haochen finished speaking, he rolled back in his wheelchair and slowly left the place amidst the ensuing silence. He did not want to admit it was love at first sight, and had always dared not believe this fact. But today, recalling that past feeling, he felt that he indeed had feelings for her the moment he saw her. Everything was for her, which led him to take risks repeatedly. Why could they never escape this teasing fate? Ding Meilin had already been sentenced. Would she escape from prison to kidnap her as a hostage? Thinking of what she said seemed to have some truth. Now that Long Xiao was refining pills, if the fight disturbed him, that would be bad. For the base. For the peace of the people under his leadership, he could only charge in a battle and fight alongside his comrades. This was the sorrow of Li Zicheng, and the helplessness of El Shur. Zhang Liang shook his head and said, Dong Owang Zhou Wuju is like a pile of mud that can't be propped up. Following him leads only to darkness. We can't go on like this. Min Yuang is untrustworthy. He is unreliable. Where did you say you were going? To Dongi? Let's lie low for a while and think of another way. At this moment, Zhang Liang was also flustered. Li Bing took out the soul bag left to him by his master from his pocket, unsure if this thing would work. Generally, this thing is used to capture souls. He didn't know if it could hold ghost fire, so he could only try to see if it would work. However, an unexpected situation arose. Originally, everyone thought the reinforcements would not appear on the battlefield for at least 5 days, but they arrived in just 3 days. Jiang Kaimai rolled her eyes and wanted to retort, "What do you care?" But her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the man in white beside her, and all her anger instantly turned into a cat-like whine. That is, if Tong Ming can't get rid of the child at the People's Hospital today, then she will give birth, but she won't be openly with Ouyang Zhiguang. Although it's a bit unfair to her, it would be good for the future child for her, Tong Ming, and the baby. If there's something to discuss, let's talk about it here. There's no way I'm going out with Jiang Yanjun. I certainly won't be foolish enough to follow Jiang Yanjun outside. No way. Lexington is my wife. I can't give her to you. The voice was so sharp it was somewhat piercing. Luke raised the receiver to the side to avoid being deafened by this guy's voice. Night is the catalyst for indulgence. Dim lights serve as the catalyst. Perfume and lipstick seem to ignite like a fierce fire. A battle presented by the Emperor of Reincarnation would undoubtedly be a grand spectacle. And the onlookers trembled with excitement. They were about to witness the largest-scale battle of the Lords. Early the next morning, Caxes delivered news. They found the locations of several top researchers, but these guys' positions were quite tricky. Hey, what do you want these deep-sea carrier planes for? Although he didn't know what Luke was up to, Lien still obediently approached, picked up the still smoking carrier plane, and handed it to Luke. Aside from being a bit short, rebellious, and not obedient to the school's assignments, there were no other issues. Chapter 95, Huo Yuhao versus. Bai Chun. Huo Yuhao looked at Bai Chun, feeling that the other party was unfathomable, yet there was a very familiar feeling, as if he had seen him somewhere before. At this moment in the Tiandao space, Huo Yuhao gazed at the appearance of Douluo Tiandao. You are the mother of Tiandao? Douluo Tiandao nodded and said, yes, child. With many doubts in your heart, having experienced a lifetime, are you all right? Mother of Tiandao, do you know my first memory? The green-haired accomplice took out an iron fist and put it on his hand, continuously striking the railings on the bridge, producing an unpleasant and monotonous noise. It is said that the disaster in the ghost realm is imminent. Indeed, it is not only the wars of various forces, but also the impact of ghost demons. Perhaps a certain terror has quietly surrounded the ghost realm. We must further investigate every place on the scene, take photos, and extract blood traces from the ground for identification. Tang Long could only make this decision. Regardless of whether his existence was suspicious or if Wang De really had problems, he must pursue it to the end. Isn't it too much to force him to have a meal? Murong Jinshin wanted to know his sister's true thoughts. Mo Langwei shook her head without thinking and refused, still puzzled as to why Madame Tianxiang was suddenly so attentive. We didn't find the painting in a bar. Maybe that bitch put it somewhere else? Wang Laojiu also felt angry. They searched everywhere in the CC bar, but found nothing. Girl, do you miss Dad? Luo Dinghua's voice sounded quite cheerful. He must have encountered something good. Then you can give me those bastards. I quite like these bastards, Xiao Wei said with a smile. Xiao Changfeng shook his head, feeling confused as well. However, he clearly sensed that his willful sister had become quiet and learned to control her emotions. If Hua Donglai is indeed a member of the Zhuge gang, how did he find them? After all, they had undergone disguise. And the Zhuge gang hadn't had news of them for a long time. Could it be that Hua Donglai is also a master of disguise, able to see through their facade? Jiji, the bat-like demon beast, let out a cry, and to Su Yi's surprise, a white mist sprayed out from the demon beast's mouth. Zhang Kuan looked at Su Yi, seemingly seeing the dawn of victory. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Next came Zhao Qingjiang. He did not acknowledge the three and chose to sit in the farthest position from the main seat. Report to His Highness the Prince. We have eliminated all the rascals in the Queen's palace. However, Eggsy glanced at the body of Walter covered by a long cloth. Is he serious? Zhang Kuan glanced at Su Yi's current expression, which did not seem fake. This made him somewhat suspicious. Could it be that Su Yi was still hiding his strength? The Lizard Man legend was respectful to Yang Chong, but not so much to others. However, Yang Chong was still here, and the Lizard Man legend did not directly curse, but spoke with a tone full of yin and yang. The Iron Wheel King summoned dozens of iron wheels to attack, while Lian Sheng summoned 8 Eru Ga to personally hold back the Iron Wheel King. The Iron Wheels could not get close to him, but Lian Sheng was also unable to attack the Iron Wheel King. Old Long was speaking slowly, and Yang Chong, who had already opened the scroll, began to recite from the first one. Amidst the gasps of the disciples, the 7 of them steadily landed on the only 7 chairs on the high platform. Seeing the vehicle had arrived, Bai Ling handed a first-level coin to a middle-aged man with a beard. Then she and Jian Yu quickly got into a van. She could perform a void flash in a short distance, using a speed similar to a white falcon to slash enemies into several pieces of flesh through her thunder wings, making her attacking method extremely terrifying. Chapter 96. Hong Ling. Soon after, the Flame Lion was annihilated by this force. Huoyan Zhu and Bai Chun tested each other with several moves, neither consuming too much soul power, both staring at each other. On the other side, Huo Yuhao entered the World Tree world, slowly walking towards the center. At the center of the world, there was an ancient seal. The seal presented a huge blue magic circle, emitting a faint glow, and in the center of this blue magic circle, a golden object was floating. His tone revealed no emotion, lacking the previous disgust and any expectations or surprises. "Then I must give it a good try," Gao Lang said, and his smile suddenly changed. "Master, you must be tired. Let me massage your back." Seeing the guest leave, she hurriedly ran in. Zhang Chun sat down and drank tea. She had been spending too much time in this shop, while her brother Fatty was busy looking for Chinese medicine. Organizing these properties required Chinese medicine. After a deafening explosion that shook the heavens and earth, accompanied by a scream, a terrifying destructive shockwave erupted, instantly killing all demons within 100 miles, while a sweeping shockwave spread across thousands of miles. The matter concerning the Ning family finally calmed down. On this day, the emperor's actions were particularly strange. During the morning court session, after the minister spoke, he occasionally asked for Yin Mingzhou's opinion, agreeing with whatever Yin Mingzhou said, except when Yin Mingzhou was unwilling to answer. Did not take Xia Yunma and the others seriously. All the people here combined might not be able to handle the purple robe marquis. Fortunately, Yin Mingzhou's mask had been made to perfectly fit the skin on his face, making it unnoticeable without peeling it off. "I have already been married, so I shouldn't think about anything," Guizhi sighed while clutching the black spot on her heart. "By the time it breaks through to the legend, it will easily sweep away those humans outside, and this area will be respected by their tribe. More importantly, this sound came from the foot of the mountain. Who is this? Such internal power requires at least 100 years of cultivation." Murong Xian was completely taken aback by Yang Yun's high-profile confession. His face flushed red and white, unsure whether it was from anger or embarrassment, his heart racing uncontrollably, and his face felt hot involuntarily. "I alone am enough," Lu Yu said coldly, her figure shooting out like an arrow towards Huoya. She was always like this, and it was quite good. After thinking about it, having spent so much time together, without her optimism, there probably wouldn't be so much laughter between us. Long Ao looked at the furry Shanshan in front of him and suddenly felt amused. With everyone's exclamations, the power of the flames distorted the surrounding space, directly colliding with Hades. Then came the performance moment of Duan Lang, carefully describing the performance of the concubine, the expectations for the child, and discussing names. Su Heng smiled slightly. Even if Wang Ping didn't say anything, he would arrange a meeting before leaving so that he and Jin Heihu could get acquainted. Just now, she was watching the excitement, and just moments ago, Jiang Wantong was facing disaster. How could such a drastic change happen in just a few sentences? Pei Yin narrowed his eyes upon hearing the servant's words, not expecting Su Ming to have such capabilities. Everywhere was barren, the devastating dragon might spreading out, as if it were going to completely swallow everything around. "This is the best solution. Let's settle on this." Li Dafeng firmly rejected Lin Yifun's goodwill. At this moment, upon hearing Bai Sai's words, Sun Wan felt as if struck by a heavenly thunder, instantly feeling both crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The true name of the war machine is James Robert Roddy Rhodes. He is a friend of Tony Stark, a former U.S. Army colonel, the head of the U.S. Army's Weapons Development Department, and an intermediary between Stark Industries and the U.S. military. Chapter 97. Clouds of war rising in this place, called Yanglin. It seemed as if countless layers of space surrounded him, like innumerable overlapping dimensions quietly circulating around him. His entire being exuded an otherworldly aura, as if not belonging to this world, but descending from a higher dimension. The space beside him constantly twisted and deformed, as if being torn by an invisible force. This bizarre scene sent chills down one's spine, stirring a sense of reverence and fear within. Upon seeing the two of them exchanging greetings, the time demon god was not. Thus, after seeing the ancient robed man sealing off the entrance of the huge stone door, Li Tao instead agreed wholeheartedly. Earlier, at the underworld barbecue shop, the Wu Chang brothers had come over asking for charcoal, as the matters here had dragged on until now. After the 10 kings exposed the identity of the young master, he also revealed himself, but at this moment, he was in an extremely embarrassing state, covered in dirt, his originally noble clothes filthy, hair disheveled, coughing blood from his mouth, looking severely injured. Before him, it seemed like a vision of her old age being served by someone. Just thinking about it made her feel delighted. In fact, who this orc was, Lon Mo had an inkling. He had not seen many who could exert such powerful pressure, but there was one that had a connection to him. Although he knew she was Alusa, in any case, she now looked like a big brother. Nicholas still felt a bit creeped out, standing awkwardly. Nicholas felt he might be going bald at a young age. There were simply too many distressing facts recently. Coincidentally, he suddenly spotted Reese's figure. So, Jianyang casually put on a robe and walked out of the room, but as soon as he stepped outside, he saw Li Jue standing at the door. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his figure flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall, and helplessly rolling downwards. The bread rice they grew belonged to them, and of course they could sell it. But even so, no one dared to cultivate too much land. It was unacceptable to let it become barren. Upon hearing this, Mo Zhen tightly hugged her in his arms, then rested his head on her shoulder, taking a deep breath to calm the restlessness in his body. Wilder said nothing more, pulling out a stack of berries from his robe, taking back 2 tents, and leaving the rest on the counter. A perfectly rectangular piece of land seemed as if it had been dug away from thin air, the giant bear's body directly disappearing, without a point of leverage. Without time to react, it simply fell into the huge pit formed by the missing land. Ziyuan was right. Naoli Mushong was still lurking outside. And you all cannot leave the villa. Su Yi wanted to ease the tense atmosphere. Yes. Then, lying in the body of the doll, Lu Yao felt the coffin being lifted up, swaying and moving in one direction. Just thinking about the cold air that came out of the bathtub made Gu Lu Xiao feel scared. It was just too cold here. Previously, he was misunderstood as having harmed the prince, and now, with another incident like this, it didn't seem strange at all. Perhaps Liang Shoya had found out and said it on purpose. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. It seemed that Shi Shengyuan really designated a legitimate heir at this moment. Turning around, Zhu Changlua's face slightly tightened, which made Fei Jiajin, who was watching the excitement, feel that something was off. This requires the subordinates who are to be rewarded to think critically, weighing in their minds what kind of reward is appropriate for the merits they have established. The colonial rule of the Han Kingdom has severely undermined the spirit of Bushido in Japan, and the core samurai of Japan can no longer be compared to those who initially resisted the invasion of the Han Kingdom. The ladies also followed her gaze to Shunruohua, their eyes filled with undisguised suspicion. Existing information about the main character. Name, Huo Yuhao, gender, female identity, student of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy physique, primordial world body and indestructible primordial body influence, transmission spirit tower, and influence established by Huo Yuhao and Ilex. Responsible for soul spirits, artificial soul rings, and artificial soul bones. Starry City, the city where Huo Yuhuan's second life resides. Located very close to the transmission spirit tower. Mingdu Hall Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy Soul Power Level. Level 54 Soul King Immortal Dao Level. 9 Heavens of Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal. Half-Step Great Dao Realm. Subsequent Conversion System. Special. Undead Half Dimension. A gift from Ilex to Huo Yuhao. Divine Artifacts. Ice God Sword will later be transformed into a spiritual treasure. Dragon Slaying Destruction Knife. Ice God Bow. Ice God Heart. Master. Kong Deming. The first level 10 Soul Master of the Sun and Moon Empire, already at the limit Douluo level. He is invincible unless a deity appears. Master, Bai Chun, Su Yechen, a powerful figure from the Holy War period of the Sun and Moon Empire. The first Divine level Soul Master, inheritor of the Annihilation God Lord. Master, Ilex, the Necromancer Divine Law God of the Holy Demon Continent, with memories of a past life. Possessing peak strength in this life on Douluo Continent. With Huo Yuhua's help, his strength is now not inferior to divine-level spiritual power, far exceeding that of a divine king. Mother, Huoyuan, killed by Dai Huabin and the Duchess, ultimately meeting a fate where her bones were left untraceable, later resurrected by the dragon ancestor of life. Kafka, one of the star core hunters, mother of Huo Yuhua's second life star, proficient in word spirit technique, one of the strongest members in control. Lovers, Di Ruichio, Meng Hongchun, Orange. Partners, Xiao Hongchun, whom Huo Yuhao met at first, the one she chatted with the most, with a martial spirit of the three-legged golden toad. Level 59 Soul King, Ji Juechen, an absolute sword fanatic, deeply obsessed with swords. Soul Spirit Partners, Million-Year Soul, Beast Tianming Ice Silkworm, Dream Emperor, 500,000-Year Ferocious Beast Ice Blue Emperor Lizard, Ice Emperor, 800,000-Year Ferocious Beast Ice Heaven Snow Woman, Snow Empress, 300,000-Year Ferocious Beast Ice Bear King, Xiaobai, 300,000-Year Ferocious Beast Titan Snow Demon King, Atai, 30,000-Year Soul Beast Ice Whirlwind Qingwan, 50,000-Year Soul Beast, Reproduction Beast, 800,000-Year Ferocious Beast Void Heaven Goddess, Void Martial Spirit, Eye of Void, the Supreme Treasure from the previous life, Primordial World Tree, the original body from the previous life, Ice and Snow Goddess, Necromancer Divine Law God. Eye of Void, Immortal Level Original Martial Spirit, possessing attributes of void laws and spiritual attributes, entering a state of void after a second awakening, with soul skills directly altered. First Soul Ring, Million Year Tianming Ice Silkworm Soul Skill 1, Mental Detection Sharing Soul Skill 2, Mimicry Soul Skill 3, Domain of Mental Interference Soul Skill 4, Soul Impact Soul Skill 5, Life Reflection Shield Void Form, Soul Skill 1, Void Slash Soul Skill 2, Void Separation Body Soul Skill 3, Shattered Blade, No Thought, this cuts Soul Skill 4, Domain of Void Second Soul Ring, 30,000 Year Ice Whirlwind Qing 1, Soul Skill 1, Void Diffusion Void, Form, Soul Skill 1, Void Storm Third Soul Ring, 50,000 Year Reproduction Beast Soul Skill 1, Reproduction Void Form, Soul Skill 1, Void 10,000 Shadows / Fourth Soul Ring, 800,000 Year Void Heaven Goddess Soul Skill 1, Void Sword Soul Skill 2, Void Alternate Dimension Soul Skill 3, Chanting Void Induction Soul Skill 4, Domain of Void Void Form, Soul Skill 1, Void Divine Sword Soul Skill 2, Void Shattering Dimension Break Eye of Void Soul. Ring Colors, 1 gold, 2 black, 1 red. Primordial World Tree. Huo Yuhao's original body from the first life does not require soul ring absorption. A supreme treasure of primordial spiritual root that achieves martial spirit. First Soul Ring, Self-Congealing Soul Rings Soul Skill 1, World Prison Soul Skill 2, 10,000 Leaves Annihilation Second Soul Ring, Self-Congealing Soul Rings Soul Skill 1, World Spear Soul Skill 2, Blessing of the World Divine Tree Third Soul Ring, Self-Congealing Soul Rings Soul Skill 1, Summon of All Spirits Soul Skill 2, 1 World Soul Skill 3, Divine Leaf Suppression Soul Skill 4, Spirit of Heaven and Earth Fourth Soul Ring, Self-Congealing Soul Ring Soul Skill 1, Law Restriction Soul Skill 2, Law Mirror Transformation Soul Skill 3, All Heaven World Soul Skill 4, Immortal Divine Body Fifth Soul Ring, Self-Congealing Soul Ring Soul Skill 1, Law Evolution Soul Skill 2, Eternal World Soul Skill 3, Divine Light from Above Soul Skill 4, Eternal Kingdom Ice and Snow Goddess First Soul Ring, 800,000 Year Ice Heaven Snow Woman Soul Skill 1, Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Unmatched Soul Skill 2, Imperial Palm, Great Cold No Snow, Soul Skill 3, Imperial Cold Heaven, Snow Dance Bright Sun Soul Skill 4, Frozen Space Second Soul Ring, 500,000 Year Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion Soul Skill 1, Ice and Snow Heaven Sorrow Soul Skill 2, Ice and Snow Rage Soul Skill 3, Extreme Freeze Ray Soul Skill 4, Ice Soul Explosion Third Soul Ring, 300,000 Year Titan Snow Demon King Soul Skill 1, Titan Snow Demon Cannon Soul Skill 2, Titan Snow Demon Summon Fourth Soul Ring, 300,000 Year Ice Bear King Soul Skill 1, Ice Bear Blizzard Soul Skill 2, Ice Soul Meteor Special Item, Star Core, in Huo Yuhao previous life. Kafka injected the Star Core into the body of the star, granting her the abilities of all Star God destinies in this life, and also allowing her to briefly summon Star God support. Laws, Complete Space Law, Complete Fate Law, Complete Ice and Snow Law, Complete Void Law. Chapter 98 has been restored. Even if these supreme treasures are powerful, facing those overwhelming and countless artifacts is still somewhat stretched. However, after drawing a ray of gun light to kill some beings that had the deepest greed towards her, Hong Ling then turned her gaze to the remaining beings. Now it's your turn. I ask all fellow Taoists to go to your deaths. On this day, Hong Ming was particularly lively, with the sounds of sword light and gun shadows echoing throughout. Enough, don't flatter me anymore. Is there anything else here? If not, then leave. I have something very important to discuss with you, said Lun Yeshuang. Zha Lu, taken aback, immediately cast an inquiring glance at Murong Hui. With the mutual explanations from Murong Hui and Muyu, they finally detailed the entire situation to Zha Lu. At this moment, Mi Shixiang felt like damp firewood. Although it was ignited, it continued to smoke without catching fire, leaving him in a state of entanglement. Tisich, I can't be bothered with you. Do as you please. Mi Jio turned his head away. Let me go. I don't want to see him. Xia Qi struggled. But with her strength, how could she possibly break free from Xia Han's grasp? Beat him? I didn't hear clearly. Could you speak a bit louder? Ma Qianan deliberately placed his right hand behind his ear in a listening gesture, his body language unmistakably indicating what he wanted to hear. Zha couldn't help but ask, Young master, what do you mean by that? Zha didn't understand. Give it to me? I can't use it myself. Wouldn't it be better for you to keep it? They would only act if provoked, and once they did, it would stir up a storm, using all means to ensure their opponent was completely annihilated, left with nothing. But Zhou Zian didn't dare to ask, not out of fear that Jiang Beige wouldn't answer, but rather out of fear that Jiang Beige might misunderstand. After the storm, Ling Tian and Xiu'er sat together, with the flush on Xiu'er's face still not fading, while Ling Tian was lost in thought. This could explain why a black cat always appeared before, whether in dreams or reality. This black cat existed. Jiang Xianfu slowly approached with a cane, staring at the motionless old man on the bed for a long time before finally sighing and speaking. Fortunately, Shun Xing could sense the location of the divine artifact, the Chinquan Ichi rod, so they should be able to find their way there. I nodded in agreement while pondering Zhang Yuhan's words, having this character suddenly appear beside me. To be honest, it was impossible not to feel suspicious, but seeing how familiar he was with Jiang Shiwei, it was natural to classify him among the fellow travelers. However, they had never encountered such a situation. Their family was indeed guilty, having heard that it was often haunted, with someone knocking on the door at midnight. And someone even came to collect Zhao Hu's life, which scared them greatly, fearing their son would be taken away, which is why they hurriedly buried him. These were just some tedious matters within the family, but Wu Ji himself had not even noticed. If Wang Li had not disclosed the matter of receiving the prize, it indicated that he was redeeming the silver, and after returning to the anomaly department, the murderer discovered he was carrying a large sum of money, thus developing murderous intent. And the time the murderer had to prepare was relatively rushed. How many 7th grade alchemists could there be? The well-known 7th grade alchemist Zhu Xingkong was still being hunted. Could it be that just now, when she helplessly cried in her sleep, asking if she was not strong enough, the spirit spring space was trying to help her become stronger? The technique seemed more refined. Li Fei had unknowingly mastered the ability to spin the empty fan on his fingers, and at this moment, he was enjoying himself immensely. Without Shi Lingjing, she could still find someone else. Although she had no real power, she still had a few trusted confidants hidden away. In the following days, nothing changed. It was still the same routine of attending classes during the day and working at night. However, Zero had not stepped foot there again. Chapter 99, Recognition. When Hong Ling saw this scene, she was momentarily surprised. But still, a blade of gunfire swept past, but did not lead to life and death. The true spirit still existed. Shi Yuan watched the fate of Long Yuan with a sense of desolation in his heart. Yet he wore a slightly resolute smile on his face. He turned to the remaining dozen or so companions, his eyes filled with determination and reluctance. Fellow Taoists, Shi Yuan, will take my leave first. Having said that, he no longer hesitated and charged directly toward Hong Ling. The one who had just spoken was a descendant of the Luo Shui Meng family, the grandson of the current head of the Meng family. Although the Meng family was powerful, Meng Xiaoqing's father was a complete softy, overly pedantic, and extremely particular about etiquette and appearances. If it weren't for the old man of the Meng family watching over, the family business would have long been ruined. The second son of the Lin family is my senior brother. I entered the Lin family at his invitation. Moreover, what kind of doctor does the heir want as the family physician? Why bother trying to amuse me? This was a polite refusal. Because in this mode, players need to move in the real world and make actions, so this mode carries certain risks. Lin D said it, so that only those who have received professional training can activate this feature. The first to attack was that gorilla, who blew a few times into his hands and his chest, producing a thumping sound like a war horn, letting out a low roar, and with a sudden burst of strength in his legs, he actually disappeared from the gorilla's sight as its pupils contracted. Qian Feng's heart trembled, feeling that Qian Ye's words contained countless mysteries, yet he could not decipher them. He silently remembered Qian Ye's words and nodded slightly. Regarding this, Tangan Bo was the most clear, so he didn't think of stopping it, even planning to help these guys a bit. Just get Lightning Team to team up with Falcon Team and Dao City Team, okay? Apart from the remaining 2 members of the Crow Team, everyone else agreed with Director D's proposal, and Dao City's captain also felt that it was indeed inappropriate to let his team members participate in such a dangerous mission. Slowly walking to the window, he noticed that the surrounding scenery had changed significantly. There were more planets, and the colors were more vibrant. Finally completed, Lin Chong sighed deeply. Although it had only been 2 minutes, he felt as if it had been 2 months. It was extremely tense, fearing something would go wrong. And if Tangan got angry, Lin Chong himself would be fine, but his TPC headquarters would be finished. Time rapidly passed, almost as predicted by Li Ru, just as he was reorganizing the troops to attack the city gate, charging directly with war horses and violently colliding with the city gate. Information about Zhang Jiao appearing at the East City gate naturally reached others on the battlefield. The strategists racked their brains to devise a backup plan, which was to have that rich second generation deliver supplies to us. Wouldn't it be better to have him send some silver so we could buy it ourselves? Kong Hung was also furious about the strategist's alternative plan after the fish hawk was grounded. Nia Fenghua gritted his teeth, silently cursing that demon, but after thinking about it, today had indeed been a day of back pain. It was good to wash up, whether to wash or not. So in this world, Liu Yu fighting against the old man, to reach this level was indeed quite an exaggerated feat Bianjing. That was once the national capital, but now it is our shame. The man stopped laughing, and his expression suddenly changed. Thank you, Brother Qinfeng. Gu Lingyu smiled elegantly, gracefully lifted her cup to take a sip, and from her gaze, it was clear she held no malice, but I still wouldn't let my guard down. The gentleman referred to as a wandering soul was naturally Yi Fei. Upon hearing this person's words, he turned with deep sincerity and said, "You really are drunk." By Taizong's side, getting closer and closer, while Jeaner was waiting at the door. Seeing this scene, she was about to go in, but was pulled back by Huo Yuhao. Yi Fei had finally escaped from danger, and as he stood up, he shot a glance at Bai Yunfei and said, "There are still many things happening, but they are not within Liu Yu's concern and do not fall within Liu Yu's calculations. This path is not the one I originally took to follow Han Fei Shue. Continuing down this path could be extremely dangerous." As Long Xiaoyan said, "I don't need to take risks anymore to work for unknown people. Wang Zhonggue, you should find someone more capable. I will return with Long Xiaoyan." The person in the brown robe said, "Could it be that the power of destruction is not a pure force, but rather a power cultivated and controlled by some terrifying existence?" Therefore, Tang Yi felt that Ku Yu was an accident, and the successor of the sword indeed existed. Qin Sheng, who had his vital energy drained, was now dead. With a thought, Li Ziyuan commanded the pattern beast to pounce, swallowing Qin Sheng whole, crunching a few times before digesting him. After dressing up, Uncle Guang shrank his neck, looking somewhat frightened at his reflection in the mirror, turning his head away and daring not to look. "I originally thought you wouldn't come to mock me, but given the circumstances, how could it possibly succeed? Although Li Huanhuan usually doesn't think much of me. Has she really not missed me at all after 2 or 3 days? It's really distressing." Tang Yi checked the time. He initially wanted to go back to see Sima Puyu, but it was already noon, and since he needed to treat Sima Guangnan's legs, he decided to visit Sima Puyu later in the evening. Upon hearing the other person's words, Yi Xuanhuan's lips immediately revealed a cold smile, his right hand suddenly reaching out and grabbing the other's shoulder effortlessly. Liang Mengshu smiled even more brightly, laughing as she turned and walked away, leaving everyone stunned, wondering why she encouraged it after not opposing it just moments ago. Just as mythical figures appear in movies, humans can also triumph through technological means. The conflict between technology and mystical methods has become a hidden danger of war. Of course, as long as the Xianyuan plan is not successful, people will not fully accept the existence of mystical methods. So, as long as the Xianyuan plan is stopped, this hidden danger need not be worried about. Additionally, Yang will remember that historically, Li Qiong's attack on Luzhou was quite smooth, as the Zhaoi military governor Deng Hui was dissatisfied with Zhu Qiuanzhong's bullying of the Tang court and surrendered directly to Li Qiong. Chapter 100. Return, but the Douluo World S screen was surprisingly surprising, as there was actually a power of rules. Although he didn't know how it came about, it was still good to recover, and by the way, wait for those guys to come for a big surprise. Huo Yuhao gently moved her fingers, wrapping the entire Douluo continent in that power of rules, or to put it more appropriately, wrapping the entire Douluo star. And now, after the return of Huo Yuhao first life memories, she didn't know about it. The mouth of Eunuch Hai seemed to be sewn shut. No matter how Tian Ling tapped from the side, not a bit of information leaked, only saying that it was known when it was mentioned. Since the soldier's training volume was guaranteed, Marin was also happy and relaxed, going to another shooting range, where he happened to see Carter supervising his soldiers. Meanwhile, Zhang Dabiao in front fired several shots at the enemy outside, causing those soldiers to lie on the ground, unable to lift their heads. On the side, Chen Yuqi narrowed his eyes slightly. The elder of the Huaxian sect was the biggest figure to visit so far. However, within 2 hours, Chen Yuqi and Chen Fati rushed over and saw Zhang Xiaotian and the others guarding the door. Both were shocked and stopped in their tracks. "Sai, fine. Let us give it a try," Huo Shisan said thoughtfully, and then intended to leave Xiao Chen's office. Yi Xingqian did not move. She leaned on Si Rue's shoulder. Si Rue felt the hot moisture on his shoulder and didn't dare to move. If those pains could be vented through tears, then let her cry it out. Once she had cried enough, He wouldn't let her cry again. Xiao Chun, didn't you promise me that you would date me? Li Xiao said with a spoiled expression. Xian Yuanpa said seriously, feeling puzzled, not knowing where he had offended Chang, almost provoking her to take drastic action. There are no boxing gloves as protection in this place. Only flesh against flesh, bone against bone, resulting in the most intense collisions. Just as he was speaking, I pushed forward with a palm strike, hitting him heavily in the chest. At that time, Zhang Jian went to the boundary hell, while Jianling and others were brought to this time-space palace by the Qianlong Emperor. I was so busy all morning that I didn't even have time to drink water. It wasn't until the lunch break that I finally had a chance to catch my breath. While drinking tea, I picked up my phone and was stunned to see dozens of missed calls, all from Sha. The simple 3 words reminded Yang Shirue of the previous scenes where Zhou Yao faced off against the social brother, and his heart calmed down a bit. The godmother had no valuables, except for some jars and bottles that ordinary people wouldn't know the use of. There wasn't much else. I had been thinking about the letter the godmother mentioned, and while my dad and uncle were busy, I found it in the red box and tucked it into my pocket. So the only possibility left was the godmother and that corpse demon. I actually hoped that the guest who came was the godmother. I hoped she hadn't died. I wish she had come to tell my father some secret or something that made him change his mind. However, Zhang Jian gave up on those things and chose something that most people wouldn't choose. This matter indeed caused a stir back then. I was 10 years old, and my royal brother was only 13. At that time, the entire court sided with the Shuhua Daoist, and shortly after my brother ascended the throne, he couldn't shake the opinions of the officials and was forced to issue an imperial decree for Lu Fengqing to be burned as a sacrifice to the heavens. The soldiers gathered at the door saw that the person before them was not their general, and they were furious. There was no one to give orders. So they rushed forward and restrained the fake general tightly in no time at all. Don't worry, Annie. You can absolutely trust my cooking skills. Mu Ranyin patted her chest and assured. The old eunuch fiddled with a copper coin in his hand, flipping it over and over for a while, tossing it back and forth like a projectile. Yet it carried the lives of these two. Chapter 101. Shrek admits defeat. Those caught in the storm would undoubtedly become live targets, which was quite a thrilling act for soul masters. Below, Muin shook his head and said, "Little Wong. Mulao, I'm here. What do you need?" This match no longer needed to take place. Muin understood very well that there was no need for this match to continue. Yin Xiaozhe and others wanted to persuade him that they could still win. Muin sternly reprimanded, "Arctic fox? Is it a fox?" Taozi's round eyes suddenly sparkled with unusual light. "I am willing." Without hesitation, she replied in a gentle tone, almost drowning the Yachuchu in her embrace. Perhaps Ming Si nodded in agreement, and I soon heard the sound of footsteps, but then it stopped again. In the dark forest, the red light emitted by the chaotic spring lured all lost souls. Nangong Zhuohua had been deliberately watching her, observing whether her expressions while speaking were suspicious. When he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her, his expression froze for a moment before he numbly shifted his gaze away. She was both tired and sleepy, not wanting to be disturbed anymore. Quietly lifting her eyes, she saw Jun Wujin with slightly lowered eyelids, seemingly pondering something. Her gaze flickered as she snatched the medicine bowl and brought it to her lips. I hadn't even asked yet, but the bright red color from earlier at the entrance to the underworld flashed in my mind. In the royal kitchen, Chu Xiangxi held a kitchen knife, staring at a lively, jumping carp on the cutting board, expressionless. Lin Peng didn't wait for Xue Mingrue to turn around. He turned first, stroked his beard, and separated Lin Yu's and Lin Nuanyuan's line of sight. Everyone was excitedly driving mechas everywhere. If this weren't inside a battleship, they might have directly opened fire for fun. Wu Tian instructed by Yang Jing to guard the entrance of the underground parking lot, and gave Chi-Chi a walkie-talkie to supervise by Yang Jing, while he went out to search for vitality crystals. After stuffing 2 blood-red orbs into his mouth, a Tao's aura surged again. The blood energy of 3 master-level experts converged, pushing him to the brink of collapse, with his skin cracking and bleeding all over. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong leaped into the air, and a dark shadow flashed by. With golden light surging in his hand, the golden cudgel directly smashing into Yang Jian's forehead. Peng Yi sat cross-legged, staring intently at the dead man's sutra, which described a method for calming the mind that could ferry dead souls. Although this bottle was nothing compared to the painting he had picked up from Old Master Xie that day, it was still a genuine item. Although it wasn't from the Western Zhou dynasty, it wasn't from last week either. Roughly speaking, it had nearly 100 years of history, so it was worth something. Yin Xiu quickly brought up tea, and Bao Mei handed a towel to Qing Shi to wipe off his sweat. After serving this great contributor, Qingshi finally took a breath and briefly explained what he had done on this trip. Chapter 2. Lord Zhang and Lady Zhang both laughed at this, and the atmosphere in the hall became warm and cheerful. Unfortunately, he currently needed a large number of elixirs for cultivation, and Earth was not a martial world, with scarce cultivation resources. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to seek trading. Report to the young master. Xia Yun and the others have already left Baidi City. In the Lei Mansion, a spy was kneeling half-heartedly, reporting Xia Yun's whereabouts to brothers Lei Bao and Lei Chong. But your marriage with Linger has already been made public. Do you know how much impact it will have on Linger if you cancel it now? Mingzi Hua frowned tightly, glaring at him angrily. Yi squinted her sky-blue eyes, finding it strange, ever since she started following Commander Blake. He hadn't said a word and just kept walking ahead without needing him to lead the way. Wang Nanbei was quite surprised. He didn't understand what the other party was trying to do. He wanted to figure out what was in Cha Yi's gourd, but due to a moment's hesitation, his powerful right fist struck the other party's chest, sending Cha Yi flying backward. Chapter 102. Broken Bones, Tang San. Facing the double attack from Diruhio, Tang San was forced to retreat and dodge. Fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison. As Tang San quickly dodged, he reacted swiftly. The fourth soul ring beneath his feet instantly lit up, emitting dazzling blue light, and powerful soul power surged into the blue-silver grass like a tide. Countless strands of blue-silver grass rapidly grew from the ground, as if endowed with life, wrapping around Tang San at an astonishing speed. Life is mostly unsatisfactory, with 8 or 9 out of 10 things not going as wished. Deep feelings often mean being apart more than together. Who can escape? What do you want to do? Tong Leki raised her eyes to look at Su Mo's hen, staring at him in a bland manner, making Su Mo's hen feel a surge of anger. Looking at the distant cries of the miserable commoners and refugees, Lu Yunwei's face turned pale with anger, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. While Hong Changshou and Zhang Zongheng also frowned, their eyes fixed ahead as if they were on fire. During the martial arts conference, although there was no prohibition on poison fighting, both parties had to have practiced poison arts and voluntarily agreed to compete with poison skills to obtain competition permission. The war god knew that the other party practiced poison arts and still openly challenged him, so naturally, no one would stop it. It turned out to be a student from the archaeology department. The young man just secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yi Xian's words. But his heart was once again in his throat. With the experience from the first time, Cheng Tian had a good understanding of the power and defense of the Iron Armor Dragon. Indeed, this Iron Armor Dragon was as astonishingly defensive as recorded. The middle-aged man felt something was off if he let him find a shadowless sword saint. Even 10 of him could not kill Dongfang Weiying. The mysterious guest had said that his people would lie in ambush here, but they had yet to appear, and Dongfang Weiying was getting closer to the northern sword tomb. Where did that thing go? Why can't we sense it anymore? He raised his hand, but nothing came into it. At this time, the common people around had also awakened. Hearing the military horses entering the city, they were so frightened that their souls seemed detached. They called for their parents, hurriedly hiding under the offering table to burn incense and chant Buddha, just hoping that the bandits would leave quickly. Shuli Mei wiped her eyes, looked at his thick eyebrows and handsome face, and couldn't help but feel a rush of affection, leaning down to kiss his forehead. Instantly, she felt shy again, burying her head under his armpit. And that mysterious man who once spoke with the gods, could he be the one emerging from this dark door? He had lived in the world behind this dark door for 30 years without the knowledge of the God Searchers. What was the purpose of this? The role of formation path cultivators in a team often goes to two extremes. They're either marginalized or regarded as the core. Is my husband resting here tonight? After settling Zhao Ni and her maid, Zhao Ye looked intently at Li Yu. He remained indifferent, as usual. However, he wouldn't mind listening further, regardless of who it came from. After all, it was the story of the man he believed was most worthy of being his master, the Grim Reaper's uncle. General, you must not take risks in the future. With tears in her eyes, looking at the bandaged general, Huan felt extremely pained, wanting to touch him but fearing it would hurt him. She wished she could take his place. However, the Chinese military's offensive had not yet begun, and there were unexpected problems at Falangzi. Thinking back to Jenny's attitude when facing her earlier, Xiao Yaoyao gradually believed her judgment. The two agreed that every morning at 4:30, Lu Nan would get up to practice martial arts with Hu Kai-shan. This was Johnny's first encounter with such sealing techniques. Curious, he immediately operated all the energy within him as instructed by the ape spirit. Indeed, as he said, that mysterious energy was like a layer of window paper, easily pierced and would have no effect on him. Chapter 103. Past life grudges. This life to repay. Huo Yuhao slowly approached Tang San, speaking softly. Only Tang San could hear. Tang San, the grudge from the past life, you must repay in this life. This strike is repaying the past self. This strike is for the past Yuhao. This strike is for my current self. This strike is for the current Yuxian. After severing the spider legs, Huo Yuhao was still not satisfied and struck Tang San's body with the dragon spear's tail. In the Yi family, I am seen as a thorn in the flesh, wish to disappear immediately. This time, taking advantage of my outing, they must find a way to eliminate me to prevent future troubles, Yi Tianhao said bitterly. Takahashi looked at Feng Lin's corpse. Major Inu Kai, wasn't Feng Lin exterminated by Karakikoin? If that is the case, then leave these three to him. One should leave a line for others, or else it would be bad if Tuanzhou cried urgently. Chu Yin revealed a mischievous smile. It's really beautiful. Although it doesn't belong to one race, Chu Yun can see its unique charm. Yi Tianhao, you say you saved thousands of common people. Everyone here believes it. After all, so many people outside testify for you, and this merit cannot be erased by anyone, Feng Shuo said coldly. Although Yun Xing agreed with the notion of the child of destiny, he did not place any hope in such ethereal matters. Even if he were the child of destiny, if he did not strive to cultivate, he would still be left behind, facing the earth-rending beast. If he did not desperately awaken the power of the seventh star, he would still die unjustly. Of course, among these corpses, the perfected souls had long been absorbed into Yi Tianhao's body for storage, waiting for the time to refine them. A mysterious and eerie power began to surround Yun Xing like a tide, seemingly wanting to completely wash away his five senses, unknowingly invading his consciousness, compelling him to do things against his will. That power was terrifying. Even some slightly weaker martial artists would be directly strangled by this force. Of course, the amplification ability could only be considered a secondary ability of the white jade shell. Its primary function was still defensive. As long as one was above the North Ocean, the white jade shell activated by the Sea Demon King was absolutely formidable in defense. Blood suddenly gushed from the wound, and Yi Yun gasped. He truly did not expect the sword demon to come up with such a trick. At this moment, Li Hexian could even sense an impatient emotion emanating from the Demon Emperor's sword. The bed was somewhat messy due to the two, and the occasional muffled moan broke the silence in the room. Shizhan raised his head, looking at the person in front of him who had lost her usual elegant demeanor, and his heart softened. What do I do? You all can just have your fun. I won't accompany you. Tam Luo had a strong premonition that this time she would be tormented endlessly by those two. By the way, Annie, Zishan is sleeping in that room. Xing Yu carried Yi Zishan to the staircase and turned her head to smile at Du Xiaoyan. Did she say anything before she left? Shenzhe did not think this matter was significant, just asking. In the dark, various forces were competing. The winners laughed heartily, satisfied as they left, while the losers were dejected, falling from grace, silently disappearing from everyone's sight. It's okay. It doesn't matter how long it takes. As long as you take good care of yourself and come back safely, Yin Yao said. Sister, what do you think of this plan? Marin had waited a long time, but saw Han Marin not speaking, so she changed her expression and asked. So as long as the combined score of the comprehensive science is 180 points, it's enough for Yi Ningyu to enter the same university. Just like when Oyana wanted to resurrect the deities of the void, she did not consider the other lives living in the void. Chapter 104. Snow and Ice Descend. The Phoenix, known as the King of Birds, holds a revered status, even among dragons. Only the most powerful ones can be compared to it. Among the Phoenix clan, the purest bloodline is undoubtedly that of the Fire Phoenix, symbolizing light, heat, and endless power, representing the pride and emblem of the Phoenix race. However, the Fire Phoenix is not the only existence in the Phoenix clan. The Ice Phoenix is also one of the types of phoenixes. Inside Ma Xiaodao's body flows part of the Phoenix blood. Yinggu watched this scene and found it amusing. Apparently, the one being insulted was her, right? Killing husbands? This old lady is really ruthless. Destroying her reputation is even more severe than the Ruan family. Perhaps she is hoping she one T get married. Seeing this, the others quickly moved to a far position. Most of them knew Long Ao Tian's strength. So to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, it was better to keep their distance. Seeing him looming over, Ming she quickly pulled her legs in, curling into a ball, just as she was about to flip over and slip away from the side. Upon receiving the order, the reconnaissance camp's first company swiftly fired a round at the Japanese engineers before immediately retreating from their original position. After the first company had just evacuated, a series of shells struck the original position. Why do you think I came out to defeat that ghostly person? In Junfeng replied abruptly. He recalled information from his memory about alchemy and medicine, which indeed included details on scar repair, but he wasn't sure if it would be effective. So he temporarily decided not to tell Xiaoling Yun about it. The Empress might really be lonely. She chatted with Yingge for quite a while, but some topics were not deeply discussed. Eventually, she got tired, and Yingge quickly helped her rest, serving her until she fell asleep before stepping out. Guo Xiaoyang suddenly felt a bit uneasy. After all, this matter stemmed from him. Although he believed the general manager would not cover for his godson if this incident escalated, it would create many negative impacts on Qin Saixia's future work, at least turning her against her superior. All right, President Su, let's get in touch after we're done, Ma Jun said, watching his back as he turned and left the funeral home with Lao Si. This time, no one approached him again, but that murderous gaze was quite distressing, and yet they couldn't provoke trouble themselves. How do you know it will definitely be him? In Junfeng looked at him in confusion and asked. At his core, even if he had not completely succumbed to evil and become a true green demon, he still enjoyed this immense power. Development could wait until after the scholar, and for mental and physical growth, he would write less later. Perhaps it would take dozens of chapters before it came up again. Faced with the threat of war from Italy, this old general stepped forward without hesitation, ready to lead the Ottoman army. Once again, he stepped onto the battlefield. Outside, a few speeding cars passed by, their headlights illuminating his face just right, half dark, half bright, obscuring his eyes. In this quiet and cramped space, it seemed to be filled with a sorrowful emotion. Lin Daiyu also sighed softly. There were fewer and fewer people in this world with whom they could communicate as equals. Their own family had many descendants, not to mention those recorded in the family tree. Even just the illegitimate children of several elders were countless. Yet unexpectedly, only Rong Guanshan came this time. Indeed, this guy was exactly as Yu Sheng described. Facing Yu Sheng's current glory and kindness, she deeply regretted and suffered, ultimately crashing into the taxi door. The Su family had no choice. The head of the family had to bring people to engage in private salt trade, and then was reported and arrested. Xiao Yang said just 4 sentences to him today, yet he was still very happy, kissed her, hugged her, and promised to come see him tomorrow. Although Chu Dingguo was only a 6th-rank school officer, he had considerable knowledge about personnel and organization within the Right Guard. Most of the Right Guard were sons of noble families in the capital. If one did not understand the interests involved, it was easy to offend people. Chapter 105, Nuclear Explosion. With a single strike, the black-red flame, as if stained with ink, instantly flowed along the blade into the battle knife. Ma Xiaodao let out another sharp scream, and the black fire phoenix behind her seemed to be summoned, instantly drifting forward and merging into the Bahu Liansol knife. In an instant, the blade of the battle knife was completely covered in black-red flames, as if it had been given new life, exuding a violent and scorching aura. Ma Xiaodao tightly gripped the huge hilt with both hands, her delicate body suspended in the air, an astonishing momentum continuously radiating from her, like a bronze bell being struck at the bottom of a lake. The two exchanged a glance, grimacing and nodding. Thank you, brother, please spare us. Yet inwardly, they cursed Feng Xiaoming for his shamelessness. He only had 3 items, so how could he say he had barely taken 3? As soon as they entered, a bone-chilling cold approached Lu Xiaomong, penetrating directly into his body, leaving him feeling cold to the core. Among the 3, the elder leading them wore a long white robe, a hint of a smile on his face, his skin fair, walking along the path as if floating. It goes without saying that being called the Island Lord meant he was the lone king. Feng Xiaoming was unaware of what Lan Bing and Lan Yin were discussing. At this moment, he had just finished his training and planned to go out for a stroll. With the improvement in his cultivation, coupled with the changes brought by the Diamond Sutra, Lu Xiaomong felt a sense of being from an immortal family. Given their differing statuses, Lu Xiaomong naturally would not get angry over a blonde. However, this was also good. Without pressure, there would be no motivation. Perhaps the Ruan family's oppression of the Yun family would encourage some talented disciples of the Yun family to work hard in their cultivation, achieving rapid progress in martial arts. Lu Qianqian's considerations were not without reason. Gan Zhaolin also knew of Lu Qianqian's abilities. It was not impossible for her to infiltrate among their own, but he would not create turmoil within his ranks to investigate his own people. Thus, he spread the false news that Su Li had already been captured, the purpose being to draw out the real Su Li, which was what they called a trial balloon. Just as Guhan was about to pick another Qingming fruit, A chaotic chattering startled him, and he raised his head to watch the cold pond warily. Of course not, second brother. In my heart, you will always be my brother. Xiang Ming, seeing Bai Jing constantly signaling, thus followed Lu Yu's words. You said that Yu Xinyan proposed a breakup. What else can I think? Xiao Yingying's emotions were somewhat agitated, causing her to unconsciously raise her voice when speaking to Manjing. A sword thrust came, and the mad cat had no choice but to block with its sword. Although the phantom spirit sword was mighty, it still could not penetrate the broad-edged sword in the mad cat's hands. Perfect. After being placed on the bed, Tamika lay there with dazed eyes murmuring, You say your name is Jiao? Tamika suddenly turned around, looking seriously at Jiao. The joy and anticipation in her eyes were something Wei and had never seen before. However, during this period, Li Longji indeed deserved the title of wise and martial, especially since he, at a young age, single-handedly orchestrated the Tanglong coup, forcibly placing his father Li Dan on the throne. Engaged in frequent battles, Jin Yin accidentally discovered that his cultivation had unknowingly advanced significantly. It seemed that the voices of the townsfolk attracted the attention of the blood-savage beasts outside the city, and hundreds of green-feathered large birds rushed down from the sky. These large birds had bright green sword feathers, their wings outstretched about 15 meters, their eyes flashing with a crazed and greedy color, and their sharp long beaks bore traces of blood, making one shiver all over. The chains grew tighter, and Qin Shaoyan could not break free. Both arms bound along with his body, rendering the dual swords in his hands useless. Crimson blood flowed down his cheeks. Ashine Ashur had a resolute expression, reminiscent of the former Qi Bai Helu. So, even Captain who personally saw him? I tried hard to steer the conversation back to the main topic to alleviate Captain Hu's embarrassment. He grieved for his brother forgetting the late emperor's instructions and sympathized with the common people suffering under the oppression of noble families, thus raising the banner of resistance to rid the emperor of treacherous officials and restore order. So in the end, I found him, Look, I've already completed 4 here. The Green Emperor, the Flame Emperor, they are done. Shouldn't we help a bit? After flipping through everything, 0517 discovered that this was completely absent from the system regulations. Among them, it was best to wait until the Pangu world deciphered the ancient court of the divine descendants and expanded the Tao soldiers on a large scale, to allow the spirit gods to perform for eternity. After living together for a while, Jiang Chuan also realized that Du Wanqiu was the type who liked to stir up trouble. Lin Yunju saw that he seemed to have genuinely fallen asleep, and was quite angry. After making such a commotion, he slept soundly. After Chun Shoujuo left, the other cultivators continued their training, and 3 days later, some suddenly awakened and experienced a significant breakthrough. To create intricate traps, various materials are needed, such as the juice of the pitcher plant, which can serve as a strong adhesive, capable of not only capturing prey, but also sticking trap materials together. Even if they have it, they would do it discreetly. It seems that the whole family is clever. There is no need to worry about being dragged down by the Lin family in the future. Since King Zhou took Daji, he has indulged in feasts and pleasures day and night, leading to a decline in court affairs and confusion in official documents. The colors are bright but not gaudy, the luster is warm, and the texture is smooth and delicate. The painting is finely crafted, and the quality of the porcelain is exquisite. It is indeed an enamel vase from the Qianlong period. And what is most remarkable is that it has been preserved so intact. The middle-aged boss held the porcelain vase in admiration. Since around 7:30 in the morning, Xie Jingshun began climbing, and by noon, he had only ascended 1/3 of the way. At this moment, I made up my mind that I must eliminate Yang, sure no matter what. If it weren't for them, there wouldn't have been such a series of events, and thus many people wouldn't have died because of it. Although I cannot absolve myself of blame in this matter, it is ultimately due to me, so it must be concluded by my own hands. Chapter 106, Attachment to the Red Dust in the Venue. Yaoheng indeed had something going on. He had become exceptionally thin, his face pale as paper, as if he had lost all vitality. His body trembled slightly, and a thin layer of frost covered his skin, shimmering with a cold light in the sunlight, appearing particularly dazzling. Even more shocking was that the wounds on his body, as soon as blood gushed out, were instantly frozen, turning into blood-colored ice crystals that adhered around the wounds, as if to commemorate this battle. Then he began to chop lamb chops, planning to make a clear stew with lamb chops and radish, and stir-fry an eggplant. He initially wanted to stir-fry chili eggs, but then remembered that Luo Zhan had a stomach ailment, so he changed it to stir-fried zucchini with eggs. Next, the priority was to eliminate Qinyu. The entertainer calmly said again. At this moment, the number of Mercury boats was sharply decreasing, and he did not have the advantage in the spatial battle against the conquerors. 1,000. This information was naturally unknown to Morningstar, but he could certainly verify it through his own channels after the conversation. There was no need for the other party to lie about this matter. The shadow outside the tent tried to gently tap on the tent. Seeing no movement inside, he smiled in satisfaction, put away the syringe, and turned to leave. At midnight, the clock struck 12. Yi Jinjin sat in front of the computer, staring at the just-computed hantavirus sequence analysis evolutionary tree on the screen, when suddenly, a phone rang. Bai Yu was enduring the torment of beauty, while He was not having it easy either. After killing Zank last time, they held a meeting because of it. However, being angry aside, the strength of the ability users cannot be measured by ordinary standards. He still remained highly vigilant, trying to discern where Qian Yao's trump card was hidden. What made her happiest was that Luo Zhan could enter the Command Academy as an instructor in September, allowing them to have a regular family life together again. Any accidents occurring at work would not be compensated by the factory, and they would not be responsible for accidents caused by violations of normal operations during work hours. There were no convenience stores near the school bus station, and I had nothing to eat on me. My stomach was growling, and I didn't even notice someone nearby. When I felt a chill all over, suddenly a hand reached out beside me. Chu Chu broke a cookie in her hand and handed half of it to me. Upon hearing this, Lu Su felt deeply moved. Wine is a sacred object, but also a poison. In ancient times, Di was skilled at brewing wine, which he offered to Dayu. After drinking it, Dayu found the wine very sweet, but from then on distanced himself from Ed and stopped brewing wine, stating, "In the future, there will surely be those who perish their country because of wine." The consequences were as expected. Xiajie and Shang Zhou both lost their countries due to indulgence in wine and lust. The only can of beer was finished, and putting down the can, the middle-aged law enforcement officer did not ask for more beer, just turned his head, remaining silent as before, lost in thought while gazing at the river surface. He had reached the second level of magical body training. He possessed dragon-scale skin and high defense. As long as he wasn't a very large media master, he would never be in life-threatening danger. Besides, did Qin Sheng not have the power of the Yinsan Corpse? The Vice Master Ning is not a stranger. Jiang Yin has seen him before. He is the master of the Jinwu Hall at the Dahu Gang mining area, Ninggongdao. As the great disciple of the Kunlun Divine Palace, Yi Tiandu has already ascended to the Tribulation Realm by now. Anyone with discernment can see that, barring any accidents, he will be the next sect leader of the Kunlun Divine Palace. Therefore, his arrival at Ningjiang Tower has also received significant attention. The phone rang for the first time, but after about a minute without an answer, it was hung up. It rang again after about 2 minutes, but Mo Chun still did not respond. They need to understand that the External Affairs Hall will not discuss any reasoning with them. If they do not cooperate with the work of the External Affairs Hall, they will be dealt with directly. Sui timely admitted defeat, successfully avoiding a lecture, and sat down at the dining table. Wrapped in a blanket and half embraced by Mo Chun, Lu Darren, who was called to park the car and buy cigarettes by Lian Gu, just returned slowly, still carrying something else in his hand. Chapter 107. Champion. However, there is no doubt that this is poison, and it is not ordinary poison, but extremely potent poison. The horror of this poison lies in the fact that once it enters the target's body, it does not act immediately, but rather silently erodes like a lurking demon. It spreads quietly within the target, gradually releasing unbearable agony over time. This pain does not erupt in an instant, but continuously torments the target, as if there is an invisible sharp blade within. "You don't have to worry so much. We know what we are doing," a young man with dark skin replied. He is an ethnic compatriot, not an African-American. Before going out, Jiang Yao and Jiang Yu once again expanded the space by 10 square meters, each spending 100,000 steps. Yuan Zhan explained that most people came for the century-old red scales, and it was already quite favorable for him to trade one of them in advance to the Mu family. Yin Yin rode on horseback, surrounded by his personal guards, crossing the long convoy of supplies that stretched for dozens of miles. The corpses on the ground should have lost their spiritual energy, but they are filled with it, as if they are the source of spiritual energy for this formation. She had married someone else, openly and legitimately, and now she must be the center of attention, just like Yin Yunji in the Li family. Wang Qinghao was only at the initial stage of integration, and a mid-grade heavenly spiritual treasure was enough for him. Even a high-grade heavenly spiritual treasure wouldn't unleash much power for him, not to mention that Wang Qinghao didn't focus much on treasures in battle, relying more on his own divine abilities and physical strength. This would free up more time to spend with family, allowing them to go on vacations, have dinners, get massages, or lie on the beach for a whole day. Despite this, it also possessed the strength of a third-tier demon beast. And this explosive outburst likely meant it knew it couldn't escape death, so it was fortunate to perish alongside those despicable martial artists. To say there was no disappointment in her heart would be a lie. She hoped that after this recovery, her brother and she could return to their former state. However, looking at the uncontrollable smile on his face, it was clear that he didn't feel as unfortunate as he claimed. Instead, he was full of superiority. Temples are the same everywhere. I didn't see anything special from beginning to end. After all, we didn't come here to see the temple today. So we quickly moved on to our next destination, Udai Beach. However, her heart didn't send out a warning. Although the sharp pain felt like needles piercing her body and made her uncomfortable, she keenly sensed that her spiritual perception was actually expanding. It was okay. It was just clothing. Bai Qingqing smiled brightly, but didn't link arms with Bai Zijing again. If you want to go, let's buy tickets. Gu Yinhua couldn't resist her sister's gaze and ultimately decided not to rest and went straight to see the Ferris wheel. Gao Haoyan thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll wait for you in front of the shopping center to the west after work." In fact, he had social engagements that night. That evening, Yin Lincheng took in Muhan out to dinner, deliberately choosing the dishes that Muhan usually liked, but she still looked listless. Upon seeing this item, Zhou Yi felt completely confident about the losses caused by restoring the 12 capital heavenly gods method. While arguing with Jean Rulon, Shaylee noticed Gao Yunjin's back and frowned, doubting whether she had seen it wrong. In fact, after saying this, the Ghost King immediately regretted it. Wasn't he just creating a rival for himself? Don't worry. Since Siener dares to go, she must have some confidence. Besides, isn't the Master of Feifeng Ridge a breakthrough transformation realm master? I believe she will protect Siener. Ye Vingyun Simidet. Watching this scene, Minglan beside her also had a glimmer of light in her eyes, but the sorrow on her brow had not completely faded. However, since she had come to a new school and it was the first day of school, she didn't want to hold grudges in front of others' brothers. After listening to Ren Jia's introduction of the functions of each place, Dai Dai nodded as if she understood. In short, the moon of the demon realm can provide strength to the demon race and demon descendants, and only they can see it. Hence, it is called the dark moon. Dad, this is Mr. Fong Xian. He knows how to detoxify. Previously, Mr. Fong drank the poison wine of Duanchang San and has already concocted an antidote for himself. Yi Qingyun opened his eyes, and Yi Hongxiu hurriedly introduced from the side. Of course, she couldn't tell Qing Shinian and the Qin family where her brewing methods came from. They wouldn't believe it anyway. Facing the current, ever-changing situation in Tokyo, even Gu Air couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Director Su, please arrange for Xiaoya's parents to stay outside the school first, Officer Liu said. With a glimmer of hope, they were willing to take a gamble. Moreover, Cheng Shinian had known them for a long time, and they trusted each other. Even if the brewing didn't work out, they would only lose half a month's rent. Originally, Feng Lao thought that the alarm had gone off because Jiang Xiao was coming, but when they arrived, they found out that the one who triggered the alarm was actually Meng Xinyan. Mu Rongyi stepped forward, and Jiao Lian leaped, instantly pressing against Long Qin's chest, seemingly ready to crush his heart if she was dissatisfied in the next moment. Previously, Jiang Xiao had indeed thought that if the sixth young master hadn't taken anyone over, she wouldn't have lost or run into trouble. At most, she would have just put everyone into space, and once in space, wouldn't it be under her control? But no. More than 10 days had passed. Although her foot injury had healed a lot, it wasn't completely healed. Now, if she encountered a real expert, life and death could be decided in an instant. In the next moment, someone raised their hand without hesitation, and all the leaders of various races, without any hesitation or dragging of feet, raised their hands high as soon as the meatbag's voice fell, as if fearing that the fat man wouldn't see them. How can I not agree? Moreover, even you, my lord, would you dare to openly refuse this matter? Zhou Jialin said. Tan Ursek had already raised his giant axe and stepped forward to start the slaughter the moment the shield of the warmonger was broken. In a state of extreme madness with red eyes, his power and speed received a terrifying boost. As for stamina, he felt he would never get tired. What? What did you say? Xia Jian's father couldn't hear Duan Yi's words clearly and had to ask again. Shoes and socks were cast aside, and clothes were in disarray. The room was filled with a strong scent of perfume, lust, and the moans mingled with the rough breathing of men, hitting her heart like bullets in an instant. However, his fighting spirit was also ignited. He began to seriously plan how to turn the Xunyu can factory into his own possession. What's wrong? Does it hurt? Chu Luowei turned to look at Xiao Weiya, hurriedly putting down the kitchen knife, supporting Huo Yuhao, and then said, "Go lie down for a while. I'll get you a hot water bottle." Saying this, Chu Luowei had already taken Huo Yuhao to the bedroom. Chapter 108. Communication, meeting on the other side. The people from Shrek Academy had not left, but they were all there, except for Biming and a few others who had left. The Lan sisters were nowhere to be seen. As for where they were, they must have gone to see the protagonist of this event, Huo Yuhao. "By the way, do you two have something to discuss with me?" Huo Yuhao looked at the Lan sisters, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. The two looked delicate and petite at this moment. When they looked at her, their cheeks flushed slightly like ripe apples, probably because they were seeing her. Lu Feiyong looked at everyone, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. "Now, one by one, come to my side and take the oath." This was a ceremony Lu Feiyong had thought of long ago. That palm strike was very heavy. His originally fair and jade-like face immediately became red and swollen. "I didn't know you were still this nervous. Isn't that a case of hiding silver in the open? Perhaps it's not that you don't know, but that you don't dare to say it. Who knows how he found out, but what does it have to do with me? There are many who know me. Can I manage them all? TSK, TSK. The two words Good Tea had not yet escaped when they were blocked by Hua Xuanji's slender hand over her lips. Her mother? Hua Xuanji listened to the words of the Prime Minister and the Prophet, feeling somewhat perplexed. That afternoon, the prepared Su Zhe and others immediately rushed to the city where Chao Yu and his family lived, which was not too far from Haishi City, in Tianxi City. It wasn't until this time that Wei Yin also vaguely discovered that this item had not truly unleashed its real power. On the way back to the prince's mansion with Butler Li, Hua Xuanji hung her head in frustration, secretly scolding her recklessness and hoping that the gentle breeze wouldn't talk too much to the prince. "It seems you have quite a few secrets on you, but the victor of this battle will definitely be me." The red in the eyes of the Mad King became even more apparent. Two beams of red light continuously swept over Luffy's body. Seeing this scene, a sense of danger spread among the crowd, and without needing reminders, everyone instinctively became vigilant. Wu Fan was startled and fell from the air conditioning unit, fortunately without making a sound. He calmed down and, during the fall, stepped on the air conditioning unit on each floor, easily landing on the ground. At the same time, he also turned on the bathtub faucet. Looking at the large bathing area, shower area, and soaking area, everything was complete, and that huge bathtub was clearly specially designed. However, throughout this battle for people, Longsheng, which had not taken any action, announced 3 days after the martial art competition that the assassins among the top 100 were unstoppable and the warriors were never full, with the two brothers joining Longsheng. The managers of the public relations department had some differences upon hearing this. But if the newcomers were given too high treatment, what would the old-timers think? Of course, the biggest beneficiary today was Han Yuqing. Years later, when recalling today, Han Yuqing would feel very touched because today was a day that reshaped his dignity. Wang Yuan knew he would not harm his subordinates, but it was inevitable that if they really knew about this matter, they would have some thoughts in their hearts. Of course, without any preparation, how could I be called the master of the Sheng family? Sheng Lu smiled charmingly, not taking Huo Linfei seriously at all. After they finished eating, I naturally picked up the chopsticks used by Nu Alan and ate the remaining food on the table. This is the pain of being a descendant of a prestigious family. Hua Xiangrong suddenly looked dazed, crying as she said, "You may never understand my pain. You may see my glamorous side, but have you seen my tragic side?" Bai Yuding felt dizzy, unable to distinguish directions. And almost half of her body leaned on Wang Yuan as they walked out of the hot pot restaurant. When alone, Xia Xin could take risks freely. But now that they were a family, she had to consider the feelings and safety of others. Chapter 109. Assassination. Some academies had not left, but most had. Muin left after discussing with the Sun and Moon Empire. In the Divine Realm, since the last time he was sealed, he was finally unsealed by Huo Yuhao. But he could still see the situation in Douluo continent, and the attack of Tang San sword was naturally the attack of Bai Chun. And when Tang San was not paying attention, Douluo continent had changed dramatically, and there was another self. This person had already found a way to die. Third brother, you can join, but what benefit can I get? Now, if I don't take advantage of the fire, once I am used up, they won't give me anything. So I should first gain some benefits. After all, thinking about it, given the current situation, I can only follow what Aunt Yin said. Just as the words lingered in the air, the 3 spirit grasses by the well simultaneously emitted light, each shooting out a different seal, merging above the well to form a corner formation diagram, releasing terrifying power. It was already Christmas here. This was my bottom line. Quantimo said indifferently. As long as he was alive, He would not allow Shi Nanxing and Ngu to be together every day. After all, the Dian Qi sect was derived from the Dian divine sect, and its refining technique, if not unrivaled in the world, should still be considered rare. Zhuge Feng suppressed his anger and hurriedly headed to Chongning Hall. The Empress Dowager thought for a moment and followed him. Mu Bai had been following the Empress Dowager, while Yi Guifei and others eagerly trailed Zhuge Feng towards Chongning Hall. From this point, it could be seen that the Xinwu sect and Tiansheng Hall were determined to eliminate Cheng Lingyu. Perhaps this injury to Quan Mo also had this meaning. He used his future health to pay back the debts owed for himself and her. Everyone was whistling at Quan and the others, loudly cheering and shouting on this New Year's Eve. The long-lost excitement was replayed in the Quan family. Bing Bing was also unceremonious, delivering a powerful blow that sent him staggering. Just at the moment of the explosion, the experts from the Heavenly Thunder Sacred Church, the Heavenly Fire Sect, and the Mountain River Alliance simultaneously shot out, rushing towards the Qilin's sacred tree, eager to seize the opportunity. And these people were all engraved with creeds. If they could be killed by Lu Chun, then the creeds on them would also collapse, turning into fertilizer for Lu Chun to regain control of the Tao's voice. "My lord, please follow me," Song Mayer guided, leading everyone through the green belt to the lakeside. The Biyun area borders the zombie empire, which is undoubtedly a major battlefield. What awaited them would be a tide of corpses like an ocean, countless runners and diamond zombies, and even higher-level mutated zombies, alien zombies, and terrifying beings like demon wing zombies. Zhao Yunrang completely agreed on this point. Although the armies on the border had an unspoken understanding, there was actually very little friction between them. However, before they could rush to the front, their bodies fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Zhao Yunrang found it somewhat amusing, as there were rarely distractions in this situation. Originally, all the lords were quite dignified, but once the gentle and virtuous ladies liberated their thoughts, it was far more powerful than unbinding their bound feet. Letian never thought that one day he could fly, and it was very high, even higher than a 100-story building. During this catastrophic period, it was precisely the opportunity for beings like Wang Li to stir up trouble. The information he knew about this world was also obtained by adventurers who entered the world of gods during this time. It must be my second uncle. While Chun Hao was speaking, he hurriedly bypassed Wang Zijuan and opened the door. He pulled towards that door. "Don't run around. If we lose track of Liang Jun, who was walking beside Li Ling," he smiled at Ding Churen, then slightly frowned and looked back. Just as he began to speak, Ding Churen, who was walking, suddenly grabbed Zhao Xian's hand nervously, leaving Liang Jun, who was originally frowning, stunned. He was somewhat dumbfounded. Chapter 110. Undercurrents. Yen Xiaozhe showed a hint of a smile on his face, his tone filled with confidence. "Elder Xian, I have faith in Bei Bei and the others. As long as this team of selected members is not attacked by the inherently evil soul master like last time, our Shrek Academy will definitely clear all obstacles and win the championship." Elder Xian gazed at Yen Xiaozhe's face, his eyes revealing a trace of worry. The location for the next soul fighting competition is Mingdu, which is the home ground of the Sun Moon Empire. In the previous competition, he witnessed his son die before his eyes, while the murderer proudly displayed his skull as a trophy, a display of arrogance and powerlessness. Xiaozhu naturally had no idea that someone actually gave away his underwear as a gift. Even if he found out, he would probably just be amused, because as long as it wasn't he sold, it was as he said, giving it away for free to fans was also acceptable. Zhang Shuo looked at so many dimension traders and was somewhat shocked by the strength of the dimension trading network. Otherwise, how could there be so many dimension traders? This is the hope that Jared calls, which from a normal level of thinking, means that Xiao Zhu believes his hand is absolutely strong. The name of this organization is closely linked to another topic, which is that there has never been a scene in the history of Sydney like today, so close to the Enlightenment era that ancestors like Aru dreamed of. As this era is finally approaching, what should the Enlighteners do? What term should be used to refer to this movement? Xiao Zhu's expression darkened. He despised people who thought they were capable and acted arrogantly. As a former wealthy man in his past life, Xiao Zhu understood that there were many talented individuals in this world, and anyone could accomplish things. Only capital was king. "Haha, Zikong, you're really here." I didn't believe it at first. A familiar voice came from not far away. Looking up, Li was instantly stunned because he was far too familiar with that person. However, the other party was not an ordinary person. The usually silent LA police officer, Old Charlie, spoke up beside him. Whenever Randolph felt he couldn't hold on any longer, he would go to many leisure venues where heroic spirits gathered. At that time, the murmurs would weaken, and Randolph would take the opportunity to rest. When he felt his condition was about restored, he would once again be alone, accepting the knowledge transmitted through the murmurs. Shen Xiaoshan secretly laughed as he canceled the press conference. Since they had already won, he had no intention of kicking someone when they were down, as that would give the entertainment industry a too overbearing impression. "Where are you?" After the call connected, hearing the noisy sound from Yang Dong's side, Su Tian frowned and was the first to ask, gritting his teeth and ignoring the employees. Yi Huan stormed directly toward Zhou Zhuang's office at the back. "Don't worry, Sister Feng, I will do my best." Li Xueqian spoke little, but when she said this, it meant she would definitely do it. The monkey orderly moved the robots into the storage area, took a look around, and found nothing on the U-shaped console. There was no point in looking. Might as well eat something. That's all that could be done. Why aren't these people coming out? The Ice Blue Rider felt a bit impatient. The last bandits were extremely cunning and hadn't shown up at this Watergate for over 10 days. Qing Bao had been racking her brain, trying to bring up this topic, while Luo Qian was unaware of what Qing Bao wanted to say. Seeing Qing Bao silent, she quietly walked beside her. Wei Changfeng heard Li Qianyu's voice, and, in that instant, it felt as if he had turned into an idiot, forgetting even Nina's threats, and actually replied aloud, awake. The moment he spoke, he knew he had gotten himself into big trouble. Chapter 111. Huang Quan takes action. Xuanzi's mouth twitched at Jing Hongchen's words. With so many people around, why not see who is surrounding whom? Jing Hachun, with so many of you. What do you want to do? Are you trying to incite war? Hearing Xuanzi's words, Jing Hongchen shook his head and coldly laughed. Not at all. I don't want to see the continent's creatures suffering. We are all secretly protecting our sun and moon champions. After all, we just won the championship. And there will always be those with ulterior motives. A ray of clear light shone on the transforming body, which had originally been erratic and illusory, gradually solidifying and completely exposed under Tai Xian's finger. The building's lobby and offices were filled with computers, both new and old. The new ones were recently purchased, while the old ones had long been neglected. Yu Chao casually stopped a black-clad person who was about to flee to inquire about Ma Long's whereabouts. But when he and Ahao turned around, the good person had already vanished into the crowd. Zhang Tianqing's mind was indeed sharp. In such a short time, he had a bold idea to directly throw a silencer grenade to kill that lookout. But was that really possible? Now that Lu Yu and Chao Chao had both refused, the two had to abandon that thought, and from then on, Yuan Xiao and Han Fu no longer mentioned this matter. Chun Jin rubbed his forehead, thinking about whether to find a place to disembark and then conveniently send these guys to the Navy for some travel expenses. Unless absolutely necessary, when my life is not threatened, I should try to avoid causing trouble. I sneered inwardly, thinking that if I really encountered danger later, I might still have to rely on someone. In the void above, the starlight was brilliant, shining brightly, and the power of the stars from the Milky Way was continuously pouring down, endlessly accumulating on Yang Chen's body. Follow me, and I can ensure you won't die. I can also help you win in the battle against Long Fei 3 years later. The White Lotus Taoist had been closely watching Yun Hao's every move. Upon seeing him stand up, a clear voice faintly sounded. Alice's lips bled slightly, and her armor cracked like a spider web. She rushed directly to Qin Qing, who was already in the car, nervously clinging to the car door like a koala. My lord, the cold green plum juice from the well is for soothing the throat. Zhuang Yan's heart was always so considerate, although Li Feiqiu always felt she could see through his inner thoughts with her crystal soul technique. What on earth are you doing? Black Dragon Peel, holding a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher from the car, fired directly at the opposite side. After 5 or 6 consecutive rounds, the other side barely made a sound, and Sun Shumin immediately organized his people to rush over. Just as the two were talking, the lights on the scene suddenly dimmed, and all the lights focused on the large platform ahead. In fact, in this city, it wasn't impossible for Nanjiang to stay for a long time. However, she felt that her life shouldn't stop here. His left hand was already injured, and he jumped down with one leg. The black dragon spun Nie Yun around a few times and then threw him out. Nie Yun crashed into a broken brick, his eyes wide as he looked at this world, feeling somewhat unwilling. Han Shuer's face was extremely ugly. She glared at Xia Shangshang beside her and scolded. What kind of terrible idea did you come up with? Now my reputation is in shambles, and you might as well not live. A trace of killing intent flashed in Han Shuer's eyes. For a moment, the originally gentle Tai Chi was struck with an extremely fierce and powerful feeling. No need to worry. No need to clean up. Everything is in Ziyu's other world, Li Feiqiu said. Zhang Xiao secretly thought that the demon clan was simply not a match and was easily slaughtered. Chapter 112. The Pressure from the Void. You have targeted people you shouldn't have. This is destined to be a road of no return. Huang Quan's tone was cold and deep, as if it came from the depths of hell, with no excess emotion. As for my name, I've forgotten much of my memory, or you can simply call me Huang Quan. Now it's time to strike. You wretched woman, you seek death. The title Douluo was completely enraged by Huang Quan's cold attitude. He shouted angrily and turned to the people behind him, yelling, "Brothers." Although the Qin dynasty group has already started to counterattack against the Kuan gang group's commercial siege and has opened a breach, Yu Jiaolong will definitely find a way to continue suppressing the Qin dynasty group. Although her feelings for Qin Tian are not that deep yet, she has never thought of kicking him out. Qin Tian has helped her a lot and even saved her life. She is not that ungrateful. Although her marriage with Gu Zekin is in shambles, Lu Shihan does not want others to see it. Seeing Hua Tuo dressed in white, with an air of immortality, Lu Bu felt even more confident in him. Thinking back to before when he mistakenly thought the child in Su Ming's belly was Gu Zekin's. Shiman Chong Sui, who has a large family, was not in a hurry. He knew that such a warrior is not easy to recruit, and that slow interaction is key. As the sky gradually darkened, the queen specially prepared food according to Su Shinran's taste, which was actually what they loved to eat. Bai Xian felt her vision darkening, as if her chest was blocked, and she was having difficulty breathing, and her ears were ringing from the explosive sounds. In recent days, the atmosphere at Sihai Entertainment has been tense, with no progress on new web series projects, and some employees have submitted their resignations. The Song family and the queen arrived at the temple, and Su Shinran felt very anxious, thinking that there might still be a chance to save her, as her soul was still there. While the two of them were talking, they had already reached the entrance of Jinshixuan, where Chu Wu, Chu Ba, and Chu Jiu came out to greet them. Mu Shichen cast his gaze towards Kimu, only to see him standing silently in place, with a dripping water gun hanging from his pants pocket. It was unclear whether it was wet from the rain or from his own sweat, as it slid down his skin. At that moment, a sudden gasp erupted from the stands, and everyone turned to look behind Jaisai. The previously cheerful and discreetly observing He Erlang's beautiful princess suddenly turned pale, her big eyes filled with disappointment and sadness. To hide her leaking emotions, she quickly lowered her head. Given the situation, he didn't want to hide anything anymore. He knew he wasn't from this world. As soon as his figure appeared in front of the hidden array, Sha Kongyang waved his hand, immediately triggering the activation of the 128 array angles of the starry sky. The hidden array was where the main array of trapping immortals and demons was located. If he didn't guide it soon, the second primordial spirit would no longer be able to condense, and at that time, the Yuan Ying would self-destruct, leading to Lin Yi's certain death. Wang Xiaoyang was also unsure if the electronic devices would malfunction in the extreme environment of the Tibetan plateau, so he still carried a paper map with him. No one dared to act recklessly or escape on their own, as this ancient city seemed to be awakening as a whole. Blindly running around in this unknown ancient city without understanding the situation would definitely be seeking death. Yu Tianze and Shui Yin had run out of the avalanche range, while Lan Yi and Ji Ning lagged behind. Xie Yao, who still had a meat sandwich in her mouth, froze, even doubting whether there was something wrong with her ears. That was the nightmare of her life. Just hearing those 3 words felt like falling into an abyss, with no escape in all lifetimes. As soon as Xie Yao walked over, she heard such a statement, causing her mouth to twitch uncontrollably in shame, even though the person who said it was not her. Wu Qiuan held back his urge to slam the table, thinking it was a joke. Her uncle was at home. How could he dare to act against her? That would be sending him to his death. Chapter 113. The eve of corruption, Yin Xiaozhi said with a worried expression. But continuing like this isn't a solution. I can feel that the black phoenix flame inside her is continuously growing. There will come a day when we can't suppress it anymore. Should that day come. He didn't finish, but the helplessness and pain in his tone were evident. Old Mu shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of comfort. Don't be too anxious. The situation in front of her is not entirely unsolvable. It's just not the right time. Lu Ding Tian hadn't had time to take off when he heard 2 screams, judging from the sounds that they were from the 2 cultivators who had just flown by. So Qin Yu could feel Qi Hao's hands moving back and forth on her body, which made her a bit nervous. Under such circumstances, pressured by enormous domestic and international pressure, the British government looked somewhat embarrassed. The intelligence agency had to step in to clarify the situation and quickly transferred those spies back to their home country. The magic tiger's long arms remained unchanged, and its claws were still sharp, but within its claws was a hand resembling a human's, which was actually a part of the evil, but looked like a human's hand encased in a tiger's claw. Lu Ding Tian closed his eyes, gritting his teeth tightly, allowing tears to flow freely down his face, releasing and suppressing himself. Meanwhile, 50 miles away, Zhuang Wangdong had just stopped. Under such a distance, it was impossible for Mu Ziyun and the others not to sense him, but Zhuang Wangdong was cut off from energy and breath without realizing it. In fact, Mu Ziyun and the others guessed that the only one who could lure Zhuang Wangdong away was his brother. Brother Fong, goodbye, Feng Zheng said with a smile, tears shimmering in her eyes. Fong Tianmu coldly nodded, watching Feng Zheng and Wang Xiang leave. In the end, he was left alone, floating in the sky of this unfamiliar land, with nowhere to go. Hu Dai shrugged, indicating that she was powerless to help. Indeed, others had purchased items at prices ranging from 200,000 to 250,000. If he didn't buy at such a price, it would create new unfairness. After all, not everyone had such a grand and generous heart. At the same time, a wave of energy was transmitted from him, and without needing to ask, He could guess that the other party was summoning companions. The other party did not underestimate him due to his youth. In fact, upon seeing him for the first time, they had already called for someone. It was like a professional foodie eating beef, knowing the taste and price of different parts of a cow. However, until the operation began and was in service for a while, the most common situation was that many challengers would turn around and run out from the exit shortly after entering. Li Zizai didn't know where he broke off a branch and waved it forward, shouting loudly. That sort of thing had just ended. Although the fire in his heart had diminished, the residual heat still surrounded his body. Luja tossed and turned until around 3 or 4 in the morning, at which point Tang Chi had just come out of the bathroom. Although he couldn't see her, he still talked to her every day on WeChat, but he never received a reply. The fake smile on Granny Zhu's face grew even more, the excess flesh piling together to create a facade of kindness. Jiang Lu slept soundly until morning, waking up naturally, and her eyes, as expected, were swollen. She slowly shuffled in her slippers to the fridge to find ice. But when she turned around, she was startled by Jiang Duo, who appeared behind her. Human society gradually returned to the past and began to develop, but there was now a very threatening species. However, zombies continued to evolve and gained intelligence, and, among them, the zombie king could directly negotiate with humans, leading to a temporary peace between both sides, as many zombies no longer fed on humans. They left cleanly, not noticing that the 2 elders behind them sat in silence for a long time, finally exchanging glances that revealed expressions of existential doubt. My lady, they are our matchmakers. Gu Bei was stared at, looking around nervously, scratching his head. After glancing at the soaring favorability rating of 88, she turned her head away with a melancholic expression, appearing very sad. All right, I will definitely wish you victory. Yulingshe looked at Yugo, slowly tightening his grip. As long as it's what you want, I will give you everything. Gu Bei timely offered a compliment, causing Bai Luosher's heart to feel sweet, and she rewarded him with a charming roll of her eyes. A day of hard cultivation, followed by a series of events, first battling with a group from the Dark Department, and then overexerting his ability to manipulate airflow. Naruto's still young body ultimately couldn't handle it. In fact, in this current situation, unless Lu Ming didn't want the blood spirit fruit, he really had no other choice. Lu Ming focused his gaze and saw that ahead, a luxurious villa appeared, which was none other than Lin Wudi's private residence. And Su wandered around for a while before returning to the dance room, where she heard there were still 1 or 2 of her artists. Xiong Kaishan also understood. After returning, he instructed that they should obediently be good targets. As long as Gu Bei's people didn't kill him, this target would have to endure. Yes, that incident in Daxing Kingdom was indeed an accident. I happened to lose control of my powers and became an abandoned baby, accidentally brought to impersonate the 9th prince. Not wanting to live a life of poverty, cultivating in the mountains, I simply led my disciples into society, serving the gangsters, killing and setting fires, making money and enjoying life. Amidst the exclamations of 3 men upstairs, Jiang Yao calmly sidestepped while continuing to swing the axe, deftly severing the left arm of the tank zombie. With no other choice, the auctioneer had to strike the first gong, reminding those who wanted to bid to make their offers. The other party recognized Roger, and before the enormous fire dragon could land, Roger heard a strong voice calling out to him. She understood in her heart that it started with her uncontrollably misbehaving towards him. Even if she was framed, she couldn't express it. Chapter 114. Farewell what? Bei Bei was instantly stunned upon hearing Tang Ye's words. The smile on his face abruptly ceased, as if erased by an invisible force. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion as he stared intently at Tang Ye. his voice tinged with urgency. Xiaoya, what happened to you? After more than a month of not seeing each other, Bei clearly felt that Tanya had changed, and significantly so. The smile that used to be on her face had seemingly vanished without a trace. Her 3 lines of spirit showed that this flower was a 3-wheeled spirit object. Yifan used chaotic power to touch it, but was rebuffed by an invisible barrier. Compared to the divine corpse in front of him, what did demigods, divine beasts, or demon gods count for? Watching the outcome of the first 2 rounds of the competition settle, and with the afternoon's competition already established, these figures undoubtedly belonged to the strong, and it was inevitable to discuss the outstanding disciples. In the high sky, Zheng Su watched the raging thunder approaching not far away. Even though her strength was not weak, facing such a force of nature made her frown, unable to think of a way to respond for a moment. In an instant, 100 personal soldiers with shields approached, marching swiftly to form an impenetrable defense beside Yang Yao, shooting crossbows through the gaps between shields. Thank you, Mr. Bai. This is a Supreme Grade 3-member Jade token. Mr. Bai can come into the store and select a Supreme Grade 3 spirit food for free. Yifan handed the Jade token to Bai Jun. Meanwhile, in the valley where Liang Yu and others obtained the refining essence spirit milk yesterday, a fierce battle was also going on. When the Phantom reacted, it did not hesitate at all and decisively reached out a hand to press down on Amaterasu. Yang Yao held heavy troops, and as the crown prince, Yang Hong could not help but worry. Hearing that Yang Yao was pursuing, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, patting Yang Yao's shoulder, saying, "Sixth brother, when elder brother ascends to the throne, you and I will clear out the foreign enemies and establish peace for the country. Elder brother will fulfill your pursuit." Death, taking on a human form, walked up to Sean from the frozen crowd, his eyes flashing with profound light as he glanced at the frozen street, looking somewhat displeased. Seeing Mo Xiaoyan's face turn pale, Qin Ran's worry deepened. This was usually a sign of blood loss, meaning Mo Xiaoyan might be experiencing gastric bleeding. She looked utterly disheartened, swearing that she didn't mean what she said so urgently. She just wanted to hold his hand like a normal person to get a merit certificate, not sit in a wheelchair and have him push her. No rush. Take your time. Think it through before speaking. She seemed genuinely unhurried, gently sipping her tea and placing the cup back on the tea table. Not far away, using the cover of the corn and sorghum fields, Ajij was observing the movements on the battlefield from a distance. After waiting for nearly a day, Ajij was like a cunning hunter, patiently waiting for the opportunity to strike. What happened? This action left Ma Shirshio bewildered. He couldn't understand whether it was the Ming army or the Qing army. Penglai, I remembered it correctly. That giant stone with the azure dragon emerging from the water was said to have been discovered in Penglai. Su Muyun was filled with hatred. She couldn't care less about how Changla looked beside her. Her anxious expression was barely concealed. She only knew that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for her. Rongsan was not just looking for Yihan. He also arranged for Heisan to find someone to kill Yihan. At that time, Yihan had nothing to do with the high and mighty Rongsan from the capital. They were complete strangers with no grievances or enmity, their identities worlds apart. Why would Rongsan want to assassinate Yihan? After Kong Xing was pushed off the cliff, Kong Yin was very clever. She knew she couldn't handle the aftermath alone. After all, that was a living person who had suddenly gone missing, which would definitely raise suspicions. So, she made a phone call to inform Zhou Li about the matter. Subsequently, the 3 of them walked one after the other towards the outside of the Zuixing restaurant, arriving on the street outside. Zheng Wei secretly shook his head. This was a problem of ideology. The people of Hong Kong Island had deeply ingrained market economic consciousness, wanting to apply market economic rules to everything. If this were in the mainland, the government would have intervened forcefully long ago. You know who I am, right? How could I be afraid? Nangong Shai muttered, but felt sweet and warm inside. He placed the stone on the abdomen of the beautiful woman, then gestured on the stone, and suddenly it lit up, emitting a faint green glow. After expressing his mistakes, he subtly conveyed to Qin Songroa his intention to join her team. The barrage of comments streamed into the beautiful woman's mind, and she knew those dialogues made her eyes twitch involuntarily. Yi Tian didn't want to stay longer. There were too many things to do. Starting with the divine punishment, money had always been a hassle, so Yi Tian wanted to start his own company. With crystals, perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could break through. Guolin Yue's strength was at the peak of the late Spirit Master stage, just a little short of breaking through to the Spirit Soldier stage. The beautiful woman was very surprised to see the 9th concubine appear at home. Since that time, she went to Hongmen to give Han Fu the Rolex watch. She hadn't seen the 9th concubine again. The next day, as dawn broke, Qi Jingyu woke up feeling much lighter, and even his breathing felt clearer. Fujin, please don't worry. What if air gauge gets better? This meant, what if the person gets better? You can't, or else it might end up with air gauge being gone, even under such overwhelming attacks. They even counterattacked and killed an existence. This hurricane unexpectedly stirred all the dragon clans in the sky, causing them to sway uncontrollably. What a joke. Isn't that thing just a bunch of parts assembled together? Why can they awaken simultaneously and be so harmonious? A sudden, intense sound echoed through the air. Those severed tentacles actually sprang up violently from the ground, flipping around like springs. In that moment, it was as if they transformed into sharp arrows, shooting towards the vital points of Yang's throat, eyes, and heart. Richard did not pursue her. He just sat there quietly, letting the tears flow down his face. Su Yang's parents could also be considered the best of the best, but the glint in the eyes of old Lu and old Liang hinted that things were definitely not that simple. These people are not foolish. After failing time and again, why do they still insist on persisting? Chapter 115, A Knife to Seal the Marquee. My name is Huang Quan, hailing from the void, a self-destroyer walking the path of nothingness. I have forgotten much of my memories, but I can still recall some. You may also call me Raiden, guardian of the river of forgetting May. After Huang Quan finished speaking, he gathered all his strength into the nothingness greatsword. Then, he slowly struck out with an absolute blow that tore apart heaven and earth. This blade struck above the previous 3 fissures, forming a larger crack that lingered for a long time. Su Jiao was uncertain, only remembering that it had a pair of huge wings and the chains that bound it. This is probably because Sun Jin is fighting on the front lines, leading them to subconsciously believe that Sun Jin is invincible and that the Chu army has no time to spare. This has left the 80,000 to 90,000 troops in the forward camp in a state of idleness. The Trap Camp, the Black Armor Army, the Wudong Flying Army, the 18 Riders of Yin, and nearly 1,000 personal guards led by Cheng Yaojin. Right, since you have rescued me, why not be kind to the end and just let me go? I will remember your great kindness for a lifetime. Zhao Kuo's eyes revealed that typical cunning sparkle of a farmer. The weapons of the Poison Master are poisoned, and to prevent harming themselves, assassins carry antidotes just in case. I took a deep breath. Ling Xiao had waited for Zhuoliang for many years, and Zhuoliang's love for Ling Xiao was also deeply etched in his heart. If Zhuoliang were no longer around, Ling Xiao would certainly not survive alone. As my fingers just touched Ling Xiao's jade token, the token suddenly turned to dust. What do you want? I couldn't help but wonder. Everything in Huoyuan City doesn't cost money. Clothes, jewelry, food, and necessities are all available, and there's no need to work, nor do they age. What else is there to want? What does Ling Xiao really want? Su Jiao expressionlessly summoned the purple extreme, wanting to nip the situation in the bud before the heavenly Tao intervened. She had heard Wen Shui talk about Ying Long, and had previously speculated that Wen Shui liked this man, but since Wen Shui had waited for so many years for him, now that they were fortunate enough to be together, she couldn't help but feel happy for the two of them. At this moment, a cold wind blew through the entrance, suddenly ruffling my hair and making me feel momentarily lightheaded. Yi Ro's spiritual awareness was exceptionally sharp. She instantly sensed that with Zhang Fei's strength, he could not resist, and she had to take action herself. Upon seeing the figure of the man in the yellow robe, Duan Feihao and the others were shocked and retreated repeatedly, their expressions changing rapidly as they simultaneously shouted a name that struck fear into people's hearts. Immediately, he was overjoyed. His close relative had escaped the control of Shun Bufan, which was incredible news for him. The blood-red giant face emitted strange sounds, and the dark red, devouring power enveloped the area, causing the disciples of the Blood Sword sect to fly into the air in waves. The blood sword in front of everyone shook continuously, and with a crack, it began to shatter piece by piece. But at this point, he suddenly realized that his mental will could not even perform the simplest control over sand and stones. She had stayed in this underground palace for a while, and this stone chamber had once served as her resting place, relatively safe and hidden. Brother Chunbao, what are you trying to do? Zhou Tianming stood protectively in front of Chunbao, fully alert, his true energy rapidly circulating within him. In the following days, Lin Chun gradually recovered. However, he had become silent, his face as cold and hard as a block of ice. Impossible, Lin Chun thought, feeling a bit incredulous. Du Jiaoyang was at most 18 years old, while the outer elder in front of him looked to be at least in his 70s. How could they possibly be father and son? You've got some nerve to steal our Zhang Yun's sect's rare poison. You must be tired of living. The Taoist-robed elder shouted in anger, with bloodlight flashing in his hand as a strange blood knife appeared, slashing at the void and tearing through space in pursuit. Xiao Xiao, did you see that? This guy has a terrible temper. You still have time to regret it now. Your brother Mu Feng is still a single good young man, waiting with open arms for you. Mu Feng deliberately elongated his tone, sounding quite comical. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao shook her head and immediately refused. I appreciate the prince's kind intentions, but I'll be very busy during this time and really cannot spare time to attend the banquet, so please take your leave. She was not worried about offending Su Tianran. Even if she did, she could kill him. After all, she was now returning to the original system. And although she didn't need to walk the path of certification before, she did now. Her current strength was at the perfection of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and the path she needed to take was either that of a quasi-saint or, under the abandonment of all, Roland chose to head north and risk it all. After a disastrous defeat, he returned with his dying body, using his last bit of strength to destroy the invading demonic army of the Empire. After all, most people coming to the car city were those in need of buying a car, so of course, they would go to a car dealership that fit their economic situation. Going to a place they couldn't afford was simply a waste of time. On the spot, everyone was in shock, still standing there in a daze. As if everything were a dream. He could see that it was clearly not the right time to look. So he didn't take out his phone, but instead stepped on the gas, and Wan Kishi drove towards the road with the thunderous roar of the engine. The black-haired wizard frowned slightly, his hands instinctively crossing his fingers. He knew those sharp, cold eyes were watching him and would not give him any chances. Because there had been similar cases in the past. The first to speak could not escape being unanimously recommended to take on the role of executor. Upon seeing the primordial heavenly venerable and the supreme Lao Jun, Chang Erding immediately took out the six-soul banner and explained to them how Tong Tian Jiaozhu intended to use this six-soul banner to secretly harm them. I want to avenge my Qiao. Dong Huang Tai Yi shouted, and 3 black Yao dragons pierced through the body of the sea pillar demon turtle, which had only 1 magic pillar left. After leaving Dumbledore, Zhang Chun found Hagrid and learned from him about a great vacation spot located in Diagon Alley. Zhao Yin walked on his sword, one hand playing with a piece of spiritual stone he had just obtained, while the other hand took out a map. Damn it, how could you make me raise your wild child for so many years? She was the wife of the local county magistrate. The selection of the vice chairman of Country Z was imminent. At that time, Nan Zuisheng's parents would inevitably be implicated, although Nan Zuisheng was the victim in this incident. Bei Langsheng personally stood up for her, plus there was that Chiba Sakura. From the next class over, I drank a bit too much today and didn't catch everything. I just heard that he likes me. I tried to recount the conversation to Lao Zhao, but the alcohol dulled my memory, so I could only give a rough idea. Chu Linglong checked Yin Chu's breath. There was no breath. Upon hearing this, Lianli was shocked and lost her color, tears rolling down her face as she collapsed into Lianrong's arms and cried bitterly. Meanwhile, at Yu Qiufan's location, the purple winged dragon ancestor and Jin Chao guarded Yu Qiufan's side. With 3,000 fairy dragons and tens of thousands of purple-winged sea dragons also surrounding the floating palace city, spreading out around it, vigilantly watching the large number of county-level powerhouses rushing from the island. The banquet began, and Chan Yueying appeared like the moon, surrounded by stars, wearing a palace red dress that was truly eye-catching. Although Chan Yueying's character wasn't great, her fashion sense was decent. The bright red combination was indeed attention-grabbing. If you don't have this ability, you can let others dare. The beginner in the foundation establishment stage had no wisdom at all and actually dared to call himself a beginner in foundation establishment. The broken dream laughed loudly. Jia Qian, isn't it good to spend your own earned money? Why do you have to lower yourself and pretend like an old man? Cheng Yi replied angrily. Zi Ying turned around and looked her up and down. In this state, your hair is a bit messy, your forehead is covered in sweat, and you have dust left from training on you. How can you face people like this? The pursuing sea beasts angrily struck out a dozen swords. But seeing they still couldn't harm Luo Yin, they took out a round jade stone treasure glowing with sea blue light, threw it into the air, and cast down sea blue light, surrounding Luo Yin inside. Haizi, feeling flustered, scratched his head but then heard the alarm bell of the security team arriving. Xiangbin looked at his back, was silent for a moment, then broke off a branch and flicked it at his back. On the 7th morning, Tang Xiaoyan could no longer help but kneel and bow to the old monk, saying, Master, disciple Tang Xiaoyan has come to learn meditation. The monk paused briefly in his sermon before continuing. The external armor of the cockpit had been completely removed. and multiple cables were connected to the onboard computer system of the intelligent Angel Gundam. The bidirectional transmission of data is underway. The so-called sublimation is to elevate oneself into a higher existence, thereby publicly separating from the individual known as Rintosaka. However, when the bathroom light was turned off, the bright environment instantly fell into darkness. Even the sleeping seventh master sensed something slightly and instinctively turned over. With determination, he revealed a broken smile and stepped forward, walking one step at a time to the innermost display case of the collection room, where he stopped. The Knights of the Judgment Church raised their guns, pointing towards the direction of the roaring sound. However, Zhou Lin remained indifferent. He had long known that he wouldn't last long here. As this world continued to change day by day, more and more powerful supernatural beings would surely emerge, and he only hoped to become stronger. It would have been better if she remained unconscious, but now that she was awake, who knows how dire her situation was. He casually pushed aside the long spear thrown at him by Mu Xiaonan from behind and kicked hard at Emo Tian's Dantian. The celestial essence that had forcibly gathered in Emo Tian's Dantian was instantly scattered by this kick, and Emo Tian's face turned pale. Chapter 117, Movements of the Abyss. But the Abyssal Lord did not know that this journey would not bring much safety, but rather a danger of 10 to 1. However, the Mother of Crimson also informed him that she would bring the Crimson Domain and arrive shortly. The Abyssal Lord did not ask how the Mother of Crimson knew the coordinates of this Douluo plane. It was not just a matter of his own divine position. But even the Abyssal plane could only last for another 20,000 years at most before it would collapse. At this moment, with an accurate seat, Jiang Seki envied her relative, as she didn't have such abilities and could only stand by with a silly smile. Interestingly, after arriving here, the two moans abruptly stopped. At the same time, Chu Jin discovered that his energy value had increased by more than 2,000. Zheng Xiujing pulled down the collar of her clothes, showing off the gift she received, her fair skin complementing the green jade, which indeed looked beautiful. Because wherever Han Fei went, he was accompanied by an astonishing storm. Even late at night, a large number of disciples had already gathered outside the Sidhu family's martial arts hall. Qin Bai, awakened by this disturbance, swiftly escaped from the stone space, as the false tomb built by Qin Shi Huang used 5 measures of mercury for protection, preventing his divine sense from being freely used. So he could only escape to investigate what had happened. Zhang Ruyun sneered, saying, "Let us see if this old dog has such abilities." Although his tone was calm, his heart was already stirred by the fierce battle between Xiaomu and Chan, with blood surging throughout his body, eager to fight the villain. However, as a dragon god who had already mastered powerful strength, Han Fei had long since seen many things with indifference. The dark figure did not move, as it suddenly sensed something and looked curiously towards the direction of Tiandao Peak. Jin Jishio pouted. It seemed Zheng Xiujing also knew, which saved her the trouble of informing her. Just like Yi Tian and others looking helpless earlier, although Gongsun Lonyuan was the esteemed leader of the War God Court, even he could not casually produce several top-tier artifacts to gamble with outsiders like Han Fei. After cursing a few times, Blackmore moved forward on his injured leg. Having fled in a hurry, he did not bring a lantern and was now completely moving in the dark. However, this was good as no one would discover him. The tunnel led directly to the woods outside the city, and once he escaped into the woods, he would be completely free. What are you so worried about? If someone is willing to help you, just say thank you. Why be so pretentious? Austin mocked from behind Chuyan. As the name suggests, it emphasizes that students should pay attention to their appearance and neatness, which is the first lesson to be taught. The paper boat was immediately cut in half, but strangely, with the rupture of the paper boat, a mournful crying sound began to swirl around. The Sword Princess players have been waiting for this moment for a long time. When the opponent finally made a move, they blinked their eyes instead of retreating from the sharpness, and, after the brief moment of dizziness ended, they chose to confront head-on without hesitation. In fact, the method they used was quite simple. The elders may not all love wealth, nor may they all be lustful. Returning to the general's residence, Li Wan saw Hu Tianming coaxing the elderly as if nothing had happened. She wanted to go forward and tell him about what she had heard today, but thought better of it. Since her husband had not yet found weininging, it was better to set it aside for now. The vast American market was something he could not afford to lose, no matter the outcome. He did not wish to expose himself. Of course, it would be great if he could complete the task successfully and return safely. In the middle of the night, Wei, troubled by her thoughts, tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Moonlight streamed in through the window, casting a silver glow over the room. The sounds of insects and birds outside rose and fell, further irritating Wei. With the complete dissipation of the whirlwind, the front row Japanese slowly drew their katana from their waist. Although they were facing away, the chilling killing intent and the eerie smell of death still lingered heavily in the surrounding air. Brothers of the Dragon Clan, don't approach the battle knife. It's dangerous, shouted the red-haired young man from the Dragon Clan. After thinking this through, Aishwarya was about to retreat, but a strange wave of spiritual energy caught her attention. This man is not a sickly coward at all, but a ferocious beast that has been lurking for a long time. Once he falls within his hunting range, he will reveal his vicious claws and tear his prey to shreds. In other words, if Li Tian refines and absorbs this blood cloud crystal, his cultivation will rise significantly once again. The doctor was dumbfounded, looking around but unable to find anything like ash. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, his consciousness, like his body, was frozen in an instant. Take out the source quality ingot. I will grant you a chance at fortune, said Yarrow to Xiahou Wu. After going online later, tell Jinjin and Haiyang. Wang Yuan made up his mind. Meanwhile, some weaker individuals fled to the lower realm, exchanging sect names and hiding peacefully down there. Xingyang's eyes widened in shock as he looked down until he finally saw the totem carving of the Xingyun sect's birth, at which point his footsteps halted. The middle-aged man drank while listening to the discussions of the diners in the tavern. Once the diners stopped talking about the dragon-slaying alliance, the middle-aged man paid for his drinks and left the tavern, heading towards Yantian City. Many people gazed greedily at the qi refining liquid. A bottle of it was priceless and beyond the means of ordinary families. This person was a short cultivator who had followed Jiang Cohen's group on the street that day to snatch the old man's treasure. She was drenched in sweat, desperately slashing at the air, indicating that this projection of the 8th level of qi refining was causing her considerable trouble. However, their act of standing up for justice did not earn them the boy's gratitude. He merely cast a cold glance at Shun Hao and Zhu Xing, who was in a wheelchair. Jiang Xiubai, being a public figure, dared not continue entangling with him, leaving only her contact information before hastily departing from the Shin group. With a green face, the director reluctantly handed 10 20-yuan bills to Sui Sui. He privately thought that Lin Meng would reflect on this, feel guilty, realize this incident was her fault, and apologize to him. Chapter 118, Evil Soul Master Tang. Tang looked at this grand gate, which was about 2 zhang high and 5 zhang wide, appearing majestic and solemn. The 1 zhang high walls extended 20 meters on either side of the gate, resembling 2 giant dragons protecting the sect, tightly encircling it. The walls were painted in bright red, standing out in the sunlight, adding a sense of solemnity. The roof was covered with gray tiles, neatly arranged and layered like the texture of time, telling tales of past storms. At that gate, do you think we should strike or not? Chiang Kai-shek nodded, not denying his deduction, then threw out such a question again. She bought me with 100 taels of silver, asking me to be a concubine for her disabled husband, which I refused. My cruel parents poisoned me when they came to pick me up at the Sioux residence. As the ghost spoke, the surrounding black smoke grew denser. It seems the general has high hopes for General Qin. A mouthful of mutton soup slid down his throat, warmth spreading from his chest to his limbs. And Hua Qingxiu served himself another bowl. They had reached the alley, and Wan Qing paused slightly, taking a deep breath, her head lowered, and walked forward with a serious expression. After hearing Bai Chongxi's words, everyone present except Chairman Jiang gasped. Anyone could tell that Bai Chongxi's words were definitely Chiang Kai-shek's intention, without Chiang Kai-shek's authorization. Could Bai Chongxi be so harsh? It seems Tang Inbo is truly going to be unlucky. Indeed, after hearing this reason, Teacher Yi turned her head to the side, obviously not impressed by it. An idol singer holding their first concert with over 30,000 attendees is definitely a huge spectacle, showcasing Kimura Hiroshi's popularity. The promotional effect would surely be excellent, but the key is to make it happen. Bai Haitang smiled broadly, praising her son for his success, then burst into tears, scolding him for not caring about his parents while crying. Music is an art that excels in expressing and evoking emotions. One could say that the process of music appreciation is a process of emotional experience. Good food and drink. Is the general not waiting for me? How can I not know why I am here? Jun Ci smiled faintly. Boss Xiao need not be modest. After all, not everyone can be as straightforward as us people from the north. Qing Feng proudly straightened her chest, as if celebrating a victory, filled with joy and excitement. Guessing others' thoughts is indeed a very difficult thing, and this statement is absolutely true. Who are you? When did you arrive? The three's pupils shrank as they saw Xiao Shisan retreat a few steps. WH what? Just after this sentence, Hambalan's arms were grabbed by two burly men, and he struggled, shouting, "I'm Rond. I'm really Rond." After shouting hoarsely a few times, his voice completely dissipated into the air. After thinking for a long time, long enough to see the sun slowly rise from the east, Shangguan Yao still made this decision. Using tools can save some effort, and this airship can also shield against all mental attacks. Pay attention to the smiling explanation on the side. 6th level mutated plants, whether they are aggressive or not. If humans recklessly provoke them, even in self-defense, they're still quite formidable. He held Gu in his arms and raised his hand to tear off the mask on his face, revealing Xiao Yan's unparalleled handsome face. Until the moon rose high in the sky, an inconspicuous carriage stopped at the back door, and two young masters walked out from inside, one of whom was dressed in white. Xia Huan shot a displeased glare at Bai Mingheng, feeling that he must have deliberately come to the Imperial Garden to question her about why she wrote his name. The map was attached to the wristband that was distributed. It contained a complete map of Galstar, albeit lacking navigation capabilities, only having positioning functionality. However, it was quite strange that all the corpses were without clothes. Not even a shred of clothing was seen by Mo Ruyang and the others. With this formation, it would always be safer, unless they approached within a zhang and searched with all their might. Otherwise, it would be impossible to discover the abnormalities here. The leader urged everyone to act quickly, with a hint of displeasure in his tone. Or perhaps the final speaker, Lord Chi Tai, looked towards the palace and suddenly thought that maybe the emperor inside, perhaps his former student, had already made a decision in his heart, but just had no way to confirm it. But who would have thought? Ordinary strength could not budge this door panel even a bit. Clearly, it was a hollow door frame, merely covered with oiled paper. How could it be so heavy? Only when the foundational currency of spirit stones reached a certain amount could the entire home be constructed into a world, allowing the house to give birth to life. This is also why the Ming Dynasty newspaper only guides propaganda, but never provides specific help for them to discuss. The creator silently ignited a fire, looking at the master lying on the ground, on the verge of death. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face, a trace of sorrow and determination crossing his eyes. I never expected that my brother could actually condense the turtle spirit. Then let's shatter him, everyone. With a wave of his large sleeve, the Northern Mystic Army's leader and the other three also flew out, while the water of the Tyene surged above. And the solidified snake's spirit howled down. A person named Flakes Chun posted a Weibo, a name that reminds me of snow, although I can't remember it clearly. I can tell at a glance that it is Yi Gu Chen's Weibo, and the most recent post is the one that Yi Gu Chen just posted in the car. If we get close to Zhongming City, with Zheng Yun there, we should be able to block this group of enemy troops. If they pass through Nearway City, which is still in the hands of the prominent talents, then Zheng Yun will be powerless to intervene. Doing this not only minimizes variables and allows for greater initiative, but also because his past life experience was not a failure like before his rebirth. On the contrary, it was quite successful, although he faced more risks. He did not want to try anything else. Meng Xiang had a feeling that the reason green rain fell from the green clouds was not only due to the influence of the power from deep within the earth, but also to cooperate with some existence to restore the lifeless earth and revive it. That existence was likely the source of space. Chapter 119. The evil soul master Tang Ya's absolute strength made the other disciples of the Iron Blood sect dare not approach any longer. They hurriedly retreated, fearing being caught in her blue silvergrass. This retreat naturally exposed Tai Tang. Tai Tang stood still, his face pale, filled with shock and anger. He did not expect Tang Ya's strength to be so terrifying, causing such huge casualties in a short moment. But Tai Tang could not retreat at this time. He had already sent a message to his father and the elders of the sect in the back courtyard. The Shinong Ding is among the top 10 ancient artifacts. Ranked 7th, it is said to be able to refine elixirs that can bring the dead back to life and create miraculous medicines. Sheng Shi stepped down, calm and composed, as if the person who was driving crazily just now was not him at all. As for Banjila, he had several large wounds on his abdomen caused by Parakia's long-range slicing, and there were many pieces of armor embedded in his flesh, likely from the wave bomb of Chao Meng. In the end, Xiaowei was caught off guard and was stabbed in the back by Wang Dong, causing him to stagger a few steps and nearly fall. From that moment on, a new powerful figure appeared on the rankings, with a lean appearance and a sharp face. His strength was vaguely determined to be in the top 10 or even higher. At the moment the words were spoken, a sword suddenly slashed down beside her, and with a loud bang, countless fragments flew away, scattering on Princess Qinghe. He did not know what she was thinking, but looking at her lonely back and sad expression, He Feng hated himself. They could not find her true body and could not defeat her. Once the 7 days were up, they would all have to die. This move by Huo Yuhao was truly ruthless. You're giving it to me? Why? Ling Baolu did not reach out to take the box he handed over, only looking at him in confusion. Yu Lu shyly leaned against Ming Nan's embrace, and the two quietly enjoyed the atmosphere of the banquet, relishing the emotions and happiness between them. Qin Lianer happened to be washing chopsticks in the courtyard when she suddenly heard a noise at the gate. She hurried out to check but saw no one. When she looked up, she saw Qin Huaisheng with a bruised face. Siki Ran casually glanced at Su Bao, only to see her eyes curving into crescents, smiling widely and revealing shallow dimples on both sides. Gong Hanche was still wearing the gray and white outfit from the morning, leaning against a maple tree with new leaves growing, looking somewhat worn and lonely. A man crawling on the ground suddenly attacked Gong Jio from behind. Gong Hanche shouted and knocked Gong Jio down. But at this moment, the situation was quite complicated. The great saints of various races and the Golden Lion Saint had repeatedly tried to eliminate the great saint of the Holy Spirit lineage. But the other side had also allied with several outworld evil god saints. Moreover, the various races were not united, each harboring their own schemes, lacking trust. So the various races were at a stalemate for a time. Right now, she only had eyes for candy and couldn't possibly hear the outside voices. If you don't believe it, you can ask for yourself, Jiang Yingrong said with a smile. Stop trying to get close. Besides, how can my brother know someone like you from a photo? She has never heard her brother mention this person. There were also a few disciples who had a good relationship with Guiyang. After some consideration, they ultimately found Guiyang. I might stay here for more than 10 days, or maybe a month, but no more than 2 months at most. However, I will still pay the normal rent. How much did you rent it out for before? I need to know, Qin Xiong said. I'm just hoping that Master Yang can come here sooner and save me before Yang Lao knocks me out, Feng Xiang said. Feng Xiang, how was the situation when you were eating with Li Zhanghe and the others just now? Wei Guobiao asked directly, which also aligned with his character and matched the way he spoke with Lin Fengxiang. Countless people, especially the poor and lowly, are always willing to believe they possess immense talent and potential that would astonish even God. In reality, just take a look in a mirror. Is that you? A standard foolish monkey? You have no miracles or outstanding qualities, not even a single hair. This is the passive talent of Shen Gongbao, which has clearly been fully awakened, although Shen Gongbao himself is unaware of it, since he is unwilling to reveal it. Let me take a look. Xiao Yimo has never been one to shy away from challenges. On the contrary, the more stimulating it is, the more he wants to take it on. Zhishuan, don't think too much. We just need to focus on being good singers. No matter what the company is like, we are still good friends. Yu Yingfeng noticed Rain's melancholy and patted his shoulder to comfort him. The reason Boli remembers this mask is that he clearly recalls that the last thing he saw before he died was this mask. In his line of sight, there are densely packed, corrupt, soil green fire beasts. If he could escape 10 breaths ago, given the current situation, it is clearly impossible to get away. Lu Baofeng, who had been dawdling for most of the day, finally came down from the building, dressed neatly. His expression was serious as he arrived at the dining hall, where his mother had served him a bowl of porridge at his usual spot. A gentle breeze brought refreshing coolness, and the calm lake's surface rippled with blue waves. The midday sun cast shimmering golden scales on the lake. There is absolutely no treasure hunting mentality. There is no possibility of finding treasures among the garbage in this trash river. It is the outdated waste management technology of carbon-based monkeys, and in the Justice League, garbage is true garbage, not something that can be reused. The only thing left is waste that can only be restored by paying a bit of money. The faces of the 3 martial saints changed, and they quickly dodged to the other side. Of course, in this situation, it cannot be ruled out that some saints might resort to coercive suppression, but unfortunately, the current decision-maker in the Xian realm is the creator and promoter of this concept. Chapter 120, Ruan Mei. As for Tang Ye's ability, some blue-silver grass spirit masters possess a devouring attribute power, but this power contains a massive, evil aura. However, this talent is latent. As long as it is not actively triggered, it will not manifest. Already go die. Yusti, Tang Ye shouted to the sky, her voice filled with endless anger and determination. As she shouted, her 4th soul ring instantly lit up, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The 4th soul, of course, I have my ways to deal with the illusionary formations. I am no longer that naive young man who just stepped out of the woods and knew nothing. I am now a practitioner of the ghost cultivation path and possess Taoist spells, If I can't handle a mere illusionary formation, then I've truly lived in vain. Mommy, look at my footprints. Bei, who was running ahead, had already left a trail of footprints on the lawn in front of the hospital and was proudly showing it off to Bei. Mikhail, who was singled out by Yi Tian for discussion, had a particularly expressive face, even glaring fiercely at Yakov, his teeth grinding audibly. She threw off the quilt and got out of bed, dragging a suitcase from the closet, stuffing clothes and hangers into it one by one. Due to her cold, her nose and eyes were a bit red, showing a hint of stubbornness mixed with a touch of grievance and fragility. Danis swung her sleeve and sent that beam of light flying away. Then, with a flick of her long hair, the strands transformed into poisonous snakes that flew towards her like a net, a formidable display. Ningya said, and flew directly towards the wild temple in the desert. After the adventurous mercenary called out to her, he followed suit, and after hesitating for a moment, I chased after them as well. Bringing Baobei to the most bustling commercial street, Du Xian pulled her towards those high-end luxury boutiques. Although Baobei was no stranger to these stores due to her identity, she felt a bit strange today. After all, Du Xian didn't often visit such places. Why was she dragging her here today? After Lincoln Campbell left, the world seemed to suddenly quiet down. As the investigation deepened, nearly everyone knew who this bold figure that dared to provoke Wang Kai was, and they had some idea of Lincoln Campbell's whereabouts, but no one knew his exact location. I know. Li Danru smiled in response, said no more, drank her tea, and stood up to take her leave. Analyzing the whole situation, Su Yang had already made a decision, until it was certain whether Ling Miao's father knew about their relationship. He would treat it as if he didn't know. I noticed that the lights in the nearby residential houses were off, while the lights on the higher floors were still on, as if someone was looking down. With one kick, I sent the man flying out, followed by a violent explosion, causing a house to collapse, and some disciples were also affected and injured. I took so many twists and turns that I almost got dizzy, but finally made it to the main road, keeping my head down to find a motorcycle driver to take me to the train station. At the same time, I felt something. As I swallowed the egg liquid, the blood and flesh that had not fully merged with my original self, including the things I had previously stuffed into my body that had not been absorbed, began to rapidly combine at the genetic level. Beizong, I have some work to discuss with you. Xiao Yuhan took a deep breath to calm her emotions. After all, she had experienced countless grand occasions and had seen similar scenes before, quickly returning to normal. After returning to the bedroom for a short while, I didn't think much and immediately put on my clothes and rushed to the control room. Each punch felt like a muffled thunder, and each strike shook the air. Using the rebound to move himself away, the double spears brushed past him, but at that moment, the attackers were not just Chen Hui and the Freedom Wing. Lighting a cigarette, I took a deep drag. Perhaps the world is just that strange, always intersecting due to some inexplicable events. When will I finally integrate into this city? Chapter 121. Soul Spirit Experiment. Huo Yuhao injected the edited memories from the second life into Huo Yuanxing's body. Huo Yuanxing only felt a brief headache and recovered after an hour. It seemed like the way he looked at himself had changed. What are you looking at? Get back to normal. Sorry, sister. You're just too beautiful. Huo Yuhao looked at her own corpse, wondering what kind of ghostly thing she had cut out. Forget it. She'd give it to Mama Kafka. Qin Lai's eyes lit up, looking at this person with a higher regard. This guy's strength was comparable to Ghost Sword Jiang Yichen, but he had exceptional talent that could rival Li Xiaoling. Each step the young man took crushed the grass beneath his feet, his aura completely emanating outward, as an invisible force stirred the surrounding air, heading towards Qinya with an imposing presence. Li Yu, for some reason, felt a great trust in Qinya. In Qinya's eyes, there was boundless compassion and sincerity. At first, Li Yu thought this was an illusion cast by Qinya, but Qinya's gaze was genuinely clear as water. For a moment, even the illusionary purple eyes could not look away from that gaze. Although puzzled, Qin Lai knew it was best not to get involved in this matter, especially since there were powerful figures from various sects at the peak of Gathering Dragon Mountain, so there was no need for him to worry. This charming man, after emerging from seclusion, has become unmatched in martial arts. Moreover, with Miss Su by his side, where blades and swords have no eyes, he must spare no effort to protect her. When the first ray of morning sunlight shines on the large phoenix bed, Xiao Changke slowly opens his eyes, gently rubbing his sore temples. Fragments of last night's blurry memories flash through his mind. Guan Guan. He suddenly sits up straight, looking around. Aside from the strong smell of alcohol on him, there is no trace of any intimate encounter. Qian Yi bursts into laughter. Gu Yuxing, who is about 40 or 50 years old, is unexpectedly called young by Lu Yu, which she finds extremely amusing. However, it is true that Gu Yuxing rarely gets involved in worldly troubles, otherwise he wouldn't have such a temperament. Yingchun is very pleased with the beating of her side drum. Look, isn't Jiao Yin already inclined towards Jiaxi? What a good child. It's not in vain that she spoke well of Jiao Yin in front of Jiaxi the day before. Lin Sixian hesitates for a moment before telling Mo Kai to put the invitation away. When the day comes, he will attend on time. Su Anbai and Xiang Yang haven't known each other for long, but they know each other's determination. Once a decision is made, it is hard to change. So they stop persuading and instead ask about the situation at Sherdang. Indeed, Duo Na smiles slightly and bows to Su Jin. But this gesture makes Su Jin furrow her brows slightly. If it weren't for seeing Kuangfeng looking like he was suffering more than death at that time, he wouldn't have been around when Jing Ge had an accident. Duan Mulong punches with a force that could shake the soul, colliding with the heavy shadows of the spear, causing a thunderous roar, and the heavy spear's shadows instantly transform into airflow, dispersing in an instant. It's better to ponder the ancestral talisman techniques of the Chun family first. After practicing alchemy for several days, Hong Wanqing feels it's time to change to something more lively. However, you guys have such a poor foundation. Following me might be a punishment. If Hong Wanqing had said this a few days ago, the four of them would have spat on him, but now, they all nod in agreement. Half of the head is out. Su Jin bites her lip, unable to think of anything else. She uses all her strength to push down once more. In terms of practicality, it really can't compare to defensive martial arts like the Yupon Stone. However, the Fumo King Kong shield can protect the entire body, providing better defense against martial arts like flower picking and leaf flying. I can hold on a little longer. Hong Wanqing's blood surges, feeling nauseous. He clearly senses that not only is the rampant Insha energy seeping into his wound, but there should also be poison. Chu Tao finally lies back, quietly stretching his brows and arms. Relaxed, the purple jade order in his hand unknowingly slips to the ground, disregarded. It feels like a release after a bitter battle, a sense of relief, with a comfortable and intoxicating smile at the corners of his eyes. Ruan Jinyuan sighs and dares not say, what if she doesn't come? The train cannot be delayed any longer. He can only follow him and gaze into the vast mist. How is the military situation, Sir Yu? The previously silent Zhao Ming rides over and asks. At this moment, Xiao Yan's attack arrives, as does Duan Can's attack. Both aimed with all their strength at the top of the Silver Wolf's head. He stands still for a while, finally regaining his composure. Two Copper Star members of the Moondragon gang are thus killed by Ling Yu. Su Yirong furrows her brows. He is clearly asking knowingly. She has been either at the inn or on the street every day for the past few days, except for today when she met Lu Yizhen. He has always known her whereabouts very clearly. Ling Yu's gaze flashes with a hint of coldness. Why do you want to stop me from killing you, Yuanfeng? He is the source of all my disasters. He is the root of the village massacre at Walin Bay. As Ling Yu speaks, his eyes begin to faintly glow red, and his voice is almost a roar. A dull sound echoes in the pool. The icy cold water chokes him, making it hard to breathe. He struggles, but the pressing weight on his back increases, as if those swordsmen want to suffocate him in the pool. But Chu Tao doesn't want him dead, and Wang Hong doesn't dare to want him dead. You're finally better, Xiaoping. Xiao Yin happily watches Xiaoping successfully absorb the energy from the phoenix wings. According to Huang Guoqiang and Zhao Gan, this press conference is actually a guise for the album release, focusing on promoting another matter. Looking at the fleet of the Silver Blade Mercenary Corps slowly moving away about 800 kilometers from the Stargate, the position is very clever. In an emergency, they can quickly leave the interference range of the jump tower and have the chance to take the initiative against young Master Ninjuan. However, all of this seems to have nothing to do with him. Chapter 122, Winning Big. Huo Yuhao looks at this soul beast, which is a type of evil eye soul beast. Its main body is a blood-red eye, surrounded by a pair of tentacles, looking particularly bizarre and indeed not very beautiful. Its eyes flicker with a chilling light, as if capable of seeing everything, while the tentacles gently sway from time to time, giving a sense of unease. According to Kong Deming's previous research, the main attribute of this soul beast is fire, though it also contains a small amount of mental attribute. There was even an occasion when it nearly pulled Yuan Hu off the stage with one claw, causing gas from the audience outside. The least available are seeds. Medicinal herb seeds are already scarce, and pharmacies rarely restock, so naturally, not much can be bought. However, Xiaoyan's thoughts are similar. Mixing in the rivers and lakes is not that simple. Sometimes it can be straightforward, but more often, it involves schemes hidden in the shadows. She hurriedly arrives at the hospital room. Lu Xian has already been talking with Dai Xianwei for quite a while. Besides Lu Xian, Guan Daming is also there. But who would have known that after the exchange war, Yi Zhenjin actually defected to Tianluo and joined the Zhenwu Academy? But not just them, the audience nationwide and worldwide, or the commentary on stage, all feel the same way, thinking that there is no possibility of survival at all. 200,000. I originally thought I could get 2 or 3,000 to help me get through this period. Lin Chen's face grows darker, just as he is about to explode. Tao Ziqiang suddenly shouts, "Such a good thing, nearly on the brink of extinction due to that strange serpent species, can no longer be mass-produced. The King Kong Tiger Jiao wine can be said to be 1 jar less with each one consumed. It was also because Master Hatai loved it that he bestowed this jar." Feng Rong did not comprehend the holy level down marks. Even after jumping into the purgatory pool, she still did not understand. I answered without hesitation, "Of course, we continue to fight. I think I must look quite handsome and dashing now, with a heroic demeanor." I took those items onto the ship, helped everyone settle them, and then went to the deck of the ship to look for the beautiful young master. Although the Zhuyang demons were fewer in number, each one was extremely fierce. Although they retreated, the vanguards remained calm, and the rear guards were unafraid, retreating in an orderly manner. As time passed, the casualties of the imperial army increased, and the strong smell of blood spread throughout the royal palace, causing everyone in the courtyard to feel nauseous. The enemy was in the light while I was in the dark. After repeating this for a while, Jiugu resolved all the hidden guards one by one. When she saw this, Ji Xiaoxiao was deeply moved. Strangers could sympathize with Yelena, but her family only added insult to injury. As soon as she spoke, a nylon rope shot out from the shuttle-shaped box on her wrist, rushing towards Song Island. Since the head of the Yin family cherishes life so much, if he dies early, those children would be of no use. She made up her mind that no matter what, the head of the Yin family was indeed strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Once they started fighting, she was not worried about a counterattack. Listening to Jun Xian's words, the other party let out a whimper, as if crying. This change made Jun Xian slightly stunned, unable to believe she was looking at her. Listening to her voice filled with grievance. Even going upstairs required running, and if Tang Bo saw him like this, he would think something major had happened. Because of love. There is love. There is no love without reason in this world, nor is there hate without reason. In this lifetime, paths will cross. That is just one reason. If I said it was for you, would you believe it? Lu Bingyi's words were indistinguishable between truth and falsehood, but Huo Changjun foolishly nodded heavily, smiling brightly. Bai Jili said to Li Xiangyu, "The root of the illness is not here. Take us to look around outside. I want to see what kind of monsters are out there that have such capabilities." However, under such an expensive price, these goods were still being wrapped one by one and sold right under Tang Zishi's nose, with the staff busy to the point of exhaustion. Chapter 123. The prototype of the spirit transmission tower. After a moment, the hexagram grew brighter, and strange symbols began to rise from the formation, swirling around the Millennium Evil Eye and the girl-less body. These symbols emitted a faint glow, as if containing some mysterious power, deepening the connection between the two. As time passed, the body of the Millennium Evil Eye gradually became transparent, finally transforming into a beam of light that merged into the girl-less body. Meanwhile, the corpse of the Millennium Evil Eye slowly fell to the ground. Its mission. The soldiers moved upon hearing this. Usually, they would practice some basic combat drills. Since there was no requirement for strength, there were no worries in their hearts, and they slowly began to exchange blows. Li Yin smiled charmingly. The campfire flickered, casting her pretty face in shadows and light, adding a different kind of allure. "Didn't you say you would take me out of the city? I've been here countless times. What is so good about it?" Zhu Yijuan complained, somewhat dissatisfied. Wu Wei stood atop the high tower, seeing that the plants in the valley below had blocked the undead army from approaching the spirit tower, and the 3 skull dragons were entangled by the golden dragon and the azure dragon, unable to assist him. Knowing that the opportunity could not be missed, he swung the ice fire sword to cut through several bones and jumped into the tower. Upon witnessing this scene, both the Jin clan and the Bingley side were petrified. Moreover, those who understood the significance of the appearance of this Tai Su Steel went mad, rushing toward this side regardless of everything. In fact, it was said that after he requested an audience with the Grand Tutor, the doorman ran over directly to kneel on the ground, asking him to step on his back to disembark the carriage. At the same time, Li Hongming and others also made their move, and in an instant, there was continuous roaring and loud sounds. Zhao Tianjiao and Xin Yuanshan also regained their senses. their expressions changing as they began to take action. If it were an ordinary person, being stared at by this young man would probably lead to nightmares that night. Qing Feng smiled lightly, stood up immediately, and led the other party to another side hall that was used for storing miscellaneous items, as he managed it daily, making it livable with just a little tidying up. Because of Qing Feng's connection, Hu Bai and the others were released after being reviewed, and after their previous misdeeds, they became legal archaeological activities. In this world, could there really be such good things? Lei Mingke looked into Ubi's eyes, while Ubi was deliberately avoiding Lei Mingke's gaze. Lei Mingke did not think Ubi was lying, but he felt that what Ubi said was impossible. What a powerful energy reaction. I didn't expect the power of digital monsters to be so strong. Carlo looked at the slowly descending mushroom cloud in the distance with fiery eyes. Later, I also realized that you and I were just very ordinary people, essentially no different from those found everywhere. Tian Shui widened her eyes and said nonchalantly after a moment, I can borrow it from Wan Qing. Anyway, Wan Qing doesn't need it. It's just right to help her use it. Yang Fan even revealed such a secret, so Zhang Ersh no longer had any doubts about Yang Fan's intentions. Guo Kai saw that the princess of the state was actually letting him go, and with a flash of urgency on his face, he opened his mouth and said, What gamble? Chu Shan felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he felt much more comfortable as the golden light flowed repeatedly within his body, as if driving something away. He was Chu Shan, the person you failed to save. Xian Yaozi chuckled and spoke. This kind of thing has precedence in the harem. Occasionally, girls from high-ranking families enter the harem of Dechu. When the emperor writes the edict for burial sacrifices, he will specifically mention that certain consorts, due to their noble birth, can be exempted from the sacrifice. Su Tingxing advanced his first meeting with Xiang Ning by 8 years. Nothing happened. But that was the most normal and reasonable state, and also the best state. With a flash of inspiration, Mu Qingwan took a forward step, and her long sword pierced through the gap, aiming at Wang Chun, who was holding twin daggers. Chapter 124. Offering Hall? Thank you, Old Kong. Huo Yuhao smiled, then began to describe her ideas about the spirit transmission tower to Kong Deming. She elaborated on the structure and operation of the spirit transmission tower in detail, most of which directly adopted the original structure from the source material, as it was a mature model tested by time. However, in some key institutional designs, Huo Yuhao did not completely replicate the original work, especially regarding the limitations on the Tower Master's powers. She made adjustments to ensure that if Su Zhui chose to fight, he would not only need the strength to completely destroy the ability alliance, but also the strength to contend with and negotiate against some countries. In an instant, the outfit he was wearing was knocked off, and at first, others shouted loudly, but no one dared to take action. At this moment, the handsome and good-looking lips of the demon Dr. Mingxi curled into a long-lost smile, one that was both carefree and tinged with a hint of wickedness. This is the simple life in the martial world, but behind this life are many stories of life and death. I mean it in that cave. It was I who made you suffer. It was I who brought you the relentless pursuit of the moon worship sect, Iron Fragrance Snow said with some guilt. All right. Let's go right away. Yang Mingyue's mind went blank, and by instinct he stepped on the gas, forgetting that he had just put it in reverse, and the BMW sped backward. This is true, but we have nothing to do, whether it's suppression or the new world. Autumn said. They came fiercely. How could it be like nothing happened, and just left? Yi Qianlong was somewhat puzzled. Although he was upstairs, his ears were perked up like a rabbit, and it seemed there was no fighting or the sound of spells exploding. According to Priest Jitong's theory, in the future, she might encounter evil spirits more often, if not less, because she is the highest 9 heavens mysterious spirit body. Well, let's eat something. Yifan stopped in front of a hotel and then walked straight in. Qing understood such feelings. She had once looked up at Huashaw and lived, knowing it was impossible but unable to help herself. Dijuan heard Fushi say that after eliminating 1 or 2 ancestral witches, he began to calculate in his heart. It's okay, do you have a headache? Is your stomach uncomfortable? Yin Xiaoxiao realized he was hungover and asked anxiously. A faint sound came from beside her. Ruo Ixin opened her eyes to see a man dressed in dark robes, almost merging with the night. Suddenly, her neck felt hot. A warmth slid against her skin and penetrated her flesh, making Lin Xiao jump in shock. Since the last time she had gone to Wanshan County to exchange embroidery for silver for Bai Qingyin, Ruo Xian had not seen her again. And on the day of the sacrifice, Qingyin had also not shown up, which made Ruo Xian feel quite strange. That blood sword is indeed beautiful, with exquisite carvings and smooth lines burning with red flames. In addition to the 7 characteristics mentioned above, a Huang also has the 8th chapter, which is that a Huang loves to peel people, and loves to peel walls. Zhuang gently found a lamp on the side and turned it on. The dim light filled the room, but it also woke the person in bed. If I hadn't noticed that you were watching me, why would I dress up like this? But a real man can bend and stretch. It's not shameful, Kong Junru replied calmly. The Mang tribe is undoubtedly the ruler of this continent, with countless Mang tribe clans occupying most of this world. Although the Holy Light tribe is very powerful, they are not aggressive. They only occupy the Taloka Forest and Shadow Moon Valley. Based on the current situation, Liu Tianhao could easily deduce that this person should be a matchmaker. He didn't know how Mingdu found a matchmaker in this harsh and cold area. Boss, do you mean we are the wealthy in the military command, right? I risked excitedly. Chapter 125, The Radiant Holy Dragon. Muin didn't have any good solutions at the moment. He could only try to comfort Bei Bei and let him stabilize his emotions first. Then, he turned his gaze to Su Sanshur and asked Sanshur, what opponents do you think are worth noting in the next soul fighting competition? He hoped that by discussing the competition, he could help Bei Bei temporarily step out of the shadow of Tang, Ya's disappearance. Su Sanshur pondered for a moment and then began to recount. I think there are many notable opponents, not just a few. This material is special. If I'm not mistaken, this garment should also have the function of a blade-resistant suit. Chun Ming could see that this material is very special, but ultimately it is also a type of soft blade-resistant suit. Only its cost is quite expensive. Damn it! Everyone has left. What were those idiots doing earlier? A few new players complained while cursing the previous players. The spells in the Divine Sky Sword Classic are not comparable to those of the lower levels. Each one is profound and vast, and it could be used all the way to the Heavenly Heart Purple Mansion without any problems. Only the power changes with the increase in strength. The subordinate did not know. The ghost servant answered Tang Hao's question directly without any concealment or hesitation. A flow of light and dark, brightness and obscurity, circulated endlessly in the electromagnetic field around him. Ordinary people find it hard to detect, but if Li Pu or Chen Tianxin were here, they would find that just the old man alone seems to possess an ancient aura that could rival the entire ruins. Moments later, in a luxurious mansion tightly enveloped by a golden light curtain in the eastern sacred domain, for guardians sat together, chatting with each other. The current power and bloodline of Disha can be said to have surpassed his father's. Although Disha's rule over the Rakshasa demon clan has not been long compared to the demon world races, he has already become the #1 expert of the Rakshasa demon clan. In the middle lane, there's an opportunity. David Louise, CCTV Sports channel commentator Su Yang immediately roared with excitement. Regenerate those lark trees again. Tang Hao gritted his teeth as he looked at the lark trees behind him. After the time of 2 incense sticks, with a loud bang, the first barrier shattered, and everyone had no time to rejoice before continuing to focus on destroying the last barrier. Mu Mingming excitedly widened her eyes, staring at Lin Yu. She felt it was particularly magical watching the series of events happening to Lin Yu these days. The light lasted for 2 minutes before it began to shrink slightly, then condensed into Zhu Yuan's body, disappearing without a trace. The heavenly calculation war God's strategy Wujin, dead and resurrected, the devil's sound, serving the Lord in life. A walking corpse without awareness. The bizarre state of the non-Tung home textile market over the past 10 years is that senior designers coming out of brand home textile companies only know how to design embroidery styles, while designers from fabric companies only know how to design printed patterns. Although they both belong to home textile design, the barriers between them are unimaginably high. Let's go eat first. After eating, we can just in time to watch the sunset, Lin Yu suggested, before Ning On Yuan could drive the Jade Rui into the mountains. A faint pressure had already come from behind. The sound of chains clinking echoed as the star explosion, which seemed to want to annihilate everything under the watchful eyes of many strong ones, began to shrink. Li Song did not know the reason why the energy body had not appeared during this time. Did Li Song not find it strange that the energy body disappeared during this period? The sea is boundless. Almost at the moment of breaking through the battlefield, Yi Dan took a deep breath, and the howling wind around him sucked endless energy into his body. Because of Tong Xian, ever since being with him, her world has been revolving around him every day. Now that she thinks back, she feels like she was just his nanny, but for free. Now she feels she was really foolish. Lin Wanwan was unwilling to mention it. What are you talking about? A clear person doesn't beat around the bush. Just say what you mean. I hate this kind of vague talk the most. It's boring and hard to understand. Xiao Shuana said angrily, feeling she hadn't said much and was sincerely reporting to him. Although she drank some bitter herbal soup every day, every time Su Wanyang treated someone, she would inevitably go back to check on him. Astaroth searched frantically, even venturing underground, but the enemy did not actually enter the underground. They reached the underworld through a connection point. Astaroth could not find a connection point because it would not be open to outsiders. Everything she did in the mortal realm was in vain. Let me recommend a few songs from my favorite girls. The ranking is not in any particular order. They're all people I like or have liked before. Lu Lin muttered to himself, still unable to recover from this missed opportunity, as the dark tendrils of regret slowly wrapped around him, threatening to engulf him completely. Lu Nanfeng lay on the bed after changing, staring at the empty pillow across from her, feeling a sense of oppression in her heart. If she had to sleep here every day, in the bed they had shared for 4 years, it would be heartbreaking. Would she cry like she did when he left? Surely, she would, her tears so plentiful. She was a fool who could cry over anything. The audience's hearts were in turmoil. Would Xiaoyi make the penalty shot? Would Xiaoyi's magic come to an end? It was already dark, and Shi Yingying brought a rich dinner for the two, saying only a few words before heading back to the hotel to get busy. At this moment, old Ma was sitting by the television. After the stimulus from yesterday, he found that the hidden power within him had increased significantly, enough to affect the flow of time around him. For instance, with the aging magic, he felt that 1 minute for him might only be 59 seconds. Originally, he only planned to bring Mo Han along, as a dog-esque nose might be useful for treasure hunting, but since Sakura Mengmei volunteered, he didn't T-refuse. Since the pain was inflicted on Gao Cheng by this demon behind him, they might as well experience the taste of it together. Xianglong was somewhat surprised by what Naz said. Ever since he became aware, the name Xianglong had always followed him. Could it be that over 1,000 years ago, he had another name? Chapter 126, The Artificial Pathmaker. If it were before, Muin would have been seriously injured and needed to endure for several more years, but that was no longer the case. Soon, Muin's aged right hand gently fell on Beibei's head. In an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed from his palm, as if a lightning bolt had shattered the tranquility of the entire Sea God Pavilion. The light was so intense that the entire Sea God Pavilion seemed to shake, as if it were shocked by this powerful force. Beibei's body was instantly transformed. The originally sharp features of his face appeared softer due to his disheveled hair. His previously flowing posture suddenly became somewhat stiff, and his pure white robe was stained with splotches of blood. Aimo Li was wearing a black and white strapless bodycon dress tonight, which accentuated her exquisite figure, revealing a touch of charm amidst her maturity. His words were well chosen. He neither mentioned the dispute between the two nor criticized the Frostwhite Church, instead using a common saying from ordinary people as a comparison, which not only preserved the royal dignity, but also fulfilled the emperor's intentions. Truly a rare accomplishment. This made her feel more psychologically balanced, and her vigilance and jealousy towards Su Baobei diminished somewhat. She thought that at least her background was better than Su Baobei's. Suddenly, the ringtone of her phone rang, pulling Su Jing, who was in shock, back to reality. Even Qianma would be present. Of course, Su Qingying was there to be chosen as the new emperor's consort, while Qianma was there as a bystander. Gradually, the night deepened. Gu Xingyue glanced at him and saw that he was still focused on the things in his hands. Later, when the family went bankrupt, she developed a fondness for culinary arts and thought that when she had the ability, she would start this Jiangnan spring. The room finally fell silent for a while, but the increasing silence only highlighted Ming Yan's terrifying cough, and by the time Chen Kong came out, she was already coughing so hard that she couldn't catch her breath. In fact, it can be seen from here that he didn't regard the Chongmen as that important, and the main reason and initiators of this banquet were also the heads of those noble families. The madam understood the madam's feelings at this moment. She too felt pain for her elder brother. Although the Huo Yuhao emperor possessed the power of a high deity, his body was very weak. Once attacked, whether by the Chaos Buddha or the Holy Demon Buddha, he could be killed. However, after the Huo Yuhao king acquired the Dark Lord's temple, his power increased significantly, allowing him to compete with the Chaos Buddha without failure. Are you going shopping? Why aren't you happy? Jing Guanyan's voice was calm, but there was a worry deep in his eyes that he himself was unaware of. This statement is not without merit, but it always makes people feel a bit uncomfortable. Mo Chun inexplicably imagines a scene where Zheng Yi is holding a spirit-raising banner, calling out his name line by line, and he himself, as if devoid of a soul, is stumbling forward like a zombie, searching for Zheng Yi's voice. He snatches a soldier's knife and swings it back to decapitate the opponent. the spilled hot blood splattering all over their bodies, each one like a butcher emerging from a battlefield, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. This time, although he didn't gain any specific improvement, his own strength was fused together, resulting in a significant increase in power. On the martial arts training ground paved with blue stones, a large pit suddenly appeared, and for a moment, stones were flying and dust filled the air. Sigh, that annoying guy, truly a star of misfortune in my life. Looking at the spots on the brocade blanket and smelling the lingering scent in the air, Zheng Liwan blushed deeply, collected her emotions, took a short break, and began to clean up the aftermath of the battle. Jiang Yun found that the sealing power of the 8 desolations was similar to the tidal dragon overturning heaven, both belonging to the top tier of Earth-level martial arts. Qian Fuchen and Qian Yinshi, after listening to Mr. Ma's introduction, were suddenly taken aback, their faces showing an expression of utmost obedience as they bowed to the elder. Upon hearing this, Chinga's mouth twitched wildly, and her skin couldn't help but tighten, her temples throbbing. Yin Shifan's successful move shocked the two Mahai sect martial artists who were fighting against Li Jingliang and Sherdun. Their momentum weakened to the extreme, and their techniques became increasingly disordered. Therefore, our young master Qiao, without much thought, directly began to persuade Tang Luo. The duel before them continued, and Xuanwan was somewhat worried about Jing. Suddenly, a thought arose in Xuanwan's mind, and her lips curled into a deeper smile at that moment. A beam of light shot up from the ground, rising slowly at an extraordinarily slow pace. Yet with its ascent, it instilled fear in people's hearts. The mountains shattered, rivers turned into torrents, spreading outwards, and a black figure suddenly surged out, like a war god between heaven and earth, thunder rolling, intimidating the 8 desolations. What Tang Luo spoke of was indeed very fluent in expressing his own views, and everyone present listened attentively. Su Jin had still held in his hand and looked at it, feeling there was nothing mysterious about it, so he didn't pay much attention. Pei Donqi's tone was truly filled with envy, not a hint of pretense, especially when compared to the Su family. Pei Donqi felt a tightness in his chest. The attack on the Qi kingdom was to restrain the Qin kingdom, not to shift the focus to the Qi kingdom. If they lost their own stronghold for the sake of Qi kingdom, that would be a huge loss. At this moment, the phone buzzed again, and Xiao Qi quickly glanced at it. It was a missed call from Luo Shuixin. Seeing Su Wan's suspicious gaze, Shangguan Fei felt as if a cotton quilt was blocking his chest. He couldn't utter a word. He furrowed his brows in pain. The spirit of this banner had regained some vitality after devouring the wolf demon's soul, but it was still in a weakened state. It understood that without the other party's help, it would likely never regain its original rank and might even fall back to the level of a magical tool. After a while, Meng Fan suddenly stretched out and lay flat on the bed in a star shape. When he recited the incantation earlier, he thought Feng Qing would write. But now, Feng Qing hadn't written a single word, which made him overjoyed, thinking that Feng Qing couldn't write it out. 108 source Dao fruits, along with a mass of heavenly fortune, were incredibly precious treasures for Ling Xiao and could possibly help him advance in his cultivation. Hearing what Sect Master Gong said, Wu Yin felt a bit relieved. After all, this way he could still have most of his time at his disposal and could cultivate with peace of mind. At this moment, the old man who was fighting against Xintian Xianjun in the distance also saw the scene of Ling Zhao's soul scattering and couldn't help but change his expression. Instead, Li Tianxi smiled a bit awkwardly at classmate Chu, telling him not to take it to heart. Luo Yu looked at Yun Shitian's cold back, but gently ignited ordinary fireworks, causing her eyebrows to curve even more. It was rare for a deputy mayor to have some free time. This was good. It was also rare for you, Mr. Ma, to treat former officials with such respect and care. Chapter 127. Shrek is not just a limit Douluo. Su Tianran is just a young child. The fourth elder revealed a trace of disdain on his face, with an obviously contemptuous tone, saying that a wheelchair-bound cripple, if not for his special identity, wouldn't even have the qualification to talk to the sect leader. Zhongli Wu smiled slightly, a hint of deep meaning flashing in his eyes. Some things are fine to say in front of me, but be sure not to say them outside. I don't want these words to affect my cooperative relationship with Su Tianran. For instance, regarding the current flame, if this flame is extremely powerful, it poses some threat to them already. Hung Yinlin's meaning was to inform the other party that he had no interest in her. Raising a glass was just a polite greeting. I wanted to go out for lunch to buy a piece of oil salt pie to eat, which is inherently salty. So I don't need to eat vegetables. And this costs 50 cents each, the cheapest. According to his thoughts, naturally, He wanted to stay away from this place and return to Pita City. But since he accepted this so-called legacy of the sun god, the church would not easily let him leave. That was the treatment a lackey should receive. I'm like you, both on a salary. Why should I let you call me around like a dog? But it doesn't matter. You look down on me. I need to respect myself. However, that's not the point. The point is, after collaborating with Lu Dong, Tian Yu doesn't want to be his enemy. With so many corpses and ghosts, if they all pounce together, they would definitely cause us trouble. But now beside him, Xuan Nuo is also vigilant about this. Zhou Yu looked at his tail, feeling the same as they did back then, shocked and incredulous, and so on. I know he is dead, but I also don't believe he is really dead. So I held him in my arms, planning to wait like this unmovingly from this moment on. The Celestial Lord watched from the side for a long time, turned his back, looked up at the sky, and cried, "You should be from the city's youth team. Indeed, his level is stable." The two competed side by side, and it seems this match will be worth watching. What's rare is that Xie Jinghe is actually awake. Han Dong's heart moved. This is a moment to turn Xie Siki's fate around. In later years, Xie Siki's lawsuit ended in a complete disaster. Not only did she not get a penny of inheritance, but she also incurred huge legal costs. Orders were given to the Jinchaji military region, the Jinjiu military region, and the Jinsui military region to conduct joint operations on the Zhengtai Road against the main railway, Zhengtai Road, occupied by the Japanese army in North China. The highway transportation lines and the Japanese strongholds, launching an inspiring large-scale raid. Han Dong's mother's surgical incision is recovering steadily, and her spirits have improved a lot. Seeing him run to the hospital every few days, Han's father glared at him and told him to go back to study. He didn't need to worry about the hospital. Pang Tsong made several in-depth explorations near Donyuan City, paying great attention to this hill and the most important water source in the city, which led him to decide to implement a bold plan. Just as Yu Wuhen was casting a spell, he was stunned to hear this, holding back his anger, and then tied the surging river hundreds of meters above his head high in the heavy rain. I don't care about others. As long as I am here, the king of Zhongshan Kingdom will always be safe. If the king encounters an accident, I will be the first to chop you. Saying this, he turned his hands behind his back and left angrily. After explaining these professional matches, Eggshell G's judgment experience on the battlefield has greatly increased. Now, she said, SVP Han Xin just doesn't want to give the blue buff to Li Bai so easily. He wants to steal the blue. Lei Jian was very satisfied with Gao Zhengwei's statement. He didn't expect that this university teacher, before joining the 8th Route Army, would provide such strong support for his 3 advanced battle example explanations based on the current anti-Japanese situation. A new book has been released. Gods above, gods below, where is the enemy's direction? I only need to give one sword. After this sword, the world will be unified. A sword from another world fell into a girl's forehead. Holding the sword, for the name Shaoling, with a pair of eyes and a sword, she roams this chaotic Douluo world. If you ask her surname, it could be the original Huo Yuhao, or she could be called the carefree sword immortal. The master of the spirit tower, the lord of the endless sword domain, Huo Yuanxiao. Her surname is Hua. Her name is Yuanxiao. She also gained a segment of future memories within that sword, the sword spirit watching over her. P.S. This book features a female protagonist. The protagonist is Hua Yuanxiao, who initially follows the original work to Shrek, and by the way, the female protagonist has a very high IQ, but will withdraw from Shrek midway. That sword from another world comes from the perfect world's fairy sword, and the cultivation of the fairy spirit is at the quasi-immortal emperor level. The male protagonist is undecided, focusing on sword cultivation and the immortal path, taking killing as the way, becoming immortal in this end of the law era. I ask all book friends for more support. Chapter 128, Undercurrents Surging. On the other side, in the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun and Moon, Huo Yuhao explained to Jing Hongshun that there might be evil soul masters within the academy. In Huo Yuhao's understanding, the Holy Spirit sect is like a malignant tumor that must be completely eradicated. Compared to normal soul masters, evil soul masters are on a completely different level of wickedness. The crimes committed by the Holy Spirit sect are too numerous to list: burning, killing, looting, committing all kinds of heinous acts that violate human morals. They are capable of doing anything, bringing extreme harm to the entire soul master community. What is the prince planning to do now? I am following the prince, ready to give my life for him at any moment. The child of the evil path speaks. The 50,000 spirit stones, even when placed in the spirit pouch with special spatial restrictions, seemed less cumbersome, but when they were suddenly revealed, they were still quite intimidating. For a moment, The fire ancestor was basking in glory. His tactics were extremely successful. He first pretended to fall into the plan involving the large tree to devour Jiang Yang and the others. But in reality, he did not merge with them. Instead, the energy was condensed within him and transformed into his own power. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, this comparison among disciples was quite methodical. On the surface, it seemed to occupy only 10,000 miles, but in reality, it contained a world of wonders, leaving Xianyuan feeling secretly amazed. A cold glint flashed across the face of the ghost saint as he waved his hands, conjuring mysterious spells. With his movements, Lin Xian's spatial turbulence was surprisingly obstructed. When Jiangli entered, these people didn't even glance at him, each engrossed in their own cultivation. Some even had flickering lights above their heads, with numerous sword energies appearing, indicating their integration with flying swords. Unforgivable meant a complete annihilation of body and soul, with no chance of reincarnation or becoming human again. This was a heavy punishment. However, the entire divine Cauldron Imperial City was still shrouded in a very tense atmosphere. The people here were well aware that the conflict was unavoidable. They only hoped that during the struggle for the imperial throne, it wouldn't bring too much disaster. Unforgivable was unforgivable. Su Jing did not consider himself a Buddha. A person with heinous crimes could not reduce their sins by merely exchanging a few words with him. They remained filled with evil and were undeserving of pity. His Xuanwu heavenly skill had already reached the 7th level, rendering his body impervious to knives and swords. Only divine weapons could harm him, making him a human-shaped killing tool. However, Zhu Beiji continued to boast, saying that being a horse groomer was nothing. He was once the marshal of the heavenly pawns, commanding 300,000 celestial river troops. If it weren't for the lack of vision of the Jade Emperor, he would have sent Zhu Beiji to attack Flower Fruit Mountain, and the horse groomer Wen Ti have had the chance to prance around on his head today. Under the influence of the promise of heavy rewards, as Morong Hao's words fell, the surrounding Yin Kingdom soldiers went wild, and the Qin army immediately felt an increase in pressure. However, this mountain range was not as chaotic as other places in the 10,000 Great Mountains, but rather orderly. 1 million spirit stones. Take them. Redeem your fiancé, Yi, from the first tower of the world. We are leaving. Yi waved his long sleeves, and a spatial bag suddenly appeared, thrown to the Moonlight Wolf King. However, even if the destination was the same, the paths were ultimately different, and there would definitely be different scenery for each. All right, what do you want to exchange for? Xianyu's attitude was quite good, and the middle-aged man did not mind. Those paper figures and paper horses were the same. Apart from their very realistic shapes and sizes, there was a wizard beside them, guiding the process, using some secret techniques, which made the situation quite different. Ha! The demon son truly deserves the title. Even the peacock fairy did not notice it, yet you did. When you step into greatness one day, you will surely soar high and crush your peers. A loud laugh suddenly echoed from the void, carrying a terrifying authority and domineering aura. Zhu Beiji, meanwhile, ignored the many and indulged in eating, while Sha Sung stared at him with wide eyes, filled with resentment. Sure, you simply took the opportunity to chat with the woodcutter's 2 sons, speculating that they were probably Zhong Li Quan and El Dongbin. Chapter 129. Hostage Nana walked hurriedly along the route from her memory, feeling a mix of emotions. Mingdu, this bustling and massive city, had streets crisscrossing with a flow of people. The sidewalks were filled with buildings of various styles, with the grand and magnificent Soul Guide Research Center standing side by side with the impressive noble mansions, while ordinary, inconspicuous small buildings were scattered among them. Before long, Nana arrived at an unremarkable building. She paused for a moment, took a deep breath. The King of Yin has always been generous to his subordinates. Huo Yin's parents are living well now. Please rest assured, Princess. Seeing Xiao Muyao remain silent, the butler added. Mo Rue was even more stunned. Even though he had guessed something earlier, as soon as he thought the other party was Di Juechen, he extinguished the thought he had just formed. However, it turned out to be exactly as he thought, and what was even more unbelievable was that Di Juechen would say this to him in person. In midair, the God-slaying blade was raised high, striking down like lightning. The blue blade wave surged and coiled around the God-slaying blade, eventually transforming into a blue fire dragon that rushed directly towards the body of the Fire Lin beast. When Shijiao woke up, the sky was already bright. She looked around, feeling a bit flustered. It felt like something was stuck in her throat. She wanted to speak, but found her situation inexplicable. He suppressed the anger surging in his heart and did not explode. but his voice, which could make anyone shiver, was enough for others to discern how terrible his current mood was. Perhaps they were not just there to deliver a cake to Shurjia, but also to celebrate her birthday. Nevertheless, thinking about this possibility made Chi shiver involuntarily. Jiang Rue, this delinquent, wanting to treat Shurjia well, was indeed a bit frightening. Mui Xuan was a very dangerous person. He approached Yin Duo with a purpose. Pei Jin felt a pain in her heart. I need to talk to you about something. Shui Wuhan's expression was somewhat anxious as he stopped Yi Qingguang's movements and said softly, "Then you should rest." And I Lehue stood up, looking back every 3 steps. Opened the door, and when Ji Fan and Su Yuan rushed in, clearly having been eavesdropping, the sound of a bone breaking came, followed by the challenger's wails. Bai Yin actually took the opportunity to directly break the challenger's wristbone, then grabbed the challenger's collar and threw him out, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it, sister, I really think you've drunk too much. Is this even real? I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Let me hurry and take you home. How can drinking a little make your IQ drop? I looked at Duan Qing helplessly. Lan Jin was speechless. Nie Jiang also fell silent. Yin Yaoshan was enough of a schemer, and now it seemed Ni Lehue was also cunning. She's avoiding me. I called her, and as soon as she heard my voice, she hung up. Ni Lehue smiled bitterly. She wasn't too angry with Xiao Xiao, but Xiao Xiao was still avoiding her. Generally speaking, it would be impossible for her to survive without teeth, as she couldn't feed herself. Bai Chu thought for a moment and said, "Why don't those high-level Yuanying and Huashan cultivators go to the Tian Phone continent? Wouldn't there be more opportunities there?" Zoli questioned. Registering in the Immortal City, Su Xian pays his respects to Master Zhou. Accompanied by Meng Xiong, Su Xian respectfully addressed Zoli. Hey, I'm talking to you." Chao Jing continued to ask when I didn't respond. In front of everyone, Latia changed into a white fencing uniform, put on a mask, and began to practice with a soft sword, while Rock, on the opposite side, smiled and waited with his helmet on. Then he turned his eyes to look at the slender and lightweight pale-colored mecha. Compared to those robust and bulky mechas, this one was clearly more than 1/3 lighter. Yilei arranged Yi Shi in the director's office, waiting for Wu Fa to arrive, while he stepped out of the office and lit a cigarette. Chapter 130. Rescue Nana felt bitter, and her steps were heavy as if they were filled with lead. Every step was incredibly difficult. She knew very well that she had no power to resist against the Holy Spirit Church, and this sense of helplessness shadowed her, making it hard for her to breathe. Her parents' souls were being used as hostages, a sword of Damocles hanging over her head, making her dare not make any sudden moves. The strength of this Holy Spirit division should not be underestimated, which made her feel fearful. In her memory, there was a 7-ring soul in this division. There's no need for that. Our village's doctor, Song, is a royal physician, and he has already prescribed me medicine that I'm currently taking. Su Yin Luo didn't want to trouble others as soon as she arrived, so she casually made up an excuse. Huo Yuhao also didn't bother to answer them much. He turned around and went forward to check on Hong Jinqian's condition. However, some people still felt unconvinced. After all, this was a living dragon fruit, and no one would want to give up such an opportunity. They shouted angrily, but Guhao did not indulge them at all. The head within the heavy helmet had no visible expression, but Li Lin could vaguely see his beast-like golden red eyes. Nanoscale mobile phone technology exists in both the Dragon Kingdom and the Beautiful Country. Behind Goryo is the Beautiful Country, accompanied by the sound of swords howling. Countless sword energies crazily attacked the demon beasts. The current situation was completely different from before, as all the demon beasts were no longer invisible, all appearing, looking terrifying, especially with their wings flapping. Looking at the gentle smile on Meili's face, along with her completely different temperament from the memory of Duan Mu, he couldn't help but marvel at the greatness of the word mother in his heart. Bu Miao opened his wallet and found that apart from a bank card, all the change inside had indeed disappeared. In the depths of the wild land, the endless savage beasts were the best training targets for the Pan Zhao army. It's fine. I know the head of the guards in the Yamen. I can mention this to them, and they should be able to find the person who cast the curse. Su Yin Luo suggested to the Chu family. These are not the main reasons why he dislikes himself. Perhaps he dislikes the title of the inheritor of Xihong Jingjai that he bears. To the world, Xihong Jingjai is like a holy place, but it fills him with disgust. Although he does not speak of it, his dislike is palpable. Even though the Beiyang Navy was defeated in a miserable state during the Battle of the Yellow Sea in 1894, it had still been tempered by the fires of war. A navy that has risen from the flames of battle cannot be compared to the German Navy, which has never experienced a major naval battle. At that time, the foreign practitioners had all retreated, and the leaders of the sect no longer needed to come personally. However, ultimately, for various considerations, the leaders of the sect still separated a part of their power to come and investigate. After the three fought bravely, a Buddhist chant sounded, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of waves. The three of them felt their true energy resonate intensely. While it was pleasant and cleansing to others, to the three of them, it felt like thunder and lightning shattering their souls. The horses of me and Junlin, he were just ordinary breeds. In Junlin, he had two people riding with him. After an hour, I felt the horse's speed beginning to slow down. The Ziying jade pendant itself is not valuable, but its role is astonishing, as it is the highest token of the Wolf Den organization. For a secret intelligence organization, it is equivalent to a military token. With an angry roar, Xiexian summoned a pseudo-world, endless laws swirling, and he saw a stargate flickering in the void of the universe, transforming into a massive star fortress. Yuan Tianyi finally made his move. Meanwhile, Tang Yulong led 300 warriors from the Tang sect and various martial artists, landing in the dense forest area at the border of Jinshuan in Yunnan province, and began to secretly advance towards the altar of the Wadujio. The only thing better than home is that this is made by the chef, whose skills are much better than my wife's, which is why I only had 3 or 2 bites. Chapter 131. Capture me? It was absolutely impossible to let him surrender. It was not that he felt surrender was shameful, but he was well aware that imprisoning Nana's parents' souls to threaten her was not a respectable act. Once this matter was exposed, it would be a huge problem. At that time, the Holy Spirit sect had not yet become the National Guardian sect, and the leader Zhongli Wu had already made strategic deployments. Secretly targeting those soul masters or ordinary people without backgrounds was feasible, but the number of killings each year had to be strictly controlled. As for those with backgrounds, Liu Fei did not immediately answer how much time he could give Songshi. She first wanted to know what Songshi planned to do. Wan Yin Beijia thought she would not be discovered, but as soon as she landed, she saw Gao Chong rushing toward her. Wan Yin Beijia did not pause, leaping against the wall to the roof of the adjacent room, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Gao Chong, with average lightness skill, saw Wan Yin Beijia's agility and gave up the chase. Ran Yu was unwilling to believe and refuted Lung Yu's words, but in the end, could not help but raise a doubt. If there is really someone in today's world who can seal a shop without reason, it must be Feng Yihan. Am I really that polite? Yi Tianyu shamelessly grabbed there. It was really soft and big. Li Zhentai moved out Shi Fei. He did not dare to hide anything in this regard. Then, Song Shiming ended the topic. Gu Meng looked at Song Shiming and did not continue to dwell on the life and death issue. Forget about sitting. Pay more attention. In the next few days, read the script and think about it. I also need to visit Lu Ying. If Xiaoyi's artists are to achieve great success in the future, we must rely on you too. I have high hopes for you. Don't lose to Lu Ying. Gu Yin's words made Li Chunyan smile even more. At this moment, Yin Meng was alone without any palace maids accompanying her, and she felt a bit surprised that something unexpected occurred when it was supposed to be her turn for inspection. And all of this happened because of the person in front of her. I can manage my own subordinates well. No need to worry. Xiao Lina slightly nodded, did not look back, and walked straight out the door. Facing the greatly diminished Golden Thunder finger, Hongyan merely flicked his sleeve and a cold ice whip shot out, directly shattering the already weakened Golden Thunder finger without stirring up any waves. Yao Guang suddenly felt very depressed, then thought that if he wanted his body to withstand high temperatures, he would have to seek help from Lulantis. If the tongue was cut off in a normal way, it would not be difficult to reattach it. But why did the tongue of the Qibao Thunder get cut off by a lost skill and still grow back? Very good. Looks like your mental state is quite good. Always asking me to call her senior. Liao Chen replied. Li Wan saw the position of the camera, said nothing, and gestured for Chu Yin to come out with her. Want to talk to him. However, Chu Ming felt that his heart was being pulled again, as the problem must be solved at night. After Lan Yaoting finished speaking, she closed her eyes, extending her jade-like index finger to touch her temple, and then saw a magical light curtain appear in front of her, just like a projection screen, and it was in 4K ultra-high definition. Wu Qingying held Zhanji in front of her like a shield and charged into the aluminum alloy door, only to find a spacious and bright place inside, with a huge display screen showing one lively name after another. On the third day of urging the whole family to turn over a new leaf, Zhu Yingtai's complexion finally returned to white, which made Zhu Gonyuan feel pleased, thinking that the soil of the Zhu family nourished people well. I'm gonna call great-grandfather and second brother back for dinner. Han Yining took off her apron, changed her clothes, and planned to go out. Song, listen to me. Su Injin is fine. We were just messing around. Did you hear that? Su Muwai stepped forward, grabbing her shaking head, almost shouting. Chapter 132. Necromancy. So, it is now the right path for Huo Yuhao to run away quickly, and as for herself, she will not escape, because her parents' souls are still in the hands of these guys. If she could ignite the Dean's anger at the cost of her own life and let these evil guys die, it would undoubtedly be a worthwhile endeavor. At this moment, the old man in the black robe looked at this scene with surprise on his face, his mind swirling with thoughts. The Great Spirit is a clever child. Once Huo Yuhao is captured, it will be handled by his beloved younger brother. At this moment in the office, Kong De, who was suspected of being indifferent and questioning his sexual orientation, suddenly felt a chill behind him. Clenching his fists, a surge of power erupted from his martial heart, flowing through his arms, gradually transmitting toward his fists. At that moment, Long Yang's arms bulged with veins, and the killing intent was heavy above his fist. Zhui Yu's body involuntarily froze, although he knew this might be a layout by Dan Yu. However, when he suddenly heard Sister Yun's faint yet familiar voice, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Long Yang, seeing this, immediately took out the heavenly dragon spear and shouted for the others to prepare for battle. While one person went to engage in combat with the ghostly beings, and the others worked together to resist one of the ghosts. Feng Feiyun's words were not only testing Ji Sanyue, but also the Ji sisters, so he was paying attention to the changes in their expressions. Unexpectedly, he was a spiritual entity, and the ox head and horse face were also spiritual entities. He impatiently ran forward and bumped into the ox head's elbow, causing the time to shift slightly, but the three of them didn't notice. Yes, Yu Xiaobao replied. It is said that it was given by Qi Hao Yan, and she chose it herself. Then the Qi family gifted it to her. Suddenly, a vague question flashed through his mind. He shivered, blinked, and his thoughts scattered like fragments. He glanced at Fong Lin, his eyes seemingly writing the words, "You are an idiot." Coincidentally, Fong Lin's gaze expressed the same sentiment. Just as Fong Lin was about to speak, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. At this moment, Zhuang Yu was thinking that if Shan Yu dared to play tricks on him, he would let the battle directly blow their demon sect to smithereens. Wu Yang had been locked outside the city for a whole morning, and just managed to enter the city when he ran into GCI coming towards him. After speaking, Shi Xiang shouted loudly, raising her hands in a hugging gesture. Her eyes tightly closed, her long eyelashes fluttering, as if waiting for something to fall. Liang Bing, wrapped in a bathrobe, entered the pool, then slightly frowned and said, somewhat dissatisfied, "The power of belief can not only create deities, but is also closely related to the existence of the divine realm. The divine realm in the Douluo universe is a world that is half spiritual and half material. And the key force maintaining its existence and development is the power of belief, which is highly valued in the divine realm." Li Jiwei smiled slightly. "Master, please take it. Everything belongs to you, even a stone. However, without this spirit stone, this space might not last long." Li Jiwei looked around at the already unstable space with some concern. He didn't even knock when entering. Quan Jiong mumbled a couple of words. Otherwise, he could have taken a few puffs during this time. Although he performed very earnestly, Lin Chao was not satisfied. He waved his hand again, and Taisher Ci immediately handed over a box. "Haha, I can't take it, I can't take it." Wang Zhe covered his mouth and waved his hand quickly. In fact, it was just that the clothes were nice. He was being modest verbally, but his smile was already hard to suppress, the corners of his mouth wildly rising, revealing an ante-like smile, clearly believing it was because of his appearance. The subordinates of Li Qianjin, under Zhang Tianxi's arrangement, began to gently pour the powder that had passed through water onto the stone door. This is actually not a problem. It's quite normal for Carl, who just joined, to show respect to his seniors, right? Chapter 133. Master, students who graduate from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, as well as those who have left the Mingdu Hall or are still deeply researching there, are all intricately connected to Jing Hongqian in one way or another. This vast network of connections is like an invisible giant web, firmly rooted in the field of soul tools in the Sun and Moon Empire, laying a solid foundation for Jing Hongqian's influence. Well, thank you, Dean. Huo Yuhao nodded slightly, feeling a sense of admiration for Jing Hongqian. Before he could finish, Lin Emo executed a shoulder throw, slamming the policeman head first into the ground. Jiang Xinrui had completely lost her previous gentle demeanor, and her words were quite rude, showing no concealment of her dislike for Yen Xiao. Just like that, Dongming drove her red motorcycle, carrying Lin Mo and Yuan, speeding down the road. Even with helmets on, they could feel the strong wind howling past their ears. A pair of delicate and soft arms wrapped around his waist, making Qin Yang's originally tense heart race even faster. Yuan put on her headphones and walked away without looking back. She was actually trying to scare Su Weiying, as those people were coming for her. His father, as the 9th leader of Counterfeit Group, left him quite a few good things. Several hundred taels of silver, a handful of gold seeds, and some brocade from Shu. All genuine hard currency. Even considering that the duty of a dead speaker is to make the perpetrator feel the same pain. The events of these past few days were still devastating to his already fragile worldview. Meanwhile, the throne's evil spirit seized the opportunity to bite the heartless Taoist, crushing him and swallowing him whole. Sun Shi replaced the iron arrows with wooden ones, ignited them with fuel, and shot them directly at the two pigs. If the car flips over, perhaps they would be fine, but if something goes wrong with the car, they really have to run back home. Space debris fell with a rustling sound, and Mo Chong couldn't help but fix his gaze on it. The shattered space revealed a monster covered in purple bone spines. Its mouth closed with the skin around it slightly pulled back, squinting its beastly eyes in a fierce grin. Yongling nodded, finally persuading her to leave first. However, when Yi left, turning back 3 times, it made Yongling feel quite reluctant. But once her figure disappeared, Yongling turned and slipped into the dense forest, heading toward the mountain cottage. After the meal, Yongling and Xiao Xiao went to the garden for a stroll, thinking to herself that this was great. Finally, there was a girl to serve tea and snacks, and even a cook to prepare meals, making it feel like home, and she couldn't help but smile contentedly. Lin Xian looked down from above, marveling at the large area of the temple, which covered the entire mountaintop. Surrounded by the sea, the temple seemed to float within the ocean, looking incredibly magical. Who sent you here? How would I know you came to deliver a message to the noble concubine? Yongling asked her coldly. After a long time, Tai Xian finished conveying the martial art principles and woke up, only to find that the martial arts deity's manifestation had not disappeared but was hovering behind him, with an aura indicating a combat power of a quasi-saint. Lan Iza tightly wrapped his arms around her, leaning over her back like a rogue, planting kisses on the skin of her nape. Right, why is it 5 pieces? Su Guocan threw away the empty cardboard box in his hand, looking puzzled. He observed Li Yun's stance and technique with the knife, which was almost identical to his own, except that Li Yun's attribute was wind while his was thunder, which made Chimu Sakumo feel quite unbelievable. Next was the announcement of the best performers from the previous round. Ding Ding, Donghua, and Anin took the top 3 positions. Li Liang also received 1 point in 6 performance metrics and chose to add it to his speed. Thus, his speed value reached 20. Mo Chuan, are you joking? You're deliberately deceiving me, aren't you? Her voice trembled, and tears unknowingly welled up in her eyes. Yi Zhenjin reviewed the existing data from the district's disease control and took the opportunity to inquire more at the nursing home. After summarizing from multiple aspects, she still found nothing. Haha. Su Huan chuckled a couple of times and said, this is just temporary. Those ruffians are ultimately just a bunch of guys who forget pain after healing. They quickly forget the hurt. His tone was quite sarcastic. The cold sensation transmitted through his fingertips. The window was fake. The scenery outside was also fake, all an illusion created by a liquid crystal screen. Luo Gang quickly formulated an action plan. The snake-catching assault team could not confront the soldiers inside the factory head-on, as it could lead to the Icarus organization launching missiles prematurely. Dr. Mu's family appeared before Nanji Qiao, devastated, and her taut nerves were once again triggered. However generous the old ancestor Mo Yun might be, those precious materials would not be freely given to them, so for the past few decades, the old ancestor had been in seclusion, attempting to break through the transformation stage, but had not crafted anything. This, in turn, made the two in the refining room feel quite stifled. Xie Qin shook his head. Just the collaboration between the Jiming Hall and the Xianzhang Hall was already intricate and complicated. This statement clearly carries a significant sarcastic tone. If it weren't for the professionally trained elite individuals, how could they have the audacity to show such strong confidence in front of the specialized interrogators? Wang Yuqing shrugged and looked at Chun Lulu, whose face was stained with tears, and Zhao Jun, who was pale but remained silent, biting his teeth. Why should we capture you? A middle-aged man in uniform approached and searched him, pulling out a watermelon knife from his pants. The bodyguard knew he had failed in his duty and, wanting to prove himself, immediately stepped forward to Lin Jian, exuding a powerful aura. Upon entering, Bai Shui felt uncomfortable. as if she had intruded into a well-crafted tomb. A dead person is like a light extinguished, and although the red light was cold after a day of death, his room had turned eerie. Good. Ling's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. She had to return to the large prison of the Luo family again. Unfortunately, the fact was that she had currently overcome it, but she still reserved some fear regarding certain potential threats. After all, Qianlong was his Dao partner, the person he trusted and cherished the most in his life. Early Chrysanthemum was like a madman, pouring out her enthusiasm in this world. The fiery golden color resonating with the blazing sun, igniting the blood from the depths of people's hearts. Dad, I want to eat that pear, and that peach too, Shui said to the few trees by the roadside. Chapter 134. Qinji City, the prominent aristocrats and emperors of all generations share a notable common feature. Their strength is generally not to be underestimated. Because of this, once these powerful beings are refined into corpse slaves, the benefits for the refiners can be quite substantial. After all, controlling such powerful corpse slaves can provide significant advantages for battle or achieving other objectives. Moreover, for some powerful evil spirit masters, infiltrating the surviving black-clad assassins, under the sudden assault of the Flame Demon Seal, directly caused the defensive formation to collapse, scattering in panic and chaos. Furthermore, due to Hu Xuanmu's influence, Fang Ke clearly regarded Qin Shun as one of their Zen Heart Dragon Palace members. Hee, sister, you're too polite. Come, sit next to me, let's have a good chat. Yin Mu Xuan, once the head of a courtyard, was naturally very skilled in winning people's hearts, looking for death. Without waiting for Shangwan Nanfeng to speak, two middle-aged men behind him lunged forward, throwing a punch from a distance. Instantly, Bai Fang, who had long been prepared, ordered hundreds of ships to set off simultaneously from a defensive area, launching a fierce attack towards the Black Faction's defensive area. Resources? Genius treasures? Gao Xing asked with a frown, and he roughly understood why these families placed such emphasis on business. It seemed to be all about accumulating capital for warriors, and the business model was merely to serve the warriors. The hostile celestial corpse let out a pained roar. Although the flying needle did not completely penetrate its body this time, it successfully pierced in a few points without being shaken off again. Mo Shang finished speaking without even looking at the others, instead lifting the fragrant tea in front of him and taking a sip, then communicated with the four true saints beside him. The team led by the Hell Spirit immediately seized the opportunity to charge forward, and the reserve team received the Hell Spirit's command to join the battle. Just as I was momentarily stunned, that thing slowly raised its head and grinned at me in an eerie manner. The strength of the soul attack caused by the previous energy ripple, Shui and Ning estimated, was only at the level of a level 10 soul, but considering that it was merely an effect produced by the Black Soul Shadow's casual grip, the real strength of the Black Ghost Shadow was terrifyingly unpredictable. Li Lin felt somewhat embarrassed, although he wasn't worried about not attracting people. Writing recruitment information by hand was not a sign of confidence. All right, I'll lure them out. You hide on the side. It's best not to use a handgun to avoid alarming others, Eunice said. This time, Li Lin didn't bring all the pearls to the store, only a portion, but it was still a considerable amount. While waiting for the old gentleman's appraisal results, Manager Qian took the initiative to chat with Li Lin. Li Shan glanced at De Xiong and secretly gave him a thumbs up. He really couldn't figure out De Xiong's personality, which was too changeable. Sometimes he looked like an honest man, other times like a cunning bear, and occasionally a bit foolish. Hao Jun originally thought he would see Moros and clarify where Enfia had disappeared, then activate Infinite Focus, but with no guide at the moment. He opened Infinite Focus first, confirming that Enfia had been following this route all along. At that moment, terrifying lightning bolts suddenly struck her body from the sky. The 500 array was the ultimate formation that Giguzi comprehended from his 500 disciples, created with his lifelong energy. Besides those figures within Sun Quan's political group, there were also some local officials outside providing support. After lunch, the aunt and uncle wanted to take a nap, staying at Li Yu's house, where smoking and speaking loudly were prohibited. Li Yu firmly rejected Feng Yiming's suggestion to continue playing mahjong and took everyone to an internet CAF. Finally, 5 minutes later, the commanding officer's soldiers should have all left the military camp, but no one checked the number, nor did anyone report. He didn't know if anyone was left. Chapter 135. Eternal Daw by Chun frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes as he softly repeated, Holy Spirit sect? His voice carried a tone of incomprehension, clearly having no impression of this organization. Jing Hongshun then explained what the Holy Spirit sect was, It was an extremely terrifying and dark force composed of evil spirit masters. The largest evil spirit master organization on the Douluo continent at that time. Most members were evil spirit masters, notorious for their wickedness, with followers spread throughout the continent. Ming Mei was half convinced by her words, thinking that even if they lost the lawsuit, it would only mean spending a bit more money to settle the matter. From Ning Chonghua's description, it could be inferred that since the Ghost Gate array was set up, apart from the first few days of attempts to break the array and failing, the following days had been quite calm. I opened the spirit eye and found that outside. Zikali and the others were fully armed, pointing their weapons at the large number of soldiers who had burst into the palace. Jiang Huining finished the test in the afternoon without thinking for long and immediately pointed out the problem-solving approach to her. Seeing that she seemed confused, he prepared to write it down. Although he couldn't find any flaws before, it was clear that he didn't take Qin Yu to heart in terms of tone and conversation. Jiang Huining was already sitting in the classroom, writing an English report assigned by the English teacher in the morning. The 17 realm also produces a gem called 7 Aperture Stone, which can enhance wind-type spiritual energy and increase the power of wind-type skills. Lu Yu's words were completely ineffective. Seeing that she was so close to Jiang Huining, she timely cut off the conversation to prevent him from overhearing. The statue seems to have its own set of judgment rules. Those determined innocent can enter the tower, while the guilty will die if they touch it. She is unwilling to fall into the hands of the dragon team. Otherwise, there would definitely be no good outcome. Even if it means getting hurt, she must escape, using all her strength to unleash her most powerful ultimate move, with loud crashing sounds ringing out. Striking at the vital point, Li Jin's gaze wanders over the snake's body. And sure enough, a segment a distance away from the head appears different from the other parts. He lightly smirks, determined to succeed, darting past like a shadow. He aims to destroy it with a single sword strike. Strong remembers that when he was with Chu Su's bodyguards, those bodyguards never had the habit of gathering to play poker. At most, they just chatted, and most of their conversations were in English, which he couldn't understand. In contrast, those who succeeded in Zhang's case seemed more like a group of thugs. At this point, all her support is useless. It's like the second prince. No matter how important, he cannot go against the emperor's desire to punish her. As for her maternal family, the Lu family, if they had to face to save her, how could she have been imprisoned for so long? In the later stages, these are all minor adjustments that naturally fall into place. As long as the wheels of history are turning, the construction of Huo city will only get better. Looking at Elanli's cowardly and weak appearance, Yi feels a wave of disgust. Huan Shilling doesn't know that the current political affairs are in the hands of this prince. Now, what does it mean to report to the Emperor of Shilling? Who is this really disgusting? Early in the morning, Xianyuan Zixin pushes open the door to Elan Hall, and before seeing anyone, her sweet and melodious voice has already floated in. Brother Mo Hui, are you feeling better? This title was given by her on her own accord, but Zhongya Mo Hui is not angry. The second point is that Gong Shulu surveillance network has covered the area around the uranium mine, which can continue to be used to ensure the safety around the base. This is essentially providing the Du family with a set of equipment for free. And in the future, if the Du family needs to develop any equipment for uranium mining, Gong Shulu can help. Not thinking about it, contributing her part for such a day. After all, Su Xiaolei, Su Shilling, and these 10 disciples of the Lingyun sect in the spirit realm, although they all have very high talents in cultivation and boundless futures, they are still too young. Chapter 136. The Advancing Holy Spirit Sect. That night, the moon hung in the sky like a disk, and the lonely cold wind brushed against the forest below, where a group of people crouched, their aura extremely eerie, looking very sinister and terrifying. These are all members of the Holy Spirit Sect, led by Zhongli Wu. For this Fire Phoenix Saintess, they have exerted great effort, bringing several super Doa powerhouses, along with Zhongli Wu himself, an extreme Doa leading the team. This time they should succeed without a hitch. But somehow, it feels like something will go wrong. Don't move. Let me lie down for a bit. His hands encircled her waist, his head resting on her abdomen, his cheek against her waist, eyes closed, quiet like a child. Certain that Rong Meiren did not deceive him. Liu Bingyi ordered that tonight's events must not be known to a third party. Otherwise, the Yunguang Palace would need a new master. After speaking, he waved his sleeve and vanished like the wind into the Yunguang Palace. It's a pity that I can't fight alongside you. Then I'll use my singing to send you off. Let's sing together. I'll go first. The veteran Stefan took the lead. Lu Jian and Lu Qian brought 1,000 personal guards, Su Chu Sun Su Yi and Dian Wei Sun Dian Man as the leaders of the personal guards. At dawn, they left the capital, embarking on the road to the western regions. 3 days later, the bridge connecting the military god ship to the mothership of the Moon Sea was established, and the personnel from the Moon Sea rushed to the bridge of the military god ship. Layers of cold sweat made her feel as if she had been pulled out of the water, yet she looked at him fiercely, biting her lip, unwilling to utter a sound. Suddenly, her heart felt empty, and the heavy pain seemed to ease a bit. She almost felt her soul floating. Was she going to die? Tito, this is not good. The Moon Sea was like an ant on a hot pan, jumping around anxiously. The setting sun cast a layer of red upon the earth, and Wang Yin walked alone on the avenue of Jinling. This time, he did not let anyone accompany him. He wanted to be quiet, feeling the warm breeze, his thoughts drifting far away. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. Liu Ye's tone was heavy. The crisis for humanity had come again. The Federation was now actively preparing for war, and at this critical moment, some temporary resolutions were passed in a high-level meeting of the Angelica, and the production workshop began mass-producing ghost power. Just then, Liu Ye's words were interrupted. All right, sleep well. Shortly after, he embraced her and walked out of the bathroom, placing her gently in his arms and speaking softly. The general defeated 200,000 Zhao troops with 30,000, a feat unseen in ancient times. I toast to the general. A Qin army general raised his wine cup to congratulate Han Xian at the banquet. Let's go. Find General Mura for me. If I can't find the person I want tonight, Yang Ting said coldly. When leaving, she held Ingbu's hand, constantly reminding him that her mother and son owed a great debt of gratitude to the Qin king, and if there was a chance, they must repay the Qin king. Without a sense of direction, she had no impression of the road she passed. Isn't this the behavior of a person who is directionally challenged? Suddenly, a calm and gentle voice rang in Qin Yao's ear, and at the same time, her flying knife could no longer fall. Many shops in the Burial Flower Valley had already closed, and there were very few passers-by on the street. It was common to see many people from the Wuhua Palace patrolling the streets. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Qima used his celestial energy to control the root water element, creating a huge water bubble beside him, then placing the water bubble in front to test it. At this moment, it was natural to call him to go together, and as for the few at home, it would be enough to go back and help them pack a few portions. Since they couldn't fight and the negotiation had broken down, General Wang Jian had been quite troubled during this period. The Eye of the Wheel prison is second only to the Eye of the Constant Realm, and it is a unique eye technique that only Liu Xiao possesses. It was only at this moment that she realized the mask actually had a compartment, and Xian Tianming's actions also confirmed the suspicion in Feng Yuhing's heart. There was something inside the mask, something so important that Xian Tianming could only hide it on himself in this way. What could it be? Chapter 137. Since we're here, let us not rush to leave. Just as that group of evil soul masters was rubbing their hands together, eager to take action against Xian Ma Xiaotao, a shadow flashed like a ghost and firmly blocked their way. Everyone, what are you preparing to perform? Night Wanning's voice, as if wrapped in ice shards, coldly cut through the tense air, with a faint, almost imperceptible sneer at the corner of his mouth, like a cunning fox in the dark night. This simple sentence seemed like a heavy bomb thrown into the crowd. The only difference was that Han Bo's path to the throne was fraught with difficulties. First, the carriage had a wheel break, then the horse broke its bridle, and the heavens were unkind, as what should have been a beautiful sunny day suddenly bestowed a torrential storm. Luo Yinner sat beside, witnessing the scene, and could only bite her teeth and swallow her grievances. The old man had a scruffy beard, messy hair, and was unkempt, with worn-out clothes full of holes, surrounding the stove while banging on a broken bowl. The king probably heard that 35 years ago. The master brother of the Golden Fortress was known as the Golden Scorpion. The roof was unbearably cold, and maintaining one posture for too long had made her body stiff and sleepy. Upon hearing good friend Zhang Chang, who had gained courage after drinking a few glasses of wine, was no longer afraid of Madame Su and followed Lu Xiaoxi. Luo Nan and Qin Ji, in order to protect her, even let Luo Nuan take her place. She dreamt of seeing Luo Nuan being insulted by a dozen men, and Luo Zhao was beaten to death while trying to protect her. Qin He was alarmed and feared that a Long might be among them, anxious to the point of nearly falling into a deep ravine. Then she heard a shrill cry, which was not human, and realized it was definitely the Amei dual phase, not the one she longed for. Now you can tell me what organization we are a part of, right? You can't just let me join without telling me anything and expect me to serve, can you? Mo Jiadong gritted his teeth and said, slowing his pace. He listened carefully to the sounds around him. The mournful cries were coming from the direction right in front of him. What a terrifying pressure at such a close distance. It was almost impossible to breathe calmly. These two were truly formidable, Wang Feng of the Heavenly Academy exclaimed in shock. The administrative center of the Zhongshan Kingdom, Linnu, was located at the junction of Jizhou and Yuzhou, where there had been hardly any wars or calamities for years. Therefore, the main purpose of the soldiers stationed in Linnu City was twofold: to patrol the city and to maintain law and order within. The priority was city patrolling, followed by maintaining order, so the troops were stationed near the south gate. The gate slowly opened, and the pharmacists surrounding it automatically made way, allowing the grand red sedan chair to be carried in and set down. In such a moment, Yi Mingjing could not see through the thoughts of the boy, and naturally, she could not reveal her cards. Chao's face was obviously very excited. With real estate and assets, their lives were guaranteed, something she had not anticipated. Thinking that this seemingly cold-hearted yet kind old man was about to pass away, or had already passed, made her heart ache as if it were being cut by a knife. Su Chu immediately took down a large horn from his horse, puffed out his cheeks, and blew into it, producing a long, low, mournful sound. After hearing it, Huizhu was at a loss for her feelings. Although she was not particularly close to the old lady, they had spent more than 10 years together, which naturally fostered some feelings. She still remembered when they offered incense in April. Zhang Jia said that the old lady would not last until spring, yet she did not expect her to leave like this, truly reflecting the impermanence of life. Meanwhile, Lu Xiang saw Wang Ximing's delighted expression and couldn't help but smile happily as well. At the same time, Lu Xiang silently decided that after this period, he would strengthen his own abilities because he hoped Wang Ximing would keep this smile every day. Thinking of the upcoming ceremony for conferring the title of prince, Gu Hai's heart couldn't help but tighten. This also meant that the moment that would decide his sister's ultimate fate had arrived. Chapter 138, Bone Dragon King in an instant. The gigantic staff in Zhongli Wu's hand seemed to come alive, swirling wildly and tracing mysterious and bizarre trajectories in the air, as if sketching a mystical incantation from the ancient abyss, each arc carrying a chilling aura. With the staff's reckless waving, the already enormous body of the Bone Dragon King began to tremble violently, its pitch-black bones glowing with a flickering green light like dancing ghost flames, flashing and jumping frantically. Hey! Are you really going to accept the wicked polygamy of this old society? I don't care. My man absolutely cannot be touched by others, or I will make her pay, Su Feifei said angrily. Zhu Inxiang, Yuan Menqin, Feng Manlu drew their swords and slashed at the figure above. 3 beams of sword light nearly splitting the sky, drawing the attention of onlookers. Kong Ziqing nimbly dodged 1 beam of sword light, blocking with his sword at his chest. The sword lights clashed, pushing him back 10 zhong, suspended in the air. Today, the king of offering must die, besides the Miao Chun pearl. Tai Sui is also an excellent alchemical material. Hey you, send the message down. From today onwards, if there are no battles, the wolf soldiers need not gather for training, and each can do what they wish. Mu Qingjue stood on the sand dune looking into the distance. He had the deepest affection and gratitude for the wolf soldiers, and he felt a profound sense of guilt for those warriors who died for him and the people of the world. After finishing, Bai Chan directly stepped back and ordered for the entire temple to be surrounded. This scroll is quite magical. What initially appeared to be a very novel forgery gradually changes in appearance after a drop of water, slowly emanating a sense of time, especially the characters, where one can even feel the ink. He studied management and was supposed to join a financial company upon returning home, but due to his love for online games, he was recruited by NetEase and eventually became the head of a company in Shanghai. Bai Yun went to the jade mine. So Bai Chen's subordinates who are holding the fort there must be finding out soon and will report to Bai Chun, meaning Bai Chun will definitely head to the jade mine shortly. This is an inevitable conclusion. The 3 elders care most about their reputation, and if this matter were to be widely spread, the world would know how they bullied an old man. At this moment, the remaining few people also reacted and immediately drew their weapons to strike at the sudden attackers. Back in the store, the first thing Li Feng Man did was to hang the menu he had prepared last night in the most prominent spot on the wall, ensuring that every guest entering could see it at first glance. Although he was still a brute, a brave and strategic brute was obviously much more respected than a mediocre commoner. Xiaomin awkwardly said, "Let's forget about the Zhao family's accounts. We don't want them to end up with nothing." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and surprisingly, Xiaomin had awakened. Qianlong was completely stunned by this scene, feeling as if he were in a different world, and everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. His excessive gaming had also caused him to easily become addicted to it, unable to manage his time reasonably, let alone enjoy a healthy life. According to what he said, the audience clearly understood. This person was undoubtedly one of them, and it was highly likely that he had been watching a live stream just a minute ago before rushing in at this moment. Lu Chun took a few deep breaths to calm himself, adjusted his emotions, smiled at her, and opened his arms. However, the coffin was made by the living, and of course, what the living made could also be used by the old man. Damn it! Shunga slapped Xiao Man hard, knocking her down onto the car seat, her head hitting the dashboard with a thud. This uncle looks so cool, just as cool as a helicopter. He seems to embody winter, giving off a very cold feeling. He is completely different from his father, who is like spring, always smiling when he sees people. Chapter 139. Death God Douluo and Eternal Douluo at this moment. All of them, without exception, were hit by this strike, and the ordinary title Douluo were all killed by it. After all, although Moon is a limit Douluo, he is not an ordinary limit Douluo. His strength has reached the demigod level. Suddenly, outside, the bones were struck by a beam of light, and all vanished, uniformly extinguished. Baigu was a bit surprised. After all, the bone prison he created would not cause collateral damage unless it was at the same level as a limit Douluo. Gao Deng had calculated that when the poison cloud was blown by a breeze and reached the earthen wall built by Xia Ona, which was also when the spell duration ended, it would definitely not cause misfire. Alright, it's time to go. I think the big guy and the Vietnamese guy have enough to deal with ahead. Let's go. Zhao Ziwa said as he walked. Peacefully, he opened the dimensional bag, and Gao Deng found the third stone tablet inside. He nodded in satisfaction and then put it into his dimensional bag. At that moment, a fiery palm pushed it back, and Han Feng used the force to step forward, straightening his body to avoid falling. Gao Deng and the others did not expect that after leaving the flying battleship, a random choice would allow them to witness such an intense and brutal battle. Ha, Duo Bao. These two spiritual treasures belong to us over countless years. We have already figured out all their characteristics and weaknesses. It's really funny that you use them against us. It's like showing off a big knife in front of Guandi. You've chosen the wrong target. Haha. Just at this critical moment, Xie Yunting stepped forward to block in front of the fire spirit Taoist, stopping Han Feng. Wujin, having been severely injured by Ryan, was further captured by Karapika. Even though Wujin's injuries have been treated and improved a lot, Karapika's abilities are mostly aimed at the Phantom Troop, and Wujin was still no match for Karapika. Gao Deng listened carefully to the news about the frozen area because the Yinshu leaf that Ion gave him had been pointing in the northwest direction. Hearing this offer, everyone was taken aback. 50 million would incur a loss, yet someone bid 51 million? Although the taste is not great, it pairs well with dry rations. And it's not bad, after all it's wild game. In modern society, getting to eat wild game is not an easy task. The real wild game in the market is several times more expensive than farm goods, which makes sense. So rude. It's a shame that Robert looks like a gentleman, but has no gentlemanly demeanor at all. And he couldn't help but mutter. The news headline is quite ordinary, but everyone who sees it is shocked. They thought there was a major discovery, but it turns out there is nothing to gain now. Fortunately, many fans have sent gifts, which makes Huang Zijiao feel a bit better. After realizing the situation, the person felt a pang in their heart. They knew everything was over. Ning Fuchen must have recognized them, and was here to seek revenge. Chu Shiji, don't get too smug. Although I am currently trapped by you, the entire capital is still under my control. Do you really think that with just these imperial guards in Xiang Mingxuan's hands, you can compete with me? Chu Yinji said coldly. To avoid shocking the world, Ning Fuchen still used an invisibility talisman just before the flying sword landed. Looking at the few talismans left in the ring, it seems at this time they would need to procure a batch of materials for drawing talismans and teach Huoyan to draw some simple ones. Shiwei, tell me, should I trust you? Chu Yinji looked at Xiao Shiwei, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile again. During the duel, after badly injuring the opponent, the police arrived and directly handcuffed them and took them away, regardless of what they were doing. Fighting privately is illegal anyway. Chapter 140. Yi Yushui saves the day. At this moment, a huge object suddenly appeared on the ground without warning. This towering spire reached into the clouds, its massive size beyond imagination. As if it were about to pierce the sky and split it in two, the spire radiated a strange dark red bloodlight, which was thick and oppressive, with every halo of light seeming to have life of its own. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if flowing blood was meandering down the tower, emitting a nauseating fishy smell. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth sister, wait for me to come back. In the last sentence, Zhu Xiao's voice became ethereal, as if leaving this world. For divine beast crowns emitted dazzling light, forming a square shape that opened a passage, where Zhu Xia disappeared without a trace. Ren Yijuan looked at Qi Wege, who was unafraid of the heat, and felt troubled. How could he deal with her? When she heard the commotion from Ren Yayu and Aunt Kong, her heart stirred. Seeing Ren Yaoting approaching, she thought it over and decided to let Ren Yaoting come alone. To hell with it. That bastard Lai Goofing wouldn't dare kill anyone at the academy anyway. At worst, I'll just go back and lie down for a while. Mei Yuqian thought to himself, tightly closing his eyes. But then he realized the situation wasn't as painfully overwhelming as he had imagined. Instead, it was quiet. After soaking the clean cat's eye in white wine for a while, this was for sterilization. Then he pried open the gnome's mouth and forcibly stuffed it inside. Following King Wuqing's instructions, the Qin army surrounded the already frightened Shu army without attacking, aiming to minimize unnecessary casualties. The soldier recognized that Yue Tang was my maid, so he said nothing and let us go. Due to the night, the two lanterns at the front gate weren't very bright, creating conditions for our escape. Zhu Xiao wielded his sword across his chest, naturally refusing any attackers. One came, he killed one. Two came, he killed a pair, completely disregarding the increasing wounds on his body, and beside him, several brothers formed a circle back-to-back, doing the same. In the end, Sun Shi disguised herself and secretly hired a carriage to Baiyun village. What? Like a thunderclap, Hua Xuanji was stunned on the spot, turned to look at the increasingly pale Yuhua on the bed in disbelief. However, even though Yu Butterfly had already left, the restless feeling in Yu Chinch's heart still lingered. Without righteousness and without evil, one can have no beginning and no end. What I pursue has always been eternity. Although the situation might not be optimistic, Kanglin remained unperturbed. Huoyuan, the bodies of the witch clan generally possess special talents. So what is the talent of this avatar of yours? Submit to me. The crystal suddenly cracked. A wisp of black smoke surged into the gem on Lajuo's forehead. A black whirlwind suddenly arose, flattening the surrounding dense forest, and a pair of scarlet eyes formed within the whirlwind. The Empress coughed awkwardly. Then let's do it next time. The girl looked at her with a smiling gaze, as if saying how much she wanted to go out of the palace to play, causing the Empress's face to unconsciously flush red. Everyone gradually withdrew their gazes. And as Donglong Jian retracted his sight, his gaze, whether intentional or not, swept over Ling Mo's brow, revealing a thoughtful expression. Even if Sang Yu refused to accept his magic core, he would find a way for Sang Yu to obtain this power. Mu Shui and Fei Ying quickly rushed to Zhou Yu's side, while Chun Gang and Li Yuan also hurried over. But the black-backed, white-bellied snakes quickly blocked the path they had opened. The first strike missed Lu Hao, but the second strike was aimed directly at Lu Hao's head, scaring him to dodge hurriedly. Damn it, Fatty Wu. Your days are numbered. Blood debts can only be repaid with blood. Looking at Yao Yao beside him, sleeping adorably, I reached out to touch her skin, which was smooth and warm. Chapter 141, Sister. After they had distanced themselves enough from Shrek Academy and confirmed they had temporarily escaped the tense pursuit, the members of the Holy Spirit Church finally relaxed their tense nerves and slowly came to a stop. Each person's face still bore the fatigue of battle, their chests heaving violently as they gasped for breath. Sweat soaked their clothes, hair stuck to their cheeks, but they paid no mind to it. Their eyes still filled with the relief of having survived. Yi Shi and Gu Lin didn't know how long they had slept or when they woke up. They could only feel the pain in their bodies, particularly in their arms. Gu Lin originally wanted to wait for Lu Fufeng's support, but after being discovered as a fake, she simply took action and directly held Shul hostage. If she could heal, she would certainly be secretly adjusting Yin Yunxiao's body by his side. So now she needed to keep her distance. Shivering all over, she didn't expect Wei Juanfu, though young, to remember clearly all those evil deeds. Chao Chun and Chao Zhang looked at Bai Chuan with puzzled expressions, truly not understanding what Bai Chuan meant. Just as Villian thought, Xuan Yue Jingsairo planned to use this method to make him realize the importance of both offense and defense. Shin Nanjing pondered for a moment, realizing he had nothing to give, so he could only offer him some of his treasured pills. However, he couldn't take them out from the space right now. No, I just feel that the world is not fair at all. Shin Nanxing shook her head. She could foresee that Zhao Rendong would ultimately forgive Wei Peng. In the distance, Xiling flicked his sword, and two men in black suddenly had a line of blood appear at their throats, instantly spraying blood mist, with warm blood splattering on the ground like blooming red plums, and the men fell heavily to the ground. After Jiang Tao approached, She first found a safe spot to sit, firmly wedging herself between two branches, and then eagerly reached out to pick a mulberry and put it in her mouth. However, the rows of wooden account shelves and the wooden roof in the main hall of the house were the best burning materials. If the only door to the outside wasn't opened, this place would soon turn into a grave for everyone inside. Long Fan looked at the olive branch offered by the two in front of him, then at the expectant Yuer looking at him. At this moment, it seemed somewhat unsatisfactory for Long Fan to refuse again. When he appeared again, Bu Chengqi already had the axe in hand, only a few steps away from Muzhen. A few days ago, a person claiming to be a disciple of the Wudong sect came to the Jidwa mansion and handed a letter written by Lei Sheng himself to Bo Chong. I sarcastically remarked, "What can you do? Are you planning to kill me?" Kong Wenxin did not take Zhuqiu Hongfei seriously at all. Huan Long felt displeased when he saw Chu Yun Tian using his secret technique, so he used his cultivation to suppress Chu Yun Tian. The chicken in this Matsutake chicken porridge is smaller than a grain of rice, and the pork bones in the pork bone soup are nowhere to be seen, as if they have disappeared in the stew. Fortunately, there are still a few shrimp to satisfy her cravings. Master Mingdu frowned and said, "What's the Poyang gang doing here? Did your sect invite them?" There was a hint of displeasure in her words. The prestigious sects in the martial world have always looked down upon various gangs, and Master Mingdu is unwilling to mingle with them. In fact, it's nothing much. It's just a cover for a friend, and then it turned out like this. However, in an instant, Chu Ziyu thought of the reason and spoke up. Along the way, Long Fan spoke little, while Xia Qingyun was quite excited, perhaps because it was her first time out of the city, and she was curious about most things outside the city. "Pinga, child? What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and drive this beast away." Old man Lu pushed Lu Ping a few times, and only then did Lu Ping come to his senses and immediately rushed forward to hug the husky. He nodded and glanced at Wu San, his expression serious, causing Wu San, who was about to speak, to suddenly be unable to say anything, only able to watch helplessly as Hushan and the others left. Chapter 42. Exchange meeting. However, whenever other familiar deities mentioned the decline of the Tang sect, he would feign helplessness and sigh, then pretentiously express, "This is the choice of the times. Even as a deity king, I cannot interfere with the mortal realm at will, or it would disrupt the balance of heaven and earth." He always solemnly established a noble image for himself in front of other deities, as if he had truly transcended everything, completely unaffected by the rise and fall of the Tang sect. Therefore, Lin Yi had Qing Hai and Yuan Tian form team. Lin Yi is expanding his influence in preparation for future opposition against the World General Office. At this moment, several sharp claws suddenly appeared, directly sweeping across the tree branch where Qi Tian had just stood. With a swish, a sound of blades cutting through the air was heard, and several tree trunks as thick as a person's embrace were directly severed into pieces, crashing down with a rumble. The relationship between the Americans and the Celestial Empire is indeed rather average now, although it has eased a bit. If you dare to promote anything regarding the Celestial Empire, you might just get investigated. The few people who came out did not notice the strange atmosphere and, as soon as they stabilized their stance, eagerly attempted to manipulate elemental power. As long as one possesses enough reward points and side plots, all miracles can be realized and anything can be exchanged. The previous attack could be described as a storm. Even though the thorn vines were numerous, each vine had been cut at least 10 times. How could they still grow and repair? The manatee suddenly cried out in pain, as if suffering some immense harm, and the once raging flood immediately ebbed and faded, disappearing before it could even touch anyone. He wouldn't declare others must die like his reckless brother would, even though he thought so internally. On the surface, he remained relatively calm. Especially today, it had shot up to first place, exceeding the second place by 500,000 votes. She wore a thin silk slip dress, her hair in disarray. Although she lay on the ground motionless, it seemed she was merely unconscious. Jiang Li was about to step forward but hesitated. After encountering the black spirit snake, Chu Yu's wariness towards chaotic creatures never faded. In fact, deep down, he had always been on guard against such beings. Duan Montak Spulka, suddenly pointing his hand at the plain area at the foot of the mountain, where a large box emitting red smoke stood out starkly against the pure white snow. "No joking, let us go help." Lining quickly walked toward the cannon fodder trio. After Gan Xinda left, Cao Cao could no longer contain his joy, pacing back and forth in the room, muttering to himself. Killing the Traverser in the Devour the Stars can grant part of their abilities. This Dragon City flying general system only has a bit of effect with its Lucky Strike function. Killing him is of no benefit. It's better to keep him to help me build my territory. Although the shadow guards noticed Lin Ying and Qing Muyang were not moving. Lin Ying had already ordered them to leave, and they did not ask much, just retreated. There was also the buddy duo. Bronya subtly complained, and Duan Mo only understood after a moment that she was referring to number 5 and number 6. Duan Mo had long suspected that these two flamboyant men had a penchant for Dragon Yang. At this moment, Bronya's direct statement confirmed his suspicion. Now, Wu Ming's cultivation was advancing rapidly, having touched upon the mysteries of the unity of heaven and man, even catching a glimpse of the elusive supreme realm, increasingly recognizing the terrifying aspects of beings like the three ancestors. As a result, a sword of laws slashed down the river of time, startling him into quickly severing his mental energy. Xiao Dun and Gan Xinda gripped their weapons tightly, their hands creaking as they clenched. The humiliation of their lord was equivalent to their own humiliation. Wu Ming's gaze shifted to an elderly man around 50 years old, with a dark complexion and a spirited demeanor, who was none other than Chang Shu, who had followed him since the Middle Tang period. Chapter 143, Annihilation of the Duke's Manor. Huo Yuhao, in Starry Sky City, also severed the three corpses, the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self-corpse, breaking through to the Hoyuan Douluo Jinxian within the World Tree. Among the three corpses, the good corpse Huo Yuxing was mentioned before. The evil corpse Hua Shunxiao represented Huo Yuxuan's ultimate malicious thoughts, wishing to surpass her original self. The self-corpse Huo Yutong belonged to Huo Yuxuan's self, with a murderous intent not lighter than that of the evil corpse. The sunlight filtered through the half-drawn curtains, casting a faint shimmer on the white nutrient pod. A man standing by the window, dressed in a proper gentleman's suit and wearing a top hat, could hardly contain himself and turned back, shouting loudly at the noise inside the church. Zheng Feifei suddenly remembered that it seemed she had actively attached herself to He Qi earlier. All her anger immediately dissipated into nothingness. In the end, she was directly defeated by Xue Ding with a 3-point shot, and it was such a difficult 3-pointer. Fortunately, her time spent in the task world seemed very short from the outside, so when Mickey said she was going back to school after eating, she left the house. A ship this large certainly cannot cross the Red Earth continent. It can only pass through Fishman Island, which is the territory of the Navy's G0 fortress. Therefore, it's best that fewer people know about this matter. The fewer who know, the greater the deterrent effect will be. Chubin wanted to pick up his cup to drink water to distract Ling Ling from what he was doing, but unexpectedly, the water was so hot that he let out a yelp and water dripped onto his pants from the table. If he knows I look like this now, I'm afraid he will cling to me relentlessly, Mickey replied half-truthfully to Mother Shun. In his past experiences, he had never seen a weak person escape unharmed from his fierce attacks. So at this moment, a scene of He Qi having his arm blown off by him had already appeared in his mind. At this moment, he seemed not to notice that a black figure had quietly appeared behind him. When in the underworld, even the 10 Yama Kings seemed startled upon hearing Lin Ying's name. Originally wanting to capture me and Lin Ying, they suddenly let us go without a word. What could be the reason for this? Sure, Yushuan chuckled awkwardly. She intended to mention Shirong, but upon thinking of her strength, she felt a bit deflated. The character Rong turned her mouth and was swallowed back, replaced by Cece. If it weren't for her, how would I have endured such a difficult night? How could I face Sister 17 without shame? But conversely, if it weren't for her aggressiveness, I wouldn't have witnessed Sister 17's tolerance towards me. However, upon closer inspection, I noticed that among the 7 coffins, 6 were nailed with a circle of large nails. The only coffin without nails was right in the center of these 7. Emojian suddenly grabbed her hand, twisting it behind her back, tilting his head to bite her neck, causing her to tiptoe in pain at that moment. I won't leave. I owe a great debt to the punishment hall, and rather than watch it be destroyed, I might as well close my eyes. Blood oozed from the corner of Gong Zhang's mouth, clearly indicating that his internal organs had suffered severe shock. If he continued to fight, he would undoubtedly die. Ian thought this matter through. With successful potential stocks and opportunities to create miracles right in front of him, it was time to focus on cultivation. However, Yi Qingfeng's face seemed a bit bothersome. But that wasn't a big deal. Although I knew the person in front of me was not sure Rue, she had the exact same face as her, and no matter how fierce she was towards me, I couldn't feel afraid. For this reason, I glanced a few more times at the door, and just as I reached out to open it, I felt a chilling aura seeping out from the keyhole and the crack in the door. Yi Qingfeng wouldn't tell ordinary people about this matter. This was something she should have guessed and had nothing to do with others. It's best to pass quietly without stirring up any trouble. If possible, it's better not to provoke any storms. Chapter 144. The Beginning of Revenge. This is the four swords of Zhu Xian, consisting of the Zhu Xian sword, Zhu sword, Xian Xian sword, and Chui Xian sword, forming an unparalleled killing array known as the Zhu Xian sword array. Kill! Huo Yuhao's voice was like thunder, instantly piercing the sky and shaking the entire duke's mansion. The god-slaying spear in her hand was raised high, as if summoning the endless killing intent of heaven and earth. With her command, the Zhu Xian sword array seemed to be awakened, transforming from its originally ethereal aura into a sharp and deadly force. It was unclear how long had passed, but the skin on her right arm, after cracking and healing repeatedly, began to reveal its extraordinary nature. Although Old Wu interfered with judicial fairness, the situation was not severe, and considering his old age, the police primarily focused on criticism and education. As soon as the two sisters turned around, they saw Chu Fan running toward them with a large bundle of green chives, smiling. Do I need to say more? Stop beating around the bush and obediently hand over the previous treasures, and tell me why in such a short time? A few seconds later, that passerby finally reacted, looking toward the midpoint of that arc and involuntarily gasping. Speaking of being under someone else's roof, he was truly at the mercy of others now, unable to act according to his own heart. Like a towering mountain pressing down, Zhao Feng felt his whole body creak, his bones groaning under a weight that felt like 1,000 pounds, his head and body bending down involuntarily, every movement requiring immense effort. The crowd saw hope. If it weren't for her presence, even the strongest among them would not be able to withstand these attacks. Inviting her this time truly helped them immensely. The next morning, Zhang Shangyun took the initiative to contact Song Guodong, and both sides met in the conference room of the Ocean Group. Yi Tian also ordered the troops to go up, with a total of 1,000 peak first-class warriors and 10 second-class warriors. After all, that was a previous work, while it was classic and beautiful. It was not a product of this era. The two blue braids flew wildly in the firelight, creating a very discordant scene. Hey! Poo-Poo snapped back to reality at Feng Yinlan's sudden remark, but did not know what had happened, turning her head and blinking with a face full of question marks. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves in advance, upon seeing such a sudden ambush, Pang Zi and the soldiers were also shocked into a daze, staring wide-eyed at the approaching sharp dagger. In fact, these people possessed extraordinary talent, but for various reasons, they drifted outside the mainstream music scene. By the time she reached Ding Dang, she was already so embarrassed that she could barely hold her head high, but still insisted on finishing the act. No matter how miraculous the summoner's skills were, at the end of the day, they were merely a form of elemental attack, not without trace. Wow, these girls have switched to some mode, chattering away nonstop. Yet even if the Hu family Salt Lord emerged victorious and completely defeated the He family Salt Lord, in the end, he still dared not strike, even having to step forward to protect and personally send off Chung Yi at the dock, preserving the opponent's final face. Whoosh! An electric arc ball flew out from the cloud of lightning, heading toward the Black Dragon. I will go out with Chun and Jiogu in a few days, and when I return, I will find a way to get you some items that can see spiritual bodies. Saying this, the knight chuckled a few times, leisurely, living safely. Tomorrow morning, I will personally drive you to work. Halfway up the stairs, Yukin lowered his head and said, "It doesn't necessarily mean something has happened. I will help look for them." With that, Jiogu also sighed. The three returned leisurely to the spot where they had originally planned to set up camp and rest. And Zijing's vassals were still waiting. Seeing the three return, they hurriedly welcomed them. Chapter 145, Various Movements. But in fact, there was another person who wanted her life, and that was her estranged daughter. Dai Hao's face instantly darkened, as if water could drip from it, and his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. His eyes reddened abnormally in an instant, tears swirling uncontrollably in his eye sockets, as if they would spill out at any moment. His breathing was rapid and heavy, his chest rising and falling violently. Then, he seemed to be suddenly struck by something, jolting him into a reflexive lift. Rod spoke incomprehensible words, but the people beside him remained silent, completely afraid to respond. One person half, after finishing the bird, Murong Qian let out a satisfied burp and quickly closed her mouth, fearing Zhang Hao would hear. In early May, Nuo Kong ascended the throne in Shengjing, establishing the Great Han with the title of Emperor Day. Sang Jinyue, after bathing, leaned on the bed playing with the two beads. After a while, she picked up the Feng Yao Qin and began to play. Jonathan came to his senses and smiled, saying, "I am considering whether I can write such a script." Although he was a sci-fi screenwriter, both sci-fi and fantasy were about imaginative abilities, something he did not lack. What he needed was a story. Coming out from the dark and damp dungeon, the outside was sunny, the golden light driving away the last trace of gloom in his heart. Although it was slightly inferior to the growth in space, considering the conditions outside, the state of the medicinal herb cultivation was clearly due to the inexperience. Dressed in a white cloak like fragmented snow, she walked gracefully in this molten hot, dark red world, seemingly unaffected by the scorching air, still appearing calm and normal, not even a drop of sweat on her face. Once on Earth, Li Buming was already a leader in the military and political circles. In Causeway Bay, there was only one Hao Bu, and among the 7 major factions, there was only one Li Buming. Lian Ming stood at the door, looking into the splendid room, pondering the meaning of Sang Jinyue's words. And after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. However, one thing he understood was that Jinxiu's refusal was related to her past experiences. Shen Yueying, seeing Lu Qinxing's insistence on making her apologize, suddenly felt that her authority and pride were being trampled underfoot, wildly crushed. How could the proud and indifferent Shen Yueying tolerate such humiliation? Hoyuan bought her breakfast like he did in the first round. But this time he did not follow her orders and obediently left after buying breakfast. Lu Qinxing was puzzled as to why he would suddenly return. What kind of existence had brought him back? Given the current situation, it was nearly impossible for anyone to break through from other directions. The only chance for survival was to charge out through the path without flames. The 12th rank of the Wei level was a significant threshold. Crossing it greatly increased one's strength and could not be overcome by mere numbers. Currently, the combustible ice mine that Liang Shuexian was near to detonating was not far off, as her father Liang Jingrong was already somewhat impatient. The power of the dark combo increased exponentially. The attack power of the dark 3-hit combo was about twice that of the dark 2-hit combo. Because Shi Junin had just obtained the dark 3-hit combo and was still not very skilled, its power was only about 1.5 times greater. Then, I shouldered my backpack and went out the door, coming to the corridor, and pushed open the doors of Class 2 and Class 3 respectively. Upon reaching the main entrance, I did not hesitate to turn on the entrance lights, which was permitted. The color is still captivating, the fragrance is enticing, but the taste, whether good or bad, remains unknown. The deliciousness that cannot be savored is ultimately false. Only what fills the stomach is real. Miaoning nodded expressionlessly. Her cold demeanor left Yin Urjia unable to discern anything. Just as she was about to turn around, the man's hand suddenly grasped her arm across the table. Her wound had already been treated by the imperial physician. Tang Su took out medicine and bandages, made her take anti-inflammatory medication to prevent infection, and then handed the bandages to the physician, asking them to use these professionally sterilized medical supplies to rebandage and stitch her wound. Chapter 146. The Duchesses, and meanwhile, Huo Yuhao sat quietly cross-legged, closing her eyes to rest. Suddenly, the space was torn apart, and Huo Shunxiao stepped out, the real one. Huo Yuhao slowly opened her eyes after seeing Huo Shunxiao return and spoke. "Xiao, you're back. Did you go to the Duke of the White Tiger's residence?" Huo Shunxiao nodded and replied, "Yes, I acted quickly, and they didn't suspect you. The soul of this duchess. There's nothing much to say, just one word. Refreshing. This half-hearted promise maker can only do grassroots work now, rallying and providing feedback. He just asked the newly joined gods in the temple, Yang and the others, how they felt. The northeastern man summed it up in one practical word. Xia Yinhuo remained silent, but drank alcohol at the same frequency as Ding Yaoyang. Vogue from Hoyuan Academy grabbed the number 17 bamboo stick, glaring at the flames. There were still seats left in front of them, indicating that another number 17 bamboo stick was still in the draw. After all, many people had expressed their feelings for her when they didn't know she was married, fearing it would be awkward for her. Ling Aoyan's lips revealed a hint of a smile. All of this was within his expectations. Spiritual energy coiled around him like wind. Ling Aoyan spun rapidly like a whirling top, the spear brushing against his clothing. The stone coffin had some blurred images carved on it, but the carving technique was the same as that on the stone walls outside. The common point was that it was unfinished, making the recorded contents inside invisible. Due to the influence of the previous auction, the public still remembered Song Zhuwei, and Shi Su's Jinjiang was a rising star, frequently trending, and together they would inevitably make it to the city newspaper. As for avenging Dong Zhuo, please, he had just been crushed by Murong Chen's cavalry headquarters, okay? That kind of despairing gap cannot be offset by mere hatred. Moreover, although Dong Zhuo had a decent reputation among the Shiliang soldiers. It wasn't high enough for these Shiliang cavalry to risk their lives for him. Adi, don't provoke him. Jing Tian is someone who responds better to kindness than harshness. Doing this will only backfire, Leah said reproachfully. With a violent thump, crimson blood began to circulate, filling the pale skin beneath the scales with color once again. The Dongqing prison has 4 sections, A, B, C, and D. I was unaware of this until Brother Su told me last night. In the blink of an eye, when Yi Tian opened his eyes, it was already evening. The colorful clouds in the sky looked beautiful. Yi Tian walked out of the cave, gazing at the evening glow. Standing still for a moment, and before it got completely dark, he went into the dense forest to hunt for prey, starting to prepare food. I don't care. I'm your boss. You have to do what I say. Let me ask you, has Wang Xiong encountered any unusual situations? I asked Anna while driving. She opened her lips, wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say, ultimately just looking at him in silence. If at this moment Ouyang Ruashi wanted to kill her, who would protect her? I was a bit dazed. Was I really going to give him fake gold? ISNT that deceit? If the Bodhisattva found out, would I be punished again? I split the iron chain in my hand into 2 ends, holding one in each hand, and tied the middle part to the motorcycle. Just as someone swung a weapon at me, I flung the iron chain at him. In the air, Long Bai charged towards Yi Tian, also noticing the disturbance during the speech. He turned in midair and saw 2 unfamiliar figures colliding with him. Relying on the intense heat and strength from his body, Long Bai felt an extraordinary shock in his heart. Elder, this person is Yi Tian, the son of clan leader Zheng Zhe. This person is likely a strong opponent for Zheng Ao's child. The one who spoke clearly had a lower status in the 3 lives heaven than the other person. Chapter 147. Underlying forces after everyone sat down. The elder at the forefront said, "Everyone, we can begin." The leader was named Shindao, a senior brother of Teacher Muin, stronger than Teacher Muin. He had once obtained the longevity seed in a canyon, merging it with his body. His current strength was at the quasi-divine level, equal to that of Huoyuan. However, he actually did not know Huoyuan's true strength. His martial soul was the Wushuang Emperor Sword and the God-breaking spear, apart from Bai Chun and Yi Yushui. Huoyuan. Among these people, the calmest is Mr. Zhuge, and the one who has the most confidence in Xiao Luo is naturally Yi Mushiwe. Whoosh whoosh. The blizzard is raging, and even 520 can't open its eyes. Fortunately, with Xiao Luo and Long Qianwang leading the way otherwise, finding the Wolf Den mercenary organization would be harder than ascending to heaven. As for the incident of biting the fat policeman, it was I who took the initiative to go to his house and bite him. After all, they had no idea that I had a grudge against the fat policeman and only thought I was crazy for biting him. Hee hee. Can she not exhaust herself while ensuring that the great Zhao kingdom does not perish? She quickly reached out to support herself against the back of the chair, and a stronger force supported her arm, pulling her towards him. The elegant and refined signature has already been framed, the exquisite frame softening the coldness in Xiao Zitian's eyes. She greatly admires the works of the musician Mia, but Mia has always been low-key and often resides in Moscow, making her signature difficult to obtain. She is also very kind to my parents, bringing them supplements and gifts every time she visits, making my parents feel a bit embarrassed, but this has improved their relationship. He said that Guanji Nuo was taken to the basement of the previous large shopping mall by Long Go, and he had been there a few times but couldn't get into the basement because the entrance had a password lock, so he couldn't find out what the password was. When the news about Xiao Luo was investigated, Yin Sun was even more furious. He was still a student. He must be killed. He must be killed. After all, even if the combat power is high, if the realm does not keep up, it will eventually become a shortcoming. How could effect work? Isn't it normal for doctors to see patients? If someone gets sick, just treat it as a date. Su Lanxin was even more certain of her thoughts. Li Yuning has a boyfriend and is pregnant, so she no longer has to worry. What does this mean? Is it gain or loss? What kind of fate is this? What increases and what decreases? Who still doesn't understand, feeling conflicted. However, the current situation does not allow him to think too much. As for escaping from here, Bai Zhe Xiao roughly surveyed the defenses around and gave up on that idea. He had long anticipated that Jiang Yu wouldn't want to talk too much with him, but Qi Shi still automatically explained why she was here. This could prevent the story from appearing too contrived later. As we hoped, the fog gradually dispersed, and the previously dense wandering souls and wild ghosts completely vanished. The so-called struggle between life and death is like 2 swordsmen fighting. Victory and defeat mean life and death. So at this moment, it is certainly most important to kill the opponent by any means necessary. From the beginning of their acquaintance, Lien Xin had always shown her kindness. This indicates from another perspective that Lien Xin didn't like her and was deliberately keeping a distance. He quickly stepped forward to defend himself, only to see Yin Hongling immediately wave her hand. The only object of her disdain was Jiang Ying. Fortunately, Bai Zhe Xiao's efforts finally paid off, his eyes finally opened, and he saw the anxious A Hai, finally feeling assured. The others reacted. Bo Deming must be crazy. Telling a powerful being in the tribulation period that he is their father getting kicked is already mild. The power of the heavenly Tao gathered into a point of light from Taihao Duo's severed arm, filling the damaged bones of his left arm with light. Then blood vessels and tendons stretched out from his shoulder, covering the crystal-like arm bones. But before they could take shape, they were burned to ashes by the white flames. Repeatedly. Chapter 148. Going home, and just when Tangsan was lost in thought on the other side, Huo was collecting the soul of the Duchess into the world tree, and yesterday she had informed Hoyuchi that she was going back to find her mother. Mom, there's nothing to do these days. Let's go to Uncle's house. Hoyuan, who was sitting nearby in a daze, heard this and abruptly stopped her movements, nearly spilling the water from her teacup. Her face was filled with shock, as if she had been caught off guard by this suggestion. Fang Jinxiong's patrol camp strikes each time with a special operations team scouting in advance. Then a patrol camp moves out, surrounding the bandit den, and setting up cannons to bombard them first. With this approach, how can the bandits hold on? This is truly unavoidable. It is said that although Zhi Xiong has been resurrected, he still has a burned body. Therefore, the basement, a dark and dry place, is his eternal home. Following closely behind Zheng Bao are another 18 riders, all robust young men of the same age as Zheng Bao. They were carefully selected by Han Yi from the military children and orphans to form the righteous army shortly after its establishment and were meticulously trained. Fuji Bank was originally troubled by an abundance of dollars, so they were naturally pleased to accept loans. The Bronze Saint Seiya Aki, in fact, is a Dark Saint Seiya who has undergone brainwashing education and is disguised within the Bronze Saint Seiya ranks. Every day, there is a few thousand words waiting behind, which can be tolerated for a day, endured for a month, but over the years, one's spirit may collapse. News of internet writers dying young from exhaustion occasionally makes headlines, and this is clear evidence. The two changed into the attire of the Meng Xian Zhao warriors to blend in, making it convenient for their actions. The mountain winds howled as their clothes fluttered. Based on the above views, Richardson has consistently advocated for the Pacific Fleet to return to the U.S. West Coast for better organization, replenishment, and training. This advocacy was one of the main reasons for his resignation as the commander of the Pacific Fleet. The two Huan soldiers led by Bairu who closely monitored the battlefield, responding to the changing situation in the valley. He was glad he was not on the rebellious side and glanced back at Han Yi, who was actually commanding the operation, wishing he could order Han Yi to charge down the valley. Gently patting the body of the flower summer grass, Hua Shangshui yawned suddenly, blinked a few times, and fell asleep involuntarily. The red light group sneered repeatedly, but did not pause at all. One sharp spike transformed into 10, 10 into 100, and 100 into 1,000 spikes, enveloping the three of them. The black-armored warrior was also taken aback, but it was too late to save them. Later, when Nalan Shui was 4 or 5 years old, she took leave to go home to recuperate for a while. When she returned, she brought back a posthumous child, Feng Qingsheng, who was Feng Duan's younger sister. Although she treated her well, she forgot many things from before, which Nalan Shui still remembered. That day, when it was reported that the 8-year-old fourth prince was sick, Wang Di went to visit his mother, the virtuous Empress Zhu. Unexpectedly, the 26-year-old and charming Empress Zhu could no longer endure the long-term neglect and loneliness, so she secretly added aphrodisiacs to Wang Di's tea, trying to lure him to submit. I was immediately puzzled, but no matter how I asked, Murong Shanshan would not relent, only smiling. Welcome. Unlike the countless ordinary offensive and defensive spiritual techniques, any physical cultivation spiritual technique is extremely precious, especially top-tier ones like the 9 turns golden body, which ordinary spiritual practitioners can only dream of. Only deeply rooted families like the Luo family can possess them. Lan Shi nodded, curiously watching her take out a pack of milk and place it on the dining table. It turned out to be the same soft packaging as in modern times. Lan Shi felt a bit disappointed, thinking that after becoming the master, the milk should be served warm and fragrant in a glass, but it was still the same as before, lacking taste. Chapter 149. The Conspiracy of Huo. What a few of them did not know was that Huo and the others had arrived early. All of their brothers were now extreme Douluos. but none were a match for Huo as he was your elder brother. At the same time, news spread within Shrek Academy that Huo had returned to the Douluo continent. The sky was as clear as water, like glass repeatedly wiped clean, pure, and transparent. Large fluffy white clouds floated in the sky like soft cotton candy, leisurely drifting above the blazing snow mountains. Vehicles could not enter. This is the truth. There is no exaggeration. Currently, he has been moving along the foot of the mountain, and the vehicle can still barely move. But if one were to enter the snowy mountains, no vehicle could possibly make it up. Uncle and aunt had almost no expression, while the second aunt was very curious to see what good things the Jinron Wangfu had sent. But the third brother just put it away without even letting her take a look, making her itch with curiosity, her mouth pouting. The strange man laughed eerily at the hand I snapped, his body suddenly turning into nothingness. A gust of cold wind blew up. And then he appeared next to me in the passenger seat. You are afraid. I will slowly find a way to let you know that I can face this with you. Han Junyu wiped the tears from her face at that moment. He wished he could hold her tightly. He had waited so long to finally see her care for him, her declaration of love. That morning, when I walked back with him to the unfrozen spring, were you following behind? Though it was a question, I was already certain in my heart. Right behind. Bai Dingshan also dismounted. Rongjung handed him the cage in his hand, explained a few things, and then went to the emperor and the old prince. I really want to kill you. Yifan glared at Gu Haoyan, cold words spilling through his teeth. Whether talking about Chu Zixiao or thinking about his parents' departure, Zhang Jia's downfall, she could treat it all with equanimity. Following Han Zhun into the prison, at the door of the cell where Lady Zhuo was held, the guard who led them opened the cell door with a key. Lady Zhuo, sitting in the corner against the wall, didn't even blink, her gaze blankly staring ahead. His soul had undergone countless cuts, with parts tossed into the fairy realm and others thrown into the lower realms. But now, Aunt Li Mu's family also had no way out, begging everywhere, and only then did Li Mu's mother call her son. He is now like the sun. No matter how thick the clouds, as long as the sunlight shines, they will all dissipate. At this moment, Yili was only wearing a thin base layer. Slightly twisting her body, her hand wanted to take off her clothes. A slender waist was partially exposed. The people present were stunned. It really was abolished? This would mean that killing outside of the open day was also legal, and they had no way to resist because they were facing judges with absolute power. Thinking of this, Su Feng stroked his chin. After all, the other party had been his tool for so long. So this time he would give him 1% or 3%. Their voices were not loud, but Shun Tingxi heard them all. He remained quiet and did not speak. With his cultivation level reaching new heights, his understanding of the rules of the Great Tao once again gained profound insights. What had just happened was simply too unbelievable. For some reason, he felt very happy in his heart. Chunlang, you almost went into a frenzy just now. I have already used the inner Yuan pill to stabilize you. The inner Yuan pill contains a part of my power, and after you absorb it, it can enhance your cultivation. Suddenly, the voice of the Queen Mother of the West appeared in Chun Feng's mind. Isn't this Chun Feng a cultivator? How could he be so powerful? Chun Feng struck out with a palm towards them in the void, and the dozen or so god-level cultivators were sent flying. After landing, they found that their cultivation was actually sealed, turning them into people without any power. Chapter 150. The Four Brothers of the Huo Family. I plan to unite with some who have enmity with the Huo family in a few days, just like a few years ago. Xuanzi's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Yan Shao's expression changed slightly, feeling a sense of unease. He instinctively took a step forward and said anxiously, Elder Xian, the losses from a few years ago were severe. Previously, Huoyuan, Alian, like a wooden statue, bowed but couldn't speak. She feared that if she opened her mouth, she would uncontrollably break down in tears. Yizhuo excitedly stepped forward and said, Xing, also suppressing himself, clasped his hands and bowed, saying, Princess, may you be blessed. Xing also made a gesture of respect. By now, almost all the mysteries have been solved. But there is still one thing that remains a mystery. In my heart, unless absolutely necessary, I am also unwilling to harm Jinyu. Even though there is no obligation between us, she risked herself for Dongming. I cannot save Dongming. And now, I am even more unwilling to involve his maid in any harm. I took a deep breath, reached out to hold her hand, and gently embraced her, both to comfort her and to draw warmth that calms me down. Lin Feng still remembers that at that time, Sun Ming had performed a heartfelt confession in front of everyone. Lin Feng had laughed at this fool quite a bit. When Feng Lida was leaving, you should have told me, don't hit him. I gave you enough face. Let him remember not to be so arrogant in the future. When he goes out, there are more people than him. Don't provoke those who shouldn't be provoked. After speaking, Fong Lida left with his people. Chiu Xin and the others' boss was unwilling but did not dare to openly defy the superior's orders. They also had decent strength and could serve as a gold medal enforcer. Chiu Xin convinced himself like this. Unfortunately, he and Han Mei only had a shallow level of soul resonance and could not communicate over long distances. Otherwise, he would be able to know her safety status. However, he still had a soul resonance with her. Shize believed that as long as the distance was close enough, he would definitely be able to sense Han Mei's existence. I estimate that he is afraid of being exposed and can only say some cryptic words. A smile was a way to give him a way out. Madame In finally breathed a sigh of relief, glancing reproachfully at her husband, then walked to the bed and covered herself with a quilt. The business of Huoyuan restaurant is so good. Is it related to this ordinary village girl? Many guests perked up their ears, wanting to hear what this village girl had to do with the restaurant. Who knows how many taboo matters there are? One moment one might be lively, and the next moment they might be left stunned. No, the AK gun family, while the caliber is correct, uses intermediate power bullets. Look at the thickness of the hatch's steel plate. It definitely cannot be penetrated. Another bodyguard said. Not far behind him, a Taoist wearing a Daoist robe was following from a distance, and behind this Taoist was a young man with a mushroom head carrying a large pile of items. He was now bubbling with mischief, thinking about how to get a double kill. On such matters, the two girls had fear and resistance, and he was rejected every time he tried. Because today the town was deserted, Xiao Yang, who had closed up early to head home, had not reached his doorstep when he encountered Zhu, who lived at the foot of the mountain. Han Dezong looked at the girl and thought to himself that marrying a scholar is indeed different. Not only can he speak, but he can also reason very well. Gu Qingsheng, what kind of look is that? Jing De Xiao frowned slightly, saying that going with her to the old Master Gu's birthday banquet. Did she need to be this scared? This slap is to give you a lesson. You can eat recklessly, but can't speak recklessly. Do you understand? If the words were filled with invisible hostility, they were extremely arrogant. Yun Yin looked at Yun Linglong, feeling increasingly disappointed, and also understood completely that Yun Linglong was likely already insane. Most importantly, if these people died in the endless wilderness, they would never be able to return to the divine martial continent. Finally, when I mentioned the plot where their heads and tails were connected, both Yame and Yeti shivered in unison. The old man had already fallen asleep. My lord, you can go in directly. I will guard outside. And Yi and Mo Xiang Mo Zhu were guarding outside the door. In an instant, the powerful pressure released by Ji Ruffing swept across the entire Tiana Star, causing all members of the Tiana Chamber of Commerce on Tiana Star to look towards Ji Ruffing. Being on this island not only allows them to rob passing ships, but also has the secret protection of the Qi family, so they generally live very well. She was still waiting to find trouble with Su Yunliang after going out and couldn't stay in the Nanshan hunting ground for too long. Other experts have entered this place. Feng Yun was immediately speechless. As time went on, indeed more people would discover this space trap. Seeing my series of actions, the high-ranking officials of the Danhua Prefecture all breathed a sigh of relief. They could tell I was here to solve the problem. The Dragon Shadow is transformed from internal power. Internal power is a low imitation of true Qi, which not only greatly reduces its power, but is also very inconvenient to use. I wanted to use my Qi Si to digest it, but took a long time to absorb the Dragon Shadow completely. Boom! Finally, a sky-high flame erupted in the sky, transforming into raging fire dragons that surged directly towards the central area, instantly crashing into the knights who hadn't had time to disperse. These knights were no match for the impact of the forbidden spell and were wiped out in an instant. Ling Xishue's fingers tapped lightly on the table, deliberately not looking at Jiang Yao, suppressing the urge to strike. Chapter 151. This is the first time I've seen someone die in the wrong place. The remaining three were directly stunned. No, big brother, you don't follow the martial ethics. Hundreds of years old, still so shameless. Suddenly, a crisp bell rang, breaking the calm. Hui Yunlan's uniquely shaped phone rang. Speaking of which, he had gone through a lot of trouble to get this phone from the Sun and Moon Empire. It was ridiculously expensive, but indeed top-notch in performance. He casually picked up the phone and asked nonchalantly, "Hello, Windwolf? What's up?" After arriving at the children's amusement park, Shi Xiaohua took Shi Xiaoyu to play all the fun and exciting things inside. Dandan sat on the ground, panting heavily, feeling the strong original power still lingering around Zhang Chao. and couldn't help but smile. Lu Rushi turned back, slightly out of breath, wiped the fine sweat off her forehead, and left a beautiful smile like spring snow for Yi Chuyi and Ning Chuyu. Netizens are now all paying attention to this topic, so when Xiao Ziqing published his Weibo, many people retweeted and liked it immediately, and it rose to the trending search list. Just then, that flower suddenly sprang to life, rushing toward Zhang Chao. Feng Yu looked at him calmly and relaxed a bit in his heart, nodding but still tightly grasped his sleeve, not daring to let go. Senior, don't say that. Being called a god in this world is the behavior of a cult. We are all cultivators. Xia Yuxing's face was slightly shy, and her hands didn't stop. This sword formation possesses the power to slay gods, and with 7 average 6-star warriors, it can surprisingly unleash the overwhelming might to kill 7-star divine-level experts, making it quite invincible. After calling each of his uncles and aunts, as well as his parents, to ask the questions designed by the special operatives, there were no unusual occurrences, and Lu Hongyu shook his head in disappointment. The girl in the pink dress smiled as she listened intently to the young man, with gently swaying roses behind her. Uncle Chun, haven't we already searched the back mountain several times? I pondered. I touched my forehead in speechlessness, merely nodding silently without saying a word. Unlike ordinary sunglasses, these sunglasses can self-adjust their brightness, allowing the eyes to comfortably see the surroundings, somewhat like a nearsighted person wearing reading glasses. However, Lu Xiaocai is different from many poor commoners. He does not feel grateful towards the eunuchs. On the contrary, he believes that the eunuchs are treacherous ministers, while the Donglin faction are gentlemen, constantly cursing the eunuchs daily. Alas, no matter who it is, going to Mike Sintown now is a matter of life and death. The burly martial saint did not wish to entangle himself in this issue and said quietly, "Indeed, Kudo Shinichi was reported, as such a big incident would not go unnoticed. Once exposed, the interviews and publicity from various sides would flood in, making it impossible to conceal. The only place where one can truly feel the atmosphere is along the Mediterranean coast, with the most famous being several islands near the Aegean Sea. I don't know when it started, but heavy dark clouds drifted in from the horizon, as if lightning was brewing within them. Because if you can listen to them, like Emperor Chongjin in history, you might live a little longer. Otherwise, your life could be taken in an instant, not to mention doing anything else." She had just been reborn not long ago, and subjects like physics and mathematics, which were relatively weak for her, had not yet been remedied. With a full 1,000 students in the second year, it would be acceptable to aim for the top 100, but the top 10 was not impossible, while the top 3 would indeed be quite difficult. Qiu Yi gave Qiu Si and Qiu Fan each a talisman for protection, placing the rest in his storage belt. The talisman only reacts when kept close to the body. If not kept close, it won't react even in life-threatening situations. In the middle, a man identical to the one in the photo appeared. It was Feng Han, wearing only a pair of underpants that were pushed up high. If the quality of the pants weren't good, they might have been torn apart. The staff at the venue were obedient. When they took out the stone, they directly brought it to Zhou Hongtai. At that time, she only encountered some difficulties in engraving talismans and formations. When engraving formations and talismans, the spiritual energy must not be interrupted or unevenly applied, and these shortcomings had gradually matured through her accumulated experience. Since that person did not reveal his identity, he must be hidden in some country, and it seems that the possibility of him being in Nanling is the greatest now. Bai Jins could not see the clear 5-fingered handprint on her cheek, but the burning pain spread to her heart, and tears streamed down her face. Du Miao once said that she must soak in water every so often. Just like when he was on the train, he disguised himself as a corpse out of necessity, didn't he? The lustful old turtle could easily crush the killing god E, and he didn't need me. The king cobra could also crush the giant python and poisonous dragon, and he didn't need me either. After thinking it over, I decided to take my gun and help the 3 lions. I don't know why I suddenly started to miss the past, missing the dominance of 17 and the tenderness of 16. That was the most beautiful time in my life. Ha ha ha, trying to run? I'll blow you all up. Jinx carried a rocket launcher, flying in the air and continuously launching rockets to bombard the retreating army below. Sarah was also pushed down from the high tower, and the one who saved her was still Naruto. All this happened right under Zhang Ye's eyes. "So it's you." Jax jumped in for a slash, completely disregarding the many Noxian heroes surrounding LeBlanc. A strange sound, zga, zga, came to Lin Fei's ears, and he immediately looked around. The sound suddenly stopped, and he found no anomalies around. With a bang, before the guy could react, Wu Tian directly grabbed him, instantly making him experience an unprecedented feeling of suffocation. However, ninjas must obey the orders of their superiors. Orochimaru is the highest ranked in this team, and they must follow commands. Fisher looked at his team, which was now empty. As everyone had left him, no one was following him, and all the Lion Beast clan members walked away as if he didn't exist. Fisher glared in anger, ultimately helplessly descending the mountain, not knowing where to run. "Brother Nanshan, I know I was wrong. Save me, save me." Nanrong pleaded in fear, as he never expected Yu Wuxuan to be so terrifying. "This is impossible. I have taken all your chakra. You cannot have such a massive chakra to nullify the Edo Tensei contract." Uchiha Madara shouted loudly. "Ooh, indeed, not the least bit reluctant to leave me." About to go, Morgana pretended to be suddenly sentimental. They had quite the demeanor of the old dean, Wang Shenyang, being people with great charm towards children. Chapter 152, Deadline. Xuanzi and the others were completely unaware that every action and conversation they made was being closely monitored by eyes in the dark, without any omissions. Meanwhile, on the other side, the process of Hoyuan recognizing everyone was like a warm, yet slightly twisty reunion. At first, Hoyuan felt nervous, seeing her mother hiding behind her daughter for the first time, but as the conversation deepened, that tension gradually dissipated, replaced by warmth. During her healing stage, she had not disclosed her emotional experiences to anyone. It wasn't until she told him that he realized her silence and vacant expression when he met her was due to her being hurt. However, his mother had always been kind-hearted. Since she wrote him a letter, she would not hide it from Xiahou Yu, wanting him to acknowledge this favor from Xiahou Yu. Now, they had no hatred towards Lin Hauran, and it was indeed inappropriate to act against him. If they couldn't kill Lin Hauran, one could imagine that the Yin family would indeed invite great trouble in the future. While Yang Qingzhu hesitated to speak, those few acres of mountain fields were once again lost by him. It was already irretrievable, but how could he dare to say it? If Hong Zhuang hadn't intentionally revealed this identity, would Long Yunfei have been so eager to explain the situation of the Earth Heart Spring to them? Abatai could never accept such an ending. Shengjing was just a big fire pit, and anyone who stayed there would die. The students originally planned to follow the adventurers to the Adventurers Guild to submit their task items first, and after completing it, return to the inn. Facing the elite Russian troops he commanded, Mauchi did not dare to be careless, and had to abandon the encirclement of Muravyov, adopting a defensive stance. Thus, at this moment, the Russian army had already gained a numerical advantage in the Black Sea direction. F.A. Zheng carefully inquired about the preparedness of each unit and instructed the Navy to strengthen their readiness on the river, to guard against a surprise attack from the Eastern Wu Navy. He also emphasized inquiring about the movements of the Wei troops in the north of the river. Now, under the command of the new Grand Commander Lu Sun, they were stationed here to cut off Guan Yu's return route to the west. In a daze, he suddenly saw someone kick up their feet, like a whirlwind, rushing past like a swift cloud, and another person was suddenly kicked into the pond with a splash. The Emperor was unexpectedly a bit fascinated. While Baishan and Wenjiu exchanged glances, their faces horrified. Could it be that the Snow Emperor's mountain beasts were all unleashed? The two elders watching Zhang Riyun's demeanor knew that his nature was not one to show off at this moment. Being able to say such things in front of the two was already a sign of his full confidence. Elder Luchong, seeing Zhang Riyun's sufficient gaze, indeed thought as he expected, and for a moment he became somewhat preoccupied and began to think carefully. Regarding He Jianjun, on one hand they envied, hated, and were jealous of him, while on the other hand they couldn't help but slander him in their hearts, a henpecked husband. In fact, he did not show himself to be so impatient. Regardless of whether Shengxia's friends and family were willing to acknowledge his identity, he would ultimately be Shengxia's husband, accompanying her until death. In these few miles, the war between Muju's mother and Lu Xiner and Lung Hanyan was ongoing at all times. Under the investigation of these people, they actually discovered that dozens of cultivators had secretly infiltrated Yinqing, intending to kidnap Qin Xiaoying's family. The base at Xinyan Mountain was originally established in the dense forest south of Baiwa City, and, as time passed, the entire base became increasingly covered with mutated plants, with mutated vines crawling all over the inside and outside of the buildings. Upon hearing Qin Ibai's words, the old man's first expression was one of sudden surprise, almost comparable to the expression of Pan Wang when Yuan Gu proposed to become brothers with Qin Ibai back then. She was the successor of socialism. If she did not contribute to society, how could she be considered a qualified successor? In an instant, he disappeared without a trace, not knowing which passage he had entered. Until one day, She heard from a distance the aunt next door complaining among a crowd that there were too many people serving food, and she had seen Bai Ling not get her meal several times. Chapter 153, Xuanzi versus the four brothers of the Huo family. Huo Yunshu's merciless words and arrogant attitude were like a sharp blade, piercing the pride of everyone. The people behind Xuanzi were instantly ignited with anger, their faces turning red, eyes blazing, and the soul rings on their bodies flashing wildly as the aura of their martial spirits erupted violently. Xuanzi stepped forward, a grim smile of confidence on his face, pointed at Huo Yunshu, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Huo Yunshu, open your eyes and take a good look." After being dazed for a second, Mingdu quickly stood up and ran towards the direction Yili had mentioned, but after running a few steps, a shadow blocked her path, and when she looked up, the person was none other than Yili, who had just told her to leave. Yili had disappeared in her arms, and then she fainted from crying. Then this towel must have been given to her by Yuan Guang. Seeing her cry so pitifully that her eyes were swollen. In the past few days, Lu Feng has begun another endless upgrade journey. On Friday night, Lu Feng and Xia Shu discovered yet another wild map boss in the Muxio rainforest. Upon hearing the emperor's words, everyone's attention shifted to Lu Feng, who was also taken aback, lost in his own thoughts, and hadn't even taken a good look yet. Once Li Qingzhao left with El Chengwan, the five members of the Wujing around them turned their gazes back to Yao Ruyu, their martial intent instantly thickening, clearly ready to strike at any moment. Rong, you can rest assured now. There wasn't a single mishap. I told you. Zhang Jianbin knows how to measure his actions. I warned him, and of course, he understands what the right thing to do is, Li Xing said to the watching Li Xiangrong. After everything was done, the sky began to lighten, and Mu Qinyu looked at the gradually reddening horizon, her face slowly blossoming into a smile that seemed to illuminate everyone's hearts like the sun about to break through the clouds. Sister Su, did you already prepare for this? Li Xing asked with a smile after hearing Su Man's words. Jiang Yixio laughed out loud beside them, having long understood what kind of tricks Chengyu was up to, typical of someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Chengyu blushed from his laughter and pressed a pillow over him. Young Master Li, this is Qin Ergu. Fan Shan greeted Li Xing with a smile, pointing at Qin Ergu. Inside the palace's side hall, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Zhu Di sat in his chair with a complex expression, scrutinizing his 3 sons and 1 grandson before him. Some companions unwrapped the same set meal as him, while others received different flavors like biscuits and ate treasure porridge. How could someone so young film these videos? Where's the morality? Where's the bottom line? Where's the dignity? Last night's incident was too embarrassing. She felt a bit too shy and feared being teased by Tian Buhui again. Carl used these 2 children to force Jenna to submit. Then today, he had an assassin secretly infiltrate the palace and kill Jenna. Lin Jiu knew that the body-refining techniques within Tianyuanzong were basically not suitable for her. Even if there were suitable ones, the final peak wouldn't be high. Upon hearing this, Su Jingan's tears instantly fell like broken pearls, and she deeply bowed to him before leaving. Uchiha Ling watched the Chunin leave, then slowly squatted down to meet Uzumaki Kushina at eye level. Those seeds took root between heaven and earth, absorbing pure heavenly and earthly power, while many onlooking cultivators were parasitized by that evil seed. If Yanshiro were not injured at this moment, not turned into a shell, then Li Changfeng would be very happy. However, now, he had completely fallen into madness. He then closed the system interface, and, when he looked up at the void, he saw the enormous bone dragon rapidly descending. Father, don't worry. All the pain caused to me by her and the Su family will be doubled upon them. Oof. Do you think Mu Yuli is that easy to bully? Offending me. You will die a terrible death. Mu Yuli casually played with the wine glass in her hand, speaking indifferently, but her words were chilling. Chapter 154. You don't really think you're my opponent, do you? Stop. A furious shout came, like thunder, instantly scattering the attacks of Huo Yunshu and Huo Luo. Huo Yunshu suddenly froze, his body stiffening instantly, his gaze sharp as a knife sweeping around, coldly demanding, who is it? Who dares to speak out and obstruct at this moment? Show yourself. 2 figures quietly emerged, as if stepping out from the shadows, immediately coming into Huo Yunshu's view. As the rockets approached, before they could get close to his body, he flapped his wings, sending countless arrows tumbling and falling to the ground. Indeed, Meng Laohu had spent a considerable amount of time with Su Tianchen and had learned some special techniques that Qin Yu had not had the chance to master. But Meng Laohu had learned quite a bit. However, they were very clever, They had come up with a great justification for invading the Tevinian people, claiming to liberate them from the cruel rule of the elders. Just as they had proclaimed during their journey, they were there to slaughter the elders, not the Tevinians. The two immediately realized that this was Qin Yu's signal, and then grabbed the intercom on their shoulders, lightly tapping a few times according to the previously established code. The flames used by Yin Li were something Jiang Chuan had never seen in the classics, for although there were several types of milky white flames, none were like those used by Yin Li, which not only emitted no heat but also absorbed the surrounding warmth, creating an oddly cold atmosphere around it. The origins of the giant tortoise were the most mysterious, and its understanding of the world and destiny was profound. All along, it had not exerted its full strength. At this moment, their power was temporarily ranked second. If it were an ordinary 18-year-old boy, Zheng Jiayun's emotions might have been even more excited, but he probably wouldn't have thought much of it. Figures such as Yuan Hong's Meishan 7 monsters, Gao Ming, Gao Zhu, and Eli had gained military achievements and began to build a true personal army. Under the old man's fierce determination, he stubbornly withstood a massive stone cone, breaking through the giant insect's protective light curtain and sending a large ball of blue light deep into the giant insect's mind through its shattered compound eyes. Zhao Taizhu naturally noticed Wu Xian's delight and felt a bit emotional, but he did not intend to delve too deeply into this issue and continued to ask questions. I suddenly felt an inexplicable exhilaration. If the grassland was my comfortable home, then the other side of the canyon before me must be a trial ground intentionally arranged for me by nature. The Jews traveled thousands of miles to Shanghai to escape the persecution of the Nazi Party within such a short time. They built houses with European classical styles in this international metropolis, and their hard work and wisdom made Guan Jinlin look at them with new eyes. Yi Yuyao began to study the remaining chess pieces carefully, while Murong Qi, Wu Zun, Gu Shisan, Genie Chen, and Lan Yu also gathered around to study the chessboard meticulously. After all, as a president, Su Yuqing had strong self-control. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he stopped in his tracks. After Lu Suilian recovered, her feelings for Guan Jinlin noticeably cooled. Perhaps it was the act of Yin Zi apologizing that affected her. Or maybe Lu Suilian painfully realized that her feelings with Guan Jinlin could only be flowers in a mirror, unrealizable, and she decided to pull back from the brink and retreat from the current flow. Guan Jinlin lay on the stretcher, accompanied by Li Wan, Lu Suilian, Yin Zi, and others. 20 new 4th Army soldiers took turns carrying the stretcher, moving forward. Su Rannan was still somewhat angry, but when she suddenly heard Su Qinghan say this, her heart wavered a bit. Afterwards, the hallmaster also brought people to the nightclub to drink, as a way to ease the shock from the day's dangerous situation. Shen Jingyi returned to the courtyard feeling somewhat tired. She changed into a comfortable outfit, thinking about what Xiechun had just said. Iniesta was a bit flustered. Zhang Su's unreasonable and aggressive dribbling made it difficult for him to defend, so he simply positioned himself firmly in Zhang Su's path, regardless of whether he would be knocked aside. P.S. The train ticket is ready. I will return tomorrow. If all goes well, there will be more updates the day after tomorrow. Thank you all for your patience. The 6 people were divided into 3 teams, with Zhong Huai and Yin Jiao leading the way, followed by the Turtle Elder and Hu Hai, supporting on the flanks of Zhong Huai and Yin Jiao, and finally Lin Yunhe and Wu Hao as the rearguard. As soon as I entered the office, the phone on the desk rang. I glanced at the caller ID before picking up the receiver. The ear scoop is not the main point. The main point is your attitude. Please take it seriously. Yu Zhan helplessly rubbed his forehead. A sage from ancient times, he once stood atop the clouds, overlooking mountains and rivers for thousands of miles, wielding an unmatched battle spear that spanned ancient and modern times. Is this really Shilong, the notorious figure from the outer seas? Someone spoke up, walked over, and took a look at the corpse, which indeed looked tragic. Beside him, Qiao Li, who had originally been smiling, lowered her head in a fluster after hearing Zhang's words. Zhang and Xiao Chang thought she was just shy and couldn't help but laugh heartily, while Xiao Lu looked at Xiao Li, who was tightly gripping her sleeves, and helplessly turned to Qiao Ji. What a surprise! She had wanted to raise a Samiyed for a long time, but due to various coincidences, it had fallen through. Unexpectedly, Xiao Junyang gave her such a sudden gift. This cup of hot water is a bit cold. How about we call Elder Baiyu to analyze it for us? As for my family's river god, there is nowhere he cannot go. So what if it's a dragon palace in the EC? The big red shrimp said boldly. There is a power that suppresses the laws, which is why there are various anomalies here, and the intelligent beings here may have already become accustomed to the abnormality, which is why there are none of the oddities that occurred when Ing Si first arrived. Chapter 155, accept death. The divine path sighed slightly, took a step forward. His aura retracted, and his face was full of sincerity. He cupped his fist toward Huo and bowed. His voice steady but with a hint of earnestness. This matter is indeed due to Xuanzi's reckless actions. It is his fault. Today, I will apologize to you on his behalf. Brother Hua, if you have any requests, feel free to bring them up. I hope you can be magnanimous and spare Xuanzi this time. Huo gaze was icy. The corners of his lips curled into a cruel smile, and the light of his soul rings surged, filled with killing intent. How sad that he was still fantasizing before death. Wu Fan unleashed all the 5 elements divine fire, incinerating all the fragments of Mo Wei Luo. Zhou Bai patted and Ji on the shoulder, got up from the resting area, and walked over to Cheng Xiao Dong to discuss shooting other scenes. As soon as the crack appeared, the howling cold wind in the yard suddenly stopped. But the bone-chilling, ominous aura seemed to surge out from the crack, instantly filling the entire yard. Seeing that Lin Yi indeed returned to the classroom and did not skip class to leave the school, his heart finally relaxed. However, after leaving the Flower Medicine Valley, he was met with many scoldings from those who were unaware of the truth outside. Sister Yu, Sister Yu. When Dodo opened her hands from in front of her eyes, what she saw was Bai Yu lying on the ground, unknown whether alive or dead. You guys are the best. The young man looked at the back of the departing figure with some confusion and said, even if the actual power of this golden dragon is much greater than Lin Ye's, the suppression from the ancestor dragon is hard to resist. Glory. The warrior monk who was pointed at remained calm, kneeling on one knee, with a determined gaze fixed on the man in front of him, the scene resembling a standard ritual. Then I will ride back with you, is that okay? I'm not heavy, very light, I won't tire your horse. Jiang Sini asked with a purpose that was already known. Inside the iron prison, Chu Yuyin, dressed in white, leaned against the wall, her hair somewhat disheveled, eyes closed, and her eyelashes, like a fan, slightly trembled uneasily, appearing even more fragile and sorrowful under the dim light. At this moment, it seemed to have slightly awakened Grandpa. As he quickly stepped back after being attacked, glanced at his wound, took out a piece of yellow cloth from his bag, and wrapped it around the injury. Then, Grandpa recalled his master's words, and for a moment, he was somewhat unable to control himself. Wu Yang instantly felt a large amount of demon energy filling the room, a scent that ordinary people could not perceive. Only those who practiced techniques could distinguish. The person hiding inside was definitely a man, around 30 years old, very mature. Damn it, how could this damn guy stop working at this time? Nicholas, seeing the sea below plunged into darkness, extended his palm and angrily slashed at the void. He opened the radio, calling the base and the plane that was supposed to change shifts with him. However, no matter how unwilling he felt, at this moment, he could only slowly descend from the water surface, lowering his head to look at the clear pool water, his face alternating between pale and green. What she said can only be a supplement to a magical historical record, but what I truly want to know is the secret of the blazing flames, icy cold, and the language of the great underworld demon, and those who always act tough, claiming they would never marry or be married, ended up together in the end. Life's affairs are unpredictable, and fate is even more so. Brother Nyo, Brother Gio, the curator asked me to invite you over. The curator has reserved a meal at Hongxiang restaurant and wants to treat you well. Without you, something unexpected might happen. Xiamin said this with both charm and flair. Jun Mianchen quietly listened, and regarding the thoughts of destiny and Luo Yin, he felt a slight sense of agreement. This is a swamp monster. Do not be deceived by its appearance, as its nature is very ferocious. Yu Ji reminded Yang Yinfeng in a whisper. Chapter 156. The Dragon King is destroyed. Hua Yinzu shouted violently, and in an instant, a terrifying ray carrying endless destructive aura shot forth like a blade tearing through the universe, striking towards the few people of the divine path with overwhelming force. First soul skill, second skill, void slash. With this roar, a vast power surged from his body, flowing into the Wushuang Emperor sword along his arm. The light on the sword body instantly surged, and a dazzling sword aura burst forth from the tip of the sword. Grandpa, don't go, don't go. Tears streamed down the icy green cheeks, and a cry filled with sorrow tugged at the heartstrings of anyone who heard it. Uncle, what I said is all true. If you don't believe me, ask him. Wang Sun was afraid, but the middle-aged man would not believe him, turning around to point at the martial artist inside the house. With Li Ping's relaxation, the people on the VIP platform unconsciously shed a heavy burden. Li Sisi was slightly taken aback by her words. Her hands paused, and she looked up at her. Now, everyone present was contemplating their own thoughts. and the atmosphere in the scene suddenly fell silent. Lu Ting cried for a while before finally hugging me, sobbing, "Sai, why does my heart feel so painful? It can only be understood, not expressed." Although Yao Moan was new to this, she had no need to be polite with them. As the saying goes, good people are bullied, and good horses are ridden. The current Yao Moan is not what she used to be. Even the former Yao Machine was not someone to be bullied. Moreover, she was still a guest. Upon hearing this, Nalan Chi-Chi's heart trembled, and she suddenly felt an inexplicable heartache, as if a beloved belonging of hers was being embraced by someone else. If he joins in, once he is illuminated by heaven, he will also suffer the tribulation of thunder, and the power of the thunder tribulation will also increase. Perhaps before, the dongling immortal king still held a glimmer of hope that Long Meng would not be able to defeat their combined strength, but upon seeing the mess here, the dongling immortal king regretted it. Su Qinghe nodded upon hearing Gu Yifun's words, linking arms with him as they walked outside. After being poor for so long, encountering such an opportunity, if they still couldn't develop, he would look down on himself. Yuanli had just graduated from university and had not experienced such workplace tricks. Seeing Sister Du's ruthless change of face, she instantly showed embarrassment. Jiang Tang paused slightly at the door, and without hearing Lu Chen's voice, she was unsure of what was happening inside. Su Qinghe nodded lightly at her words, saying nothing more, her confusion gradually disappearing from her eyes. Song Xian, you should take a break. Continuing to attack with a language spirit will put a huge burden on your throat, advised Cheng Yujin beside her. Just then, Luo Yi suddenly saw Gu Yifun, who was walking forward with a pile of things not far away. Feng Wang's right arm suddenly exerted force, causing the face of the Sin Saint to change dramatically. Before he could dodge, the Heavenly Palace halberd pressed down, causing the Sin Grievance Monument to begin to fall. As for enslaving some people in space, he had originally considered and implemented it on the battlefield of the Northern Dynasty. Liang Wan's brow twitched, and before reaching the door, Wei Yu rushed in with a sword, pulling her towards the back of the house. Zhenshi laughed exceptionally cheerfully, while Lian's entire facial expression resembled someone who had eaten 2 pounds of bitter melon, making it hard to express. At this moment, a surge of heat rushed to Lu Fan's brain, and devilish thoughts appeared in his mind, giving him an uncontrollable urge to commit a crime. Gu Yinxing brought Qin Yuxing to a terrace, where there was a rectangular dining table. The surrounding flower lanterns were adorned with balloons, and in front of the table was a heart-shaped candle, surrounded by scattered rose petals. Qin Yuxing looked around and found that Gu Yinxing had vanished from her side. She widened her eyes and glanced around the hospital room. Chapter 157. Getting beaten, yes, old Mu. Xuanzi slightly leaned forward, his expression serious, not daring to show any signs of slackness. He took a deep breath to calm his slightly tense emotions, and then slowly began to explain the circumstances of Hoyuan arriving in the Douluo 3 kingdoms, attempting to use this opportunity to overthrow the Huo family, detailing everything meticulously. Xuanzi, Muin's voice suddenly rose sharply, rough and filled with anger, staring fiercely at Xuanzi. How dare you? Now feeling helpless. They can only take it one step at a time. With this thought, they immediately stopped hesitating and headed towards the southern district. In an instant, a loud rumble echoed, with flashes of blades and swords scattering, the powerful shockwave seemingly tearing apart space, emitting a sharp, piercing whistle. Li Naixin listened to his incessant shouting, feeling annoyed, and couldn't help but point his sword. An invisible sword aura shot out, crashing into the old man, who was immediately reduced to a pile of fragments scattered on the ground. However, it was unfortunate that Li Tian had already dispersed his cultivation, and his power was at 0, so he could not invoke the barrier technique. Thus, although he had often used this method in the past, he was now unable to utilize it. The secret realm is about to collapse. Just now, when everyone attacked the 13 immortal corpses, it had already put an unbearable burden on this secret realm, causing it to begin to disintegrate. Who are you? I don't have the habit of shaking hands with strangers, Chu Guoyang said with a cold expression. Unfortunately, I didn't see it at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run over there even if you killed me. An 8 transformation demon spirit preparing for battle against a 6 transformation demon spirit is simply ridiculous. What kind of situation is this? Can you explain it in less than 3 modifiers? I asked, rubbing my aching forehead. I first broke the protective shield, took the key in my hand, and then moved my feet to appear in front of a shield that seemed to be an immortal artifact, and then I stopped. When I saw the magic tool inside the shield, my body suddenly stiffened. Under Yi Kai's feet, a broken spine was directly crushed, turning into a severely shattered mess. Mo Unin, upon learning of this, devised a surprise attack, and that Lear indeed encountered it at that time. Philip, you don't need to blame yourself. The Lord has many more means, and there are many things you don't know. Every move of the vassals is under our control, which is why the Lord let these people come to seek refuge without any defenses. They can't stir up any waves. Douluo smiled and said, "Here is the letter from Lord Marshal to Knight Cairo." A soldier took out the seal parchment and said, "The flames on the 9 fire controllers continuously burned, causing the air in this area to heat up rapidly. Recently, Liu Tianquan noticed that many young nobles no longer dare to walk on the streets. They all obediently hid at home. Xia Yun felt that sometimes the system was quite considerate. Whenever she was unsure about something, the system would respond immediately. As for the pain, could it compare to the sensation of spiritual energy flooding her body before?" Xia Yun didn't move an inch. Instead, her eyes slightly glanced, and a monstrous killing intent surged out, surrounding air thick like viscous liquid. Yu Buffon's fist froze, unable to advance an inch for a long time, and even his body couldn't move. His face turned as pale as paper, and his legs trembled incessantly. Those threads were not only too fine to be seen with the naked eye, but each one was also infused with deadly poison, extremely sharp. After a light sigh, Feng Shishan immediately gazed affectionately into Feng Xi's beautiful eyes. The words he wanted to say were all silently conveyed through their eye contact. Gritting her teeth, although she hated Su Nan to death, Yin Ryu had no choice but to be at his mercy. But it wouldn't hurt to talk to him since she didn't understand what was going on either. Chapter 158. Lesson Mu Un's expression was as dark as the sky before a storm. He stared closely at Xuanzi, his voice cold as if wrapped in ice shards. "From now on, you need not go out. Without my orders, you are not to leave Shrek Academy by a single step." Every word was heavy and echoed in the empty room, causing the air to tremble slightly. Xuanzi lowered his head, his face filled with guilt and disappointment, his voice tinged with frustration. "Yes, Mulao." His body slightly hunched, although they had committed grave sins. They also defended their country and saved the people of Great Qin. Others were unaware of Zhou Bai's background, but Li Lianjie was different. He had extensive connections and knew some information. Helping Zhou Bai attempt to develop in Hollywood was a favor that might yield good returns in the future. When Yu Sanjin initially left for Bailing City, the cultivation resources he left for them indeed played a significant role. Mingdu crashed into Fang Qian, and it was indeed effective. Fang Qian's body weakened a bit, and he also saw Mingdu's intentions, coldly staring at him while the surrounding malevolent energy surged into Fang Qian's body, remnants of the malevolent energy left by the 4 ghosts that had died earlier. Those sitting closer to the table caught the scent, each revealing an expression of intoxication. The two exerted some effort, pulling the fishing net onto the fishing boat, and at the moment the net unfolded, a green light shot up into the sky, quickly illuminating the water within 100 feet. This light was crystal clear, soft and diffuse, quite beautiful. Not only Hollywood, but also Hong Kong. Next year, the domestic film industry guidance has already been issued, with 1/3 for co-productions, 1/3 for private companies, and 1/3 for state-owned production companies. It is foreseeable that the market will rely on private capital to sustain itself. You have lived for nearly 100,000 years. Do you know the calamity of the end of the Dharma and the misfortune of the dual spirits? Yu Sanjin asked. Wu Fan stepped onto the green grass path and proceeded slowly. Along the way, Wu Fan split his divine consciousness to scan both sides and found no anomalies, nor any fluctuations in formations. This made Wu Fan even more eager to approach the wooden building to investigate. Jason, no. He sent an email to Melina's inbox through the internet, and we received his email. Zhu Yin could not imagine such a mysterious place and organization near Jiangqing. After speaking, she tried to bypass the other party to leave, but unexpectedly, Lin Jiaqing reached out to stop her, which made Suyu irritable. I see you've lost your mind, pushing all the responsibility onto others. Gunyan rolled her eyes and then looked at Nan Li, who was walking towards her. Second Elder, how can you speak like this in front of the disciples? The Grand Elder turned to glare at him. Ma Qingyi's injury was not serious. Fangjin Samlang didn't intend to let her die at first, and the dagger was only stabbed near her heart. After bandaging, Ma Qingyi soon woke up. Mo Xingyan had been crying since they were in the cave and continued to cry even more intensely after she woke up. You took advantage of someone's misfortune. Ma Qingyi covered her chest with a quilt, looking at him with a resentful gaze. Su Qi's mood suddenly became extremely pleasant. Her agreement represented that she had fully accepted him and was willing to let him be her man. Huan Yu's expression was sincere. What he said was indeed the truth. Although cultivating immortality is something that all mortals aspire to, the more glamorous things are, the more they're filled with harsh realities once their exterior is peeled away. The young man did not waste words and attacked immediately, which aligned with Gunyin's wishes. A quick battle could save spiritual power and allow more time to rest. Just because he could save his grandfather's life, just because you are now relying on me for food, Zhao Qiaozhen said, glaring. Sangjie rushed over, shaking the unconsciously show and crying out loudly, his voice hoarse and filled with sorrow. Back then, lacking in various resources, he rushed to take office. How could the shabby nest built from broken bricks compare to today's splendid palace? The new system planning for Douluo continent is now ready to look forward to the new realm for Huo Yuhao in Douluo continent. In the future, it will be uniformly divided into 3 fields. The lower realm field, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, True Soul, Soul Venerable, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint. Titled Law, Super Realm, Extreme Realm. Soul Masters. Upon entering this realm, soul power is generated within the body, far exceeding ordinary people's strength, giving rise to martial souls. And soul power generates a soul sea in the Dantian, divided into early, mid, late stages, peak, and completion. When cultivated to perfection, one can easily shatter a 10-meter giant stone. Great Soul Master. Soul power transforms into liquid, emanating outward with a faster recovery speed. True Soul. This is the critical line for advancing to Soul Da. To reach this realm, the soul sea must be complete, and one can fly without relying on a flying martial soul. Soul Da. When the soul sea is complete, one can open up soul elements, each of which can increase one's strength by 20 times, with a maximum of 10 being opened. Soul Sect. When all soul elements are shattered and reformed, a sea of consciousness is opened within, enhancing both the martial soul and the soul master again. When cultivated to perfection, one can temporarily step into the void, relying on soul power. Soul King. Without destruction, there can be no establishment. In this realm, one has initially mastered spatial power and can tear apart the void. In this realm, one can be called king, and none below the king can compete. Soul Emperor. The gap with the Soul King is bridged. At the Soul Emperor stage, the body begins to undergo transformation, with an imperial ring forming behind, and the spatial power becomes purer. 3 perfect Soul Emperors can create a world for habitation. Soul Saint. The imperial ring ascends to the holy ring, with mental power and soul power transforming. The martial soul merges with oneself, opening the martial soul's law image, capable of creating a world at any time, easily defeating a Soul Emperor with a single slap. Soul Da. An independent domain has formed within, where one is the ruler. In this domain, all rules and laws are governed by the Soul Da. Titled Da. A soul core is formed within, continuously enhancing oneself, and one is named as a respected title. A mere breath can easily suppress a Soul Da level powerhouse. Super Realm. Initially mastering the power of laws within, under this strength, it represents the second stage of the title Douluo realm. Extreme Realm, also known as the Peerless Realm, is the final step of the title Douluo realm. The human body's limit, producing a second soul core, generating a yin-yang domain within, with the 2 soul cores complementing each other, thus achieving peerless respect. The upper realm is not the divine realm, entering the realm of deities in the upper realm. The divine realm is divided into physical ascension to godhood and mortal ascension to godhood. Divine Dan realm, Unity realm, Breaking Heaven realm, Celestial God realm, Supreme God realm, Monarch realm, Divine Dan realm. The body is filled with divinity, and the Dantian has ascended to a divine Dan, but one is still a demigod, not a true god, holding the sun, moon, and stars. Unity realm. After crossing the thunder tribulation, the body completely becomes divine. The martial soul transforms into divinity. A divine ring opens behind. Soul power becomes divine power, entering the divine path realm, capable of crushing a planet. Breaking Heaven realm. Divine path runes are inscribed on the body, becoming the ruler of a star domain. Celestial God realm. This realm is called Divine King, where the power of laws forms a law domain. A drop of blood can shatter a star domain. Divine Fetus realm. The soul transforms into the primordial spirit, producing a divine fetus within, greatly aiding future ascension to Soul Emperor. A full force strike can shatter a star. Supreme God realm. The divine fetus evolves into the highest divine fetus, generating a supreme world within. Comprehending a supreme law leads to entering this realm. Monarch realm. This realm is called Divine Monarch. After crossing the Divine Monarch Thunder Tribulation, one can destroy a star system. This is already the heavenly realm. One must at least be a monarch to enter. Glorious Heaven Realm, Emperor God Realm, Immortal Realm. Glorious Heaven Realm. Contacting the Great Law, undying and unextinguished, the heavenly venerable of the heavenly realm. Emperor God Realm can be called Divine Emperor. With a snap of the fingers, all heavens are destroyed, completely mastering the Great Law, forming a Great Law domain, unaffected by the river of time. Immortal Realm. The realm of the Divine Master, also the Creator God. The final step of the Douluo realm, nurturing endless universes, even if the divine fetus dissipates. One still exists, even if one cuts off the past. Chapter 159. Capturing Tang Hao. Yes, Tang Hao straightened up, casually wiping the sweat from his forehead with the towel draped over his shoulder, responding with a smile. But in an instant his smile froze, his expression tightening. Wait, this wheat field has special restrictions. Ordinary people can't enter at all. How did this person? Tang Hao's pupils constricted, and his aura instantly tensed, shooting a gaze like lightning towards the person claiming to be Hong Ling in front of him. However, he appeared relaxed, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Huo Yuhao. As he approached, the strength in his arms continuously increased, the powerful force shattering the void. The piercing sound of shattering echoing throughout the square. The banquet at the Pu family was filled with delicacies, everything one could expect. Of course, because the Pu family adheres to the teachings of the Hui religion, there was no pork on the table. Although Chang Shiji held a significant position in the ancient Tao sect, he did not have the qualifications to own a third-tier barbarian beast of his own. At this moment, seeing the third-tier unicorn barbarian beast that Chun Yin was stepping on, he couldn't help but feel envious. The red glowing meteorite from outside the sky, trailing a long light tail, carrying the immense power of destruction, struck fiercely on the third-grade blue spiritual flame. Ruan Fian struggled to move her eyes, but she couldn't open them. It felt as if she was submerged in a deep pool, unable to muster any strength. The many martial artists below exclaimed in surprise. Even some older students frowned tightly. Such destructive power was no less than theirs. It seemed that this year's newcomers indeed had many talents. Third sister, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Saner is indeed your biological son. I was momentarily bewitched and switched the two, Luo Yini said with guilt, but her expression showed no hint of remorse. Just as everyone was surprised and confused, two different sword energies emanated from Chunyin and Yuzhin's bodies and swords on the battle stage. Li Shangshi had long known from Xue Manuel about Jiang Fan's extraordinary abilities, so he readily agreed, repeatedly refusing to accept Jiang Fan's labor fees. She let out a scream, but it seemed she had no strength to recover from her wounds. Her bony hand immediately grasped the nearby silver bud, pinching it in her hand. All right, you all go handle it now. Remember, every 5 days, send a recruited refugees to Lunu City. Lu Tianhao commanded again. My lord, please don't waste arrows. Doi Misi, riding on horseback, shot an arrow that directly struck a roe deer, startled by Lu Tianhao. While Lu Tianhao's arrow was crookedly embedded in the grass about 4 to 5 meters behind the deer's corpse. Gu In opened his eyes to look at Li Jun, his expression slightly impatient. His impression of Li Jun wasn't good, and this guy had cheated him out of several million euros, if possible. Guen would love to find someone to tie Li Jun up and get his money back. Su Feiqiong. The internet is a long river. A river that exists between us, but not in reality. I am on this side, and the gentleman is on that side. It's just a form of watching over, a kind of expectation filled with dreams. When the dream wakes up, one will realize that nothing exists anymore. Lu Tianhao felt his face flush when Mi Fong said that those 10 or so people only had mediocre skills, thinking, now I can't even deal with mediocre skills. Everyone looked at him angrily, waiting for him to give an explanation. But his gaze lingered on Lu Xia for a long time. In the western district of Yun City, at this moment, a dozen demonized people were rampaging on the street, their malevolence spreading everywhere. When the pile of severed limbs and broken arms at the city gate had accumulated to about 4 to 5 feet high, the sound of hooves finally echoed from afar. This conflict with the Xiliang army should not have happened. Dong's Xiliang army is very powerful, truly a strong force, worthy of being the crown of the Han army. Although the Lord's 3 generals captured 3,000 of them this time, along with 5,000 Xiongnu, it was indeed a stroke of luck. Jiasu frowned and spoke up. Chapter 160, Captivating. After all, she could continuously restore her strength here, but within the golden tree, it was only a wisp of her consciousness. With her power, she could use the consciousness she split off to seize the life core. Blue-Silver Emperor, Ain, it's your turn now. On the other side, the divine realm. This is impossible. Tang San's roar echoed outside the sea god's mansion, filled with disbelief and panic. His water-blue hair was whipped by the sea wind. Lan Lan, come here. I'll pull you over slowly. I try to keep my voice calm. At this moment, if I provoked her again, she might really take me down with her. What do you want? Of course, you have to compensate. Just use your body to pay it back, huh? Said the blonde guy, licking his lips and rubbing his hands. The two introduced themselves. One was surnamed Wang, the other Liu, both common surnames in the market, seemingly locals. A Shui recalled carefully. He had been watching the man in the blue robe, and the moment his eyes left, he only turned back to shoot the mooncake as a hidden weapon. But with his skills, everything happened in the blink of an eye. How could a living person turn into a wax figure? Wuchen said, there are 3 major doubts about this matter. Wang Taidan cupped his fists and said, I would like to ask for guidance. Zhao Yi, the old leader, was his best friend in life. He also felt there was something suspicious about Zhao Yi's death, but he was too old and weak to investigate the truth. The bar manager had just come with Zhao Fei, apologizing profusely for startling the customers, bowing repeatedly to apologize, saying that all expenses for the night were waived, and sending over 2 bottles of foreign wine. At this point, a Shui finally understood the true meaning of Liu Tianchong's name, Tianchong, indeed born with a fierce temper. Garen had a very special physique. When facing strong enemies, Garen's body would infinitely strengthen until he overwhelmed the enemy. Therefore, Zhang Xiaofei was increasing Garen's weight every day. Now, except when he was sleeping, Garen was carrying thousands of pounds of weight, which would also increase daily. She felt something was strange and wanted to retreat and choose another corridor, but suddenly all the lights behind her went out, plunging everything into darkness. Only the light ahead remained, but at that moment, it seemed particularly glaring to her. Chao Hong, do you really want to overestimate your abilities? This is the territory of my T-Horse gang. If you make a move, you will have no place to bury your bodies. The deputy leader, you spoke the truth. But Chao Biao could only brace himself for battle. Otherwise, it would only bring ridicule from the world. Muai, after stabilizing on the back of the armadillo lizard with Tai Yang and Huan Ting, struck the belly of the great beast hard with the back of his sword, startling the creature into flapping its wings and taking to the air. He raised his hand and pressed it on her head. Xiantian chuckled, and at the moment her face turned red, he messed up her smooth hair. Dahaisi saw the familiar white gloves now worn on the hands of the ghost Kansimata. An hour later, hearing the sound of water outside, it seemed the girls had already gotten up. The two finished their morning exercises and then went out together to wash up. Did she successfully fool the invulnerable old man Yi? Maizian was taken aback for a moment, while Mu Chung gave her a proud smile, childishly. My feet were really tired from walking, and when I saw a pile of stones nearby that seemed good enough to sit on, I walked over and plopped down. However, before I could even touch the stones, Mu Chung yanked me up with one hand. On the other hand, Spring Chow, who was sighing daily in the governor's residence, was doing nothing and just hoping to quickly clear out the influence of that Prince Xing so she could go back to Qingyang City to see Dan Dan and Dodo. Even though she had turned demonic and was utterly disappointed and disgusted with this world, she still held on to kindness in her heart. The line between gods and demons is thin. Gods are not all kind, upright, and honest, nor are demons all treacherous, cunning, and wicked. Chapter 161. Old Friends in the Bustling Linbei City. Huo Yuhao discovered several unexpected young girls. Among them, one particularly eye-catching figure was Ling Dongxue. She stood tall in a flowing white garment, exuding a cold and sharp aura that was hard to ignore. Huo Yuhao recognized her at a glance. She was the girl from the Extreme North Academy during the battle against the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, and it was said that she was even the young master of the Extreme North sect. Ling Dongxue Yinji saw me suddenly give up resisting, and a sly smile appeared on his face as he grabbed my pants and forcefully pulled them down. If they were to launch an attack on us now, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, we wouldn't be able to handle it. But at that moment, the hippo suddenly told them to stop. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the Inn house was recruiting people. What was given to everyone was a treatment description for entering the house, akin to an invitation. Holding this item would allow one to enter the Inn house and participate in the trials. Since the other party considered this place important, he decided to transfer that significance to the fat man. He just needed to act as bait. When a number of people at the fat man's place reach a certain count, the effect would essentially be the same. You young one, do you want to be enemies with the entire universe? An old supreme being, unwilling, summoned a void-breaking talisman, but after shattering it, he found he could not teleport away. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned toward the other side, their eyes filled with eager anticipation as they awaited the announcement of the champion of this year's Poison Master Conference. Every needle from Shun Mo carried a hint of white, like the aura of a fairy, stimulated by the fairy aura and the acupuncture points. The man was no match for Gang Tian, but in the eyes of others, he was undoubtedly powerful. Wang Jing and the four great heavenly palaces, along with Pan Lu and others, were among the few, while most of the others were at the realm level. Long Kuei's words were like a storm that struck the entire venue, leaving everyone dumbfounded, their faces pale with fear. For it had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. You've been waiting here for at least a few years. What do you expect to gain? Dian Feng said sharply. The two put aside their twisted thoughts and truly engaged in the competition of fishing. Qianhua did not follow them to ride the wind. If Qianhua did, he would surely be discovered. Tianfeng looked at Zhao Yun, and as Jiao Meng led the troops away, he was filled with doubt. Did Xiang Gong already have a plan to break through? Suppressing his doubts, Tianfeng followed Xiang Ao and the soldiers from the northern region to organize the troops and set out from Jiong Pass. Lin, he had a rough idea of what was happening and quickly held his breath, bending down to exit along the original path from under the great trellis. Wu Xiang did not expect the joke would escalate to this extent, so he spoke up. Okay, uncle, brother, call me whatever you want. After saying this, he felt quite dejected, thinking, do I really look that old? Bai Fan was also picking some peach fruits to put into the gourd, not because he wanted to strengthen the swallowing gourd. Lin Guang frowned slightly as Ji Gong emitted a murderous intent, solidifying a section of the void. Even Lin Guang felt an immense pressure. If it weren't for the continuous autumn rain, perhaps they would have already penetrated into the Shu Road by now. As for the outcome of the battle, that's another story. At least it wouldn't be as it is now, unable to move, with a mood as gloomy as the weather. Ruan Tian had clearly not mentioned anything about returning to school with Moon Yinshin, and she did not know when Moon Yinshin had arranged all this. Did your ancestors not tell you how to leave this place? What if a great disaster occurs? Su Yin Tian looked at everyone. Milan Yu's parents had not been in contact since their divorce. If it weren't for Milan Yu, there would be no chance of this meeting. Chu Yi quickly shouted, raising his own aura to an extreme height as a large amount of stellar power mixed with spiritual energy condensed on his body surface, making his flesh as hard as wrought iron. Feng Xinlian seemed very calm now, showing no signs of the anxiety one would expect after a plan went awry. After 2 days of silence, analysis, and screening, all those who were hoping for luck surged towards Wandao Palace, which had long been on high alert. Duan Wu Xionghuan had somehow gathered nearly 100 people specifically for this gamble. I just saw it clearly. It seemed like you just called me a bitch behind my back, Xiao Hong said coldly, staring at Bairan. Li Xingchuan had remained undefeated in martial arts and other areas from start to finish. Initially, it was thought that the forces currently existing in the 3 realms might not be able to fully deal with the 9 Heavens realm. Regarding this issue, I also wanted to ask. Clarence ignored Jilly's question and went straight to Etion's side, looking at Bo Air, whose eyes were shining with excitement, and coldly said, You're definitely looking for death. After saying this, the bodyguards he brought surrounded Bo Air's subordinates. The harvest in these past few days has been quite good, but it hasn't reached a level that completely satisfies him. At the very least, to thoroughly end the battle, the so-called number 1 powerhouse of the 9 Heavens realm, the ancient immortal, must be completely destroyed. I notified the boss, but I don't know why the leader hasn't arrived yet. One of the subordinates beside me said helplessly, Perhaps boss Wan is still dealing with that matter. Yichio was certain that Lung Rong would definitely be polite to her and wouldn't make her do anything. Of course, this time, Rashid Wallace didn't yell for long, having already received a technical foul once. Chapter 162, Extreme North Sect. A few people had different understandings of this Extreme North Sect. Surprisingly, the Extreme Ice Sect was not located in a land of ice and snow, but on a mountain peak. Moreover, the originally cold temperature gradually warmed up after seeing the maple forest. The surrounding temperature was about that of late autumn. The winter clothes that were originally bundled tightly felt a bit excessive upon entering the maple leaf forest. Ling Dongxue raised her hand, pointing to the mountain peak that burned like flames, with her eyes crescent-shaped and a smile full of joy as she introduced. It is called Qiu Xia Peak. And the name sounds, he feared the Black Tower would be lost. He feared that Dong Jiyun might be in trouble. So he held onto the Black Tower with all his strength to prevent it from flying away. This transportation line is mainly used for the delivery of grain and gunpowder. After the Shaanxi rebel army resolved most of the food expenses of the Kuizhou army on site, it was primarily used for gunpowder and the newly trained soldiers from Sichuan. A large amount of gunpowder and new recruits were continuously sent to Wanghuan at Shiling Pass, jostling along in big carts. Never has an ordinary Star Master been able to completely crush another Star Master like Feng Chaoyan, who is backed by the Star Realm with a single punch. It's no wonder that in the affluent southeast region, the abundance of delicacies dazzles the eyes, making Zhao Yishan's disdain for the remote and impoverished Black Stone Island understandable. Lin Yi knew that Ji was right, but he felt like a burden, which made him a bit disheartened. They returned to the thermal power plant where they had set off from the dock, and now that the truth was out, what he cared about most was Kuroki Kuei's injuries. What did you say? Gutanen also received the hunter's order? Feng Chaoyun, who was busy handling his affairs, immediately looked up when he heard a disciple report in a hurry. Especially the incredibly full chest pressing against his back made Yi Feng's breath almost falter. The entire army went silent. No one spoke, and everyone looked incredulously at Sulu, who was kneeling on the ground, almost forgetting to breathe. Since the 15 mental avatars had all condensed into entities, the powerful spell he originally needed to exert with all his strength could now be cast with just 1/10 of his mental energy. Muling Tian did not like to argue with others, nor did he enjoy verbal disputes, so he remained silent. If the family was not tracking down traitors, and if being caught would lead to soul-shattering consequences, they would have long since left the family to become rogue cultivators. Now, with the impending disaster of the dark liquid, it was their chance to act. Lunch was eaten early, and classes didn't start until 2:30 in the afternoon, so Chu Jian ran back to his room to take a nap. Mu Qingwan shook her head and reached to touch Rongyu, who slightly leaned down so she could reach his face. However, she knew that continuing like this was not an option. She still had no idea where she was or who had captured her. "What are you busy with?" Luo Bai asked curiously, speaking as she carried a basket of peeled corn towards the water trough. In fact, the person who needed to apologize the most was the prince. Today, Lord Zhongsun was still most worried about Prince Rue. His viewpoint was that the anchor points of overlapping spaces would experience slow displacement, which proved the theory that multiple planes were constantly moving relative to each other. "Your Highness, don't be troubled. It's good that you returned safely." Lulan quickly reassured Rongyu. Although Jin Shi felt anxious and sad, she also felt indignant. Why should your love for her be expressed through threatening me? Isn't that ridiculous? The colorful crystals assigned to Qin Ilong and Yang Yu were not a concern for anyone. After all, counting the numbers, there weren't enough for the two families. However, Fan Jian was eyeing the colorful crystals from other mercenary groups. Long Yinlin appeared quite astonished. He never expected that Yang not only spared his life, but also intended to let him go back. "I naturally know that to enhance my strength, I must leave with Kong Kong to diligently cultivate. Even someone as dull as I am knows this. My 9 clever wives certainly understand it clearly as well. Without a doubt, we will be apart for a while, but I just don't know for how long." Chapter 163, Cutting Qianyu. After 100 years, Ling Shuaqin and Hua Yinzu met once again. "Long time no see, old demon Yin. Long time no see, Demoness Ling. You really never know when to stop, huh?" Ling Bingqin hated being called the Demoness Ling the most, but among people of this era, in terms of strength, Hua Yinzu was first, Yi Yuxue second, Xindao third. Qianyu fourth, and she was fifth. She's her granddaughter. Since her return to the capital, the other 3 senior brothers had not shown their faces. So it should be one of the 3rd or 5th senior brothers. Just as we stepped onto the ground, 2 impatient villagers reached out to grab Shirley's clothes. Gu Yao, who was about to take a cold shower, could not shake off the stimulating images from earlier in his mind. After an unknown amount of time, Pan Yang suddenly felt someone touch his physical body. How could this be? However, Lin Yin thought more simply. Look at all those leaders who have been brought down by scandals. As long as they are not involved in power for sex or power for money transactions, they won't break the law. To the west, it borders Hunan province. To the south, it adjoins Fuyang City. To the east, it leans against Huaibei City and Bengbu City. To the southeast, it is neighbors with Huainan City, a crucial junction of 9 prefectures, the key to Zhongzhou. Amidst the rolling gray mist, the evil energy continuously gathered, awakening one restless soul after another who had died unjustly in Hejin village. Geng Shuai laughed heartily and said, "You two are called good people? Everyone take a look. With those rat-like eyes, you dare to call yourselves good people. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? Do you really think you deserve to be called good people?" Upon hearing this, the other bodyguards burst into laughter, while nearby, they cheered for Geng Shuai. Wei Feng handed over a strip of cloth, and when Zhao Po looked at it, he saw a sparrow tightly bound by fine threads. Blood was seeping from the sparrow's body, and it had already lost consciousness. Wukong saw that the sticky substance was truly disgusting and might even be toxic. He swung his golden staff, transforming it into a huge, shimmering golden umbrella to block the goo. The others seemed unaware of what was happening and were still happily discussing the earthquake. "Grandpa, what do you think is going on? Did they really start fighting?" Wuanjuan asked Wuan Huang, who shot him a stern glance. Of course, he knew that since the villagers had saved him, they wouldn't feed him harmful food, especially since he was still a patient. Could it be that his setup was unclear, resulting in such a flashy yet impractical thing? Morong bit his tongue hard. A sharp pain surged through his mind. With a cough, Morong spat out blood and fell from his warhorse. Seeing Methriao Buddha say this, Wukong also knew that the Tathagata was skilled in playing mind games. Although he had broken the circle placed on his head, he had not escaped the trap designed for him by the Tathagata. "So you are so tolerant of me? You don't even expose my identity? Should I thank you?" His tone was not without sarcasm. Seeing Xian remain unresponsive for a long time, she panicked and withdrew her soul, using the dark magic skill soul curse, which cost her a significant portion of her soul to cast. Otherwise, failure would result in backlash. Did the Holy See suddenly feel the need to follow divine guidance and treat past matters fairly and justly? Don't be ridiculous. The Marquis knew well that where power is born, decay will also arise. The Holy See is a power institution. How could it willingly hand everything over to God? "Hello, I am Lu Yi. Please have a seat." Lu Yi extended her hand, inviting Wu Yin to the sofa in her office. Upon hearing Shui Yuling Niao's words, Shi Yao tilted her head in annoyance and looked towards Bilazikian. Seeing him smiling at her, Shi Yao knew he must be behind it. Chapter 164, The Saintess. Also knowing the exact location of the Shura Hall, it is situated in the southern region of the extreme north. Over there, it connects to the sea. If the extreme north is extremely cold, then the southern region is extremely hot. Huiyanzu said, "Thank you." As the sun slanted, the soft light outlined the palaces and pavilions of the extreme north sect with a layer of golden edges. Unbeknownst to them, the sky began to glow with orange-red evening clouds. Huiyanzu also walked out alone to chat privately. The same knowledge of the Shura Hall's specific location applies here, leaning towards the southern part of the extreme north, which connects to the sea. If the extreme north is extremely cold, then the southern region is extremely hot. Huiyanzu said, "Thank you." As the sun slanted, the soft light outlined the palaces and pavilions of the extreme north sect with a layer of golden edges. Unbeknownst to them, the sky began to glow with orange-red evening clouds. Huiyanzu also walked out alone to chat privately. With a thought, the divine court shimmered with light. The divine being's birth within it trembled slightly, and the finger that had been bleeding miraculously healed, leaving not a single scar, as if nothing had ever happened. Just at that thrilling moment, Lu Yun suddenly let out a gasp, and the next second, he lost his footing and stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. "Spare me." This golden-winged rock was extremely stubborn, but could not withstand Qin Tian's methods and soon surrendered. However, at this moment, he had no time for further thoughts. The Tang army had already caught up, and escaping was the most important thing. "Okay," Lin Yinxiu answered in a daze and then dived onto the bed. In the Thousand Corpse sect, although Du Ju was the sect leader, the major affairs of the sect were actually determined by Shiman Peak. These evolutionaries include some powerful individuals who quietly observe the changes, while others lack sufficient strength and thus remain at a distance. "You, how did you achieve this cultivation?" At this moment, Xia Shanfeng realized that Xia Zheng not only could cultivate, but had also reached the realm of half-step, which simply exceeded his understanding. Dai Shanshan's expression darkened, and she sighed inwardly, suddenly realizing that her family might become a burden to Chuyang. Without Yin, Qiuqiu swaggered past the heads of the monsters. That kind of arrogance made it feel as if it were their king. She finally understood why Tu Gu had looked at her strangely earlier. It turned out she was here to accompany him on an outing, not to pick him up. She didn't mention that the clothes were made by Madame Jean, for fear that if she did, they would turn into rags. Jose also saw the scene outside the window and wanted to say a few words. But when he turned to look at the unusually silent Xiao Haoyan, he noticed a slight change in his expression, and he had already begun to emit a hostile aura. He wisely chose to sit quietly beside him, not deliberately bringing up any topics. However, despite this, he always felt a tinge of guilt towards Xiang Wei, subconsciously wanting to find a way to compensate her, so he hadn't been very attentive to her actions in recent days, allowing her to catch her breath a little in the Jing Wangfu. After Qin Menghan left, the big man exchanged glances with the others. revealing a lewd glint in their eyes, rubbing their hands and swallowing saliva as they approached Liang Yimo, pinching her face and chuckling. Blood surged, skin turned pale. The universe settled, and all realms returned to the earth. I love the unique and perfect attribute of her being a convergence of gods and demons. If the world doesn't comply, I will shatter it to pieces and start anew. No way. Am I dreaming? Then I recall the passionate reaction earlier. Qiang Wei's face appeared flushed even in the night. After a while, Xiao Haoyan finally released Ling Dongwu, his hand resting on her face, his gaze examining her as if looking into a mirror. This house was purchased by chance many years ago when I left the palace. At that time, I had my trusted aide Dingda by my side, so even Dingda didn't know that this house had already belonged to me for many years. Very good. It seems my choice was correct, and I have not let you down. Lung Pingshan nodded in satisfaction and said, Chapter 165, Volcanic Area. But as we move forward, it is no longer a matter of cultivation, but a real danger. The group continued to delve deeper. The situations that could be dealt with through cultivation were no longer present. At this moment, the threats ahead were not just harmful gases, but severe hazards that could truly endanger lives. The ground beneath began to tremble violently, cracks extending from the earth, with scorching magma surging through them, splattering hot sparks. The air was filled with a strong sulfur smell, mixed with a pungent odor. Other family members also sat in the car, and after listening to their father's words, they remained silent, just quietly watching Zhang Mingyu with trusting eyes. But outside, it was different. Although the iron-blooded demon palace unified the endless sea, there were still many places in the endless sea that had not been completely conquered. What surprised Kinjiashing the most was that the smile on the old man's face clearly carried a tone of flattery and respect, even with a hint of nervousness and excitement. Xu Haoyan knew that Eva would have many questions to ask, but just as he was about to speak, a burst of celestial energy erupted from a house behind someone, and then a figure was sent flying out. I cast a spiritual technique at a 12th level ghost in front of me, pinning it firmly in place, and then directly devoured it. The inference was not wrong, but everything is possible. Even if Shun Tianhong did not leave through formal channels, he could still sneak across the sea or find other ways. Yixian closed his eyes to rest his mind, secretly telling himself that he was now just 2 steps away from those 15 spots. Defeating 2 more chosen ones would secure the 15 spots. Master Fu, whose full name is Fu Yoxin, is 50 years old this year and was originally the appraiser at Chang'an Pawn Shop. Somehow, he was recruited by Xie Sanshun to specifically oversee the inland operations. It was this Fu Yoxin who stumbled over the Northern Wei pottery figurine last time, so when he saw Liu Kan, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Hu Chaoen and Lien Wu moved 2 large stones, tying them together with ropes and binding Zhou Longhai's feet. I was also a bit confused about the sword classics. Back then, it was the power of the Sword King's 7-star sword that injured the evil wind. What you saw was all the power of the 7-star sword. At that time, I felt like I was merely a medium for it. Yin Junfeng thought to himself. Song Yu's gaze fell, glancing at someone's inappropriate yet proper hands, steadied herself, and looked back at the camera. Child, you've worked hard. Grandma Chun was aware of her physical condition and didn't want to trouble her daughter-in-law. Moreover, men, especially those who had seen great wealth in their previous lives, always felt uneasy if there weren't some savings in the bank. In this lifetime, how is it that she hasn't intervened? Yet she was saved by the suddenly appearing Xiao Qianan? The people here are dressed in garments that seem completely unrelated to pirates, as they wear monk-style cotton robes in a terracotta color. When Shen Luo woke up in the morning, the fragrant softness in his arms was gone, but the lingering scent still floated in the air. On the Tsangshan Mountains, the cold sky was like a wash. The cool light shone down on the lonely and vast snowy mountains, reflecting off the pure white snow, creating dazzling white rays that flowed like water. Perhaps the large needle bee of Banmu is indeed special, but Gu Xian believes even more that Banmu has invested a lot of cultivation that is unknown to outsiders. So it seems that the only way to tame you is by defeating you. Gu Xian felt a bit helpless. It really wasn't working. Also, make it clear to the students who were gathered that this time it's not a drill, but actual operations in the stock market. Due to confidentiality requirements, once they enter the practical operation room, they will no longer be allowed to contact the outside world, so let them resolve their personal matters and explain the situation. Lin Feng said to Zhang Dong, Qinghe, what are you looking at? Shouldn't you be looking at me? I can control your family. Wang Shi squatted down to deliberately block Qinghe's line of sight, gently wiping the blood from her forehead with a handkerchief. Perhaps it was painful, or perhaps Wang Shi's gaze was too cold. Qing he kept shrinking back, ultimately just banging her head repeatedly. Nangong Changyan's statement made Gu Huiqian ecstatic. She had never expected to take on a military position. When she first heard it, she was stunned for a moment, then instantly broke into a smile. Blooming like spring flowers, refreshing everyone, and most people's hearts raced. Xiao Lin pushed Lining behind him, unable to help it, as the crystal blue bull chuckled. Listening to Yin Long's vague words, Fu Yin picked up the phone on the bedside table, checked the date, and widened his eyes. It was several days off from his memory. Even if there were ingredients, the person cooking hadn't changed. It was still a large pot dish. If the fish and meat couldn't be taken off at the best moment of tenderness, the taste would suffer. And the fish and meat in this pot had already passed that moment. Judging by their looks, they seemed to intend to continue cooking. Moreover, Axie Yin obviously looked like an inexperienced young girl. How would she understand such profound medical skills? It was clear that she was trying to cover up something, making people suspicious. The IGA family. Old Master Lin repeated once more. Seeing Lin Feng's face turn cold, Old Master Lin knew that Lin Feng was angry at that moment. However, it wasn't just Lin Feng who was furious. Old Master Lin's temper hadn't cooled either. Wang Shi's calmness made Chao Feng feel even guiltier. Every time he saw Li Wan lose her temper, he would subconsciously compare her with Xu Xie, and now he couldn't say anything, leaving his dissatisfaction to slowly ferment. After saying that, he revealed a mischievous smile, which everyone now called cute and silly. Azura Hall. But when their gazes pierced through the layer of hazy darkness and saw the scene beneath their feet, everyone gasped in shock. They had initially thought the ground below was just an ordinary terrain, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a wide canyon. It looked like a scar torn open by a giant in anger, deep and vast. In the dim light of the torch, one could faintly see the jagged rocks and bottomless ravines in the canyon, mysterious and dangerous, making people feel apprehensive. It was not originally like this. But when their gazes penetrated the layer of hazy darkness and saw the scene beneath their feet, everyone gasped in shock. They had initially thought that what lay below was just an ordinary terrain, but to their surprise, it turned out to be a vast canyon. It resembled a scar torn open on the earth by the anger of a giant, deep and desolate. Under the faint light of the torches, one could vaguely see the jagged rocks and bottomless ravines within the canyon, mysterious and dangerous, instilling a sense of fear in those who beheld it. It is still somewhat incredible that this was not originally the case. If a machine were to describe what is right and what is wrong in front of someone, anyone would find it strange. This is what those special soldiers couldn't help but exclaim. Most of them were born into poor families, and in their impression, not to mention this much gold and silver, even small coins were very rare. Seeing so much, and not in fragments, how could they not be excited? The further they got from a villa, the fresher the air felt. Their breathing became smoother. No need, thank you, just some hot water will do. Because of special circumstances today, they couldn't drink anything cold. Man Jia was always mindful of this, otherwise she would be in a lot of pain. Master, I'll be right there. The monster blood elf turned away, looking at Du Gu Jian's anxious expression, covering his mouth to stifle a laugh. And a sinister light flowed in his eyes. A pitch-black lightning struck the heart of the wooden house, causing it to tremble violently as it connected with the earth. A dark glimmer flashed in Jing Liana's eyes, piercing her sensitive heart. It seemed she anticipated something, and in a panic, she pulled out a piece of red cloth from the display case and wrapped the silver cup on the table, hiding it away. As the giant dragon vanished, the blood-red light curtains slowly began to thin until it finally disappeared, but the energy of the giant dragon also dissipated completely at the same time. While Chen Tianfeng and Huang Yifan fought against each other again. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianfeng immediately felt relieved. Lan Ruing hadn't seen anything, so his secret wouldn't be exposed. Therefore, he nodded immediately. Of course not. Either pay up right now, or we will immediately send someone to sever your tendons. Li Ye spoke firmly and made a motion to call someone in. Until now, Sun Wang could only feel the reality of this news when facing Zhou Tsang. Although Zhou Tsang appeared very calm on the surface, Sun Wang could sense a restless feeling within him. He understood that when the real battle began, the pressure he would face would be enormous. Chun LV considered himself not a military genius. After living as an ordinary person for over 10 years, how could he be competent in commanding troops on a grand scale? His command level compared to the Winter Soldier was like the gap between Liu Bang and Han Xian. It was obvious who was more suited to command the Central Army and mobilize troops. Then he heard several strong voices responding loudly from inside, followed by the sound of sticks being dragged. This idea sounded a bit crazy, but since different worlds can be accepted, what's the big deal about different times? Lu Meili, as Yi Jinhui Sr., who has always admired Yi Shangwu's character, thought of coming to light a stick of incense and see her junior sister. Wu Yanqing put her phone in her pocket, propped her hands on the table, and slowly approached Lin Yunei, who was sitting in the chair. If you say you're fat, you gasp. If you say you're stupid, then you really are stupid. Upon hearing Yi Zhizhen's self-righteous guess, Xinyan rolled her eyes, showing a hint of disdain. After waking up, he didn't make a sound or open his eyes, rubbing his numbed head to calm himself, trying hard to remember what happened after Cui Xin'an drugged him. Everything was just speculation, but it was no longer without reason. The thought gradually took shape in her mind, and she closed her eyes to organize it into a suitable plan. It wasn't perfect, nor was it particularly safe, but compared to the others, it could at least be considered barely feasible. Meeting Baiming, Jialing looked puzzled and softly asked, "What is it?" A mysterious smile appeared on Baiming's face as he eagerly replied, "Hey, you have no idea about that group from Shrek. They're like walking joy machines. So much fun. Just talking about that Xuanzai. He actually led people to attack the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Can you imagine that scene? Guess what the final result was?" Jialing's curiosity was thoroughly piqued as she pressed. "What happened? What a dance fairy." Her words are truly incisive. "Wait, it seems I also don't have any other creative skills. I'm just someone who knows how to demand from the cultivation world without giving back. The Ice Empress governs the land of Shenzhou, and all the gods in the mortal realm are her direct subordinates. The Ziyu Yuanjun, representing the Ice Empress, is like her presence in person, and the gods dare not be negligent. The gods respectfully welcome Ziyu Yuanjun into the already arranged celestial abode, filled with ethereal ambience and colorful lights. However, this skill took too much time, and even if there are vast resources later, it would be hard to make up for the lost time. The story of Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai is well known, and although Tao Yao was only slightly altered, Su Luo found her eyes misty, taking a long time to come back to her senses. Such matters are merely thoughts. One cannot conclude that Tian Zhongxiu is a boy with bad thoughts just because of a sudden idea. Even Sai Bafilu does not know Tian Zhongxiu's intentions. Zhang Xiaoming said, "It's late at night, and it's pitch black all around. I don't even know what time it is," as he was about to take out his phone to check the time. "Yaoer, I won't let you fall into danger again." Qin Yishua saw through Tao Yao's thoughts and comforted her. Yi Fancheng has the support of the Upper Xianmin, Bodhi Valley, Shushan Sword Sect, Qianhua Sect, and the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns. "Biyun, have you found a place?" Tao Yao asked Biyun, who was focused on helping her tie her hair. "The pool water, which can instantly corrode stone, feels to goo foam like ordinary water, without any corrosiveness." Huan Wushan made a bid, and the other forces could only stare, giving up one after another. They did not dare to provoke Huan Wushan now. As the sharp sword fell, the entire body of the Lord Shao was enveloped by that sharp intent. Feng Qingyu's gaze fell on the corpse behind her, wrapped in a cool mat. In this hot weather, having not been buried for 2 days, it was gradually rotting and starting to smell. In fact, although Yi Feixiang has the habit of collecting red wine, the red wine he usually drinks is domestically produced Great Wall wine. Xiebo looked down on the current behavior of Madame Xie and Xiang, feeling that they were too arrogant, lacking the grace and grandeur of the true Madame Xie from back then, which radiated true magnanimity. The Wanhua Burning Gang is the hottest in the world. It can burn even in water, so under the pressure of Wanhua Burning Gang, all were forced back. "Young madam, are you really going to do this?" Zheng Momo felt that her sudden toughness was somewhat abnormal. "Is this true?" Yuan Shao hurriedly asked again, afraid he had misheard and was just happily mistaken. He agreed to the marriage proposal, and his calm acceptance made Xiaohua suddenly feel that she was being overly sentimental. Being favored is different. If it were any other eunuch, they wouldn't dare to breathe loudly, but Gao Lishur treated Zheng Peng on behalf of Li Longji, showing how favored he was. He, at that time, when they introduced me as Wang, I won't just be the gaming hero Wang Xiaoxia, but rather Professor Wang, who invented the improved graphene battery and participated in the research of charging piles, right? Due to years of war, the only town was destroyed over a decade ago, and coupled with countless bandits active in the mountains, no new towns have been established for a long time. Here, besides a few villages and some impoverished farmers, it appears very desolate. Bei Ming versus Huo Yuhao. And when Bei Ming saw Huo Yuhao, the girl for back then had unknowingly become very strong. "Long time no see," Bei Ming said. "Yes, long time no see. The last time we parted was during the soul fighting competition." After a few pleasantries between the two, a referee explained the rules before getting ready to start. Overall, there was nothing special. Both sides could exert their full strength without any restrictions until one side conceded defeat to win. However, the first point was something Wei Zijia could not achieve. But on the second point, he did achieve it today, dressed in a fiery red Zegna suit, with jeans emblazoned with a large DG logo and a pair of seemingly expensive leather shoes. "It's me." Suddenly a man's voice rang out, causing everyone to stop what they were doing, and the bodyguards looked back at Huoyuan, hesitating. With only a two-story distance, it felt very safe. That's why Zhuang Qingqing thought of using this method to go down. She tightened her grip on the gun, looking at Kalen. Although that golden cat was stunningly beautiful, it was clearly a very dangerous creature. Once the public leopard was taken down, it was hard to say whether it would turn around and attack everyone. Should she take this opportunity to shoot it down first? Vaguely, the ripples in the space seemed to start evolving into the illusion of a fierce ghost, with sharp fangs and boundless killing intent, but this killing aura was clearly concealed to the extreme, even in front of the opponent. It was impossible to truly determine when the opponent would strike. "What are you doing?" Qin Zhuyang turned around in shock, seeing his people attacking each other. He questioned loudly, his face awkward as his heart trembled, with an unthinkable fact surfacing in his mind. Jianglan was squeezed in the queue, filled with curiosity about what was happening outside. She raised her head and glanced around. It seemed everyone wore a puzzled expression. The bland military life made any unexpected event garner heightened attention. "I also know you like chocolate ice cream, and after every Western meal, you like to add chicken," and Hua Lingfeng recounted the details of the previous investigation. Jianglan couldn't help but recall the machine Dr. Qiao Rui, who passed away years ago, and the experimental subject Mao Yinglong stolen from Qiao Rui's side. Perhaps the mastermind behind the murder incident was related to Jones? "Why are you still here?" Mo Qing was so busy that she ignored her surroundings and didn't notice Mo Yuno was beside her. It was also Mo Yuno's lack of movement that made Mo Qing not realize she had been standing there all along. She was still looking forward to she becoming her sister-in-law. She thought her parents would surely be very happy. The engagement was agreed upon. But Ma Shi'er is a well-known figure in Tongwan City, not someone like Li Jiyu from the Imperial Monarch's village. Naturally, the engagement could not be rushed, even to the point of causing a hasty wedding farce. The proper procedures must be followed without exception. Shun Jingyan squinted and smiled. She had been waiting for this sentence. She didn't want these three to bow to her. What she wanted was for these three to owe her a favor. At the moment her fingertip broke through the elevator, it felt as if she was struck by something heavy, and her body was clearly jolted. It seemed this was the doing of Director Hao. In America, Yuan Wanyang took care of my Weiqi, and many peers mistakenly thought this was Yuan Wangyang's child. Yuan Wanyang was too lazy to explain, and thus naturally spent 3 years being inexplicably recognized as my Weiqi's father. Just around noon, Baishi was still coding and hadn't had time to go to the cafeteria for lunch when Shun Xinghe asked her if she was in the dormitory and whether she needed him to bring her food. "You all discuss He Chio's matter without calling the Chio family? Does everyone here think that's reasonable?" The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. At this moment, he finally cleared his previous shame, looking at himself finally able to break free from the Liao family's control. Perhaps afterward, the Liao family's business would still need to seek his help. Void and heaven abyss. Bang, bang. 2 loud sounds as if 2 heavy bombs exploded in the space, causing the air to buzz. The attacks of Huo Yuhao and Bei Ming collided head-on, igniting a terrifying energy storm. In this hot volcanic area, the 2 swords clashed at high speed, with each encounter bursting forth blinding light. Waves of sword light crisscrossed like silver snakes dancing wildly, resembling lightning streaking across the night sky, cutting the surrounding air into pieces. Bang, bang. 2 loud explosions sounded as if 2 heavy bombs had detonated in the space, causing the air to buzz. The attacks of Huo Yuhao and Bei Ming collided head-on, stirring up a terrifying energy storm. In this scorching volcanic region, the 2 swords clashed at high speed, each encounter erupting with dazzling light. The sword lights crisscrossed like silver snakes dancing wildly, resembling lightning streaking across the night sky, shredding the surrounding air. Jin Fen nonchalantly gestured for them to continue, and Liangli took a deep breath to suppress the discomfort in her heart, taking the phone and maneuvering her wheelchair to the other end to answer the call. Feeling the familiar warm skin, Ling Xiaoxiao instinctively shrank into his embrace, happily rubbing her face against his neck, looking as cute as a child. Even San Xiao didn't expect that over time, she would become so dependent on him. Before he arrived, she didn't even have the ability to think for herself. Perhaps because Yin Mujin rarely spoke, Augustus couldn't help but frown when he heard these words. as the person he wanted to see was not here. Zhou Yan had long instructed his team to bring more people. He wanted to resolve all these guys at once. Only after dealing with them could he proceed with his next plan. Yun Mujin asked several questions in a row, and then Tang Xinya, who was beside him, suddenly sat up straight and nodded vigorously at him, looking very happy. Zhou Yan couldn't contain his anger upon hearing how audacious these guys were. They were truly despicable, treating Earthlings as something insignificant. How dare they speak like that? Zhou Yan absolutely wouldn't let them off the hook. Did these guys really think that Earthlings were weak? The intelligence level required to hide the entrance after each activity should be roughly equivalent to that of a gorilla, right? But the next second, he lost his smile as Mu Nani shot him a sharp glance from behind. Thus, the dog's meals became increasingly lavish, including roasted wild rabbits, mushroom soup, dragon stew with wood ear mushrooms, stone slab grilled meat, and even blueberry jam and honey afternoon tea. In a while, I'll have Uncle Bai take you to rest. If you have any questions, just communicate directly with Uncle Bai. Don't move around casually at night. If you run into the night patrol, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Wu Lingshan said. At 9 o'clock, a livestock with a sleeve marked with the Student Council insignia announced the start of the competition. After the atomic bomb incident in JH City, to be honest, Su Xing admired the personality and abilities that the tyrant model exhibited, so for this modification, he first transplanted the lungs to the tyrant. It seemed their background was not yet strong enough to compete with the military or major financial groups. A group of people below discussed this issue. Some said to throw it away because it was bothersome, while others said not to throw it away since it was quite expensive, feeling it was a shame to waste it. Fifth Shankong forcefully pushed away Fifth Ju, showing no signs of affection for his son, as if he were facing a stranger. Earlier, he had sensed it and could clearly feel the natural aura of Jiang Min and Jiang Ji's 6 paths of reincarnation divine abilities. Fifth Nian turned back and happened to see his photo on the big screen, with 3 large characters at the top. Want it? If the Divine Emperor personally wrote the decree, the divine might would be too overwhelming, only causing a backlash from the ancient mysterious realm, making it impossible to bring it into this world. This person is very stubborn. Even when he clearly can't defeat himself, he will still desperately cling on, driving others crazy. Yang Chong was momentarily stunned by the words of a few people. The old man Wu said that his companion was killed, but he didn't mention why or by whom. However, didn't he just push towards the fire pit? Immediately, the strange actions of the powerful martial spirits attracted the attention of mercenaries and adventurers everywhere, who looked up at the sky. Their eyes filled with awe as they discussed the figures walking in the air. All right, we can stop now. Continuing to compete is already meaningless, said Kai Qianwei. Only then did the battle between both sides cease, and the spatial rift in the sky was repaired with a wave of Kai Qianwei's hand. As for the remaining matters, they would be discussed later. In that dreamlike place in the divine realm, the soft halo floated like lively waves, adding a touch of tranquility and harmony to this extraordinary realm. In the room, Tang San sat quietly on the bed. All right, we can stop now. Continuing to compete is already meaningless, said Kai Qianwei. Only then did the battle between both sides cease, and the spatial rift in the sky was repaired with a wave of Kai Qianwei's hand. As for the remaining matters, they will be discussed later. In that dreamlike place in the divine realm, the soft halo floated like lively waves, adding a touch of tranquility and harmony to this extraordinary realm. In the room, Tang San sat quietly on the bed. Wei Yu's cheeks were flushed like a beautiful peony, wanting to speak but unable to find the words. Uniting 10,000 people. What a kingly demeanor that is. Everyone's focus was on Gu Qing and Jian Huang. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Again, several sharp spikes emerged from the ground at different heights. The earth shook violently again, and a massive area of soil and stone rolled over, gradually revealing the form of an indescribable magical beast beneath the spikes. The Daqing Mountain had been snowbound for several days. If it weren't for the local hunters, outsiders wouldn't dare to enter the mountain recklessly. Oh, right? I saw a green lotus when she didn't leave Senior and IT on. She was such a beautiful and gentle girl. How did she end up like that? When green lotus was mentioned, the afterimage expressed some regret. Outside the window, the blue sky and white clouds, green mountains, and clear waters, every nook and cranny was scenic. It was hard to see such a pure blue sky in a past life, and that refreshing feeling was delightful. Just then, a golden rainbow broke through the sky, majestic and overpowering, revealing Zhao Han in a golden robe after landing. And atop this not-so-high peak, there was a bottomless spring that year-round gushed forth clear and sweet spring water, never drying up. A loud crash echoed through the dark forest, followed by the sound of grass being trampled down, like a startled beast rampaging through the woods, quickly fleeing away. Listening to Mo Yan's words, Jingtian nodded. Perhaps there was still hope that the mountain rock was lying, and then he could continue living his current life without worrying about anything. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and sigh. As a qualified personal bodyguard, he still knew this nickname, but what frustrated him was that he actually felt this nickname suited his lord's image quite well. If she could just be as smart as usual, she wouldn't be so confused in front of the fox. What are you up to again? Lung Qingxi asked unhappily, thinking it was Mu Xinqing who had called by you. Unlike before, these sword energies were very wild, each with at least the cultivation of the divine infant stage, as if they were tailor-made for him. Now we can hold the meeting. Lung Qingxi coughed lightly twice, tapping the table to remind everyone. Bai Zhufeng spoke up, saying that if it's something that can't be figured out, then there's no need to think about it. Time will naturally provide a satisfactory answer. To be honest, if it weren't for the pieces of the poisonous dragon's flesh scattered on the ground, Suka might not have been able to contain his excitement and would have rushed forward to acquire that precious medicine. At this moment, in the outside world, the spiritual energy that originally spread out for several feet had completely disappeared, and the Tang family members, who were trying hard to absorb the spiritual energy, were left dumbfounded. Tai Xiyuan, who had finished speaking through the transmission, could sense that his clothes were completely soaked with cold sweat. Muyin occasionally glanced left and right and saw that the bamboo was growing quite robustly and very straight, without a hint of bending from the bottom to the top, as if someone had forcibly bent the bamboo. That's your own business. I'm sleeping just fine, Mo Inua said without needing a reason. The lower three sects launched a surprise attack on the upper three sects' temporary meeting, successfully ambushing and preparing to retreat when they ran into the returning Hai Mofeng and Jiaxian Moya. In the world of cultivators, in the face of unknown, powerful beings, ignorant arrogance is just a great tonic that makes one become a strong person. Meanwhile, Ain was with them, and after Huo Yuhao obtained the three strongest forces of the Tianhan Empire, she returned to the Sun and Moon Empire as the time was about right. Not busy himself, he took a break and decided to deal with some boring minor fish. However, before that, he would call someone to check that place. When Huo Yuhao arrived at Ruachio's side, Ruachio had also risen from over level 50 to 78 in these years, a significant increase compared to the original story. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoxiao closely followed Zhang Daoling, her hands that had been shaken off several times, now tightly grabbing Zhang Daoling's arm. Zhang Qi had a very special physique. Jin Ling'er had given him the golden spirit holy body, which had completely merged with him in such a short time. That evening, Cheng Xiaolin followed her husband to see what the so-called new model data cable was like. Lin Qi seemed to have lost some enthusiasm towards him. While it couldn't be said she was cold, her attitude, aside from the usual concern, now carried a touch of estrangement. Bai Changshang greeted each of the gods with a bow, and the gods all responded with bows in return, after which Chui Chenghuang asked again. There was no way. He had just returned from the capital city a few months ago, and if he reported his own name, some people might not even recognize it. Hearing him say this, Lu Jiqiang squinted his eyes, catching the hidden meaning in Chao Jiangang's words. Xian was taken aback. She didn't understand how Gu Yuyu was so perceptive that she even discovered this. This scene was incredibly shocking. Even Zhang Daoling couldn't help but shout damn. It must be said that after this calamity and the conquest of the heavens, the stone monkey has indeed grown a lot. In fact, when he realized the importance of having a backing and began to rein his wildness and understand compromise, it already proved his growth. Qin Yao's gaze turned toward the distant void, and he suddenly noticed two strange waves spreading out, followed by two figures stepping out from the rips in space. Although it was the backyard, there were still several thousand meters separating it from the sword testing platform, with lookout posts set up around the surrounding buildings to prevent anyone from sneaking into the sword pool at night. As the agreed time approached, the room fell silent, with a choking smoke filling the heavy air. Fu Shi glanced at the battlefield on the left, frowning slightly. Mago couldn't stay away from the temple for too long, and if she continued to exhaust herself, defeat was inevitable. She had to end the battle as soon as possible. With a snap of her storage bag, a flash of light appeared, and a paper umbrella inscribed with the worship of 10,000 ghosts floated into the air. As the umbrella opened, the air in the room instantly cooled, and a chilling wind blew. Not long after, a group of people arrived at Qingfeng village, led by their big boss, Huaro. Yinfeng's pupils widened in an instant, As a body cultivator, he could clearly sense that the dead bodies had opened their divine vaults, and those portals were already half open. Yang Hui instinctively took a few steps back and recognized the owner of that hand, who was Qin Fei, someone he had just met yesterday. The boss said, during large-scale sacrifices, the common people wear light red silk cloaks to show respect to the heavens. Peter said. Rong Fanqing frowned at this, forming hand seals to protect himself with his qi. He had seen Lu Qianite display his might in battle against Shui Tianhe, and his strength was undoubtedly not low. After all, he could execute a move that even those in the transformation realm found hard to resist. The terror of Lu Qianite was no less than that of an earth-tier demon beast. She could also study well alongside Chen Yang. It should be noted that Chen Yang primarily taught Chou Er-Dan, while casually giving some pointers to Yi. Yi also felt that Chen Yang treated Chou Er-Dan better than her. That world was ruled by a race with the ability to fly. Hence it is also called the Sky World. Zimeng smiled slightly. She liked his current appearance, not fully armed, with no icy expression, no domineering or aggressive demeanor. Just like a child who never grew up, making her unable to help but be mesmerized. Begging. That's right. She is the blue-silver Emperor Ain, Tang San's mother. Ain. Huo Yuhao nodded heavily, her tone determined, as if declaring an indisputable fact. A Yin's pupils suddenly constricted, her blood seeming to freeze in an instant. Her alertness spiking to the peak, and the air around her seemed to tighten due to her vigilance. She stared intensely at the two in front of her, her eyes filled with wariness and confusion, her voice involuntarily trembling with caution. That's right, she is the blue-silver Emperor Ain, Tang San's mother. Ain. Huo Yuhao nodded heavily, her tone determined, as if declaring an indisputable fact. A Yin's pupils suddenly constricted, her blood seeming to freeze in an instant. Her alertness spiking to the peak, and the air around her seemed to tighten due to her vigilance. She stared intensely at the two in front of her, her eyes filled with wariness and confusion, her voice involuntarily trembling with caution. Night Red Fish understood. It turned out they had turned back, which explained why they couldn't find anyone before. No, I can't write poetry. The characters I write are very crude, not worthy of such a good painting. The man quickly waved his hand and said, after entering stealth mode, the power of the armored suit and its mobility would be minimized to evade local radar detection, at which point the suit's mobility would depend on the user's physique. Thinking of this, Lu Yi regretted deeply. His cousin had gone to great lengths to invite someone who couldn't even be moved by Liao Jiming. Yet he and his spendthrift relatives had actually chased the true master away. Although Feng Zhao Tian was reluctant, he had no choice. After all, going to find his own people wouldn't let outsiders know, thus preserving his face, which for someone wealthy like him was more important than his life. Moreover, Zhao Shi was very willing to spend money on her, and even if she hooked up with a big shot, having Zhao Shi as a backup would be fine. This is not because the students are not coming forward, but because the first 3 rows are specifically designated for the S exceptional class, which has 13 leather sofa seats. All right, Zhou Keqiuan has finally completed the task, and he feels a weight lifted off his heart. The magma splashes against the training ground, creating ripples in the barrier, while Chen Feng and Lu Xan stand on the outskirts, unaffected by the waves of energy. What do you understand? What does it have to do with you if my wife and I have our issues? Chen Minxian asked angrily. The initial Qilin Kunping transformed into a human form, resembling an inconspicuous old servant dressed in gray. All right, recognizing one's mistakes and being able to correct them is a great thing. You two go back and have a good talk, Master Miao Miao said. Li Xiao had just given Hua Xiao a 10 billion contract, and now as long as he orders him to do things, the efficiency is absolutely top-notch. However, things are different now. Both law and morality have vanished, especially for someone like Su Mu with special abilities. Once Su Mu loses self-restraint, it's not a problem if he becomes a local tyrant. But the fear is that he could become a tyrant. If he doesn't leave now, Harvey's 50,000 heavy cavalry will be blocked by Meng Tian's army at the Wolf Mountain Pass, becoming souls under the giant stone. Even the city walls defended by tens of thousands of soldiers have been breached. Even though there are still 2,000 guards nearby, they cannot change the situation. The rural dog turned agilely after missing its target, growling threateningly as it continued to pounce towards the rooster. The Sun Sheng brothers, upon learning that Beishue City was besieged, received a message from Li Xiao. After all, before starting the mission, Ying Dan had sternly warned them that if they messed this up, there would be severe penalties. But if they did it well, there would be great rewards. Under such thoughts, his pressure increased. The once idle young master was forced to become someone whose combat power had dramatically increased. Upon hearing this, Lung Tingjuan's handsome face immediately darkened. He spoke in quick succession, and without thinking, headed straight for the emergency room, ready to break in. Suddenly, a faint sound of collision came from ahead, where De's fighting spirit was directly dispersed, turning into faint silver light and disappearing. Watching them slowly approach, Yi attempted to stall for time with words. Aren't all the people Guxing knows here? Could there be others? Is there someone this important? Qingwen nodded, but in her heart, she thought, others might be like this. But Baoyu is not a cold-hearted person. Become my slave. I know my request is excessive, but I can agree to any of your requests, please. Her forehead repeatedly knocked against the ground, making a dull sound, each strike carrying endless humility and pleading, the tear stains on her face mixed with dust, making her look increasingly wretched. Just let me go this once, just once, I beg you. She pleaded hoarsely, her voice filled with despair and helplessness, as if a drowning person was desperately clinging to the last straw. However, Qin Zhantian, whose body clearly showed signs of trouble, was able to achieve 5 bursts of vitality. What kind of strength is this? If he were in his prime, how many more could he achieve? Therefore, regarding such matters, unless Li Chengxian himself speaks, otherwise, they would be curious but would not press for answers. Ha ha! Old Emperor, at the moment of death, you really did clean your affairs well. Qi Guang laughed upon hearing the words of the Chu Emperor. Clearly, he had been immersed in an illusion before, looking quite pleased. How'd he change like this after coming out? All right, we have also completed our task, haven't we? As for what the Sun God will do, that is his own business, and it no longer concerns us. The right gatekeeper sighed and shook his head. At that moment, the soldiers receiving orders did not hesitate at all and directly entered the battlefield. Not far behind Su Chao. Shen Yoming was the first to see the shadow appearing behind Su Chao, so he immediately shouted in fear to Su Chao ahead. Just like the Feng County in front of them, Feng County still exists, but all the citizens have fled. Xiao Yinxiao squatted in front of stall, looking at the young man Zhou Shun, then at the bearded man leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. How long has it been? Luo Tian couldn't remember. Ever since he swallowed the second purple luminous pattern, he had not stopped. However, he had walked so far without catching the 4th purple luminous pattern. Inside the sect, a senior sister at the fusion heart stage was sweating profusely but continued to wield her sword tirelessly. However, using it to exchange for a sword is too much of a waste. Yang Jian felt reluctant. Do you really think our Huaxia's divine sword Yuchang is inferior to a Japanese sword? Zitong said coldly. Of course not. It's just that, does the Xuanxin Academy really need to exchange for what they want? Yang Jian immediately denied it. Is that the person who helped Bauer get back the post and also took 3,000 taels of silver from us? Elder Chang glanced at old Zhong and said, that's true, but why would such a situation arise? Yang Jian continued to play dumb because he only had a guess to know the real situation. He needed to continue cooperating with Shunda. Thinking of this, an image of misty rain involuntarily surfaced in my mind, so I called her, but it was still turned off, and a faint sense of loss surged in my heart. All right, let's keep in touch. After Zhao Ming finished speaking, he entered the left stone path with Lei Liang, while the disciples of the 4 absolute sect entered the middle stone path, and the Tiandu temple entered the right stone path. Lang Xing was not flustered, holding the heavy sword horizontally across his chest, retreating, but the fist that was close at hand still struck the heavy sword. Although Qin Li's tree-shaped, semi-spiritual weapon displayed excellent offensive and defensive efficiency, Yin Yu's temperament did not suggest he wanted to claim it for himself. Finally, he retracted the 3-flavor true fire, and a glove quietly floated before the prince, absorbing the energy in the void and gradually cooling down. I never keep my promises. I've waited for a full 3 days in the demon realm, and I'm very impatient. I can't wait any longer, Chong Lu said impatiently. Oh, in this day and age, anyone can be called beautiful? A somewhat sarcastic voice came from the shop door. Newborn. About a quarter of an hour passed, and Hoyuan slowly raised her hand, as if an invisible thread was pulling her. And Ain floated to the surface of the water, her figure as light as a falling leaf, gently landing in Hoyuan's arms. Not knowing how long it had been, Ain regained some consciousness in the chaos, only feeling a bone-chilling cold all over her body. She struggled to open her heavy eyelids, and her eyes met the stark white of the shadowless lamp, which pierced her eyes painfully. Only then did she realize she was lying on a cold, hard surface. About a quarter of an hour passed, and Hoyuan slowly raised her hand, as if an invisible thread was pulling her, and Ain floated to the surface of the water, her figure as light as a falling leaf, gently landing in Hoyuan's arms. Not knowing how long it had been, Ian regained some consciousness in the chaos, only feeling a bone-chilling cold all over her body. She struggled to open her heavy eyelids, and what came into view was the pale, shadowless light, which pierced her eyes painfully. Only then did she realize that she was lying in the cold, hard netherworld. This place is located in the core of Douluo continent, belonging to the realm of reincarnation for all soul masters after death. If they are not captured by evil soul masters and do not suffer from soul scattering, they will arrive at this place. It is also a very dangerous location. Huo Yuhao is surrounded by golden flames, which dance like lively creatures, joyfully leaping and radiating dazzling brilliance, making her look like a deity descending to the mortal realm. She slowly turns, her eyes bright and black, as clean as the clear spring water in the mountain stream. Tang Shinro feels her face burning. She licks her dry lips, trying hard to appear justified. He's over there. Chase him, the young and reckless shouted. Mages and archers, get close to him, and those who can hit him should stack damage. But don't get too close. She wears a long theatrical robe, making it difficult to move. As she approaches him, she twists her foot and almost falls. Luckily, he supports her. Otherwise, the news of the movie Queen falling flat on her face would be all over the place tomorrow. Wang Ying is too tired, physically and mentally. She has been pushed to the limit these past few days. She lies in bed, dozing off, dreaming of Shi Daiyong's figure. Two students working part-time in the store are hiding behind the counter, trembling in fear, almost picking up the phone to call the police, thinking they are there to smash the store. Mr. Liang blames you, insisting on seeking thrills. I'm so embarrassed. Lena pouts and leans into Liang Yi's arms. Reaching his level of understanding and insight in a world like Earth that has entered the end of magic, one can only be a scientist, enjoying the worship of the masses and the hatred of students. In a non-end of magic world, one would have such advantages. I just want to snatch a mission material from you. Stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I want to be polite. Xiaobai said, we angels don't need to rest. It's just that you're already gods. Why do you still rest like mortals? Ishiha complained. Su Ran looked at Shui Zidu, and after seeing that he didn't stop her, she took out her dagger, disinfected it several times over the candle flame, and cleanly sliced across her palm. He directly went to the lay company to customize, signed a specific contract, and instructed to bring the real image tomorrow, with 1/3 of the value paid in advance. Lan Haoyue is still relentless about the shares. Lan Sai and Lu Xinyang have repeatedly warned that they can only stand firm in the cross region under Long Tai's protection. With their abilities, they will still be digested by others in the future. Long Tai keeps looking at his watch. He had originally planned to go back early today, but now it's later than ever, so he prepares to reflect. She looks at the seemingly indifferent expression of Thousand Hands Tobarama, as if this were not a big deal, and suddenly feels a bittersweet sensation in her heart. This is not too much related to Su Mu's talent for cultivation. In fact, it is still the reason for Su Mu's strong innate ability. The 3 flying knives shot out like meteors, dragging a cold light as they pierced through the red fireball, which then laughed heartily and split into 3 fireballs, rushing towards him. Naturally, Su Mu was unaware of what was happening outside the live stream. After reuniting with everyone, he discussed whether to join the other stranded individuals on the island. With a gasp, everyone turned to see a group led by a middle-aged man from the Huo family. Shun Xinghai looked at his son, whose body was covered in colorful toxins, with both arms displaying no normal skin color, only shades of blue and purple, which frightened him. How could he believe Bu Jingyun's nonsense? He thought this friend had let go of some obsessions, but unexpectedly, he had only let go of one aspect, not entirely. They had almost gathered everything. Chung Rong felt a bit uneasy seeing this scene. In previous years when they were still at the Chung family, Old Chung and Old Lady Chung had never been this exhausted. The realm of the underworld. This place is located in the depths of the Douluo continent, belonging to the realm where all soul masters go after death for reincarnation. If they are not taken by evil soul masters and do not suffer from soul dispersion, they will arrive at this place. It is also a very dangerous area. Huo Yuhao is surrounded by golden flames, which move like lively creatures, joyfully dancing and emitting dazzling brilliance, making her appear as if she is a deity descending to the mortal world. She slowly turns in the realm of the nether. This place is located in the core world of Douluo continent, belonging to the realm of reincarnation for all soul masters after death. If they are not captured by evil soul masters and do not suffer from soul scattering, they will come to this place. It is also a very dangerous place. Huo Yuhao is surrounded by golden flames, which resemble lively creatures, joyfully dancing and radiating dazzling brilliance, making her appear like a deity descending to the mortal world. She slowly turns, and Zhang Yinzu gratefully says, "Thank you." Although Su Yingdong is a scout of the strong human race, he has no intention of getting involved in others' disputes. So it was truly unexpected for him to lend a helping hand this time. The aforementioned signs of the corpse are characteristics of death caused by mechanical asphyxiation. Most likely, the deceased was strangled or suffocated by someone else. From a distance, Shiji Xuan looks like a giant rock in the river, remaining motionless despite the turbulence of sword energy. Qilan's eyes are red as she bites her lip and nods with a smile, thinking, "Not only can I handle it, there is simply no one stronger." Lanjing glances at him and sees that the coffin has already been opened, so she ignores him and walks over directly. Qianqi Qing cries and whines to no avail, her eyes filled with hatred. However, since her father has spoken, she can only turn and leave with her people. At this moment, Feng Linghua speaks up. The outcome before him is beyond his expectations. He initially thought he would be demoted to bronze membership, but now it is the complete opposite. He is self-aware enough to know that he is indeed somewhat unworthy of the title of gold member. He even suspects that the boss behind the club is deliberately setting him up for failure. Otherwise, how could such a situation arise? On the platform of the blood pool, Gue Li and Mr. Gay both gaze up at the Fulong Ding floating in midair, but their expressions and gazes are completely different. Gue Li shows shock mixed with astonishment, while Mr. Gue's eyes behind his black veil are filled with excited joy. Seeing this scene, Zhang Liang sighs and transforms into a golden light, rushing towards Ahei Tai in the sky. It's not that he doesn't want to act, but this all happened in the blink of an eye. And there are too many Miao people engulfed in the fireball. He can only choose to save those people first. "Stop," Li Ziren quickly said. If he continues to speak, he might need to open a tutoring class at Luweiju. As soon as he finishes speaking, Ping runs over. Yesterday it rained, and several of the Yuan guards on night watch fell ill. Now they have developed a high fever and are vomiting and having diarrhea. "President, that's great. I did it." Being hit 3 times in a row makes Sanwei feel incredibly excited. Online, news about someone wanting to secretly cross the sea and force their way into Jiangcheng to find Chen Wei is flooding everywhere. Moreover, although Yuding is the president of the consulting club, he hasn't participated in any of the posts this time. Logically speaking, even if it was his turn, it shouldn't be Yuding's turn. He has already arrived and greeted all of us, but many people in the group don't get along with him, especially the second squad leader. Chenpai said somewhat helplessly. Wuxian leads his men towards Ling Jian. Ling Jian's gaze is calm, and his speed increases. He has no intention of engaging in close combat for the time being. Otherwise, the immobilization technique would be difficult to achieve surprising effects. Although Chen Ming does not understand why Tang Na said that, he still follows her suggestion, mainly because his spiritual perception shows no movement, which means there is likely no danger inside. "No, it's just that we are classmates. There's absolutely nothing romantic," Yuding explains again. "Let's go out and play." Chu Ziyu looks at Song Wanfeng's departing figure with affectionate eyes, completing the words he hadn't finished saying. Xu Sheng is not foolish and naturally understands the meaning behind Fong Ming's words. His gaze inadvertently glances at Yang Quan standing on a high platform. Finally, he possesses abilities related to roots and stems, named thorns, allowing him to summon thorns on the surface of his body or at certain locations on the ground to attack, and can also add toxic control capabilities. Remembering Song Wanching's scream just now, Chu Ziyu wants to watch the show, but upon seeing those earthworms, he holds back. After the servants clear a path through the earthworms, everyone finally enters Song Wanching's boudoir. Time passes second by second, and the sun gradually gives up resistance as it sets in the west, with the afterglow of the sunset casting a beautiful sight on the horizon. "Captain Gao, it's not suitable to stay here for long. We should leave quickly." At this moment, Long Fan's words relieve Lu Jing's embarrassment. "What thanks? If she wants something, just say it. Even if Aunt Wan can't give it to her, my grandfather can." Basically, what Song Wanqing has, Song Wanyue also has. Lu Fan did not expect that the bandits at Hongqi Ridge had such an inside story. He originally thought Xiao Matzi was the leader, but unexpectedly, he is just a follower. He also did not expect that the girl Xia is actually called Xiao Xia. Perhaps even Wang Kai is unaware that Xia has the surname Xiao. Those men in black seem to understand Mu Yinza's weaknesses, all drawing their swords towards Shen Zili. Mu Yinza protects Shun Zili while fighting the men in black. On the other side, Duanmu Yingxiao is not faring much better, just like Mu Yinza, but he is protecting Ailey. "Hall Master, you're back. I've already prepared your meal. I heard from a man who arranged a room for us yesterday that you went to pick herbs this morning, so I'll give you this bun," Afu said with a smile. In an instant, Li Hao understood why the things here belonging to the Zhu surname cultivator were so chaotic. It turns out he specifically sought others to buy them. As for the price, it must be lower than what he sells. Wu Hao's face looks somewhat ugly. He knows very well that Yuan Shang was not defeated by him, but relied on Yinan. After each cannon position fired 2 fireball shells. The opposing side also sporadically fired some solid projectiles, but unsurprisingly, they all landed in the sea around the merchant ship. As for these people, Tang Feng couldn't be bothered to show mercy and directly took them down, without even a thought of wasting time. It was indeed not what Li Yani told him, but something he overheard while she was sleep-talking, so Li Hao said something uncertain. After gradually becoming familiar with Roland's attacks, cells began to attempt counterattacks. Roland was right. Simply dodging is not advisable. If he does that, Roland can fully concentrate all his energy on attacking, as prolonged defense will inevitably lead to failure. When they entered the dock, Qinsho Xiashi could smell the blood in the air. As more lines appeared, the portrait slowly revealed its outline. In the portrait, Saber stands atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. In the twilight, broken swords and remnants of spears litter the ground. Her gaze is directed towards the distance, which is the direction of home. Bibi Dong, upon seeing Hoyuan's arrival, feels a wave of cultivation fluctuations from this girl. One could say there is no weakness in her, only a terrifying strength. Do you want to go out? However, here, she only discovered the souls of some people from the Wuhuan Hall, with the sole exception of one person's soul, which is Qian Richue's soul not being present here. The absence here leaves only a few possibilities. Either she is not dead at all, or she has already suffered soul scattering. But looking at this invitation, Shangguan Linyuan recalls many years ago, when she had just begun to make her mark in the entertainment industry. Some raised doubts, feeling that Chi Feng suddenly intervening at the moment when Thompson and Esmeralda were about to determine the victor was quite inappropriate. The governor's office? Xia Weihe pondered over the account books, feeling that something was amiss. He then dug out the account books from a few months ago and gradually discovered that the sales of Tung oil had been higher than in previous years. Recently, there had been continuous warfare, and there was no large-scale construction nearby. Why was this flammable item selling so well? The men of the Ling family were always self-disciplined. Due to frequent social engagements, smoking and drinking were unavoidable, but Gu Yu's health was poor, so the whole family was very cautious to avoid making her uncomfortable. Nan Pu-ren respectfully acknowledged, and, while instructing his subordinates to relay orders, took off the earpiece from his ear, gently wiped it, and carefully placed it back in Jingjiang's ear. Because there were many people, they moved slowly, and by the time they finished a round, it was already dark. The lights on both sides of the river lit up, illuminating the pink cherry blossoms. Just as the first rays of the morning sun shone through the window onto the soft couch, a figure quickly rolled over. Old Liang took advantage of the time, while stewing lamb, to bring over fruits, and also set a charcoal basin for Chuki and Xia Wei to dry their clothes. Then sat beside Xia Wei reminiscing about his past bravery. Gu Nual was also adjusting her posture to ensure her profile and the phone screen were visible to the audience. However, due to the stimulation of several million-dollar rewards, she was able to face the 40,000 rewards with composure. The other party spoke, clearly a bit excited. Zhang Xiaozhu took out a cigarette from his pocket, handed one to the other party, and he and Yi Chang each lit one. The three of them puffing smoke across a wall. Boss Wang had already gathered the leaders of various resistance forces, just arriving at the conference room on the ship. If he were completely enveloped by this web of laws, it would be even more dangerous at that time. The laws of the starry sky and stars would invade his body, causing terrible damage, and could ultimately reduce him to ashes. Subsequently, Major Ishii turned and left Colonel Nakamura's command post, walking outside. He then directly attacked, using his primordial spirit to strike. He Huang and Yi Fan saw this, and also moved to attack each other. He turned his body, drew a soft sword from his waist, and without waiting for the insects to rush at him, he eagerly charged forward. Archbishop Segri survived, but now looked a bit weak, as he had some foundation before. He even fell to the ground, struggling in his own pool of blood for a while, before going still. Captain, Da Guang has gone on a mission. We should see him when we return, the thin monkey said. At this moment, they waited quietly for the Thunder Spirit Pearl to absorb all the thunder power before collecting it when it became non-aggressive. Oh, really? Are there really immortals? Then how did these true immortals come to be? Did they also transform from mortals? Lu Bo was greatly excited upon hearing this. Shinjun had completely gone mad, grabbing Li Wei's collar and stabbing him again, piercing through Li Wei's body. Suddenly pulling it out, a stream of blood splattered down, and Li Wei fell, lifeless. Jason came along to his grandmother's house, His mother hadn't returned since that day. He had already realized the seriousness of the problem. Now, seeing his always kind father suddenly turn cold, he weakly guessed whether it was because of a quarrel between his parents. The elder of the Holy Spirit sect, Xuanzi, was making his move again. Bebe gently closed the dormitory door, and the metal door latch made a crisp and lonely click. He trudged down the corridor, the dim light stretching his shadow long. At this moment, his mind was like a swirling vortex. The mystery of Tang Ye's disappearance weighing heavily on his heart like a boulder. Could it be that the evil soul master really dealt a fatal blow to Xiaoye? Otherwise, why couldn't I find even a trace of her after searching everywhere? Just as this thought arose, he shook his head violently, his eyes. Bebe gently closed the dormitory door, and the metal door latch made a crisp and lonely click. He trudged down the corridor, the dim light stretching his shadow long. At this moment, his mind was like a swirling vortex. The mystery of Tang Ye's disappearance weighing heavily on his heart like a boulder. Could it be that the evil soul master really dealt a fatal blow to Xiaoye? Otherwise, why couldn't I find even a trace of her after searching everywhere? Just as this thought arose, he shook his head violently, his eyes. But that person was very stubborn. I specifically came to challenge you for the tournament. Don't you think my skills are worthy of comparison? As he spoke, he attempted to open the box in his hand to show Zhao Shernan. With a crash, all the gun muzzles pointed directly at Fan Wuchang. Fan Wuchang was ultimately human, not a god, especially since he was now seriously injured and unable to demonstrate his full strength. Nanjie instinctively felt Blue Shadow's pulse. Thankfully, she was still alive. It seemed the newcomer did not want their lives. But who exactly was it? Who had such strong power to toy with the two of them? It turned out to be a 6-ranked, 4-winged angel, far beyond the 9-ranked, 6-winged angels that Blue Sea had slain in the mortal realm. This was the true overlord of the fairy realm. The piece of clothing still carried a fresh fragrance. Jiling Fei tightened her grip on the garment and looked up to see only a silhouette. I felt a bit displeased. Xiao Bin, you are my friend. Doesn't it tire you to cooperate in this grand play? I felt a tightness in my heart, a painful sensation. Thinking this, the taxi driver found a rope to tie Xian Yin's limbs in a large character shape at the 4 corners of the bed, then used tape to seal her mouth. This way, even if Xian Yin woke up, she wouldn't be able to call out or escape. Could this also be considered training? Tianjun couldn't see any clues and questioned herself suspiciously. The ferry finally stopped at the hotel, and Yinzi and Xiaoqing got off, while Hannah continued on the ferry back home, agreeing to take the sightseeing train tomorrow morning. Among the crowd, the happiest was undoubtedly Piao Ran. Even a deity had appeared, so his wife Piao Xian would definitely be fine. He couldn't help but eagerly anticipate witnessing the demeanor of the deity. This order was crucial for revitalizing the Digu group. Having it would be an icing on the cake, and even without it, I would still be grateful because it allowed me and Su Nuo to confirm our feelings for each other. Gu Mo, Yin said with a smile. After several rounds of adjustments, the powder coating had undergone multiple improvements, and the equipment had also been upgraded several times, basically reaching a high standard that could be achieved at present. A cold male voice came from the mountains, and soon a young man in his 20s appeared before Xiao Fan. Seeing a vase next to him, which was Lu Xueqing's favorite antique vase, without a second thought, he stepped forward and gently pushed it, causing it to fall to the ground. She was about to turn around and leave with Li Ruo when suddenly 7 or 8 masked black-clad men flew down from behind, each wielding sharp blades. If Mr. Zhang doesn't resolve this issue today, then I think it will really be difficult for you to keep your hands clean, Mr. Zhang. At the very least, to explain to the people in the company, your company's products will definitely not be used again. Qian Fanchun was instantly in awe. Even if Wei Chengbi was indeed a woman, she was still a woman who did not fall behind men. Perhaps the battlefield was simply too vast. They hadn't seen any traces of the enemy in the past 3 days. When the performance of the powder coating was recognized by many automotive companies, that was when they would start trying to use what kind of coating as the top coat. Ji Ling Sheng couldn't figure it out, intuitively sensing that this matter was related to the yellow path star on the head. Naturally, he closed his eyes, and in the depths of his mind, he could sense the oddities, so he let his consciousness fade away and sank deep into his thoughts. I am from the underworld, Tang Fan said speechlessly. If he were a soul-eating clan member, why would the 7 sons of the demon city come to trouble him? Danger was imminent. The candlelight shook violently under Xuanzi's table slab, casting shadows on the wall that danced menacingly. After hearing Xuanzi's words, the elders in the Sea God Pavilion were momentarily stunned, then fell into deep thought with no one speaking. After a long time, Xuanzi's brows shot up, his eyes bursting with a cold light. and his right hand slammed heavily on the table, making a loud noise that shook the teacups and splashed tea. Oof. No matter how strong Bai Chan is, he is just a limit Douluo. I will personally hold him back. Xuanzi's gaze was sharp as a knife. In his room, there were originally no maids to serve him, but now he had ended up with no place to sit. However, seeing Yi Xianxian looking at him calmly, Xiao Yuheng knew she didn't care about the so-called danger over there. Qing Moyan's expression darkened, his eyes cold, and Long Yuan's words were cut short by the intense killing intent that enveloped him. However, surprisingly, although the entire room was splattered with blood and flesh, all of it miraculously stopped right in front of Lu Sa, as if a barrier had been set up in front of her. Yi Beihan, do you regret giving up the forest outside? Before Yi Beihan could finish his sentence, Xia Yin immediately shouted. She appeared to be only in her 20s, graceful and slender. But upon careful observation of her bone age, she was at least over 300 years old. However, this time she didn't do that. Instead, she began to run around wildly, as if trying to escape. I nodded and said nothing more. In just a short while, several old men had already come before me. Moreover, it was only March now. The weather should be warming up, yet it was so hot, like midsummer, with the sun blazing down, making people sweat profusely. Zhang Xinyuan had visited her several times, wanting to continue discussions or possibly merge with Anping security, but she had flatly rejected him. Just as the two were arguing incessantly, applause suddenly interrupted their quarrel. Following the sound, they saw Dagu smiling broadly, raising his hand and looking at the two of them. At this moment, a hint of panic flashed in Han Zhang's eyes, clearly not expecting that I would discover this. To be serious, you have already spent over 10,000 on someone. And in Xinjiang, that amount could get you a wild model in a flight. If you don't want to get involved with him, you should consider how to escape. Yet, you don't seem to know life or death and still want to rush in. After all, for artificial intelligence life, humans are essentially their parents. Who would harm their parents for no reason? She just said that heaven hasn't been unfair to her, having been thrown into this world. It even gifted her with a cheat device. Now everything is clear, and her heart no longer needs to be anxious. But some people will never change. Upon seeing Yin Shi return, Wang Dong was still lying on the bed, not moving at all. At this moment, I heard footsteps outside the bridal sedan. The door curtain was opened, and the door that was blocking my way out was also opened. The Jingying coordinator was introduced by Yu Qian during the reform of the Jingying system. He abolished the original 5 military camps of the 3 major camps, the 3000 camp, and the Divine Machine camp, and unified them under a Jingying governor, stipulating that either an inspector or a military department deputy minister would serve as the coordinator of the Jingying, assisting the governor in handling Jingying affairs. Moreover, what felt even stranger was that after the appearance of those bizarre clouds, there had been no rain except for lightning. Of course, while it's worth lamenting, the main task for the two of them now is to take these samples back for analysis to find out the cause of this incident. Indeed, it might cost a bit. To silence Wang Yongwang and with movement in the palace, it's likely that the disciples would need to spend no less than this amount. Chu Shirsi raised his index finger. Imagine, if a prodigy like the Holy Sun were to receive the reward of enlightenment. It could almost be said to lay the foundation for becoming a quasi-saint. Probably in no time, this newly promoted Holy Sun would experience another rise in status and cultivation, transforming from a ruler to a quasi-saint. Another anomaly is about to arrive, Dai Yuhao. How is this possible? A voice filled with panic suddenly echoed in the endless void. Why is my existence being erased bit by bit? It was as if an invisible hand was trying to erase all my trajectories from the past to the future, crossing the boundaries of time and space. But it's not just me, Xiao Wu, my father, my mother, and my son Wu Lin, who should still be in the Douluo plane. Their existence is also slowly fading. The owner of the voice whispered, "If I can't complete the task given by the system in 3 months, I cannot bear the consequences waiting for me. What if she turns into a human at that time, and then changes back shortly after? That would be so awkward." The sliding elevator ascended diagonally towards a fire phoenix, its beautiful white light eyes gazing at the golden gears. The spaceship's engine shut down, but the indicator lights on the control island flashed in a flurry, indicating it was waiting for the astronaut to issue the next action command. If she weren't by her son's side, he would be like before, his face taut. Recalling what had just happened, unable to help but break into a cold sweat. The screams, comparable to that of pigs being slaughtered, kept coming, as Linghu Tianyu held his head in his hands, rolling madly among the flying debris, looking utterly miserable, with hardly a trace of the imposing presence of the first sect leader. In the dim space, a song echoed, accompanied by the crisp and urgent sound of keyboard typing. drawing attention in this otherwise silent place. Earlier, when Zheng Ji took the stage, their applause was thunderous, but now there wasn't even a hint of it. After silently looking at the sky outside, Tang turned her head to Feng Qianshun, her eyes filled with confusion as she asked him. The claw was as big as a grinding disc, with nails as sharp as steel spikes. If Hai Ge were to get poked, it would surely bleed. After thinking it over, the only explanation Hai Ge could come up with was that the Yu beings were afraid of water and couldn't directly touch the real ocean. But if Weddle stayed on the ship, he wouldn't get wet either. Wouldn't that be fine? In this day and age, having money makes everything easier. After just one night in an internet CAF, Luo Fan found a nice apartment the next day and moved in with his luggage. Given the heavy losses suffered by the other sects at Fulong Mountain this time, would they be willing to participate? Lan Linger asked. However, when the term train was used in relation to Duo, even though she knew Duo hadn't been bullied, she still felt uneasy. Nowadays, the Eastern, despite not having restored its strength to its former peak, who would dare to challenge the sun-shooting divine bow, an ancient innate artifact? The next afternoon, Bai Hao Yu and Li Tianlei were walking back to the classroom from the cafeteria when they suddenly saw a car driving in from the school gate, and then a boy was helped out of it. If it were according to his usual temperament, he would have captured these people one by one to question and execute them as a warning. But under the current circumstances, he couldn't do that. Today's update is late. Today is my father-in-law's birthday, and I share the same birthday as him. Haha. The family is hosting a banquet, so I have to work. I apologize for the delay in the update. She deletes anything incriminating on her phone, so she isn't afraid that Lin Wanbai will discover anything. You're also my master. Old man, don't scold yourself for no reason. It's not good for your health. I will talk to them clearly myself. Muyu knew that Kun Mu was referring to Feng Haochen, but Muyu also regarded Kun Mu as a master now, and neither should suffer. Old Hei changes the topic quickly, and the fat guy seems a bit distracted. Old Hei respects life, and even as a non-human intelligence. He respects life so much. What does that make the killings he caused among the Imperial soldiers? The fat guy suddenly felt a chill, a sense of regret, and even began to feel lost. Was it wrong to be a soldier? Chapter 181. Interception. The Yi Yinzhu unconsciously rubbed the armrest of the chair with his long fingers, lightly nodding his chin at the words, his moon-white robe rippling. He had once explored the dark realms of necromancy, and his understanding of the laws of life and death had long been integrated into his bones and blood. If compared to the necromancy of Ilix, it was obviously not comparable. The Grim Reaper Adai stood in the shadows, surrounded by a deathly aura that froze the air around him. As one who attained godhood through the laws of life and death, he delayed for a moment to settle the bill according to the account, and after stepping out, he saw no Yi Haoran's car, so he had to drive blindly in pursuit, hoping to catch up with Yi Haoran. Okay, let me see your mother, Yi Tian said as he walked towards Lu Bin's mother. Hearing Yi Tian's words, Lu Bin quickly made way for him to approach his mother. The Hu gang members heard the alarm and rushed over, a total of over 500 brothers leading the way. If Yuan Ku were the kind of righteous man, or someone who valued face, perhaps his words would have stopped the attack immediately. Yi reflexively responded upon hearing this. Of course, think of me, but he hadn't finished speaking before he closed his mouth because he heard a voice coming from behind him, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and then he forced a smile that looked worse than crying, turning to see the sullen-faced Lan Shi. Li Shimin wished he could slap himself to take back the nonsense he had said in recent days, then capture Li Yin back to court, and personally address his son's mental health issues. Each one was comparing who could do better, their only aim being to reflect their value in Lin Zhao's eyes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of S City University, a woman in a white ancient long dress, with a delicate face and perfect figure, exuded an indescribable maturity and charm. It is very difficult to enhance one's spiritual power. Just because one's cultivation is profound does not mean the spiritual power will rise accordingly. After taking it, it can help cultivators consolidate their foundation while expelling impurities and enhancing their cultivation. Since the last blood transfusion adaptation period, Mu Chun has practiced the marrow-changing secret method for 10 days. Although he has not yet reached the realm of great accomplishment after 99 days, he is already a solid marrow-changing warrior. Chun Yun, on the way back, heard many legends about himself and couldn't help but smile wryly, not expecting it to be so exaggerated that even he found it hard to believe. The car ride took over 10 minutes, and Fei Hu took almost 40 minutes to arrive. As soon as he reached the alley entrance, he realized something was wrong. There were a large number of police officers and many police cars, making it look quite lively. Princess, do you have something important to discuss with me? Lu Yujing changed her gentle tone and spoke frankly. At this moment, Feng Leilong also decided to stop the rescue and simply ate instead. After all, the old fox was an old fox, and if he healed, it could be an uncertain factor. I'm not going, it's quite cold outside, and there's still some dumplings in the fridge. I'll just deal with one bite later. Wang Tuozi modestly declined, as he wasn't picky about food. This, Feng Xianyu stammered. If Murong Lu knew that he had known the soup was poisoned but didn't remind him early on, Murong Lu Yifei would definitely kill him. Waking up in the middle of the night, she could feel occasional fetal movements in her abdomen. Every time this happened, it felt as if that man was haunting her again, leaving the madam frightened and terrified. No, how could I dare? I am immensely grateful. Ouyang said a bit excitedly. If he could be with such a great Buddha, then he would also have some opportunities. The old men on stage were suddenly startled by these four guys, staring blankly for quite some time before coming to their senses. Anti-aircraft shells shot out from the base, and every explosion would clear a large area of bird zombies. Chapter 182. Poison that cannot kill via Xuanzi. Everyone looked at the old man who had appeared, their pupils constricting, gasping in shock. Dragon Emperor Douluo Long Xiaoyao. This super strong being who fought against the dragon god Douluo was actually here, exuding a chilling, oppressive aura with every gesture. At this moment, his appearance intensified the already tense atmosphere. Almost the instant everyone reacted, a dark green figure shot in like a ghost. Wherever it went, the space rippled as if unable to bear the weight. After the concubine Yu entered the palace, Liao Zhan's cousin gradually fell out of favor with the king of the Tianfeng kingdom, so Liao Zhan had no good feelings towards a heartless villa. Cheng Fu looked at Cheng Tao when he mentioned Yifeng, his face full of pride, as if someone would think he was talking about himself. He immediately expanded his spiritual awareness to the maximum, circling the lakeside, sensing for any fire spiritual energy. Yifeng took out a few needles and sent them flying, piercing the necks of the armed men, who immediately felt something unusual and when it touched their necks. Balong looked at Han Yan's resolute expression and lowered its noble head. Compromised with Han Yan. With such test results, Lu Chun was naturally quite satisfied. With the enchanted belt, he no longer needed to worry about agility when facing beasts in the future. However, this time, although the Empress Dowager helped her by calling Imo Nanshin to the palace for a reprimand, she also warned Enruching not to show her face. After all, the white giant snake was still at a disadvantage. When it turned to flee again, Qin Zhang seized an opportunity. After spending several breaths, his body had returned to the edge of the blade's sea, and in Zhao Wugui's astonished expression, Han Yin stepped in front of him. Qin Jinsong was now in a dilemma. If Zhao Hua also withdrew his investment, it would definitely be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Huang was left dumbfounded. He had previously speculated that Mr. Fu might be a demigod, but he never imagined that Mr. Fu was actually a powerful figure in the Void God realm. If there were, Su Zhonglong still had 2,000 soldiers drawn from the Luoyang Northern Army under his command. They were not like the soldiers from the Liangzhou headquarters who only had leather armor or even leather coats. TSK. Are you scared? Li Daoyan was already in a bad mood, and upon hearing such words, he immediately became furious and coldly asked. This is yet another completely different transformation. Although it is just a layer of hell undergoing metamorphosis, the effect is holistic, and, at this moment, the power of the entire 18 hells has been enhanced. In other words, as a prominent lord of the eastern tribe of the 3 divisions of the Xinbei, the land he controls is indeed more vast than that of many Han vassal lords. The shackled serpent, as a controlling type of divine puppet battle soul, has average combat ability, but sealing ability is exceptional. Countless sword energies intertwine and extinguish without any sound. The azure rainbow sword light strikes against the Tianlin sword shield, making no progress. Lu Guangji anxiously said, Sister-in-law 4 is missing. What should we do? Lu Guangao, unable to bear seeing his brother worried and also genuinely concerned about Renjiaoer, said, I think I should go back and look for Sister-in-law 4. With that, he was about to enter the water. The door was closed for quite a while, and in the blink of an eye, Wen Liang, who had been lying on the bed with eyes closed in sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. The root of his teeth felt itchy, and he touched his forehead, always feeling like there was some pervert saliva, which was infuriating. He stomped his feet and turned to enter the house. This is not about Southeast suspecting Dong Bupo's identity, but rather worrying that Dong Bupo might be harmed by someone, which has led to the current situation. Along the way, the car sped past the scenery, while Lin Bidong kept checking the time, constantly praying that Qin's mother wouldn't arrive at the coffee shop too early. Huai and AI Ludwa followed Ingsan's lead and charged into Teacher Fan's courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw two black-clad warriors flying out from Teacher Fan's room. They had been kicked out by Teacher Fan and were slightly injured. Chapter 183, Titan Bull Heaven. The fierce clash between Xuanzi and the indestructible poison unleashed a terrifying pressure that poured down from the sky like an invisible giant force, sweeping towards the ground like Mount Tai pressing down. Everyone on the ground felt a momentary loss of breath, as if their bodies were being crushed by an invisible mountain, making it difficult to move. The pressure continued to spread downward until it was about 100 meters from the ground, where it gradually dissipated. This is not a case of the two aerial powerhouses being unable to control their strength. On the contrary, Darcy wants Anno to choose an egg that has cracked. Anno looked left and right, and chose a white eggshell with a red streak on it. Thinking of the short-lived previous emperor, Feng Junlan felt a moment of hatred towards him. If he were still alive, she would definitely still be the queen who was held in the palm of his hand, cherished and pampered. No matter if it was Jinghong, that old woman, or even a Rue, none would dare to treat her with the attitude they had now. Why should everything go to you? You should share some with me. This is a divine weapon forged from the tail of a true dragon. You cannot hog it all. Upon hearing the words of the Purple Phoenix battle halberd, Mingjing became anxious and started to fight for it. Because there were too many people, the boxing arena sent 2 bodyguards to clear a path for us, and only then did we arrive at the lounge. Qianjia was moving quickly, but in such indiscriminate attacks. He was also greatly affected. Although he wasn't directly attacked, he still had to block a lot of residual waves, which consumed his stamina. This is absolutely unreasonable. The corruption in the regent's mansion really needs to be rectified. It's outrageous. Gong Shiwelyo thought, determined to take action in the future. What on earth does that thing want? Why is it doing this? Baozi said painfully. When Mei Ying heard Yanqi say this, she felt something strange and used her divine sense to ask the shadow what was going on. So, please tell me, what role did you play between Changqing and Tan Jiansheng? What did you do? Rancinian asked AI Qin. Damn it. Yang Luer kicked the chair hard in frustration. But instead of venting her anger, she ended up in pain, tears streaming down her face. Yang Jian was fully charged, feeling the surging spiritual power within him, and he had a bit more confidence. It seemed that after the previous battle with the underworld, his strength had increased significantly. The group of 5th and 6th grade monsters was not worth mentioning. Just a single aura, a wisp of thought transmission, was enough to make the 4 late-stage foundation-building cultivators react. No need for further speculation. 7th grade. Absolutely a 7th grade monster. Only monsters above the 7th grade could emanate such an aura, exuding such momentum. As for why it wanted to attract those spirit realm cultivators, he certainly did not know. But the divine soul, aura, and various manifestations on Qi Rong were already very obvious, indicating malicious intent toward him. That's about it. You can leave now. Sakura stared at the fire without raising her head, not knowing what she was thinking. However, contrary to expectations, a loud splash came from the pond behind, and Yang Jian suddenly recalled the scene of Zhang Yu being eaten by the water monster's tank duck-billed fish. Reflexively, he ran away from the artificial pond and turned to look back, resolving it all at once. Such a big talk, but I wonder if you have the capability. Zhao Ming had long realized that the Taimu clan's visit this time would not end well. Losing people, but not losing the battle, retorting back. Even the arrogant Aolong admitted that he was strong. His strength was definitely not inferior to Aolong. How much chance do you have of winning? Yang Jian asked worriedly. If even Aolong can't defeat him, then our team might be completely wiped out. However, dear, according to the power levels in the world of One Piece, how long do you think it would take for us to conquer a world with our strength? Li Hong said, striking at the prince. Chapter 184. The soul beast disappeared. Emperor Tian? Ming Bei and Erming's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. They were just about to take action when Emperor Tian suddenly appeared before them like a ghost. The oppressive dark aura surrounding Emperor Tian stirred a strong sense of unease in their hearts. Emperor Tian had a blank expression, his eyes flashed with cold light, and without saying a word, he stepped forward. As soon as he moved, the air emitted a sharp, explosive sound. Why are you managing the money? Just wear it. Who knows, this time it might come in handy. Ingzi became somewhat impatient. Feihu handed over $300, filled with gratitude towards the chubby girl. This month's water and electricity fees were waived for him again. Although it was only a bit over $10, it was a lot for him, who was living on instant noodles every day. I didn't say anything just now. At this point, Wang Chong could only brazenly lie. Was he supposed to calmly discuss whether Qin Madman was a virgin? The masked man glanced back at the speaker. King Mud snorted coldly and gestured to his subordinates. Those mysterious individuals immediately restored order, preparing for a one-on-one wheel battle tactic. Zhang Yifei, upon regaining his senses, found that this Taoist had already vanished, and looking around, there was no one. Could it be an illusion? Wang Chong was about to say no need, but suddenly realized that this voice sounded somewhat familiar. Thus, Xiaoling Xiao had 3 pieces of celestial stone, which might give her more time to stabilize her soul. Time passed little by little. Chu Yin was still gritting his teeth, his clothes soaked with sweat and his veins bulging. Yuan Ji's eyes brightened, followed by a wicked smile, and he strode away. The outcome was already determined, and she had no need to watch any longer. A week later, on Shin Yuan's 5th birthday, it was held in a villa in the suburbs. Everyone was there, but Jiang Qiyuan was nowhere to be seen. The suffering of living beings, the people living in dire straits. Ultimately, it is the common folks who suffer. Mingbei slowed the horse down, as if speaking to himself, or perhaps to Wu Yo. Brother Yuan, Bei has already fused the Thunder Silkworm, Divine Silkworm Silk, and that order artifact. She has a lot of experience in this area, so her method must work, Su Ying said, having unconditional trust in Dreaming Morning Fairy. After discussion, we believe this is a very good idea. Besides that, we can't think of a better method for now. But the key is where to find such people. Just as the words fell, a violent sound erupted, as if the armor layer had been torn apart. The sound so close that Yichuan couldn't help but get goosebumps. Qi Shui and the others also knew that these matters were important, so they had no objections, and for them, being able to contact Ling Tian at any time to confirm each other's positions made synchronization not too difficult. Because this indicated that, within this mist, there was a returning road fairy who did not wish to be disturbed. If anyone attempted to intrude, they would immediately be attacked by the heavenly power within the mist. Blood Kai was severely injured under Ling Tian's attacks, and seeing the second wave of energy arrows whistling towards him, knowing he was doomed, he still chose to burn his soul to cover the retreat of Blood Sakura and others. In mid-December, the situation in Europe changed. The Allies secretly organized 200,000 troops from the Italy-France border to invade France, catching the Germans off guard. In this battle, the British army served as the main force. The French army advanced towards Ledong on April 26th, but unexpectedly, the Germans launched an attack on the French army, which was advancing towards Ledong, despite being at an absolute disadvantage. The next moment, these machine warriors collapsed, as if they had suddenly lost power, just as Yi Chuan had predicted earlier. The 20-year-old super Huo Xuanzi's eyes turned red, veins bulging on his face, like an enraged lion, roaring. From Shrek, Kill the Sun and Moon Empire. This time, I will not allow any survivors from the Sun and Moon Empire. Not a single one is allowed to leave Maple Leaf City alive. His voice was like rolling thunder, echoing through the sky, filled with undeniable authority and murderous intent. As his words fell, the many elders hidden in the Sea God Pavilion within Maple Leaf City sprang into action like ferocious beasts that had been lying in wait. Xuanzi's eyes turned red, veins bulging on his face, resembling an enraged lion. He roared, affiliated with Shrek, Kill the Sun and Moon Empire. This time, I want no survivors from the Sun and Moon Empire. Not a single one is allowed to leave Maple Leaf City alive. His voice was like rolling thunder, echoing through the sky, filled with undeniable authority and murderous intent. As his words fell, the many elders hidden in the Sea God Pavilion within Maple Leaf City sprang into action like ferocious beasts that had been lying in wait. Shangguan Wanner first offered a kiss, then breathed softly as she nestled into his arms, holding him tightly. Raising her head to gauge the depth of the thunder zone, Zhao Ming showed a hint of helplessness on his face. There was no time to hesitate now. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly behind him. And Yi welcomed Wang Tianzong politely, and when mentioning the matter of Commander Fong passing through Zhengzhou, Wang Tianzong couldn't help but ask with concern, why didn't Commander Fu mention going to Luoyang to have a look, implying whether he had mentioned his affairs. After officially signing the contract, Baolong and Jia jointly held a grand press conference, with the media eagerly reporting the news. Of course, there were also some more radical fans who booed when Zhang Kong received his award. After finishing breakfast, Lu Tianyu sat on a stool, staring at the bustling road, which was already a common sight for the proprietress and wouldn't seem strange to her. Returning to Lu Tianyu's side, Sister Dong truly felt the taste of happiness, especially after she had thrown away the burdens in her heart after firing several shots at the wheelchair-bound Chu Ba, which allowed Dong Ningyi to eliminate the hatred and shadow within her heart. So what exactly happened? Xia Yao was unclear about what had happened between him and the company. To better resolve the issue, Xia Yao decided to spend some time listening to his explanation. In the void, Huang Wandi stepped forward. Approaching Su Fan as if he were a celestial being descending, the pressure of the knowledge micro-realm sweeping towards Su Fan like an ocean, making Su Fan feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Go to the opposite side, scout the military situation. After saying this, Chun Fei and Yin Ping marched out with great pride, as if they were going to accomplish something significant, leaving Wang Tian speechless. Lu Pan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His question could also be seen as paving the way for Qin Ho. An attacking move fiercely struck the claws of the Bishi corpse, but the seemingly fragile claws of the Bishi appeared as if forged from diamond, comparable to a diamond. Su Sha, Su Man, they might not know, but they knew that the other side of the Twin Peaks was filled with mechanisms, meant to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. If enemies were to launch a surprise attack from behind, it would ensure they had no way back. Although it was frightening, this was all part of normal phenomena. After death, human nerves and cells can still survive for a while, so it is not strange for them to respond to external stimuli with some reflexive actions. Don't worry, Pumpkin's talent is excellent, and with the precious things you've given him, a miracle is bound to happen. Looking at the faint layer of spiritual power surrounding Pumpkin, and the color of the spiritual power deepening, it even showed a hint of black. I want the evidence from your grandmother. Shu Yang clenched his fist and rushed toward Old Guan with determination. The Holy Mother sect has always had many methods. If there's a way to control him, it wouldn't be a bad thing. This person is extraordinary. If he can be of use to us, it may not be a bad thing. I'll leave this matter to you. If it works, that's great. If not, we can always kill him. The masked man spoke with a chilling tone. Just a few days ago, the lenders came to his door, not only beating him severely, but also indirectly threatening his son. Wu Bosch was left with no choice, being forced to secretly sell the secret of papermaking. Chapter 186, Yi Shishui. Everyone's gaze was tightly locked on the dream Ice Silkworm and the Ice and Snow Emperors, their faces filled with shock. Who would have thought that this already complex conflict now involved the strong from the extreme north, making the situation even more uncertain? Just as everyone's hearts were filled with doubt, a sudden violent fluctuation came from the sky. Following that, a fissure slowly tore open, as if it were a gateway to another mysterious world. A graceful woman appeared. However, in the next moment, these two inner disciples of the Lin clan looked at Lin Yun before them. Their originally vigilant hearts suddenly relaxed. The screenwriter, who had been quietly sitting in the corner, suddenly felt overwhelmed by Teacher Li and Emperor Chu's questioning, even reflecting internally if there was really something wrong with the script. Then he walked over to the sturdy pear blossom hard chair and sat down. Immediately, that seemingly solid chair cracked into 4 pieces. Ning Fengji saw this rare tulip and couldn't take his eyes off it, staring intently at Bibi Dong's hand. The Celestial Herb album, given by Tang, San featured this herb the most. He was very familiar with every part of the herb, even from a distance. He could confirm that this was the Qi Luo tulip he had been desperately seeking. As Han Mei's first soul skill, Ling Mei Qing Xiang, was unleashed. A wave of green breeze carrying the scent of plum blossoms swept over Wang Yingjie and the others, and their wounds began to visibly heal at a noticeable speed. An ant was once again moved by Yi Zhonghai's words. Weren't the two of them unhappy just because they had no children? Everything was beyond dispute, and all those who were eliminated had different expressions. Some were cursed, some were frustrated, some were mocking, some were sarcastic, some were regretful, and others were resentful. But all of them left the camp with heavy steps in silence, especially since he had integrated the 36 Taiching divine talismans extracted from Lu Qiuxing and Lu Qingxiang into his body. His power had significantly increased, reaching the late stage of the 7th level of Tianwu, equivalent to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. He unleashed a full-powered attack of the Azure Sky Scale Light Wave, sending the green wave straight towards Teacher Luo Tian. But it was shattered by a palm from Teacher Luo Tan, who reprimanded, "Not good again." Dugu Xin launched another attack until his soul power was exhausted. Just moments ago, in the battle with the Wooden Man, aside from the injuries sustained from continuous attacks, the giant Vita's physical consumption was also quite astonishing. The legendary existence has actually appeared before him. No wonder Du Ziyuan is surprised. However, the difference between this Demon Emperor and the imposing Demon Emperor from the legends is quite significant. One can hardly tell where the strength lies. But to deceive her perception, At least one must be a master of the Earth immortal realm. She is 100% certain that Lin Yuping is not an Earth immortal. So no matter how she thinks about it, she is just immortal. Having such a low presence is indeed quite peculiar. Zhou Jin glanced at Lin Wanwan, his lips twitching slightly, then said nothing and turned to get into the car. The starting lineup of the Grasshopper team had not changed much. Goalkeeper Filaitai, defenders Jeff, Valori, Kalina, and Kaiza, midfielders Menezes, Cabanas, Kara, and Lulick, forwards Alfonso and Rogrio partnered together. The way the fourth miss looked at Zhang Yuanshu clearly showed that she cared for him and had privately communicated with her, asking her to speak well of him in front of Lady Zhuang Air. However, the media's focus was not on the match. They noticed that both Keane and Kaiza did not play. There were transfer rumors about Keane, and it was basically confirmed that he was leaving for Celtic in the Scottish Premier League. But what was the reason for Kaiza not being able to play? Sitting on the sofa and randomly pressing the remote, Yi Zheng glanced at her, his peach blossom eyes sharp as blades. However, since one of his eyes was still bruised, the intimidation he wanted to express lacked a bit of potency. Chapter 187. The madman can't be poisoned, you really are a madman. The voice of Xuanzi echoed in the air, carrying a hint of mockery and anger, as if the actions of the poison-proof were beyond his understanding. The poison-proof looked at Xuanzi, standing there, laughing heartily, his voice laced with disdain. You are the madman. I don't want to perish together with you. Let's withdraw our hands and come back. A cunning glint flickered in his eyes, as if he had already calculated the situation. In midair, a sharp sound was heard. Let them handle the company matters. Why are you walking around with your belly sticking out? Just take a vacation. Griffin took off his suit and tossed it back, pulling out a set of mountaineering gear from below. He preferred this loose style, as it allowed him to move freely. Lin Ming had already used all his tricks. With a low roar, the fourth-grade long whip swung out, carrying a chill that seemed capable of freezing everything in the air. Having a headache solves nothing. It's really painful to see him in such an awkward position, facing pressure from all sides while also having to deal with so many tricky problems. Choo-Choo sighed. Cry knew his time was running out. Once his stamina was exhausted, facing the wolf-like undead army would surely mean certain death for him. He analyzed the numbers in hundreds of ways, turning them into various maps, steps, and coordinates. This allowed Karen to instantly resolve all external issues. Without external pressure, Karen's territory began to be constructed rapidly. Deep in the jungle, with dappled shadows, Xianzhu couldn't help but feel some fear in such a dim environment. She unconsciously moved a bit closer to Wu Ling, feeling as if ghostly shadows surrounded them, ready to pounce at any moment. Jizi rushed into the Tianyu courtyard and found that his grandfather and seventh uncle, who should have been in seclusion, were already gone, causing him further unease. Gulinger glanced at him upon hearing this, but did not heed his meaning. Instead, she assisted Zhang Ling along with Hu Qingling towards a nearby building, completely ignoring Sure Hao. With a smile, Mo Fan took the chicken leg, affectionately ruffled Mo Yunner's hair, and Mo Yunner seemed to enjoy this feeling, smiling sweetly. Today I will not die. I will definitely avenge this grudge another day. Closing his eyes, he resolved not to let the killing intent and bloodiness ruin his Buddhist heart. Sheng Yu smiled at him, using the bear firm to block the sword tips as he rushed towards the temple. The fierce energy surged like a dragon, with one punch. Even the gods and demons would be frightened. The countless whip shadows seemed to crash into a giant mountain, producing a deafening explosion. Yet Chun Danqing's offensive was not hindered in the slightest, as the Buddhist seal descended from the sky, heavily suppressing everything. The light emitted by the four great demon beasts had already enveloped an area of several hundred miles. He recognized this object as one of the more famous powerful items among one-time used magical tools, possessing the miraculous effect of releasing soul-body shockwaves. It could shake and explode everything hostile around the user. While Hua Chunyan was lost in thought, Gao Fei had already smashed the giant stone onto the head of the mutated black bear. Although it was a mutated beast, its physical enhancement was ultimately limited. When the giant stone came down, its head instantly exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Zhang Dashan said bluntly, "You go with Deputy Director Yin and the others first. I will report this matter to the relevant leaders in the city." "Interesting, you want to spar with me?" Shen Jing looked at Luo Shiner, a strange smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Having already drunk, why think so much? Gao Fei also didn't consider it any further and carefully examined this unfamiliar room. The hidden formation was directly destroyed, revealing the cave. At this moment, within the several dozen feet radius of the light sphere, there were whales everywhere. The destructive power of the silver needles was immense, with a terrifying penetration ability, causing some lower-quality spirit shields to be riddled with holes. Chapter 188. Kong Deming Takes Action. Poison Immortal let out a strange laugh. Xuanzi, I must say, you made me exert a bit of effort, but this farce should come to an end. 8th Soul Skill. Death's Holy Feast. Accompanied by a sinister low shout. Poison Immortal's body burst forth with green light, and thick poisonous mist surged out like a ferocious python. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous mist gathered in his palm, condensing into a giant green ball several meters in diameter. The surface of the green ball seemed to writhe, as if it were alive, emanating a powerful aura. Upon returning, Ostrov drew this three-dimensional map, describing the flames beneath the Western fantasy world as hell, where the Hellflame demon was the cursed gatekeeper, bound by invisible chains extending from hell, forever tormented in that place. In this era, every household raises free-range farm pigs, and the breeding environment is not like it was in their time, where they could disinfect the pigsty every day. Lu Shireen still thought the other party hadn't noticed, deliberately sticking out her chest to show off the necklace she was wearing, which was a luxury item that others would have to work for several lifetimes to afford, with even one of the diamonds being out of reach. This was the first time she saw Ji Nanfeng cleaning the contraceptive device while awake. Previously, she had always passed out and was completely unaware of this matter. Noticing the gaze from Yi Chun, Team Leader Dai also nodded slightly in his direction, showing approval for his punctual report. It was precisely because of the giant size of the world-ending titan that the lethal damage to ordinary life was relatively reduced when it fell on him. As the ball began to drop, Jin, who was stepping on the wind spirit, appeared in the air and caught the ball. He gathered his strength and suddenly swung it. Propelled by the wind spirit, the ball broke through the emergency wind wall created by the opponent. And just as it was about to hit them, an ice shield appeared out of nowhere, blocking the ball's path. In this era, there are indeed too many things that 500 yuan can accomplish. Who would be willing to waste that money? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the mountain opposite. A huge rock flew up, and dust filled the air. The towering bald mountain was suddenly halved, smoke billowed into the sky, and debris rolled down. In the past, his industry in Jiangnan relied on Lin Ruhai's connections and the influence of the Shui family. But now, there was an even stronger deterrent. All right. It's not like we were rushing. There just wasn't enough time to prepare. Valentine's Day is coming up soon. I'll make it up then, for sure. Zishan also knew that this time the gift was indeed a bit simple. But who said he really didn't have enough time? The captain doesn't let us go because he cares about us. After all, the new recruits are arriving tomorrow, said the revolver. At this moment, I realized that one of my hands was being held by him. The warmth of his body temperature flowed from his palm to mine, and I suddenly felt a wave of warmth, an indescribable sense of security and peace. Yes, according to what you said, this kidnapping was premeditated. I suspect someone from the inside is behind this, Milan said. At midnight in Hangzhou's Shili Lake, thousands of people had gathered by the lakeside. All of them were Wang Tianheng's men, who were naturally also thugs from the World Association. What's going on? I knew in my heart that if there was no issue, Xiao Ning wouldn't come to find me, much less say something like asking me to return to the country. After all, she knew my mission here. Ziyue and the others also walked into the void, and after a few seconds, everyone arrived in another world, the demon realm. Pretending to be impressive. Drive him out. But before he could finish speaking, the manager came over. All right, comrade squad leader, just let the instructor be. This incident was triggered by me, so I will handle it. Saying this, he picked up his hat and was about to go out. That night, Lu Yin invited many officials and families from Jizhou to a banquet to welcome Lu Fan. After the feast, Lu Fan thought about how he knew about Zhang Jiao's treasure but couldn't transport it back, so he decided to tell Lu Yin, as only Lu Yin could help him bring back Zhang Jiao's treasure. Yi Yushui fought against Yu Miaoyin. Facing Xuanzi's mockery, Du Zishi and Kong Deming seemed to be oblivious. Their expressions calm, with a sinister look in their eyes, as if hiding some conspiracy. At that moment, the air suddenly twisted violently, and a tall figure slowly emerged. It was Hui Yinshu. Xuanzi was taken aback at first, then widened his eyes in shock, instinctively shouting, Hui Yinshu, why are you here? How did you suddenly appear here? His tone mixed with surprise and confusion, with a hint of difficulty in hiding. Night fell, growing darker and colder, just like in Feiyun village, especially with water surrounding it. The chill was even more intense. Upon hearing the mayor praise their district, Director Huang was instantly overjoyed and immediately remembered the name Zhang Yurua. Moreover, He had just heard from Yu Qinglei that this place not only served meals, but above this hotel, there seemed to be a spa as well. Today, bringing Li Nana and Yu Qinglei was not very convenient, but another day, he could bring his brothers over to eat together. Not only that, Luo Xia also discovered artifacts from hundreds of years ago on a shelf, enough to prove that the blood-sucking monsters had begun preying on humans centuries ago. At the same time, the strength of the mad Taoist made all the powerful figures wary, as a single shout had injured the consciousness of almost all the mighty in the East Sea region. However, he had to think carefully about how to counterattack, as his opponent was not simple. In front of this precious cauldron, he was nothing more than a speck of dust. This cauldron towered to the extreme, appearing entirely dark blue, with simple yet profoundly mysterious Tao patterns on it. Ever since the day she decided to participate in the Ghost Festival incident at Jingtang, her calm and comfortable life had become chaotic, as if she were living in crisis all the time, her nerves always subconsciously tense, her mind in a state of confusion. After Shi Ming recognized Shi Lingyi, he realized that one of the two handsome men present was definitely Si Zhonga, the head of the Si family. Watching the top young expert of the Liu family lead the world on horseback toward the Great Khan dynasty's home go, they were still over 200 kilometers away from Liu Ming. Lord Jinyi, after recording began, even during breaks, Li Junyi had to keep reviewing materials. So there was no time to rest. No matter how tired or sleepy he was, he could only rely on coffee to stay awake. However, with Li Junyi's growing experience in hosting, he became increasingly adept at managing the program. You sit first, I'll go make you some pulled noodles. After arranging Shirqi in the living room, Bai Mu turned and entered the kitchen. All right, she responded. Then she heard the door lock click open. Li Zhiyong entered holding a large medicine jar, placing it on the table. Suddenly, Master took a quick step forward, blocking me with his arm, and at the same time, Master looked at the enormous dragon coffin before him in shock, remaining silent for a long time. Upon hearing Soro say this, Li Liu nodded. Although they were both quasi-bronze level, since the other party was the top person in the family, he probably had many treasures on him, while Russell was just a senior officer without the support of a major force, which put him at a disadvantage. Li Zhiyong couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him and turned to leave without saying a word in response to Wang Yinming's provocation. Don't worry, the patient is out of danger. As long as he rests peacefully for a few days, he will be fine. The old doctor, being experienced, smiled and spoke directly. What? I didn't look, and it's already a big deal. Seeing Pangu and a Buddhist bodhisattva exchanging blows in the air, fighting fiercely, a black ancient sword in the sky seemed to be cutting through the heavens, with 28 beads resembling stars. Haha, Zhuyang and General Su are collaborating for the first time. The old man was just expressing his heart. If you feel bad about it, whenever you have time, help promote our happy hotel. Old Master Guan chuckled. He ordered people to place the wooden box in the center of the stage. The fall of Old Song. All right, don't waste your breath on those two beasts. He turned his gaze back to Xuanzi. Hearing the previous conversation, Xuanzi roared. I don't want you to waste your talents. I value you. I didn't expect you to be ungrateful and betray the academy, simply eating from both sides. TSK, your double standards at Shrek really have been consistent from the beginning. You are just an academy, not a sect. At this time, Old Song felt that the entire cave was like a huge maze, with countless paths and hidden doors, each guarded by wild beasts, including huge wolves, seemingly docile red-eyed rabbits, and long snakes. Mom, did you and Dad find out about brother Junzuo's addiction to opium? Jiao Yu asked. Ji Wei calmly walked to the front of the instrument and stepped into the light circle that allowed the instrument to detect the range of abilities. Following the technician's prompt, Gu Jinyu naturally ran his fingers through her hair, raised an eyebrow, and lowered his head to bite her neck, trying to hide his slightly embarrassed expression. Ji Wei understood at a glance that Yizha just wanted to see that group of foreigners who also aimed at Hailing Island. Looking up, she realized that her blanket had fallen into the hands of a boy, who was none other than Gunan, who had just gone out for a stroll. She didn't understand how, even though that matter was exposed, it wasn't publicized and only a few people knew. But when did even the disciples of the Fenglin Empire find out? Isn't that strange? Lin Xiaoyang said some more, and, in the end, it was just that he didn't love her, and being with her was just to test and stimulate Mu Yuqing. Then he left Jiao Yu without any reluctance. He had been working for the Nanrong family for at least 10 years, but in these 10 years, aside from today, he had never seen the second young master act in this style. Although the map provided by the base was very rough and inaccurate, it was good enough to judge the general location, and that was all. Chenlu probably hated his cousin quite a bit, after all. She ran away from home back then with a drug addict, causing a lot of trouble for their family. Even during his parents' and uncle's funeral, Chun Li's aunt didn't mention Song Yan's name at all, let alone send someone to find her. The process of descending the mountain was much easier than ascending. Aside from needing to clearly see the road, it wasn't as tiring or difficult as when they came. Even the time spent wasn't as much. Ali was shocked and found that Feng Shi's pulse was extremely weak, so she hurriedly transferred some demon energy to her, picked her up, and wanted to leave. Seeing that there was no token, Xian Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. The original building token had already been negotiated for a price with Qian Xian, but due to some reasons, he ultimately used the building token himself. The Empress had been waiting for Feng Shi to fall asleep, then used her fairy technique to knock out Shuel Yin, and with a spell, she divided half of her soul to suppress Feng Shi's soul before finally leaving. 5 million gold seals. Gu Haoran spoke up, and regarding Xiaoyan's provocation, Gu Haoran was already furious. Peng Sijia seemed to have a short circuit in his brain and began to move. The third team started to orderly occupy the entrance position according to the drill standards. Standing guard, with the door-breaking hand ready to break the door. Remembering what he had said to her about helping her regain her memory, he found it easy to say, but how to do it? Although I admit that Yang Sun is indeed meticulous and has terrible means, listening to the tone of the Qingxian Taoist, it seems he is still haunted by the past. It appears that these days, Qingxian Taoist has suffered quite a bit at the hands of Yang Sun. Ali felt hopeless about resurrection, and with her mother unknown and suffering somewhere, she was already disheartened and wandering aimlessly. Sir, Qianshan Lake is just a stage name, not the real name. His real name is Guo De, Wang Ping explained. Di Ruiqiu and Meng Hongchun felt the breeze brushing past, the fallen leaves on the ground rustling. But the scene before them left everyone breathless. A dignified level 98 super Douluo was instantly obliterated by Huo Yuhao's fierce methods, with both soul and body annihilated. This shock was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up layers of waves. The eyes of the Shrek group instantly filled with blood, and their anger seemed to ignite the surrounding air. This venomous little ghost dared to kill our sea god pavilion elder. He must pay. However, Peter Jackson suddenly hugged Xing Tianyu, saying, "We're old friends. We often collaborated when we were shooting that movie." After finishing his words, he lifted his foot and kicked Lan Tianyan out, whose body landed heavily in front of the clan leader, instantly scaring the clan leader into a pale face. After a long time, the forest seemed to freeze. Just before a flurry of leaves fell, Itachi finally spoke, breaking the standoff. Yue Yin closed her eyes, listening to Yu Changqing's words, which made her feel somewhat difficult to discern between truth and falsehood. Usually, Yu Changqing ignored her, but now his words carried a hint of true emotion. Could it really be just because she was foolish that he treated her this way? Xiao Ran stripped off all her clothes, then reached out to tear Song Yan's clothes, pushing the rope that bound her feet upwards, and then ripped off her outer pants, using her legs to pry open her legs, diving down to violate her body. The pain drove Lulan to the brink of collapse. She probably never thought that one day she would be in such a predicament, pleading with Lu Bing. Thinking of this, the salted fish that had originally pointed down immediately drew a circle and turned up, shaking. The old man suddenly appeared in front of Wang Su, and Wang Su was not overly surprised, as it was his realm. Coming and going freely was to be expected. The rhinoceros spirit was already at the golden immortal level, and suddenly there were 3 more golden immortals, instantly increasing their strength. As for the rat spirit, although its cultivation was lower, it was clever and knew how to adapt, and had special abilities, making it a promising candidate. However, the best news of the day was not the breakthroughs made by the warriors on the battlefield. As the sun set, when the warriors retracted to the protective formation that was lit again, a booming sound of galloping hooves suddenly came from the empty plain behind them. The Tianpeng Law Body's master, the Kunping King, sensed the threat and wanted to use the escape method to dodge. Who knew that just as the breath he had been holding was about to be released, Shi Shueishio's hand twisted his ear. Lucy and Kai Lin were stunned, thinking to themselves that this trick really worked. In such a short time, how did so many patients gather? All right, I'm Fine. I just need to rest for a while to get better. After silencing Fei Hua, Ji Fan slightly shifted his body and gave her a clear answer. Before they met, Yin Bauer had a lot to say to Ji Fan, but now that the man she had been thinking about day and night stood before her, she found herself somewhat tongue-tied. "I want to go in and take a look, but I have to ask you something first." Chu Cheng looked at Zhuang Bufan, who was tightly pressed against the wall. "I've been watching for a long time. It's quite interesting," the voice continued, with a hint of mockery. Clenching his fist, Mu Fan shook his head. he really didn't have much confidence. Although he had mastered 3,000 methods, they were quite ordinary, because he could feel that his strongest method couldn't compare to the three great powerhouses of the eternal realm in the starry sky. After much effort, all the major forces cultivators in the Shinnong realm could gather like this, so naturally, they weren't in a hurry to leave. Senior, there is a divine city ahead. It is very suitable for your closed-door cultivation, Chunshua said to Zaiyayozi. The second function is to detect whether a partner is unfaithful. As long as the user wears the mother and son jade, all unfaithful matters of the user's other half will be detected by the jade, and then it will quietly inform the user. As soon as he got off the plane, a chill hit him, making him involuntarily tighten his windbreaker. Zhang Lishuan made her move. Meng Hongqin's current martial spirit is no longer the Zhu Qing Ice Toad or the Silent Spirit Phoenix, and it also contains the memory of destiny. She is now a level 93 title Douluo. In the piercing cold wind, a pale blue flame, like a roaring ice beast, pounced fiercely towards Wu Ming. The flames were enveloped in a suffocating chill, and wherever they passed, the air instantly condensed into sharp ice crystals, producing a crisp cracking sound. Wu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted, and without hesitation, the counterfeit currency was transported to the Third War Zone Command in Shangrao, from where it was smuggled into the areas controlled by the Japanese and puppet governments. C.I. Bei was momentarily dumbfounded, thinking to himself, what kind of solution is this? It was essentially no different from having no idea at all. As this thought crossed his mind, he wanted to break free from Lu Ren's grip. But after a moment's reflection, he lacked the courage to do so. Director Lu waved his hand, sending to Baizi out, and then personally called Zhang Yang, inviting him to dinner that night as a thank you for treating his illness the previous night. The surface of the lake roiled with gigantic waves, a terrifying sight, as bolts of thunder, lightning, storms, and hail formed from the primordial energies of heaven and earth appeared incessantly. Of course not now, Su Qinghan replied, while helping Su Ranjan tidy her scattered hair. For some unknown reason, standing here, he felt a strange sensation, as if he had been to this river of forgetfulness before. The feeling was fleeting and ethereal, sometimes growing increasingly intense. Chu Xiaoxing's eyes seemed as if they were about to fall out. He gaped, staring at the scene in shock, even forgetting when his gun fell at his feet. For this, the wilderness had not once failed to encircle and suppress, only to return defeated, truly saving face for the heavens. With too many speculating about the identities of the two, yet they hid too well. Thus, Yi Yao picked up Su Jinxia and slowly walked to the bedside, gently placing her on the bed. All right, Yi Tian didn't mind either, exchanging the blueprints for enhancement potions. Although it seemed like Du Qiangwei was taking advantage, in reality, it was Yi Tian who benefited. As long as he had the blueprints, he could create dark alloy and high-tech items on a large scale. Damn it! How dare you let them replenish me? Lin Fan immediately sent a message upon seeing this. South Korea has severe penalties for cheating, and if Riot Games were to ban them again, it would be the end of their careers. Dong Wuxiu recognized this figure when he was still a child. This man in black had already appeared in his life. At that time, he wandered the rivers and lakes, suffering humiliation from the world. And it was this man in black who picked him up from the streets and personally taught him swordsmanship and martial arts. Her figure was light and graceful, and a pair of beautiful fiery wings suddenly appeared behind her. These wings resembled butterfly wings, making her look somewhat like an oversized wood spirit. The complicated matters arose after the restoration of the country, requiring a complete reorganization of the kingdom's management system to smoothly take over various aspects, which couldn't be easily accomplished in a day or two. All right, let's hurry up, we're off. Once Professor Chun and the others had walked far away, Yi Tian directly grabbed Shirley Yang and jumped towards the direction of the Western Region Prince's tomb. Are you saying that the Huaxia people have lost their fighting spirit? Zuli asked angrily. Nevertheless, that said, the reason the main players are the main players is that they have their own merits to be in those positions. After losing 3 consecutive goals, they understood that they could no longer afford to be careless. It was absolutely unacceptable for the main team to lose to the substitutes in Munich. This way, not only can they openly plunder their resources and buy some time, but they can also eliminate the dangers of the experimental building and resolve the predicament. You said Lu Chun and Liao Anbong are your senior brothers? Yang Ming asked curiously while giving Liao Anbong an injection. The embryo of the starry sky, giant beast awakens. The air seemed to freeze into ice amidst the tense standoff. Huo Yuhao suddenly seemed to remember something. A sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she took out several neatly stacked letters from the soul guiding device. She lightly twirled the letter paper with her jade-like fingers, her tone cheerful. "Oh, right, Xuanzi, I almost forgot about this. These are a few letters of withdrawal from school." The gazes of Xiao Xiao, Han Ruora, Wang Yin, and Mo Xian shifted with Huo Yuhua's movements. The moment Xuanzi saw the names on the letter, his pupils contracted sharply. Special cultivation methods are different. They are often created for the cultivation of a very few individuals or for special cases, containing many uncertainties and unknowns. The methods are not stable enough, and thus practitioners must be extremely cautious. A slight error could lead to irretrievable consequences. Chenju looked suspicious, but did not directly ask what had happened. He thought he would know once he went in to take a look. Mu Fan was also extremely curious nearby. He had heard of the Spirit Gathering mountain range, but there were very few mountains in Huagua, and most known mountains were claimed by hidden sects, powerful families, or schools. "Chengyu, you have made quite a bit of progress in the past few days." The eerie tone came from that person, who looked quite strange, making people unable to help but glance over. At this moment, Tian Cho felt somewhat helpless. Yuzhou was already under the control of Jiao and Chua, and he had come here out of necessity. The Qi condensation stage is also called the meridian opening stage. It involves nourishing one's own blood with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, continuously opening up one's own meridians. "Commander Liu, the superior asked me to notify you that some conditions have matured, and we are starting to take action. He wants you to lead the troops in Arinha Garden and take care of those old geezers. For example, seducing him, getting him drunk, and making him sleep with you, slowly cultivating feelings and tying his heart, etc." Not far away, an old man walked over, stroking his goat beard, and looked at Lu Chuanzhong's back. The next moment, brutally, he thrust the demon soul out of Ding Lan Daojuan's spirit sea. The man looked darkly at the demon soul trembling in his hand. Anyway, in the end, she would definitely be won over by the power of the Su family, willingly crawling beneath his tailored trousers. The stall owner frowned at her for a long time, noticing that Xiaoxi's eyelashes were still slightly trembling, and immediately felt much more at ease. "Su Sheng, did someone say something to you? I received this photo anonymously from others too, so I'm not really clear about it either." When they arrived at the Qiao family, as soon as Xiao got out of the car, she felt that the atmosphere in the entire Qiao family mansion was different. Looking at Feng Luxue, suddenly a flash of white light swept past him, followed by a crackling sound as black gas erupted from his body. Zhou Xinji looked at the shiny silver and the thin silver note, genuinely feeling very pleased. Li Rujin smiled helplessly, lifted Li Ji out of the bathtub, dried her off, and changed her into pajamas. Ingfu, Moose suddenly stood up, causing Ing Loaka to bump his head against the side of the bed with a loud thud, instantly turning his forehead slightly red. At that moment, Gu Piapiao had no idea where she was, crawling up from the bed, surveying her surroundings, and using a cultivator's spiritual sense to scan the distance, but was blocked by a barrier glowing red, unable to probe her surroundings. Su Xiao's heart softened, a warm wave of emotion spreading throughout his body as he looked at his beloved wife's pure and adorable face, saying emotionally, "Wife, your surprise has already been given to me." Unable to hold back, he reached out to caress her beautiful face. Lu Du smiled triumphantly. To prevent the other party from getting angry and taking it out on his son, he slightly moved his feet, the muscles beneath his clothes subtly tensing, secretly on guard. Everyone gasped again because Baisu not only flew above the ruins, but also lifted the entire cracked rooftop. Chapter 194. Destroying the Floating Giant Beast. The wind howled sharply in their ears, and the figures of a Shrek group abruptly vanished, leaving behind a dead silence. The people around stood frozen, their eyes full of astonishment, mouths slightly open as if they could fit an egg inside. What on earth is going on? How did the Shrek group suddenly leave? Didn't they all agree to besiege the Sun and Moon Empire? Among the crowd, someone murmured with a quivering voice, breaking the suffocating silence. They naturally had no way of knowing. After saying this, she regretted it. She didn't realize that the more she cared about these things, the deeper her love for Sheng Jie became. Dean Chong Yun's expression slightly changed. Could it be that Ling Yun already knew that Chong Yun had imprisoned Lin Gang on the back mountain? The sudden friendliness was puzzling, but for Bai Xiuwen, who was determined to get rid of the child, she could only feel grateful and said she would definitely come back, asking if she could not let Qi Ran follow. The people from Chongyun Academy were not really bad people. They just had been in competition with Ling Yun Academy for years, and their positions are different. There is indeed a saying about the yin and yang of medicinal materials, especially for fourth-grade pill formulas. The combinations of medicinal materials are often like this, which is why most alchemists find it difficult to break through to the fourth-grade level. I said I wouldn't take a disciple. If you have time, you might as well go find a job, so you don't get bored pestering me all day. If you don't work, how will you have money to eat? Are you a rich second generation? Yu Ruo really wanted to know if Kujun was a rich second generation, but Kujun never talked about her family affairs, so she had no way of knowing. Du Qing, the noble concubine, has arrived. You can ask her anything, In Xin said to Du Yuanqi, who dared not lift his head in the great hall. Su Xinghai watched as Tang Yin hurriedly distanced herself from him, although he felt a bit lost. He was genuinely happy to see her again. Now, these artillerymen probably still didn't know what was happening. Some were looking over here, but more were still continuing their work. It turned out this was the difference between a mercenary and a big shot. Gao Yuan now understood the weight of the three giants in the underground world. It's not about how much money they have, but how much unseen power they hold. In an instant, Luo Chinxi's chattering voice suddenly rang out from the phone. The two were stuck there. Several security guards suddenly stopped, took out a bag of sunflower seeds, and started cracking them right there. At a critical moment, the alarm suddenly went off. Beneath this ice-wind sacred valley, it's hard to tell how deep it is. Lin Fan, trapped in the icy rock, could only sense up to 100 meters due to the freezing power of this black water. Do Liang let out a roar, gripping his knife in his left hand while holding his iron shield in front of him with his right. Ma Wan and Chao, who followed closely behind him, forming a formation as they charged towards the center where the Xianbei slaves were gathering. Seeing Nan Gong, Xiao used ignorant expression. The Iceheart Fairy slightly shook her head and then recounted the grievances between GMO and the Sword Sect, as well as how GMO had repeatedly made the Sword Sect suffer. Just as he was sleeping in a daze, he heard someone knocking on the door. Remembering that someone was coming to check the drainage system this morning, Xiao ran, turned over, and got out of bed. Sunlight streamed through the glass window, and the roses, covered in dew, sparkled like dazzling pearls, as if they were enveloping her. When Zhao Mama saw Xiao Xiaowei in person for the first time, she thought the child was very good-looking. Although she was from a wealthy family, she was also very well-behaved and understanding, calling her Aunt Zhao and thanking her truly endearing. If it weren't for someone coming to buy fruits, Zhao Mama would have been unable to stop chatting. While she and others spent their whole lives to reach their current status, others seemed to achieve it so casually. As long as they passed through the last two doors, it meant they had completely passed all the tests of the doors here. The water dragon was named Xiao Jiao at the corpse refining gate, and in its past life as a pet of the Yama god dynasty, it naturally recognized its former master. Chapter 195, Divine Path. Rescue. The legs of Xuanzi trembled violently. His palms were scratched and bleeding from his nails, yet he stared fixedly at the monstrous beast before him. This gigantic creature was surrounded by a pungent, fishy odor, its scales layered like grinding wheels, each emitting a cold light. When its giant claw casually stepped down, the ground cracked with a thunderous sound. Xuanzi swallowed the bitterness rising in his throat, mustered his courage, and tried to make his voice sound steady. Your Excellency, please stop. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the tail end of his voice could not help but tremble. I have already inquired with the maid beside the Emperor, and he hasn't instructed you to do anything recently. See, you harshly exposed his lies. Can you eat without air? What are you doing? Hello, are you there? How long will you stay at home? I'm so tired, and I want to let you feel like that. Coming to his senses, Mai Ji was completely enraged, looking up at Tuo Lei, who was dejected due to a failed throw. When Tuo Lei met Mai Ji's ferocious gaze, he was completely dumbfounded, realizing that Mai Ji had developed murderous intent. Show me the news reports about them. Even Mo Chi Hong's expression turned serious. It seemed that everything had returned to its usual tranquility and peace. It also seemed that someone was deliberately hiding the truth. Vivian was already very angry about the treatment of the dwarves, but at this moment, when Ima grabbed her hand, she became somewhat calm. The person had several bullet wounds on his body, each one continuously bleeding. What about the population? Long Ci needs to understand the kangaroo continent. This is the first breakthrough point. Not just him. Even Ming Lei and others were stunned. Why was Fang Jinhong involved again? Wasn't that guy supposed to be gone? Liang Qinyang was clearly dead, his eyes wide open in death, the cut across his waist gushing blood and entrails. The Zhong family rarely left the village due to heavy protection, making it very difficult for the enemy to plunder. This way, the secret of the Hinata clan's Bikugan could be preserved without fear of being discovered by enemies. Similarly, the lives and fortunes of the branch families were no longer so dangerous. Chu Manor and Chu Newer, a pair of twin sisters, were disciples of Tianshan Tonglao and had recently become obsessed with deadly scissor kicks. Those bitten by Cabane have no cure. They either turn into Cabane or take their own lives, with no third option. It turned out Alice had arrived, and the burly man with her was probably her bodyguard. Edward was worried about Alice going out alone. He originally planned to personally accompany her to meet the mysterious Mr. Mark. When he stepped outside, he found someone lying in a puddle. He rushed over to see it was his elder sister and quickly carried her back home. If it were himself, he wouldn't have done it, sending the kids with him so he could see them. And with family planning, sending two would allow them to have two more. Wasn't that perfect? Why backtrack when it was all under his nose? Suddenly, Chu Luiying changed her tone, lowering her voice as if feeling awkward and hesitant to speak. The Minister of Technology, you also took people to the east to create an iron cage capable of holding 10,000 zombies. If the zombies escape, you could just feed them yourself. Also, the secret base in the south has been cancelled. It will be changed to a laboratory and emergency shelter. And you're responsible for the construction, with the engineering department cooperating. Li Ku and Mida Bai also saw the rampaging aberrant creature, relieved that it didn't charge toward them. All right, Master, I will definitely come. And with me here, I will protect the Jietian sect and the martial domain, C2 Jing promised. Although the poppy shell does not cause special effects on the human body, it can be addictive. Knowing this, Tian would not let Goulet go in to eat. Li Jiaqing sat down weakly, while Hua Xiu sat beside her, gently patting her shoulder. The autumn wind naturally returned from where it came. Jiang Qingyuan disliked her impure thoughts, but she had never harmed anyone. However, the stewardess who suggested the idea, under heavy scrutiny, still refused to disclose who was behind it, causing some suspicion. Later, when it was taken over by Shuiming Rue, Princess Jiang no longer inquired about it. The next day, Mo Qiaoi had already arrived early at the martial arts arena, and soon Yin Shi and the others arrived as well. Liang Wanwan was still frantic, jumping down from the carriage and raising her skirt to reason with Director Li. Fortunately, Yin didn't hit hard, and Yin Shi's arm injury was light. After she tended to it, both her spiritual energy and injury recovered. Clearly, who understood the meaning behind the words of the Buddha, and even became my commentator. That's right. I really don't want to hear so much nonsense right now. If it's about Brother Yin and Ji Xinliang, just say it directly. Ji Nuaxin didn't want to say another word nonsense. Ruan Ming looked at the sea, at the sky without stars, watching the ships that seemed to struggle yet appeared defiant against the sea, uncontrollably walking to the edge of the reef, raising the lantern in her hand high. Sure enough, Sunflower seemed easy to talk to, but she was actually a very particular and opinionated person. This name and idea might not align with her aesthetics. Most importantly, they made a decision without consulting her, and she probably wouldn't be so easy to deal with. The person who could break through layers of security and ultimately acquire the invaluable, largest night pearl was likely from the Shao family. The eye demon let out a satisfied low growl, taking big strides forward, its muscular arms sweeping aside the ordinary zombies blocking its path, and soon arrived at the eastern side of the wall. Once the other side returned to the court, the entire court would be filled with his people. Even Tianyun Bingjun couldn't change the trend. The fireball landed on the steel armor, singeing the soldier's hair, but still causing no serious casualties. The system is a compromise of each other's strength and efforts. Without toppling several governments, hanging a few kings, or going through the tug-of-war for power. Formal democracy is just a palace on sand dunes. Xiao Yin continued her words. These years have really not been easy. There are newcomers popping up everywhere. So it's better to put in more effort. Huang Mingyang inexplicably said this, not knowing whether he was talking to himself or to Tai Chan Xuan, or perhaps both knew. If Lin Bai could hear this, he would definitely give Song Qianfeng a thumbs up, praising him for saying it so right. But Lin Bai would also remind him that he was only half right. He stood up, turned around, and looked at Hinata Lan, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "That child, I trouble you with it, Lan." After saying this, he took the lead and left. Xiao Yuan pressed Sonia down on the horse's back, leading 100 cavalry to gallop towards the hills in the west across the open grassland. The remaining cavalry were left with Zhang Liao and the others to smoothly cover the army's retreat from the battle. And Ding Zhuo was the most impressive, actually coming out from the chimney. Looking at Ding's was blackened face. Ryu was full of questions. How did Ding's body fit into the chimney? Could he really perform a shrinking technique? Chapter 196. Decision on the other side. Ryu was also influenced by this level, but not significantly. The people of the Douling Empire were mostly dead or injured. Against Long Xiaoyao, he might feel mercy. After all, Long Xiaoyao was, in any case, from Douluo continent. But Yi Shui was different. She truly dared to kill people from the Douluo Three Kingdoms. Except for those who had a close relationship with her, would not be executed. Others, anyone who opposed her would die. Bai Xiaohua, squatting in front of 4 dogs, stood up with a faint smile on his face. He turned back to gaze at the ancient and elegant house. The peach trees in the courtyard were clearly visible, reaching out beyond the outer wall, lush and green. After speaking, Jingsu threw the reins and sat upright on the horse's back, no longer controlling the horse to back up. The horse, without Jingsu's control, stood still on the bridge, unmoving even when the other 2 horses pushed it. This is bad. The troll warrior couldn't wait to jump out and sing its woes. But this time no one refuted him. It is clear to anyone with keen eyes that this time they are probably truly doomed. Look at that old woman's needle technique. It is skilled and would require at least 20 or 30 years of practice, but the acupoints she is targeting are clearly useless against the sleeping beauty. Liang Qian swallowed the words that were about to come out and silently thought, Tang Jingji, you are so serious with me. I am afraid I cannot bear it. After bringing back the bodies of their comrades, the horse-drawn carriage jolted along the way, leaving a trail of blood that shone darkly in the firelight. But after being washed by the rain, it had faded considerably. Perhaps by tomorrow, when the rain stops, it would be unnoticeable. A low shout gradually grew louder from behind, like a tiger's roar, shaking the disciple from Qingqiong Mountain, leaving him unsure how to respond to Ling Zuoqiu's words. He feigned indifference, but due to excessive blood loss. Qin Wuji's complexion was still somewhat pale, and his lips appeared slightly white. The income was tangible. It represented that no matter what changes their lives might encounter in the future, they could rely on their own hands to support themselves without depending on anyone. If they let Hu Meng stay, it would be of no use. Instead, returning to the Qin family might still be somewhat helpful. However, for some reason, upon hearing the rumors about Ma Dong, she felt an inexplicable tension. Even she herself did not know why. Song Chan, don't worry. I guarantee that the quality of our company's products is absolutely qualified, Zhang Gaohui said with a smile. By this time, they could clearly see that the giant hand of purple gold was released by the young man in the green shirt before them. Disciples from various sects rushed over after hearing the news, and as soon as they arrived, they joined the fray. Gu Yuan's parents and the old man Gu had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, where familiar neighbors surrounded them. If they moved to a villa or a high-rise building, they might not even greet their neighbors. Each sect or major power's techniques were strictly guarded and highly restricted, making it difficult to uncover even with soul-searching abilities. Earlier, they had retreated far, and Chu Yi thought they were afraid of death, which was why they fell back. Their cultivation achievements were also evident. Lian Shi, Qin Lang, and Lin Long had successively entered the Falstan realm and would soon be able to truly step into the early stages of the Golden Dan. While Kong Chun had already entered the early stages of the Golden Dan 2 months ago, significantly increasing in power. Therefore, Su Firu made this phone call, but seeing Lin Xian's current appearance, she felt much more at ease. Naturally, she wanted to find an opportunity to meet Lu Bin, to probe his stance and see what attitude he had. Gu Yuan replied. Chapter 197, The Fall of Duke White Tiger. Respect? Is it meaningful? Dai Hao looked at the murderous young girl, 18 years old, a super Douluo at level 97. He had to admit that with the strength and talent shown by Huo Yuhao now, there was indeed no one on the Douluo continent who could surpass her. The offerings around them did not dare to act because Yi Yushui was watching them, not allowing them to move. Yushuan Yu. However, the other parties still gazed at the scenic view of the sea at the horizon, showing no response to her words. This scene further confirmed Mu Shanshan's inner speculation. Under the moon, one hand held the gem. She tried to immerse herself and thought about conveying her thoughts to the staff-wielding man. Others found it amusing, unsure if the incident at the mansion was intentional, and really felt that Yu Hai had drawn the short straw by running into her. Next, he continued to upgrade the 3 seeds in his hand, mainly wanting to know what the differences were between the upgraded seeds and ordinary planting. Ling Jinyun shamelessly praised the ancient moon leader, naturally provoking dissatisfaction among the onlookers. Moreover, now Su Honghua had already sent Su Rue to the stage. If they lost the match, it wouldn't be his responsibility, and he wouldn't have to step down because of it. Most importantly, Su Rue was not only pursuing the market in Zhenghua. Such a good air purifier should be sold globally to earn money from other countries, which was the goal he wanted to achieve. However, due to the constraints of the beast lock, it naturally could not sink down, only able to leave a distance that allowed its nose and eyes to be above water. The middle-aged man cosplaying as Superman became furious upon seeing He Yu and Xing Zheng casually enter through the door. I may not understand what you are saying, But I will always be by your side, Ing Bao said seriously. Because of the relationship with the Lilia family, returning to the country was not a big issue. Handling Wang Yu's matter was when they would officially deal with major events. The Fly had informed her the night before they came to the Wild God Forest that the thing she was closing off was almost ready. She just did not expect that when she came out this time, Xin had already regained her memory. Saying that the Holy Hall was afraid of them was simply glorifying themselves. The 13 knights of the Holy Hall each represented a powerful force, with some even being international powers. If mentioned individually, they were not something their hero club could compare with. Is something happening at the company again? I can't go to work looking like this, Sun Wanwan said after watching Duan Qingyu finish the call and remain silent, thinking he was going to talk about work matters. 5 years is truly a long time. Even the games have been updated, let alone the easily changeable human hearts. The man with extra flesh trembled at these words, but continued to play dead. After all, it was better not to act. You are still from the inn? How can you have such low quality? Today she, Ning Baobei, was going to stand up to them. What happened? Although I heard Tao Jing asking questions, I still heard the sound of her shutting down the computer in the background. Ji Shun listened, expressed concern, ordered the accompanying physician to diagnose, and bestowed some items before continuing to accompany the Bu family to enjoy the scenery and flowers. During the morning court, Chun Qingji stood in the Taiji Hall, speaking eloquently, as if he were truly a loyal minister of the Wei Kingdom, rather than a general from the distant Liang Kingdom. Gu Zian found it amusing. Looking him up and down, you wanted to kill someone? With his last experience, he could only be the one getting beaten. He probably wouldn't even make it to the door before being killed. Is this the disciple cultivated by Brother Gu? He Shiozai stared seriously at Gu Qingming and Gu Qingyan. Huo Yuhao was about to discuss the grain supply with him when she saw his gloomy expression, and her words suddenly halted. Chapter 198. 3 lives unite become one. No distinction between each other. After cleaning up, the Xinghua Empire also left, but now there were more important matters to attend to complete the transformation of their own cultivation system into one. The 3 cultivation systems would become increasingly difficult to cultivate as they progressed. Previously, they based their cultivation on the world tree of their own body, refining the laws they controlled to perfection. This is also why those thousands of Hongmeng demons are not a match for Hongling. At most, they possess 1 or 2 innate Hongmeng Dao. Lightly drinking, each water clone has already appeared beside the 2 mist ninjas, then rushed towards the group from Konoha in the dense fog. Inside the Mage Tower, in a large room where sunlight can only enter through the windows, an old man, sitting in a wheelchair, covered mostly by a blanket, watched the images being broadcasted from a returned enchanted gemstone, letting out a series of bitter smiles like a deflating balloon. For someone who tries every means to seek presence before his grandfather, how can mere words from you make him feel ashamed? There hung a sword of extermination in the east, a sword of slaughter in the south, a sword of trapping in the west, and a sword of absolute in the north, with doors and windows in front, filled with a chilling, killing intent and a gusty wind. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. My information has never been wrong. He has always been the undercover agent Bernie arranged beside you, Qinyan said. After the formation of the Godii 13, these half-beasts became members of the 7th Division's Inner Guard, continuing to this day. It's possible that among these more than a dozen counties, there isn't even one person who knows about such a half-mature phase of the nest, which is just easy to discover, yet poses no danger. However, from a different perspective, if we set aside the transformation of this part of the function and purely consider the interference and destructive power of Sangyin against various energies, it is indeed quite strong. But in this gaze, Eli suddenly understood that in front of this sage who comprehends the principles of heaven and earth, any excuse seems extremely ridiculous. Zheng Yu scratched his head, turned around, and refocused his attention on the painting. Since the other party wanted to see it, let them see it, after all. Li Waner would come over soon. After hesitating in the room for a moment, Hechuan ultimately chose not to go. Everything would wait until tomorrow to be discussed. This condition is a common rule for every base. Zhao Jiao instinctively continued the conversation and was not excluded because of her previous identity as a zombie, which made her very happy. Madame Zheng was apprehensive, while Madame Yuan showed a hint of relief. Jing he understood that Madame Yuan must have given Madame Zheng a lot of advice, but each family situation was quite different. Lord Zheng was not as clear-headed and smooth as Lord Yuan, so it was likely that he could not solve Madame Zheng's problems. Wait, you are all no match for him. All of you go down, I'll fight him. Bai Yunfei looked at Hechuan and licked his lips. This scene made Hechuan feel quite disgusted. He swallowed and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Jing, he just sat there numbly, unmoved. She even found it somewhat amusing. Perhaps that was the reason for her cold heart. In the river domain, every star body was equipped with explosive immortal arrays. Together, they formed an incredibly vast and repetitive explosive immortal array capable of exploding the entire river domain. Of course, since they were members of the Evil God Alliance, Bai Li Ming was also thinking of capturing Shui, how to bring him back to the Evil God Alliance and seize his lineage. At this moment, Zhang Haoyan also began to feel strange. Normally, the air conditioning in supermarkets wouldn't be set so low at this time. Why was it so cold? After receiving confirmation from Zhou Shaoling, He Chuan spent a moment with her before leaving. The invigilating teacher held a miniature cheating signal device in front of Lang Xiyu. Examining her with scrutinizing eyes, Li Li glared angrily at Lang Xiyu, wondering how someone like her could cause trouble right after coming to school. New character introduction 1. After the plot of Duo Kanon ends, the next story will primarily take place in the Hongwang world. Name, Daoyin Tianyu. Also known as Tian Yuan. Gender, female, one of the unparalleled powerhouses of the Void era. Entity, Void Tian Yuan disciple. Hong Ling, World Dao Zun. Cultivation before falling. Void Transcendence Realm, 6th Heaven Magic Weapons. Eye of Void, Void Supreme Treasure. Void Dao Spear. Void Glass Pearl Body Strength. Void Transcendence Level Introduction. Born in the Void, encountered a seedling, which was the yet-to-grow world tree, the future Hong Ling, becoming her enlightening mentor. In the Void era, she was the 3rd-rank Supreme Being. She belongs to one of the 10 Void Transcendence powerhouses. In every evolution of the Void era she experienced was ranked 3rd, never wavering. At the end of the Void era, when external powerful beings attacked, they sought to seize the world tree. However, before leaving, Daoyin Tianyu passed the Eye of Void and the Void laws to Hong Ling and protected her, ensuring she would not be affected by the forces of the Void's fragmentation. Along with other Void Transcendence beings, they perished together with the external powerful beings, marking the beginning of the Void's fragmentation. Key villain introduction. Name, Demon King. Gender, male. Identity, master of the strange beings, planner behind the Void Cataclysm and Hongmeng Cataclysm. Realm, origin. Realm personality, will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, extremely cruel and despicable. Eerie master shadows the calamity. Demon King's evil shadow covers the galaxy. In the origin realm, fierce might gathers, and countless wicked deeds are committed. Hongmeng calamity causes suffering for all beings. Void chaos grinds all spirits. To satisfy his desires, he tramples on the path of benevolence. Blood rain and bloody winds sweep across the 9 realms. Name, Luo Xing. Gender, male. Identity, one of the 5 strange ancestors under the Demon King, instigator of the Hongmeng Cataclysm and the Void Cataclysm. Realm, rule realm, 1st Heaven entity, immortal 9-headed demon god Snake King personality, enjoys slaughter, destroys world's residents. Void abyss poem, slaughter is my synonym. The destruction of a world requires slaughter to resolve. Luo Xing's evil originates from the abyss, snakehead fierce, 9 lives body. Immortal dignity dominates the universe. Ferocious and tyrannical brings disaster to the world. Hongmeng calamity turns all beings to ashes. Void disaster exterminates myriad lives, only to see the world bathe in blood, slaughtering madly, destroying the dust path. Name, Wanxiang Mo Zhu Lu Jiuyu. Gender, formless age, unknown physique. Wanxiang Tian Mo body realm, rule realm, 6th Heaven identity, one of the 10 demon ancestors under the Demon King. Achievements, once posed as a messenger of the World Alliance, inciting wars among 6 great thousand worlds, triggering a cosmic calamity, then retreated unscathed. 9 Yuan Xiang illusionary form, the demon ancestors' schemes shock the world, disguised as an alliance to issue false orders, secretly provoking disputes among various realms. 6th Heaven world, smoke rises, a galaxy of war flames fills, disrupting the universe with tricks. The infamous name lingers after the calamity. Name, Eternal Night Demon ancestrally Tian Xing. Gender, male. Physique, blood sea indestructible body realm, rule realm, 9th Heaven identity, one of the 10 demon ancestors under the Demon King. Power, blood god temple achievements. Once blood sacrificed 32 great thousand worlds, refining a part of the great thousand universe into a blood pool. Blood temple's eerie shadows emerge. The heavenly punishment of eternal night rages. Indestructible body, forged from the blood sea, countless wicked deeds burn the world. 32 worlds become sacrificial offerings. A part of the universe turns into a blood tide. Demons' might looms. The world turns dark. Evil flames surge, scorching through the ages. Name: Sherdao Demon Sovereign Shi Jiu Yin Gender. Male realm. Half-step origin identity. One of the 10 demon ancestors under the Demon King. Physique: 9 Yin devouring Dao body ward dead. Split himself into 3,000 avatars. Devoured 60 great thousand worlds and also swallowed 1,000 middle thousand worlds. Gaining a notorious reputation, causing cosmic blood debts, and has the nickname Huangquan, killing god. When the ground leads to the Yellow Springs, it marks the arrival of the 9 Yin evil body. The name of Shurgyo is renowned across the world. 3,000 shadows devour the world, while billions of restless souls weep blood in the sands. 60,000 calamities sink into mist, with 1,000 towers echoing mournful tunes. The Yellow Springs are filled with fierce stars, and the blood debts shock the heavens, lamenting the evil spirits. Name: World-destroying demon Lord Xingtian Gang Gender. Male realm. Half-step origin identity. One of the 10 great demon ancestors under the Demon King. Physique: primordial divine demon body. Power: war demon bone achievements. Single-handedly destroyed 5 universes and eliminated 3 world alliances divisions. With the wrath of the primordial divine body fused, the demon lord Xingtian shows his ferocity. His fists shatter the heavens, and his sword breaks the structure of the 3 alliances. The universe and starry rivers fall into silence, and all living beings across 10,000 realms drift aimlessly. Under the war demon bone, the vengeful souls swirl, and the name of world destruction is steeped in evil. Name: Demon Calamity Master Xian Gender. Genderless age. Unknown realm. Half-step origin identity. One of the 10 great demon ancestors under the Demon King. Physique: ever-changing body of calamity power. Calamity heaven, sect battle debt. Disguised as a celestial child during the World Grand Assembly held by the World Alliance. Triggered a calamity, resulting in only 3 survivors, and was captured herself, later rescued by the Demon King. Countless transformations hide her evil tracks, and the Calamity Sect's demon infant brings about disaster. The celestial child at the Grand Assembly presents a false form, and the magic calamity brings a foul wind. Countless corpses lie at the Grand Assembly. Blood soaks the spiritual platform, and life is at its end. Fortunately, the Demon King devised a cunning plan to help her escape from the confines of her notorious name. Name: Ancestor of Heart Demons Tang New Gender. Female realm. Half-step origin identity. One of the 10 great demon ancestors under the Demon King. Physique: Heart Demon Source Body Power. Abyss of Heart Demons Battle Debt. Refined the people of 5 great thousand worlds into puppets, and turned 1 universe into her slave domain. The depths of the Abyss of Heart Demons are filled with dark clouds, and Tong Nu's malevolence astonishes the world. Her eyes contain enchanting illusions that confuse souls, and her body is wrapped in heart demon curses. Beings from 5 realms become puppets, and a universe of stars turns into a slave camp. The bloody sins spread across the heavens, and her infamous name fills the ages. Name: Abyssal Empress Yi Wuyue Gender. Female realm. Half-step origin identity. One of the 10 great demon ancestors under the Demon King, but only superficially loyal to him. Physique: Eternal Night Profound Yin Body Power. Eternal Night Palace characteristics. As she walks, mandala flowers bloom beneath her feet, turning any living being that touches them into white bones. Approaching her within 10 meters brings death. Bitterness. She did not choose to become a demon. Her physique made her detestable. But she was fortunate to have a sister who willingly accompanied her, giving her hope in life. Twists. However, 3,000 years ago, her aunt stripped her sister of her physique and precious bones, fearing retaliation and sending her soul to other worlds, leading to her dark transformation. Battle debt. Killed everyone on her planet, regardless of age or condition. All who participated or had any connection were slain. In the deep palace of eternal night, the mandala blooms, and a moonless shadow walks over the blood. The profound Yin body is met with disdain, and the past's sorrowful hardships linger. With her sister's company igniting hope, her aunt's cruelty destroyed her future. Precious bones and souls were taken, and the starry river was thus shrouded in gloom. The old inhabitants of the planet were all exterminated, and the flames of vengeance burned the heavens, impossible to bury. Pretending to be loyal to the king, a calamity is brewing beneath the 9 hells. New character introduction. 2. Name: Rakshasa Demoness Hong Dai Gender. Female realm. Half-step origin physique. Rakshasa Burning Flame Body Power. Red Lotus sect, main body. Fiery demon butterfly identity. One of the 10 great demon ancestors. Master, demon king background. Like the Abyssal Empress, she is also someone forced into demonhood. Her homeland was destroyed, and her clan was slaughtered by humans, leading her to take revenge on humanity. Achievements. Knowing she is not the one to command, after instructing Xian Qingzi, Ji Tian flipped her palm, revealing a purple haze treasure hammer, which was the innate spiritual treasure used by the giant beast. As she spoke, Yi Feng ignored whether Lu Miaozai agreed, swiftly reaching out with her left hand to grasp Lu Miaozai's wrist. I didn't think that way. Don't worry, Mo reassured her. Wang Chong, no alibi. Bring him under surveillance. After Qin Yun rushed out, Lu Zi listened attentively to her footsteps going down the stairs, delaying any movement. The spatial ring was full, and after Tang Rao could no longer pack the treasures from the underground palace, he reluctantly reasoned with the powerful beings. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Lang planned to find Xia Xiaojun again to discuss making her a star. President Zhang probably forgot that you are now part of the elite circle, Tan Guixiang said helplessly. No matter how many reasons were given, they couldn't persuade Wen Jinjing. No, even Tang Rao couldn't persuade himself. What should we do? Wang Long, who came out with Qiu Jinxiang, asked in shock at such a scene. I don't know how to comfort this girl. I could only silently accompany her to finish this meal. Lu Shang and Liao Qing found many things about the National Defense Army fascinating. Liao Qing looked at the shining armor on Xia Feng with envy, and Xia Feng promised to give him a set later. Lu Shang was not familiar with Xia Feng, wanting in his heart, but feeling too shy to speak. This is incredible. On the first day of the opening of the Demon Mountain, there are already such powerful masters among human warriors. After staring at Yi Zheng for a while, and seeing that this guy still had that innocent look, Long Tiankong began to feel a bit of a headache. Is he really giving up? In the next moment, everyone simultaneously launched their attacks. Tang Hao and a few others surrounded the left and right, using all kinds of methods. Although the poison left and right were still fighting fiercely, it could be seen that their movements began to slow down. However, she once again lay in Zhang Fei's embrace, constantly saying, I'm afraid. As for whether she was truly still fearful, Zhang Fei could not know. Therefore, those commanders who were envious of the 5th Infantry Corps could only envy. They would have to wait another year for the rotation, and by then, they would strive to be appointed as the commander of the 5th Infantry Corps of the Wilderness Kingdom. Upon a closer look, the one who had fainted on the spot was the Ghost Eye. Suddenly, the audience erupted into cheers. They had been holding their breath, feeling quite dissatisfied that, as the host, half of the top 8 slots were taken by experts from the eastern region. The fact that in Kuwait could gain an advantage at the start undoubtedly pleased the audience present. Since Jiao Chan had established a relationship with Xia Feng, although they had not yet gone all the way, she was responsible for taking care of Xia Feng during the day, except at night. When she saw Cheng Yu arrive, she arranged a banquet for them and poured wine in their company. Yes, it looked like a castle, but why was this castle so dark? Hong Xian found the castle somewhat strange. I don't know either. Let fate decide. Brother Xiahou, do you plan to return and compete with them for the heavenly escaped divine sword? The Lingjiu master asked Xiahou Tianlong. Sir, the hotel is providing free lunch today. I've brought it for you, Qin Yu said, lowering his head to block the peephole. As soon as they stepped out of the room and saw the scene on the basketball court, Li Shishir and Yang Mimi were momentarily stunned and then exchanged a shy smile. Chapter 199, Demon King. Star map. The Demon King sat high on a throne radiating a profound light, with crimson eyes like burning hellfire, slowly scanning the crowd below, his voice booming. Everyone, have you captured the World Tree? The crowd fell silent, for they all understood that since the planning of the Void catastrophe and the Hongmeng catastrophe began, it was all about seizing the World Tree, as this kind of treasure was rare in any era. Unfortunately, this tree only revealed its true significance during the Hongmeng period. All right, how does it feel? Shen Chongming clapped his dusty hands and said with a smile. The continuous feeling of swelling pain grew more intense, and the strength filled every part of his body, even shaking his consciousness. If this momentum couldn't be stopped, the previously closely united forces around Su Jie would likely fall apart. And at that time, not only would Su Jie lose his position as chief minister, but even his position as a censor would be handed over to someone else. The Shura Blade dropped by Prince Mingling was a product of a super divine weapon Shura Blade, classified as a mid-level divine weapon, at the same level as the Qingming Blade that no longer grieved, a coveted divine weapon for most players. Forget it, he is too shrewd. Unless your skills far exceed his, he will definitely notice. I don't want him to see through the fool I've pretended to be for years. Lung Huoding shook his head, signaling Lung Qian to continue pushing him towards the princess's courtyard. It took just a few moves for Lung Huoding to subdue the man, who wore an iron mask, making it impossible to see his true face. However, he was all too familiar with his aura, even without revealing it. He knew who the man was. We haven't seen each other in a long time, big brother. Take off your mask, Lung Huoding said disdainfully, looking at the masked man with a playful sneer, casually chatting as if with an old friend. It was Chunyi Dao's turn again. To convince the audience that he hadn't cheated, he asked them to help him draw, and the result was actually a 10-day tour with Xiaowei. No wonder they didn't recognize him at first. It turned out they had seen the bald Chunyi Dao before, not the now hair-growing Chunyi Dao. As for Emperor Xia and the Fengyue Emperor, everyone knew they were powerful, but no one knew the specifics of their realms. The master is still the master. With just a few words, he could subtly sow discord between him and the prince, making them clearly aware that their significance to each other was merely superficial. But it didn't matter. He never intended to have any real feelings for his lord. He was just a stepping stone for his own ascent. In Ning, Shui City, Zhang Xianqi sat in his hotel room, looking quite displeased. Just moments ago, he received a call from the company that the shares of the CC Group had undergone a tremendous change. He was no longer the major shareholder. And the name of the major shareholder was a familiar stranger. However, changing kidneys was not easy. Until they found a suitable one, all they could do was wait. Later, he became the crown prince, and then the emperor, and many lantern festivals had to be spent in the palace until Empress Jinxuan passed away, making that lantern festival feel empty. Shen Jia revealed a helpless smile. Is appearance really that important everywhere? Looking at the way King Shui gazed at Supervisor Xiao, Madame L understood that Xiao Jiangyuan did not mean to do so. She had been this considerate and thoughtful person long ago. The T-virus is indeed powerful, and it is currently the strongest T-virus, but with Wu Yang's human limit multiplied by 3 and the shape-shifting element fused into the shape-shifting cell, it is not at all inferior to the T-virus. Previously, due to the constant food shortages in Guangzhou, Li Longji had decided to follow the usual practice and move to the eastern capital to eat, in order to lessen the burden on Chang'an. Just as preparations were about to be completed and they were about to set off in a few days, issues arose with the Imperial Ancestral Temple, causing Li Longji to feel quite uneasy. Chapter 200. Let us meet an old friend a few hours ago in the Divine Realm. At this moment, Tang San, who was observing the Divine Realm, realized that the situation was no longer under his control and looked down at the lower realm with anger. Because he could not feel his father and mother for so long, and Shrek Academy had already entered the countdown to destruction. If things continued to be left unchecked, it would soon reach the point of annihilation. This is not something he can control right now. His own divine suppression power is dwindling. No, he must descend as a deity. But what Jinshin doesn't know is that at the moment Fire Lin Shui fell asleep, her memories were gradually recovering with time. He doesn't blame anyone. He understands these things. Who isn't doing it for themselves? Gu Chun watched as these people charged towards him, a cold smile appearing on his face. After a few minutes, the house was cleaned up very nicely, as if nothing had happened. Many villagers, though a bit scared, chose to remain silent, quietly watching everything unfold. Along the bluestone path, passing through the lush grass and flower beds, Qin Yuan successfully registered as a cultivator and received an oval copper plate with the Divine Court seal as his ID. Cousin Xiao Guang put on makeup, even while sick. It seems cousin Xiao Guang still cares about her looks. Yuan observed Luo carefully and spoke up. The night had completely fallen. It was already past 8 o'clock. Yet everywhere was brightly lit. The evening weather was cool, and many people had come out of their rooms to take a walk, where they finally had time to relax after a busy day at work. Shut up. Jin Shin tightened his grip around Lu Shang's neck, preventing her from choking, all while in front of Fire Lin Shui. Qi Xiaoheng, you have nothing to say now. The facts are right in front of you. What else can you say? Shui Wei saw everything clearly. Compared to Qi Xiaoheng, his sister was much more upright. Suddenly, Ran received a secret letter from the Tian Yao clan leader regarding an incident involving the chief family of the Divine Dragon clan. All right, Dad, stop teasing Linner. She'll be embarrassed. A Chun came out, originally intending to find Linner in her room, but was called out by his parents. He thought they would not accept Linner, but unexpectedly, things went smoothly. At the north gate of Azhou City, all adventurers were invigorated. The Dragon City team jumped off the giant wolves in an orderly manner at the city gate, each taking out their horse tokens to store the giant wolves. Awkward it's not that I'm dissatisfied. It's just that compared to MOU, this opportunity is far inferior. Xin Yun awkwardly said, "It's our villager, Lao Zongxing." Zhu Chuna nodded. He recognized the identity of the deceased, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Then we are also 2 generations apart. Lin Ran took the opportunity to point out the age difference. Disciples from both directions stood up simultaneously, over 200 in total, and walked up to the stage together. That is the habitat of the Nine Tails. In this environment, even if they had the courage, they wouldn't dare to target Kunlun. Even if they obtained a peerless treasure, what would it matter? What do you mean? As a major scourge in the cultivation world. Qin Mo, you would never let it go easily. And thus, he said angrily. As she uttered the last NE sound, Lu Shuyao suddenly raised her voice. To outsiders, it may seem inexplicable, but Qin Yu completely understood the reason behind it. What are you doing? Let go of me, you big pervert. Jiang Linghui struggled desperately, as if she had been grabbed in a vital spot. There was a strong sense of disbelief in her words. Yet, deep down, she was convincing herself to believe her words, because since she met her, she had never lied even once. Following the sound, she saw a pair of goat-like horns fully protruding from the circular formation, half of a face also exposed to the air. Chapter 201, The Annoying Little Girl Humph. A cold snort sliced through the air like a sharp blade. The speaker's eyes were like torches, full of disdain. With such words, you still want me to believe you? 1,000 years ago, if it weren't for the Azura goddess favoritism and protection, you would have already died on the spot, buried in the joint slaughter of the angel god and the Rakshasa god. So now, relying on controlling the dual divine positions, you feel high and mighty. Thinking you dominate the world? Ridiculous. Bearing 2 divine positions, yet you haven't even ascended to the position of the god king. The words became sharper, like barbs. The bandits realized that the person in front of them didn't take their lair seriously and thought, even if your martial skills are decent, with over 20 of us together, we don't believe we can't take you down. Sushi suddenly handed over the ring, her eyes fluttering, looking pitiful. Fortunately, when coming down, Zhou Zian took the elevator, and within a few minutes, he directly exited the International Trade Building. Beneficial arises from harm. Harm arises from benefit. May the world never need to fight again. In the 5th round, I'll go down, and you go up to 84. Mother Lu had been sighing. Suddenly hearing this question, she paused in surprise, then revealed a bitter smile, shaking her head, and said nothing. Xiao Han's expression changed, secretly sighing, greatly disappointed with their performance. And the little trust and feelings that had been established just moments ago disappeared in an instant. Pushed down? Is it really hard for me to be pushed down? I'm not a weeble. My head is light and my feet are heavy. This old man is so strong. It wouldn't be hard for him to push me down. But if you dare to push me, I'll kick you to death, Gong Shuahan said. Long Mashuan was hot-tempered and wouldn't allow anyone to be arrogant in front of him. He protected Lung Yuru behind him and confronted 6 people alone. As a result, while he was engaged in a fierce fight, he suddenly turned around and found that Lung Yuru had been subdued by a bald, muscular man. Lu Kuan forcefully slapped a few times on that snow-white bottom, angrily leaving Yang Yun, who was crying from his torment, and walked out. All right, from now on, the living expenses will only be 1,000 a month. Uncle Fei was ruthless and decided not to say anything about giving only 500 later. 1,000 had already doubled. Seeing her mother still justifying herself, Tian was quite speechless. After greeting her mother, Tian went to the 2nd floor to find Grandpa Tian. The words of the national master left Ning Qianqian stunned, and Yu Fenghua and Bai Jingxiu both chuckled softly. After discussing and deducing together, they tried to use the deduced recipe to refine pills, but when they opened the alchemy furnace after completion, a stench strong enough to suffocate them instantly spread out, causing both to cover their noses. Lu Feng and Zhang Hao were not far behind, following up with their attacks. Martial skills flying. Boom, boom sounded, smoke and dust rose, enveloping Hao Qing. After the 3 landed, they cautiously looked ahead. As the smoke cleared, blue light flickered. Hao Qing stood unharmed before them. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Such secrets had clearly become unknown, lost in the long river of history. Not long after this wave of bodyguards left, another batch came down. Why did Li Chong know? Because he had just come out of the elevator and happened to run into them, and then awkwardly withdrew her hand. With so many people in the inn, did Song Yu not fear being laughed at for holding her like this? However, not long after, Bai Wuhin was borrowed by the high-ups of the Qinglian sect on the pretext of being sent to the Danyan sect, seemingly feeling that the Danyan sect had not been very stable recently, so they sent him to suppress it, especially after that sweeping strike at the tail end. After it was completed, Catherine saw that long and thick tail sweeping around before it was raised again, and the large crystal at the end of the tail began to emit an unusual glow. Oomph! Jian Wuhui snorted coldly, saying nothing, just staring at that massive red figure. His eyes filled with unwillingness. It seemed that this was the only way. Once we catch the masked man or new evidence emerges, everything will be resolved easily. Chapter 202. Hunting strike, let me do it, Huo Yuhao said. Xing stretched lazily and said, forget it, I'll do it. Dealing with a mere refining god, returning to void. With your level of cultivation, isn't that just bullying? Then you go. All right. Xing stepped slowly into the void, looking at the disheveled Tang San and saying, Tang San, you claim to be on the side of justice. Why not let justice punish your crimes? Beside Xing, a character appeared, and the blood plum blossoms shattered. At the moment the plum blossoms shattered, the surrounding space also broke apart, and with a loud bang, the space around Yunfeng shattered as well, collapsing, and a terrifying suction force erupted from within. Seeing this powerful sword strike, Hushu hurriedly raised his sword to block at his forehead while continuously retreating. Unbeknownst to him, he had retreated off the arena, and this battle ended with Hushu's defeat. All right, that's it, otherwise Master will blame us, and no one can bear that. Lung Jianfeng interrupted Lan Binger and then dashed forward with a whoosh. After probing a bit, he decided it was better to take a detour. Dong Zhanyun suddenly remembered that he could also break through the void, so he found a nearby place to try. Commander, with such a large-scale construction activity, will the Japanese side be worried? Sun Weigua asked. The lord of Qingfeng City, sitting atop the main seat, had a slightly darkened expression, looking rather unpleasant. At this moment, the new soldier enlistment ceremony was announced to be over. Before Xiao Menglu could return to his team, he was already surrounded by media reporters from all directions. In front of the Sima mansion, red lanterns swayed uncertainly in the wind, and thick white snow piled on the massive stone lions, as if trying to crush the two stone lions to the ground. Before that grand door stood two servants, both covering their mouths and noses with their hands, continuously exhaling hot air. Two more people ran out from inside the door. Cui Feng was surprised to find that he was sitting in the main seat at this long table. It seemed that the owner of the memories he was peering into was indeed a person of high rank and power. Anyway, I'm going to the second-floor princess's hall today, and I have plenty of money. Lu Lingshan began to roar in dissatisfaction, causing a stir among the people in the hall. The economic development of Shijing City, compared to coastal cities, is indeed lagging behind significantly. However, with over 3 million population in both urban and suburban areas, the scale of the restaurant, commerce, and entertainment industries in Shijing City is not inferior to that of large coastal cities. War, this can only mean war. At this moment, O'Neill Banji spoke without a hint of warmth in his voice, and in the next second, he was surprised to see Ivanovna covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with shock, tears streaming from her almond-shaped eyes. The court. Why has the court suddenly decided to build so many railways, all in one place? Jiang Jiqing asked, somewhat stuttering. After saying this, Nero stopped talking, and for a moment, the atmosphere between the two became subtly odd. The atmosphere was so strange that even someone as naturally oblivious as Alquite seemed to sense something. As she spoke, Li Jingyun threw herself into the car, leaving the bewildered young man behind. The young man collected himself and sat in the driver's seat. After spending 2 years in the Academy of Zhongdu, filled with countless strange occurrences, he had developed a high resistance to extraordinary events, and this person was just one of them. Even though a whole night had passed, recalling Nero's last attack still made Li Lin feel a lingering fear. Rather than saying that the scene at that time was still vivid in his mind, it was more accurate to say that the extreme fear and excitement had forcibly recorded everything that happened at that moment. Gurend, I curse your mother. Wang Yuanchao suddenly erupted with curses, continuing without pause. The Qin family and Chan family were originally a political marriage, both wanting to grow strong, but the later Qin who, besides being a wastrel, was almost useless, which could be said to have completely disgraced the champion Marquis's house. The Speaker of the Senate sat contentedly in a position that did not originally belong to him when suddenly a communication sound came from his ID. Before he could say son, Nie Shuang raised her hand and slapped him on the head. Zhao Ming was stunned by the scene before him. He did not know how strong Nie Shuang's strength was, but it was visible to the naked eye that Nie Yiqiu was slapped to the ground by her. As the conversation heated up, Bai Ziwa drank a lot, his face turning red. And through the purple gourd Hong, he before heading to the empty space in the valley to challenge Luo Jiang. Seeing that Nie Shuang had come out, Nie Ichio grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his room, closing the door behind them. This house was indeed bought for her, but it wouldn't be handed over until next year. He wasn't foolish enough to directly write someone else's name on it. Attacking the Pegasus Ranch. If there are too few people, they might not even be able to defeat those guards, but if too many come, they fear their base will be raided since Lu Haitu from Hebei has always been eyeing them, eager to snatch the banner of the first rebel from Wagong to attract talent. Zhang Feiyu went out last night to interrogate the servants of the Chiu family and woke up late this morning, so he missed the meal after finishing his morning tasks. It was hard to distinguish, but he knew that the closest to the shore, Hong, was mainly walking the immortal path of the Yang God, guided by the principles of the Tao. Dozens of car lights lit up simultaneously, illuminating the entire factory brightly, leaving everyone nowhere to hide, unable to avoid. 2 days later, Lu Zian, along with Hu Dexing, Sun Su, and Meng Fansheng, set off again for Dongyi County. Why work so hard? Is your living expense not enough? Saying this, he picked up his phone and transferred money to her account. Unlike the previous silent sobbing, this time it was a heart-wrenching wail, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances of her past and present. At the front desk, the staff, beauticians, manager, and waiters did not require Zhang Qian's worry, as everything would be ready when the business opened. I can't get married. What can I do? Do you think I don't want to listen to him? Do you think I want to anger him on purpose? I'm really scared of marriage. Lu Baihuan sat down in frustration. When Su Fan was first taken back, he really couldn't speak. Under the care and guidance of Su's mother, a smile gradually appeared on his face. Many years ago, Gu Cece knew that Chun Zhurun's embrace was solid and warm, but she pushed away that warm support with her own hands. It sounded like a call from an unknown number. I quietly breathed a sigh of relief, but then my heart tightened again. Could it be that something really happened to Lu Manchi? Su Xiao walked past her with large strides, her expression so cold. But at the moment she stepped onto the stairs, she lost all her strength, a wave of deep fatigue sweeping over her. After all these matters came to a close, Lu Huntao also began to organize his troops and stockpile supplies. Wu Hao was taken aback by his words. He hadn't realized that this usually clever person would actually be so loyal. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "Then do as you please." After saying that, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Chapter 203. Crossing over the stabilizing array was a divine realm that had approached the level of a divine star in ancient times, and it was destroyed for unknown reasons. Before its destruction, it was established to resist disasters. Its purpose was to help powerful divine kings gather strength to stabilize space or launch attacks. Now, the 7 supreme divine kings were going to activate the stabilizing array's power, which they had never used before, to break through the time and space blockade and help Dai Yuhao cross through time and space. The Qin Emperor either not only wanted to block the legendary longevity ship, but also wanted to see the dream team of shipmasters that had not been formed for many years. When he arrived in town and asked around, he found that a horse-drawn carriage would cost nearly 1,000 taels, which he couldn't accept. 1,000 taels was enough to buy a lot of supplies. They would continue to work, buy groceries, go shopping, drink, and chat, just like every ordinary day they had spent before. There were no signs or warnings for the upcoming events, and even so, regardless of whether people were prepared for it, tomorrow would still come. I will help you look for it. Trust me. Li San was afraid to speak the truth, afraid of Yu Hong's impulsiveness, and also afraid that she wouldn't be able to accept the reality, so he could only comfort her like this for the time being, waiting until the truth was revealed to tell her. It was not yet confirmed that the deceased was her brother. Madame Wang followed Lan Jingyan, staring blankly at the boy in front of her. How could he so naturally think of himself as the master, being able to destroy a mid-level puppet with one blow? The demon gladiator evidently already possessed the strength of a mid-level powerhouse. Since Junai and Lia's fought every morning, Bai Yu's house was transformed into an extravagant mansion by someone sent by Lia's father, making Bai Yu feel like a loser, turning into a rich man. At this moment, a prince more terrifying than any ghost or monster was attending court when he suddenly sneezed, attracting a number of strange looks from the ministers. The figure said with a serious expression, "That young man just now, although he didn't wield a sword or knife, the intent of the blade and sword on him was overwhelmingly strong, making even a skilled practitioner like me feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. Why can't we meet?" Qing Shui's words directly struck down Lu Yi's enthusiasm. Before they got together, there were several boyfriends who acted in romantic scenes with her, even if they were murderers. Wang Taika wouldn't care, because that was in the past, and he hadn't participated, so he had no right to interfere. On Toba Tao's side, He was discussing with Xiao Ran how to attack the city while minimizing losses and maximizing the preservation of Luoyang city walls and the houses within the city. However, the first thing that came to Xueqiu's mind was, if Wang Taika got married in the future, would he still be able to do this? Following Wang Taika, it felt like worship and like being a disciple, viewing the world from a completely different perspective, no longer being a muddled idol, but being his true self. Would it still be like that? Moreover, some primordial demons with 2 tentacles were spraying deep purple liquid onto the rocky ground through their tentacles. Xiao Ran gently called out to Tuo Batao, and only then did Tuo Batao slowly lift his head. All the people under his command in Pingshang had gathered. By that time, those scattered primordial demons would be able to directly launch an attack on the defensive positions from the right side and the rear. Feng Yin felt helpless. This senior always liked to mess up his hairstyle, so he had to lower his head and obediently reach out. However, someone still leaked the news, which happened to fall into Xie Huaikong's hands. So after getting off the highway and just entering the city, when you forced the car behind to stop, Jiang Wan stared intently at Du Yuezhuan's lips. She had already decided that as long as Du Yuezhuan dared to say Wen Yu's name, she would dare to cover her mouth. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Jiao was its first host and had special significance to it, it would have agreed to that humiliating pact. Chapter 204, The Past of iLeaks. Since then, I became a light magic mage. My cultivation speed shocked all the teachers. By the time I was 11, I had become a 4th-tier great mage. At 13, a magic scholar. And by the age of 15, I became the youngest 6th-tier great magic scholar on the entire continent. My father said I already had the ability to shock the world. So he personally took me to participate in the genius battle hosted by the glorious Holy See among the 3 major empires of the continent at that time. Works created by 2 or more collaborators share copyright among the collaborating authors. Those who did not participate in the creation cannot become co-authors. Collaborative works can be used separately, and authors can individually own the copyright to their respective contributions. But exercising copyright must not infringe upon the overall copyright of the collaborative work. Tu Shanling was not entirely sure if she had offended Liang Lu, so she could not completely rule out Liang Lu's suspicion. For some reason, when he touched that page of the torn scroll again, he suddenly felt a sense of blood connection. For a moment, Jing Chun could not be certain if his feeling was real or just his illusion. Without the skeletal mage, relying solely on him and a DUI, even if they worked to exhaustion, the deprivation points they could get in a day would not exceed 10. It was unclear whether Ningguchen was intentional or unintentional. But this broken leg happened to hit him right in the groin with a bang, and he flew up, hanging upside down on a tree branch over 10 meters high. On May 28th, at the Chen hour, Lu Shandao set out on time, advancing towards the southern foot of Tianshan. Chu Xinke led scouts ahead to probe enemy conditions, while 5 cavalry regiments cleared the way, and the team continued without end. The sounds of footsteps, the clatter of hooves, and the braying of donkeys intertwined, playing the most beautiful melody. Although the black fox had been with the white owl for over 10 years, every time he heard such blunt and ruthless methods, he couldn't help but gasp. Her task was to attract enough elite-level skeletons at all times to replenish Zhou Liang's losses. He was afraid of being interrogated by Tong Yujing with all sorts of tortures, so he chose to distract attention by beating Tu Shanling. It was only when he stole the family token and entered the Beastmaster sect that he gradually realized that Su Qian was already his wife, and he felt exceptionally guilty, yet he didn't think too much at the time. Lu Ya and the others grew more and more anxious as they listened. Although they didn't know what would happen, their instincts told them it was very dangerous. The multicolored snow did not disappear after reaching the top, but instead drilled into the water pools at the tops of each black giant tower. Earlier at the Hell Shop, Qinsong looked at a memory ball that he was particularly concerned about. Hong Yintian walked over and sat down in front of Yu, picking up the fur that seemed to have been carelessly left by previous visitors. The ticking of the second hand of the clock in the living room was clear, and the golden pendulum swayed slowly. The atmosphere in the living room felt very tense. Bao Ya, Wan Miao, and Zhang Lei sat quietly on the rattan chairs, all gazing at the phone that Bao Ya had placed on a coffee table. Meanwhile, those people on the street, hearing Qi Yu shout, all knelt on the ground, calling out "Long live our emperor." The reason for not launching a night attack was that the person in charge behind these assassins knew that there were cultivators guarding inside, and a night attack would have no effect at all. By then, even if his physical body was destroyed, he would have to fall into reincarnation, achieving true immortality. Ouyang Yin, you are still speaking eloquently at the brink of death. You truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The vice commander pointed at Ouyang Yin. His voice like thunder, and a smug look appeared on his face. A strong smell of blood was coming from behind the rocks, and a black shadow lay among the rubble. There was no sight of Wan Miao and Qiao nearby. Just now, she was so eager to shoot that she didn't see Wan Miao's figure leap out. Chapter 205, Judgment of Tang San. Huo did not answer Eilik's question, but said, Teacher, you know my past story, which is also my first life. I existed here since the beginning of the void, and when the void shattered. I was born in the chaos. In the past, I pursued deeper levels, and my master was also my master in my first life. I have a calamity in my fate, which is a death calamity that cannot be avoided. She also sought a ray of life for me when the void shattered. I did not die. The imperial seal represents the token of a nation. Obtaining the imperial seal means obtaining that nation. My father's requirement was to obtain the later Tang, so as long as he got the imperial seal, his task would be considered complete. My father did not specifically demand that he kill Jin Ling, so he only needed Jin Ling to hand over the imperial seal. The huge shockwave released with Ouyang Linglong's domain was instantly compressed and disappeared, and then the domain vanished. The wind began to blow again, and the people around could move once more. No problem, no problem. Xiao Feng didn't care about money, but Long Yinhuan needed it. Taking from home was not a solution. Income from outside was still necessary. We will do our utmost to help you complete this mission, but you must keep your word, Schweiger said lazily. Wei Yang sensed that he seemed to want to say something, but for some reason, he stopped. Seeing his pained expression, Wei Yang couldn't help but ask. She had never seen him look so troubled, not even when they experienced life and death together back then. The next morning, everyone gathered at Yunfeng Tea House waiting for the general's adjutant, but Li Haolong and his group waited all day without seeing the adjutant or receiving a call. Although she had only met Jun Wuyin twice, both encounters left a deep impression on her, and seeing Wei Yang here after a few days sparked her curiosity. The Poison Cloud King and Blood Sea Tang. Each one was a battle-hardened warrior. Therefore, the road ahead for Yu Mei is still long. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao exchanged a few words with a young man from Jiutian before flying towards a place that had always attracted him. The sound from the void was also coming from there. What could it be? Zhang Tao was also looking forward to it. Indeed, the snowflakes that landed on Fan Ji surprised him for only a second before he easily shook them off, while those that landed on the sword completely sealed its movement. Dr. Bien had made up his mind to charge double the medical fees this time, as this was his usual style when dealing with repeat customers. Zhao Zilong smiled and said, although he didn't understand what old Master Dong meant by his question, he knew there were some things that shouldn't be asked or said. No class. Where did you go? In Qingru widened her beautiful eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering lightly. After picking up the gun from the ground, Zhao Zilong briefly surveyed his surroundings and decisively pulled the trigger. Moments later, two faint rumbles of thunder echoed in the sky, and two long shadows descended from the clouds. What do you want? Have you considered the consequences of threatening me? The Rakshasa king said coldly. What's going on? I told you to leave them alive. Where did you take them? Lin Zhongxian rushed over, loudly questioning. But now that he thought about it, that strange feeling was as if Feng Yuchu really was sitting behind him, and during class, they could occasionally chat a bit. He West smiled. This girl thinks of herself as a special forces soldier. Since Mo. Xiuyao introduced herself this way, there's no need for further explanation. It's good that Lu Rue is fine. Otherwise, he would never feel at ease for the rest of his life. Collecting the sword intent from each sword would take at least 3 seconds. And there were countless swords here, certainly not fewer than 10,000. The entire Mo Bay knife house began to mock, and for a moment, the laughter echoed around, lingering like a nightmare around Yi Yun. Li Chun trembled as he took out the half-scroll of Golden Heart Method, holding it in his palms. His heart filled with unspoken words that made his eyes redden. LV Win's eyes widened, as if she realized something, wanting to step forward, but then hesitated. At that time, it won't be up to you. Fong felt that Jun Yanli was oversimplifying the matter. The onlooking demon cultivators were astonished by this scene, and the discussions erupted among them. Holding an eagle claw over the demon's head, he suddenly pulled it back, capturing the shadow on the ground beside the demon in his hand. Thus, the light wave mobilized the power of the Guang family, arranging for people to keep watch in advance, and he hurriedly ran over after receiving the intelligence. Just as Fan Liang was busy spending money, a large wave of online friends also rushed toward the leaderboard. Lin Jin was practicing his gun skills, swinging the spear in his hand with great vigor. He had come to enjoy this feeling. The host recounted Wang Zijuan's achievements in Hollywood for over 3 minutes before finally announcing the start of Wang Zijuan's star ceremony. As the auctioneer's voice began, Ouyang Haitian opened his mouth, but before the man could speak, Yin Qingru accurately stuffed a cake into Ouyang Haitian's mouth, preventing him from making a sound. And when this fantasy shattered, it was Huan Zhun choosing his own fate while also choosing China's fate. Luo Yunfei was taken aback, engrossed in listening to Yunfeng Daoist boast, forgetting that he hadn't retracted his spiritual transmission technique, and everything he just thought was clearly heard by Yifeng. The 28th Division from Inko and Shenyang had already assembled and moved eastward. Their mission was simple: to hold the position for as long as possible before the follow-up troops landed. Each unit maximized its reserve personnel. To refine the corpse of a demon beast into a demon core, no additional materials were needed. Just controlling the heat more fiercely would suffice to condense the beast's bones into a demon core in no time. Yunge, Diu. Start recording that line, parting farewell to this city. From there, Zhang Aijia said, taking off her headphones. Big uncle, San Lang is on a diet every day. San Lang quickly replied after hearing Shiming's words. Although this team wasn't a major power in Tianmen City, they held some authority within the city. Importantly, their strength was considerable. But they rarely acted, maintaining a neutral stance in the city. Although Yang Linlin didn't want Shun Ting to use her tone to chat with Ling Xiao, she wanted to present a more genuine self. Let's welcome a good show. Given the current situation, the Sun and Moon Empire was no longer something the Douluo Three Kingdoms could resist. Even the revered ancestor Tang San of the entire continent had been defeated. What could their three kingdom forces do against the Sun and Moon Empire? Moreover, the current Shrek powerhouses were barely 1 in 10. As with the departure of the Divine Path, some Shrek Academy powerhouses would also defect one after another. There are still some Shrek powerhouses now, but they're just barely surviving. What is this? Do you still have money now? If you don't pay back 30,000 first, future interest will double. Feng Wei said coldly. The King of Hell shouted, and the prepared hay by Wu Chang immediately rushed up. At the same time, I saw 2 shadows jump out from another direction. It was the ox head and horse face. Yan Hao was taken away by the police like a real dead dog. What awaited him should be a lifetime in prison. Qin Fan and Fu Yunfei exchanged glances, both revealing a shared thought. Could another good show be about to start? This is undoubtedly very much in line with the mindset of a conspirator. Anyone with a bit of intelligence can understand her influence. The Grand Master feels gratified in his heart. After going through so much, if Ning Zian can set aside past grievances, it means he has accepted this identity. Watching Yishuan slightly reddened eyes, Xiao Yuheng couldn't help but gently lean closer and reverently kiss her left eye like a dragonfly touching water. At dinner that evening, he decisively did not invite Liang Hongyan. After dinner, I did not return to the rented apartment because I had military training early the next morning. It was better to stay in the dormitory. After saying this, I strode into the factory area, a chilling aura penetrating to the bone, making me shiver involuntarily. Therefore, someone must immediately guide part of their forces, and it must be as much of the opponent's military strength as possible, in order to buy time for the Chow family soldiers in Fufeng City to break through from the East City Gate. Upon hearing the conversation of the Japanese team, the 3 members of the British team remained silent and did not speak. Lily and I knew that this trip was definitely heading to the headquarters of Local. Among the more than 1,000 survivors, there are more than 30 teachers. Most of the others are students from the physical education department, who usually have the most training time and the strongest bodies, making it hardest for the zombie virus of the apocalypse to survive in them. The demon suppression grand array emitted destructive beams of light, targeting the surrounding demon race, aiming at the flame demon, and struck fiercely. Li Huachuan sent Cheng Xiaodian and the others out of the building, watching them drive away. Just as he was about to return, he thought for a moment, turned around, and exited the hospital, going to the supermarket across the street to buy 3 bottles of purified water and a large piece of bread before returning to the hospital. Ling Tian smiled. Although he had temporarily gone bankrupt this time, he was extremely happy to have obtained the seed of the Dao tree, a divine tree. Win Sect Master. There is no time to waste. We can express our gratitude later. The most urgent task now is to bottle the pills we've refined and distribute them, Yi Xiu said, stopping Feng Wuhan, who wanted to express his thanks. Upon hearing his words, the subordinates began to tally the casualties, but during the counting, something strange happened. Why aren't you leaving yet? Following the charm snake might give you a chance to survive. Yin Hao seemed to have just noticed the cold Tian Jiao beside him. Watching the zombies approaching silently, the scarred monkey was no longer afraid. He knew his moment to shine was coming, and at this time, it truly felt miraculous. There was no way to make any changes now. The scarred monkey could only proceed according to the original plan. It felt as if he had the armor to resist the entire world and wings to soar across the sky. I felt more powerful than ever, willing to go against the entire heavens without fear. Beast Tang-san, hello, who are you? What is my third trial? Huo Yuhao asked calmly. Your name is Huo Yuhao? A calm and pleasant male voice came from the other side. His voice was somewhat ethereal, but sounded very gentle. Yes, Huo Yuhao replied succinctly. Do you want to know who I am and what the topic of the third trial of the Heartfelt Adventure Assessment is? The calm and pleasant voice seemed to add something. An old man refining pills was pressed to the ground by a scorpion, his limbs broken, waist snapped, and blood gushing from his mouth. Wanting to move forward, his steps suddenly faltered, and the wind ceased. This was probably the mood of Feng Chun. My grandfather's father died at 73. My grandfather often got drunk and would say he could only live to 73. After the three-legged toad took in something, it started to retreat in 2 or 3 steps, but unfortunately, the rope was still tightly tied to the corpse, making it look like a fish that had swallowed the hook. Even Wang Laosher, who was sitting against the wall, thought that Yun Fei's condition had changed and became somewhat anxious. The price of a 3-star bronze card fluctuates between 100,000 to 1 million, with production costs usually around 50,000 federal coins. They consumed quite a bit of materials during the competition to create the cards, which is why so many people actively participate every year, even though they know they won't win a prize. Zhang Ping was quite quick-witted after hearing Yun Fei. Without a word, he ran over to bring Hong Yun, and sure enough, he lined up Hong Yun and the other 7 old and young people, neatly except for Hong Yun's back, which was still at a 90-degree angle and couldn't be straightened. Immediately, many people revealed expressions of anticipation, eager for the two to battle it out for 800 rounds. This is a vast grassland, where everything is a sea of green, with grass reaching several feet high, its roots looking strong and powerful, dripping with freshness. What? The elusive godly walker is not dead yet, and has sent fierce Luo to hunt down Bu Jingyun and others? But since the godly walker has awakened, why doesn't he come in person? After seeing the fax sent from the Zaporizhzhia Progress Machinery Manufacturing Bureau, Lin Hongfei felt very disappointed. However, even so, Zhang Liao's personal guards suffered heavy losses in this battle. Meanwhile, our Guan heir Yi has almost lost his entire army, just as Lin Feng frowned, pondering how to upgrade the magical artifact or how to advance himself. A sudden call echoed in his mind. Manchong never expected that while he was surprised that the enemy truly had the courage to scheme against the Chao army, a shooting star swept across the dark night. Various objects fell onto the bridge surface not far from Manchong. He hurriedly apologized to Lin Tiansheng and Mr. Zhua, then answered the phone on the side. The order for a full-scale war from the Turks was quickly discovered by Chun Jun's scouts, with warhorses galloping and countless carrier pigeons flying back and forth. With the 21st day of the month approaching, Shaoan finally grasped the true intentions of old Shui. Chun Shuili was already a well-known teacher at Yin University, and because of her beauty, the principal naturally knew her. Furthermore, as Chun Shuili was Wang Qin's homeroom teacher, probably no teacher was unfamiliar with her. After those few lessons, he naturally dared not underestimate Yang any longer. Now, the Huainan army in Suzhou has nearly 100,000 troops, so he must send at least 70,000 or 80,000 to ensure safety. Su Aristides had a sullen face, with 17,000 cavalry, 20,000 charioteers, and 25,000 infantry by his side. This was all the force he could mobilize. His opponents, most of whom wore black armor, had more than 10,000 cavalry. As the general said, the sounds of battle were indeed receding, which meant the cavalry had broken through the enemy's defenses and was advancing deep into enemy territory. Tang San's great righteousness. The scene in the sky switched, and the entanglement between Huo Yuhao and Orange continued. Just as Orange was about to speak of Huo Yuhao's descendants, a barely noticeable smile flashed across Tang San's face in the divine realm, looking quite pleased, clearly indicating that everything was under his control. Huo Yuhao, you can't do this. Yunhan is your son. Before Orange's shout could finish, the space within 100 meters collapsed instantly. Huo Zhuao, Dan Wu Deng, and Duke Baihu Dai Hao were all filled with astonishment. Yuer had already arranged for someone to find the shopkeeper. Once he was found, Yuer would have a way to make him speak the truth. Yuer lowered her head and said, the moment he finished speaking, I suddenly recalled that this was the ordinary soldier who had always seemed a bit foolish yet was exceptionally loyal, following Chun Ming around. Moreover, he felt that the atmosphere today was very strange, as if there was some conspiracy, but he just couldn't see through it. What exactly was the conspiracy? The child is becoming less and less like his father, showing no promise at all. Why does everyone follow me? Do you know how to ignite the soul fire and break through the first and second levels of the soul? Mo Luo suddenly said. Chen Donghui did not ask Shui Jinghao why he didn't stay in North Korea to be a master in the royal court, but instead chose to escape to China and live this bottom-tier life without a household registration. It must be Shui Jinghao's unspeakable difficulty. Shifting his body slightly and leaning his head closer to him, I wrapped my arm around his waist and closed my eyes, contentedly starting to sleep. Su Qingyin's reputation as a scoundrel was not undeserved. Nanshan could consider him a friend, but he was not willing to let him be his brother-in-law. Otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly asked Iran to keep her distance from him. The next day, Buchan came to visit Iwan and also brought news that Gula Changping had been taken away by Dong Xue. It just occurred to me that the standoff scene in the shelter is clearly a struggle for dominance in the Wuhan shelter between Team C's Lok Tian and Xinming over some people and the newcomers. The last one to come in was Lin Xiao, who had just been rescued by Lin Yin. At this moment, his face was pale, and he was gasping for breath. One can imagine how he had endured countless hardships to arrive here with one arm severed. In the hazy light, if it weren't for Su Yi having the Hoyuan supreme skill protecting him, he would have been led away by this strange energy long ago. The challenges within the Jilin Tower are so powerful, so one can imagine that the Jilin Tower must be a very powerful treasure, at least a strong spiritual weapon, right? However, what Zheng did not expect was that before he could wait for Lin Tianqing to clear his throat, he saw his father Zheng Yaoan, whose expression was twisted with terror, rush into the ward like a gust of wind. As he walked inside, there was a door to hide behind, and Uncle Zhong, who had already called the police, said while covering his arm that there was no time to pick up the phone on the ground. The Millennium Iceling Hua is a rare flower that can only grow in extremely special environments, and its blooming period lasts only half a day. For Yuan Haichan and the others to encounter a blooming Millennium Iceling Hua is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In an instant, Gao Fei's strength was restored. In just a few seconds, he transformed back from a peak postnatal warrior to a high-level realm king. It's insane, absolutely insane. These people all deserve to die. How's it being handled up there? Fang Jun said angrily. Yin Lingfeng was overjoyed, as there was a 90% chance of obtaining that supreme benefit, which meant victory was already in hand. This is the core gameplay that runs through the Monopoly game series, and almost everyone present can articulate this point. She will seamlessly and gently reclaim his anger, teach him to discern good from evil, transform hatred and resentment, suppress anger and blame, and foster good relationships, allowing him, who was on the verge of serious illness, to heal his mental scars and become a somewhat bad, but not entirely bad, young man. I believe you, Tubi said calmly. Originally, she was very worried about being discovered by Liderson, because based on her understanding of Liderson, he might really dismantle them. In the world of Douluo, there are countless evils, and the Tang family accounts for half. The scene shifts to the divine realm. Next to a small lake, there's a quiet wooden house, where soft sunlight filters through the mottled leaves and spills onto the roof of the wooden house. Inside the house, besides Huo Yuhao, there are Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai stands tall, with a proud expression and a hint of pride in his eyes, exclaiming, "As expected of my bloodline inheritance, it can actually become a first-level deity." Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao's face was filled with shock, and his voice trembled unconsciously. "It's done. All the elders unanimously agreed to form an alliance. But there is one condition," Tai Chong said with a smile. Buyu slowly walked into the purple light, which immediately enveloped her. She and the Arhut slowly ascended, and Buyu's hand rested on the light shield, greedily taking one last look until she saw that familiar flash of white clothing running. At the moment when she felt the fiery warmth of Qin Tian, Luo Bing also felt her heart tremble slightly for a moment. After receiving the phone call, Hanyu was also puzzled. They returned alive from this dangerous forest, and under unknown circumstances, it must have been man-made. What kind of expert did this? And why did they do it? What was that letter about? This series of events seemed very complicated. If it weren't for your consent, you were just holding the box. And now you want to arrest me? Isn't that slandering a good person? If I'm caught, you won't escape either, at that time. I will firmly say that you made me do this. Xiao Chan said with a wicked smile, not caring at all about the other party's anger. In other words, our outing this time is not just an ordinary family trip. It can also be considered a journey of enlightenment. After all, I am a practitioner of the anti-Sky faction. and gaining insight is more effective for improving cultivation than just desperately practicing. CXIN did not intend to hide it and answered directly. The talented scholar looked at the old lady's face and smiled. He also shook his head with a smile, not answering. He thought to himself, I won't tell you. The story contained here is about you and me. We lost a few people, and this matter can only wait for Ball Brother to return for further discussion. Let's clean this place up first. The old ghost sighed, feeling helpless when encountering such a formidable person. Here, we may only exist under the dominion of the heavenly path for a lifetime. But if we go to another plane, especially a primordial plane without enemies, we may have the opportunity to reach the position of the heavenly path. Gui, how are you? Covered in blood. Although it looked tragic, it was actually nothing serious. Yu hurried to her sister's side and asked with concern, who is the demon ancestor? This is an ethereal figure, understood as the ancestor of all demon ancestors. His statement can be interpreted as God save me. The demon ancestor is similar to the god of the human world relative to the Mo Shui people. Next, Xiao Fan continuously slashed out dozens of swords. Each strike was made with all his strength, causing Chun Huo Yuhao to spit blood and retreat repeatedly. The soldiers receiving the command for full deployment were still leaving the camp one after another. But they all turned back in unison to look at the source of the explosion. After all, it was an Imperial envoy ship. The main hall could be used for official business, so being a bit luxurious was not a problem. Daiyu only glanced at it twice and let it go, walking inside, lifting a curtain on the left, and stepping in. It should be noted that Feng Shaojun is the young master of the true martial sect. A powerful, innate martial arts master, and it is very rare for anyone to force Feng Shaojun to exert his full strength. However, at this moment, when Zihuan looked at a young man, his brows couldn't help but twitch, because the young man before him was so familiar to him that even Qing Luo felt surprised when looking at the young man. With his forehead slightly raised, his entire right hand connected to his shoulder and then to his spine, pulling back and tensing up like a divine arrow resting on a bow. After briefly understanding Tang Yu's family background, the young men were also eager to know Tang Yu's true strength. In the next moment, the Monkey King didn't have time to explain in detail to Tang Ming. With a golden hoop rod in hand, he flipped it in midair and struck the shackles. This Lord Yi is merely a side branch of a Yi family from GYD Prefecture, and he is only donated to become a monitor student. His family does not have much power. They only possess 4,000 acres of farmland outside Suizhou City and, relying on their connections, have a good relationship with the Suizhou government, allowing them to pay slightly less in taxes. Moreover, the daily work and the pressure from the family have accumulated far too much. Even with Ouyang Xian's talent in business and strong interpersonal skills, she would still feel exhausted. She is not a robot. The only normal situation in the middle was when they took Yun through the central passage. Once inside, it was empty, with nothing at all, and the surroundings were interconnected, leading to unknown destinations. The appearance of the task completion prompt signifies that everything in the Tianjin sect has been decided, and there will be no further changes for these people. Now, with the donations from these wealthy merchants and gentry, there are surplus funds after the repairs to the dam in Shuzhen, which can be used to help these disaster victims. As the saying goes, those who farm have their fields, and those who dwell have their homes, and Sue was rambling on about a lot of things. Fishermen in coastal areas tend to be superstitious. Old Man Lin believed he had done something wrong and offended the sea god, so he hurriedly ordered a few of his sons to go back to the cabin to bring out the offerings and prepare to worship the sea god. This result not only put pressure on the former leader Feng Shuo, but even Xiao Yifan himself was baffled. It was as if these people had traveled through time, completely forgetting what they had done over the past few years. Feng Huan and Zhou Tong had traveled all day, so they decided to rest at their temporary accommodation in Changel Palace. Upon arrival, they found the place still vacant, so they registered and moved in. At that moment, a thin red string on Celia's ankle glimmered with an incredibly dazzling light, even surpassing the beams of light concentrated by numerous warships. A seemingly thin, light curtain enveloped Celia, separating the beams of light from outside. The judgment had a break, and I felt like giving you a beating. After watching this video, the people outside continued to curse Tang, San's son, endlessly. This god king is simply too much. How could he mistreat such a good son-in-law like Huo Yuhao? Forcing him into such a desperate situation, he really shows no mercy. As the saying goes, if the soldiers are cowardly, the generals will be cowardly as well. The Harpoon God King and his so-called brothers are nothing but the same kind, not a single good one among them. If Yu Shaojiang were to know from the underworld that time flies, he would see that the equation has developed its psychokinesis to a profound level. Within 210 meters and 21 tons, heavy objects are under the equation's control, but once it exceeds this limit, it becomes quite difficult to control. If it surpasses this value by a lot, the equation would basically be powerless. After explaining this matter, Zhao Wujia instructed Sham to immediately arrange for the suspension of the pass, organize the office location and accommodation to avoid inconvenience in and out. And as for the work permits for the three of them, they needed to be made at the General Staff Headquarters, which Lei Tingxiao also arranged promptly. The sound of the horn was melodious and loud, spreading throughout Weiyang Palace, and even the common people of Luoyang could faintly hear it. It was like a city full of ghosts, all coming to pay their respects to Ping Qing, Ping Jian, or to admire their remains. The scapegoats, none of whom survived, engaged in such a suicidal act, which was extremely rare, compared to the reasons for the scapegoats' actions. The residents were more curious about what kind of cruel punishment the scapegoats would face. In the last heavenly human competition, the 6th-ranked super genius, Jean Bupo, was the first to step into the gate of the 10-story demon tower. At this moment, the chief executioner did not want to cause any more trouble. So he waved his hand to signal the two soldiers to remove the clothing of the wife of the South King to carry out the execution. Moreover, with Edward's punch, the strong advantage created by the 4 divine guards and the frost giant dragon was curtailed, and the situation changed once again. With the strength of having 10 epochs of cultivation, possessing the forbidden qualifications of the celestial court, given time, there is potential to forge a celestial court. Yes, 3 days. I only have 3 days. If you do not make the right decision after 3 days, the peacekeeping forces will withdraw from Mian country. And I will also pack up and go home, and I will not be able to help you, my old friend. Doug smiled proudly, like a lone fox that had eaten a hen. Behind her, the ancient Pai Xiao, which came from the same plane as the chaotic magic dog, nervously followed her out. Lin Yun's gaze was cold. He had just saved the experts from the Dao sect and the demon sect, only to find that the demon sect was about to turn against him, and the Dao sect members showed no intention to stop them. Of course, I followed you. With these 4, I'm already very gratified. Not in vain for so many years of spending so much money, the old patriarch said. Even Jill had to admit that she was a bit envious of this golden card. But the continuous sense of danger feedback from the heart of water element made Jill decisively give up this thought. 1 hour, 2 hours. These tiger demons did not contact each other. The distance between more than a dozen tiger demons was quite far, about 2 or 3 miles. Clearly, these tiger demons were also afraid of being detected by the Fox clan. Fortunately, they were all powerful high-level mages, taking turns to attack, which allowed them to defeat the enemy and continuously advance deeper. Chang Haixing also understood the thoughts of these 2 people, so he did not let them negotiate together. What to do then? Should we just let him be the island master? That would make our plan somewhat unpalatable for the young cultivators. As the saying goes, a person's mouth is short, and a person's hand is soft. Guisun and Liu Bing received so many benefits from Li Feibai. How could they not speak in his favor? Impossible. They must still be hiding here. If they really escaped, they would not leave any traces of breath. Butler A. Fu said firmly, Ruyu, long time no see. Zhang Mingxin finally called out to Ji Ruyu first, and after a brief surprise and examination, her expression turned into a smile. How can my own wife help outsiders deal with me? The god of destruction's expression was cold. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking arc, and he slowly spoke. Help you? Tang San, you probably haven't recognized reality yet. We 4 are not here to be your saviors. We are simply here to see you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for sowing the seeds of evil. And do not blame others. Tang San, speaking of which, there is one thing you did that is quite unforgettable. The light curtain began to ripple again. And this time, it was the sins of the divine realm that began. First, it should be known that Du Yuan had participated in the death competition twice, which had a very high mortality rate. This father and son are truly monsters. However, because of this, they possess such powerful strength. Lan Mei shyly smiled, but then turned to see Dong Shui standing behind her, smiling mockingly, and her expression darkened as she walked past her. It was indeed the powerful team encountered during the monster siege of Radiant City. Unexpectedly, they also came to Tianlong City and even made it to the top 32. Oh dear, stop crying. Who told you to get along with them back then? Wang Xia said irritably, just as Lori was about to tease her new pet. She suddenly turned to look in a certain direction. Not far away, Chu Yun, who had been posing in a melancholic way, was also lost in thought. A sudden voice burst forth from behind these plant fairies, startling them into a tremor, and they reflexively turned to attack. However, upon seeing that the speaker was the human who had caused their entanglement, They immediately retracted their attacks, but the instinctive reaction still couldn't be held back. Yuan Mingkai genuinely felt the importance of De Wu Hui. Without De Wu Hui's anti-demon formation, he truly had no confidence in letting the cultivators of the Eastern Wasteland stay here. The experience gained prompts in the battle information kept rolling, and Optimus Prime swung the giant axe in his hand, grinning widely. If the income here is not good, I'll ask my older brother later if he has better wine to brew some more, learning from Fania's branding strategy with Xian Taibai to attract some popularity, so that we can also ensure a worry-free life here. I think your triangular strategy suits me very well. Can we continue to fight on Thursday? Yin Mufeng asked again, regarding the reaction in her body just now. Jella remembered it vividly. She didn't believe that Dari would let her leave so easily. However, since they were all borrowed from Lin Mu had to keep an eye on them, at least to familiarize old Lu with these people under his nose. And it would be best to get them to cooperate, so that when the manpower was complete and filming began, there wouldn't be any problems. Zest, who had been observing the situation from the watchtower, made a gesture to wall below when he saw the half-body. Lin Mu returned to the hotel. And as soon as he entered, Hoyuan immediately came to greet him, knowing that Lin Mu had gone to discuss the film. After dinner, we were sent out, under the guise of mutual understanding talks. My mother insisted that I at least go through the motions and not embarrass anyone. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragon Soul members were all physical monsters, they might have found it difficult to move an inch in the jungle. When I woke up the next morning, the soreness in my neck stimulated my hazy consciousness, lifting my head heavy as a lead block. I realized I had fallen asleep at the table like this. Fei Shui nodded, signaling Qin Su to carry the monster. After Zhou Jian and the others left, Qin Su and Yu Li had clearly become the strongest among the crowd, so the responsibility of taking care of the monster naturally fell on him. Minus, Knable, how did you get here? Hagrid asked in surprise. Dari and Silly curiously looked at these two prominent figures from the Lucarlos Academy. On the road, Ho patiently introduced various self-survival knowledge in the mountains to Xiaoyao. This is wild mushroom, rich in juice, best for soup. This is beautiful celery. Just stir-fry it a little, it's extremely crunchy. This is the red fruit. The two chatted and had already gathered a large bundle of food. The originals in great array. External world. The god of destruction looked at the goddess of life and said, "Little green," although it hasn't happened yet. But Huo also said that this will happen in the future. However, I still can't believe that the partner who has accompanied me for so many years would actually help outsiders deal with me. But the fact is, it is so, leaving him no choice but to believe it. The goddess of life's face turned pale, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Destruction, aye." Especially those who were already vaguely influenced by this suggestion opened the comments and saw that the top popular comments were all mentioning Ruaning and the topic of being kept. The ghostly artifact bound the monster's flesh, tightening more and more, causing the monster to writhe in pain on the ground, crawling back to the stairs from the second-floor stairway. The man in the leather hat leading the way was the village chief. He said this was Chasu village, with a total of 18 households. "Is this the reason you bit me in your dream last night?" Ji Bailey lowered her head and began to nibble on her ear. In other words, the video Ruaning has in her hand is a trump card that can stir up a storm of bloodshed. Ray sighed, but also felt relieved. If it really is as he thought, not targeting himself is the best outcome. Otherwise, if a minister of magic comes down hard, it would be too much to bear. Zhao Gao's expression changed drastically, and the 6 sword servants rushed in to protect him almost instantly. However, before they could react, they were directly swept away by the dragon's aura. Besides the 4 of them, there were quite a few players who had already reached level 40, so having a master was not particularly surprising. The arrows formed from the sinister aura let out a piercing scream, as if countless evil spirits were condensed within them, opening their menacing jaws to reveal bloody fangs as they lunged at Fan Yen. After killing Creedon, Li Qing crouched on the ground, straining to peek under the iron net, while several players beside him looked on in confusion, unsure of what he was doing and too afraid to ask. Ji Junyue stood on the command platform, smiling at everyone, but the faintly wicked smile appeared no different from that of a demon in the eyes of the crowd. After the incident, Dozhan ordered the entire village to be burned down and sent someone to Stone City to clearly inform the local authorities about the events in Xiaomi Village. I had a dark expression. Did I have to activate my? I shook my head, placed my hand on my chin, and began to think that there must be other ways. The top-notch lightness skill master of the demon sect, Mo Su, was unknowingly angered one day, and after capturing Mo Su alive, he was subjected to the death by 1,000 cuts and then thrown to the Central Plains. forced to kneel in front of the former leader of the martial arts alliance, begging for death. When the nine-tailed fox woke up from the bedside, feeling sore and achy, he suspected that he had been kicked by that fox with a bad sleeping posture last night, wondering if he was being deliberately retaliated against. The forest was chaotic, filled with tangled vines and many needle-like plants. As he rushed through, his face and body were marked with numerous bloody scratches. I suddenly understood that in this world, dying is the simplest thing, while living is the difficult part. Wanting to live and become strong is the hardest. To create a god naturally requires a step-by-step approach. If Ningbu already possessed divine power at this moment, it would be false. It is important to know that in this savage tribe, the main force is essentially equivalent to royal power. Of course, they have no so-called great king, only a clan leader. It's not that she didn't want to use a ride-hailing service. It was her broken phone that was damaged by that bastard Ninetails, for which Ninetails paid the price of being touched all over. On the evening of the 14th, Wang Longzhong sent a messenger to notify the military council, and Wang Jinyu, as usual, brought Ma Shiqing along. This is a member of Snow Dance. At this moment, everyone's face is filled with determination, as if they are ready to fight to the last moment. After the curtain falls and the divine punishment formation, Tang Sen ultimately escapes with the help of Tang Wulin. The showdown with the god of destruction begins, determining the victor between the god of destruction and the sea god. The god of destruction raises the staff of destruction, his cold and sinister gaze locking onto Tang San and the other gods. In an instant, a purple light shoots into the sky, while the god of destruction and the 7 original sin gods release halos representing their divine status. The combined power of a supreme god and 8 first-level gods creates a terrifying momentum. When the dark-colored carriage entered, the guards immediately invited them in. At the same time, Huoyuan secretly blamed himself for not arriving earlier, which caused Su Meng to get hurt. Since it was in his own house and it was nighttime, Shen Wanyu had no poison or silver needles on her, and she felt a headache thinking about how to deal with the situation. By the way, 7th Empress, where have you been? We've been looking for you for a long time. Changlu continued to hold her hand, treating her like a very close sister. Look at my son. He's so happy just making a phone call. It seems that once a child grows up, they can't be kept. Mother Lan sat aside, holding a cup of floral tea, slowly savoring it, watching her precious son staring blankly at his phone, unable to help but tease him. I fell asleep at that time yesterday, Yinduo said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Inside the car, a handsome person was already seated. When the attendant pulled back the curtain for Long Shalon, he happened to meet Li Huai's clear and bright eyes. Bai Xiangyang sighed slightly. How could he not know if something was wrong? He just didn't want the kids to worry since they were present. Shen Wanyu got off the carriage and walked towards the gate of the Cold King's residence. The 2 guards at the gate had never seen Shen Wanyu, so when they saw her approaching, they quickly stepped forward to block her. Yin Dad and Yin Mom had been feeling down, and seeing the guests leave made them feel even worse. Moments later, the door opened, and a burly man with a full beard glared at him. Just as he was about to speak, Gao Jun suddenly struck. Chai Hua steadied himself, hesitated for a moment, picked up the microphone, and the big tank beside him also started to connect. Fong Ping's face changed several times, clearly struggling intensely. However, Yifeng was not in a hurry, smiling as he watched him, with more waves of fire surrounding Fong Ping, as if once he refused, Yifeng's attack would follow. The last word was filled with killing intent, and the disciples who wanted to approach retreated a few steps. In the family, the words of the Supreme Elder were not to be taken lightly, especially since this matter involved the family head. It was awakened by Yi Meng from the white magnolia flower on the main road, coming to cast an illusion to save KK's life. They could hardly believe that such words could come from those people's mouths. Remembering how those people had acted arrogantly before, and thinking of the unexpected encounters that their ancestors had with the alien races that came to Saturn, they did not believe these people were good, even if they claimed to be from their hometown. Qin Feng's expression gradually darkened. He did not expect these rabble to really dare to attack him. Gao Jun arrived at the hospital room, and as soon as he reached the door, he heard melodious music coming from inside, which was the theme song of Superman played on the guitar. Virtual God Realm? What is this place? Yu Meng's mind raced, wanting to know where it was. However, when Qin Feng arrived, Chun Jie gave him the best consultation room, which made the doctors who had worked in the clinic for many years feel a bit unbalanced. It wasn't that he was greedy for food, but he wanted to use Lin Jinnan's intelligence network in the Lan country to inquire about the situation in the Shin country. Jiang Hao smiled slightly at Lu Di behind him and said, "You will perform soon." Lu Di understood Jiang Hao's meaning and directly took out his weapon, the engraved bell, then strolled to one side of the arena. In the Abyss dimension, not long after the broadcast ended, a crisis also occurred. But in the Abyss dimension, it had already been destroyed. Both the Mother of Deep Red and the Lord of the Abyss were killed. The one who killed them was a person with 12 divine rings on their head. I don't know what to say to you. I just want to retire peacefully. Is that so difficult? The speaker was Bai Chun, who pointed at the Abyss dimension and the Deep Red dimension, destroying these two dimensions. After all, I just discovered that someone needed help, so I helped them, Claire said, folding her arms. Thus, everyone made way, and the waiter brought a brand new deck of cards, handing it to Ma Rongrong, turning his back to Li Yong and giving Ma Rongrong a wink. Not good, it's poison. A loud shout came, but it was too late. Sin Shi immediately turned and pulled Wen Sheng towards a cliff. However, the car that was blown up and was horizontally parked in the middle of the bridge happened to connect to the position of this compartment, thus creating an invincible defensive state. Long Mei Xin happened to be on the ground, blocked by the car, so the enemies over there could not strike her again. Accompanied by a series of rising explosions, two buddies screamed and lost consciousness, their bodies having no intact skin except for the soles of their feet. I clearly remember that before attending the banquet yesterday, and she had put the medicine and canned drinks in this bag, and it seemed there was also a medical kit, along with syringe-like medicine. Boom! A shocking momentum suddenly erupted from Lin Tian, far exceeding the power of the full cultivation realm, with countless sword energies condensing out, echoing through the heavens and the earth. In fact, who is Lu Rong? With a soft sigh. And he himself did not know why his hands felt so good just now, and that feeling was truly too real, so while slightly manipulating the mouse. Master, Lord Phantom saved many of our lives. He cannot be a traitor. Please reconsider. Most of the evil cultivators at the bodybuilding stage began to plead, all believing in Qi Yun. All right, Scott, if there's anything, let's talk outside. Professor Charles interrupted what laser I was about to say next. The heirs of the Day dynasty are thin, and the Empress Dowager cares most about the heirs, pushing Jingyi to marry just to ensure he has descendants soon. If Lan Qingqing is truly pregnant, then everything she did before would have been in vain. The saint's announcement was complete, and there were no other matters. The leaders of the three teachings left the Lingxiao treasure hall, each with an anxious expression, eager to return and convey this to their respective disciples. Thus, it can be said that what was suppressed under Longquan Cave at the beginning should have only been the physical body of the ancestor dragon. As for the soul, it was sealed away in 9 places. After reading it, Xing Tianyu slightly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that at least the activated blood should not cause one to lose their sanity. As for whether it will turn into a monster, that seems hard to say. Zhan Yi was suddenly knocked off balance, and as the cold light chased after her, she desperately urged her body to dodge. Slash! It nearly cut her skin, and her clothes ripped open with 2 slashes. Hee. Tej sinisterly walked towards Ing Tu's day. If Ing Tu were still alive, Tej would have a good time tormenting him. But if Ing Tu died directly, they would be too cheap for him. Some things about oneself shouldn't be delved too deeply. Otherwise, it would become more confusing the more one speaks. Zhu to stop this topic, but in Li He's view, it was his humility and low profile. This string of prayer beads is a treasure of the Sage of Guidance, which was used during the Fengshen War to revert the turtle spirit mother to her original form. In terms of power, it is not inferior to the 7 treasures mysterious tree. Xiao was actually just trying to break the awkward atmosphere, but unexpectedly received other news. This young mage in front of her is actually a mercenary? Lu Tong, aren't you going to check your quantitative score? The teacher's words interrupted Lu Tong's train of thought. As for the situation in the Abyss Plane, first, tell me what the situation is in the Abyss Plane you are in. Which Abyss Plane do you want to ask about? After a moment of thought, Huo Yuhao said, then let's talk about the plane you come from. The Abyssal Destruction Tiger honestly explained, the Abyss Plane I come from has 108 layers of the Abyss, with spatial passages connecting each layer. Each layer is governed by an emperor, whom the humans of the Douluo Plane refer to as the 108 Emperors of the Abyss. Tang Lulu also mentioned before that every year many top students apply to the affiliated high school of a normal university. And every student who has the courage to take the exam is exceptional. Don't worry, I will keep a close eye on them. Lan Lan excitedly held her gun and replied loudly. This beast is familiar to him. It is the Flame Lizard clan from the Kanglan Mountain Range. Most of them are fire attribute beasts, and with their ability to conceal their presence and blend into the environment, they are definitely formidable in ambushes. Besides fighting, there is no other way. Song Zheng's expression grew serious, and the energy fluctuations around him began to intensify, indicating that he was preparing for a full-scale battle. Why are you here pretending to be compassionate? Do you want to help us buy a big house? Meow's father asked, glaring. When they got home, the big yellow dog barked a few times, but when it caught the scent of Longzhu Mountain, it stopped barking, turned a few circles as if trying to catch a mosquito on its tail, and then returned to its doghouse. Chen Xinghai felt guilty towards Hongzhi. He had been running around for months dealing with various tasks and hadn't spent much time in the hospital. Today, he wanted to resign, but heard that the old man had gone abroad and would be back in a while. Fangmu also smiled and cupped his fists in farewell. The teleportation platform shook violently, and a hazy light enveloped the entire area. Under everyone's gaze, Yao Mukin's figure instantly disappeared into the air. Yao Mukin ignored the various discussions around him. Feeling bored, he reached for his storage bag and glanced inside. 30 shiny and smooth pills were stacked in 10 pill bottles inside. However, the 100-foot golden giant snake seemed to have been provoked by more than 10 warriors and lunged forward to devour them, with its massive body crazily shifting toward the warriors. 30 minutes later, Wang Yi returned, placing over 30 packages on the table, casually picking up a bucket, looking around, and walking towards the rabbit. Yun Su glanced at her sister, her fear growing more intense, eventually turning into inexplicable anger. According to Wu Tao's current prediction, with the publicity of his new film and this momentum, surpassing Ong Li's ranking is only a matter of time. The connections of the latter two are mostly not current officials, unlike Lin Rahai, who has many in-office officials among his peers. The five smiled, nodding at their surroundings, finding a place to rest. Their performance was over, and they just needed to wait for the concert to conclude. Zhou Sun opened the box to find a sword without a hilt inside. The blade shimmered with a cold light, and the sword's aura was restrained. With just one glance, Zhou Sun recognized it as indeed a genuine item. Li Ziqing just wanted to understand the prices of various jadeite and had no plans to buy, but he couldn't let anyone see that. Otherwise, they wouldn't pay attention to him. So, he kept inquiring about the prices of different jadeites while showing a strong desire to buy, only to ultimately decline with various excuses. It was like trying to catch a wolf with empty hands. Not needing to pay a high price to obtain such advantageous conditions and income made Lin Qihua feel somewhat incredulous. However, this rhetoric seemed a bit ostentatious. A biological engineering company cannot represent all of us, right? Peng Yin couldn't believe how generously Ziqing was, directly giving the big share to himself. One should know that any mine, as long as it can be confirmed, wouldn't lack collaborators or buyers. Once the news is out, all forces would flock to it. Bastard, a spy from Longdo. The leader who flew up shouted as he cleaved a huge rock in anger. Of course, if these Ghost Kings were just playing war games like Guan Gong fighting Qin Xiong, or Zhu Yuanzhang beating Nurisai, the Xiao family living in the human world wouldn't interfere much. Gao Shun set up a grand formation, personally leading the ambush troops to clear the way, alongside Lu Lingqi's guards on both sides of the thunderous chariot formation. Old man Hua, aren't you afraid of choking on your own greed? The old man with white hair said sarcastically. Upon seeing the burly man so fierce, the nearby soldiers instinctively spread out, fearing they would be turned into minced meat. Entering the hall, the various flying machines were dazzling, and Hua Ying's voice was filled with exclamations. It's Teacher Zhou, it must be. But why doesn't she recognize me? Why did she let the ghost hit me and lock me in such a strange place? Mango's black market boxing match wasn't very large, and the medical investment wasn't high. To maintain confidentiality, he preferred to pay a little more in compensation and medical assistance, rather than hire a professional medical team to be on standby. At this point, Mango's top lackey, Manager He, was clear about. It was just slightly inferior to Yi Qing Tian, but Yi Qing Tian was a perverse character, not to be judged by common sense. Lele, you are so nice, Gu Qingyan said happily. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she secretly glanced at Lin Chen's expression. Yang Ruoli listened and didn't want to refute or comment. In any case, her relationship with Song Mingyan had become a thing of the past, and whether Song Mingyan was genuine this time or not was irrelevant to her. So she casually responded a couple of times before hanging up the phone. These past few days have been tough for her, and she hasn't been lingering in front of Meng Yanxi. She feels a bit pathetic for missing him. However, it is this longing that enables her to endure the torturous training. The river is adorned with colorful, blooming spring flowers. As the wind blows, petals, leaves, and seeds drift down onto the azure waters, following the gentle current as it flows forward. At first, she was amazed, wondering if there were really so many birds here. Gradually, she got used to it and stopped paying attention. It had been a long time since she had sat quietly to listen to the birds. In fact, if one listened closely, one could truly discern the emotions of the birds. At this moment, Shu Qi's eyes were still swollen from crying due to a fright last night, and even her dreams were filled with nightmares. So, she simply got up to prepare breakfast. When Luo Qinyang saw him, he was quite surprised, but thinking of Gu Yinfei, he worried that if she saw him, she might think he had deliberately brought him here to meet Long Ma Bai. The Crimson Domain of the Spirit Emperor is such a peculiar existence. Years ago, it split off 40% of its energy to form the Abyssal Plane. Subsequently, the Abyssal Saint Lord received the command from the Crimson Mother to embark on a journey of consumption, and the Douluo continent was chosen as its target. Hearing this, Huo Yuhao was filled with doubts and couldn't help but ask, "How do you know so much? What exactly is your identity?" "To be honest, I am specially sent by the Crimson Mother," he replied. In fact, he could directly recruit the White Wave Pirates to strengthen his power. But he chose not to do so. It's feared that they may not have been cultivated by humans, and naturally, they come in various forms, even with different aesthetic views. Since it was getting late, Ming Tsong and Chu Ying explained things to Ming Chao and Ming Rong. After Ming Chao shot an irritated glance at Ming Rong, who still wanted to speak, he grandly went to a guest room with Chu Ying. Tang Bei brought Ling Yuyu close to Mo Qianlan's face, letting her experience how fragile life is. The scene was silent, with everyone staring wide-eyed at the central event. Tian Chu let Yun Jun and Yun Fei go ahead to find another way out, while the others retraced their steps. Ying thought for a moment. This iron-headed censor might genuinely be one of those officials who are truly dedicated to the public good. Visiting his fiancée is not the same as visiting someone else. If it were some shameless person, they could easily breach that wall. Zhang Liao and Sure A came out, and, seeing the two of them fighting, couldn't help but be astonished at Dian Wei's progress. Dian Wei had always held back when sparring with him, showing no fierce momentum, but now, while fighting Gan Ning, he fully unleashed it, with his combat power increasing by more than 10%. One could almost be certain she wouldn't do such a thing. However, she had specially prepared a few bottles of medicine suitable only for the Empress Dowager, which was truly exquisite. Fan Zhao exited the cave, inspecting the collapsed stone pillars closely. Among the scattered rubble, the humanoid giant stone was intact, saving him a lot of trouble in having to call for it, which he took as a sign of fate and marveled silently. Looking into Shun Qian's watery eyes, Shun Qua accurately judged from past experience that as long as he persevered, his sister would definitely cry for him. With a sense of helplessness, Shun Qua had no choice but to close his mouth and feign acceptance. Lin Ran said, "Do you know what this thing signifies?" Pointing at the computer screen. Whoosh! In an instant, a pair of wings sprouted from Mo Li's arms, the entire wings in yellow, with two big, watery eyes in the center, resembling a young girl's eyes. At the same time, Mo Li's body started to float with the aid of these butterfly wings. Hua turned around. "You want the blue crystals here? They are all yours." After saying that, he walked away without looking back. In order to deal with Lu Wan's southern invasion this time, King Didu mobilized all able-bodied men for military service. The person who arrived was the long-missing spirit of the other shore flower, Ling Zixuan. It was indeed Ling Zixuan who had left the Great Zhou Empire with Lu Jinping. He certainly understood what his primary political mission in Fujian was. It was neither to protect the land and secure the people nor to voice the people's grievances, but to limit the development of a young kingdom. Yang Shun did not intend to take him away. He only instructed him to watch for spies, without allowing him to kill anyone, as he was old and had no sons, all of whom were supported by the Yang family. Lao Yin was the CEO of Huaxing Entertainment Company, and everyone was willing to respect his decisions. However, before announcing the news, Lin Chen reminded Lao Yin to give Li Bai a heads up, as this was somewhat a show of respect for Li Bai. A crack automatically opened underground, revealing a large number of metal walls, each 2 meters thick. He covered his shoulder, his face pale, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead, and his lips trembled uncontrollably from the pain. Wool Smith helplessly convened a high-level meeting, seemingly intending to discuss how to handle the situation, but when everyone had arrived, before he could speak, someone in the meeting room started attacking him verbally. Feng Wui took me into a clothing store, bought me several pieces of clothing, then took me around to buy some daily necessities, and I accompanied her to buy some ingredients before the two of us returned to the tavern. Before long, a piece of news unexpectedly spread, causing a stir throughout Wangnan City, even temporarily overshadowing all the trending topics. I was startled and quickly grabbed with my fingers, pulling the demonic energy back into my body. Most of these people are still very willing to join the Navy. The brainwashing techniques of the world government are quite effective, and the ideas they frequently instill have had a positive impact, leading to a large number of recruits. When a sealing magic is unleashed, an ancient sealing formation of unknown origin descends upon the blue sky, which is taken by surprise. It quickly raises both hands, unleashing its spiritual power in an attempt to block the formation. If you were to say something like short by 5 centimeters, Jiang Tian wouldn't be afraid of that at all. After all, his length can wrap around his waist several times, and honestly, being 5 centimeters shorter really is an issue. Most disciples are able to establish themselves in the Xuanwu Hall thanks to the power and strong backgrounds of their families. Tang Feng reached out to help Han Xinlan tidy up her messy hair, saying, "Isn't it just that I'm concerned about my aunt? You're managing such a large company. How can I dare to disturb you?" While speaking, Tang Feng looked around Han Xinlan's office. This guy, as soon as he saw Li Yuanchuan come out, immediately started flattering her without any regard for the situation, making it quite uncomfortable to listen to. The flattery was just too obvious. But the next moment, in an instant, a chilling and terrifying killing intent descended like a storm. In that split second, the sky darkened, and the air seemed to solidify under this sword intent. Around them, centered on the Spirit Emperor and the Abyss Tiger, within a 100-meter radius, it was as if an ancient beast had plowed through. The originally lush trees instantly turned to dust under this unstoppable sword intent, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a bare piece of land as a testament to this terrifying force. Duanzhong furrowed his brows tightly, but did not speak. However, the Zongzi had already understood, leaping up and slapping the face of the servant, directly knocking him down, losing 5 teeth, rolling on the ground with his mouth covered, unable to utter a single word, only able to wail incessantly. Of course, how Yin Xiongling arrived in the capital and what happened is probably known only to Duanzhong and Ji Wuchang. But these behind-the-scenes matters cannot be made public. What is said can only be for Lord Su Huanxiang to hear. This is content that needs to be recorded in the court. Lady Li understood what Cheng Yi had endured, slowly raising her hand to touch Cheng Yi's hand, holding it tightly together. In fact, now that the Changsha army had hurriedly retreated, it was also a good opportunity for Zhu now to seize Changsha. However, he did not anticipate that Huang Dongxian would go to such lengths. Sending troops now was a bit late. If the Central Plains army moved first, he would miss this good opportunity. Chun Chunni thought she was going to die here, telling others not to waste medicine, just waiting to die. Thinking of her parents and younger brother, and the buried Liao Xiuzhong, unwilling to part with them. After that, she spent most of her day in a coma, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh blood. In front of the door, a white horse adorned with a large red flower was followed by a big red palanquin embroidered with blooming peonies. At this moment, the bearers and matchmaker were already in place, and the drums and music were ready. Suddenly, a sharp sword shot out, directly piercing through the world membrane and entering the Tianbei realm. Leaning against a large tree, Ji-Dale sat down. After all, she had just broken through from a large group of spirit beasts, which consumed a lot of energy. A glance at Xia Tianheng's anxious expression made Qin Lai reveal a mysterious smile. The Tianheng protector spoke. "What gift of courtesy could I refuse? However, I have many trivial matters to attend to and must diligently cultivate. I fear I must stop here." Qin Lai was taken aback, wondering what was going on. Just as he was puzzled, he saw Junimo shout across from him, also in a daze, lost in thought. Since entering the Valley of Shadows, Shisai had already anticipated what Li Ruo might have encountered here. Hearing it from the Valley Princess's own mouth, he could not help but feel anger and sorrow, thinking that this bitter fruit was self-sown, and he felt a deep sense of regret. The hidden Grimoire Legion at the edge of the misty forest surged forward with an unstoppable force, directly charging into the Kill Principality, which was busy dealing with the aftermath of the battle, instantly plunging it into a dire situation. At this moment, the tunnel only allowed a glimpse of 2 or 3 meters inside. It was darker than the darkest night, with no hint of light, resembling a passage to hell. Endless and seemingly leading to eternal darkness, where one could be lost forever without finding a way out. Chun Shandao immediately called for Qianpe and the allied brothers to leave. More than half were willing to continue following, while those left were longtime servants of Li Yinyu. "I only said I would spare your life, but I never said I would spare Qianpo's life." Chun Shandao and his group turned angrily, with some realizing they had been deceived, even shouting in anger. In the Zhongzheng Hall, Gao Yang anxiously paced back and forth, while Chong Lu sat in her seat, her gaze fixed on the entrance. Lin Jie murmured painfully, frowning, closing his eyes tightly, pressing his hand against his heart. Fu did not pursue because he was blocked by the great shaman and 5,000 Earth Julie soldiers to chase after them off. He had to eliminate them all first. I grant you the extinction of worlds. In an instant, the figure of the abyss Saint Lord vanished into thin air, reappearing in the vast and boundless universe. His body was unimaginably large, surrounded by rolling black mist, resembling a demon stepping out from the endless dark abyss. Every inch of his body radiating a chilling, evil aura. Within his blood-red vertical pupil, there was no warmth, coldly gazing at the distant white. The abyss Saint Lord was cloaked in a black robe, covering his entire body. Harry's teasing only made Peter more irritated. The other party still wore a seemingly carefree expression, making Peter feel that Harry treated everything as a joke. What is there to be afraid of? Aren't you going to merge into one? Wu Kei asked in confusion. Previously, due to insufficient troops, that person told him to recruit soldiers himself, but now there was no one left in the capital to recruit. However, General Zhang wouldn't just give up. He suddenly remembered he still had resources. Putting living people, especially those with clear minds, into storage magic tools is very dangerous, as the spaces in storage magic tools are cut out from other dimensions using magical power. Daddy is so amazing, even better than me. Daddy, split that stone over there too. Mingdu praised as she flew over, seeing how powerful her father was. Let's leave these things for Blackstone City. Having just died so many times and wasted who knows how many weapons and equipment, this just happens to replenish them. Wang Yuan took Huzi deeper. This was truly a treasure trove. Upon hearing this, Yi Cheng could no longer hide his inner fear. His eyes widened again, and now he looked dazed, not realizing that the earlier conversation had already exposed his identity. Mentioning Xiao Ding might touch on Xiao Gu's angry nerve, so he forcefully slammed Yi Cheng to the ground. Like lightning, he unleashed a series of 3 hooks, but Matt's attack was effortlessly blocked by Peter, who only slightly moved his arms in front of him to easily block the vast majority of frontal attacks. Who dares to be so bold? I see you are tired of living. One of the middle-aged men pointed at Lin Zhengfeng and shouted. He leaned close to Nailin Yi's ear and whispered a few instructions. Even Zhao Xian couldn't hear what they were saying. Lung Yi was momentarily stunned upon hearing the call for help. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and as soon as he moved, he dashed towards the direction of the sound. A trap? Wang Yank reacted unusually slowly, looking confused at the cold Li Wei gong. Close the distance. Didi Wei Te felt an ominous sign. He had seen that figure more than once, but it was too far away to see clearly. At the mouth of the Haihe River, the ancient Daguku cannon mound had endured the test of time, with layers of cannons shining with metallic luster under the sunlight. Thus, Wang Hao planned to elevate his Soul Tower realm to perfection, raise his Source Tower realm to perfection, and also elevate his T-Tower realm to perfection. Slapping the other party's older brother in front of so many people was something the old Su Chun wouldn't even dare to think about before. Mu Guiying stepped forward, slowly extending a foot toward the iron plate, stepping on it, twisting her foot to test if the iron plate could support her weight before taking a step forward. That man was extraordinary. Keep an eye on him. The butler's squinted eyes revealed nothing. In the ghost market, calm and unhurried people like him were rare. After dinner, Lung Tianyu took Song Jinghao to make a phone call. Song Jinghao called the village head's family, asking Chun Xianglian to come and report a safe message. At that moment, to his surprise, another figure rushed over to join the battle. The power of annihilation enveloped the universe in a flash of purple-gold energy. A sword appeared in Bai Chen's hand, which was his second martial soul and also his divine weapon. The abyssal holy monarch needed to devour the Douluo continent for his abyssal dimension to evolve. The abyssal holy monarch suddenly thrust the heavenly saint rift abyss halberd into the void, and in an instant, a loud bang shattered the universe. The sound wave carried rolling air waves, rampaging like a surging tide. Wherever it passed, the cosmic space seemed as fragile as thin paper, easily torn apart. Thus, Zhongnan followed Qiuxiang back to the Ma family, but he couldn't help but think, would he have a 9,527 number next? Sure enough, they were from the Beast clan, and Tong Tian finally understood why these were fundamentally different from the Elf clan. The Elf clan believed in etiquette. Even if he was just a player, possessing things like the Elf Spring and Elf Tree made him a noble among them. I glanced back at the door, knowing that Muron Wanner had followed me down, but it was impossible for her to be eavesdropping outside the door. However, seeing her pitiful and pleading expression at that moment, I couldn't bear to refuse. After all, she was a true immortal. Could she really be so afraid of death? Was she really using her beauty to entice me, disregarding her dignity as a true immortal? The voice of the wolf slave struck like a blade cutting through the air, making it impossible for him to dodge. In that brief moment, his figure paused, and an endless flurry of claw shadows fell upon him. After knocking on the door, a while later, he heard hurried footsteps coming from inside, accompanied by continuous maniacal laughter. Chun Shaoran could feel the softness and tenderness of those two lips, and he could also feel the softness of her treasure on her chest. Yet he was still not satisfied. His hand slid down to her thigh, feeling a patch of tender, smooth skin. He slid his hand up, lifting her skirt, then wantonly played with her fragrant and soft body. Your cousin made such a big sacrifice. Why is it you saving people instead of her parents? Chun Shaoran looked at Tang Yu. Let them all die. Yang Shufeng coldly smiled, and the entire Renigia Federation seemed to tremble slightly. Oh, a two-way teleportation immortal formation. Wang Xian was slightly surprised. He rarely saw a two-way teleportation immortal formation. The fourth wave has not been resolved, and the fifth wave has already arrived. Is there any room for people to breathe? Is the system really going to hand over this city of drifting rain to the sea monsters? He thought about showing off his abilities in front of the Fong family, hoping that in the future, the Fong family would avoid him, perhaps because they had been tossing and turning for too long. The thunderstorm that had shrouded Venus City finally began to tire and needed a rest. On this day, the sky over Venus City rarely revealed a clear, bright blue. The weather was unprecedentedly good, with a cloudless sky. However, he was standing a bit too high. Even those looking up from below felt their legs go weak and their palms sweat. His entire face was a bloody mess, the skull completely shattered, piled together like a lump of dog feces. A judgmentor roared past, launching a crimson energy blade from its elbow, stabbing toward the cockpit with the force of a thunderous charge. Boss, you eat noodles every day. It's going to affect your health, Li Xiaolin joked, trying to break the somewhat dull atmosphere in the living room. Mom, I'm back. Jiang Ming returned home, put down the firewood, shouted, and then ignored everything to start preparing breakfast. The middle-aged cultivator then divided a strand of spiritual awareness, immersing it into the spirit-attracting grand disk, erasing the old man's spiritual awareness and merging his own into it, beginning the refinement process. During their conversation, the two phoenixes ahead, Zhu Yu and Zhao Yu, led a group of officers into the mix, while others from the tribes rushed in as well. Desire. Bai Chun yawned and said to the Abyssal Sovereign, "Is this all the strength you have?" Seeing that the Abyssal Sovereign couldn't even break his own shield, he found it a bit boring. Isn't it just a shield formed by one's own blood energy? Is it really that hard to break? When the time came, the shield automatically disappeared, but the cooldown time for the soul technique was also over. All right, I don't have time to play with you anymore. I forgot to tell you my name. I'm Bai Chun, or you can call me Su Qianwan. Turning his head slightly, looking at those clear and bright phoenix eyes, which sparkled like countless stars, he continued. Although they had already arrived near the target ruins and hadn't taken a wrong turn, there was still quite a distance to the specific hidden location. To truly explore and travel within, they would need to walk a few more steps. Staying in place clearly left no room for doubt. Perhaps something happened that night. But unfortunately, aside from the myriad things in the cave, no one knew what it represented. In an instant, looking at the blood from a man's wound, going from black to red, Qing Yu smirked and said, "All right, I didn't expect the jade to have detoxifying properties still." Gao Shun's statement represented the entire opening cage stronghold. Whether it was Gao Lan or the other minor generals, they all stood behind Gao Shun, waiting for orders. "I've been playing seriously," Lu Shang said with a faint smile, but the racket in his hand lazily hit the tennis ball. "I'm going for it," feeling Huang Ke's strong determination not to give up until he achieved his goal. Zhou Xian was also stirred up and once again pushed the primordial clock up without hesitation, acting frantically without a trace of doubt or hesitation. In the vast Yin kingdom, there was no identity or position that could allow you to settle down. In the Grand Court, I was so determined to exclude you. The thick rocks and soil covering the black gold stones would greatly hinder the exploration and search process for cultivators. It wasn't just a coincidence that they happened to stumble upon it or that one would need to expend great effort and cost to turn over the entire mountain range to check it out. Ordinary people simply had no chance of obtaining it. Sun Shao hesitated for a moment, then quickly put on a smile and said, "You guys are really useless. Drinking a bit makes you so reckless. I was just about to meet the gatekeeper to discuss something, so let's go together." When the third round ended, the distance between the two horses had already exceeded 25 meters. The gap was quite significant. Spring Sleep could endure hardship, so he chose to buy things at the level of ordinary families, but since he bought in bulk at once, it inevitably dazzled the eyes. Why? Why must I get married? Can't I just not marry anyone? Han Wire felt a wave of frustration in her heart upon hearing this, helplessly sitting down, furrowing her brows, and looking at Murong Xian with a pained expression. If it really were like this, taking out a few million to donate would indeed be a sure profit. Your opponent is us, the 8 Dragons sect said in unison, unleashing various ultimate moves like a meat grinder, crushing everything. Li Quan, who did this? Has the investigation been completed? He looked at Li Quan and asked, his expression quite normal. Murong Qing performed a graceful bow without saying a word, only lowering her gaze to fixate on her golden thread embroidered peony shoes. The peony was too lavish and ostentatious, not her preferred embroidery style. She wore them just to not lose in momentum to Madame Wan Tong, who was on par with her status. Prince, today your elder brother called you here to ask for your opinion on something. After chatting for a long time, Murong Fu finally steered the conversation to the main topic after much consideration. After Spring Sleep sent the message, the Plan Institute and the museum immediately forwarded it and liked it. Before their arrival, Bai Chun did not pursue and came to Shrek Academy. Seeing the ruined Shrek City, from the information received, Shrek had already been destroyed. It had come to an end, becoming a thing of the past. The once capital had been obliterated and became history. Now, Hui Yutong did not kill the 2 Tang San. Their crimes were all unforgivable. Hui Yuxuan's 3 corpses performed the ritual, but before she could finish her sentence, she heard a thud behind her, and the beast fell to the ground, rolling over and laughing heartily. She remembered when Xiao Qishan left, the reluctance and worry on his face. She recalled her grandparents' faces during the new year, darker than ever. She remembered the heavy slap that struck her face, leaving her head buzzing. The taste was indeed good, very delicious. Apart from large chunks of chicken in the soup, there were also some mushrooms. He could taste the flavor of the toothy pig, but did not see any meat from this thick-skinned beast in the soup. So it seemed they had only added some fat for flavor. The sharp tips of the fangs in the giant mouth curved backward, which was likely the reason it did not immediately attack the giant horned deer. The serrated structure made it difficult, if not impossible, to spit out any prey once swallowed. Its inner jaw was lined with densely packed, shark-like sharp teeth, capable of crushing any kind of flesh and blood creature swallowed. Not understanding, he was suddenly struck by an inconspicuous servant disciple, breaking his hand, and Xian roared in anger. The security guard on duty stepped forward, politely blocking Lanera's father. Chen Jun ignored the weasel wife, getting up, her murderous gaze directed at the security in the company. When the officer from the Nyo tribe handed over the clothes, Xiongbai finally confirmed this was not a dream and not an evil plot by the new chieftain to drive the pig people out of the city to freeze to death in the wild. Gently stroking the man's head with his left hand, like a child caressing their favorite toy, the face of fear and despair left a deep impression on Giant Number 6. For the first time, it experienced a strong craving for delicious food. Here is the prison drawn by impermanence in the human realm, where they entice souls to give up their freedom and rebirth in exchange for the welfare of the living. The black and white impermanence profit greatly from this transaction. After threatening everyone, the armored boss began to teleport, intending to exit the instance, as long as the monsters in this layer were not cleared. Obtaining the reward experience elixir would not count towards the daily instance limit. The chain stand-in also shared Victor's special observation hockey, being fully aware of every movement on the battlefield. Of course, the operational phase of the dual-born black and white lasted only a few days. Otherwise, not only would this bar be destroyed, but even this street would be torn down in anger. A huge dark purple energy ball appeared in front of the Dream Demon and Wind Bell, and then shot towards each other at high speed. Apart from the Coldwater Ape and Coldwater Monkey from the United Regions, the rapid current trait is considered a unique trait of the water-type trios in various regions, capable of turning the tide in adverse situations. Because you don't know the temper of this strong man, if you're not careful, you might just break your nose with a single punch. Just moments ago, in the near-sea area thousands of meters away, that ball of fire had already reached the edge of Batalara Island in the blink of an eye. You can't even hide it from me. What if she finds out? You know what will happen to her body. Zhong Jinghao had already made up his mind. No. The people who were just with us have left with the Xixia people. Su Yi continued to fabricate lies. After lunch, they said it was a leisurely break time, but only a short nap remained. By 2 p.m., the two had to appear in the school's gymnasium to spend time with basketball. The so-called primordial purple chi. Su Yuan certainly understood that it was the primordial heavenly venerable who snatched the primordial purple chi from the Red Cloud ancestor to achieve sainthood. He had also heard of achieving sainthood through merits, which is the completion of merits leading to sainthood. However, This concept of achieving sainthood by severing the three corpses was something Su Yuan heard for the first time. Dai Yuhao's thoughts were full of karma. Without the soul guidance devices brought by the Sun and Moon Empire, how could there have been 20,000 years of development in the Douluo plane? And how could the Ice Douluo Dai Yuhao, exist? If it weren't for that shameless sea god Tang San, who disregarded the rule that deities should not interfere in human affairs. Could you, Dai Yuhao, withstand the million-strong army of the Sun and Moon Empire by yourself? Turning back on one S-word, being two-faced, willingly becoming the loyal dog of the Tang family, while calling others a burden of karma. What a deity! On this journey, Li Tianfeng saw many wild beasts running around. For some reason, he always felt that he shouldn't go in, but he also felt that he should go in halfway, which made him particularly conflicted. Hearing Li Tianfeng's words, Su Jiong also knew that what Li Tianfeng said was true, so he could only say goodbye to Li Tianfeng and, regardless of Zhou Qi's unwillingness, took Zhou Qi away from the place. Then take another look. Fong Lang revealed a playful smile, and then his figure abruptly disappeared from Lanny's sight. The three behind, Yilan, also felt quite awkward at this moment. Could they find worse hole cards than this in Texas Hold'em? After Huang Feng struck the 8th blow, he didn't stop, but moved his feet and swept the curved knife in his hand towards the right, where Ma Hanbo's long sword happened to stab out. Nangang Yuwu seemed to have noticed that Li Tianfeng was mocking her, and then raised her head to Li Tianfeng and said, "What's so funny? It's just eating." There was a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. They then realized that they had become so powerful, the Lord of Nine Wisdoms, whom they could only look up to in their hearts before, was obviously no longer their opponent. Su Miao and Chun Zhu and others nodded after hearing the written agreement, leaving red thumbprints on the paper as a seal. As for this written agreement, it would naturally be handed over to Su Liang for safekeeping. He had a special box just for storing various agreements from the villagers who sought him out. After speaking, Yang Xiao wandered back and forth, but no matter how he searched, he couldn't find the other party's trace. Just when he felt disappointed, he suddenly overheard a conversation between two soldiers. It turned out these two soldiers were on duty watching Dai Qixi. Ma Hanbo also introduced several relatively strong disciples of Haoyang's sect to Guiyun, which allowed Guiyun to learn more about the disciples of Haoyang's sect. It was a terrifying giant that they had no knowledge of, having completely unified all regions of the east and north, and even overshadowed the Peacock dynasty. Inli, don't worry. Let's go take a look together. Xiao Yunjian supported Jiang Liyin, who was almost unsteady on her feet, and advised her. However, at this moment, Xiang Yu, who seemed to have suddenly burst forth with boundless energy, laughed heartily and didn't have time to pay attention to them. Recently, his old buddy, PDD, was getting into the team business, and if he could bring such a talent over, that would be something. Thus, Luo Mei and Lu Irwan found that it seemed they didn't need to take action themselves. Their husband, for some unknown reason, had become so formidable. Aunt Fat turned around and saw her child struggling to keep their eyes open, so she hurriedly went to care for her own child. Moreover, Cinder's Q skill is a non-target skill. If it hits, she can continue to auto-attack, dealing lightning damage to suppress health. Dr. Fu always did this. He never forced her to change her decision, but would guide her to make a choice he was satisfied with in another way. Then he tightly covered his money pouch, thinking no, he absolutely couldn't let his money pouch be looted clean by the Fengli people. Host, it has been detected that the mermaid's most precious item is the scales on her forehead, which contain the blessing of the sea god. The system searched and found that for the mermaid, the only thing that could be more precious than her voice seemed to be this. Dai Yuhao thought, "Do you really know him?" "I don't know. Tang San. The Shrek 7 monsters are all my best brothers, Dai Mu Bai." Are you asking me why I don't call him Boss Dai anymore?" "Please, when I was young, I couldn't beat him, and it was a great honor to call him Boss Dai. Now that I've become a god, calling him Dai Mu Bai is enough respect for him. I will take revenge from his descendants. Also, although Bai Qinxiang is my brother's wife and my cousin, what a pity there are rules in the divine realm." The shock brought to them by Wei Yi was very great. Those who had heard that Wei Yi had fought with Kakashi before, but had not witnessed the situation at the time, found it hard to imagine what that scene was like. Now, seeing the strength displayed by Wei Yi, they had to think that Wei Yi had become even stronger over the years. Next, Annie threw herself into the big light ball, and when she came out, a huge crown gathered on her head. Annie sighed and closed her eyes. Mikoto stared at the card for a while, then put it away, stood still to adjust her breathing, and when she opened her eyes again, her mental state had improved a lot. Next, she would try one by one the Earth Escape Ninjutsu from Wei, a type of mysterious technique she had never encountered before. She didn't know if she could do it well, but as Mikoto said, she would do her best. I've told you everything I can tell you. You can slowly comprehend it yourself. After finishing, Feng Rui's clone took the initiative to cut off contact. Li Shimin murmured in disbelief, as he still had some confidence in his son. Yi Hongyu's demeanor was still as proper as ever. She wouldn't get too close to Chu-Chu, nor would she appear overly distant and indifferent. After a while, the Duke of Protecting the Country spoke up, still hitting the sore spot of the Ministry of Magic. Seeing Li Junxian leaving, Shuan couldn't help but shake his head slightly, hoping that there wouldn't be too many unexpected events. In the afternoon, Fang Yuan explained to everyone present how to use magic to clean a room. Jiang Yunsheng had a good temperament, and his senior brother had indeed found a good disciple. The Taoist with 4 eyes nodded slightly, feeling that Jiang Yunsheng was excellent from any perspective. The frenzied villagers rushed into the nearby stone houses, wielding kitchen knives and hoes, chasing after them. Each one looked ferocious, like evil spirits crawling out of hell, scrambling for rotten meat. As for the means of transportation back and forth, Jiang Ran didn't specify which one to take. It was all left to chance. Just then, the second sister, Beishan Jialuo, suddenly rushed into the conference hall. Seeing the third sister, Huang Qi-mei, and the fourth sister, Lu Hongmei, present, she mysteriously handed a letter to Zhou Zhitian, then looked at Huang Qi-mei and Lu Hongmei with a face full of suspicion and distrust. While the situation is still good, quickly write down everything you can, otherwise, it'll be a big deal if you forget something later. In the last few days of the 5th year of the fog month, Li Taibai came to Liangzhou City in the 16 prefectures of Yuan, intending to see the white snow and paint snowflakes. The bullets made different sounds upon impact, and the frozen walking corpses cracked inch by inch like the cracks in dry mudflats. Whether sitting and secretly playing with a phone, chatting with classmates, or taking a nap, it was all extremely relaxing. She didn't answer the phone, and when his WeChat message came in, there's cold medicine in the bottom drawer of the bedside table. Remember to drink more water. At this time, cashing out was favorable as good news was still coming in and Huoting was still in a rising phase. The large shareholding remained unchanged, which naturally wouldn't affect the stock price. Although the non-CNC machine tools they purchased from this company couldn't process the precision, complex components on these planes, some structurally simple components were already manageable. Using these non-CNC machine tools, Chun Su was originally a troublemaker and knew quite a few people from society. He often got into fights during school, and now that he had been slapped by Qin Xian, how could he feel good about it? This inspection trip to the branch company originally required at least a week, but they managed to complete it within 4 days, including travel time. The reduction in travel time is not just a little bit, but more than half, almost negligible. Introduction. The beginning of the change in Douluo. Various anomalies have deviated from the original history. The original son of destiny, Huo Yuhao, is long gone, and another son of destiny will emerge. A reborn god king. How will he survive in an era where talents are as common as dogs? He will continue to embrace his beginning. The empire of this era is already decaying. She, in her second life, has 3 lives of martial souls, and talent is no longer important when numerous geniuses reach the ultimate peak.